Reborn into the world of Naruto, I commence my journey by rescuing Nohara Rin. Obito no longer succumbs to darkness, and Kakashi is freed from the shadows cast by Rin's memory. Under the claws of the Nine Tails, I save the Fourth Hokage. Chapter 1. Altering the narrative, beginning with Rin's rescue. Outside the hasty encirclement of the Mist Village, Uchiha Shin lies in ambush atop a tree. His eyes are hollow, and his breath is absent. After an indeterminate period, his scattered pupils begin to converge once more. System initialization. 1-2-99-100. System successfully activated. Host life signs detected as weak, initiating rescue. Rescue successful. Initial gift package has been dispatched. Congratulations. Host has obtained a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan and unlimited fire release chakra. Host, Uchiha Shin. Age, 13. Chakra nature, fire. Special abilities, complete Susanoo and all fire techniques, level low. I have been reborn. The notification chime confirms to Uchiha Shin that he is in the world of Naruto. No mistake, you have indeed been reborn. Feel free to wreak havoc upon the original narrative of Naruto. Wahahaha. Mission 1. Rescue Nohara Rin. Reward. Sealing technique. No training required. Immediately maxed. Uchiha Shin's expression darkens. The name matters little, merely a title. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Yet considering this reward, upon reflection, it makes sense. With the complete Susanoo and unlimited chakra granted, what more could one desire? Save Rin. Rin? What the hell? This is a crucial turning point. Meanwhile, dust billows as Kakashi, wielding Raikiri, seems prepared to perish alongside his adversary. Uchiha Shin's expression turns grave in an instant. If Rin dies, the mission will be doomed. Uchiha Shin leaps several times and, in a critical moment, grasps Kakashi's Raikiri hand. Simultaneously, not far off, Obito, partially consumed by white Zetsu, witnesses this scene. His eyes tremble, and a surge of rage ignites within him. He lunges forward and delivers a punch to Kakashi, causing blood to spew from his mouth and his head to throb. A single blow nearly extinguishes Kakashi's life, rendering him dazed. Kakashi has no comprehension of the recent events. Why did his hand lunge toward Rin? Even the surrounding foes, bewildered, cease their attacks, preparing to discern the unfolding situation. Kakashi, how dare you harm Rin? Obito seizes Kakashi by the collar, delivering 2 punches, knocking out 2 of his teeth. At this moment, Kakashi is gravely injured, yet refrains from retaliating. The recent incident has left him in shock. If he were to truly harm Rin, he would never forgive himself. Shin, thank you for protecting Rin. Obito expresses sincerely, acknowledging that without Shin, Rin might already be lifeless. It's not your fault. Kakashi's emotions escalate, nearly spiraling out of control. The recent blow has been quite severe. He cannot comprehend why Raikiri inexplicably surged toward Rin. It's not your fault. Consider how we might resolve the trouble here. The recent system notification informs Uchiha Shin that he is a member of Minato's team. This mission solely involves Kakashi. As for how Shin managed to emerge, it is a testament to their camaraderie. The number of enemies is somewhat overwhelming, yet it does not necessitate Shin activating the complete Susanoo. Naturally, relying solely on the Mangekyou Sharingan will not suffice. Moreover, should he employ even a basic version of Susanoo, the news would undoubtedly reach the Third Hokage and Danzo, hastening the downfall of the Uchiha clan. Susanoo, whether for offense or defense, is far too formidable. Kakashi, take Rin and retreat. Leave this to me. Obito's expression shifts suddenly as he merges with a white Zetsu, his combat prowess surging. His silhouette darts through the mist, and within mere minutes, he eradicates all of the mist ninjas. Mission complete, rewards have been issued. In front of the village, Obito finds himself at a loss for what to do. He has completely lost the semblance of humanity. Obito, let us depart. Uchiha Shin perceives his thoughts. Having merged with White Zetsu and acquired a fragment of the Ten Tails' power, it appears he is no longer suited for Konoha. Yet, he remains a member of the Uchiha clan. Oh, okay. Obito, lacking direction, follows instinctively. Kakashi, Rin harbors the 3 tails. I believe we must consult with our teacher for a solution. The situation is complex, and Shin has only just arrived. Without seeking out Minato, it will be arduous to address the matter. It is unthinkable to directly seal the 3 tails within Rin unless they wish to hasten the Uchiha clan's demise. To alter the narrative, it must be transformed entirely. Should Rin become the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, Konoha would possess 2 Jinchuriki, significantly enhancing its power. However, controlling a tail beast as a Jinchuriki is no simple feat. The Third Hokage. There's a matter requiring your attention. Deep into the night, Aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi cannot think of anyone else capable of handling the situation. If it is indeed the Three Tails, it must be sealed immediately. I'm already aware. Sarutobi's complexion appears somewhat pallid. The scene within the crystal ball depicts Rin's current predicament. As long as she remains within the village, all activities of the Uchiha clan are monitored. Since the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, large-scale conflicts have ceased, but small skirmishes continue unabated. Consequently, Konoha has paid an exceedingly heavy price during the Third Shinobi War. They can no longer afford such losses. Failing to seal the Three Tails within Rin, allowing her to become the Jinchuriki, would lead to Konoha's obliteration. That night, none of the three members of Minato's team slept. Even Shin, who had just traversed into this world, was influenced by the system, fully integrating into the original state of Uchiha Shin. Dinner is ready, children. Kushina busily prepares a banquet. It is quite affordable, and Minato's current commission income is substantial. Do not worry. Rin's condition is very stable. I believe she will make an excellent Jinchuriki. Noticing their troubled expressions, Kushina explains the results of the evening. At the same time, beads of sweat trickle down her forehead. Minato, stop being busy and come eat. Having served the meal, Kushina first offers a portion to Sarutobi, honoring the elder. Third Hokage, please dine. Shin, Obito, Kakashi, come and eat. The third Hokage, Sarutobi, beckons. Coming. Shin's stomach rumbles with hunger. Glancing at his own form, Obito hesitates. Can he truly still be with them in this condition? Eat, Obito. Kakashi smiles, pulling Obito to sit down for dinner. Just as they are halfway through their meal, Rin suddenly awakens, letting out a gentle whimper. Rin, are you all right? Obito immediately rises, assisting Rin in getting off the bed. I'm fine. Rin's face flushes deeply. For reasons unknown, Obito's actions always seem so peculiar, particularly concerning his half-body. Obito, Kakashi, Shin, you three come with me. Rin, you're to rest in the hospital for a while. Sarutobi, pipe in mouth, hand behind his back, acknowledges the significant impact this mission has had on Minato's team. Obito's revival remains a mystery. Rin has been sealed with the Three Tails, and Kakashi's mental state falters. Understood. The voices of Kakashi, Shin, and Obito ring in unison. Kakashi, the Umbu is short-handed. You and Shin should report to the Umbu. After they depart, Sarutobi turns to Obito and states, Obito, your current appearance is unsuitable for remaining in the village. In other words, you no longer resemble a ninja or even a human. Therefore, do not take offense. Kakashi and Shin have already attained Jonin-level strength. Obito may be even stronger. However, his current appearance is difficult to endure. Moreover, Sarutobi harbors doubts regarding how Obito has returned to life. Chapter 2. The Fourth Hokage. Obito's current identity renders him unsuitable for appearing in the village. It would be more fitting to confront the villagers under the guise of death. After all, in the hearts of the people, Obito is already deceased. Indeed, Obito sighed deeply, recognizing that there remains at least some room for maneuver. What did the third Hokage say to you, Obito? You look rather unwell, Kakashi remarked, while Shin and he lingered at a distance, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to walk away before approaching. It's nothing, Obito replied, his tone dismal. Nothing? Is that truly the case? Shin interjected, throwing an arm around Obito's shoulders. I suspect that the third Hokage, upon seeing your current state, decided he didn't want you to remain in the village. It must be so. By the way, Obito, how on earth did you survive encased in rock? As your good friend, I am quite eager to uncover the truth behind your survival. Given the severity of your injuries at that time, the likelihood of survival was virtually non-existent. I was saved by an elderly man who even provided me with half of a new body, Obito lamented, glancing at his other half. He pondered whether Rin would still accept him, a being who was, in essence, already dead. Task: help Uchiha Obito regain his confidence. Reward: would release. This task sounds rather intriguing, Shin mused. Helping Obito regain his confidence? Is he truly lacking in that regard? Well, it seems he is indeed. His confidence is undermined by his appearance and the experiences of death he has endured. Obito, you mentioned being rescued by an old man? Given your condition at the time, even a medical ninja might have struggled to save you. Just who was this remarkable old man? Kakashi stroked his chin, recalling the eye that Obito had gifted him. Hidden beneath his mask, he looked quite aged, with a face full of wrinkles. Despite his exhaustive efforts, Obito could not articulate a coherent explanation. Well, it seems that Obito has returned. Although his appearance has changed somewhat, it matters not. We should celebrate rather than dwell on this matter. Shin quickly wrapped his arms around both their necks in encouragement. Kakashi, Obito, Let us go pick up our gear from the Umbu and then visit Rin at the hospital. Once she is discharged, we can treat ourselves to a celebratory meal. It was unlikely Rin would be undertaking missions anytime soon, and given that the Umbu operated solo, Shin believed this was an opportune moment to strengthen their bond and help Obito regain his confidence. Holding the Umbu gear in hand, Obito felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and isolation. The hospital was bright and clean, with Rin lying on a pristine bed, gazing out at the trees. The trauma inflicted upon Rin by the Hidden Mist Village had been considerable. She had witnessed several Leaf Village scouts perish before her eyes, helpless to intervene, leaving her with a profound sense of guilt. Rin, you must be starving. Here, have some dango, Obito said, his body swathed in layers, carrying a basket filled with dango. Thank you, Rin replied, her cheeks flushing as she delicately bit into a skewer of dango. The taste was delightful. Obito's expression brightened, elated by the compliment from someone he cherished. As for Rin's thoughts on Obito's appearance, she chose not to inquire. Was it truly important? Nightfall arrived swiftly. Throughout the day, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin engaged in conversation, while Shin remained silent. At that moment, Kakashi's eyes were devoid of the self-reproach that had once plagued him. Everything had been clarified. The seals within Rin's body had been surreptitiously unraveled by the system. Now, Rin had become a host for the Three Tails. Task completed, rewards distributed. Since the incident with the Hidden Mist Village, peace has reigned for nearly a month. Following discussions in the Land of Fire, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has stepped down from his position. Nameki's Minato has been appointed as the fourth Hokage. Upon the announcement, the village buzzed with chatter regarding the new Hokage. Guy rushed to join the trio, his bushy eyebrows seemingly blooming with excitement, his eyes wide. Do you know who the fourth Hokage is? The three shook their heads, with only Shin pretending not to hear. Was it truly of any significance? With the fourth Hokage's ascension, in a year's time, the Nine-Tails would invade the village. It was inconceivable that Obito could ever become the Nine-Tails summoner. Who would be the next to bring about the destruction of Konoha? Minato, your teacher, doesn't he care? Gaia's exuberance suddenly dampened. This is the fourth Hokage we're talking about, your teacher. Kakashi felt Gaia's enthusiasm was somewhat excessive. Why the excitement over who became Hokage? However, it was true that Minato's role as Hokage was somewhat unprecedented. It is indeed a positive development. We should prepare some gifts to congratulate him. Despite Obito's current dismal state, his heart brimmed with respect for his teacher. Although Minato had not been able to save Rin in time, Kakashi pondered. What should we gift him? With Minato now Hokage, what could he possibly lack? A small token of our appreciation would suffice. It's the thought that counts, Shin reflected, recalling past experiences. An extravagant gift would be seen as favoritism, while a meager one might be deemed disrespectful. Shin firmly believed that a small, heartfelt gift was more than adequate. Since the teacher has a fondness for kunai, why don't we select some beautiful kunai as a gift? Rin suggested, clapping her hands. We've earned a fair amount of bounty recently. Buying some decorative kunai should be a breeze. Besides, Minato-sensei truly likes kunai, even if it's merely a keepsake. That sounds splendid. While we may not procure the special kunai that can teleport, we won't lack for mementos. Obito nodded in agreement. The mask he wore remained a barrier he dared not breach. The special kunai required Minato's craftsmanship, which they could not obtain. The four of them eagerly dashed to the ninja tool shop, each purchasing a small token. All selecting the same item would render the gesture rather lackluster. Months passed, and the Hokage succession ceremony was held with great solemnity. The ninjas of Konoha gathered in full attendance, including many ordinary villagers. Sarutobi Hiruzen removed the Hokage hat, placing it in Minato's hands. Minato donned the Hokage hat before the assembled villagers and shinobi, and the crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the ascension of the fourth Hokage. Nameki's Minato. The succession was successfully completed. Once Minato was free from obligations, the four friends presented their chosen gifts. Thank you, everyone. Do come over for dinner sometime. Minato smiled warmly, even though he was their teacher. No, we merely wish to present you with a keepsake, Obito replied, blushing deeply, suddenly shy. You may accept the gift, but you must also join us for dinner. It's a promise, Minato insisted, waving his hand to attend to subsequent matters. After concluding his responsibilities, Minato invited Kushina to prepare a home-cooked meal for his students. The atmosphere was rather awkward. Days later, in the Hokage's office, Kakashi was summoned by the fourth Hokage for a briefing on a mission. In the forest outside the village, he encountered about 10 ninjas, only one of whom was real. The others were shadow clones. The identity of the village to which the ninja belonged was unknown. The moment Kakashi held his Chidori, a flash of memory struck him, the near-fatal incident involving Rin. The Chidori extinguished, his Sharingan flared painfully as enemies swiftly surrounded him. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. The shadow clones were immediately incinerated, while the actual ninja fled. Several Umbu formed a protective perimeter around Kakashi. Kakashi, this isn't like you, Guy chided. The Kakashi of old would have effortlessly dealt with shadow clones. What had changed in Kakashi's mindset today? It seems that Kakashi has yet to emerge from Rin's shadow. Given the circumstances, this appears to be the only plausible explanation. The haunting memory of nearly taking Rin's life remains vividly etched in his mind. Kakashi, Rin has recovered now. You need not burden yourself with guilt. Upon grasping the situation, Obito was instantly reminded of a particular notion, using another as a tool for assassination. Recently, Obito has been candidly sharing his reasons for surviving, clarifying everything without harboring resentment toward Kakashi. My eyes, though bright, falter when I attempt to wield Chidori, bringing that scene flooding back. My chakra control is unstable. Perhaps this is why my teacher forbade me from using this technique. Rin's delayed arrival is notable. Indeed, as Minato stated, its destructive power is formidable, yet fraught with vulnerabilities. Even with Obito's Sharingan, Chidori cannot unleash its full potential, likely inflicting minor damage upon the enemy, while causing considerable self-harm. Only by confronting Rin's shadow and dedicating more practice can I hope to improve. Very well, I shall refrain from using this technique from now on. Kakashi acknowledges that this approach is effectively rendered obsolete, albeit temporarily. Guy, I would appreciate it if you could inform the Fourth Hokage that we wish to spend a few days in the Land of Fire. In the days to come, Konoha is largely devoid of any missions. Seizing this opportunity, I feel it would be beneficial for Minato's team to gather together, sharing a meal, engaging in conversation, and perhaps enjoying a soak. Simultaneously, it would allow me to address Kakashi's condition. Guy appears somewhat bewildered. At this time, we are critically short-handed. Yet you wish to frolic in the Land of Fire? What are you thinking? Is your mind filled with fluff? Deep down, you understand that the village is in dire need of personnel. Such a trip at this juncture is rather inappropriate. Guy's prominent brows furrowed in visible disapproval. It seems that is indeed the case. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. Deep, too, ceases to object. The village is indeed short on manpower, so taking a trip to the Land of Fire seems impractical. Kakashi, while outwardly untroubled, harbors inner turmoil. Chapter 3, The Bear Country Commission. Once the matter of the Nine Tails is resolved, I shall request a brief sabbatical to rest properly. I know where Guy has gone. The three of them, clad in Umbu attire, made their way to Konoha Hospital. They are now directly under Minato's command, exempt from Hiruzen's orders. Minato has already conferred with Hiruzen, who has wholeheartedly acquiesced. Hiruzen is now retired. Kushina, you are here as well. Kakashi greets her. According to the storyline, this is indeed the time when Kushina is expecting. In a year's time, the Nine Tails will emerge. It has been quite a while since Minato ascended to the position of Hokage. Greetings. Kushina beams with joy. Today brings a tremendous surprise. I must return to inform Minato. Rin, judging by Kushina's expression, it seems she is indeed expecting. Deep knowingly inquires. Yes, Kushina is indeed with child. After finishing her tasks, Rin nods earnestly. This is a matter of great significance that could shake the entire village, so we must keep our voices down. Rin, let us go grab a bite to eat together. Obito again extends the invitation. Certainly, Kakashi, Deep, let us all go. After the meal, Deep returns directly to the Uchiha clan's modest courtyard. Obito is now a direct subordinate of the Fourth Hokage. All previous remarks from Hiruzen are now rendered moot. Obito returns to his original residence within the Uchiha clan for rest. A few days later, due to Kushina's situation, Kakashi becomes a personal bodyguard. Deep, this is your current mission. The bounty is 400,000 Ryo. Of course, you may opt for other A-rank commissions. The prolonged warfare has rendered commissions from the Land of Fire rather burdensome. Finally able to find some time, Minato aims to distribute the recent commissions, clearing the inventory. Very well. Deep glances at the task, calculating the time for a round trip, believing it manageable. Assist the Bear Country in repelling the invading forces from the Craftsman Country. The commission appears straightforward, requiring merely 2 ninjutsu techniques. Even for a special jonin, it would be a formidable challenge. Given the prolonged conflict between the two nations, strategic resources and troops are substantial. To single-handedly annihilate tens of thousands is no easy feat, unless one possesses the capabilities akin to Chiyo's 100 puppets. Yet, that is not truly desired. This is Matsutake, the representative of Bear Country. Within the Hokage's office, an observer has been present throughout. From the anxious and restless expression on his face, this commission seems to pose significant difficulties. Greetings, Matsutake. I look forward to your guidance on this commission. Deep offers a slight nod before stepping outside. Deep-kun, are you a jonin? Matsutake inquires suddenly. A chunin on the battlefield is merely a sacrifice, ensuring that Konoha does not face repercussions later. Perhaps slightly stronger than a jonin, Deep replies earnestly. Without utilizing Susanoo, I am indeed marginally superior to a jonin. Mission: eliminate 20,000 invading troops from the craftsman country. Reward: wood release, wood dragon. Deep's eyes widen in shock. Could it be true? The craftsman country is so small, yet they can muster 20,000 troops? And the reward is so generous. A wood release, wood dragon? A wood dragon in conjunction with Susanoo is simply invincible. Imagine if I also had the true 1,000 hands and the great Buddha. It would be utterly delightful. What are the 9 tails? I could easily subdue them. But merely chakra? Marginally stronger than a jonin is more than sufficient. Matsutake displays a satisfied smile. This trip to Konoha has not been in vain. Although the craftsman country possesses a craftsman village, its combat capabilities cannot compare to Konoha's. I hope a Konoha jonin can prevail. Weren't we supposed to head to my bear country? Why have we arrived at the Uchiha clan? Matsutake is puzzled by the prominent Uchiha characters before him. We should be on our way to bear country, yet we ended up in Uchiha. This is quite a journey. I must pack a few changes of clothing. Furthermore, the ninjas from the craftsman country cannot be dealt with by just one jonin. I will need assistance. The craftsman country differs significantly from the bear country. If we charge in blindly, we may suffer considerable losses. With the 9 tails not emerging, Deep has no intention of relying on Susanoo to handle the craftsman country invasion. Additionally, the sheer number of hostile ninjas complicates matters. After preparing a change of clothes, he heads directly to Obito's room. Obito, do you have some free time these days? The commission to bear country requires a lengthy commitment. If you are unavailable, I will have to proceed alone. A mission? Obito suddenly rises, his body not entirely composed of white zetsu. Only half of him is made of white zetsu. It functions adequately, and his movements are not overly stiff. This is my commission, and I fear I cannot manage it alone. I would like to enlist your help. Upon completion, the bounty will be shared equally. Deep explains the commission to Obito. Obito falls into contemplation. Bear country has few ninjas, relying entirely on its military to repel the craftsman country's ninjas. With just Deep as a jonin, it is indeed challenging. His own strength, without the white zetsu enhancement, is comparable to Deep's. 2 jonin against a single ninja village from the craftsman country may have a slim chance of success, but it is still a viable opportunity. It is worth considering. The bounty must be higher. Deep, 400,000 Rio, seems a bit low. We are unaware of the craftsman country's ninja count, and the risk of this mission is considerable. If the ninjas from the Star Ninja Village were truly capable, they would not have sought refuge in Konoha. 2 individuals confronting an entire village poses significant difficulty. You must inquire with him. The Fourth Hokage approved this bounty, so the mission should not be overly complicated. Deep does not lack for funds, having enough to sustain himself for several years. However, it seems unreasonable for the Fourth Hokage to dismiss it. The mission isn't particularly intricate. We simply need to assist Bear Country in repelling the craftsman country's invasion. The 400,000 Rio bounty is the highest we can offer from Bear Country, Matsutake laments. Our nation is small and lacks funds. If we were to offer more, we would be living in debt. Never mind. The 4th generation has consented, and we shall proceed even at a loss. Dressed appropriately and carrying a few belongings, Shin remarked to Obito, let us depart. Our time is limited, and there remains much to be done in the village. As a close friend of the clan, Shin felt compelled to assist. The objective was to conclude matters swiftly, ideally within 5 days. Obito, having changed into ordinary attire, was still clad in his Umbu uniform, prompting Shin to remind him, this mission does not carry the weight of the Umbu's name. Wearing that garb will certainly attract unwanted attention. Apologetically, Obito acknowledged his oversight, changing into a more conventional ninja outfit, although his head still appeared somewhat unkempt. Perhaps a hat would be in order, Shin suggested, pointing to one on the table. Obito, aren't you bringing some dango for Rin? You won't see her for several days, Shin teased. During this time, Obito had taken to visiting Rin daily at the Konoha hospital, bearing an assortment of treats. Even if Rin did nothing, she could live comfortably on Obito's generosity for a lifetime. However, Rin was not one to rely solely on others. All right, wait for me at the village entrance for just a few minutes, Shin instructed. With the prepared dango in hand, Obito leaped forward. Matsutake, may I inquire if there are provisions available in your vicinity? Shin asked, his curiosity piqued amidst the ongoing war. Indeed, we have an abundance of instant meals, Matsutake replied instinctively. The war had rendered cooking exceedingly inconvenient, leading to an increase in ready-to-eat foods. That is reassuring, Shin remarked, indifferent to the nature of the food. As long as it was edible. At the entrance of Konoha, Shin sat lost in thought upon a stone. Suddenly, Obito clapped him on the shoulder, startling him. Shin, it's time to move. They soon encountered a few low-ranking shinobi from the Takumi village in the nearby forest, their skills lacking as they were merely genin. Obito, take Matsutake and proceed. I'll handle these foes first and catch up shortly, Shin declared, irritation evident as he noticed a swarm of flies trailing behind him. Understood, Obito nodded. Guiding Matsutake onward. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. A barrage of fiery projectiles surged forth toward the Takumi shinobi. Chapter 4. The might of Konoha's ninjas before the Takumi shinobi could react. Only lifeless bodies remained. Shin, have you resolved the situation? Obito inquired. Yes, they were merely genin. It was quite effortless, Shin replied, barely out of breath. To him, such low-ranking shinobi posed little challenge. Matsutake's eyes widened in disbelief. Effortless? Those Takumi ninjas just slaughtered several of the star ninjas tasked with their protection. Had it not been for Konoha's jurisdiction, they might not have survived to this point. To be so casually dispatched by a Konoha Jonin is astounding. In the land of fire, near the border with the land of bear, a formidable army of thousands stood guard. On the opposing side, the remnants of the Bear Nation's forces were encircled by the armies of the Takumi Nation and their shinobi. Due to the precarious nature of the border, the Takumi forces dared not cross into the land of fire. The land of fire is not to be trifled with, exclaimed a Bear Nation soldier, despair creeping into his voice as he beheld the overwhelming Takumi forces. Alas, we are on the brink of annihilation, he thought, contemplating the dire prospect of the Bear Nation's obliteration. The bounty of 400,000 was indeed tempting. Yes, once the assignment concludes, we must demand a hefty sum from the Bear Nation, Shin mused. With the conflict reaching the border of the land of fire, it is clear that the task for the Bear Nation is far from simple. Matsutake, we will not concern ourselves with you any longer, Obito stated, as they leaped into the midst of the encircled bear army, drawing the attention of numerous soldiers, yet unable to launch an attack. Fire style, Great Fireball. Fire style, Fire Dragon. In unison, Shin and Obito unleashed their fire techniques. A colossal fireball erupted, incinerating the Takumi soldiers in its path, while those nearby writhed in agony, dismembered and scorched. Beneath the ranks of the Takumi army, the ground cracked, and a fire dragon surged forth, engulfing the enemy. The cries of the wounded filled the air, the flames consuming all in their wake. The battlefield became a hellscape of chaos, with hundreds of Takumi soldiers and several shinobi perishing amidst the inferno. Reinforcements. Our reinforcements have arrived, brothers. Hold on. A Bear Nation commander shouted, filled with fervor as he gestured for his troops to make way for Shin and Obito. The prospect of salvation amidst despair ignited hope in their hearts. Indeed, it is the ninjas of Konoha, came the trembling voices of the soldiers. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha's strength was unparalleled, and the arrival of their ninjas heralded a glimmer of hope for the Bear Nation. Since the invasion of the Takumi Nation, the Bear Nation, unable to withstand the onslaught, had reached out to Konoha for assistance. Yet their pleas had gone unanswered for too long, causing fear and doubt to permeate the populace. With the enemy's numbers overwhelming, it seems we must engage in close combat, Shin announced, brandishing his kunai with great excitement. It was his first time participating in a large-scale war since his arrival in this world, and he was eager to prove his mettle. All right, in 3 seconds, let us see who can claim the greater number of lives, Obito replied, his frustration from previous defeats fueling his eagerness for retribution. The Bear Nation's soldiers were astonished. Had the once pressing Takumi forces suddenly become mere fodder for slaughter? Was this the true power of Konoha's ninjas? In the blink of an eye, Shin and Obito surged into the ranks of the Takumi army, unleashing a torrent of violence. Blood and flesh flew as the battlefield became a deluge of crimson. Occasionally, Shin would cast a technique that could be unleashed in mere seconds, while Obito's jutsu took longer to execute. The Takumi forces crumbled under the onslaught, their cries echoing in despair. Even with the arrival of Takumi ninjas, the pressure was insurmountable. And within half an hour, the Takumi army could no longer withstand the relentless assault. The ground was slick with the blood of fallen soldiers. And even the ordinary genin retained some utility, serving as distractions. The assignment should be nearing its conclusion, Obito mused, shaking the blood from his hands. Though he had sustained minor injuries, they did not impede his prowess. The objective had been to drive the Takumi army back, and it seemed they were nearing that goal. I believe we are close, Shin replied, aware that the previous half hour had drained Obito's chakra significantly. While Shin possessed an inexhaustible supply of chakra, Obito did not share that luxury. Should his chakra run dry, his life would be in jeopardy. Although surrounded and suffering a few cuts, Obito remained unscathed overall. The Takumi forces were still in retreat. At that moment, Matsutake emerged, grasping the hands of both Shin and Obito, tears brimming in his eyes. We were so close to losing the Bear Nation. Thank you immensely, but our assignment is not yet complete. Shall we not pursue their surrender? Shin proposed. Having come this far, they had little to lose. Very well, Obito agreed, consuming some soldier rations to replenish his chakra. The commander of the Bear Nation looked on in disbelief as the Takumi forces, once their oppressors, were now being driven back. Is this truly the power of merely two individuals? Konoha is astonishing. Taking their time, they allowed the enemy to flee. After reaching the pivotal cities of the Bear Nation, Shin and Obito ceased their pursuit, leaving the remnants of the Takumi forces to the Bear Nation. Obito, Rin has come to see you, Shin announced as he entered their lodging, leading Rin to Obito's room. In the context of their entrusted relationship, all expenses incurred during their stay at the inn are to be borne by themselves. Rin, what brings you here? As Obito prepared to remove his clothing, he hastily donned it again, concealing his most unsightly aspects. It's all right, Obito. Just act normal, Rin reassured him. She was already well aware of Obito's condition, having been informed by Kakashi and Shindo long before. Upon witnessing Obito's current state, Rin felt a fleeting shock. Yet what of it? You two should catch up. I shall refrain from indulging in this romantic display. With the door securely closed, Shindo sighed in resignation. The pangs of being single were not pleasant, especially as he found himself inundated with displays of affection. He couldn't help but wonder what Rin and Obito had been up to, especially since they had emerged from the room with flushed faces, likely engaged in some clandestine activities. The streets were bustling with military personnel. As repairs were underway in the city they had reclaimed yesterday, some shops had reopened. Rin, make sure to heal their main commander. The chakra consumption has been rather excessive. I wonder if there are any missions today. I sincerely hope this assignment concludes soon. As they walked down the street, Obito stifled a yawn, suggesting he hadn't slept well the previous night, burdened by the weight of numerous pressing matters that prevented him from truly resting. Assignments tied to the fate of an entire nation seldom wrap up swiftly. Shindo understood that when it came to national-level warfare, even a few years would be considered fast. The duration was too protracted for Shindo to endure that long. The involvement of ninjas from various villages would significantly shorten the duration of the conflict. Shindo recognized that Obito's acceptance of the assignment had already greatly impacted the war's timeline, yet it still required considerable time to resolve. Rest assured, my departure was sanctioned by the Fourth Hokage. We should not encounter major issues for the time being, Rin reassured him with a smile. Minor issues could be resolved by the village. However, significant problems were beyond their capacity. This was for the best, as Shindo did not wish to miss the impending Ninetales attack on the village due to matters at hand. Gentlemen, the army has been deployed. The general has assured us that the assignment will conclude shortly. The Bear Country Guards had specifically sought them out. The distinctive attire of the trio made them easily recognizable. In order to expedite the completion of their task, they had traversed the Bear Country extensively over the past few days, repelling hundreds of waves of enemy forces while savoring the local delicacies, which were far superior to instant meals. On the 10th day in Bear Country, the invasion from the Artisan Country came to a complete halt. The Artisan village suffered catastrophic losses, with over half of its ninjas eliminated. In just 10 days, the conflict between nations was resolved. Mission accomplished, reward, Wood release. Wood Dragon can be used in conjunction with the Susanoo set. In the aftermath of the war, Rin, Obito, and Shindo bore grim expressions as they surveyed the lifeless bodies of soldiers from both nations strewn before them. Throughout this period, Rin's primary role had been to heal the wounded. I finally sorted it out. 400,000 is undeniably a hefty burden. After more than 10 days, they were utterly exhausted. Rin's chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and the extensive healing had nearly cost her life. Let us return to the village. Generally, the bounty is submitted directly to the village. By the riverbank, Shindo washed the blood from his face, as his attire was close to developing mildew, emitting a rather unpleasant odor. Chapter 5. The Poisonous Suicide of a Hostile Ninja. Rin, you've worked hard, Obito said, grasping her hand. Shindo turned away, feigning busyness. These two had been quite affectionate over the past few days. The artisan village was indeed quite persistent, daring to return. Shadows flitted past, and Shindo chuckled, gripping a kunai. These enemies do not resemble the ninjas from the artisan country. They seem far more formidable. Through his Sharingan, Obito discerned that these individuals moved with a swiftness surpassing that of the artisan ninjas. Disguises, Rin interjected. Regardless of whether they are disguised, let us engage them. Wait. The ninjas from Star Village, witnessing the trio charging at them with kunai, were drenched in cold sweat, fully aware that they stood no chance against Konoha. Greetings, friends from Konoha. I am a ninja from Star Village. Here is the bounty we offer you on behalf of our bear country. The Star Village ninja produced a backpack filled with currency. Due to various extenuating circumstances, Bear Country has caused considerable trouble for you, and thus, we present you with 5 million Rio as the bounty for this assignment. Each of them would receive 500,000 Rio. Why is the Star Village ninja dressed in artisan garb? The Star Village ninja, visibly embarrassed, replied, when Bear Country fell, we had no choice but to don the artisan's attire for survival, in order to conserve our strength. Having completed the mission, we shall return home. They seemed uninterested in the situation of Star Village. The war in Bear Country had concluded. For Shindo, this was merely a minor interlude. After returning to the village, they enjoyed several days of tranquility. Ninetales invasion, 3 days remaining. Observing the system notification, Shindo suddenly felt that the coming days would not be particularly peaceful. Obito was no longer an option, so who would come seeking retribution against Konoha? Shindo. There have been sightings of ninjas from other villages lingering around our village. You should issue a warning. Should any destruction occur, feel free to intervene directly. In the Hokage's office, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, spoke gravely. In recent days, the activities of foreign ninjas in Konoha have been rather conspicuous. I have yet to inform the higher-ups in Konoha, as this poses a challenge to the authority of the Fire Nation and Konoha village. The Fourth Hokage acted out of necessity. It was reported that some Konoha villagers had been assaulted and left bloodied. Indeed, I find myself with ample free time lately. It seems opportune to take a stroll beyond the village. No sooner had he stepped out of the village than a shuriken whizzed past him. Following the trajectory of the shuriken, he spotted a group of students practicing their throwing skills. Big brother, could you please return the shuriken to us? These children were not from Konoha, but rather from ordinary civilian families. While shuriken were not excessively expensive, they were certainly beyond the means of most ordinary households. Here you go. Shindo was about to inquire why they weren't training within the village's facilities when he realized there were none available. They were all training in the wilderness. Typically, ninjas patrolled the area, fearing unforeseen incidents. However, given the current circumstances, there were not enough ninjas to ensure proper surveillance. The village's safety was precarious. The children slightly bowed in gratitude. Just then, a figure darted past. Shindo activated his Sharingan, realizing that this ninja was not from Konoha. Their attire was unfamiliar, making it difficult to ascertain their village affiliation. It was likely that they had come to cause trouble or serve as a spy. That individual is not from our village. What business do they have in Konoha? Without uttering a word, the ninja produced several shuriken and unleashed a rapid barrage of 5. Now I understand why the Fourth Hokage expressed those concerns, Shindo muttered to himself, easily evading all the shuriken attacks. The ninja panicked, realizing the futility of their actions. Just as they attempted to flee, Shindo swiftly incapacitated them with a single strike. Unbeknownst to him, the individual had committed suicide by poison. Removing their veil yielded no information. It was likely that this individual had come solely to create chaos. The students who witnessed the entire encounter were filled with excitement, envious of how effortlessly Shindo dispatched the adversary. A trickle of black blood escaped the mouth of the now-defeated ninja. As Shindo enveloped his palm with chakra, he soon realized that this was not simply a case of being knocked out. Rather, the enemy had resorted to self-inflicted demise. Could this be the work of Madara? He contemplated, using the Deadpool to assess the current situation in Konoha. Coupled with Obito's circumstances, it was highly probable. You all should return to the village and find a safe place to practice. It is unsafe outside. Since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, such troublesome incidents had been unrelenting. The significant loss of ninjas during the war meant that Konoha struggled to allocate sufficient personnel to manage these matters. Shindo reported the incident to the Fourth Hokage, who appeared troubled. Although the war had ended, skirmishes continued to persist, fortunately, without resulting in casualties. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Konoha to articulate its rationale. As for that unknown ninja from some village who instigated trouble and committed suicide by poisoning, it seems that only a village with too much idle time would wish to provoke war. Shin, continue with your mission. Shin, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, all of whom are my students and also the personal umbu of Minato Namikaze, are trustworthy allies. Teacher, shouldn't we take some action? If we do not set an example to deter the troublemakers, some ninjas will inevitably cause disturbances, especially since our village's manpower is still limited. I share your concern. Yet I fear that any provocation might escalate into war. After all, the identity of the intruding ninja has not even been revealed. The fact that the enemy has not disclosed their identity only suggests their intent to undermine Konoha from the shadows. Thus, Minato pondered the idea of eliminating a few of the aggressors. When the hidden village behind those ninjas finally reveals itself, we would have a valid explanation. Indeed, returning to his post at the village gate, he sighed, pondering when peace would finally return from the Nine Tails. How he longed to venture out and enjoy a few days of leisure. Although donning the ninja attire was undeniably impressive, the constant pressure of wearing it was immense, making Shin yearn for a break. Shin, the Fourth Hokage has ordered us Uchiha to send half of our clan members for patrol. You may rest for a few days. The Uchiha, accustomed to maintaining order, arrived to take over the duties. Very well, but it is advisable that you form groups of 3 or 4. The nearby enemies are not to be underestimated, Shin cautioned. These individuals are merely genin, and facing the jonin of other nations would prove challenging. A valiant sacrifice would be ideal. Understood, we have enough manpower. Both the Uchiha and other clans are not experiencing a severe shortage of personnel. No one wishes to mobilize. Once a few perish, problems will arise. Returning home to change into civilian clothes, Shin felt that since there were no tasks at hand, he might as well wear whatever he desired. Naturally, this was merely a reflection of Shin's personal thoughts. At least, that was how he perceived it. He decided to indulge in a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku. Acting as a third wheel, he accompanied Obito to visit Rin. 2 days passed swiftly. During that time, several minor incidents occurred in the village, all manageable by the genin. The wind began to howl, heralding the arrival of the Nine Tails. The gusting winds outside lasted only a brief moment, yet it was sufficient. Soon, the Nine Tails would attack the village, and Shin knew it was time to take action. Chapter 6. The Nine Tails Invasion. Save the Fourth Hokage. Mission level, Ordinary. Protect Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze from death while sealing the Nine Tails. Reward, Sage Artwood Release, True Thousand's Hands. Time remaining until Nine Tails' arrival, 300 seconds. Time remaining until Nine Tails' destruction of the village, 310 minutes. Time remaining until Nine Tails kills Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 330 seconds. From the moment the Nine Tails appeared until it was subdued, there would be no more than half an hour. Within this time, care must also be taken for the new generation. Dressed in standard ninja attire, he observed the clock ticking. There were still 10 minutes left in the 3-hour countdown. The Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze's child was born without complications, yet a monumental upheaval ensued. A mysterious figure clad in a black cloak suddenly appeared and snatched Naruto away. Everything else unfolded as it had in the original story, except for Obito's presence. As the 3-hour mark approached, the Nine Tails emerged from the village, demolishing a resident's home with a single claw strike. The destruction was immense in such a short span of time. At that moment, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi struck the Nine Tails with a staff, sending it outside the village. Meanwhile, Naruto was placed upon a stone altar, surrounded by lit candles, as they prepared to seal the Nine Tails within the newly born child. Kushina wept. After Minato explained the situation, Kushina found herself at a loss for words. The child of the Hokage must bear such a fate. Kushina, take action. Death itself appeared behind Minato. This was the means to seal the Nine Tails. Faced with the Nine Tails, Minato found himself entirely defenseless. Just as the sealing was halfway through, the Nine Tails' claws lunged forward. Be careful, Kushina. Minato attempted to shield her from the oncoming attack, just as they laid eyes on their son. It seemed their lives were about to end. Kushina, confronted with such a fate, felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, what could be done? Speak quickly, Minato implored. His expression filled with helplessness. Teacher, Kushina, I believe it would be best if you two took care of Naruto. Is it truly wise to entrust him to others? Even before the Nine Tails launched its assault, Shin summoned Susanoo, albeit not in its complete form. There was no need for such grand theatrics when dealing with the Nine Tails. The sensation of pain had yet to arrive, as Minato and Kushina simultaneously opened their eyes. A pale blue Susanoo materialized before them. The Nine Tails' claws were firmly grasped by Shin's Susanoo, rendering it immobile. Teacher, please take Naruto away. I will subdue the Nine Tails for sealing. We must handle the Nine Tails before Hiruzen arrives. Otherwise, the situation could spiral out of control. Minato hastily cradled Naruto and placed him in Kushina's arms. At that moment, the Nine Tails chakra was also sealed within Naruto. Shin immediately engaged in combat with the Nine Tails using Susanoo. With a single punch, he sent the Nine Tails deep into the forest. For Shin's safety, Minato followed suit. Protecting the village was paramount. If anything were to happen to Shin, Minato would bear the blame. Even if he could not be of assistance, no one would disturb their battle here. Gazing at the Nine Tails, Shin felt a surge of excitement. This was the Nine Tails, possessing an abundance of chakra and formidable combat power. Although significantly weakened, It was still on par with the initial version of Susanoo. This battle would be brief. With few techniques employed, it would be exhilarating. The Ninetales was struck hard by Shin, finding it difficult even to rise. Susanoo swung its fist towards the Ninetales' rear, delivering a powerful blow. The pain from the strike was excruciating, causing the Ninetales to emit a wretched cry. Trees around them were instantly uprooted, and even tears were forced from its eyes. Who are you, kid? The Ninetales, hold no grudge against you. The Ninetales, faced with such a formidable opponent, was bewildered. The fox spirit had long since fled to its grandmother's house. Ever since Madara's demise, when had such an ancestor emerged in the ninja world? Shin's chakra flared, fueled by excitement and fervor. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon the Ninetales. In just a few minutes, he had left the Ninetales battered and bruised. Brother, I was wrong. Is that not enough? Should outsiders witness this, they would surely be astonished. Aside from the first Hokage, how many had dared to lay a hand on the Ninetales? Behave yourself, or I may just have to hit you again, Shin warned, raising his fist. All right. The Ninetales conceded, not daring to retort. Ordinary level mission completed. Reward. Sage Art would release. True Thousand's Hands. Shin disengaged from Susanoo mode, taking a moment to fully appreciate the strength he had gained. It was formidable. Another large-scale technique would be truly impressive. This ability was nothing to scoff at, and he had no fear of the Ninetales retaliating against him. Shin's abilities allowed him to summon Susanoo at will. Teacher, what brings you here? Upon seeing Minato's arrival, Shin was perplexed. Shouldn't he be with Kushina at this time? Shin, are you all right? At this moment, Minato's eyes were filled with the bond between teacher and student. Shin had saved the entirety of Konoha, and it was only right. I'm fine. Just don't tell anyone about what just happened. Teacher, only you and Kushina need to know. If anyone asks, feel free to fabricate a reason. Shin wished to avoid drawing Hiruzen's attention. The repercussions would be unbearable and potentially life-threatening. Although no one in Konoha could match Shin's prowess. Very well, but what about the credit? You don't want the glory of saving the village? Minato was bewildered. Everyone else seeks accolades. Why does it change when it comes to you? I dare not claim it. I merely wish to be an ordinary jonin. The matter of the Sharingan is known to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, he remains oblivious to the profound existence of the Susanoo. What has been released thus far is merely a simplified version. If complications arise, it stands to reason that one would possess the ability to unleash its full form. The Mangekyou Sharingan, too, remains beyond reach. Nevertheless, it would be remiss for such an achievement to go unacknowledged, presenting a not insignificant dilemma. The incident involving the Ninetales has undoubtedly stirred the entire village. With no one stepping forward to voice their opinion, it ultimately falls upon the shoulders of Namake's Minato. Even the hero could not be retained. Should the truth be revealed, a multitude of issues would arise. The Uchiha clan hangs in the balance, having faced evident oppression in the past. Let us pretend this incident never transpired. With Uzumaki Kushina sealing the Ninetales, the matter would be resolved. Her swift hands and unparalleled sealing speed are well documented. This was the essence of the original narrative. These two individuals sacrificed their lives to seal the Ninetales. This time, there is still a possibility to restore this part of the tale, albeit with some external influences. Yet, Kushina is absent. Would Minato truly transport such a formidable beast back? That would undoubtedly be problematic. If it is not transported, how can it be sealed? Is there not a practice ground within the village? It is quite spacious. That shall suffice. Chakra surged within, as half a Susanoo was manifested, one arm and half a body. With a swift strike, the Ninetales was sent soaring into the air, emitting a pained howl that brought tears to its eyes. The sound startling all the leaf ninjas into defensive stances. Very well, let us return. The village has descended into chaos. The distance from the village to the heart of the forest is not insignificant. An ordinary merchant caravan would require a full day, but a ninja needs merely 10 minutes. Kushina, how fares Naruto? As Minato opened the door, he beheld Kushina still tending to the infant Naruto in his cradle. Without the tailed beast, the Jinchuriki would surely perish. And even Kushina could not escape that fate. Yet, the system had long since arranged for a workaround, effectively safeguarding Kushina's life. Becoming a Jinchuriki was no longer an option. Naruto was already asleep. The Ninetales must be sealed to prevent it from wreaking havoc upon the village. Kushina tucked Naruto snugly under a blanket before turning to don her ninja attire, presenting her most beautiful self. The Ninetales had been subdued and transported to the practice ground by Shin. Casting a glance at his slumbering son, Minato rarely allowed a smile to grace his features. However, Shin wished to remain anonymous, aspiring to be an ordinary jonin. Chapter 7. An Unusual Mission. You need not divulge these matters to me, Minato. Prepare yourself. Kushina stated, I will focus solely on sealing the Nine Tails. As for Shin, I will act as though he was never here. We must not forget this favor between husband and wife. Without Shin tonight, their demise would be inevitable. One cannot dare forget the debt of life and death. I understand. Minato replied decisively, remaining to care for Naruto. The ensuing days should pass without incident. The sealing of the Nine Tails marks the commencement of the true narrative. Uzumaki Naruto. No. It shall be Namikaze Naruto henceforth. Shin gazed at the luminous moonlight. From this day forth, the storyline of the Naruto universe is officially rewritten. Minato did not succumb to the Shiki Fuin, and the Grim Reaper remains a trivial concern. Kushina was not struck down by the claws of the Nine Tails. All of this heralds a promising beginning. With both of them alive, Naruto's life shall not be so mundane. His little treasure trove might even accrue some savings. Should they perish, it is likely that the system would eventually issue a task to raise Naruto. As night fell, Shin stealthily navigated to the protected cohort of the younger generation, feigning that nothing had transpired. Shin, where have you been? Indeed, we were all worried sick. The third Hokage would not permit us to engage in battle. Shin scoffed. As if a mere jonin could partake in such a skirmish? The fourth Hokage nearly met his end. I was merely taking a moment to relieve myself and wash up. I was intercepted before I could even make an appearance. A benevolent fib must encompass the entirety of the narrative. Should anything go amiss, Shin's plans would unravel. It left him pondering the identity of the orchestrator behind these events. Since Obito had not ventured forth, who could it be? Could it be a rogue ninja from Konoha? It seemed implausible. Shin, you truly are quite leisurely, someone remarked. The battles outside raged fiercely, and they too wished to witness the spectacle. The sounds had ceased. The battle must have concluded, though the toll on their comrades remained unknown. Each confrontation signifies countless ninjas sacrificing their lives. However, Shin contemplated not these matters. Would the fourth honor his commitments? Everyone, return home and rest. The danger has passed. Elder ninjas, stained with blood, rushed past. The younger generation returned home to recuperate. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was not so fortunate. At this moment, he faced inquiries from the village's upper echelons. These matters were of little concern to Shin. In the beginning, Sarutobi Hiruzen was established as a major antagonist. Subsequently, after gaining popularity, a scapegoat named Danzo was created to bear the blame. Danzo was a legitimate fall guy, forcibly whitewashing the third Hokage's actions. The following morning, Konoha resumed its operations. The damaged structures required reconstruction. Fortunately, the village's financial resources were substantial, and repairing the residences would not incur significant costs. Due to the extensive damage, the available residents for repairs were insufficient. Lower-ranking ninjas without tasks took on part of the workload, albeit with minimal rewards. Hey, Akimichi Choza, what brings you to leisure today? In Shin's recollection, Choza had always been a busy individual. He typically would not take a moment to sit with a drink. Assisting in the reconstruction, the Nine Tails had indeed wrought considerable destruction. After finishing his drink, Choza shook off his garments and returned to building houses. The Akimichi clan was all present. Though the rewards were meager, it was a matter of honor. Kakashi, are you here to accept a mission as well? In the Konoha bar, Shin surveyed the seemingly endless array of tasks. I find myself with some free time lately, so I came to pick up a mission, Kakashi nodded in response. From A rank to D rank, numerous tasks awaited. The majority were C rank missions, specifically designed for lower-ranking ninjas. D rank tasks generally involved walking dogs or agricultural work. C rank missions could potentially involve combat, though they were considered the safest. Ultimately, due to a lack of suitable assignments, they approached the fourth Hokage for a commission. Shin, this S-rank mission appears intriguing. Shall we undertake it together? Kakashi pointed to the S-rank mission. The task entailed protecting a merchant caravan from the land of rice, with the stipulation of civilian attire. Ninja identities must remain concealed. Shin furrowed his brow. This task is peculiar, given that it involves transporting goods and offers such a high reward. Why is it classified as an S-rank mission if one cannot reveal their ninja identity? Something feels amiss. Indeed, it is quite interesting. The conditions seem off. And the number of participants is conveniently too, making it feasible to accept. Judging by the mission's description, Shin discerned that this task would not be straightforward. S-rank missions are never simple. Contact with the caravan leader would not occur until 2 days later. The leader, named Bill, was introduced as the brother of the caravan's owner. This task was relatively simple. It merely required them to don civilian attire and ensure the caravan's safety. What vexed Kakashi and Shin was that such an odd condition stemmed solely from Carl's desire to observe how ninjas performed missions in casual wear. A bizarre rationale for a bizarre mission. There is no antidote for regret. Must Mr. Bill require us to wear casual clothing for the mission? Shin inquired further. As long as there was even a glimmer of hope, Shin was unwilling to let it slip away. In other words, it's akin to taking a trip. However, it is a purpose-driven journey, far from enjoyable. Is there an issue with the employer's conditions? I possess the right to reissue the mission. Bill was displeased. What did it matter if he was young? He was, after all, the employer. Shouldn't teen ninjas be absolutely obedient? No. When can we commence? With reluctance, Shin donned his casual attire from home. Such a peculiar mission warranted such an approach. Now then, do the two of you have time? The shipment is quite urgent, and Bill cannot afford to impulsively reassign the task. As he passes by the school gates, he stumbles upon an incident of bullying. The perpetrator is a lower-ranking ninja, while the victims are 3 students who lack even that status. My apologies, Mr. Bill. Please hold on for a moment, he states. Bullying is something he cannot tolerate. Ime, go home quickly. Brother, no? The girl named Ime desperately clutches her brother's hand, unwilling to let go. Young lady, I advise you to release your grip. My focus is on him, not you, growls the lower-ranking ninja clad in a ninja outfit. TCH, needing a girl to shield you. What a pathetic coward, sneers another ninja, flashing a middle finger. Hey, why are you still lingering here after school? Although Shun is young, he possesses the maturity of a typical middle-ranking ninja. The 2 lower-ranking ninjas are somewhat intimidated. Kid, I suggest you stay out of this. Matters concerning ninjas are not for ordinary folks like you to meddle in. One ninja taunts, noticing Shun's lack of ninja attire. Should we teach him a lesson? He seems like a habitual offender. Do as you wish. This scene reminds me of my own past. The bullying incident prompts Kakashi to recall a similar event from his own life. As a prodigy, Kakashi has never encountered such a situation directly. The incident had caused quite a stir, leading to the family involved eventually relocating from Konoha. Oh, it seems you have quite a story, he chuckles. Unperturbed by the incoming fist, Shun remains composed. Chapter 8. The 3-color dango made by Izumi. Evading the attacks with agility. The teenage lower-ranking ninja begins to grasp the gravity of the situation. His eyes widen in terror, and his hand trembles as he points at Shun. Why, you're a ninja too? And a middle-ranking ninja at that? Shun maintains a smile, uttering not a word. Turning to Ime and her brother, he cheerfully declares, if you wish to fight, you may do so at the duel arena, which has recently been established. Engaging in bullying here is not acceptable. I shall only say this once. This time, you might find your limbs broken. The risk of paralysis accompanies even the ascent to middle-ranking ninja status. Shin does not wish for those 2 boys to experience the harshness of reality prematurely. Kakashi, you take him and go ahead. Remember to leave me a route. I will escort them home first. Shun crouches down to gently pat Ime on the head. What a lovely girl. All right, hurry along. The distance is too great to linger. Kakashi reminds him before turning to leave the village with Bill. Kakashi, that's him. Kakashi's name is known to every ninja in Konoha. He, the lone wielder of the Sharingan born from the 3rd Great Ninja War, is surprised to have encountered Kakashi just now. Feeling fortunate to still be standing here, he reflects. If you 2 were enemies, you would already be corpses. Do not engage in bullying again. Shin's words etch themselves deeply in the hearts of the 2 lower-ranking ninjas. They understand that his warning is no jest. Despite his casual attire, one cannot underestimate his potential. A wave of apprehension washes over them. Let us return home. Do not worry your parents. Big brother, are you also a ninja? Ime, still not a ninja herself, is striving to become a lower-ranking one. If one were to categorize her, she could only be considered an apprentice ninja. How could a boy who subdued 2 lower-ranking ninjas so swiftly not be a ninja? Indeed. Farewell for now. Shin waves and leaps onto a rooftop to observe discreetly, remaining until he sees the siblings enter their home. Their presence evokes memories of his own past. Such circumstances are not uncommon. Ninjas and ordinary people. Both are human and cannot escape their fates. Shaking his head in contemplation, Shun follows the route provided by the system. Issuing a family-related mission. Is solitude until old age preferable, or shall one seek a little sister or brother, and perhaps a family? Although the Uchiha clan will not perish in the future, Shun's parents have already perished in the 3rd Great Ninja War. He requires a warm family. 2 options are presented, each leading down a different path. This will also bring changes to Ime and her brother and their parents. 1. Live alone. Become lonely in old age and never find a partner. The storyline will adhere to the main plot. 2. The protagonist helps Ime and her brother, Yinshin, out of their predicament, earning the title of Big Brother in their hearts and becoming their mentor, thus gaining the title of a member of the Mizuno family. Reward for option 2. All ninjutsu skills will be elevated to intermediate level. The preceding options can be disregarded. This last one is of paramount importance. Elevating all ninjutsu to an intermediate level. Considering how formidable even the basic skills are, attaining intermediate status would undoubtedly render one invincible. Shun, why are you so tardy? Teaching those two lower-ranking ninjas a lesson shouldn't take this long. Kakashi expresses his displeasure. I have been waiting for quite a while. Nothing to report. Just escorting those two apprentice ninjas home. Shin replies with an apologetic smile. Is this the shipment we are tasked with escorting? There are quite a few items here. Shin feels deceived once more. It's no wonder they opted for plain clothes for this task. These are valuable goods. Indeed, these consist primarily of high-end ingredients, which are of great worth. Thus, they must be delivered within half a month. Do you both have confidence that nothing will go amiss in this time frame? These ingredients can only retain their initial flavor for up to 17 days. Beyond that, they will spoil. A bounty of 400,000 Rio. The ingredients alone must surpass 20 million Rio. Only the wealthy can afford such luxurious items. We can only guarantee that no enemies will appear on the road. Beyond that, we cannot ensure anything. Shin's expression darkens. This is clearly a trap. If the shipment is not delivered within 10 days, the ingredients will spoil. There are at least 2 days needed from task issuance to acceptance. Meeting the client will take another 2 days. In other words, it must reach the kitchen within 10 days. This does not account for time spent entering the city or other travel durations. Bill's anxiety begins to mount. He had calculated this time frame. It simply isn't sufficient. Initially hoping to find an excuse for the Konoha ninjas to foot the bill, the situation has proven far more complex than anticipated. Seeing Carl hesitate, Shin understands the matter at hand. It is evident they are attempting to ensnare them. Shun, if any of the ingredients are spoiled, I suggest we do not accept this commission. Do they truly believe our time is as fleeting as the wind? We shall not take on this task. Shin is particularly incensed. What kind of merchant behaves this way? Wasting others' time. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to spend that time indulging in food and drink? We will explain the situation to the Fourth Hokage. To try to defraud the ninjas of Konoha is unprecedented. Typically, once a ninja accepts a commission, they are obligated to fulfill it, with some even paying the ultimate price. However, in this case, it is not merely a matter of acceptance. Any rational individual would not undertake such a preposterous endeavor. Watching the Konoha ninjas walk away, Bill feels utterly helpless. He has bungled the first opportunity. Kakashi, you go ahead. I'll visit the Fourth Hokage to explain the situation. All right, Shun. At the Hokage's office. Shin states, Sir, this is the commission that Kakashi and I accepted. Upon arrival, we discovered that some of the ingredients were already spoiled, making it an impossible task. So we did not proceed. Shin elaborates on the events. The Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, furrows his brow. How could such an absurd commission exist? I understand. I will send someone to communicate with the merchants of Lezicheng. To deceive Konoha is unprecedented. I will take my leave now, Sensei. Returning to the Uchiha clan, Shin suddenly feels compelled to visit Itachi. On the way, he encounters Izumi. Izumi, are you also heading to Itachi's house? They had met a few times previously, merely exchanging hurried greetings. Indeed, I have brought Itachi his favorite 3-color dango. The strong scent of vinegar prompts an awkward smile from Shun. Upon arriving at Itachi's home. At this moment, Itachi was preoccupied with entertaining Sasuke and could not extricate himself. Hello, uncle. Shin bowed deeply to Uchiha Fugaku. You are now working in the Umbu, right? Fugaku praised as he ruffled Shin's hair. Yes, I can support myself now. Shin responded like a child. You've grown up, Fugaku said with a beaming smile. Itachi, I brought you some dango, try it. Izumi took out a few skewers of dango from the basket. Itachi's face flushed slightly, filled with happiness. Is it delicious? Yes. It tastes just as good as ever, especially Izumi's dango. It's my favorite. Shin was taken aback. This dango is made by Izumi. How impressive. Chapter 9. Fugaku's plans. Izumi, you can make dango? Shin exclaimed. You should not have asked if Izumi can make it, but rather if it is infinitely better than what's available commercially. Itachi praised while enjoying the dango. Izumi's face reddened immediately. Haha, you young ones continue your conversation. I will prepare dinner. Today is a rare holiday for Uchiha Fugaku, perfectly suited for sharing a drink with these children. Uncle, I won't eat. I came to see Sasuke and Itachi and encountered Izumi on the way, so I joined her. Itachi, Izumi, Fugaku. Ahem. Just take a bite. Makoto will be back with the groceries shortly. There's no rush. With Fugaku's insistence, Shin felt it would be inappropriate not to stay for the meal. Moreover, this meal might not merely consist of food. Thank you, Uncle, Izumi replied with a charming smile. Itachi's face instantly turned crimson. I'm back with the groceries. Uchiha Makoto entered, carrying a basket. Shin, Izumi, You're here just in time. Auntie is going to cook, so don't leave. Okay, Auntie. Izumi winked at Itachi, who immediately averted his gaze, his face flushed with embarrassment. Shin felt the pangs of being a perennial single, as if struck by an overwhelming tide of melancholy. Shin, what's wrong? Izumi blinked her sparkling eyes. And no, it's nothing. I just need some fresh air. Turning away, he walked to the doorway, gazing outside. The air outside felt refreshing, devoid of the scent of unrequited love. Children, it's time to eat, Makoto announced, bringing out the dumplings. Everyone, thank you for your patience. Please enjoy. Dumplings are Makoto's specialty. Do try them. Fugaku called to Shin at the door. Shin, it's time for dinner. Coming. Shin was reluctant to eat this meal. Pouring a few cups of sake, Fugaku said, Shin, Itachi, let's toast. Izumi, just sip a little. The village has been rather unsettled lately, and being a girl, you should be cautious on your way home. There are many spies in the Uchiha clan, and security is abundant, but it's still best not to get drunk. All right. Izumi had no objection, merely taking small bites of the dumplings. After downing 2 cups of sake, Fugaku fixed his gaze on Shin and inquired, Shin, tell your uncle the truth. Have you reached the level of a jonin yet? I've heard quite a bit about your exploits recently. Goodness, just 3 people. And you quelled the wars in the bear and artisan countries. With such strength, you must indeed be of jonin caliber. I'll have to pay Obito a visit when I get the chance. Yes, but I haven't taken the jonin exam yet, Shin admitted, as it wasn't something to hide. Another genius has emerged from the Uchiha clan, huh? Fugaku grinned widely, laughter spilling forth like a joyous celebration. Shin, our Uchiha clan is in need of a captain for the guard squad. Would you like to take the position? It's quite easy, just listen to reports daily. The position of guard captain in the Uchiha clan has always been lacking personnel. It's such a simple role, but not everyone can do it. Apologies, uncle, but I wish to take some time to complete missions and earn more money. Shin had no desire to take on any role within the village. Isn't it better to live freely and enjoy the coming days? When money runs low, I can simply undertake a few S-rank missions to replenish my funds. After all, if one eats well, the family shall not starve. All right, I see Obito is quite idle lately. Let us have him take care of it. The Uchiha clan isn't particularly short on personnel, so I can find someone for that position. Itachi, don't busy yourself with your brother anymore. Shin, let us toast again. Raising his cup, they clinked them together, creating a splash, and Fugaku drank heartily, feeling quite cheerful. It was nice to share a meal with Shin today. Judging by the circumstances, Itachi and Izumi's relationship was developing favorably. Grandson, there's hope. Uncle, I really can't drink anymore. I'm starting to feel tipsy. Shin, who was not accustomed to drinking, quickly began to backtrack. The world of Hokage is inherently unsafe. Let us avoid getting drunk. Even within the clan, despite the presence of many ordinary Uchiha members for protection, it's best not to indulge. Then let us not drink anymore. I won't tea drink either. Setting down his cup, Fugaku looked at Shin and said, Shin, what are your plans for the future? Since the 3rd Hokage stepped down, the Uchiha have faced much less pressure. Thus, our future plans should be more expansive. Even if I were to survive until the day I become the last of my line, I must leave a legacy. At the moment, I have no specific plans. I take each day as it comes. Our lives as shinobi are not particularly long. Compared to ordinary people, Shin felt that a shinobi's lifespan was considerably shorter. You never know when you might meet your end. Despite this, he believed one should always have aspirations. As the current head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku bore significant responsibilities. Shin, someone in the clan observed you intervening in a bullying incident at the school gate. Don't tell me you just happened to stumble upon it. From this incident, Fugaku could sense Shin's kindness towards those 2 commoner children, akin to how an elder brother would treat a younger sister or brother. Uncle, that's not the right way to phrase it. How could you monitor me? You know I detest being watched. Shin understood this was not a matter of Fugaku dispatching someone to surveil him, but rather a case of someone reporting back. He still felt that such behavior was somewhat unethical, devoid of any sense of privacy. All right, tomorrow I'll have a word with those spies and reprimand them for reporting on you, haha. Ruffling Shin's hair, Fugaku was in high spirits. Sasuke is so adorable. Observing Sasuke, Shin felt an overwhelming sense of affection. He believed Sasuke would become an exceptional shinobi in the future. Without hatred, Sasuke's path as a shinobi would undoubtedly change. He wondered if it would diverge from the original narrative. With these hopeful words, Shin felt Sasuke would surely come to understand. Itachi was watching over Sasuke, his smile unwavering. It's getting late. Uncle, I should head home. After bowing once more to Fugaku, Shin departed. Take care on your way back. Be cautious with the alcohol. Understood. Having eaten and drunk to his fill, Shin found Makoto's dumplings quite delightful. he still savored the lingering taste. Unfortunately, Shin lacked the audacity to impose himself daily for meals. Returning home, he planned to indulge in a refreshing sleep, alleviating the fatigue from recent missions. At 3 o'clock in the early morning, the sky remained dark. Opening the mission panel, he glanced at the special side missions with a smile that bordered on sarcasm. This mission could only be taken at random. There was no way he would go out of his way. Otherwise, he would be mistaken for a lunatic. It was time to find Guy. He had been burning with youthful exuberance for far too long. After a prolonged period of inactivity, suddenly engaging in physical exertion and missions had already left Shin feeling unwell. The most vexing part was that the system had transferred all his physical attributes over. Having completed a few missions without fainting was already a stroke of luck. Chapter 10. Mizuno Now. Consistent exercise was essential for maintaining good health. After tidying up his room, Shin stepped outside. At this hour, most people were still asleep, with only members of the Umbu and some others still awake. He ran around Konoha for over 2 hours. The dawn was just beginning to break. Covered in sweat, his ninja vest was thoroughly soaked. Leaning against a public bench, he gasped for breath, panting heavily. Without the aid of chakra, running for 2 hours has already left me breathless. My physical fitness is truly lacking. Just 2 hours of exertion has me feeling as if my lungs might burst. I can scarcely fathom how Guy, that madman, manages to walk on his hands. After a brief respite, I felt less fatigued and returned home to replenish my fluids. At 6 o'clock, I headed to Uncle Ikiku's for a bowl of ramen. My body cracked and creaked, but my stamina has improved considerably. Lin, you should join me for ramen as well. It seems the hospital isn't too busy. Indeed, Shun. Haven't you any missions? No, I had a bit of sake yesterday, and this morning I ran for 2 hours, so I came here for ramen. Is the hospital quite tranquil lately? Yes, there are no injuries, which is precisely what we hope for. After finishing my ramen and settling the bill, Lin added, I recently applied to take a leave of absence from the Fourth Hokage. Although the hospital is quiet, it has become rather dull. Ever since that incident, Lin has refrained from undertaking any missions. You're fortunate. I feel my physique is too weak, as I struggled after just 2 hours of running. Lin is free from missions, especially now that Obito is looking after her. Shun, however, cannot afford such luxury, even though my current funds could sustain me comfortably for a few years. Shun, are you considering pursuing taijutsu? Why not start the morning with a couple of hours of parkour? Lin believes that apart from taijutsu, such efforts may be unnecessary. There is some merit in the idea of mastering both taijutsu and ninjutsu. Upon reflection, Shin thought that it wouldn't be a bad idea to train in taijutsu as well. After all, Guy nearly kicked Madara to death. Why shouldn't Shin aspire to achieve legendary feats? Do not contemplate taijutsu unless you wish for demise. The system's sudden interjection startled Shun. It seems I should focus on learning how to undertake missions instead. Simple missions, none available. Shun. The term none seems to imply there are games to be played. Currently, no missions are available for issuance. Shin felt utterly speechless. This was indeed exasperating. At 7 o'clock, the time for ninjas to attend school arrived. I happened to run into Imea and Yamaking. Good morning, big brother. Imea and Yamaking waved at him. Good morning, Shin replied. Thank you for your assistance the other day. Seeing Shun clad in his ninja attire, Mizuno Yamato recognized him as a ninja, and a graduated one at that. He had merely passed by and could not ignore the scene. Gained favor from Mizuno Yamato. Shun. The siblings appeared quite well behaved. Otherwise, how could they have avoided such an incident? Shin added, if they were troublemakers. It wouldn't have been these two siblings who faced the bullying. Just then, a few elder members of the Hyuga clan approached. Uncle, it's this kid. He bullies us just because he is a chunin. The lower-ranking Hyuga ninjas pointed at Shun to lodge their complaint. Why do you bully my nephew? Do you think the Hyuga clan is without power? Mizuno Yamato, aware of the Hyuga family's reputation, wisely chose to retreat. Is it the Hyuga clan that can act without reason? Unprovoked, you resort to violence? Is this the Hyuga way? Shin understood that the Hyuga clan generally upheld a good reputation. Perhaps these few members were simply lacking in decorum. But you cannot bully my nephew. The elder of the Hyuga clan was already prepared to escalate the situation. Bully? Your face is practically shouting for a fight. Shun pointed toward the dueling grounds. If you wish to fight, go there. Just don't be timid when the time comes. Although the Hyuga clan is formidable, the Uchiha clan is not easily trifled with. Are you challenging the Hyuga clan? How dare you? The elder of the Hyuga clan fumed. Remember, you are challenging us, the Uchiha, not I challenging you. If you believe you can represent the Hyuga, then let us engage in a clan war. Despite the internal strife within the Uchiha clan, Shun remained confident. Should the Hyuga declare war, the entire Uchiha clan would rally to their defense. After all, internal conflicts can be resolved. The elder of the Hyuga trembled with anger. He had not realized Shun was of the Uchiha clan. He quickly decided not to pursue the matter further. Engaging in a fight with the Uchiha would yield dire consequences. Let us consider this matter forgotten. I have no desire to discuss it further. The elder of the Hyuga turned and delivered a hefty reprimand to the two lower-ranking ninjas. Don't cause trouble again, or you'll be confessing to the clan leader. Previously, they might have only faced minor consequences. The two lower-ranking ninjas understood they had bitten off more than they could chew this time. By the way, in a few days, I'll bring a gift to the Hyuga clan to see Hinata. Now that I'm here, it's about time I met those key figures. You're not welcome. You will be welcomed. I said you're not welcome. We want to open the door for you. You're not the one in charge of the door. Opening it isn't up to you. Unbelievable. Heartless. Shameless. Despicable. No matter how they cursed, Shin declared, in a few days, I'm going. He had thick skin indeed. Hinata is the beloved princess of the Hyuga clan, so the elder could not guarantee the outcome. Watching the elder of the Hyuga leave, Shin chuckled. Should you wish to find me for a fight, I'm always available, he thought. It was evident he still harbored some resentment. Shin did not wish to entangle the entire clan in personal matters. The elder of the Hyuga paused momentarily before continuing on his way. With no backing. You still wish to stir trouble? Observing the two lower-ranking Hyuga ninjas, Shin made a face at them. The two ninjas hurriedly entered the school, fearing they might lose limbs at any moment. After sending Ayamiya and Yamaking off to school, Mizuno Yamato, avoiding Shin's gaze, said, You are an elite ninja of the Uchiha clan, aren't you? I sincerely apologize for any trouble I caused. Allow me to treat you to ramen as a gesture of goodwill. As an ordinary villager, he had to support his family, leaving him with little money to spare. That sounds good, Shin replied without hesitation, as he had matters to discuss. 2 bowls of ramen and a few snacks later. Ikkaku's ramen shop did not offer many varieties, and Shun promptly ordered one of each. This would surely strain Mizuno Yamato's wallet further. The modest family would be further burdened, and Ayamiya and Yamaking would not be able to afford the shuriken they had set their eyes on. Chapter 11. Brother, sister? Uncle Ikkaku seems to recognize Mizuno Yamato. Ikkaku studied Mizuno Yamato's face closely for a moment before realizing, You're Mizuno Yamato. You came here for ramen once before, and you brought your entire family. He recalled that this person appeared to be a farmer who supplied some grain to the village. With a modest income, he likely wouldn't splurge on ramen. Yes, that's me. Mizuno Yamato's head nearly sank beneath the table, utterly embarrassed. In a village populated by ninjas, such a profession is regarded as quite lowly. Let us eat, Shin said, eager to alleviate the awkwardness. I hope you aren't related to him, Uncle Ikkaku remarked, scrunching his brows. It's quite normal. No ninja has familial ties with commoners. Shin seemed determined to break that notion. It's all right, Uncle Ikkaku. Please refrain from being so nosy. Shin noticed a slight change in Uncle Ikkaku's demeanor. Was he beginning to indulge in gossip? Currently, there is no relation at all. Tonight, however, may differ. Shin sighed, and Uncle Ikkaku chose not to press further. It was truly none of his business. It's nothing. Those 2 kids remind me of my younger self. Helping them is no trouble. Shun frowned awkwardly, attempting to smile. This seemed to be the only justification. Profound statement by Shun has triggered a higher-level task. Purchase 9 shuriken and 4 kunai as practice equipment for Mizuno Ayamiya and Mizuno Yamaking. Shin understood that he had inadvertently activated a side quest. The previous message indicating no missions now bore subtitles. But why had the rewards not yet been credited? Shun, did you have such experiences before? Uncle Ikkaku's curiosity piqued once more. Shin was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. It seemed implausible for him to have such experiences. The Uchiha clan was notoriously friendly towards geniuses. Everyone has their own privacy. Shin shot a glance at Ikkaku. Take your time, everyone. Ilu voluntarily exited the chat group. For a moment, an awkward silence enveloped the gathering, leaving Shun at a loss for words. After finishing the ramen and several small dishes, Shun produced a pouch of silver coins. Uncle, it's on the table now. Mizuno Yamato was utterly perplexed. How could this Uchiha ninja, who was clearly a guest, take it upon himself to settle the bill? Feeling a bit financially constrained, Mizuno Yamato was unsure how to respond. There is not much money here. Consider this my treat. After a moment of contemplation, Shin spoke. I feel a connection to those 2 children. May I take on a younger brother? You wouldn't mind, would you, uncle? Had it not been for the system's interference, Shin would not have voiced this so soon. Mizuno Yamato suddenly halted, believing he had misheard. How could 2 children, who had only just begun their journey to becoming ninjas, be so fortunate? Are you serious? Mizuno Yamato's emotions surged with excitement. With a Chunin to guide them, their skills would undoubtedly flourish. Of course, I genuinely like them. Just call me Shun. It felt particularly awkward for Shun to be addressed as sir by someone over a decade his senior. So, it seemed that Ayamiya and Yamatsuki now had an unrelated older brother. However, we mustn't misrepresent our relationship. Our humble family cannot harbor any aspirations toward the Uchiha clan. The prospect of having a Uchiha Chunin brother for Yamatsuki and Ayamiya delighted Mizuno Yamato. Nonetheless, he did not wish for Shun to carry his surname due to this matter. Moreover, Shun was a prodigious talent from the Uchiha clan, and it was entirely possible that the Uchiha might seek trouble over this. Very well, it's settled then. Shun was elated. Rewards have been issued. The system's notification chimed in. Shun understood that the task was thus completed. Shun, the fourth Hokage stated, in a month. Obito and some classmates will undergo the Jonin exam. Kai, grinning widely, came to relay the news. The Jonin exam. Shun had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Given his abilities, passing the Jonin exam should be a mere formality. However, Shun, you might be a special case. The fourth Hokage clarified that the Jonin evaluations would take place under his personal supervision within the month. Shun comprehended Watergate's implications. In essence, he understood Shun's capabilities. It was merely a procedural formality, intended to instill confidence in the Chunin. Thank you, Kai. I appreciate it. I will visit the fourth Hokage in a few days. Good luck. Kai performed a gesture he deemed cool. Uncle, are you in a hurry? Shun was aware of their residence. Now was not the time. It's not busy today. What's the matter? Mizuno Yamato countered, sensing something was amiss. Follow me. Shun led Mizuno Yamato to the village's only ninja tool shop, owned by Tion's parents. Uncle, I need 9 shuriken and 5 kunai. Shun gazed at the seemingly endless array of ninja tools without a second thought, only to marvel at how affluent Tion's parents were. The cost of these 10 or so tools barely amounted to a few thousand silver coins, a trifling sum for a ninja. Here you go. He took a kunai and handed the rest to Mizuno Yamato. Consider this a small gift from your older brother. Shun was uncertain whether Ayamiya and Yamatsuki needed such items. From their brief encounters, it seemed they did not possess the standard equipment of a genin. No, this is too extravagant. Mizuno Yamato immediately objected. I can't possibly accept this. I already told you, this is merely a gift for them, not for you. Understood. Shun was not wealthy, but neither was he impoverished. Well, if you insist. Goodbye for now. Upon returning home, Shun felt elated. Task accomplished, he would no longer feel excessively lonely. When boredom struck, he could engage in conversation with the 2 siblings. He might even tackle a few A-rank missions for some extra rewards. It all seemed rather pleasant. At 4 in the afternoon, school let out. Shun lay on his bed and, without realizing it, drifted off to sleep, his comic books slipping from his grasp. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha gate, Ayamiya and Yamatsuki were aware of the situation. Instead of heading home, they rushed to the Uchiha clan to pay a visit to their brother. I'm terribly sorry, but the clan prohibits outsiders from entering. But Ayamiya's eyes were already red with frustration. What were they to do? Izumi, Itachi, what are you 2 doing? The pair, hand in hand, appeared to be heading towards the clan's small bridge to enjoy some dango. Shun felt like an unwitting third wheel once more. We're just wandering around. Itachi's face flushed instantly. Caught on a date and seen by Shun. Haha. I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Shun's cheeks colored slightly. He realized he should not have taken this route. At the Uchiha gate, he spotted Ayamiya and Yamatsuki waiting in a corner. What are you doing here? Shun exclaimed, having frequented the Uchiha clan enough for the guards to recognize him. Yet, he was puzzled as to how he recognized these 2 commoners. Why had the scouts not mentioned them? I recognize them, Shun nodded. May I ask how you know them? Not your concern. Are you talking too much? Shun pouted, his expression darkening. The guard promptly fell silent, fearing further inquiry. Let us talk on the way. Shun had nearly forgotten about the assassination missions planned for this evening, feeling a bit embarrassed. Big brother. Brother. Did the uncle mention anything? Hearing the 2 call him brother, Shun felt that spending that little money was worth it. Yes, brother even gifted us many things. Yamatsuki chimed in, pulling out a kunai and shuriken. Haha, it's nothing significant, just a few random purchases. Shun had no idea what else to gift them. The system had assigned him a task, which conveniently resolved his dilemma. Yamatsuki's eyes widened. These ninja tools are not inexpensive. You just bought a few random items. Yamatsuki instantly thought this older brother was trying to show off. You're a genin now, right? You even have a ninja forehead protector. Shun pointed at the forehead protector on Yamatsuki's head. Yes, brother has already become a qualified genin, Ayamiya answered first. As a genin, you can earn rewards to support your family, but you can only take on simple missions. Shun recalled that in the world of Naruto, the only tasks available to genin were catching cats, walking dogs, and farm work. Naturally, the rewards were meager, though they could slightly improve one's living conditions. Can I take on missions to earn rewards now? Yamatsuki's face beamed with joy. The long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Yes, but whether you can participate in the exam depends on your performance. Failing means you must retake it. Yamatsuki was aware of this. I should be able to pass the exam. I believe in your abilities. Good luck, and may you avoid encountering certain teachers. A mentor like Kakashi can be a nightmare for new students. Passing is unlikely. I've only passed with Team 7 once in my life. Alright, there's not much else to discuss. Let me treat you both to some ramen. Ramen had become Shin's excuse for laziness. If he grew tired of it, he could always try different cuisines in the land of fire. Cooking was out of the question. He could never bring himself to cook. With the time spent cooking, it would be better spent on training. But we really ought to head home. Yamatsuki quickly waved his hands, pulling Ayame along to leave. Even if he was their older brother, they couldn't be greedy. What is there to be embarrassed about? I'm merely treating you to a meal. Before arriving in the world of Naruto, Shin had been a solitary recluse, leading a life centered around video games, instant noodles, and old-fashioned bread. Through the Mizuno family, Shin glimpsed his previous life. Change, perhaps, could only be done incrementally. Ilu was once again left speechless. This morning, I accompanied the siblings, Mizuno, to enjoy a bowl of noodles. Once again, I brought the Mizuno siblings to savor the delicacies. It seemed that Ichiraku had an inkling of our intentions. Yet he refrained from inquiring, quietly presenting 3 bowls of ramen. Do you have any chili flakes? I asked the ramen vendor. The flavor of the ramen was exquisite, yet one could tire of it easily. Thus, I decided to spice things up a bit. Indeed, would you like some added? Ichiraku replied, unfazed by the casual address. To be overly particular would only reveal pettiness, which was hardly worth the effort. Although he had the chili flakes, Ichiraku was concerned that I might find them too fiery. It's essential. Eating the same flavor repeatedly can become monotonous. A touch of spice is a necessity. Upon reflection, it became apparent that during my time in Konoha, most of my meals had been enjoyed at Ichiraku Ramen. The aromatic and spicy flavors were quite gratifying. All right, you may head home now, I announced, clapping my hands together. Brother, aren't you coming with us? Shankyu queried, somewhat perplexed. We're family. It's only right to visit home together at least once. I can't. I have matters to attend to this evening. Today, I was either reconnecting with classmates or engaging in covert missions. At the tavern, following the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, skirmishes had become nearly incessant, leading to a significant increase in commissions. The ninjas of Konoha could only fulfill a fraction of these tasks. What is this commission? I pondered aloud. It was a B-rank task, with a reward that was not particularly high, yet it stood out among B-rank tasks for its generous compensation. Protecting the wealthy Li Kong's daughter during her travels. Does the Li Kong family even possess such wealth? I mused. The Li Kong family was known to be extravagant, casually spending 200,000 Rio on a mere companion. Never mind, I'll find Rin. This task is perfectly suited for her. Rin, a medical ninja, would face minimal risk in this assignment. With a bounty of 200,000 Rio, it felt like an opportunity to acquire easy money. This task involved the extravagant Li Kong family, who even went so far as to take their pet cat along on their travels, paying for its care as well. Examining the 2 commissions, I was left with only 2 words in my mind. Astonishing. What level of wealth could lead to such extravagant expenditures? Furthermore, there was a 3rd commission, which was interconnected with the previous 2. Accepting one task necessitated undertaking the other 2. This was an excellent opportunity for the 4 members of the Minato team to casually explore and unwind. All 3 tasks were related to the Li Kong family's young lady, thereby alleviating the need to exert effort on other matters. Casting my gaze elsewhere, I noticed that the other tasks were quite similar, either assassination or protection. They lacked intrigue. After collecting these 3 commissions, I proceeded to Konoha Hospital. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, you 3 must be feeling cooped up. I believe these 3 commissions present a splendid opportunity for a little relaxation, I suggested, placing the commissions before them. We can fulfill the commissions while enjoying a leisurely trip. What could be better? What is this? Kakashi inquired, eyeing the commissions with a sense of suspicion. It felt rather peculiar and not particularly straightforward. I stumbled upon these at the tavern. They seemed interesting, so I brought them along. I'm curious to know your thoughts. I explained. The combined rewards for these 3 B-rank commissions amounted to 1 million Rio. Kakashi surmised that there must be more to the situation than met the eye. After all, the Li Kong family wouldn't simply throw away 1 million Rio without reason. There's a catch. Each commission is distinct, with the sole protection target being the Li Kong heiress. Even if the Li Kong family is wealthy, they wouldn't squander 1 million Rio on leisure. Kakashi's insights were astute. While the commissions appeared enticing, the reality might be more complex. Do you believe 1,000,000 Rio is simply a walk in the park? I think it's worth pursuing, Rin replied, undeterred by the potential risks. Money falling from the sky is not to be dismissed lightly. Even if the Li Kong family made an error in issuing the commissions, that's their concern. Besides, given our current strength, we can handle A-rank tasks. Shall we proceed then? Should we form a 4-person team for this mission? I inquired tentatively. However, with only 3 tasks and Rin at the center, it seemed improbable for all 4 of us to participate. Chapter 13. The Troubled Matsuke's. The primary objective of the commission was to ensure the Li Kong heiress enjoyed her travels without a hitch. As the only female in our quartet, Rin naturally assumed a pivotal role in this assignment. In addition to Rin's close protection, each of us would have specific responsibilities. I found it hard to envision how we could manage without complications. This was not akin to the previous war, where several of us could easily collaborate. You need not worry about that, I reassured them, presenting another commission. This one also originated from the city of Lezik, but it was not from the Li Kong family. Instead, it came from another merchant family, the Matsuke's house. The task was simple: escort Matsuke Shinjuku home. Seriously? Is such a meager reward worth your journey into the chaotic river city to escort this Matsuke's Shinjuku back to Lezik? I questioned. Between River City and Lezik lay 2 other towns, with River City being the most tumultuous. It was notorious for its mercenaries and frequent power struggles, earning it the moniker of Mercenary City. Therefore, retrieving the Matsuke's heir from River City was no trivial task. The commission offered only 600,000 Rio. How could the heir of such a large merchant family be valued at such a paltry sum? I mused, chuckling, unperturbed by the situation. After all, it was not an exceptionally rare commission, and being within the country, the danger was considerably lower. Rin, Obito, Kakashi, when do you plan to set out? I'll join the main group. I was eager to stretch my legs a bit. Did it really matter what commission we were taking? It would be delightful to complete a task while enjoying the journey. How about early tomorrow morning? Rin suggested. That sounds feasible. In a few days, our instructor will likely assign us tasks again, and this may be our last chance to enjoy ourselves. They were all jonin now, and according to village customs, they would need to teach the next generation of ninjas. Soon, there would be little time left for leisure. Agreed, it's settled then. Rin smiled slightly, her lips curling. Obito's face flushed instantly. Obito, why do you look so red? Are you unwell? I raised an eyebrow with a teasing grin. I'm fine, Obito replied, deliberately turning his head away, unable to meet Rin's gaze. Laughter filled the hospital, and even Obito eventually joined in, chuckling. By the time we returned home, it was already midnight. The gentle breeze made it difficult for me to find comfort, so I climbed into bed and fell asleep. The first rays of morning sunlight cascaded across the land. Each of us carried a simple backpack, clad in modest attire. To any observer, we resembled 4 ordinary individuals rather than ninjas. You all arrived quite early, I commented, rubbing my eyes as fatigue washed over me. It's your fault, Shin, Kakashi grumbled, clearly displeased. If only we had left earlier, I wouldn't have had to pack my clothes in the middle of the night. Exactly, Obito chimed in. All right, it's time for us to set out. Our destination is Lezik, the Li Kong family, Rin declared, stepping forward. Continuing to bicker would yield no benefits. It was all in jest. Outside Konoha village, the 4 of us shared laughter as we traversed the forest and crossed a mountain range, arriving at Lezik. So, this is Lezik. It looks quite impressive, I remarked. Lezik was bustling with more people than Konoha, and among them, ninjas were a rare sight. The Li Kong family is located that way, Rin pointed in a direction. All right, have fun, I'll take my leave now. River City lay beyond 2 towns, and the journey was far from short. Now that we had arrived, there was no need for me to continue accompanying them. Worst case, I could always contact them later. Take care on the road. Rin waved her hand and turned to Obito and Kakashi, saying, let us go. The scenery along the way was beautiful, but this was where our paths diverged. River City was quite a distance away, and I had no intention of walking there unless I were out of my mind. The system replied, yes, there is a teleportation device, but it will not activate without a special mission. Special mission, escort Songling Jingzhu out of the encirclement from Hezicheng. Reward, 50 of the Songling family's assets in Lezicheng. A profound silence enveloped him. Why was this mission so peculiar? Escorting Songling Jingzhu out of Hezicheng. The reward was substantial, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. It appeared as if this had been premeditated rather than a spur-of-the-moment decision. Given the system's nature, it would not divulge any further information. Teleportation. This was a unique skill of the system, not a ninjutsu from the world of Naruto. Darkness engulfed him momentarily, and upon regaining sight, he found himself amidst the blood-soaked chaos of Hezicheng. a place notorious for mercenaries in the land of fire. It was indeed a tumultuous scene. Where could Songlang Jingzhu be? Activating the system's map function, he observed a red dot in an inconspicuous corner. Leaping onto the rooftops, he hurried towards the location. Upon arrival, he discovered Songlang Jingzhu trembling in a corner, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of his family's guards. Songlang Jingzhu, heir to the Songlang family of Lezicheng. He appeared to be a person of considerable backstory. This shivering figure was the heir to the Songlang family. It felt absurd. Songlang Jingzhu. He probed. Immediately, Songlang Jingzhu lifted his head and gazed towards the source of the voice. Who are you? Please don't kill me. I'm merely here for business. The mercenaries of Hezicheng had instilled unprecedented fear within him. Here, even the most ordinary individual could extinguish his life in an instant. Looks like you are the one, he stated, tossing the mission contract before him, adding a confirmation. Check if this is indeed a request from your father. If it is, come with me. If not, I shall seek elsewhere. The request? It was sent to Konoha? You are here to rescue me. Songlang Jingzhu's voice quavered. A group had ventured to Hezicheng in a moment of impulse, only to meet utter annihilation. If given the chance to relive it, he would never have acted so recklessly. Yes, the request was sent to Konoha, and I am here to take you away. Shall we leave now? Observing Songlang Jingzhu's emaciated form, he felt that carrying him wouldn't be too burdensome. All right, let us go now. Songlang Jingzhu's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. I've had enough of this cursed Hezicheng. Everyone is dead. Dead. If we don't leave now, will we wait to become fodder? Climb on, he instructed, hoisting Songlang Jingzhu onto his back, warning him, do not move about. Hold on to my backpack. With a swift kick, he shattered a tile beneath him, creating a sizable hole in the ground. As he traversed, he left a trail of destruction in his wake. Upon reaching the ground, dust swirled around them. This commotion attracted the attention of numerous mercenaries, their gazes turning towards him as they brandished their weapons. Unfazed, he pressed on, and the ordinary mercenaries made no attempt to obstruct him. Suddenly, a surge of water rushed towards them. Chapter 14, The Lightning Sphere. Here, it was evident that they were facing a group of water element ninjas. Engaging them might prove troublesome, but as long as they weren't Jonin, it should pose no issue. This mission only pays 600,000 Rio. What a ripoff. He lamented, instantly regretting his decision. A mission of this caliber should have been classified as A rank. Worth at least 1,000,000 Rio. What do you mean 600,000? Songlang Jingzhu inquired. Surely my life is worth more than that. It should start at several million. Indeed. You are correct. With that, he had no time to engage further. The ninjas here were enough to keep him occupied for a few moments. Fire release, great fireball. The opposing ninjas were few in number. A simple fireball was sufficient to resolve the situation. When faced with a fireball of 30 meters in diameter, the water ninja attempted to flee but was engulfed in flames. Songlang Jingzhu trembled at the sight. Having only interacted with ordinary people and a few merchants, he had never encountered a ninja before. The sheer magnitude of a 30-meter fireball was a testament to formidable power. We must hurry. We need to reach Lezicheng within 2 days. He had no idea where the young lady from the Liku family intended to travel, but they had to return before it was too late. 2 days? Songlang Jingzhu exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? Covering such distance in 2 days? Crossing 2 cities? That is far-fetched. Is there a problem? He replied, glancing back at Songlang Jingzhu. They resumed their journey, utilizing chakra to ease the burden. They stopped briefly, though Songlang Jingzhu appeared somewhat dizzy. How about we stop for a meal? I haven't eaten all day, and I'm about to faint from hunger. All right, he nodded. Descending. After a day of traversing the forest, his feet were sore, but the system's restoration capability quickly alleviated the discomfort. His bodily techniques were insufficient to mask the fatigue. Could you lend me 100 Rio? I have nothing on me. In recent days, the once privileged Songlang Jingzhu had come to understand the meaning of hardship. A moment's carelessness could cost him his life. Money is merely a material possession. Do I really look like the heir of the Songlang family from Lezicheng? He mused, puzzled. How could the heir of such a prominent family be in such dire straits? Only after Songlang Jingzhu recounted his experiences in Hezicheng did he hesitantly produce 100 Rio. Robbed by mercenaries. I hope you're not deceiving me. You know the consequences of such actions. If he dared to deceive a ninja, he would ensure his demise along the way. Why would I deceive you? Am I bored enough to run over here for no reason? Songlang Jingzhu replied, agitated and eager to clarify. How humiliating it was for the distinguished heir of the Songlang family to be mistaken for a con man. There's a shop ahead. Let us grab a bite. Suit yourself, but remember to pay me back for the meal. How stingy. Kongchecheng, a city nestled between Hezicheng and Lezicheng, was heavily guarded by the forces of the Land of Fire. Outsiders wishing to enter Kangchicheng must register their identity. Those intending to cause trouble would face the wrath of the military. Kangchicheng boasted numerous merchants, primarily small vendors, with a variety of delicacies, including roasted duck and chicken. After ordering 2 chickens, Songlang Jingzhu found himself indebted to him for another 50 ryo. Say, Konoha ninja, are you here specifically to rescue me? What do you think? If I weren't here to rescue you, would I have come all this way for no reason? He replied, slightly annoyed. You can't even enjoy a meal in peace. Must the mission be completed once accepted? Why are you asking so many questions? It can be left unfulfilled, provided the mission target is either deceased or decayed. That's reasonable. Once a request is accepted, it must be fulfilled. Songlang Jingzhu refrained from further inquiries, sensing the tension in his voice. After satisfying their hunger, they continued their journey. As night fell, they found a modest inn to rest, with him standing guard outside. The following day passed with little incident, save for minor occurrences. In Lezicheng, at the Songlang family estate, this is the bounty for the mission. Songlang Jingzhu's father, Songlang Jinghui, gestured towards a chest of money at the entrance. I sincerely thank you for escorting Jingzhu. I shall provide you with an additional 8 million ryo as compensation. Along with this 300 ryo for his expenses along the way. Songlang Jinghui produced a total of 6 million ryo as a reward. System, are you jesting? Is the Songlang family truly this impoverished? They should be among the prominent families. How can their wealth be so limited? He pondered, believing a family of their stature would possess assets in the tens of millions. However, reality was starkly different. Upon calculation, the Songlang family had just over 10 million ryo, comparable to an ordinary wealthy family. Did you expect the Songlang family to possess vast riches? Indeed, they are a ranked family, but at the bottom of the hierarchy. Do you dare be any more speechless? He accepted the bounty and departed. With several thousand taels tucked away, the remainder was deposited into the system wallet for safekeeping. Following the system map, we journeyed forth until we arrived at a picturesque beach, where the realization struck that we were truly on a vacation. The atmosphere was jubilant and lively. Shun, you've returned so swiftly. Come, partake in the local delicacies, Lin said while holding a slice of coconut cake. Thank you, he replied. Autumn is not the season for swimming, and the ocean water was chillingly cold. Ninjas, the evening approaches, and we are about to proceed to our next activity point. Please keep pace, instructed Li Kong Rong Shui with a smile as he clapped his hands. The autumn night was not overly chilly. Once Li Kong Rong Shui had settled into his slumber at the inn, the 4 of them gathered to indulge in barbecue and warm beverages. Shun, have you completed the commission from the Song Wolf clan already? That was rather quick, wasn't it? The distance from Lezicheng to Hezicheng is substantial. Even at your speed, it seems implausible to finish within 2 days, Lin remarked, astonished. The bounty has been secured. Altogether, it amounts to 8 million taels, Shun revealed. He knew that without the system, it would have only been 600,000. Such an amount, it's the total from 8 S-rank missions. Lin exclaimed in shock. After this, it seems there will be little time left for leisure. Before Naruto matured, Kakashi had mentored several generations of students. Shin surmised that it was about to begin. Indeed, a ninja's duties extend beyond mere missions, he reflected, pondering if he could truly excel in the role of a teacher, a thought that weighed heavily upon him. Suddenly, an alert rang out. Enemies approaching. 20 members of the Reiku group from Bamboo Hidden Village. Task, simple, protect Li Kong Rong Shui from harm. Reward, fire release level up. What the heck? Enemies are near. A group of burly men approached from a distance. The Reiku group's objective was to eliminate Li Kong Rong Shui, which constituted another form of commission. The 4 quickly assembled before Li Kong Rong Shui. Obito, what's the situation? Where are the enemies coming from? How can there be enemies here? I'm not certain. A group armed with swords is approaching, and they don't seem friendly. It's best to be cautious, Obito replied. You mean the Reiku group from Bamboo Hidden Village? Shin asked. Chapter 15, Smoke Hidden, Mist Hidden. The Reiku group from Bamboo Hidden Village had no ninja to speak of and was only temporarily recognized as a ninja village. Yet, they had the audacity to stir trouble. Indeed, it is the Reiku group. This tourism commission is not as simple as it seems. Shin did not fear the 20 members of the Reiku group, but was wary of potentially fiercer adversaries lurking behind them. The objective of the Li Kong family likely involved leveraging the power of Konoha ninjas to eliminate all assassins. If this were the case, the 1 million taels paid by the Li Kong family would be well worth it. I knew it was impossible to just come here for a bit of fun and receive 1 million taels. The Li Kong family is indeed cunning and treacherous. Obito fumed. No wonder the commission was divided into 3 parts. It's challenging for a single ninja to handle. Come on, Obito, think about it. The Li Kong family is a business, and they must consider whether the expenditure is justified. Moreover, having 3 consecutive missions centered around Li Kong Rong Shui can't be simple. As expected, the 20 members of the Reiku group, each wielding large blades, charged into the inn. I knew that old man Li Kong Lifan would never let his daughter travel so easily, especially with these 4 pretty boys in tow. Boss, should we engage? Regardless of who they are, if they aren't ninjas, they're worthless. Kill! Kill! The uproar was thunderous, and the patrons of the inn dared not emerge, lacking even the courage to peek outside. Who are you calling a pretty boy? Obito's anger flared instantly. While he could tolerate being insulted, calling Lin a pretty boy ignited the last vestige of his restraint. Look at this little brat. He still dares to act cocky, one member of the Reiku group mocked. Everyone, our sole purpose today is to teach them a lesson about dignity. Shin's fury ignited. This group from the Reiku group desperately needed a beating. Additional task. The Reiku group rebels have spoken disrespectfully. Deliver 100 slaps. Reward, none. Oh, look, that little kid has come forward. Enough, let's get down to business. We can't let the guards arrive. If they catch us, the consequences will be dire. Approaching one of the men, Shun delivered a resounding slap that echoed through the air, momentarily dazing him. The sound of slaps followed in rapid succession, like a cacophony of firecrackers. In a mere half-minute, 100 slaps had been administered. The member of the Reiku group's face swelled grotesquely, with saliva, spit, and blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. All the Reiku group members swallowed nervously. This child was ruthless. Within half a minute, he had delivered slaps at lightning speed, and the swelling of that man's face was visibly accelerating. This task is a bit labor-intensive, Shin remarked as he wiped the blood from his palms, turning his fierce gaze toward the others, one at a time. We are not in a hurry. The members of the Reiku group squirmed uncomfortably. In the blink of an eye, one of their own had been incapacitated. Is this child a ninja? They wondered. Yes, that must be the only explanation. This child is undoubtedly a ninja. He may appear young, but his strikes are merciless. Such ferocity could only be cultivated in a ninja academy. My God, this child is a ninja. Run, run. The leader of the Reiku group was the first to flee. Yet, before he could get far, Shin seized him by the collar and threw him to the ground. 100 slaps for each of you. I keep my word. After a while, Shin added, you will pay for your earlier remarks. He then continued delivering slaps for several minutes. His movements were as swift as lightning, and the members of the Reiku group couldn't even grasp the hem of his clothing. Shin's actions left the 3 in utter disbelief. His strikes were unforgiving. Lin, have Li Kong Rong Shui come out to make a choice. The 20 members of the Reiku group lay bloodied and swollen, their noses and mouths streaming with blood. All right, Lin instinctively replied. Shun, you were a bit too ruthless, Obito remarked, astonished. Shun, should we not handle enemies with more finesse? It would be better to deal with them cleanly and efficiently, Kakashi chimed in. This is not my fault, Shun replied, wiping his hands, which had become stained with blood. They brought this upon themselves with their foul mouths. A good beating is mild punishment. Task completed, no reward. What is the point of notifying us of a lack of reward? Shin questioned. The Reika group. Li Kong Rong Shui's brows furrowed as she surveyed the disarrayed scene. Feeling quite unsettled, she had not anticipated the Reiku group's rebels would truly come. She wondered who had commissioned them to kill her. The affairs of the Li Kong family were known solely to the Li Kong family. The Reiku group was merely one of many. Such a tough tongue. Will you not speak? Li Kong Rong Shui queried, observing the situation with concern. The leader of the Reiku group shed tears, unable to articulate his thoughts. Is it that you don't wish to reveal your intentions? He could only emit muffled sounds, the swelling of his lips preventing coherent speech. Shun, your strikes were a bit excessive. Haven't you rendered the Reiku group utterly foolish? Kakashi placed a hand on Shin's shoulder. You think this is harsh? Shin chuckled. Kakashi, you have yet to witness true ruthlessness. You may have the opportunity in the future. The Reiku group had been incapacitated, and there was no need to waste further time on the matter. It was time to rest. Several days remained until their vacation concluded. Obito, why are you here? Shouldn't you be with Lin? Obito rushed over, as if he had urgent news. She's asleep. I truly wonder when this tourism commission will come to an end. There are crises all around. Lin is merely a medical ninja. It is perilous here. The sooner we conclude, the better. It will take several more days. We likely need to wait until all enemies of the Li Kong family have been subdued. Shin sighed, contemplating the fate of ninjas. Obito, you should rest. I'll keep watch here. Thank you. Attack on Smoke Ninja Village. A group of ninjas lacking even low-ranking members. Time. Random. 3 rogue ninjas from the Mist Village. All Chunin. Time. Random. Deep felt a profound sense of relief that the Riko family had not offended any higher-ranking ninjas. if several Jonin were to descend upon them. He was uncertain whether they could complete their mission. The four of them could retreat unscathed, but the next day dawned peacefully, albeit with an undercurrent of unease. As night fell, a dense fog enveloped the air. The atmosphere shifted, and deep senses heightened. At that moment, the rogue ninjas from the Mist Village arrived. Kakashi, Obito, Rin. Stay alert. Tonight's adversaries should not be underestimated. Deep inquired, what's wrong? Isn't it just fog? Fog. What time of year is it? The climate isn't conducive to fog formation, replied Kakashi. Rogue ninjas from the Mist Village. The mere mention invigorated them. Unlike other hidden villages, the Mist Village, being one of the 5 great hidden villages, possessed formidable strength and a reputation for nurturing powerful ninjas through brutal infighting. Chapter 16. Returning to the village, the examination. This was a truly cruel and terrifying village. The arrival of the Mist Village was undoubtedly ominous. Smoke hidden village attack. Prepare for battle. No use of Susanoo or would release allowed. Deep remarked, this mission seems a bit too challenging. Mission level, ordinary. Deep was taken aback. Is this truly just ordinary? Mission levels, simple, ordinary, difficult, hellish. Deep mused, such a classification. The Mist Village is known for internal strife. Why venture into the land of fire? Complaining was futile. They needed to compose themselves to face the forthcoming foes. Rin sighed. Why does this feel like a loss? Besides the rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, there were also those from the Smoke Hidden Village. Deep pointed out that the 4 of them could easily disregard the rogue ninjas from the Smoke Village. Yet, confronting the concealed rogue ninjas from the Mist Village presented a challenge. The Smoke Village? I've heard of that hidden village. It's a minor one. Is it not a small hidden village? Why would they wish to involve themselves? Indeed, a minor hidden village. Do they not realize that the Rico family has entrusted Konoha with their protection? The situation surrounding the Rico family was exceedingly peculiar, which further elucidated why the task was divided into 3 B-rank missions. An A-rank mission would incur excessive costs and waste resources. 3 B-rank missions would suffice. If they engaged, it would likely be the final battle in the City of Joy. The enjoyable moments of their trip were thus marred. Though Deep harbored grievances, he refrained from voicing them. Inside the inn, Riko Mizu was diligently observing the situation outside. The Rico family had not anticipated that 3 B-rank missions could summon 4 formidable Konoha ninjas to resolve matters. This was a profitable venture indeed. Obito, Kakashi, keep your eyes sharp. The fog is too dense. Had they not been close, they might have lost track of their teammates. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, revealing his ever-unclosing Sharingan. Obito, with a single eye partially closed, reopened it to reveal a crimson hue. I see them. Let us go? The urgency was palpable. They could only perceive the flow of chakra, unable to discern the enemy's whereabouts. This would prove adequate. The trio moved with remarkable swiftness. Unintentionally, Kakashi executed a technique that had long been etched in his mind, Chidori. In an instant, it pierced through the heart of one rogue from the mist. Fire style, great fireball. A massive fireball materialized. A chilling scream from the mist ninja echoed, and in the blink of an eye, there was no trace left. As the flames receded, the unfortunate mist ninja lay charred. Obito, your strike was ruthless. Not even a silhouette remains. And what of you? Obito pointed at Deep, pouting. You aren't much better. You dealt a swift blow as well. Mine was clean and efficient. At least there was a semblance of a whole. The system prohibited the use of wood release and Susanoo, but fire style was far more practical than Kanai. Just Obito's fire technique had obliterated the area. Should Deep unleash another fire technique, it would likely incur damages. In the distance, the smoke-hidden village witnessed the clash and dared not advance further. The battle had escalated to the peak of Chunin, far beyond the capabilities of their subpar ninjas. With the defeat of the 3 rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, the Rico family's mission was nearly complete. As for the ninjas from the Smoke Village, they had already retreated. The annihilation of the Rico family's commission was no longer an option. Haha, the ninjas from Konoha are truly formidable. Riko Mizu acknowledged the caliber of their opponents. The Thunderbolt squad was hardly surprising. The arrival of rogue ninjas from the Mist Village completely caught Riko Mizu off guard. She had anticipated that the adversaries would also expend considerable resources to hire ninjas, particularly the notorious ones from the Mist Village. Miss Riko, let us dispense with the pleasantries. 3 missions to counter 3 factions. What grand ambitions you have. Deep assumed the role of the villain. Given their personalities, they would either complete the mission or perish. Bargaining with the client was out of the question. As you mentioned, 3 missions. Riko Mizu didn't need to elaborate further. Those words were sufficient. The 3 missions had an incongruity. Deep refrained from saying more. Should any discrepancies arise in their cooperation, The consequences would leave Riko Mizu as merely a lifeless corpse. All right, let us double the bounty, shall we? Riko Mizu felt a twinge of embarrassment. The rogue ninjas from the Mist Village had disrupted her plans. Doubling the price wasn't a loss. Deep smiled, choosing silence. Their objective had been achieved. There was no need for further rudeness. Miss Riko, has the mission been completed? Riko Mizu paused momentarily, quickly turning with a smile. The mission is complete. However, I would like to request your protection for a little longer. Consider this a new mission, requiring just 2 more days, with a bounty according to A-rank standards. 2 days later, the mission concluded without incident as they escorted Riko Mizu home. They received their bounty and returned to the village. With time still remaining before the Jonin examination. Teacher. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Deep was met with an exceedingly awkward scene. Kushina-san is also here. The last time the Nine Tails was sealed, the situation had been dire, and the person involved couldn't survive. However, that incident had caused a glitch in the system. Seeing Kushina leaning on the table, Deep greeted her. Deep, long time no see. I sincerely thank you for your assistance last time. Upon noticing Deep's arrival, Kushina raised her hand. Had it not been for Deep, she might have been reporting from the Pure Land. Long time no see, Kushina-san. Deep remarked. You must be here regarding the Jonin matter. The last time, Minato had informed Kai. Given the timeline, it was about time. Yes, the Jonin examination. Deep nodded in affirmation. Huh, an examination? Kushina suddenly erupted. Kushina, please, it's merely a formality. Isn't becoming a Jonin just a matter of procedure? It wasn't that Minato was unaware of this. Indeed. Kushina crossed her arms, her face flushed. Doesn't Naruto need looking after? He was just born not long ago. Is this truly appropriate? Rest assured, I locked the door before stepping out. Kushina exploded. Minato, I have no time for this. It's been too long. I'm leaving. Kushina would never leave through the front door. In a hurry, she exited through the window. Let us see how much your skills have improved. After patting Deep on the shoulder, Minato vanished. Flying Thunder God? Is that how fast it is? Deep could only think this. To vanish instantaneously. There had to be more than just Flying Thunder God. Outside the village, in a secluded part of the forest, Deep pondered, without resorting to Susanoo. Just how much can your abilities demonstrate? This will determine if you can become a Jonin or merely an elite Jonin. Minato was aware that if Deep unleashed Susanoo, there would be no need for a fight. He would undoubtedly qualify as an elite Jonin, perhaps even surpassing Minato's prowess, given that he could effortlessly contend with the Nine Tails. Chapter 17, The Elite Jonin, Adorable Naruto. Without the use of Susanoo, one could still achieve a stalemate with Minato Namikaze. Indeed, a particularly elite Jonin. The difficulty of testing Shin would increase significantly. All right, Shin nodded. This was not a matter to be taken lightly. Task. Standard. Disable Susanoo and all wood release techniques. Achieve a draw against the Fourth Hokage using only low-level fire release. Deceptive Task Reward. Title of Special Jonin. Shin. Deceptive Task? This is the first time I've encountered such a bizarre assignment. Deceptive Task. No rewards whatsoever, yet with a certain degree of difficulty. And it could result in minor injuries. It is mandatory to undertake this task. Thus began Shin's challenge. In the blink of an eye, Minato vanished, only to reappear behind Shin. A powerful punch struck, piercing through, and then he disappeared again. A shadow clone, Shin surmised. Turning around, Minato unleashed a Rasengan while maintaining his chakra at the Jonin level. Even if it struck Shin directly, it would not be fatal, though severe injury was inevitable. Indeed, Shin had anticipated this, dispersing Minato's clone with a punch. Going to harden your resolve? Come on, sensei. Kunai, a weapon of lethal intent, was not something Shin would foolishly wield against Minato. Not at all. From your prowess, sensei can already confer upon you the title of Special Jonin. Dusting himself off, Minato noted the numerous craters at his feet. In just a few exchanges, even without fully gauging Shin's strength, it was sufficient. Forget it. I merely wish to be an ordinary Jonin, not an elite one. Shin promptly declined. Very well, as you wish. As they walked back, Minato remarked, in truth, since you fought the Nine Tails and saved Kushina, in my eyes, you have already become an elite Jonin. The normal procedure dictates that when a tailed beast separates from its host, the host cannot survive. Yet, after the Nine Tails was sealed within Naruto, Kushina remained alive. Minato found it hard to imagine that Shin had not intervened. Is that so? Shin sighed softly. For the village, sensei cannot sacrifice for merely a Nine Tails. Haha, for the village, is it? Shin, I wonder what level your eyes have attained. Though Shin possessed the ability of Susanoo, as long as he posed no threat to the village, who could prevent him if he wished to destroy it? Minato sought to understand more about Shin's circumstances, a testament to a teacher's concern for his pupil. It's a secret. The village as well. And I would never do anything to jeopardize it. Shin was aware of what his teacher was pondering. But someone must alter the narrative. Haha, it's nothing serious. Minato chuckled awkwardly. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he placed Shin's profile in the Jonin category, respecting Shin's preferences. Shin, I must ask you. How did you save Kushina during the Nine-Tails invasion of the village? Normally, once a tailed beast detaches from its Jinchuriki, death is certain. Minato had contemplated this question for quite some time. Kushina possessed a robust constitution, yet it was implausible for her to survive long after the tailed beast's departure. At that moment, only Shin was present. All indications pointed to him. Consider it a secret. What was the system up to? How could Shin know? All right, Shin. Inform Obito and Rin to prepare for the exam next month. Sensei, there's no need. Rin is a medical ninja, and Obito's combat prowess is on par with Kakashi's. A little training, and they will surely become elite Jonin. Very well, that makes sense. In truth, Minato was merely going through the motions. He knew his students well and believed that becoming elite Jonin would not pose a problem. He placed Rin and Obito's profiles into the Jonin category. Minato was aware that Rin's abilities might not meet the requirements, but Obito should not pose any issues. Shin, I have another task for you. Take a good rest this winter. Next year, the entire class will be assigned missions. The 4 of them, not yet 18, had recently joined the Umbu. It would not be prudent for them to take the lead while fatigued. Minato planned to allow them to rest for a few months, starting with a few weaker teams to hone their skills. Understood, but Sensei, could we avoid that sort of task? I dislike constraints. Missions involving combat are more suited to me. Leading a team? That is out of the question. Shin merely wished to undertake missions and earn some bounty. Living a stable life. Do you think such a thing is possible? Minato smirked mischievously. Go and rest. When the time comes, I will personally notify you. During this period, there were no wars. Minato found himself considerably more relaxed, with a manageable amount of paperwork. He spent ample time with his wife and children, with even more time dedicated to reading. At the Konoha barbecue restaurant, Shin met Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, noting that he had not seen them interact much. These two are Mizuno Emi and Mizuno Yameo. I recognize the sister and brother. If I feel bored, I can chat with them. No wonder he seemed idle these past few months. You think I'm bored? I am indeed quite free. Sensei said we 4 should rest properly for a few months. It's rather dull. Had it not been for Minato's orders, I would have been out causing mischief long ago. Rest? I too find it quite dull. I often go out for a stroll. Obito lamented as he consumed grilled meat. All right, let's eat. Rin divided the cooked meat among the group. The sizzling sound of meat on the grill filled the air, and soon the aroma wafted through the restaurant. Why aren't you all eating? Rin blinked, puzzled by the Mizuno siblings. We're merely watching. Mizuno Yameo chuckled awkwardly. What could they do? They dared not touch what lay before them. Eat up. It's on me. Shin understood their thoughts. There was no way he would let them pay for a meal following him. Delicious, Mizuno Emi exclaimed without reservation. With Shin's encouragement, they had no reason to decline. As they savored the grilled meat, the delectable flavor was intoxicating. Boss, bring us some drinks. Hot tea and grilled meat until dusk. Springtime arrived. Sensei, greetings to Sister Kushina. Shin had come to visit. Yes, I came to see Naruto, my little brother. Naruto, inheritor of the 9 tails, bore 6 whisker marks on his face. He stared at Shin for a moment before bursting into tears. The 9 tails within Naruto was bewildered. How could this child, barely 10 years old, possess such formidable power? Though he could not unleash the full might of Susanoo, he could still overpower Naruto. This would have been a game-changer in the 3rd Great Ninja War. Naruto, be well-behaved now. Minato beamed with joy as he held Naruto. Indeed. Kushina took Naruto from him as Minato went to prepare a meal. So adorable. Of course. Sensei, Sister Kushina, I'm off now. I will return to check on Naruto in a while. This time, Shin's primary purpose was to observe the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. With his goal accomplished, it was time to withdraw. Chapter 18. The Teacher's Trial for the Bell. Without waiting for Minato and Kushina to exit, Shin promptly made his escape. Shin, come play again next time. Sure thing, understood. He waved at Kushina above. Subsequently, Shin visited Minato's family periodically, never forgetting to bring gifts. It was entirely normal for a student to present gifts to a teacher. Sensei, it's not about that, is it? Shin raised an eyebrow. It wouldn't be appropriate to have a 14-year-old lead a team, would it? Indeed, there are no specific requirements from my side. It's natural for a first-time leader to feel inexperienced. Leading 3 ordinary members shouldn't impose too much pressure. Each year, some Jonin graduated from the Ninja Academy. Yet Jonin were scarce. The 4 of them should have had ample time to rest these past few months. Leading a team was now quite suitable. Sensei, it's not about me disrespecting you. Well, I'm not cut out for this. My skills are limited, and I'm unsure what I can teach. Shin whispered, feeling uncertain. His strength had already surpassed that of an elite jonin. If even this cannot be taught, there truly would be no ninja capable of leading a team. Shun, you will assist, while Kakashi will guide you through this cohort. Obito and Rin will be in the same boat, Minato Namikaze declared, gesturing towards Kakashi, who had been standing there all along. He had anticipated that Shin would not acquiesce so readily. The trio waved at them, their smiles radiating brilliance. In that moment, Shin felt as though he had suffered 100 billion points of catastrophic damage internally. With their alliance, did Shin still have any grounds for protest? Teacher, you did say I would merely assist, he remarked. Naturally, Minato nodded in affirmation, confirming his word. Presenting the list of this cohort of genin, Minato stated. This is the assigned class. Take a look. I shall not. Let Kakashi decide. I refuse to involve myself in such matters, as I am only meant to assist. Shin pouted defiantly, his attitude resolute. What a farce, a time traveler leading a team. It would be more fitting for him to be part of it. Well then, prior to your arrival, Kakashi and the others had already made their selections. If you do not choose, I shall select for you, Minato said with a smile. Picking the weakest class among the options. The greater the strength, the heavier the responsibility. I hope that when we next meet, there will be a remarkable transformation. Huh? Are you certain it is these three? Shin questioned, slightly skeptical about the choice, sensing something amiss. Indeed, they were not members of noble lineage. Yet they should not be taken lightly. He turned to Kakashi and asked, Kakashi, would you agree? Kakashi nodded slightly. Agree to what? What is there to agree upon? I have no intention of leading a class. Kakashi, you can manage this on your own. Since Kakashi had already nodded, Shun felt he had little more to say. After all, he was merely an assistant in this endeavor. He shot a resentful glance at Kakashi. All right then, you may go and meet your students. Today's task is to assign teachers to all the graduating genin. With the task completed, Minato was ready to return home. Boy, Dower and Zhuosong are all at the bottom of the list. This is quite the challenge, Shin thought. Regardless of the circumstances of their families, he was primarily concerned with how his first batch of students would turn out. Be content. This is our first time, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. The first two seem adequate. But this last one, his family seems well off, likely involved in commerce. Yet, what is the cause of this sudden fire? Task, simple, if several become students. They must be nurtured into jonin. Reward, would release chakra doubled. Task, simple, cultivate the first generation. Reward, water release chakra fragments x5. Shin pondered. The first task is understandable, but what is this reward? Why are there chakra fragments? You are here to see Zhuosong, correct? Please, come in, said Zhuosong's parents, who appeared exceedingly awkward. A fire had nearly consumed their home, but fortunately, it was extinguished in time. Shin hesitated, sensing that this individual named Zhuosong might not be particularly easy to deal with. Let's have him come out. We need not enter, he decided, preferring to avoid any uncertainty within. Moreover, they were primarily there to observe and provide some guidance. Zhuosong, come out. The fire that had erupted moments ago was indeed caused by Zhuosong himself. Had he not been carrying fire-extinguishing equipment, he might have faced serious consequences. From the sound of it, Zhuosong was not particularly easy to discipline. You are my teachers? You appear no older than I, Zhuosong scoffed, surveying the two with disdain. Kakashi remarked, I believe we should subdue him first before discussing tomorrow's matters. Shin found his attitude quite displeasing. What did age matter? Let it be. There is no need to resort to violence over this boy. Kakashi countered directly. Should a real fight occur, trouble would certainly follow. Oh, how arrogant. Come on, who is afraid? Zhuosong boasted defiantly, rolling up his sleeves as if ready for a fight. Kakashi, what do you propose? If we do not address this now, he will undoubtedly oppose us in the future. Shin was already preparing to confront him. All right, fine, don't, he said. But before he could finish, Shin dashed out, having already concluded the altercation. You are not satisfied? Will you not return? To deal with an irate, freshly graduated genin, there was no need for excessive techniques. I yield. Zhuosong dusted himself off, saying, teachers are present. What of it? Tomorrow's review will determine if I am not eliminated. It will be at 9 o'clock at the village gate. Do not eat breakfast. Kakashi bore a mischievous grin before departing. Shin shot Kakashi a disapproving glance. This rascal was certainly up to no good again. Indeed, this tradition would continue. Kakashi had brought with him a total of 4 bells, primarily due to Shin's lack of initiative. He truly was merely an assistant. As long as you seize a bell, you pass. Of course, I shall not allow you to touch mine. Kakashi taunted, raising the bell in his hand. As long as 1 bell is acquired, that suffices. Does it not? Yes, the chances are greater if we all act together, Shin concurred. 2 of the bells were given to Shun, for it would be unmanageable for Kakashi to contend with 2 classes alone. He may not let you touch them, but I will ensure you see them. With the 2 bells secured at his waist, Shin declared, ultimately, his word is final. He pointed at Kakashi with a smile. Begin. Both Kakashi and Shin called out. Zhuosong took a swift step forward, attempting to snatch a bell, only to find nothing but air. The only presence was Shun's shadow clone. As Shun greeted Kakashi from a distance, he called out, over there. Zhuosong was the first to spot Shun in the tree, pointing and shouting. Shin smiled faintly, remaining still. Another attempt yielded nothing. Heavens, how many shadow clones has he created? None of them are genuine. After dispersing 2 shadow clones, Zhuosong grew increasingly irritable. Didn't I say they wouldn't let us find them? That implies that all the visible ones are mere shadow clones. And the real body would not be hidden in an easily discoverable location, Boy analyzed. Then what should we do? Zhuosong, already known for his volatile temperament, was now thoroughly incensed. We could inquire with the teachers over there. The bells must belong to one of them, Boy suggested, pointing at Kakashi. The bells were distributed by Kakashi, so he should know what to do. All right, I'll go ask, Dower responded. Though the battle on Kakashi's side was fierce, it consisted mostly of punches and kicks, at most involving D-rank ninjutsu. Teacher Dower felt somewhat intimidated. Is there an issue? Aren't you Shun's students? What brings you here? Kakashi glanced over, only to find Shun had vanished. You all wait here. Just pretend I didn't say anything until I finish my business. Suddenly, Shin sprang out, gripping Dower by the shoulder. You are giving up already. Huh, teacher? Dower was momentarily startled by Shun, who was almost of the same height. Where did you come from? If you find me and acquire the bells, you can pass. Otherwise, one of you will be eliminated. It is challenging, but not insurmountable. If you truly desire this, you will succeed. If you cannot obtain them, it merely indicates that you do not wish to become true ninjas. With that, he dispersed. This fellow is quite remarkable. Who knew shadow clones could be utilized this way? Kakashi had never considered applying shadow clones in such a manner. One could only say that Shun was exceedingly lazy and had no desire to personally test his students. Hey, over here. Shin called out from another direction. Dower immediately turned to look, sensing something was amiss. He had a hunch that this was yet another shadow clone. Regardless, Zhuosong charged forward, throwing a punch. Shin extended his hand, gently grasping it, noting the strength behind it. Not bad, but you still require enhancement. At this point, all 3 understood that this was indeed Shun's true self. As long as the bell is obtained, the trial will come to an end. Above all, one should not constantly seek shortcuts. While evading the attacks of 3 individuals, Shin murmured to himself. On the other side, Kakashi was utterly speechless. Is this how one plays the game? After 2 exhausting hours, the trio was left panting. Is this it? Shin shook his head slightly. As they were about to enter the most crucial phase, with a snap of his fingers, a trap suddenly appeared beneath the rushing Zhuosong, hoisting him aloft. Are you coming back? Shin inquired, gazing at the 3 individuals, who were roughly his height. Gurgle. Their stomachs simultaneously rumbled. None of them had eaten breakfast that morning, and by now, they were famished. They all shook their heads in unison, unwilling to continue. At worst, they would have to redo it. Zhuosong, hanging from a tree, was also starving. Following Kakashi's method, they proceeded smoothly. There were only 2 meals available, so it was up to them how to handle it. The losers are unworthy of a meal. I'll step aside for a moment, so don't pull any tricks. The 2 teams were not far apart, yet visibility was obstructed, leaving them devoid of ideas. Kakashi, what do you think of them? Like a cat in the grass, Shin and Kakashi both peered out. Only here could the 2 directions communicate. Their combined strength was mediocre. This was the final procedure. By the way, how did you know what I intended to do? A secret, no need for further inquiries. Both teams began to hesitate. Should they enjoy it alone? After all, if they wished to continue their training, they must obey. However, seeing the person bound to the pillar, the 2 small teams were unsure of what to discuss. They then looked around, taking advantage of Kakashi and Shin's absence. They fed the bound individual. Shin, are you satisfied with this outcome? Kakashi, it's acceptable. At least they understand the essence of teamwork. A single meal does not reveal much, yet it does reflect their inner thoughts. Ahem. Shin suddenly appeared, startling Zhuosong to the point of nearly choking. Teacher. Bo-E and Dao-Er were also quite frightened. They did not share Zhuosong's privileged background. Don't blame them, it is. What is it? Shin raised an eyebrow, his face alight with a smile. It was my request to do so. Zhuosong's gaze was resolute. As long as they could be preserved. What does it matter if they are eliminated? Oh, really? Shin asked again, face to face. Zhuosong found himself at a loss for words. This time, I will forgive you. Just pay more attention to teamwork in the future. Come over. There was no need for them to think much. Through the system, Shin could see their team value. Transforming from 0 to a perfect 100 is no easy feat, although it was currently only at 80%. It was still a significant achievement. For the first time, they were willing to sacrifice for one another. Kakashi, it's your turn. Ah, really supportive, Kakashi thought, utterly speechless. He had never seen someone so shameless. Clearly part of his own team, yet he wanted others to lead? What kind of teacher is this? Nonsense, you said it yourself. Shin chuckled, turning to vanish. Kakashi was left speechless. Tomorrow, at 8 o'clock, gather at the tavern entrance. Dismissed. Kakashi, Shin, have you two finished? It seems that the members on your side have also qualified. Thank you for your hard work. Dato, I didn't contribute much. Not at all. Rin was also very helpful. Dato scratched his head with a smile. That smile was utterly natural. By the way, why did you also choose this location? It wasn't my choice. It was all Dato's effort. Rin remarked. Dato, not at all. Rin also contributed greatly. Shin remained silent. It seemed that the bond between these two was growing stronger. Kakashi was at a loss for words. Overindulged. At the tavern, they selected two relatively simple D-class missions. One involved walking the dog of the Li Kong family, and the other was an environmental task. Naturally, the environmental task offered no reward. Walking the dog would earn them 1,000 Rio. These two are decent, but why does it involve this family again? Upon seeing the Li Kong family's dog, Shin felt exceedingly awkward. The last time, he had a fierce argument with Li Kong Runshui. It had not even been a year. And now he was to meet Li Kong Runshui again. It was incredibly awkward. Sigh. Let us go. D-class missions are all quite similar, no need to choose. In those days, didn't Kakashi also tread slowly and steadily? Teacher, please, don't tell me our first mission is this. A dog in a garbage dump. The students were left dumbfounded. Yes, this is your first mission. Walking the dog and cleaning up the garbage dump. Ah, what a shock. Within the garbage dump, there was much reluctance. Must such menial tasks require ninjas? Isn't this a waste of ninja resources? Enough complaining. Hurry up. Kakashi, you all go walk the dog. Each was handed a pair of gloves and an oversized plastic bag. It was indeed a bit tedious. Let us add another challenge. Clean this place up within 3 hours. Shin addressed the three of them. I don't even clean my own house. I'd rather die? The first to voice dissatisfaction was, of course, Zwasong, the troublemaker. Chapter 20 C-Class Mission, Escort. Wanna die? I can send you on your way. Shin brandished a kunai at Zwasong's neck. The chilling sensation instantly grazed Zwasong's nose. He shivered, crying while picking up the garbage bag to tidy up. Seeing the troublemakers Zwasong in such a state, the remaining two also fell silent. Remember, do not joke about death. The moment you become a ninja, death has already begun to linger around you. Understood, teacher. Zwasong recognized that this statement was directed at him. Although the garbage dump was foul and filthy, the task was somewhat challenging. If they could burn it, it would save much effort. After an hour and a half, the cleanup was completed. Many areas still required water to wash clean. The collected garbage was taken to a designated location for disposal. You must be thirsty. Come have some water. During this time, Shin had not been idle. He purchased 8 bottles of drinks. Teacher, can we have a more interesting task next? This kind of assignment is hardly suited for ninjas. Any ordinary person could do it. Why waste ninja resources? What can you do? Are you capable of killing? C-class missions carry the probability of encountering enemies. If you cannot kill, it's our demise. Shin narrowed his eyes. Aside from these non-threatening tasks, basically, surviving depends on luck. Good luck means no enemies. Bad luck means you might die without knowing how. The number of genin who died on missions is countless. Teacher, can you tell us about the missions you undertook in the past? Now that we're done, it wouldn't be too much to hear a story. Upon mentioning this topic, Bo, Yi, Dao Air, and Zwasong all gathered around. Stories from Chunin or above are bound to be intriguing. Just wait. I'll find a time for the captain of Class 21 to tell you. Shin's class is Class 22. Kakashi's class is Class 21. The three of them. Let us go find them. As a support, Shin could not overstep his bounds. Kakashi, I leave this class to you. I'm off for a stroll. Ruthless. He had barely completed the first mission before abandoning it. Kakashi thought to challenge him. It's not that I'm heartless. It was agreed upon. I'm leaving. Retreating was out of the question. Shin's task was to observe covertly. Unless something unexpected occurred, Shin's methods would directly lead Kakashi and 6 genin to the Hokage's office to find the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. However, was Minato not working today? Why wasn't he present? You've come. Is there something you need? Minato yawned, appearing as though he had not rested well the previous night. Teacher, that guy Shin is shirking responsibility, leaving Class 22 entirely to me. Hey. Let us clarify this in front of the teacher. As I stepped inside, I casually closed the door behind me. It was you who claimed that I was merely an assistant, yet now the blame has somehow shifted onto my shoulders. This situation regarding the Fourth Hokage is rather perplexing. I initially thought it was merely a jest, yet it seems to have become a reality. Kakashi, if there are matters at hand, you can allow Shin to address them. As for this issue, I truly cannot assist you. Kakashi had previously given his word, and now he comes seeking help. It is simply inconceivable. The Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is not that sort of person. Teacher, the students wish to undertake higher-ranked missions. Indeed. D-rank tasks can be rather mundane. Should we not? Indeed, I concur with this sentiment. Shin interjected. Minato's expression shifted slightly, realizing he had come here for this very matter. It is not that the teacher forbids it, but rather that C-rank missions entail certain dangers that could potentially jeopardize both Team 21 and Team 22's genin. This is precisely why all missions commence from D-rank. If it were possible, Minato would prefer these ninjas to engage more in battle to accumulate experience. After all, one must be prepared to step directly onto the battlefield when the time comes. Lord Hokage, we are not afraid of danger. Please allow us to undertake C-rank missions. The 6 of them nodded in unison. Minato found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Whether to acquiesce or decline, he faced a dilemma. Should an incident occur, even the most inexperienced genin represents a loss of resources. Shin, Kakashi, do your utmost to ensure nothing goes awry. Understood. Shin was unfazed. It was all dependent on Kakashi. Until the Fourth Hokage relented, the 6 genin erupted in cheers. This is what was just delivered today. It is not a very high rank, so it can only be considered a C-rank mission. Minato produced a scroll. It was a map detailing the route for road construction in the Land of Iron. Not particularly precious, but for safety's sake, it was better to treat it as a C-rank mission. This is the bridge construction blueprint between the Land of Iron and the Land of Rice. You are to deliver it to the Land of Rice. As they embarked on their first C-rank mission, Team 21 and Team 22's 6 members found themselves sporting dark circles under their eyes from a lack of sleep. Seriously, can a simple mission be this exciting? Is it really necessary to have such dark circles? Observing the 6, Shin frowned, sensing something amiss. Dismissed, rest well. We shall meet here again tomorrow. The next day, they set out for their destination, the Land of Rice. The journey from Konoha to the Land of Rice would take 3 days. They traversed the treetops with balanced speed. Outside the Land of Fire, several figures emerged. Friends from the Land of Rice? Kakashi gripped his kunai tightly. There were no ninjas from the Land of Rice, as everyone knew. These individuals were clearly prepared for something. Fools, they are clearly not from the Land of Rice. At this hour, where would any ninja village be? In the shadows, Shin scrutinized the scene. The ninjas remained silent. Heading straight for the scroll, the 6 genin, who had never experienced battle, stood momentarily dumbfounded. A special Jonin ninja. Upon seeing the ninja who faced Kakashi, Shin activated his Sharingan and recognized the distinction. This individual was undoubtedly a special Jonin. The others were mere genin, and their numbers exceeded those of Team 21 and Team 22, which should suffice to handle them. The enemy's numbers had increased. Yet this did not hinder Team 21 and Team 22 from showcasing their capabilities. However, why was their strength so evenly matched? One special Jonin leading 9 genin. Could they also be on a mission? Shadow clone. Very well, this will be an excellent opportunity to hone their operational abilities. While contemplating this, Kakashi stood behind Shin. What you're doing is far too unrealistic. Shadow clones can be dispelled, and if they sense that, it could spell trouble. Shin replied irritably. How can you gauge their reaction and combat capabilities? Rest assured, Kakashi settled down. Do you not tire your chakra by keeping your eyes open all the time? Even a high volume cannot withstand such usage. Ever since acquiring Obito's eyes, Kakashi had not closed them. This display of arrogance was somewhat taxing. Do you think I wish to? It's not like I can simply close them. Kakashi shot him a glare. Calm down. I didn't say anything. This was a thought Shin had never entertained, and it turned out to be quite accurate. Old teacher. The 6 genin froze in shock. What do we do now that the teacher has been killed by that ninja? Zhuasong clutched the scroll tightly, fear and challenge evident in his eyes. Chapter 21. The Indomitable Amaterasu? Wow, that technique must consume a lot of chakra. A bloody hole appeared in Kakashi's abdomen in front of his students. It did not dissipate. Instead, it stared wide-eyed at the ground, lifeless. Be cautious, they have 3 more people than us. As long as that ninja does not intervene, we have a 50% chance of winning this battle. Boy's brows furrowed, his grip on the kunai trembling slightly as he gritted his teeth. How can we fight? That Chunin or higher ninja will undoubtedly intervene. De frowned deeply, prepared for combat. Even if we cannot win, we must fight. Even if we perish, we cannot bring shame to Konoha. Zhuasong was equally anxious. Who would have thought they would be so unfortunate? Are you really not going to intervene? 6 Genin against a special Jonin was a guaranteed loss. Do not worry. The greater the danger, the faster one grows. Your very existence proves this point. Shin was fully aware of what had transpired with Kakashi. Kakashi had no words left. They would have to wait patiently. After the third battle, the impact was indeed immense. He had nearly killed Rin, a thought he could scarcely bear. Consequently, he often experienced nightmares. Your teacher is truly pathetic. He dies so easily. What a piece of trash. The special Jonin from an unknown village wore a fierce expression. Despite facing 6 Genin, his strikes remained swift and decisive. Mission: simple. Use Amaterasu to incinerate the special Jonin from the land of crafts. Reward: Amaterasu, beginner. Shin raised an eyebrow. Once again, the land of crafts is stirring up trouble. Can they truly cause chaos from such a distance? Especially at the borders of the nation. Just as the special Jonin's arm was about to strike Zhuasong, black flames suddenly ignited. Regardless of how one tried to extinguish them, they would not be snuffed out. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi immediately turned his gaze to Shin. Whoa, the Mangekyou Sharingan. Shin, you are truly impressive. It is not my prowess. There are some abilities I cannot employ unless I wish to perish. Even this Amaterasu is at its weakest. In truth, Shin wanted to say, this counterfeit Amaterasu simply cannot be disregarded. Only by acquiring the authentic Amaterasu can he wield the true power that incinerates all. Kakashi ceased conversing with him. This fellow's words were far too demoralizing. The special Jonin from the land of crafts writhed in agony as the flames consumed him. Alas, Amaterasu could not be extinguished. Is this the Amaterasu of the Uchiha clan from Konoha? Rumor has it that the Uchiha clan's genius can wield corresponding abilities upon awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan. Amaterasu is one such technique. The special Jonin glanced down at the fallen Kakashi. Could this person be from the Uchiha clan of Konoha? While a Genin might not discern the clone, a special Jonin surely would. Although it appeared remarkably realistic, it was still detectable. Are you alright? A younger-looking child inquired. None of your concern. Being burned to death is merely my misfortune. The special Jonin gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain. If this truly was Amaterasu, it should not last for long. Minutes passed, and Boyi and the others were drenched in sweat. They gritted their teeth, ready to strike as soon as the opponent made a move. What kind of flame is this? How is it still burning after all this time? The Uchiha clan's Amaterasu should not be able to last this long. Each second was torture for him. As minutes elapsed, the flames showed no sign of waning. His clothing had long since burned away, and even his flesh was nearing the point of being cooked through. The fact that these flames could continue to burn in such a state was nothing short of astonishing. Simultaneously, the special Jonin began to doubt whether this was truly the Amaterasu flame of the Uchiha clan. Is the counterfeit Amaterasu truly so feeble? After such a long duration, it has yet to consume him. Perched upon a tree, Shin furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous foreboding. Even if he could maintain this state indefinitely, the time required would be excessively prolonged. If only he could transform the black flames of Amaterasu into a scythe, he would swiftly eliminate him. Pay no heed to me. Proceed and retrieve the bridge construction scroll from the land of rice. The black flames continued to blaze upon him, rendering the special Jonin immobile. The agony was excruciating. What do you care? Are we merely capricious? The young child, not much older, remained unperturbed by his outburst. After spending some time observing, the concealed Konoha ninjas had yet to make their appearance, which was why he had refrained from taking action. Kakashi, I believe you can seize this opportunity to eliminate the remaining foes. Excluding him, Shun pointed towards the child. Such youthful wisdom and judgment was commendable, yet his strength remained uncertain. Do you doubt my ability to dispatch them? As long as we can restrain that special Jonin, the rest shall pose no challenge for you, Kakashi. Although the special Jonin might not rival a Jonin, he possessed unique capabilities, making the confrontation somewhat arduous. Furthermore, Kakashi's chakra depletion was becoming rather severe. No, you misunderstand. I merely wish to assess their combat prowess. Those of lesser strength can be left for them to hone their skills, even if they are outnumbered. They had incessantly clamored for C-rank missions, and now, faced with an exceptional circumstance, they found themselves in a critical test of their combat abilities. Look, the shadow clones are quite impressive. They resemble the real deal. At some point, 6 figures had directly manifested as shadow clones. Consequently, the substitution technique should be effective as well, given the plethora of objects nearby to serve as decoys, thus eliminating any threat to life. His analysis was astute. They were, after all, mere genin and could not withstand them. Kakashi shook his head. Graduating from the Ninja Academy demonstrated their proficiency in the body replacement technique. Mastery of this technique was sufficient to vanquish foes. While I cannot speak for other villages, I have faith in Konoha's academy. The body replacement technique, combined with assassination tactics, would guarantee victory as long as those two were kept at bay. Shin produced a kunai, instantaneously arriving before the young boy. With a clang, he deflected the boy's strike. Disperse your attacks. Do not suffer losses. The kunai in Shun's hand swiftly slashed across the boy's neck. Amaterasu would struggle to incinerate him. Perhaps the kunai could suffice. Observing the special jonin, only half-cooked, Shun felt the pace was too slow. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been dispensed. Suddenly, the system chimed in, leaving Shun momentarily bewildered. In an instant, the special jonin's charred body plummeted to the ground, shattering into fragments. Goodness, was that truly necessary? One moment he was lively, and the next, he was dead. Even Shun was taken aback. Amaterasu was famously known for its inability to kill. Moreover, given that this was a counterfeit Amaterasu, it should have been even less feasible to extinguish a life. What was happening now? Basic operation. When it says burn to death, it will indeed burn to death. Shin was once again perplexed. This system possessed a significant flaw. Closing his eyes, he regarded the remaining genin from the Hidden Tool Village. Chapter 22. The Cloud Village comes to kidnap. Why intervene over a mere bridge construction blueprint? Such a trivial matter hardly warrants the mobilization of so many ninjas from the Hidden Tool Village. Shin seized the boy ninja from the Hidden Tool Village, demanding answers. It is inconceivable that a simple bridge plan would provoke such a response. You must understand the current situation. Stubbornness will only hasten your demise. Shin pondered whether to eliminate these genin from the Hidden Tool Village. What do you think? Should we execute these genin? Kakashi turned to him for clarification. It depends on what this young lad has to say. Shun gripped the boy's chin, forcefully tossing him aside, causing the boy to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Now is the perfect time. Why be so obstinate? The abilities of the Mangekyou Sharingan were limited to Susanoo and Amaterasu. The rest remained beyond Shin's reach. He did not recommend utilizing Amaterasu to slowly incinerate him. A novice Amaterasu would truly fail to extinguish a life. Since he is an enemy, we cannot afford to spare him. Let us kill him and allow them to experience the sensation. Following the Third Great Ninja War, peace had gradually settled in. Yet minor skirmishes persisted. Shin intended to utilize the blood of these genin from the Hidden Tool Village to instill in them a vivid memory of what war entailed. In the realm of conflict, no life would be spared. Very well, Kakashi decided to release them. A one-on-one engagement would determine their survival. In a contest of genin against genin, Kakashi believed this to be the ideal opportunity for growth. The outcome, however, was uniform. The remaining genin from the Hidden Tool Village met their end, hearts pierced by Kakashi's icy resolve. In one-on-one confrontations, each strike was lethal. The most frequently employed technique was the body replacement technique. Shadow clones consumed considerable chakra. Within a mere 20 minutes, all the genin from the Hidden Tool Village lay lifeless. Their demises were varied and grotesque. The two squads suffered considerable injuries. The agonizing effects of Amaterasu tormented him relentlessly. The boy, ultimately, chose to take his own life. How did it feel, the first battle? Is the concept of life and death still distant? After the skirmish, Shun regarded the 6 individuals, inquiring with a chilling smile. The smile was frigid. Zhuasong understood that the question was directed at him. The earlier comments from the garbage dump had rendered his face crimson. His injuries were not overly severe, allowing him to move. No, I no longer feel anything. We must grow stronger to survive. The other students nodded in agreement. It is no jest. In those 20 or so minutes, we stood perpetually on the brink of death. Despite the presence of both teachers, they could not guarantee intervention. Kakashi, what are your thoughts on this battle? Humph, your thoughts align with mine, Kakashi mused, feeling a sense of growth from the experience. Let us proceed. The land of rice is not far off. The borders of the land of rice adjoin the land of fire. Upon stepping out of the land of fire, one enters the land of rice. The mission requires entering the main city of the land of rice and delivering it to the nearest tavern. The journey from the border to the land of rice spans half a day's travel. It appeared that the land of rice was not as developed as Konoha. A glance revealed the stark contrast. The land of rice fell significantly short of the land of fire. Could a small nation truly compare to the land of fire? He procured some beverages to quench his thirst. Inside the tavern, patrons indulged in drink, primarily seeking intoxication. After handing over the scroll to the tavern's attendant, the mission was deemed complete. With dusk approaching, they would rest for the night and return to Konoha at dawn. The sun descended slowly, Kakashi remarked. The borders posed no obstacles. It was indeed feasible to make a round trip in a single day. Very well, I shall take a bath. Kakashi was free to manage the 2 classes as he pleased. Shin's sole task was to ensure that upon returning to Konoha, each student would receive a share of several thousand ryo. The 6 individuals were elated. This was their first bounty from a mission. In the year that followed, Kakashi guided them in the art of ninjutsu, where their success hinged upon fate. For those without the requisite attributes, he could only offer apologies. Itachi, Izumi, greetings. By the lakeside, Shin spotted Itachi and Izumi waving from a distance. Each held a skewer of 3-color dango, greeting Shun with cheerful gestures. Today, the dog food was abundant once more. During this period, he often observed Itachi and Izumi together, their bond seemingly deepening. At the Uchiha residence, Patriarch, you summoned me? Shin noticed Sasuke's flushed cheeks, pouting lips, and wide, inquisitive eyes fixated upon him. Unable to resist, he gently pinched Sasuke's face. Such matters were of no concern to Fugaku. Recently, there have been disturbances from the Cloud Village. The Fourth Hokage was unable to locate you, so he asked me to inform you that our village is slightly understaffed. Handling the situation with the Cloud Village will be entrusted to you. We all know you possess the capability. You need not worry about Kakashi's 2 classes. The clan will assign personnel to take over your responsibilities. Fugaku was fully aware of Shun's undertakings. He had delegated Class 22 to Kakashi, leaving him with the burden of managing the class alone. It was indeed exhausting for one person to oversee 2 classes, leading to the current predicament. This also provided an opportunity to reassign Shun to prevent him from idling about. Very well. With a deep nod, it was about time. After wandering for such an extensive duration, the envoy from the hidden cloud was nearly upon us. Very well, you may now attend to your affairs. Fugaku promptly issued the dismissal. Goodbye, brother Sasuke, he waved with a hint of finality. Fugaku's expression darkened somewhat, while Itachi remained indifferent, seemingly preoccupied with the earlier incident of having his face pinched. Farewell, uncle. I shall return another day. Deep knew it was impossible to visit Naruto daily. Yet Itachi's household was a constant presence. Without the burden of mourning for his elder brother, could Indra's fate still stretch so far? Fugaku's visage gradually transformed into a coal-like hue. The notion of daily visits was utterly vexing. For months, Deep had refrained from visiting the Uchiha residence, choosing instead to stake out for any stragglers from the hidden cloud. Task: simple. Protect Hinata Hyuga from being abducted by the hidden cloud. Reward: Kamui. Upon receiving the system notification, Deep realized that the past few months had been squandered. Would it not have been more worthwhile to engage in other pursuits? Days later, Deep found himself idly perched upon a tree trunk outside the village. A squad composed of hidden cloud shinobi swiftly approached Konoha. They have arrived. Deep remained still, knowing that tonight would surely unveil something noteworthy. It seemed that the fragile peace with the hidden cloud would once again be torn asunder. He was uncertain how Minato would negotiate, but it appeared the discussion was far from pleasant. The hidden cloud shinobi departed Konoha, many bearing disgruntled expressions, and one even carried a burlap sack. It seemed rather improper to leave with stolen goods in tow. Standing before the gathering of hidden cloud shinobi, Deep declared, Konoha's ninjas shall not let you pass. Release Hinata, and you may leave unharmed. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise within this forest. The leader of the hidden cloud, his countenance resolute, responded, even if you are a Konoha Jonin, you cannot impede the grand march of the hidden cloud. Deep, with a playful grin, remarked, oh, pardon me. If you refuse to let her go, I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, he severed the sack's opening. Shadow clones. The hidden cloud leader immediately sensed a dire predicament, unable to discern which of the clones was the original. Unless Konoha receives a satisfactory explanation today, none of you shall leave. Chapter 23, The Deadly Black Flames. The next instant, Deep reappeared before the hidden cloud leader. Kill him. Eliminate this brat. The leader was on the brink of despair, overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of clones. Despite their continuous assault, none of the clones were the original. Is this all you can muster? The esteemed hidden cloud reduced to such folly? One of Deep's clones descended from a tree, locking eyes with the leader. Konoha's ninjas were closing in. It was the Hyuga clan. The previously observing hidden cloud shinobi reported this development. Retreat. The leader of the hidden cloud had no desire to engage the Hyuga clan. Although he was uncertain whether the approaching figures were indeed from the main branch of the clan, he was not willing to take the chance. Upon tearing open the burlap sack, Deep's fury erupted as he stomped his foot in frustration. What the hell is this? A sack full of bricks and cotton? The ground beneath him was indented from his anger. Deep, where's Hinata? Hisashi Hyuga glared at the contents of the sack, his temper surging. As you can see, Uncle Hisashi, Deep rose and set the sack ablaze. I shall search for her immediately. We cannot allow the hidden cloud to take Hinata beyond our borders. Once she leaves the land of fire, Rescuing her will become increasingly difficult. The ambition of the hidden cloud regarding the Byakugan was growing ever more formidable. Hinata, Niji, we must split up and retrieve her, Hizashi declared, leaving only a shadow behind. Father, I shall go ahead. Very well. The vast Hyuga clan was shaken to its core. With Hinata abducted, the Hokage's office was filled with members of the Hyuga clan. Fourth Hokage, the Hyuga clan demands to take action against the hidden cloud. Indeed, the hidden cloud has gone too far. An uproar ensued, causing the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to feel overwhelmed. He was uncertain of how to proceed. The Third Great Ninja War had only just concluded, and now the Fourth Great Ninja War was about to ignite. Even Konoha in its current state could not afford such a conflict. Minato was baffled by the hidden cloud's intentions. I shall draft a letter to the hidden cloud, to be delivered by the Umbu, demanding an explanation. Does anyone object? This was the only method to potentially avert war, for the future prosperity of the village. This was Minato's bottom line. As a prominent clan in Konoha, the Hyuga could not remain idle. No. We must send our own envoy from the Hyuga clan to secretly protect Hinata. I trust the fourth Hokage will not oppose this. The abduction of the Hyuga princess was an undeniable fact. To prevent a war between the Hyuga clan and the hidden cloud, this was the only viable course of action. The situation had not yet escalated to that extent. Both the main and branch families had dispatched numerous individuals to pursue her. Once Hinata was safely returned, confronting the hidden cloud for answers would no longer place them in a passive position. It was inevitable that they would demand an explanation from the hidden cloud. It was merely a question of time. I would like to hear the opinions of the esteemed members of the Hyuga clan. Minato surveyed the clan members. What insights do you have, fourth Hokage? Previously, I sensed something amiss outside the village and dispatched one of my students, Uchiha Deep, from the Uchiha clan to monitor the situation. I believe it prudent to await his return and report before drawing conclusions. What do you all think? The truth was laid bare. Minato had already sensed abnormalities outside the village and had taken action. It was premature to confront the hidden cloud for retribution. Since the fourth Hokage had already devised a plan, the Hyuga clan would wait. It was evident that Minato held great trust in his student. Continuing to press the matter would be unreasonable. Following the system prompt, Deep arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. Dozens of shadow clones awaited him there. The hidden cloud shinobi, carrying Hinata Hyuga, sensed a figure in the distance, causing their hearts to race. Their escape speed was impressive. How could the Konoha ninjas possibly match them? Were they to face the Hokage himself? Stop! The leader of the hidden cloud raised a hand, glaring at Deep's clones with fury. Who dares to obstruct us? Kill! One Konoha ninja was already outnumbered by several from the hidden cloud. As his words fell, dozens of shadow clones appeared simultaneously from various directions, encircling them. It was not one, but dozens. Just as one clone spoke, a cry of pain erupted from one of the hidden cloud shinobi. A kunai flew, and an arm fell. Deep swiftly approached the unconscious Hinata. Is she unconscious? Her eyes were shut tight, yet she still breathed. Task 1. Delay the hidden cloud for 3 minutes while awaiting the arrival of the main and branch families. 2. Protect Hinata Hyuga until she is handed over to Hizashi Hyuga. Reward 1. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Initial level 1-2. Amaterasu level up. Deep raised an eyebrow, feeling as though he had struck gold. 2 rewards for 1 outing. Kill. There must be a true body among them. The leader of the hidden cloud was incensed. They had reached the border. Once they crossed, Konoha would be powerless to intervene. Unless, of course, war were to be declared. For the sake of a Byakugan, such a course was clearly unthinkable. The dozens of shadow clones were all mere illusions. The leader of the hidden cloud paused, fuming with rage. He was being delayed by a mere swarm of clones, none of which were the original. Let us go. We need to hurry. We've wasted too much time. Trying to escape? Huh. Deep opened his eyes, and the raging black flames engulfed the hidden cloud shinobi, eliciting their agonized screams. Has overuse of the Sharingan rendered you blind? Not likely. The pain from using Amaterasu was real, yet it was not lethal. The lowest tier of Amaterasu would not inflict mortal wounds upon the hidden cloud, but it was certainly excruciating. Hurry, hurry. They are just ahead. The distant voice sent shivers through the hidden cloud, already scorched by the black flames. They wished to flee, yet found themselves unable to escape. Hinata Hizashi has arrived, and a splendid spectacle awaits. A certain figure named Shin, grinning mischievously from atop a tree, swiftly extinguished Amaterasu just before the members of the Hyuga clan made their entrance. Consequently, the ominous black flames vanished from the site of the hidden cloud village. Just in time, he prepared to make his escape. As for the princess of the Hyuga clan, it would be prudent to delay that confrontation for another day. For now, Evading capture by Konoha and avoiding trouble with the hidden cloud is of utmost importance. Thinking of fleeing? As if I am not even here. Cradling Hinata in his arms, Shin materialized before the hidden cloud ninjas. This poor girl seemed utterly oblivious to what had transpired with the hidden cloud. She remained unconscious, unresponsive to Shin's hold. You little brat, I'll kill you. The leader of the hidden cloud's hand swelled ominously, creaking ominously as he launched a strike towards Shin. The prospect of escaping back to the hidden cloud village in front of Shin was no longer viable. However, eliminating Shin would still pave the way for a return. Alas, Shin was as slippery as an eel, making him nearly impossible to catch. Niji, assist Shin in dealing with the ninjas from the hidden cloud, Hisashi commanded. As the two swiftly maneuvered around Shin to intercept the ninjas who were perilously close to breaching the Fire Country's borders. In the blink of an eye, a fierce skirmish erupted. The situation regarding Hinata's condition remained a mystery, as she was still in a state of unconsciousness. Hand Hinata over to Hisashi, Shin explained. Chapter 24, the Northern Military District, the most challenging. She's fine. It's merely a brief unconsciousness. In a few hours, she'll awaken. Through his Byakugan, Hisashi discerned the actions of the hidden cloud ninjas. They simply wished for Hinata to remain quiet on the return journey. Brother, how should we handle these hidden cloud ninjas? Within minutes, Hisashi had incapacitated all the ninjas, shattering their bones, leaving them utterly defeated and immobile. It is imperative that we report this to the Fourth Hokage. The Hyuga clan must demand an explanation from the hidden cloud for their incursion into Konoha. Rewards have been distributed. Rewards have been distributed. Rewards have been distributed. 3 consecutive notifications rang out, and Shin realized he could leverage his corresponding abilities. Throughout the night, Konoha's villagers remained restless. In the Hokage's office, teacher, these individuals are remnants of the hidden cloud. The rest have fled. Facing Minato Namikaze, Shin laid out the situation clearly. Good, Hinata is unharmed, correct? As the central figure in this ordeal, Minato was deeply concerned. She is fine. Uncle Hisashi has taken her home, Shin responded. Minato sighed in relief. As long as she is safe, that is what matters. Everyone, you may return home for now. Regarding the matter of the hidden cloud, I shall provide Hisashi with a response as swiftly as possible. The incident initiated by the hidden cloud placed immense pressure on Minato. Since assuming the role of the Fourth Hokage, he had never before faced the full weight of the Hyuga clan's grievances. Once all members of the Hyuga clan departed and closed the door, Minato was momentarily able to relax. Shin, I must assign you a mission. Given the recent troubles with the hidden cloud, I have concerns regarding the safety of others. Several ninjas from the hidden cloud have been captured while attempting to cause unrest in Konoha. It seems they are in a desperate state, eager to quell the flames of conflict. To ensure safety, we must dispatch a jonin. However, all our ninjas are currently occupied with tasks. You are the only available jonin who can be mobilized. Very well, Shin, proceed to the hidden cloud village. I wish to ascertain their stance. Minato was reluctant to provoke a war unless absolutely necessary, as Konoha had yet to recover its vitality. Understood. Taking the letter penned by Minato, Shin furrowed his brow and inquired, Teacher, won't you return home to rest? It's quite late, and you've been up all night. Your body and spirit need respite. No, I will merely rest here for a few hours. Shin, you may go about your duties, Minato replied, stretching as he waved his hand. Departing from Konoha, crossing through the national border forest, Shin anticipated encountering a significant contingent of hidden cloud guards within 100 miles of the village. It appeared they had failed to retrieve Hinata, leaving them in a state of frustration. Konoha ninjas, stand guard, a hidden cloud ninja shouted, resulting in a formation of over a dozen ninjas surrounding Shin. Take this back to your leader. Those who dare to threaten Konoha must eventually face the consequences. With that, Shin left behind a letter and departed. From a distance, he observed the hidden cloud's every move. As expected, such a significant event could not be concealed, and news was dispatched with great urgency. In the Hokage's office, Teacher, the letter has been delivered. If there are no further tasks, I shall return home. Minato nodded. Go rest well. Teacher, want you return home to rest? The Hokage's office is not the best place for recuperation. Witnessing the fatigue etched on Minato's face, Shin felt a pang of sympathy. This was the toll of bearing numerous responsibilities. Thank you, Shin. I shall not return home. If possible, could you ask Kushina to prepare a bowl of chicken soup? There are still many matters unresolved. Minato smiled with squinted eyes, leaving Shin with an inexplicable feeling of melancholy. All right, Shin replied, heading directly to the Hokage's residence. By now, dawn had broken. Shin had waited outside for several hours until Kushina finally opened the door. Shin, what brings you to my doorstep? Kushina expressed surprise upon seeing him. Sister Kushina, the teacher has asked me to convey that if possible, please prepare some chicken soup to deliver to the Hokage's office. With that, Shin turned to leave, leaving Kushina momentarily bewildered. Minato isn't coming home. After a brief moment of shock, Kushina's temper flared. He's been absent every day? Subsequently, she procured a chicken and set about preparing the soup. Man is iron. Rice is steel. No matter how irritable one may be, sustenance must come first. Within the Uchiha clan, by a small bridge, along with Itachi and Izumi, a third figure, Sasuke, had now joined them. After a day and night of slumber, Itachi, are you not spending time with Izumi today? Shin had scarcely spent much time within the clan. Each time he returned, he typically found Itachi and Izumi enjoying dango by the small bridge. No, the Fourth Hokage summoned you immediately. It seems there is an urgent matter to discuss. Itachi's expression was laden with urgency. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he encountered Obito and Rin. Shin, the situation is dire, and there is little time to explain. You must accompany teams 15 and 16 to the northern military district of the Land of Fire. Minato's demeanor was grave, as if a significant event was unfolding. As they departed from Konoha en route to the northern military district, Rin began to elaborate on the situation. An unknown ninja force has emerged in the northern military district, their numbers fluctuating, and they have caused significant casualties. Our mission is to eliminate this unidentified threat. The notion of an unknown strength, a ninja force, sparked a possibility in Shin's mind. Could it be that Madara was orchestrating something? At the conclusion of the Third Ninja War, he had forcibly rescued Rin from Madara and Kagaya's grasp, permanently erasing the curse mark on her heart. Meanwhile, Obito had not managed to return, even though he had severed ties with the Ten Tails. Yet, losing such a formidable pawn would undoubtedly displease Madara. Within the military of the Land of Fire, few would dare to challenge an unknown ninja force. The emergence of such a threat was highly likely to be a ploy devised by Madara. Mission: Hell, the deceived Uchiha Madara. Time limit: none. The rewritten monument of the Uchiha clan has altered Madara's fate. The products of intention clash with destiny. The conflict among clan leaders has become a relic of the past. Madara Uchiha shall not perish. The meeting with Hashirama Senju is inevitable. The products of intention will ultimately dissolve into the smoke of the background. Shin, is that it? Such a lengthy discourse with no resolution? The Vanguard squad tasked with annihilating Uchiha Madara. Reward: upgrade Amaterasu by 1 level. Shin's face turned ashen as if he had seen a ghost. Is this system constipated? However, a Vanguard squad. How many puppets has Madara created to warrant the formation of a Vanguard squad? It seems that Kushina, as the Jinchuriki, has survived. Rin's heart is intact. And Obito's departure has dealt a significant blow to Madara. Otherwise, why would there be a need for a Vanguard squad to stir up trouble? Ladies and gentlemen, we still have a short distance to cover. We must hasten our pace. The billowing smoke ahead is strikingly prominent and quite extensive. One can only imagine the extent of casualties suffered by the Northern Military Division. Ordinary soldiers stand no chance against seasoned ninjas. Gazing at the raging flames, classes 15 and 16, along with Shun, immediately joined the fray. Chapter 25. Rin's smile. Beneath the black cloak lurked not a ninja, but white Zetsu. Upon witnessing this, everyone drew in a sharp breath. Teacher, what is this? It doesn't resemble a human at all. I don't know, what on earth is this thing? Rin had never seen the visage of white Zetsu. Obito, you must recognize what these beings are, for they resemble your other half. Rin's first thought was of Obito's other half. This is white Zetsu. Why have they come here? It's simply inconceivable, unless white Zetsu only obeys the commands of Uchiha Madara. If Madara had not issued any orders, white Zetsu would not have emerged from the cave. Obito Uchiha, how dare you return? Our master misses you dearly, yet harbors a deep resentment for your abandonment. Our task is to eliminate you. When Obito departed from the cave, Madara was quite satisfied. However, his prolonged absence has irked Madara greatly. Upon learning of Obito's betrayal, Madara was furious. Although white Zetsu's strength is not formidable, overwhelming Obito should pose no difficulty. The Northern Military Division of the Land of Fire is merely a facade. Since you are here, it is time to fulfill your duties. The objective has been achieved. What harm is there in divulging the plan? A throng of white Zetsu swiftly surrounded Obito. Without the enhancement of white Zetsu, Obito's power diminished slightly. White Zetsu? What is white Zetsu? And who is the master they speak of? The deluge of information momentarily left Rin bewildered. You think you can kill me, with just the likes of you? Obito's anger flared instantly. The words of that old man took on a new meaning. To depart was tantamount to being a useless pawn, destined to be discarded. The cost of abandonment is annihilation. There was no telling where white Zetsu procured a kunai, which it thrust into Obito's body. However, the kunai merely passed through him without inflicting harm. No wonder. It's clear why the master was drawn to you. This ability. While this ability is rather ordinary, I believe that retrieving this body for our master's research could prove invaluable. Enough of the chatter, Obito. I advise you to comply. She is in my grasp. And with the slightest motion, this girl could ascend to the heavens. A kunai held by one of the white zetsu was poised against Rin's neck. Are you threatening me? Obito retorted, a mix of anger and helplessness flooding his senses. The students of classes 15 and 16 were nearly paralyzed with fear. It was their first encounter with such an exaggerated battle. Even the two teachers found themselves at a loss. You six, take the injured soldiers to a safe location. I will handle things here. 6 lower-ranked ninjas were promptly assigned their tasks, while Shin chuckled, Obito, do not concern yourself with Rin, do what you must now. However, just as Obito was about to speak, he saw the arm of the white zetsu twist and then vanish. Hurry, I am merely assisting. Shin had not anticipated the situation would prove so challenging. Were it not for Kimui, he was uncertain how they would manage, with a white zetsu appearing every 2 steps. The pace was blistering. In mere seconds, all of the numerous white zetsu present lay dead. Naturally, this did not mean the death of their original forms. In a certain cave, Uchiha Madara spat out a mouthful of blood in fury. Obito's strength astonished him. How long has it been? Even white zetsu cannot contend with him. Rewards have been issued. Well done, Obito. Your strength has indeed increased significantly. Shin had observed Obito's actions keenly. Without relying on ninjutsu, he had dispatched all the white zetsu with sheer physical prowess. This was commendable. It's rather easy to deal with these white zetsu clones. But should the true white zetsu arrive, the outcome could be vastly different. Obito understood that these were merely clones. The true white zetsu possessed far greater strength. Not bad. Even in your current state, you managed to easily defeat over a dozen white zetsu. That is already commendable. Once your other half is restored, I believe your strength will ascend to a new level. At present, Obito's power was hampered due to the incomplete state of his other half. If I were to heed Madara's words, perhaps I would become even stronger. But for now, it is best to refrain. My strength has diminished far too much. It seems nearly impossible. Glancing at his other half, Obito shook his head slightly. It had been utterly crushed by rocks. Were it not for white zetsu's compensation, he might have perished long ago. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must strive. To give up is the mark of the weak. Holding Obito's hand, Rin smiled sweetly. Upon seeing Rin's smile, Obito felt a slight flush rise to his cheeks, filled with newfound thoughts. As long as there is hope, surrender is not an option. Isn't it a bit premature to discuss this now? After ensuring that the students completed their tasks, Shin approached with a smile, saying, as for what lies ahead, let us wait until the war concludes entirely. Securing a new body should not prove too difficult. For the time being, that was the only course of action. Are you serious? Obito exclaimed, gripping Shin's shoulders, shaking him back and forth, his eyes wide with excitement. Yes, it is likely. Therefore, Obito, your current task is to grow stronger, so you can make a remarkable impact when the time comes. Obito's body must be replaced. But that would require a long wait, perhaps as long as a decade or more. Everyone, the casualties in the Northern Military Division are significant. I must promptly report this to the daimyo, so I cannot linger with you all. Please forgive me. The officer from the Northern Military Division quickly accounted for the dead and injured before rushing over. The situation was dire. Smoke and flames must be accurately reported to the daimyo. All right, the mission is complete. It is time to return to the village. The mission to annihilate the white zetsu clones was accomplished, but the smoke of the Northern Military Division still lingered, requiring time to resolve. This mission allowed both classes to truly witness the ravages of war. Upon returning to the village, they spent 2 months lost in thought. With nothing else to do, they visited the Mizuno family, who received them warmly. Since Mizuno Yamaki could take on commissions to earn a modest bounty, the living standards of the Mizuno family had risen sharply. Meanwhile, it remained uncertain whether the Hidden Cloud village had received any correspondence, as there had been no replies for 2 months. During this time, the Hyuga clan had made several inquiries to the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, only to receive the same answer, no news. Thus, Konoha entered a brief period of peace. At the eastern edge of the village, at the Mizuno residence, Shin purchased 2 bags of fruit and stood at the door, knocking quietly as he awaited entry. Brother, you're here. Come in. Ayame beamed with 2 adorable dimples. Holding the fruit. Brother, Shin and I is here. Please take this. In times of peace in Konoha, there was no need for so many ninjas, leading most to refrain from taking on additional commissions. Instead, they preferred to remain home, gazing at the sky. These days also marked a rare respite for Yamaki. Brother, Yamaki called out, yet there were no entertainment activities, leaving them to sit in silence. I wanted to ask if, in 7 days, we could organize an outdoor gathering. I wonder if you all would participate. Chapter 26, The Gathering, Mastering Ninjutsu. Shin decided to skip the meal and go straight to the point. The outdoor gathering was organized by Shun S2 classes and Rin S2 classes, totaling 16 individuals, with the 4 of them serving as bodyguards. An outdoor gathering. Mizuno Yamakawa's eyes lit up. We absolutely must attend. However, Aimie has just become a genin, which may complicate matters. That is indeed unfortunate. Gathering with 4 jonin. Yamakawa will surely gain valuable experience. Aimie, you have become a genin. Congratulations. I wonder which teacher is overseeing you. There were only a handful of graduates from their class. Few had taken on teaching roles. It is Might Guy, in fact. Before Aimie could finish, Shin burst into laughter. Haha, what a splendid idea. Imuto Ame is Might Guy, while the younger brother Yamashiro is Asuma Saratobi. Deeply blind guessing, Yamashiro's teacher must be Asuma. However, that is indeed incorrect, as my teacher is Kurinai Yuhi, Yamashiro responded. Deep was genuinely taken aback by the rapid progression of events. Fine, let us settle on that. It seems we can arrange a collective feast. If that proves unfeasible, then we shall join in. If there are no holidays, Deep will allow them to gather with their own class. It is merely a matter of days. And I doubt anyone will object. Uncle, Auntie, I'm off now. I'll return next time. Please remember the gathering in 7 days. And I will come to find you then. Ninjas lack a sense of time. Thus Deep decided to seek them out at the appointed hour. Certainly, their father, Mizuno Yamato, was the first to agree on their behalf. After departing from the Mizuno household, they arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. After ordering a bowl of ramen, they quietly awaited the arrival of others. Typically, at this hour, those who are meant to come will arrive, while those who are not will not show. Guy, are you interested in the gathering 7 days from now? After finishing the last bite of ramen, Deep inquired with a smile. A gathering? Is it the one Kakashi and the others mentioned? Guy stroked his chin, pondering for a while before asking, will there be many people? Are there any physical activities? If we are going, we must embrace our youth. If there are no physical activities, then we must ensure more people partake in extreme sports. Quite a number. Currently 4 classes are involved, Deep nodded. For classes? You, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin from 4 classes? Indeed, those 4 classes, and if nothing goes awry. Asuma and Kurinai's classes as well. Are you aiming for a collective event then? Precisely. I have already applied to the Fourth Hokage, and he has approved this gathering. There is no war at present, so it is the perfect time for a break. In a while, that may not be the case. Deep explained. All right, let us meet at the village entrance in 7 days without fail. Guy gave a thumbs up. Settling Guy was the easy part. The remaining tasks fell to Kakashi and the others. This was not Deep's concern, merely a matter of task distribution. Shursui, it's been several days since I last saw you. Where have you been? At the entrance of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui, carrying a sword, appeared to have just completed a mission. Just returned. By the way, where have you been all this time? I haven't seen you around, Shursui remarked. His gaze toward Deep somewhat different. What's the matter? We are preparing for a gathering. Will you come? There will be many people. Shursui seemed to be quite different this time. Deep chose not to dwell on it. Is Danzo up to something again? That doesn't seem right. The Umbu are not rude. A gathering? For what purpose? Shursui was genuinely unaware of the gathering's purpose. Even if the village did not require many people, there was no need to gather idly. Well, to discuss ninjutsu, combat experiences, and have some fun. Deep believed the primary purpose of this gathering was enjoyment. As for discussing ninjutsu and combat experiences, they were optional. If I have time, certainly, Shursui smiled. That smile made Uchiha Shursui quite charming. Itachi, Izumi, greetings. See you in 7 days. Itachi, a gathering, right? We're already aware of it. Your commotion is quite significant. The entire village knows that the 4 of you are organizing a gathering. Izumi, indeed. Then you. Deep became somewhat awkward in an instant. I will definitely attend. This gathering could be considered a grand assembly of all ninjas in the village. Itachi thought it would be delightful to bring Izumi along. What about Izumi? Deep chuckled. As long as Itachi attended, Izumi would likely follow suit. Absolutely. Izumi smiled sweetly. All right, you all continue. I want to interrupt. Deep waved his hand. In recent months, this small bridge within the Uchiha clan had essentially been claimed by the 2, becoming their unique sweet rendezvous. Occasionally, one could even witness a blushing Itachi. As for Sasuke, he would sometimes linger nearby, while other times, he was likely being coaxed by Fugaku. More often than not, he followed in Itachi's footsteps. The ninjutsu match commenced. In the forest outside the village, 2 classes had designated 2 participants for a ninjutsu duel. Left Matsun, and Door exchanged bows. In the next moment, all that could be seen were two afterimages clashing. Saliva flew, and occasionally a trickle of blood emerged. Fire release, fireball. Fire release, great fireball. Two fireballs, each a meter in diameter, collided. As the flames extinguished, both of their chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and their power was comparable. That's enough, it's a tie. Let us put in more effort next time. Deep recorded the results of the two with paper and pen. Bai, let us call it quits for now. In a while, I'll have you learn medical ninjutsu. Deep's gaze fixed on Bai. At present, Bai was the only one who had yet to master any ninjutsu. It was somewhat unfair to Bai. However, Deep himself did not know medical ninjutsu, so how could he teach? The fire techniques employed by Door and Matsun were all taught by Deep alone. It could be said that Kakashi was merely responsible for leading. Teacher, is medical ninjutsu very difficult to learn? Bai had posed this question many times. The only thought that crossed her mind was whether medical ninjutsu was truly that hard to master. Why was it repeatedly withheld? Deep was at a loss for words. Teaching medical ninjutsu, healing palm. Deep was internally frantic. I don't even know it myself. How can I teach you? Temporary medical ninjutsu, healing palm has been acquired. In that moment, Deep felt as though something new had been added to his mind. Bai, come here. Calling Bai over, Deep began to demonstrate the fundamental principles of the healing palm technique. All of this was temporary. Deep had only 5 minutes. This meant that within 5 minutes, he must teach Bai to master the healing palm technique. After comprehending it, this ninjutsu seemed quite easy to learn. Now, Bai appeared to understand why the teacher had not taught her medical ninjutsu. It was far too easy to learn. You mastered it. Deep was somewhat surprised. To succeed on the first attempt, a genius girl? MHM. Bai nodded vigorously. Deep promptly retrieved a kunai, drew it across his arm, causing blood to flow. Use the healing palm technique you just learned to heal this wound of mine. Can you do it? Deep believed that applying what one learned was the true essence of fully digesting knowledge. Chapter 27. The Gathering S Uninvited Guest. I should be able to. Focusing her mind, gathering chakra, her hands emanated a glow. As the light enveloped the wound, it only healed slightly. Just a bit, merely ceasing the bleeding. Bai felt embarrassed. It's all right. It's your first time. It doesn't matter. Just practice more in the future. Deep felt somewhat awkward as well. From now on, they could only wait for the system to reward medical ninjutsu before he could impart it. After this, the only path forward was practice, with no other options. Kakashi, how is the overall combat capability of Class 21? After witnessing the ninjutsu duels of Class 21, Deep rushed over to inquire. Kakashi personally instructing ninjutsu should mean that their overall performance is significantly better than Class 22. No teacher is as lazy as Deep. Average. Kakashi's expression was not very pleasant, indicating some disappointment in Class 21. Average. You haven't taught them ninjutsu? Ninjutsu. They don't possess lightning-type chakra. The only thing I can teach is basic combat skills. Kakashi shook his head. Normally, Minato would only teach them these. All right then, Deep shrugged. In the following days, they concentrated on teaching basic skills. During these past few days, the students became increasingly proficient in using ninjutsu. This was also the first time Deep had personally managed these three for such an extended period. Bursting with enthusiasm, the azure beast of youth, Might Guy, the charming and lovely Kurenai Yuhi and Rin Nohara, the half-white Zetsu, and others. At this moment, they all gathered at the village entrance. The spies from various villages, witnessing this scene for the first time, trembled in fear. Almost all the jonin of Konoha were mobilized. Simultaneously, they rushed back to the village to report this situation to their respective Kage. Guy, could you not act like a monster? We are going out for a gathering, not to become beasts. Upon witnessing Might Guy walking in reverse, Shin was momentarily speechless. He pondered the absurdity of wanting to walk upside down. Yet he felt it was only a temporary inconvenience. Shin was well aware of Guy's prowess as a master of taijutsu, but he also wished not to be perceived as an oddity by others. Apologies, I noticed, Guy remarked, scratching his head, revealing his large, white teeth. Everyone, this gathering has been organized after discussions with my fellow instructors from the other three classes. The purpose is quite simple. You will understand upon arrival. Shin articulated the intent of this outing. The destination was the border between the land of fire and the land of whirlpools. Huh, the border? Shin, what are you thinking? Kakashi expressed his confusion. A picnic in the wild does not necessitate a trip to the national boundary. There's no particular reason. The area has mountains and rivers, and it is rumored to be teeming with wildlife. Even though we'll only be there for a few days, I assure you sustenance will not be an issue. As the weather cools, I simply wish to relish the experience of fishing beneath a waterfall, provided I don't freeze, Shin explained. That's a rather flimsy justification, Shin. Kakashi responded with exasperation. Wildlife is everywhere. Every forest has them. Is that your reasoning? What are you going to do? Dispute it? Shin shot a pointed look at Kakashi, who fell silent. It wasn't fear, but rather the futility of exchanging blows over a single remark or location. All right, it's decided. All eyes turned to Shin, who agreed to this. They were surprised at the prospect of venturing to such a remote location. Just the journey would take several days. After indulging in food and leisure for a few days, a month would have passed. If anything were to happen in the village during that time, they would not be able to return swiftly. Shin, your approach is quite misguided, Might Guy interjected, his earlier jovial demeanor replaced with seriousness. It would be best to choose a location closer to the village for our outdoor gathering, where we can sweat and celebrate our youth. Traveling so far makes it impossible to return in a single day. The other instructors nodded in agreement. The village's main combat strength was present here, and should an emergency arise, there would be no time to react. What do you mean by that? This time, it was Shin who was at a loss for words. It indeed seemed to be the case. Since Shin desired a spot by the river, they would opt for the nearest small river, which would take merely 2 hours to traverse. I think that's feasible. We can engage in all our desired activities, including contests, Shin concluded. Then, let us proceed. Guy, lead the way. A throng of people leapt among the trees. Their destination a valley that could indeed be described as having both mountains and water. Adjacent to the valley was a splendid waterfall, and a river flowed nearby, where sizable yellow fish swam. This is the place. Nature's most exquisite valley, Guy declared, pointing excitedly at the small waterfall. Let us unleash our youthful spirits. He then sped around the valley at a speed surpassing that of ordinary humans, completing several laps in a matter of moments. Guy's enthusiasm remained undiminished. Observing the blur that was Guy, Shin could only express his resignation. Simultaneously, Guy's 3 students appeared equally exasperated, grappling with having such an eccentric taijutsu instructor. All right, everyone understands the purpose of this outdoor gathering, Shin stated. As he sat by the river, feeling the breeze and lost in thought, all present were momentarily petrified. After all this effort and notifying so many people, was the goal merely to witness this moment? What are you all staring at? Do you have nothing better to do? Shin felt somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny. He and T called them out merely to see him daydreaming. Fine, enjoy your reverie. We're going to have fun, they decided. And consequently, Kakashi and the others opted not to insist on continuing their students' training in ninjutsu. It was a break time. However, teacher, let us keep practicing, a student suggested. Kakashi exchanged glances filled with disbelief. It seemed rest was out of the question. Among the Uchiha clan, only Shin and Itachi shared a close brotherly bond. Itachi, along with his younger brother Sasuke and Izumi, formed a group with Shin, Izumi, and Sasuke seated side by side. Itachi produced some dango, sharing it with Izumi. The group became a bright focal point, radiating energy. Obito and Rin arrived with 6 genin in tow, while Asuma and Kurenai gathered with Kurenai's class, sitting around a campfire. Meanwhile, Might Guy continued to run around energetically, seemingly oblivious to how many laps he had completed. Despite the exhaustion of his 3 students, Guy's enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. How about we have the girls unite to sing a song? After dinner, Shin gazed at the tranquil sky and proposed. The atmosphere was serene, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the grass and the river flowing nearby. But we haven't practiced singing. And there's no sheet music, someone pointed out. It doesn't matter. If you can't sing, then there's nothing to be done, Shin replied. Chapter 28, The Final Seal. Shin had no sheet music in hand, nor could he ascertain if the system would provide any. It likely wouldn't. As the system lacked that functionality. Then let us just stay here. Without any entertainment, we can return tomorrow. Shin forced a smile. This gathering was gradually losing its initial charm. It had become dull. What had seemed like a fun time turned out to be limited to just a day's worth of entertainment. All right, we'll head back to the village tomorrow. From departure to tomorrow morning, that's just a day's time. Using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed, Guy promptly fell asleep. Shin was left speechless at how quickly Guy succumbed to slumber. Seriously? He fell asleep the moment he lay down. All right, those wishing to practice ninjutsu may continue. As I said, today is a holiday for everyone. Shin reclined on his backpack, gazing at the starry sky. Itachi held Sasuke close, smiling at Izumi. As the morning dew dripped on his face, Shin slowly opened his eyes. He yawned and rubbed his eyes. The air here was indeed refreshing. Another beautiful day awaited. Rising, he caught dozens of fresh fish from the river. Gathering a pile of dry twigs, he lit a fire, and the aroma of roasting fish wafted through the air. Wake up, it's time for fish for breakfast. The earliest risers were still those habitual individuals. Some students had played too hard and were still fast asleep. Obito, once you wake up, don't just laze around. Help start the fire for the fish. Upon seeing Obito awake, Shin immediately called out. Huh, just woke up and already assigned work? Shouldn't I be allowed to sleep more? Obito was a bit dazed. No time for that. Come help with the fish. There are dozens of us. I can't manage it alone. Each person should handle at least one fish. And we'll need to catch more once we finish cooking. Itachi, Shursui, Izumi, come help with the fish. The task of roasting fish fell to the Uchiha clan members. As an Uchiha, Shin thought that if it weren't for the fear of burning the fish while steaming, he would have preferred steamed fish instead. The type of fish was secondary. The primary concern was whether it was edible. If poorly steamed, there could be other varieties. Picking up several sticks, he expertly skewered them. If only he had the technique for grafting. Otherwise, he would have strung them together. The process of roasting fish lasted over 2 hours. Despite the lack of materials in the wild, the fish turned out beautifully charred on the outside and tender on the inside. A bite revealed its succulent flavor. I think we should establish a specialty in Konoha dedicated solely to roasting fish. After finishing the roasted fish and cleaning up, Shin felt that fishing in the wild could be somewhat troublesome in the future. The journey alone took 2 hours. The suggestion was good, but who had the leisure to roast fish? Perhaps once the village of Konoha truly entered a period of peace, they could revisit this matter. At present, the conflicts among the 5 great nations had yet to fully subside. Although the appearance of a ninja is not necessary, time is required for adaptation. Rin, what troubles you? Rin suddenly became restless, as if something within her was struggling to break free. Then it struck Shun. Sanbai, it's Sanbai. Mission, simple, seal the 3 tails. Reward, medical ninjutsu. Healing wound destruction. Cover the retreat of all students. Leave Toby behind. Everyone should withdraw one after another to prevent unnecessary losses. If the 3 tails is unleashed, the consequences will be dire. Shin did not wish to reveal his true strength before everyone, lest someone take notice. Shun, what is wrong? What is happening? Shursui sensed that something was amiss. It was simply inexpressible. Within Rin, there seemed to be a power that transcended Shursui beginning to surface. There is no time to explain. Retreat quickly. If we wait any longer, the 3 tails will erupt completely, and Rin will be in grave danger. The reason Shun had refrained from sealing the 3 tails until now was evident. Everyone evacuated, leaving only Toby and Rin. Toby, hold Rin down. A chain imbued with sealing power suddenly emerged from Shun's back, followed by one after another. These chains were unique to the Uzumaki clan, all related to the great sealing techniques. It is time to employ the great sealing techniques, Shun murmured softly. Dozens of chains infused with sealing power bound Rin, continuously injecting sealing energy into her body. The sealing is complete. Shin was uncertain how to utilize the great sealing techniques. He only knew that if he bound Rin with the chains, the remaining sealing would be left to the system. As the chaos subsided, Rin fell into a brief unconsciousness. Shun, what just happened? What were those chains? Toby was left in a daze by the scene he had just witnessed. The dozens of chains that emerged from Shun's back injected an unknown power into Rin, and then everything quieted down. No, it's nothing. Just don't tell anyone about this. Shin was unwilling to let others know his secret. As for Toby, for Rin's sake, he would certainly keep the secret buried deep within. No problem, Toby assured with a pat on his chest. Although Toby was intensely curious about Shun's secret, he could never betray a friend who had come to his aid, especially one from the same clan. What has happened to Rin? Why is she unconscious? Seeing Rin's condition, Toby was exceedingly anxious, wondering what to do. It's all right. She'll be fine in less than 5 minutes. I believe Guy and the others will report the situation here to the Fourth Hokage. Shin was not concerned about this. The Fourth Hokage was already aware of some of his circumstances. Even if unexpected issues arose, Shun felt he could explain them. Rin. Upon noticing something was amiss with Rin, Toby immediately shook her. 5 minutes is the time given by the system. Not a second more, nor less. Toby. Seeing Toby holding her, Rin instantly reacted. Since you're awake, let us go. This marks the final movement in sealing the 3 tails. Reward has been granted. Shin smiled radiantly. This reward was exceptionally formidable. Healing wound destruction. This technique is truly remarkable. If utilized properly, one can essentially avoid fatal injuries. Mission, difficult, perfect Jinchuriki. Becoming a perfect Jinchuriki is no easy feat. Assist Nohara Rin in becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. Reward, water release, chakra fragment, X5. Perfect Jinchuriki. Shin furrowed his brow. This task was not a simple one. However, it was considerably less daunting than the hellish difficulty of the previous mission. It seems that in the coming days, I will need to spend more time with Rin and Toby. Why is the reward so meager? Just water-released chakra fragments. What displeased Shin the most was indeed the paltry reward of water-released chakra fragments for a difficult level mission. Upon returning to the village, Shun's troubles began. He was immediately summoned to the Hokage's office. During this time, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was also overwhelmed with responsibilities. The matter with the Cloud Village was not yet resolved, and the Hyuga clan had been incessantly pressing for updates. Chapter 29, Compensation from the Cloud Village. Shun, this time, you must take on the task. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, said with a smile. This time it is not a battle, but rather a coordination. After 2.5 months, the Cloud Village has finally sent word. Pushing an envelope before Shun, Minato said, the Cloud Village wishes to coordinate and prefers to avoid conflict, willing to compensate the Hyuga clan for both physical and mental losses. This left Shin somewhat perplexed. It was rather unconventional. That's better, to avoid fighting. Your task this time is to protect, or rather, to prevent the Cloud Village from having any opportunities. The Hyuga clan places great importance on this matter, and they will surely mobilize forces. It is likely that the Cloud Village will hand over the ninja who kidnapped Hinata, as they do not wish to continue the conflict. Each battle incurs enormous financial costs, and it could escalate into a war between great nations. That is not good. Minato also wished to avoid a minor issue escalating into a national crisis. All right, prepare to head to the Hyuga clan now, Shun. Yes, sensei. With the mission concluded, Minato would finally have time to return home and spend time with his wife and child. Sensei, take care not to lose sleep, I'm off. After years of toil, Minato's health could hardly withstand such demands. You rascal, go on. Minato chuckled, finding Shun to be quite amusing. After tidying up at home, Shun set off for the Hyuga clan. Throughout the journey, he was under the command of Hyuga Hizashi. The previously captured Cloud Village ninja were also brought along. Shun, the fourth Hokage sent you to escort us? Are you truly capable? The last battle at the border was indeed credited to the prowess of the Uchiha clan's Shun. For some reason, he seemed to know the escape route of the Cloud Village, making a direct approach, leaving even Hizashi somewhat bewildered. Uncle Hizashi, you must trust me. Even in death, I will not allow the Hyuga clan to lose a single member. Shun assured. Well then, just remember, don't utter foolish words. If you find yourself truly outmatched, then retreat. Hizashi did not wish for the loss of a genius from the Uchiha clan, especially one so closely associated with the fourth Hokage. If something were to happen, the Hyuga clan would not be able to withstand the assault of so many forces. All right, I understand. Shin glanced at the captured Cloud Village ninjas, who had been enjoying the hospitality of the Hyuga clan for over 2 months. His tone becoming rather unfriendly. It's best to resolve this peacefully, otherwise, we may have to continue the conflict. By the way, Uncle Hizashi, I personally believe that the expenses incurred by these individuals should be compensated by the Cloud Village. We shall not engage in a losing venture. Currently, the 5 Kages are not particularly amicable. If relations are strained, Shin would not engage in a losing deal, even if it's for the sake of friendship. It is imperative that the Cloud Village endure some hardship, allowing those individuals a moment of calm. The Hyuga clan could not mobilize such a significant force without extracting something of value from the Cloud Village. Hinata's fright could not go without compensation. As her father, Hizashi could not neglect this. Ensuring the Cloud Village ninjas were securely bound was paramount. They were the bargaining chip in this negotiation, and Hizashi needed to ensure everything was foolproof. The prominence of the Hyuga clan was well known throughout Konoha. A casual inquiry would reveal the situation. Meanwhile, Minato had not been seen in the Hokage office for several consecutive days, enjoying a rare leisure time. Besides spending time with his wife and child, he devoted himself to reading. Life was exceedingly pleasant. The people of Konoha held a deep respect for the fourth Hokage, but there was lingering resentment towards his son, Naruto Uzumaki. The Nine-Tails invasion had instilled a profound hatred for the beast among all villagers, and that animosity was directed squarely at Naruto, the host of the Nine-Tails. In the village of Cloud Hidden, enveloped in mist, the ninjas returning to their homeland instinctively advanced. However, as they moved, they were swiftly subdued by the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. Each returning ninja bore a distinct sense of melancholy, for it was likely that this return would mark their disgrace, rendering them pariahs within Cloud Hidden. Ahead lay the village itself, and all prepared for combat, ready to engage should hostility arise. Hyuga Hayashi wore an expression devoid of emotion. No one desired a large-scale war in this place. After all, the hard-earned peace that had been so painstakingly achieved was not something anyone wished to shatter. Let us seek out the wreckage, he declared, unaware of what feelings awaited them. There was a possibility that the wreckage would shift the burden onto his subordinates. As the Hyuga clan moved en masse through Cloud Hidden, Many vigilant ninjas observed them closely, some even trailing behind as a precaution against escalating conflict. What perplexed them, however, was the sight of several Cloud ninjas bound and detained. "Is this the Raikage office?" Hayashi inquired, gesturing to the scene before him. "Bring these Cloud ninjas inside with me. The rest shall wait here." Inside the Raikage office, the Raikage regarded the captured Cloud ninjas with a bemused expression before turning to Hayashi, propping his chin on his hand and asking, "What brings the esteemed Hyuga clan of Konoha all the way to our village?" He chose to disregard the detained ninjas, recognizing them as part of his own faction who had captured Hayashi's daughter. Thankfully, Uchiha allies accompanied them. Otherwise, their current position might have been quite different. The Raikage had indeed received the letter from Konoha's Fourth Hokage. Hayashi remained unperturbed, appearing as though he were judging the Raikage himself. "Indeed, that letter was penned by my own hand. However, the contents clearly outline our deep regret regarding the affairs of the Hyuga clan, and we have prepared compensation, hoping that this minor issue will not incite war." The Raikage smiled faintly, glancing at his secretary. Soon, 3 large chests filled with money were presented. This sum was substantial enough to leave Cloud hidden in a precarious position. Money could be earned again. What mattered most was to avoid conflict. "This, then, is the compensation from Cloud hidden for the Hyuga clan. Is it adequate?" Hayashi nodded slightly. "We of the Hyuga clan shall distribute this accordingly. However, I am not interested in your negotiations. I merely wish to ascertain whether the compensation suffices. How you choose to handle it is your concern." With a dismissive wave of his hand, the Raikage instructed them to cease further discussion. The bound Cloud ninjas, upon seeing the vast sum of money, understood that their lives were irrevocably altered. The compensation demanded from Cloud hidden was exorbitant, and the higher-ups would certainly make their lives difficult from that point onward. "Uncle Hayashi, this should sufficiently compensate for the losses of the Hyuga clan, although the expenses incurred for these individuals during their stay will require separate accounting," added Shin, observing the situation. The Raikage's expression shifted to one of displeasure. "Speak plainly, how much?" "At a friendly rate, 100,000 ryo, covering meals and lodging for over 2 months. "It is quite reasonable," Shin replied, noting the Raikage's growing ire as he begrudgingly summoned another 100,000 ryo. "For the sake of these few worthless individuals, this expenditure is excessive." After releasing the Cloud ninjas from their bonds, several members of the Hyuga clan heaved a chest out into the open. Not long after, it appeared that a minor incident had occurred on the Raikage's end. "Uncle Hayashi, are you satisfied with this outcome?" Shin inquired with a smile. "Cloud hidden has certainly bled profusely this time. I never anticipated such a generous compensation. Likely half of Cloud hidden's annual revenue," Hayashi mused, though he was unaware of the village's actual earnings. As their time in Cloud hidden grew shorter, they soon received a summons from their teacher. "Shin, the situation is critical. The Mist Village is on the verge of war with Konoha due to the Three Tails incident. You were the one who initially handled this matter, and now your teacher seeks your counsel." The situation regarding the Mist Village was urgent, and it was indeed Shin who had instigated it. Not even the legendary Minato Namikaze could intervene. "System, is Kurama Chiyu currently under control, or who was responsible for unleashing the Nine Tails last time?" Shin pondered, feeling bewildered. Obito was no longer merely a stand-in for Uchiha Madara. Who else could wield such power and control the Nine Tails? The mysterious individual possesses considerable abilities and is a trusted figure of Uchiha Madara. The system's response left Shin speechless. It seemed that with Obito out of the picture, a new substitute had emerged, one whose strength was on par with Obito's, or perhaps even superior. Madara had relied on Obito to join his plans for Rin. Was there another who would also join for the sake of faith? Current status of Kurama Chiyu: under control. Controlling individual: mysterious. Shin was left utterly at a loss. Previously controlled due to Obito's eyes, he was now under the influence of another. With no understanding of the methods of that control, this task would prove challenging. Task: ordinary, awaken Kurama Chiyu. Currently, lacking illusion abilities, task cannot be completed. Please continue to strive. Inwardly cursing the system, Shin thought, how can I possibly awaken Kurama Chiyu without the ability to break the control? This matter requires my direct intervention. I shall speak with the Mizukage, Kurama Chiyu. I believe a favorable outcome is within reach. Since he could not yet free Kurama Chiyu from control, he would have to wait for an opportunity when Tsukuyami or another Jinjutsu could be employed on this charming young man. For now, he would focus on alleviating the tension, employing a delaying tactic. Wait, Minato is taken aback. It is said that this Mizukage is notoriously ruthless. The Mist Village is known as the Village of Blood Mist. Is it even possible to engage in conversation with such a person? Shin, you can't be serious. That Mizukage is infamous for his cruelty. Certainly, Shin replied with a faint smile. By the way, Has Obito developed any Genjutsu techniques? If possible, I would appreciate borrowing them. Well then, unless there is anything further, I shall take my leave. Exiting the Hokage's office, he made his way directly to where Obito and Rin were located. During this time, he could teach Rin to master the Three Tails. When the Mizukage Kurama Chiyu eventually became enraged, they would be prepared. Though the strength of the Mist Village would significantly diminish without the Three Tails, an alliance with Konoha could yield 2 Jinchuriki. Such a scenario was unlikely unless Kurama Chiyu were utterly foolish. Once Obito and Rin had completed their tasks, Shin jumped down from the tree. Do you two have a moment? Shin, you're not acting quite right. You keep leaving the class to Kakashi, who has to manage 6 genin on his own. That's no easy feat since the student distribution. Obito and Rin had noticed that Shin had never truly taken on the role of a serious teacher. He had only acted as one during the assessments and the week leading up to their gathering. Having just finished imparting basic knowledge, Shin had returned. And it seemed he had another matter at hand. I'm aware of these issues. I also assist Kakashi when I can, but you know I'm merely a support. Shin chuckled, observing the 6 dust-covered genin. These 2 classes possess far greater combat strength than mine and Kakashi's. I noticed during the previous class duel. What brings you here this time? Obito understood that Shin had something important to discuss. He had kept his word and had not betrayed him regarding the last incident. Uncertain if you are aware of the matter regarding the Mizukage seeking retribution. Let me be direct. Of course, how could one be oblivious? Everything related to Rin is crystal clear to Obito. The Mizukage's visit to settle accounts undoubtedly stems from the presence of the Three Tails within Rin. What concerns Obito the most is Rin's very life. Obito, might you possess the ability to cast Genjutsu? Why do you ask? A little, perhaps. Shin smiled as expected. My assumptions were correct. Obito exercised his ocular prowess to control Kurigane Yagura. Presumably, he could also use his eyes to sever the mysterious figure's control over Kurigane Yagura. Through Genjutsu, he attempted to break the Mizukage's hold on Kurigane Yagura. As per my information, Kurigane Yagura was under someone else's dominion. Shin interjected, not to sound harsh, but your sources are quite far-fetched. The Mizukage is one of the 5 Kages. How could he be controlled by another? Obito was incredulous. A figure of such stature could not be subjugated by anyone. Perhaps it truly is the case, Shin chuckled, contemplating. Quite possibly. You are unaware that it was originally you who controlled the Mizukage, Kurigane Yagura. Really? At that moment, Obito finally wiped away his mischievous grin in front of Rin. The once bashful Obito, who would turn shy upon seeing Rin, had grown quite thick-skinned. Naturally, were it not for this pressing issue, I would not have gone out of my way to seek you out. Shin then turned his gaze towards Rin. Rin, if time permits, you may require rigorous training. Initiated by the teacher. A secret that Rin herself was unaware of. Shin, do you know something behind the scenes? Rin could always sense an inexplicable aura surrounding Shin, as if he could foresee the future. Obito recognized that he must find an opportunity to discuss this substantial matter with Rin. The issue of the Three Tails was known to the members of the Minato team, aside from Rin herself. As for the outside world, there was no need to elaborate. Shin feared that this matter might again distort Obito's perception of Rin. Obito. Rin turned her attention swiftly towards him. After such a long time, not a whisper of information had been shared. Rin, in truth, the Mizukage is at a loss on how to clarify the matter of the Jinchuriki. Chapter 31, The Nightmare That Ends. The Mizukage? Is the Mist Village going to war? Dismissing all favorable possibilities, Rin dreaded the worst. A conflict was imminent. Yet, why would the Mist Village engage in war? It had only recently experienced peace. The Mizukage should not be so foolish. No, it pertains to the matter of the Three Tails. Observing Obito's silence, Shin bluntly summarized the situation. Upon hearing this, Rin clasped her hands over her mouth, her eyes beginning to tremble. She was indeed the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. A Jinchuriki, a most unfortunate vocation. What is it, Rin? Are you unable to bear this? Observing Rin's expression, Shin surmised. As a Jinchuriki, she was destined to tread a path unlike that of other shinobi. It's nothing, merely a Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Rin maintained a sweet smile upon her face. A facade of forced cheerfulness, Shin quietly lamented. Rin's heart was undoubtedly undergoing a transformation. Each village harbored differing views on Jinchuriki, often filled with disdain and distance. The earlier comments were likely rooted in this. Rin speculated. The 6 students were left astounded. Their teacher, with whom they had spent so much time, was actually a Jinchuriki. In light of this revelation, both Obito and Shin nodded in agreement. This matter was undeniably significant. The challenge of fostering a bond between Rin and the Three Tails would be formidable. Without a proper training ground, relying solely on combat experience could lead to catastrophic failure. Should the Three Tails erupt, the consequences could be dire. The true waterfall was off limits. If possible, time was of the essence. To have the Three Tails recognize Rin and cooperate with her in battle to unleash their power to its fullest potential, Shin understood that this was no simple task. The Cloud Village had sacrificed untold shinobi in pursuit of the perfect Jinchuriki. Thus, I shall offer my utmost cooperation. At that moment, Obito was left in a state of astonishment. This smile resembled a lotus flower, breathtakingly beautiful. The fourth Mizukage, Kurigane Yagura, has arrived. Please prepare for reception. Mission: Ordinary, the nightmare that ends. Dissolve the fourth Mizukage Kurigane Yagura's control. Reward: Tsukuyami. Well, I believe I have said all that needs to be said. I trust the Mizukage. Kurigane Yagura has arrived. The original portrayal of Kurigane Yagura resembled a rather feminine-looking young man. It remains uncertain what kind of demeanor he will present this time, combat or peace. You all should return home. Once matters conclude, we shall seek you out. Obito addressed the students. With the arrival of the Mizukage, the situation had grown somewhat urgent. At the village gate, a multitude of shinobi had gathered, alongside a considerable contingent from the Land of Fire's army. Leading the charge were the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and all of Konoha's elite jonin. Fourth Mizukage Kurigane Yagura, may I inquire why you have summoned so many shinobi to Konoha? Minato Namikaze remained unfazed. Do I need to explain the actions of your village? Kurigane Yagura's demeanor was fierce, as if Konoha had committed some heinous act. I apologize, but I am truly unaware of any misdeeds committed by the Hidden Leaf Village, Minato Namikaze replied, shaking his head. To render Konoha devoid of combat capability? Is that even conceivable? Surrender the Three Tails, which belongs to my Mist Village. Kurigane Yagura extended his hand. The Mizukage certainly possesses a sense of humor. The tailed beast of the Mist Village is here to demand from us, Konoha? How would that appear to the other three great villages? Minato Namikaze had readied his signature kunai, marking the ground beneath Kurigane Yagura. Should war erupt, he would eliminate Kurigane Yagura at the first opportunity. Indeed, Konoha is also one of the 5 great villages. We must maintain our dignity. The Mist Village's slander of Konoha is a significant affront. At that moment, Shin emerged, casting a significant glance at Obito. In an instant, Obito unleashed Jinjutsu upon Kurigane Yagura. Simultaneously, Kurigane Yagura fell silent, momentarily stunned. A brief few minutes later, Kurigane Yagura stood frozen, as though struck by lightning. He had previously overlooked the fact that the Mizukage was exceptionally handsome. Observing Kurigane Yagura's features, Shin felt he might just surpass even the likes of Haku. Judging by Kurigane Yagura's appearance, he was undoubtedly a strikingly handsome figure, with a youthful visage. Emerging from the Jinjutsu, Kurigane Yagura knelt upon the ground, clutching his head and gasping for breath, as if in great pain. Meanwhile, a certain mysterious individual, eyes wide, wreaked havoc around them, shattering the earth with a single punch. Who dares to break my control? Where am I? Disengaged from control, Kurigane Yagura appeared utterly bewildered. The environment surrounding him was too unfamiliar. Why had the Mist Army come to this place? Oh dear, Fourth Mizukage, are you alright? Only after Kurigane Yagura was freed from the mysterious individual's control did Shin dare approach. If he were to receive a chilling response, it would not bode well. He gestured for Obito to withdraw. Turning towards Kurigane Yagura, the mysterious figure who had controlled him was truly formidable. Edo Tensei merely manipulates the body. This mysterious individual had directly commandeered Kurigane Yagura's will. Who are you? Kurigane Yagura rose, grasping his coral staff, his eyes fixed sharply on Shin, his expression dark. Please, Fourth Mizukage, let us clarify the situation. Is this truly the time for you to be questioning me? Shin smiled broadly, gesturing to their surroundings. The soldiers of the Land of Fire number at least in the thousands, although their utility may be questionable. All of Konoha's shinobi have been deployed, including many stubborn ones. Like the perennial genin, Gujia, this is Konoha Village. The youthful and handsome Kurigane Yagura quickly realized he had merely been trapped in an exceedingly long nightmare. Everything within that dream had been brutally harsh. The village resembled a hell's cape, and only blood could validate all that transpired. Moreover, geniuses are often nipped in the bud. Indeed, this is Konoha. I surmise I was correct. After your confrontation with a certain individual, it felt akin to having experienced a dream, did it not? The profound revelations echo closely with the dream of Kurama Yagura, causing him to question the veracity of that dream. If it were not a mere figment of the imagination, then the implications would be dire. Who, then, is the one manipulating him, seeking to obliterate the entirety of the Mist Village? The Mizukage, Minato Namikaze, the Fourth Hokage. Observe that something seemed amiss with the Mizukage. If you have grievances, we can negotiate, But should you desire conflict, Konoha shall not shy away. Kurama Yagura appeared peculiar, stirring an unsettling feeling within Minato. Conflict. Yagura reacted with remarkable swiftness, vehemently shaking his head, as if to dispel the notion, his hands gesturing fervently. No, no. No, you misunderstand. Why would I wish to wage war upon Konoha? What purpose would that serve? A collective bewilderment enveloped Konoha. Just moments prior, he had been fervently intent on battling the village, yet in an instant, his demeanor had shifted entirely. Let us do this. I, Minato Namikaze, Fourth Hokage of Konoha, formally invite Mr. Kurama Yagura, Fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village, to my office for a discussion. That should pose no issue, correct? Chapter 32, Whispers of Intrigue. Shin winked at Minato, who nodded in agreement, responding, on behalf of Konoha, I extend an invitation to the Fourth Mizukage for a casual chat. Would that be acceptable? Typically, it was Shin who traversed the village on various errands, and as his student, he surely had a purpose in mind. Minato, merely extending an invitation in his capacity as Hokage, awaited the response. Yagura appeared momentarily perplexed but then acquiesced. Sure. It has indeed been a while since my last visit to Konoha. I would like to observe the village's progress and perhaps glean some insights. Surely, the Fourth Hokage would not refuse such an opportunity. For the sake of the village's advancement, Yagura deemed it prudent to learn from the merits of other villages. Oh, we in Konoha have little worth emulating, Minato replied, offering no objection. Mizukage, you mustn't underestimate Konoha. We are cunning and treacherous. What if? Do you doubt my strength? A mere glance from Yagura sent a shiver down the spine of the ninja who had spoken. And no, I wouldn't dare. Wait here. I shall return shortly. Yagura instructed, his smile returning. Fourth Hokage, please lead the way. In the Hokage's office, though somewhat modest, it was adequately furnished. Mizukage, please take a seat. The members of Minato's team stood by, one preparing a pot of tea to serve. I have a question, and I wonder if the Mizukage can answer truthfully. Shin's ears perked up, intrigued by the inquiry. What is it? Yagura inquired. Regarding why you mobilized a ninja army against Konoha, Shin pressed. To be candid, I too am uncertain. It feels as if I have awakened from a bizarre and brutal dream, one drenched in blood. A dream? Could it truly be a dream? If that were the case, I believe it would be prudent to return and inquire with the citizens of the Mist Village to gauge their reactions. That will not be necessary. It is merely hearsay. The Mizukage was previously ensnared by a jinjutsu, cast by a formidable individual. Everything that transpired was indeed real. The Mist Village is also known as the Village of Bloody Mist. Shin interjected. Hearsay? Shin, your hearsay? Minato expressed his disbelief. Aware of the notorious reputation of the Village of Bloody Mist, and sensing it was not the right moment to delve into such matters. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely jesting. Please, continue. Shin adopted an apologetic tone. Yet Yagura's expression darkened considerably, given that the ninjas of Konoha had broached the subject. Even if it were mere hearsay, it must have some basis in truth. Otherwise, how could such rumors arise? I implore you, Konoha ninja, please elaborate on the situation. Yagura restrained his ire. It was evident that the condition of the Mist Village was far from favorable. Upon returning, he must rectify this situation. I know nothing. Let us allow the Hokage to continue the discussion. Shin, pouting, expressed his regret. Fourth Hokage, let us resume our conversation. Please enlighten me on the current circumstances, and afterward, I would appreciate a tour of present-day Konoha. Of course, Minato agreed, providing a general overview of the current situation, which was no longer a secret. Yagura's countenance grew increasingly grim. I am immensely grateful for your insights, Hokage. Now, might you guide me on a tour of Konoha? If you have reservations, feel free to accompany me with additional jonin. Yagura rose and prepared to depart. Shin, Obito, Kakashi, Rin, accompany the Hokage on the tour of Konoha. Minato instructed the four. After Yagura explained at the entrance of Konoha village, the ninjas of the Mist Village returned home. Under Minato's guidance, Yagura explored various landmarks. After nearly 3 days of touring, Yagura finally stood before Minato, satisfaction evident on his face. I sincerely appreciate your companionship during this visit. Here is a token of gratitude, 100,000 ryo. As compensation for your time, I look forward to returning to Konoha in the future and extend an invitation for Konoha's friends to visit the Mist Village. Farewell. Yagura turned to leave. Reward has been dispensed. Reward has been dispensed. Shin, follow me. The rest of you are dismissed. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Minato wore a serious expression. Shin, of late, I find it challenging to discern your intentions. At times, you seem to possess the foresight of the future. Yet at other moments, that ability appears to vanish. What truly is the matter? Minato's thoughts were clouded with uncertainty as he regarded Shin. This boy harbors secrets. Teacher, what do you take me for? Shin chuckled softly. Kakashi manages 2 classes. What of me? I lead not a single class, but serve as an auxiliary instructor, with an emphasis on assistance. Assistance, I may choose to partake in or abstain from. And I, by nature, am a restless soul. I trust you are aware that I have taken on a sister and a brother, both surnamed Mizuno. Minato was privy to this. He had long received reports, but had refrained from prying into Shin's private matters. My hearsay simply involves leisurely strolls and casual conversations with others. Moreover, the village of Bloody Mist is hardly a secret. Any ninja would be aware of it. Shin furrowed his brow, stating this matter-of-factly. Minato found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, since Shin had taken charge of Class 22, he had scarcely led a proper class. Kakashi had borne the brunt of the burden. Very well. Should you encounter any of your so-called hearsay in the future, inform me promptly, regardless of its veracity. I will see to it that it is investigated. Understood. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. Be off. I too shall return home. With a shadow clone left behind, Minato jogged home. There was still dinner to prepare. Guy, what troubles you? Are you about to engage in a brawl? Not far from home. He spotted Guy with an expression devoid of emotion. Typically, Guy's demeanor would reflect some semblance of emotion. Nothing of the sort. I am merely seeking a location to train my students in physical conditioning, Guy replied, after returning home and enjoying a warm bath. He bid farewell to the Mizukage and busied himself until nightfall. Shin, the clan leader summons you. Itachi, sword slung across his back, appeared unexpectedly in Shin's room. Though such an entrance was rather impolite. Itachi, why are you here instead of accompanying Izumi? Surely, you could have summoned anyone for this matter. As their time together increased, the two were often seen in each other's company, even amidst their duties in the Yambu. Yet today, Shin sensed an unusual aura surrounding Itachi. It is of no concern. It seems the clan leader has significant matters to discuss, hence my presence. Chapter 33, The Uchiha Unraveling. Therefore, Itachi, might you consider shedding that cumbersome guise? Within our clan, such rigor is unnecessary. Observing Itachi's attire, Shin felt a slight annoyance. There was no peril within the clan. So what purpose did the multitude of equipment serve? At most, one could carry a kunai. Itachi hesitated. This evening's mission forbade the removal of his disguise. What is it? Do you harbor some unspoken burden? Shin discerned that Itachi was concealing something. It is nothing. The Fourth Hokage has been wandering the village for a few days, and the clan leader is uneasy, thus I have been assigned to lead a patrol with a team, Itachi elucidated. Itachi, something feels amiss, Shin remarked, sensing an oddity in Itachi's demeanor this evening. The task could easily be executed by other Uchiha clan members. There is no necessity to employ a prodigy in such trivial matters. Unless, of course, the movements of the Hokage have caused undue disturbance, alarming a certain faction that has long coveted the position of Hokage. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had abdicated, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had assumed office, remaining unscathed beneath the nine-tailed shadow. This upheaval had derailed some individuals' plans. For the future of Konoha, one who aspired to the Hokage's title could no longer repress their insatiable ambition. What is it about me that seems off? Itachi inquired, his gaze unwavering. At present, you resemble that time with Sasuke. Are you well? Shin queried, turning his back to Itachi with a smile. Why do you ask such a thing when there is nothing to concern you about? Itachi questioned, puzzled by Shin's unusual demeanor. Is it merely a meeting? Why the fuss? Sasuke is doing fine, isn't he? Dressed in a neat outfit, Shin ushered Itachi out. If all goes according to plan, the attendees today will primarily be the upper echelons of our Uchiha clan. Indeed, that is the main reason the clan leader summoned you, Itachi replied with a smile, sensing that Shin was already aware of their purpose. Are your preparations complete? Naturally, this is no trivial matter. We must address the internal strife within the Uchiha. How could one venture without proper equipment? Itachi responded. As long as you are prepared, Shin said, frowning deeply, feeling as if they were conversing on disparate wavelengths. Resolving the Uchiha's internal discord and annihilation were two entirely different matters. What, ultimately, was their objective today? Outside the Uchiha clan assembly hall, Shin said, I must inform you of something. In a moment, do your utmost to manage the upper echelons. Grasping Shin's shoulder, Itachi's eyes transformed, filled with unwavering resolve. Why? What is tonight's purpose? Shin queried, bewildered. Wasn't tonight supposed to be Itachi's domain? Wait, you don't know what we are doing tonight? Itachi was momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying disbelief. Were you not already aware? His eyes darkened with irritation. Do you mean to say that you understood something? Shin scratched his head, perplexed. Isn't this your domain? Itachi's face turned pale with frustration. Let me clarify. Tonight the clan leader intends to eliminate these upper echelons for the sake of a brighter future. The existence of the Uchiha's upper echelons has seemingly exhausted Konoha's tolerance, and my family's annihilation is imminent. At that moment, Fugaku's sudden actions were evident. It was a clear message to Konoha's upper ranks. The Uchiha no longer posed a threat. There was no need for continued pressure or harassment against the Uchiha. Shin understood. Tonight was destined to be a bloody affair. The absence of the Uchiha's upper echelons would render Konoha incapable of exerting control over them. Thus, the plans of a certain faction would likely require alteration. Let us proceed, Itachi said with a smile, stepping into the assembly hall. Itachi, are we not going to see Izumi? Shin pointed towards her direction. With a faint blush, Itachi approached Izumi before all the upper echelons present. Ahem. Now that everyone is here, our main agenda for this meeting is to strategize the future of our Uchiha clan. Fugaku faced all the Uchiha leaders with a calm smile. I would like to hear your thoughts on the future of our clan. Feel free to share. Certainly, we must nurture our clan's prodigies vigorously. One day, Konoha shall belong to the Uchiha. Indeed, I concur. Listening to the suggestions from the upper echelons, Fugaku felt overwhelmed. Is this truly the only course of action? What if the Uchiha does not wish to clash with Konoha's upper ranks and only seeks stable development? Fugaku rose, his demeanor fierce, addressing all the leaders. What do you mean? Do not presume that your position as clan leader grants you dominion over the Uchiha's future. Every action within our clan requires the consent of a majority of the upper echelons. Even as clan leader, you cannot act with impunity. Is this the consensus? Fugaku's countenance darkened, and beside him, Mikoto's expression mirrored his distress. It was clear, the sentiments of the upper echelons had never truly changed. Fugaku rubbed his temples, shouting, "Take action. If we cannot reach an agreement, then annihilation is our only recourse." Though the upper echelons were all jonin, they were not without strength. Fugaku commanded, and the hidden ninjas surged forth in an instant. Mission: simple. Prevent the Sharingan from activating, execute the search. Reward: Kodo Amatsukami. Upon witnessing this, one of the leaders chuckled as he opened his eyes. Fugaku, I knew calling us for a midnight meeting boded ill. What if we are unarmed? Before he could act, Shin delivered a punch. Behave yourself. Do you not understand? Despite having awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan, the sudden blow left him dazed. Shin, do you intend to rebel? Apologies, but I am not familiar with you. Without waiting for him to activate his Mangekyou, Shin struck again, this time obliterating one of his eyes. Losing an eye significantly diminished his threat level. Uncle Fugaku, I hope this does not trouble you, Shin said, his intent clear. He aimed to prevent the activation of Susanoo. In a clash of two Susanoo, the Uchiha could face annihilation. Even a single one could wreak unimaginable havoc. Indeed, Fugaku nodded. As much as possible. Let us avoid rivers of blood. Bind them all and turn them over to the Hokage. This way, the Uchiha will bear less pressure. Fugaku's ability to make such decisions was greatly influenced by his casual visits to Itachi's home. This included considerations of what would happen if the Uchiha were annihilated due to this incident. How could they explain such a fate to their ancestors in the Pure Land? Would they hold a Uchiha summit in the Pure Land? Fugaku, you are courting death, the upper echelons collectively seethed. They were all traitors. Should the Hokage be tasked with their judgment, they would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Very well, Shin responded. In that case, let us enter the world of Tsukuyami and enjoy a splendid life. With that declaration, as the upper echelon stared at him, Shin's eyes suddenly transformed into the Mangekyou Sharingan. Jinjutsu, Tsukuyami, activate. Faced with Shin's Tsukuyami, resistance was futile, especially when it was unintentional. They collectively turned their heads, merely acting on instinct. Please select Tsukuyami mode, standard Tsukuyami, duration of 2 months, or infinite Tsukuyami, indefinite duration. Upon seeing the options presented by the system, Shin was momentarily stunned. Tsukuyami typically allowed the caster to control time, but now, the system was facilitating that control for him. More significantly, this time was set for 2 months. Surely, the system had embedded something within his Tsukuyami that would irrevocably alter the upper echelons over the course of those 2 months. The pressure exerted by Konoha's leaders had transformed the Uchiha's upper ranks, with Danzo bearing the blame. He hoped this time around, Konoha's upper ranks would cease their harassment of the Uchiha clan. With a deeply awkward smile, now as a member of the Uchiha clan, one must reluctantly endure the oppression from the higher echelons of Konoha. The historical river of Konoha has submerged countless prodigies. This time, however, a modicum of progress has been achieved. At the very least, Hiruzen Tsurutobi has not continued as Hokage. Furthermore, the rapport with my mentor, Minato Namikaze, is quite harmonious. While maintaining a good relationship with the Hokage does indeed directly elevate one's status to that of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, it does bear its own significance. Yet, one must take things one bite at a time. Deep has opted for the ordinary Tsukuyami. Were it an infinite Tsukuyami, it's likely those high-ranking individuals would perish within their dreams. Deep, what on earth are you doing? Tsukuyami? Fugaku exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated such an extensive array of abilities from Deep. At this critical juncture, Fugaku contemplated allowing them to experience Tsukuyami for a brief respite. Now, with Deep directly facilitating its Tsukuyami, what could this mean? Yes, Tsukuyami will naturally be dispelled in 2 months, Deep replied expressionlessly, though this was not his intention either. After 2 months, Konoha would undoubtedly undergo tremendous transformations. Moreover, certain events were overdue. Fugaku found himself at a loss. If Tsukuyami were under his own control, it would be one thing, but with Deep in command, the situation became exceedingly precarious. Could they simply leave these individuals as they are? Aside from this, there seemed to be no alternative. Disband. Deep, stay behind. I wish to converse with you. Once everyone had departed, Fugaku sighed as he observed the higher-ups entrapped within the realm of Tsukuyami. The best outcome would be for them to remain unharmed. However, if Deep were to manipulate these leaders towards some nefarious end, it would indeed spell trouble. Deep, what abilities do you possess? Pray enlighten me. Certainly, Deep nodded, recognizing that this conversation was inevitable, sooner or later. As of now, I do not possess Izanami. This revelation left Fugaku utterly speechless. You've mastered everything except for Izanami? How does that even compare to my position as clan leader? Are you jesting, Deep? To have acquired everything except for Izanami? That technique is a forbidden art of the Uchiha. Using it results in the loss of one eye. Such a technique is only employed in dire circumstances. It is not something one would willingly sacrifice an eye for. Essentially, it seems I might have grasped it all, perhaps. Fugaku's heart felt as if it had been struck by a hammer. Even jesting requires some measure of decorum. The Uchiha's abilities should necessitate the awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan. So, does this imply you have already awakened yours? Would you care to see? Fugaku found it hard to believe that the Uchiha clan had already produced such formidable talent. To possess such powers at such a young age, wasn't he that akin to soaring to the heavens? As for whether these abilities would be useful or not, that was another matter entirely. Show me. What would you demonstrate? Deep pondered, stroking his chin. Amaterasu could scorch a hole through a house. Kimui, however, cannot be demonstrated. It's impractical. Susanoo would outright shatter the building. As for the cursed tools, one is a technique to control black flames. Fugaku was rendered speechless once more. It was logical that none of these could be showcased. Each ability of the Mangekyou Sharingan is extraordinary in its own right. Very well, I trust you. But please ensure that none of the village's higher-ups witness these abilities. Should they catch wind of Deep's powers, the Uchiha would surely face renewed oppression. Understood. Currently, Danzo has yet to make a move. Once he discovers the Uchiha have awakened the Mangekyou, he will undoubtedly act. Such a commotion within the Uchiha clan would surely reach Minato, even if he were at home preparing dinner. His Umbu subordinates had already reported back. Deep, has anything occurred among the Uchiha leadership? Indeed. Deep recounted to Minato everything regarding the Uchiha leader's alleged conspiracy. This matter was indeed of utmost importance. However, Deep, why would you divulge such information to your teacher? If he were to issue orders to suppress the Uchiha, you are well aware of the consequences. Minato chuckled. Regardless of what the Uchiha have done, as long as you remain with them, we can maintain control. Since control can be exercised, Minato never contemplated oppression. No matter how the third Hokage perceived the situation, Minato thought differently. If possible, preserving one more faction is far more crucial. I understand. But I believe my teacher would not resort to such actions. The Uchiha have already initiated certain measures. Naruto, come here for a hug. Naruto, now a year and a half old, was undeniably adorable, albeit with a few prominent whisker marks on his face. Due to Deep's frequent visits to the Namake's household, Naruto showed no fear of him, treating him as if he were his own brother. Naruto seems to really like you. Deep, Minato jested. Fortunately, I haven't been too much of a bother lately. Minato was Deep's mentor, and since Deep's graduation, he often frequented his teacher's home, engaging in tasks both as a student and as an informant. Thus, their bond had grown quite profound. There's no bother at all. However, I might have more requests for you soon. Deep, do join us for dinner. Minato had prepared 3 dishes and a soup, with Kushina warmly welcoming them. All right, teacher. What is the matter that seems so serious? It pertains to the Hidden Mist Village. As for the specifics, I am unaware. The Mizukage has sent someone to summon you. Let us eat first. We can discuss work after the meal. Besides, Why must the ninjas of Konoha intervene in the affairs of the Hidden Mist? Can't they resolve their own issues without troubling us? Kushina's fiery temper flared up instantly. Clearly, this is a matter concerning the Hidden Mist. Why must Konoha's ninjas be involved? Do they believe we are simply idle? While it is true that we have been rather idle lately, Kushina, we must remember that Konoha has only recently established relations with the Hidden Mist. It would be ill-advised to refuse their request. Chapter 35, Arrival at the Hidden Mist Village. Having just established a relationship with the Hidden Mist, Minato was reluctant to jeopardize the newly formed friendship over a single incident. Very well. But the reputation of the Blood Mist Village is not to be taken lightly. Deep is among our few elite jonin. Kushina pouted, her discontent evident. Deep was not an ordinary guest at the Namikaze household, and as a prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan, his capabilities were well known. Indeed, it is precisely because I understand Deep's power that I wish for him to venture into the Hidden Mist to gauge the Mizukage's intentions. Deep's ability to subdue the Ninetales speaks volumes of his strength, suggesting he is on par with a Kage, or even beyond. Sending ordinary ninjas would yield little result. Minato considered that Deep was currently unoccupied, and with Kakashi leading Team 22, it was entirely feasible to utilize Deep's resources for other endeavors. It was crucial that no one else fell victim to becoming a rogue ninja simply due to a visit to the Hidden Mist. Let us hope the Mizukage harbors no ill intentions. After enjoying the meal and playing with Naruto for a while, Deep returned home. In the dead of night, the entire Fugaku family gathered to converse with Deep. A cup of sake, a few dishes, and several exchanged words. Deep, what did the Fourth Hokage want with you? Is it about our Uchiha clan? Fugaku inquired, furrowing his brow, consumed with concern as he sipped his drink. The Uchiha had consistently faced oppression without respite. I hope this time it is not another suppression. Indeed, it pertains to our clan, but it was merely a query regarding the higher-ups. This is not a secret. And I answered truthfully. Fugaku's expression twitched, his heart racing. This was a matter concerning the Uchiha. How could he disclose such information to the Hokage? Regardless, it was imperative to wait until the Uchiha's standing in Konoha was firmly established before divulging anything. Very well, it is too late to reconsider now. What news have you heard from the Hokage? Any directives? My teacher did not mention anything specific, nor did he suggest continuing the oppression against us. The third Hokage was known for his approachability, while Danzo showed no mercy towards the Uchiha. Even the Senju clan had been eradicated. However, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, did not insist on suppressing any particular clan, which alleviated Deep's concerns even further. This way, there would be no risk of the Uchiha clan being entirely eradicated in the future. I see. That is indeed reassuring. Fugaku sighed with relief. As long as the village's higher-ups did not take action against the Uchiha, life would become significantly more manageable. My sensei has instructed me to make a trip to the Land of Mist, and may not return for some time. What business do you have in the Land of Mist? Fugaku inquired, as the Mizukage, Terumi Mei, had not divulged any details. It could take an indeterminate amount of time before returning. What could possibly require your presence in the Land of Mist? That place is hardly peaceful, Fugaku frowned, recalling that it was often referred to as the Village of Bloody Mist. Many who ventured there often met a grim fate. Furthermore, the previous policies enacted by Terumi Mei had been exceedingly brutal, sparing neither the village's own shinobi nor those from other villages. I am aware of that, which is precisely why my sensei intends for me to go, as I am a jonin of the village. Deep smiled. As long as the enemies did not exceed the strength of a Kage, he could handle them. Even if they did surpass that level, could they not evade capture? Within the entirety of the Land of Mist, there was but one Mizukage, despite the presence of several shinobi who had reached Kage-level strength. Very well, exercise caution. Our Uchiha genius must not fall too easily into the hands of the Mizukage. The Uchiha clan was numerous, yet few were deemed worthy of Fugaku's attention. I am no genius. Itachi, Shursui, and Izumi far surpass me in talent. I'm off. It was not a day for discussions, and Deep did not wish to linger. He considered himself merely an ordinary individual, lacking the talents of others, and having no need for chakra. Itachi, Shursui, and Izumi were entirely different, epitomes of genius. Leaving the Uchiha compound and departing the village, Deep made his way toward the Land of Mist. A chilling breeze swept through, biting and cold. The Land of Mist was shrouded in thick fog. The village lay strewn with numerous corpses, many of which had yet to be cleared away. This had been the defining characteristic of the Land of Mist, slaughter. However, in recent times, conditions had improved significantly. Political reforms had abolished the brutality of the past. Clad in Konoha attire, Deep attracted the attention of several shinobi from the Land of Mist. In the midst of a bustling crowd, He made his way to the Mizukage's office, only to be stopped by a guard. No unauthorized personnel are allowed in the Mizukage's office. What business do you have here? Leaf Shinobi? Deep's nostrils flared in irritation. How absurd that he had been summoned by the Mizukage only to be met with such hostility. How amusing. You are here. I recall you were present during that time. The Mizukage, Terumi Mei, emerged with her coral staff. Hearing the commotion outside, she had rushed out to investigate. Mizukage, do you know this Leaf Shinobi? One of the guards questioned, puzzled, as not long ago, their forces had been mobilized against Konoha. Those who accompanied me to Konoha are aware. Those who do not know should inquire further, Terumi Mei said to Deep. Come, friend from the Leaf, let us speak inside. This left the onlookers bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Why had the Mizukage, who had previously enacted such a bloody policy, returned from Konoha a changed person? The pivotal moment had coincided with her return when the former policies had been abolished. Please, have a seat. Deep regarded Terumi Mei with a sense of inexplicable calm. As you have observed on your journey, the Land of Mist still requires transformation. The Mizukage's capabilities are indeed limited. And I sincerely apologize for the violence of our last encounter. The bloodshed in the Land of Mist has not yet ceased. This was not the future Terumi Mei envisioned. Utilizing the shinobi from Konoha to bring an end to it all seemed somewhat out of place. Could the matters of the Land of Mist truly be entrusted to the shinobi of Konoha? Staying for a few days is not an issue. Huh. Deep was taken aback. Was that truly possible? Konoha had its own myriad of affairs. Why would they come to assist the Land of Mist? Even if Konoha were to take on such a burden, it would likely only be to help with construction. Such an act would merely be an attempt to foster friendship between the villages. Managing policies was simply an excuse. If you could clarify your intentions, that would suffice. The shinobi of Konoha cannot meddle in the policies of the Land of Mist, even if they were merely to be implemented. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. The friendship between Konoha and the Land of Mist would continue to deepen. Then I must ask for your assistance, friend from the Leaf. Terumi Mei smiled. Why did her smile evoke a more feminine charm? The Mizukage was merely a person, albeit one with strength that had reached Kage level. Forming friendships was part of the inter-village interactions. The Mizukage's opinions were ultimately submitted to the Fourth Hokage of Konoha. Those dispatched by the Fourth Hokage were undoubtedly trustworthy allies. What aspect does the Mizukage refer to? Deep inquired. Terumi Mei fell into contemplation. I had not considered this. Chapter 36. The Ruthlessness of the Land of Mist. An encounter with Orochimaru. Initially, she had only wished for the shinobi from Konoha to enhance mutual understanding. Now, there truly was no pressing matter that required Konoha's shinobi intervention. How about this? There are many rogue ninjas in the Land of Mist. Why not take the lead and capture them? Based on a dreadful dream. Terumi Mei understood that during the Dark Era, many ninjas had slain their comrades and turned rogue. The number of such ninjas was indeed substantial. Mizukage, do you have so many rogue ninjas? The ninjas of this village cannot even handle the rogue ones. Deep was somewhat astonished, not expecting the rogue ninja situation in the Land of Mist to have reached such alarming levels. The ninjas of the village could not even manage them. The previous rogue ninjas had indeed been numerous. This commission would count as an A rank. The bounty was set at 500,000 Ryo, with the aim of capturing as many as possible. After tallying the figures from the previous tyranny of her dreams, Terumi Mei was also taken aback. There were indeed that many rogue ninjas. What is my task? How many must I capture? 100,000 Ryo per individual is not insignificant, Terumi Mei said, furrowing her brow. Reflecting on the many mistakes made in the past, a single policy had led to the deaths of countless ninjas. 5. At 100,000 Ryo each. That amounts to merely 5. The conditions set for Deep were not particularly demanding. At worst, it would come down to a brawl. 5 is not a small number. The Mizukage did not believe that the rogue ninjas of the Land of Mist were weak. On the contrary, those who became rogue ninjas were not weak by any means. If you can capture these 5 alive, the bounty will be tenfold. Upon taking the commission, Deep felt that the request was absurd. Just 3 of those figures could nearly surpass Kage-level strength. They were incredibly formidable. No wonder this matter required the intervention of Konoha's shinobi. Was it presumed that the shinobi of Konoha were so powerful that capturing these 5 would be a simple task? This commission is no trivial matter. It seems the ninjas of this village cannot handle it, so you specifically sought out Konoha ninjas of Jonin rank to handle it. Absolutely not, absolutely not. How could I possibly scheme against a friend from Konoha? How about we add an extra 1,000,000 Ryo to the bounty for these 5? Terumi Mei appeared somewhat sheepish, fully aware of the formidable strength of these 5 ninja. The ninjas of the Land of Mist who ventured out belonged to that category of certain death. They could only entrust this endeavor to a friend and hope for the best. Very well, the commission has been accepted. What else can I do? Traveling thousands of miles to the land of mist, Deep could not simply return empty-handed. Yet, why did the Mangekyou seem somewhat endearing? White snow. Seasons change. And upon careful reflection, Deep realized he had been immersed in the shinobi world for several years now. Approaching 3 years in the shinobi world had passed swiftly. The snow was falling quite heavily, pure white. The weather was well suited for such a hue. With no specific goals, tasks, or deadlines, it felt remarkably easy. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a figure passing by. This person had snake-like eyes, a pallid complexion, and purple markings around their irises. Turning his head, Deep finally recognized the figure behind them. Orochimaru, did you call for me? Orochimaru turned around, his snake-like eyes glinting ominously. Shall we find a place to have a drink? In this land of water, Deep felt it was a perfect opportunity to converse with Orochimaru. I am familiar with you, Uchiha Shin. Uncle Snake's arms transformed into serpents, ready to bind Shin. The physique of the Uchiha clan is rather impressive, isn't it? What are you thinking, Uncle Snake? Is this your plan? You wish to restrain me? Shin rolled his eyes, dismissing his actions. Back in the day, Itachi had effortlessly dispelled such tactics with Jinjutsu. Would you care for a cup of tea, Uncle Snake? What are you up to now? What does this little Uchiha intend? You shan't take anything from me. Speaking of which, Uncle Snake, I have a peculiar request for you. Shin grinned wickedly. Having encountered Uncle Snake fortuitously, this matter could certainly be arranged. Little Uchiha, may I retract that statement? Uncle Snake felt a twinge of regret. Uchiha Shin is renowned for his prowess, surpassing even the clan leader. While there may be some exaggeration, it cannot obscure Shin's true essence. Uncle Snake genuinely feared he might not stand a chance against Shin. If it were Itachi, he might have a fighting chance, but against Shin, even a mere confrontation seemed impossible. Thus, his only option was to discreetly withdraw. However, the current situation did not seem to permit such an escape. No. Without hesitation, Shin extended his hand, demanding, for you, Uncle Snake, creating a half-body should be child's play. Correct? I desire a half-body. Is that acceptable? A half-body? Uchiha Shin, are you out of your mind? You seem to be in good health. Why would you wish to exchange for a half-body? Uncle Snake's eyes gleamed with avarice. The Uchiha physique has always been a coveted prize for him. Even a half-body would suffice. Not for us. But if you could transform that half-body into a normal one, it would surely be within your capabilities. I believe, Uncle Snake. You possess the means. This is science. Uncle Snake's serpentine eyes flared with intensity. It was the first time someone acknowledged his scientific prowess. It felt akin to finding a kindred spirit, a rare occurrence indeed. Do you truly believe in science? Shin nodded emphatically. Indeed, science is remarkable, and thus I trust that you can accomplish this. As a transmigrator, how could one not grasp the principles of science? Science necessitates practice. Merely switching bodies is trivial for a seasoned ninja like Uncle Snake, who has long been accustomed to body alterations. Although this task could not be executed instantaneously, Uncle Snake found himself momentarily perplexed. Altering a body or merely encasing it was not something he could accomplish on a whim. It required time to gather materials. For whom are you making this exchange? Obito, replace that half of white Zetsu. This should pose no significant challenge for you. Obito? I recall he possesses the body of half-white Zetsu. Uncle Snake mused, stroking his chin as he contemplated the method. Yet, it appeared that no straightforward path lay ahead. The body of white Zetsu contains cells from Hashirama, which means that Obito's half-body also contains Hashirama's cells. Upon this realization, Uncle Snake's excitement surged. Those are Hashirama's cells, quite intriguing. Very well, I shall indeed swap a half-body for Obito, but I have conditions of my own. Speak, what are your conditions? If it pertains to that half of white Zetsu, you can have it. Likewise, I must discuss this matter with Obito. After all, it is his body, and Shin taking unilateral action would not bode well. Although Obito would likely be keen on this. Agreed. Uncle Snake nodded in satisfaction. Hashirama's cells are fascinating. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, Shin returned directly to the village and changed his attire. The mission issued by the Mangekyou was not easily managed under the guise of a ninja. As he traversed the snowy terrain, the accumulation of snow had reached a considerable thickness. He settled in a location within the land of water. As for expenses, they were minimal. Shin could easily bear the cost. It was akin to taking a holiday. Stop the thief. A voice, sharp as a bell, rang out from a strikingly attractive girl. In the street, be it passers-by or vendors, all turned to gaze. There stood a thief, clad entirely in black, unmistakably obvious. Chapter 37. Zabuza and Haku, dressed in black. He wove through the crowd, clutching a pink purse. A person clad in pink immediately apprehended the thief, returning the purse to its rightful owner. Accompanying her was a man dressed in black, bearing a large sword on his back, who casually draped an arm over the pink-clad individual's shoulder. We should take our leave. Recognizing the two, Shin approached, stating, "If Mr. Zabuza and Mr. Haku have the time, might I invite you for a cup of tea?" Haku, much like Kagaya's Yagura, bore a boyish visage reminiscent of a girl. At that moment, Haku, donned in pink, appeared strikingly feminine, even down to his voice. Zabuza's fury emanated from his gaze, directed at Shin, resembling a fearsome apparition. Truly deserving of his moniker, the demon of the hidden mist. Who are you? And how do you know us? Since becoming rogue ninjas from the hidden mist village, Zabuza and Haku had kept their true names concealed. Now, being recognized posed a grave risk. This was not merely a breach of information security. They could no longer remain in this city. It was evident that this boy presented a significant threat. Would you care for some tea? I simply wish to converse with you both. Shin did not respond to Zabuza's inquiry. These matters could wait. Very well, where to? Zabuza was already prepared to eliminate the boy before him. The rationale was simple. He found Shin unsatisfactory, and moreover, Shin was privy to their identities. Such individuals could never be allowed to live. There's a tea house ahead. Or perhaps we could dine first. It is midday, and I can certainly indulge in a meal before tea. Dining, Zabuza replied, his expression darkened. He was eager to discern what this boy truly intended. All right, you lead the way. Within the city, they approached a modestly renowned roast chicken establishment. Now, can we discuss this? Shin smiled faintly, stating, certainly. As he munched on a chicken leg, he continued. I have come to escort you both back to the Hidden Mist Village. I am aware that you are rogue ninjas. The Mizukage has entrusted me with a message for you both. The Blood Mist era has been abolished, and you need not continue living under the stigma of rogue ninjas. The outcome, however, hinges on your decisions. It was likely that Mizukage Yagura's objective was precisely this. As long as they could return alive, it should suffice. As for the rogue ninja title, that was Yagura's concern, not Shin's. The Blood Mist era is over? Zabuza remarked, slightly taken aback, struggling to comprehend the Mizukage's words. He never anticipated that the long-standing Blood Mist era would come to an abrupt end. Yet, the termination of the Blood Mist era in the Hidden Mist Village did not imply that the feudal lord of the Land of Water could simply abolish bloodshed. Historically, he had emulated the Mizukage's measures to bolster military might. The feudal lord of the Land of Water was likely contemplating how to undermine Mizukage Yagura's authority, whether to dethrone him or even eliminate him. If the feudal lord genuinely intended to eliminate Yagura, he could achieve it without much effort, merely by deploying a formidable army. Yet, the bloodshed within this realm would only cease with a change in feudal leadership. The end of the Blood Mist era in the Hidden Mist Village did not signify the cessation of internecine conflict in the Land of Water. The bloodline limit will only invite endless trouble in the Hidden Mist Village. Even if the Mizukage abolishes related policies, it is impossible to eradicate the cycle of violence entirely. Achieving that will require some time. Indeed, although the Blood Mist era has become a thing of the past, bringing about a complete end is far from straightforward. Back then, Zabuza had sought to assassinate the fourth Mizukage to terminate the Blood Mist era, which led to his becoming a rogue ninja. Now, even if the Blood Mist era has concluded, can he return to his duties? Will the villagers forgive him? Even if they do, would the feudal lord of the Land of Water easily allow the fourth Mizukage to govern in peace? This is improbable. The Blood Mist era has never been so simple. No one is exempt. Even the Mizukage or the feudal lord could be slain at any moment should they fall out of favor. As Mr. Bai eloquently stated, an end is a concept that cannot truly culminate. Even if the Blood Mist era has ostensibly concluded, within the hearts of the people, that sanguine fog lingers indefinitely. Just observe over there. I pointed to another corner. There, a murder was unfolding. In the Land of Water, such occurrences are merely mundane, failing to pique anyone's interest. In this realm, only the strong can endure. This leaves one speechless. How can one articulate such a reality? The embodiment of life's harshness lies before our very eyes. Yet, there remains a silver lining. I firmly believe that a brighter future awaits us. Following the demise of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, it was indeed the fifth Mizukage, Meitarumi, who abolished the Blood Mist era. The results have been rather commendable. Thus, we must not merely fixate on the present. We must proceed step by step. I hope your words ring true, though this may not concern you personally. Zabuza furrowed his brow, gripping his massive blade, his gaze fixated on Shin. At the slightest hint of danger, he would unleash his ninjutsu to eliminate Shin. Allow me to introduce myself. Shin extended his hand with a smile. Greetings, I am Uchiha Shin, a ninja from the Uchiha clan of Konoha in the Land of Fire. I have accepted the commission from the Fourth Hokage, Yagura, to escort you back alive. Of course, if you prefer not to return at this moment. Feel free to seek me out in Konoha when you wish to go back. Having said enough, the timing was just right. Zabuza was thoroughly incensed. No wonder he had spoken so much. It was all for this. He intended to report back to the Mizukage that, as a rogue ninja, they too deserved dignity. Zabuza, your statement is misguided. Dignity is a right for everyone, and we hold our own principles as ninjas. However, there is no need to squander our youth over trivial matters. Shin wished to say more, but Zabuza, without warning, swung his great sword toward him. Shin hastily leaped aside to evade the attack, but the roasted chicken was no longer edible, and the table lay in ruins. The proprietor dared not emerge. Such battles occurred frequently, merely collecting a fee for the damages each day. What are you doing? If you disagree, just say so. Must you resort to violence? I shall slay you, Konoha spy. Initially, the conversation had been amicable, but upon hearing the mention of the Mizukage and Konoha, Zabuza erupted in rage. What were the Mizukage's thoughts regarding the affairs of the Hidden Mist Village? Surely, a reliable individual should have been sought out. What is your problem? Have I wronged you? Why must you attempt to kill me for no reason? What do you think? Zabuza's sword came crashing down, his face contorted with rage. Shin quickly produced a kunai. The sound of metal clashing reverberated. The force was immense. Oh dear. Die. Zabuza intensified his attack. Noticing the impending danger, Shin swiftly dodged. A loud crash echoed as a massive crater formed in the ground. Can't we sit down and discuss this calmly? Zabuza had timed his strike perfectly. Chapter 38, Bold Commission, Assassination of the Daimyo. The blade had struck true, yet it inflicted no harm upon Shin. Finding a new place to sit, the three fell into silence. The establishment was now devoid of any other patrons. Gentlemen, do you not wish to discuss anything? If not, I shall take my leave. Shin lifted his foot to depart, but they remained unresponsive. Just as he exited the door, he encountered familiar faces, Kurenai and Guy. Kurenai, Guy? What brings you both to the Land of Water? What a coincidence to find you here. A commission, a highly classified one. Kurenai nodded in agreement with Guy's assertion. Such a commission, once announced, could lead to dire consequences, potentially igniting conflict between two nations. Oh, do you require assistance? Is that possible? Kurenai inquired. Let us find a secluded spot to converse. Discussing such matters openly invites trouble. Guy spoke in hushed tones, ensuring only they could hear. Even the students remained oblivious to the conversation. They sought a private location, and Kurenai succinctly outlined the specifics of the commission. Upon hearing it, Shin understood the nature of the request. The instigator of this commission must have been reckless, daring to propose such an audacious task, assassinating the daimyo of the Land of Water. This could very well lead to a declaration of war between the two nations, brazenly presented before the Hokage. Was this a scheme to incite a war between the two great powers? The bounty had already been posted, and the individual had even committed suicide by jumping into a river. Why? Why fear exposure after taking such drastic actions? Shin was perplexed. To dare commission the assassination of a daimyo and then resort to suicide, was this cowardice or bravery? This matter requires no further contemplation. We shall simply proceed with the commission. Guy stated. However, how do we approach this task? With so many of us, we may not even come close to the daimyo. If the commission were truly that straightforward, Kurenai wouldn't be troubled. Assassinating a daimyo, success would mean a swift execution, while failure would brand them as rogue ninjas. Konoha would never initiate a ninja world war over a handful of individuals, even if they were exceptionally significant. Having too few members is also a problem. We must circumvent the Land of Water's military and directly confront the daimyo, Guy lamented. This commission is exceedingly difficult. Is there a time constraint? If not, we can take our time and negotiate with the Mizukage. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, is once again ensnared in an illusion. Duration, 30 days. Shin's expression turned to one of disbelief. What a jest. Hadn't Obito already lifted Yagura's illusion? If that were the case, why had it returned? Surely this must be a ruse. Uchiha Obito, illusion, low level, short duration. A fire ignited within Shin, unable to be expressed. Is there truly a time limit for such illusions? Does the system believe everything requires a temporal framework? If that is the case, does Shin's illusion also have a duration, potentially necessitating multiple trips? Must he return every few months? Does he truly consider the Hidden Mist Village his home? System, may I negotiate something with you? Shin mused internally. What is it? Could you refrain from tormenting me? My constitution cannot withstand such strain. Who has the leisure to torment you? Does this system not require rest? Hurry. completely lift the illusion placed by the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Shin exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it would be resolved in one go, sparing him the need to make repeated journeys. His legs needed recuperation. No, the entirety of the commission can be summed up in one phrase. Assassinate the daimyo of the land of water. Guy replied. Very well then. For the time being, you shall stay here until I return. Where are you going, Shin? To see the Mizukage? Kurenai asked, her brow furrowing. Can the Mizukage truly agree to this? If the Mizukage is involved, the entire situation will undoubtedly become easier to manage. Indeed, matters concerning the land of water are best resolved by its own inhabitants. We should refrain from meddling. With the Mizukage restoration, Shin need no longer intervene. As for the bounty associated with this commission, it would be best to hand it directly to the Mizukage. The internal strife within the land of water would eventually erupt into conflict. Shin bore no obligation to engage in matters beyond his responsibility. Commission? Hand it to the Mizukage. Who knows what may transpire if we undertake this task? We cannot accept this commission. We all understand. But enough, Kurenai, Shin is correct. We should not involve ourselves in the affairs of the land of water, Guy interjected. This commission is yours. We shall take our leave. Guy produced the commission and handed it to Shin. No. After such difficulty in arriving at the land of water, are you truly leaving just like that? We should at least enjoy a few days here before returning to Konoha together. Shin frowned, bewildered by their behavior. Wouldn't it be advantageous to earn some money while here? Very well, Shin. I surmise you wish for Mizuno Ayamiya and Mizuno Yamaki to join in on the fun as well. Kurenai seemed to perceive his thoughts. It won't take long at all, absolutely not. You all are busy. I shall take my leave. This is quite embarrassing. Day in and day out. Since it is thus, Kai, how much silver did you bring? Hong produced a modest sum of a few thousand taels. Teacher, we too have over 2,000 taels. Imei and Shanshin each presented 2,000 taels. This is aside from the household expenses, a small allowance granted by our families. When venturing out for leisure, we cannot burden our teachers. I, too, brought little, merely over 50,000 taels. Kai shook his coin pouch lightly. The office of the Mizukage. The last time Shin visited, he indeed faced considerable oppression. This time, the ninjas of Kirigakure were unwilling to even spare him a glance, blatantly ignoring Shun as though he were heir. To offend a figure favored by the Mizukage, unless they wished to abandon their duties, was unwise. Even if this individual was not from Kirigakure. After reviewing the commission, Kurigane Yagura felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He was, after all, acutely aware of the current state of the land of water. It was not unusual for someone to hire Konoha ninjas for the assassination of a daimyo. He expressed his gratitude towards Konoha's allies for providing such a significant commission. Yagura smiled faintly, his hand trembling slightly as he grasped the commission. Indeed, being a daimyo in the land of water was a perilous profession. No, it was not only the daimyo. Every weakling in the land of water posed a considerable danger. One could be cut down merely for being undesirable in someone else's eyes. The current Yagura was no longer the puppet he once was. It was time to change everything. To Konoha's allies, this time, I hope you will fulfill the commission as stated, to kill the daimyo, and I will add an additional 1 million taels to the bounty. There is a stipulation. The assassination must be carried out in the attire of Kirigakure's ninjas. Thus, even if discovered, the blame will fall upon Kirigakure, a burden that would inflict no pain nor discomfort upon them. Shin understood Yagura's intentions. Konoha had scapegoats. The entirety of Kirigakure was a scapegoat. However, this commission, transformed into one from Kirigakure, was also my own. The fourth Mizukage Kurigane Yagura's decree. The daimyo must perish. Yagura's gaze was resolute. Chapter 39, The Plan. A swarm of white Zetsu clones. Indeed, it was due to the Mizukage that the region became known as the Bloody Mist. However, the daimyo of the land of water should not emulate such practices. The Bloody Mist has been abolished for some time now, yet the daimyo remains inactive. In light of this, the fourth Mizukage Kurigane Yagura could only choose to eliminate the daimyo, forcibly ending this situation. Very well. This is the will of the Mizukage, and thus Shin must comply. The commission shall proceed as planned. At that moment, a member of the Umbu from Kirigakure delivered a set of Umbu attire, along with several shuriken. This outfit is temporarily entrusted to you. After the daimyo's demise, simply discard it into the nearby sea, my friend from Konoha. Yagura placed his hand upon the Umbu attire, personally adorning Shun with the mask belonging to Kirigakure's Umbu. Once the mask was donned, Shin felt the weight of the commission grow heavier upon his shoulders. To assassinate the daimyo, a task commissioned by the Mizukage, with the identity of Kirigakure's Umbu. Was this not an absurd jest? However, I fail to comprehend why we could not employ ninjas from our own village for this task, and instead require ninjas from Konoha. I have my reasons. Has Konoha ceased accepting commissions? Yagura smiled slightly. To solidify relations with Konoha, he had his difficulties. Of course, they accept. There is no issue. I shall take my leave. As Shun donned the umbu attire, complete with the distinctive mask, he attracted considerable attention on his way to the city. Upon arrival, he succinctly recounted the Mizuki's requirements to Kai and Hong. The challenge lies in how to approach the daimyo and eliminate him. Kai Hong, how do you believe we should proceed? Our current identities are those of Kirigakure's umbu. This is quite a dilemma. Even with the Mizuki's permission and written confirmation, he still refrains from personally eliminating the daimyo. We require ample opportunity. The commission has indeed been altered to be pinned by the fourth Mizuki's Kurigane, Yagura himself. To undertake this as Kirigakure's umbu is still quite challenging, Kai mused, considering the personnel and various factors involved. Perhaps a significant shock is necessary. But from where would this shock derive? How would it manifest? And how would it conclude? That remains a monumental quandary. Indeed, the daimyo is surrounded by numerous powerful ninjas for protection, and with only 2 teams totaling 8 individuals. It is improbable that we could eliminate all the ninjas guarding the daimyo. Even if we succeeded in killing them all, it would likely provoke a significant military response from the Land of Water. At that point, even the seasoned Jounin, Kai and Hong, might not escape unscathed. What is that? A white-bodied monster, a white Zetsu. On the streets, several hundred white Zetsu clones appeared, causing a stir of panic among the populace. What lies outside? They bear a striking resemblance to Obito's other half. Kai pointed towards the abruptly materialized white Zetsu clones. Those are white Zetsu clones, a unique form of being, not belonging to any human category. Shin had encountered white Zetsu clones a few times, and he loathed them thoroughly. In the future, he might need to meet Uchiha, the true leader, Obito. White Zetsu clones. What are they? Why have I never heard of them? Kai pondered, stroking his chin, questioning the origins of these white Zetsu clones. What produced them? This is indeed a matter that Obito should know about. I must inquire with him later. Given the connection to Obito's other half, Hong surmised that this matter had substantial ties to him. It is highly likely that Obito is privy to some of the underlying details. There is no need to ask. Many things are not known simply because one wishes to know. Many of us are unaware of the stories behind this. I only know a little about the white Zetsu clones. Shin smiled. Now is not the time to reveal such information to them. It must be approached step by step. Shun, do you comprehend that the so-called white Zetsu clones are roughly equivalent to our ninja ranks? Kai furrowed his brow. Perhaps they correspond to the ranks of Jinin to Chunin. Deploying white Zetsu clones to attack the region where the daimyo resides might be a commendable strategy. Shin was already troubled. The commission was proving difficult to fulfill. With the presence of white Zetsu clones, the situation has changed. Utilizing a strategy to incite white Zetsu clones to attack, once the forces of the Land of Water are in disarray. The assassination of the daimyo shall not be an impossible feat, easier said than done. Unless the white Zetsu clones are merely mindless combat machines, otherwise. Hong shook her head. How could that be? If they were mere combat machines, how could they have arrived in such a place? This is utterly implausible. Cease your thoughts. The white Zetsu clones possess a certain degree of consciousness. To think of controlling them is to dream without waking. The 5 great shinobi villages facing off against 100,000 white Zetsu would not have survived without some degree of intellect. As for how to send the white Zetsu clones to create chaos among the daimyo of the Land of Water, Shin would need to ponder further. If executed well, this could yield favorable results. Shanshin, Ime, what do you think? Since you have arrived, Shin must ensure they contribute their worth. Their abilities are simply too weak. Without even reaching the level of Jinin, it is impossible to proceed. Brother, we are both Jinin, on the verge of advancing to Chunin. Why do you ask such a thing? Yamanaka Shanshin felt an ominous premonition. It is merely a feeling that our visit should not be in vain. We must accomplish something. A mischievous grin spread across Shin's eyes. To incite the white Zetsu clones against the forces of the Land of Water, a bait must be employed. Hong and Kai, both Jounin, are unsuitable as bait. We must target the ninjas surrounding the daimyo. The white Zetsu's clones were indeed a task best suited for the lower-ranked ninjas. This endeavor posed no significant threat. The lower-ranked ninjas were just right for the job. Shun, are you suggesting that they should attract the white Zetsu clones? Those creatures. We have yet to ascertain their true strength. Kai was the first to object. The future of Konoha cannot be jeopardized. This is precisely why the 6 of them were chosen for the mission. Shin elaborated. The strength of the white Zetsu clones is not particularly formidable, at most. They possess the prowess of Chunin, with the majority being on the level of Jinin. While they may be a catastrophic threat to ordinary individuals, to ninjas, they are merely grotesque in appearance, nothing more. Shun, you seem rather knowledgeable about the white Zetsu clones. Hong remarked with a hint of suspicion. There is more to it than meets the eye. How do you possess such detailed information about the white Zetsu clones? Surely, this raises some eyebrows. Naturally. I have conducted a thorough investigation. Shun's smile carried an unsettling aura. Rest assured, the strength of the white Zetsu clones does not exceed that of a Chunin. Engage them. If you can defeat them, flee. If not, run away. It's that simple. Your mission concludes once those white Zetsu are lured to the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Water. Chapter 40. The Daimyo's Demise. Shun laid out their assignments with utmost clarity. Even if they were reluctant, they had no choice but to comply. Do you know where the daimyo resides? Both Kai and Hong simultaneously posed a critical question. After such prolonged discussions, are you aware of the location of the daimyo of the Land of Water? The map of the Land of Water has been received, with the daimyo's residence marked. Please take note. Within the vast expanse of the Land of Water, a single red dot stood out prominently. Shin smiled faintly. Here lies the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Water. Yes, the Mizukage has already informed me. Shun produced a map, which highlighted the cities of the Land of Water with a prominent red dot. This location signifies the residence of the daimyo. Are there any further inquiries? None. When can we commence our operation? With everything clarified, what other questions could there be? Immediately, Hong and Kai, you take the lead. I shall undertake the assassination alone, as long as you can divert the army's attention. As long as the army of the Land of Water does not interfere, Shin's task will be considerably easier. Assassinating a single individual is not particularly difficult. So, shall we set forth? Depart swiftly. With that, Shin moved forth directly, leaving the map behind. For several days, Shin meticulously observed the movements of the army of the Land of Water. As anticipated, a few days later, the army gathered at the city gates in a frenzy. Hurry, the enemy has appeared, quickly. The white Zetsu clones slaughtered the soldiers with ease, akin to slicing through watermelons. It took dozens of ordinary soldiers to equate to the strength of a single white Zetsu clone's arm. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, Shin infiltrated the interior. Due to the presence of the white Zetsu clones, the number of ninja guards surrounding the daimyo had been significantly reduced. This played to Shun's advantage. Indeed, the interior was even darker. The ninja tasked with protecting the daimyo were turning against one another, resulting in several fatalities. The corpses littering the ground were testament to the recent turmoil. Yet, why did the guards not turn their blades against the daimyo? Was it that they had no intent to kill him, or was the daimyo's strength formidable enough to deter them? These ninjas were incapable of slaying him. Shin stealthily maneuvered past several ninjas. Just as he was about to take the daimyo's life, one of the ninjas intercepted him. Do you wish to engage me in combat? In truth, Shun had no desire to fight. Lacking even a single water release technique, he would undoubtedly reveal his true identity. If that happened, it would not matter if he donned the attire of the Umbu. It would still spell trouble for Konoha. I have ample reason to clash with you in order to assassinate the daimyo. The ninja's face was filled with murderous intent, his sword thirsting for battle. Goodness, I cannot help but exclaim in disbelief. Shin recalled a phrase from the past, then continued. Do you believe you stand a chance against me? The sheer number of white Zetsu clones cannot be easily dealt with by just a handful of ninjas. Shin had plenty of time to spare. Even if a battle ensued, he could still take a moment to enjoy tea or bathe. His schedule was exceedingly ample. I apologize, but your words have ignited my fighting spirit. I wish to kill you. Without further ado, the ninja lunged forward, sword drawn, ready to strike. Shun hastily drew the kunai bestowed upon him by the Mizukage. This weapon was emblematic of the Hidden Mist village. However, Shun feared that the Mizukage, Karajiri Shurso, might play tricks on him. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated, accompanied by sparks flying between the sword and kunai. Your strength is commendable. You are worthy of being my opponent. Now, please accept my challenge. Either you perish or I shall. The ninja assumed a different stance with his sword at the ready. Shun was tempted to unleash a torrent of curses. This individual was either afflicted with delusions of grandeur or simply lacked common sense. Such melodramatic dialogue, I refuse to accept. Who has the time to engage in combat with you? I am neither foolish nor impulsive. Shun hurled the kunai directly at the daimyo. Upon witnessing this, the daimyo deftly dodged, evading a fatal blow but sustaining minor injuries. A few others, intending to intervene, found themselves betrayed by half of their comrades. I regret to inform you, but now I too wish for the daimyo's demise, hee. The outcome was that the daimyo was left unprotected, leading to an all-out brawl. Several of those guarding the daimyo engaged the enemy directly. As for the daimyo, he could only stare in disbelief, awaiting the conclusion. Each of these individuals possessed enough strength to slay him. Any resistance would be futile. Shall we continue? If so, I am more than willing to oblige. Initially, I thought this assignment would be exceedingly challenging, given the need to circumvent the army and the ninja protecting the daimyo. However, it seems to have become considerably easier. With internal strife erupting, Shun could hardly suppress his amusement. No wonder the Mizukage, Kuragiri Shurso, wanted him to eliminate the daimyo, to install a new leader. This daimyo? He should have been dead long ago. Of course, I shall continue. Have the Umbu of the Hidden Mist Village become this powerful? Quite an intriguing battle. Without a moment's hesitation, the ninja unleashed a water release technique. Shin barely avoided being swept away. Huh, that was a close call, Shin chuckled, tossing a kunai into the fray. Following that, he activated a jinjutsu. If he could eliminate the ninja before him, no one would uncover Shun's true identity. Dispatching him would be remarkably simple. At this moment, the ninja was nothing more than a puppet at Shin's mercy. Farewell. The words slipped from his lips as the kunai plunged into the ninja's body, a smile dancing on Shun's face. His grin remained unbroken, resembling that of a grim reaper. Before the ninja could finish his words, he fell lifelessly to the ground. A Konoha ninja, he was indeed a Jinjutsu practitioner from Konoha. Had he been aware of this beforehand, he would never have engaged in battle with Shun. Fighting against a Jinjutsu user while lacking any Jinjutsu abilities himself was akin to courting death. May you rest in the earth. No, perhaps in the Pure Land. The remaining ninjas were embroiled in fierce combat, each suffering considerable injuries. The chaotic water release techniques filled the air with terror. Despite attempting to flee, the daimyo could not escape the chaos, ultimately falling victim to the errant water release attacks. In the end, he was slain by the very blood he had once shed. Ladies and gentlemen, your ninjutsu has led to the demise of the daimyo. Is there any need to continue this battle? Shin's voice rang out clearly, audible to all. The daimyo is dead. Without a new leader, the army and the land of water will collapse. Should we continue fighting, it could escalate into a national conflict. The Mizukage has dispatched the Umbu to assassinate the daimyo. There must be a rationale behind this. We shall refrain from intervening further. It has long been said that the Hidden Mist Village is a wasteland of blood. Enough with the chatter. Let us finish this battle first, so I can thoroughly enjoy myself. With that, an array of water release techniques was unleashed until the chakra was depleted. Everyone, farewell. I shall report these events to the Mizukage. Shin offered a slight bow as a gesture of respect. Return, and summon the Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura, to handle this situation. There are still numerous white Zetsu clones, yet the ninjas are utterly exhausted. Red, Guy, eliminate the remaining white Zetsu clones, and then you may return. I must make a trip to the Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 41. The Mizukage's Friendship, Obito's Decision. Shin removed the mask of the Umbu from the Hidden Mist. He uttered a phrase behind them. Everyone perked up, mistakenly believing the forces of the Land of Water had discovered their mischief. Shin, has the mission concluded? Is the daimyo dead? Kurenai trembled. An assassination mission, completed so swiftly? How much time has elapsed? The white Zetsu clones here are not yet exterminated. Indeed. It's over. The daimyo's guards fell into disarray, and a torrent of water jutsu obliterated the daimyo. Shin elaborated on the events that transpired with the daimyo. Who would have anticipated that the leader of the Land of Water's army would meet such an end? Kurenai was left in disbelief. Is it truly possible to operate in such a manner? Is the Land of Water this restless? They would even slay their own daimyo? Shin, you jest. The ninjas of the Land of Water actually pierced their own daimyo. Even Guy, who is usually so cheerful, appeared grave. Previously, they had merely heard tales of the Land of Water's might. The reality of their ruthlessness, even against their own, surpasses the rumors. They are indeed formidable. They even kill their own daimyo when displeased. Yes, the situation is similar. The daimyo was indeed slain by his own guards. The Land of Water is truly merciless. Eliminating anyone they deem unsatisfactory, Kurenai reflected. In the Land of Blood Mist, they are incredibly impressive. All right, you two, let us cease our lamentations. The mission is accomplished. We ought to return to Konohagakure. Shin, after reporting back to the Hidden Mist, it will be time for your return as well. The Land of Water is surely on the brink of chaos. Mizukage Kagaya Yagura will not resolve this mess swiftly. With the daimyo's demise, the entire policy of the Land of Water will now fall solely under the management of Mizukage Kagaya Yagura. In the Hidden Mist Village, within the Mizukage's office, Kagaya Yagura was already apprised of the daimyo's death. The news from the Hidden Mist Village was rather swift. However, the Umbu attire and kunai laid upon the table left Kagaya Yagura speechless. Did they truly underestimate the economic condition of the Hidden Mist Village? Is there a lack of such trivial items? These are a gift. You need not return them. Consider it a testament to our friendship. As for clothing, which village is in need? What is truly lacking are weapons. Those invaluable weapons. You may keep the kunai, but the garments are a different matter. The Hidden Mist Village will not accept anything from Konoha. If there are special circumstances, please elucidate. Shin steadfastly adhered to his principles, which also aligned with Konoha's. Items that should not be taken will never be touched. Kagaya Yagura was rendered speechless. Indeed, that was true. The bounty has already been delivered to Konoha. Would it be acceptable for my friend to linger in our Hidden Mist Village for a few more days? Kagaya Yagura had yet to fully comprehend the various aspects of Konoha. At this moment, he merely wished to leverage Shin to learn more about Konoha's customs and traditions. Oh, I cannot. Our village has numerous matters to attend to. It would be inappropriate for me to remain idle in the Hidden Mist Village. Shin subtly declined. What a jest. To remain out here without returning home. What would the teacher think of him? What would his classmates think? Very well, I shall not keep you any longer. Farewell. A radiant smile perpetually graced Kagaya Yagura's face. The scenery of the Hidden Mist Village was not particularly splendid, yet it was not entirely lacking either. Crossing the ocean and countless mountains, this journey concluded with winter already half over. The land of the Fire Country lay blanketed in white snow. The number of passers-by was sparse, with footprints left few and far between. At this moment, the village was bustling with preparations for the new year. The new generation of children gathered to play together, while Hinata from the Hyuga clan hid behind a tree, too timid to approach. In recent days, they had labeled her as the Byakugan monster. The only child who had befriended Hinata was Namikaze Minato's son, Uzumaki Naruto. They were still quite young, and in a few years, they would reach the age to attend the Ninja Academy. Shin, long time no see. I have missed you greatly during this period. Uncle Snake's serpent-like gaze was particularly unsettling as he placed a large hand on Shin's shoulder. Shin felt a shiver run down his spine, a foreboding thought creeping in. How could Uncle Snake return so soon? I have just returned from the Hidden Mist Village, and there are matters I have yet to discuss with Obito. Shin quickly regained his composure, a smile illuminating his face. Uncle Snake, you are indeed a bit annoying. Rest assured, I returned secretly merely to inform you that the materials have been found, and we can exchange at any time, provided you can agree to that condition. With that, Uncle Snake departed. He returned after all this time just to convey that single message. Seizing the opportunity before Uncle Snake could move too far away, Shin hastened to say, Uncle Snake, please find a place to stay nearby for now. I believe this time will not be too prolonged, lest I find it difficult to locate you later. Rest easy, I shall not wander too far. Within Konoha, everyone busied themselves with festive decorations. Only Shin and Obito bore grave expressions. Shin, is what you say truly authentic? Can I finally live as a normal person? This news held immense significance for Obito. Even if he had discarded half of White Zetsu, it mattered not. Yet, why did it have to be Orochimaru? Indeed, during this time, Orochimaru has gathered the relevant materials, and should you agree, you can replace that half of your body. Shin nodded. Whether it be Orochimaru or his less than pleasant relationship with Konoha, as long as this time he does not harbor malicious intent toward Konoha, what is there to fear? Even if Orochimaru does possess harmful intentions, within the Uchiha clan, he would never find the opportunity. It is not that I do not trust you. It is merely that I find it hard to believe that Orochimaru would be so benevolent. Obito is well aware of Orochimaru's past deeds. Now, turning around to assist him in a body swap seems a bit fantastical. Fear not. Orochimaru will not act excessively. After all, he has his own objectives. And your half of White Zetsu serves as the condition for this exchange. You mean to say, Orochimaru desires White Zetsu? Obito felt a bit bewildered. While White Zetsu was still quite rare, it was not entirely lacking either. It was not as if he coveted this half of White Zetsu. Could it be that there were ulterior motives? This was the only explanation that made sense. Yes, it is certain that Orochimaru will not harm you. Even if he were to harm others, it would not be at your expense. Although Shin did not possess a complete understanding of Uncle Snake, he knew that Uncle Snake had never intended to do anything detrimental to Obito. While Uncle Snake did indeed covet the Uchiha eyes, he would not offend Shin for that reason. Obito's heart felt as though it had been struck with 1,000 blows. Was he truly that useless? Did one not consider the worthiness of the target before striking? Such words are quite amusing. All right, enough of this idle chatter. There is only this one opportunity. Do you agree, or do you not? I have already made the specifics quite clear. Having said so much, Shin sought to discern his thoughts. Chapter 42. Uncle Snake's Body Swap, Before the New Year. Obito fell into deep contemplation. Agree? Disagree. To agree would mean a complete transformation, a new beginning. To disagree would mean continuing to live in this wretched state. After a long pause, Obito suddenly lifted his head. Let us seek out Orochimaru. By the end of this year, I wish to leave a good impression on Rin. As a bright and sunny boy, Obito's heart was not entirely fragile. Yet it was not particularly strong either. Especially now, Obito had been granted a second chance at life. Rest assured, after Orochimaru completes your body modification, Rin will tend to your wounds with her medical ninjutsu. Shin only knew that Uncle Snake would not behave in such a manner. Nor would he. Very well. Toby nodded, gazing at his half-body, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Outside, the entrance was adorned with vibrant decorations, as the Uchiha clan, save for its most pivotal figures, had been assigned to prepare for the New Year festivities. Along the way, he encountered numerous familiar faces exchanging greetings. However, passing by the bridge was unexpectedly peculiar. Neither Izumi nor Itachi could be found indulging in dango. The clan's upper echelons seemed to have undergone a radical transformation. Ever since the awakening from Tsuki no Mi, the topic of rebellion against Konoha had not been uttered even in the slightest tone. With the new year approaching, the entire village radiated jubilation, a sentiment that extended even beyond the forest within a 5,000-meter radius. Wherever one ventured to the children's training grounds, vibrant reds could be spotted. Snake Uncle. It's been a while, Toby greeted, noticing him lying motionless on a frigid tree branch. To the unknowing observer, it might appear as if he had succumbed to the cold. Ah, you've arrived, Snake Uncle remarked, his serpentine eyes fixated on Toby's half-white Zetsu form. This half-body is rather impressive. Follow me, it's not far from here. In the closest mountain range to Konoha, Snake Uncle had established a temporary location, housing everything needed for Toby's half-body transformation. Deep, Toby, follow me, he instructed, leading them to a room where he grinned ominously. Toby, just lie down. Deep's watchful eyes will ensure everything proceeds smoothly. Noticing their skepticism and doubt, he continued, if I were to entertain any treachery, Deep could eliminate me at any moment. Rest assured, Snake Uncle had no intention of answering their questions. His sole desire was that half-white Zetsu body, which perhaps held even greater potential. At the very least, it would not be a loss. The materials used to create the body were merely decent remnants from certain prior organizations. After Snake Uncle's modifications, it would fit seamlessly onto Toby, enhancing his strength without a doubt. Is that half-body ready? Does it hold any value for enhancement? Deep inquired. If there is no potential for elevation, what use is it if it cannot reach the level of a Kage or higher? Fear not, it will adapt just like a normal body. It will only take about 14 days, Snake Uncle assured with a sinister smile. Deep sensed that there was something amiss, something unsaid. Hurry up. We must celebrate the new year, he urged. This period was notably tranquil, as various nations busied themselves in preparation for the festivities. All right, Toby, please close your eyes. I fear you may not be able to handle it. The head was irreplaceable. Only certain parts could be changed. The entire procedure took no longer than 4 hours. Throughout the process, Deep remained vigilant, wary of any deceit from Snake Uncle. Yet, this time, Snake Uncle seemed unusually compliant, meticulously replacing half of Toby's body. Even the head was repaired as much as possible to resemble that of a normal ninja. Once the procedure concluded, Deep was astonished, having verified the entire body-switching process. At that moment, Toby was flawless, save for the fact that he had grown, no longer needing protective goggles. When Toby opened his eyes, night had already fallen. He marveled at his new physique, pleasantly surprised, even noting that his eyes had been restored, specifically those of the Uchiha clan fallen. This development afforded him another opportunity to cultivate his ocular techniques. However, before he could revel in his joy, a sharp pain surged through his eyes, lingering for an extended period before gradually subsiding. The eye that did not belong to him remained shrouded in chaos. Toby, drink this bowl of water, and you shall regain your freedom of movement, Snake Uncle instructed, presenting a bowl of colored liquid. A sense of dread gripped Deep as he contemplated the liquid's potential toxicity. This water was essential for nurturing the body. It would only benefit Toby and could not be consumed in excess. Only this single bowl sufficed. Snake Uncle had meticulously concocted it, making it exceedingly rare and specifically prepared for this occasion. Do you really expect me to believe that? Deep's expression shifted warily, his hand already gripping a kunai. Do you think I've been naive all these years? Toby, do not be presumptuous. Should I desire to flee, I could do so at any moment. Snake Uncle placed the bowl of colored water into Toby's hands. After staring at it for what felt like an eternity, Toby finally mustered the courage to drink. The half-body of white Zetsu was custom-tailored for Toby, ensuring no adverse effects. However, this body did possess some side effects that needed to be eliminated, and the method for doing so lay within that bowl of water. For this occasion, Snake Uncle had conducted experiments on countless unfortunate souls. As the chaos in his vision dissipated, Toby's bodily functions gradually returned, wounds mending and kinetic energy slowly replenishing. This process did not exceed 2 hours, during which Snake Uncle waited with palpable excitement. His snake-like eyes remained fixed, missing not a single moment. Deep, growing somewhat dazed, nearly succumbed to slumber. Child, how about trying your new body? The body I, Orochimaru, have crafted shall not harbor any flaws. Snake Uncle exclaimed, arms wide open, eagerly anticipating Toby's performance. Upon examining his body, no traces of the surgical procedure could be detected. Even his head appeared entirely unblemished. Arms and legs moved seamlessly, as if they were truly his own. Child, do you see that boulder? Shatter it, Snake Uncle commanded, having prepared quite a bit for this test. The boulder was a significant component of his preparations. Clenching his fists and raising his arm, Toby unleashed a punch imbued with the force of a tempest, striking the boulder with a resounding crash. The boulder shattered as if it were made of glass, yet his arm felt no discomfort whatsoever. Orochimaru, your craftsmanship is impressive. This punch felt as if it came from my own body. He swung his arms a few times, feeling utterly normal, devoid of any sense of dissonance. Naturally, my work must be impeccable. Chapter 43, New Year. Snake Uncle revealed a toothy grin, chuckling gleefully. No worries, you may leave now. I have research to conduct. His gaze fixated on the half-white Zetsu, brimming with insatiable fervor, akin to a lecherous gaze upon a captivating beauty. His inner longing eclipsed all else. Trust in science, Deep proclaimed, turning to depart with Toby. So, only Deep and I share a belief in science within the Uchiha clan, huh? Ha ha ha, Snake Uncle laughed, acknowledging him wholeheartedly. However, it was not so. Long ago in the Mist Village, when Deep first uttered the word science, Snake Uncle had already harbored ulterior motives toward him. A person so passionate about science was undoubtedly wasted among the Uchiha in Konoha. Let us hope our next encounter does not render us adversaries. Uchiha Deep. Snake Uncle mused, his expression devoid of emotion as he returned to his research. Outside the village, only a few members of the security department were patrolling, while a select few enjoyed the night festivities. Most villagers had already retired for the evening. Toby and Deep's return to the village in the dead of night drew the attention of several security personnel. Once apprised of the situation, they resumed their respective duties, none having the leisure to spare. Especially considering the prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan, their ability to manage such affairs was indeed remarkable. Toby, Happy New Year. Deep greeted him. Happy New Year, Deep, Toby responded. With only a few days remaining until the new year, the weather had turned so frigid that a bucket of cold water would instantly freeze into a sculpture of ice. Every household had prepared ample supplies for warmth. Within the Uchiha clan, nearly all homes were equipped with heating, save for a few exceptions. On the eve of the new year, the lights illuminated the entirety of Konoha. In the home of the Uchiha clan, Shursui, Izumi, and Shin all gathered at Fugaku's residence. Shursui engaged in conversation with Fugaku, while Izumi and Itachi shared words of uncertain significance. Shin had gone off to play with Sasuke, despite the latter's somewhat irritable demeanor towards him. As mealtime approached, the group assembled in the dining area of Fugaku's modest abode. Shin, after this new year, what are your thoughts? Fugaku inquired. None in particular, Shin replied. Each day passes as it comes. It's hard to say when I might find myself in the Pure Land. He understood that the life of a ninja was marked by such uncertainty. As long as one lived as a ninja, a brief existence was almost a certainty. The number of genin who had perished on missions was not insignificant. Even so, we must not dwell in excessive pessimism. The current circumstances differ from the past. We have entered a phase of peace, Fugaku remarked, albeit somewhat awkwardly. It was indeed peaceful now, with commissions still ongoing, marked by both overt and covert rivalries. Shin, should there be no more wars and we continue to live, what are your plans? I have no specific plans. If that day truly arrives, we can discuss it then. Shin was uncertain if others would reach that point. All he knew was that he was determined to see the conclusion of the story. Possessing power that surpassed even that of the Kage, he found many of his abilities to be mere half-finished products. Though he wielded the sage art would release, true thousand hands, he lacked the great Buddha and sage body. Thus, the technique became almost useless. Despite having attained the complete form of Susanoo, he lacked the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. His ability to vanquish the Nine Tails stemmed from the beast's initial emergence, which had left it significantly weakened. Various ocular techniques remained rudimentary. Amaterasu could not kill, and fire release could only eliminate ordinary individuals and a few select ninjas. Only a handful of powerful jutsu could defeat stronger adversaries. As a member of the Uchiha clan, it was perplexing that he could not even master in release. The clan's various techniques were obtained through rewards from numerous missions. The initial gift package was rather lackluster, providing only basic, often useless ninjutsu, and complete forms. What use was that? I cannot speak for others, but I firmly believe in you, Shin. You will undoubtedly survive until true peace arrives. Unless the duration of war surpasses the lifespan of a ninja. Few understood the true extent of Shin's strength, but Fugaku was among them. He recognized that Shin was undoubtedly the strongest Uchiha. I estimate that we won't wait long. To enjoy the future, let us toast, uncle. Once the fourth great ninja war concludes, everything will come to an end. When that time arrives, Shin, you will truly have the opportunity to revel in life, to bask in happiness every day. We still have to wait several decades, though. As of now, Naruto has yet to enroll in the Ninja Academy. Cheers. Fugaku raised a cup larger than a teacup, his face alight with joy. Sasuke, when you graduate from the Ninja Academy, you too shall partake in this drink. He affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair, eliciting a smile from Shin. The alcohol was not particularly strong. It was akin to drinking water after just one cup. It's time to eat, Itachi, Izumi, Shursui, Shin called out, raising his cup. The two, partaking in the drink, felt somewhat discontented. It was the presence of others that ignited passion. By this time, the meal was nearly complete, and Makoto brought the final dish to the dining table. Makoto, no need to rush, come sit and eat, Fugaku urged. All right, she replied, feeling at ease in her own home, and joined them at the table, sharing laughter and conversation. As dawn broke, the door opened to the blinding sun. The time for New Year greetings had arrived. After exchanging pleasantries with the Fugaku family, Shin returned home to prepare. At the entrance of the Namikaze residence, he knocked. The door was opened by Kushina, clad in an apron and wielding a ladle, presumably in the midst of preparing breakfast. Shin, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Sister Kushina. Shin replied, producing a book he had prepared in advance, which was currently a hot seller. Thank you. Please wait a moment, she said, shortly returning with a book that pertained to rather risque topics. Here, take this one. Upon seeing the title, Shin's expression darkened. Isn't this Jiraiya, Ika Paradise? Noticing his discomfort, Kushina explained, good luck. I won't hold you back this time, Shin. Shin began to spiral into inappropriate thoughts. Kushina was a normal person. Even if she had once been nicknamed Little Pepper, that was a thing of the past. This book hardly seemed to be a gift she genuinely wished to bestow. Could it be that the teacher had suggested this? He was well aware of the content authored by the lecherous sage. How could it be anything but questionable? Forget it, I won't read such a book. He vigorously shook his head and stuffed it into his pocket. After purchasing a large bag of fruit, he made his way to the Mizuno household. Upon arriving, the siblings, Ayame and Yamaki, emerged to greet him. Brother, what brings you here? Having scarcely visited the Mizuno home in recent days, they were unaware of his activities. Just came to see you for the new year. He handed them the fruit and called out, Uncle and Aunt, Happy New Year. Shin's here. Come sit. It was the same warm welcome from the Mizuno family. I can't stay. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. Shin waved his hand and departed. Hey, brother. What's the matter? Why don't you sit for a while? Yamaki inquired. Nothing much, just the new year. What could there possibly be? Shin chuckled, tousling Yamaki's hair. Chapter 44. A visit to the Mizuno family, Naruto's troubles. During the new year, indeed, there was little to do, but after the holiday, matters multiplied. If there are no commissions, why can't you stay with us a few more days? Aimie asked. Without any missions, I could easily stay longer. Even if we're in the same village, Shin replied. If the opportunity arises, I'd love to stay at your home for a few days. But I must go now. Shin was well aware of the current living standards of the Mizuno family. Though having two genin in the household had significantly improved their circumstances, the commissions available to genin were ultimately limited. Their earnings could not compare to those of higher-ranked ninjas. Even Shin's living standards were not particularly elevated. All right then. But if we want to visit, and you're not home, how could that be? I'm off and away. The Uchiha residence was merely a place of lodging for Shin. Many times, he was not present. Therefore, do come stay for a few days. Not this time, but I promise I will when I have the chance. After a brief and inconsequential exchange, Shin returned home to read. While other ninjas practiced their techniques during their leisure time, Shin enjoyed a rare tranquility. For several consecutive days, he was undisturbed. The Hokage had also taken an extended break. Once the holiday concluded, the 6 students promptly dragged Kakashi into teaching. Shin did not accept any commissions either. Apart from 2 hours of physical training daily, he spent his time idly. Obito, now with a changed appearance, and Rin were embroiled in matters that were difficult to articulate. The bond between Itachi and Izumi had also deepened. Ever since the holiday ended, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had not returned to the Hokage office, making him the most leisurely Hokage in history. Uncle, you know what I wish to ask, do you agree? Shin inquired at Itachi's home. He believed that Uchiha scouts had already conveyed his intentions to Fugaku. Shin, I will grant you this one request. This time, I will send someone to accompany you for safety. Fugaku understood what Shin was implying. Shin's foster brother's family had persistently requested that he stay with them. Such a thing is impossible. If that were to happen, rumors would surely spread by the next day. Thus, Fugaku could only acquiesce to this singular request. Understood, thank you. Uncle Fugaku. Shin bowed deeply. Very well, now go about your business, Fugaku said, a faint smile gracing his features. This was merely the beginning. If the Mizuno family could adopt the Uchiha surname, their residence would pose no issue. The Uchiha clan had numerous vacant houses. Days later, Shin personally invited the Mizuno family to tour the Uchiha compound. As they entered the Uchiha clan, the eyes of the Mizuno family sparkled with wonder. Entering the esteemed Uchiha clan for the first time is an experience unlike any other. The presence of dedicated servants has always been a constant, tirelessly maintaining the sanctity of the Uchiha residence. Here lies the heart of our clan. Now, let us proceed to my abode. Stay close and do not allow them to mistake you for intruders and meet a grim fate. The Uchiha clan has long upheld stringent rules. Unless you are a member of the clan or have made prior arrangements, no outsider may tread these grounds without consequence. Such regulations are well known among ninjas. Even ordinary folk seldom dare to disrupt the peace of the Uchiha. The scenery along the way is nothing short of magnificent, showcasing the true strength of the Uchiha lineage. Upon opening the door, one is greeted by the interior of a modest dwelling, located within the inner circle of the Uchiha compound. What brings you to my home? I asked, stepping out, as I have never been in the habit of locking my doors. I am well aware of my own territory, which contains no valuables. Merely everyday necessities. There is no need for constant locking within the clan. I never anticipated that these individuals would venture into my residence. Of course, bringing outsiders here without permission could have severe repercussions, and Itachi, standing expressionless with arms crossed and a razor-sharp sword at his back, serves as a reminder of that. This is not my fault, I retorted. I've already spoken with the clan leader. You can verify this with Uncle Fugaku. Very well. I will remain nearby for 5 days as permitted by my father. Fugaku had informed Itachi of this arrangement, entrusting him with the responsibility of ensuring security. As trust within the Uchiha is scarce, even among the higher echelons who have begun to change. Enough, I declared, not wishing to haggle further. This is the limit. You may enjoy this courtyard for 5 days, but only within its confines. Food and drink will be provided. Itachi, I leave matters here in your hands. I shall step out for a moment. For how long? Itachi inquired. Approximately half a day, perhaps. I have a few matters to attend to, I replied with a smirk. A few matters? What kind of matters? Itachi pressed, calculating that any task would require at least 3 days. Go on, I want to pry. Itachi felt a twinge of curiosity. Oh, it's nothing significant, just catching up with a friend. Recently, as Naruto has been growing, I have observed a troubling issue. Despite the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, being alive and the rumors of the Nine-Tail subsiding, the psychological burden of being the Jinchuriki still weighs heavily on Naruto. He has few friends, aside from Hinata from the Hyuga clan and the ramen shop's owner, Tuchi, with whom he shares a close bond. A friend? I don't recognize your acquaintance, I remarked, my interest waning instantly. There was a high probability that his friend was a classmate, someone Itachi could not possibly know. No. You do know him. You've encountered him often enough. In truth, Itachi was aware of the limited number of classmates, having met them all. Very well. Be on your way, and return promptly, Itachi urged. Though the task at hand was singular, it was tedious to remain fixated on the same thing. Understood. I shall take my leave. Moving swiftly, it was but the blink of an eye. As I had stated, your activities are confined to this courtyard. I trust you will not overstep your bounds, or I will have no choice but to intervene. Itachi's expression remained unchanged. These matters were mine, and he had no right to interfere. Should anyone breach the rules, he would be justified in taking action. The members of the Mizuno family, however, did not engage in any mischief. They simply enjoyed the view of the scenery beyond the courtyard. Ah, teacher, Kushina is also here, I noted, spotting them by the riverbank outside the village. I had assumed only Naruto would be here fishing, but it seemed the whole family had gathered. Deep, you've arrived just in time. Naruto wanted to eat fish, and we are having a barbecue. Indeed. Deep, would you care for a skewer? Kushina offered, holding a stick laden with grilled fish. I would be delighted, I replied, taking a seat beside Naruto. As I savored the grilled fish, I asked Naruto, have you encountered any troubles lately? Since Naruto began venturing outside, I was unaware of who had spread the rumors. But the shadow cast by the Nine-Tails invasion loomed large over the villagers. The disdain for tailed beasts and Jinchuriki is deeply ingrained. As the host of the Nine Tails, Naruto has become a target for their frustrations. Even with the Fourth Hokage as his father, the upbringing instilled in the villagers remains unchanged, resulting in Naruto lacking true companionship. Even without the outdated grievances from the original narrative, his life is relatively stable, yet the prevailing pessimism persists. It is an issue faced by all the 5 great shinobi countries. Without the villagers' acceptance, exclusion is inevitable. Being the son of the Fourth Hokage offers no immunity. Kushina is at a loss regarding how to address this situation. Using her husband's status as Hokage to compel acceptance is implausible. Unless the Hokage were to be someone rather foolish. It's alright, life must go on. Why dwell in sadness? I believe Naruto will eventually earn the villagers' acceptance, Minato, the ever-optimistic Fourth Hokage, declared. Every problem must be resolved, and wallowing in sorrow will not yield any solutions. Things will undoubtedly improve. I was aware that without providing Naruto with some form of training, his growth as a protagonist would stagnate. To gain the villagers' recognition, perhaps this could serve as an excellent training opportunity. The methods of training for Jinchuriki may indeed require some alterations. Let it unfold naturally, I mused, hoping for the best. Kushina and Minato echoed my sentiments in unison. As Naruto's parents, they wished for him not to be affected mentally by the issues surrounding friendships and being a Jinchuriki. The optimistic Naruto would not lose his confidence over such minor setbacks, especially given the current circumstances. With that settled, I had no further agenda. I merely came to check on the well-being of the teacher's family and, most importantly, to see how Naruto was faring and what his mindset was like. Should any issues arise, I would need to provide Naruto with some guidance. Deep, the blessings from the land of water's Kirigakure have arrived a few days ago. Soon, we must send our blessings back, so I will need your assistance. Since my graduation, I have become a dedicated aide to Minato-sensei. Among the members of his team, only I have the luxury of time. The others are preoccupied with their respective duties. My involvement in these tasks was somewhat unavoidable. What shall we send from Konoha? I wondered aloud, taken aback by the exchange of gifts, a matter I had not anticipated given the hierarchy's complexities. It was beyond my authority to ponder. Come to the Hokage's office tomorrow. The higher-ups have prepared the gifts, and you need only deliver them. Minato, as Hokage, was privy to the contents of these gifts, while Kushina remained oblivious, a little secret between them. All right, see you tomorrow. Kakashi and Obito are no longer members of the Umbu, and Rin has left her position at the hospital. They are all leading their own teams. Only I have returned to the Umbu, serving as the Hokage's aide. Until tomorrow. Within the Uchiha clan, Itachi remarked, "You've worked hard. You may return and rest." Though I had mentioned half a day, it had swiftly turned into more than a day. 5 days means 5 days. I will remain here in this tree for the duration. That tree was planted by my parents and has grown quite tall. It serves as a suitable shelter. Very well. Can your body endure such strain? Itachi queried, recalling how he had suffered from illness since his early teens, particularly after that one encounter with his brother, where he had unleashed a technique that nearly cost him his life. I sincerely hope that Itachi does not succumb to his ailment from merely spending 5 days in a tree. Speaking of ailments, a sudden thought struck Shin. How did Itachi fall ill? He seems quite healthy at the moment. Could it be that he only became gravely ill after joining the Akatsuki? This is certainly a possibility. During that time, Itachi devoted his entire life to the Uchiha clan. Perhaps the immense burden of the Mangekyou Sharingan took a toll on his health? Shun, feeling quite well himself, noticed Itachi's displeasure. After squatting for an entire day, he merely observed his companions during meals, secretly wishing for his own ailment. Well then, I wish you everlasting health. Shin was bewildered by his own words. Did uttering such a statement not equate to inviting conflict? Itachi glared at him, visibly irritated. All right. I misspoke. It was a slip of the tongue. Please do not take it too seriously. Shin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He acknowledged his earlier blunder and turned to the members of the Mizuno family. Life has become somewhat monotonous. Let us watch some television. Aside from the television, there was little else in the house to pass the time, excluding books, of course. The television aired a variety of entertainment programs that the Mizuno family frequently watched, which had long since lost their novelty. As for sleeping arrangements, Shin found himself in a quandary. There was only one bed, his own, and while it sufficed for 2, it would be inadequate for 4. Let us return home. I truly appreciate your hospitality, said Mizuno Yamakawa, bowing graciously. Absolutely, chimed in Yamaking and Ime in unison. Let us go, Yamakawa's wife added with a gentle smile. It was indeed a rare opportunity to visit the Uchiha clan. After escorting them beyond the Uchiha gates, Shin returned to his reading. The television was merely a decorative piece in the grand scheme of things. In the Hokage's office, Shun presented a blue package, stating, "This is a gift from Konoha for the Mangekyou. It must be delivered in person." He was unaware of the package's contents, and it seemed trivial. "Understood, sensei." He nodded before departing. Moments later, Minato Namikaze followed suit. The landscape of the Mist Village remained unchanged, save for the recent rain-soaked ground. It had not been long since his last visit, a serendipitous occurrence indeed. With a sigh of nostalgia, he strode forward. Minato had two reasons for sending Shun to deliver the gift. First, Shun had previously met the Mangekyou, allowing him to navigate the Mist Village with ease. Second, he was the sole member of their class still active in the Yumbu, occasionally straying from his duties. Who else could they send but Shun? Upon entering the Mist Village, not a single Mist ninja paid Shun any mind. After all, a Konoha ninja who had visited recently posed no threat. As a ninja from the Mist Village announced his arrival, Shun was permitted to enter. "Mizuki-sama, long time no see. This is a gift from Konoha." He placed the blue package before the Mizuki. "The gift has been delivered. I shall take my leave." Shun had little interest in the contents of the package. The Mizuki expressed gratitude for Konoha's offering, stating there was no need to see him off. The brief exchange left the fourth Mizuki quite satisfied. At least it was devoid of bloodshed. Having fulfilled his mission, Shun did not linger in the Mist Village and returned directly to his own village. The entire journey took approximately half a month. During this time, an infrequent village meeting was convened, gathering all the high-ranking officials of Konoha, including Mangekyou, the head of the police force. Chapter 46. The task of rebuilding the land of whirlpools? Shun was merely wandering about the village, feeling that such an important meeting was not his place to attend. Suddenly, an unexpected system notification startled him. Task: Hell. Rebuild the land of whirlpools. Reward: Izanami. Izanami? A forbidden technique that could lead to blindness? Why would such a thing be offered as a reward? Was the system attempting to blind him? Hell-level tasks were notoriously challenging, and rebuilding the land of whirlpools was the second hell-level task he had encountered. The previous task, concerning Obito, had yet to yield any results. To reconstruct the land of whirlpools, cooperation from the land of fire was essential, given its proximity. Gathering the scattered populace of the land of whirlpools alone would consume an extraordinary amount of time. Even if the land of whirlpools could reclaim its place on the stage of the ninja world, significant issues would arise, such as the question of its daimyo. Who would assume the role of daimyo of the land of whirlpools? Would Kushina be suitable for such a position? That would be highly inappropriate, and Minato would surely disagree. Moreover, a sufficient military force and ninjas would be necessary to stabilize a nation. Even the land of crafts had tens of thousands of troops, and the craftsman village. "Uchiha Shun, the Hokage requests your presence," came a call from the meeting room. Shun had unknowingly wandered into this area, having strolled several laps while lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings. "All right, I'm coming." Upon entering the meeting room, he was met with a multitude of piercing gazes, akin to predatory beasts, sending a chill down his spine. "Is this the new high-ranking official from Konoha that you recommended?" Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. High-ranking officials from the land of fire scrutinized Shun's youthful visage, their brows furrowing in disapproval. What could someone so young, seemingly not yet 16, possibly contribute? Even if he had undergone trials, he was still far too young. "Indeed, this is Uchiha Shun, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan and one of my students. He handles diplomatic affairs and is my most trusted pupil," Minato asserted without flinching in the face of the high-ranking officials. "He is the new high-ranking official of Konoha, as I have chosen him." The officials from the land of fire exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. "This is preposterous. The fourth Hokage appears to lack the demeanor of a true leader. How could someone so young possibly fulfill the responsibilities of a high-ranking official? Age does not dictate capability," Minato countered. "Experience may come with age, but true talent can emerge at any stage. Look at the fourth Hokage. Despite his youth, he has governed Konoha admirably." The high-ranking officials, drenched in sweat, seemed to have forgotten an important fact. Minato had summoned them to announce a decision, not to solicit their opinions. The future of Konoha was beyond the control of the daimyo of the land of fire. The fourth Hokage differed significantly from his predecessor, the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen had grown old, and regardless of his abilities, he could be influenced by the daimyo. It was time for him to retire. "Agreed. I hereby declare that Uchiha Shun will be responsible for relaying messages between Konoha and other villages," Minato announced. This duty was purely a fabrication to afford the Uchiha clan a position of prominence. Having recently reconciled with the Uchiha, he could not allow unrest to persist. No official from the land of fire opposed this declaration. Objections would require substantial justification. "Shun, seizing the opportunity, quickly interjected, "There is one matter I wish to address." This was an exceedingly rare chance. He could not let it slip away. "Speak," one of the high-ranking officials from the Land of Fire replied, his expression darkening. "I propose the reconstruction of the Land of Whirlpools." At this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the room. All eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Rebuild the Land of Whirlpools? Are you jesting? To reconstruct a nation that has fallen into oblivion? What manner of thinking is this? I cannot agree. The Land of Whirlpools has been erased. There is no value in its revival. Establishing a nation requires immense resources, which the Land of Fire lacks, declared a high-ranking official vehemently. This was indeed a monumental issue. Minato was at a loss, pondering Shun's intentions. The Land of Whirlpools had been extinguished for some time, and nearly all nations had forgotten its existence. No one would be willing to allocate the substantial funds necessary for such an endeavor. "Shun, are you truly serious?" Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, cast a skeptical glance. Clearly, this was a scheme in the making. Yet, I remain earnest. Were it not for the mission assigned by the system, I would have never concerned myself with the Land of Whirlpools. Now that I have a task at hand, despite the rather meager reward, it must be fulfilled. If necessary, once I acquire the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan and the Sage Body, I could compel them to agree, even if the process may be protracted. For now, I shall wait a while longer, Minato resignedly concluded. Very well, Deep replied, showing no opposition. The task was inevitable. There was no urgency at this moment. Upon witnessing Uchiha Deep's concession, all officials breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Uchiha Deep did not represent Konoha, or the repercussions could have been dire. Nonetheless, it was imperative to report back to the daimyo promptly. In that case, let us adjourn, Minato gestured. They had discussed everything of significance. Prolonging the meeting would serve no purpose and would only waste more time. As the high-ranking officials departed, they couldn't help but cast furtive glances at Deep. There was something about him that suggested a subtle shift in the course of history itself. Uchiha Fugaku, you may take your leave as well. I wish to converse further with Deep. After dismissing the others, Minato inquired, Deep, what are your thoughts? Why the sudden desire to rebuild the Land of Whirlpools? Do you comprehend the vast resources and funds required to establish a nation? The last attack by the Ninetales cost the Land of Fire an exorbitant amount. He was well aware of Deep's capabilities. Even with such formidable power, such ambitions seemed unattainable. It is merely a fleeting interest. I recall that my sister Kushina hailed from the Land of Whirlpools, from the Uzumaki clan, correct? Deep responded, then rose to bow slightly. Teacher, I take my leave now. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to summon me. Watching Deep depart, Minato felt a tumult of emotions. It was precisely because the Land of Whirlpools had been annihilated that Kushina had come to Konoha. These were memories from Minato's childhood, even if Deep were aware. He ought not to voice such thoughts. Was the reconstruction of the Land of Whirlpools merely to provide Kushina with a home? Minato could not guarantee how Kushina would react if she were to learn of this plan. Perhaps she would be driven to madness. Who wouldn't desire to restore their homeland? Deep, I find it increasingly difficult to discern your intentions. Minato clenched his fists, exhaling a heavy sigh. He sensed that if this endeavor were to be realized, Kushina would undoubtedly assist, whether in terms of resources or personnel. Chapter 47. Meeting Madara, the junior engineer of the Land of Whirlpools. After the meeting, Minato indulged in a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku before utilizing the system's navigation to exit the village and head directly to the cave where young Madara resided. The system's navigation had a peculiar flaw. It only displayed routes and destinations for matters or individuals with which one had a profound connection. Otherwise, the map remained shrouded in darkness. Not far from the Land of Water, there lay a cave filled with semi-finished white zetsu and 2 complete specimens. The aged Uchiha Madara sat there, seemingly devoid of the strength to even move. Uchiha Madara had long since perished. What remained was merely a vestige of his final power. Should I refer to you as my ancestor, or as Uchiha Madara, the first clan leader? Deep mused, observing the frail figure of Madara with an impassive heart, feeling only a tinge of regret. The last glimmer of hope now realized that all was but an illusion. You are a descendant of the Uchiha. Madara's eyes widened in disbelief. This place was highly confidential. The massive boulder at the cave's entrance concealed it perfectly, rendering it merely a mountain to outsiders. How had he discovered this place? Fear not. I shall not harm you, despite your current frailty, Deep reassured as he approached Madara. Casting a glance at the lifeless outer path dragon, rest assured, I shall not interfere with your plans, provided you do not disturb my amusements. Additionally, allow me to inform you that the Uchiha monument has long been altered. The plans you are so adamant about are nothing but a jest. Of course, I urge you not to be sold, and then assist others in counting their profits. With that, he concluded his words, leaving the future narrative unwritten. The Fourth Great Ninja War was still destined to unfold, and Amir Madara could not sway its course. Madara's expression shifted, skepticism creeping into his gaze. Do not be so eager to stir the pot unless you are certain you can defeat me, he warned. The initial white Zetsu possessed average strength, whereas the later versions were extraordinarily powerful. Deep could easily eradicate the white Zetsu if he so desired. However, it would serve no purpose. Unless he could obliterate the Outer Path Dragon entirely, the task was futile, for it had already perished and could not be resurrected. In the shadows, a pot of grass trembled slightly, taken aback by the discovery. Who are you, and how do you know so much? Madara's interest piqued. What do you think? Deep turned, his Mangekyou Sharingan glinting in Madara's vision. I never anticipated such a prodigy emerging from the Uchiha clan. This is commendable. Madara's aged visage broke into a smile. He took solace in the Uchiha's potential growth. Alas, we are merely an anomaly. Within our vast clan, few possess such capabilities. Seeing Madara's expression of delight, Deep felt reluctant to disrupt the moment. There were only a handful of Uchiha capable of wielding the Mangekyou. That alone sufficed. Madara's concern did not lie with the clan's strength, but rather with his Moon Eye plan. Once executed, it would surely lead to an unprecedented legacy. In that future, the Uchiha would stand as the most powerful clan in the world. Let us hope so. Deep smiled as he took his leave. He understood that the Moon Eye plan was inescapable. Kaguya and the Outer Path Dragon would inevitably be revived within this scheme. To thwart it would prove largely futile. Noticing Deep's barely perceptible smile, Madara sensed something amiss, but did not dwell on it. There was no time to ponder a mere smile. As for the cave, it could remain as it was. Mission: Hell, rebuild the land of whirlpools. Countdown: 11 years 1,200 days. Upon observing the countdown before him, a surge of fury welled within Deep, yet he found himself unable to express it. 11 years to establish the land of whirlpools amidst the entire ninja world. How was that feasible? It also required ensuring that other nations would not covet the land of whirlpools. 11 years was an exceedingly tight time frame. Deep meticulously calculated the implications. In 11 years, conflicts of all sizes would likely arise. Indeed, a shooting star streaked across the sky. Though it remained uncertain which nation would bear the brunt of its descent, a thunderous roar erupted, and the Valley of the End exploded in chaos. What on earth was happening? Deep stood in bewilderment. The Valley of the End was originally the battleground for Hashirama, Madara, and the future Naruto against the two pillars. No one had mentioned the possibility of a meteor crashing down. Upon arriving at the site, Deep was instantly stunned. What was that? Were these objects even from the ninja world? They appeared dark and ominous, unlike anything associated with the realm of shinobi. There had been no indication of any conflicts occurring in the Valley of the End beyond those involving Hashirama, Madara, and the future Naruto alongside the two pillars. Confronted with the unexpected, Deep found himself in a predicament. Junior Engineer, small version, please receive. A type of immensely strong engineer, capable of resisting over 300 pounds. Evolved by the system for constructing the territory of the land of whirlpools. Deep instantly felt nauseous. This creature could withstand over 300 pounds? It was smaller than a fingernail. How long would it take to build the land of whirlpools with such diminutive engineers? Junior Engineer remaining time, 7 years. After the Junior Engineer constructs the majority of the territory of the country of whirlpools, they will automatically vanish, regardless of day or night. Deep suddenly felt that this system was rather exasperating. It insisted on delivering each statement separately. Construction of the country of whirlpools, financial status, not currently displayed. Material costs, not currently displayed, will be shown after the basic domestic framework is completed. Upon seeing these two notifications, Deep realized that the scant funds in his pocket were insufficient. The expenses required to build a village were beyond imagination, let alone the endeavor of constructing a nation. Even if it were a small country, the territory of the country of whirlpools had already turned into a desolate wasteland, due to its proximity to the country of fire. No nation dared to claim this land. Gazing at the tall, fractured buildings, Deep could only think one thing. These are all currency. The junior engineers arrived in the country of whirlpools and worked tirelessly. They were so small that Deep could hardly discern what they were actually studying. In the next moment, he was left utterly astounded. A massive pillar was effortlessly lifted. Several junior engineers carried it away, akin to ants in their strength. Such diminutive beings, capable of resisting 300 pounds. Even though their pace was exceedingly slow, they barely made any distance in half a day. At this rate, should any nation venture onto the territory of the country of whirlpools, they would likely remain oblivious to the commotion. Remarkable, indeed, yet the construction speed was alarmingly sluggish. After observing for a while, Deep succumbed to fatigue and sought a place to sleep. Several days later, he returned to Konoha. The preliminary construction of the Country of Whirlpools was entirely entrusted to the system. Chapter 48, The Country of Snow. Shortly after returning to the village, he was summoned to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he was met with a serious sight. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, alongside his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, awaited him with solemn expressions. "Deep, you're here. Please, take a seat," Kushina urged, eagerly pressing him into a chair. No, you and teacher should sit," Deep stammered, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over him. What was going on today? This sudden invitation was overwhelming. "You will sit, and that is final." Naruto stood nearby, perplexed and hesitant to speak. Minato, seated in the Hokage's position, rested his chin on his hands. "Deep, Kushina and I have deliberated on your suggestion regarding the reconstruction of the Country of Whirlpools. If it is feasible." Minato paused. "If it is feasible? What do you mean by that?" "Rebuilding a nation requires an immense amount of resources. Just in terms of population, we are lacking. Whatever is needed, just tell Minato." "I too wish to see the Country of Whirlpools restored," Deep asserted. After all, he was a citizen of the Country of Whirlpools. Ultimately, Kushina hoped to witness her homeland rebuilt. The Country of Whirlpools, the village of Whirlpool, to truly see it restored within her lifetime would be a fulfillment beyond measure. Deep's mind momentarily short-circuited. What were these two discussing? Reconstructing a nation, even a small one, was no trivial task. Even if the Namikaze clan were to exhaust their wealth, it would still be an impossible endeavor. Merchants, hidden villages, armies, and populace, all must be accounted for to constitute a nation. If it were merely the reconstruction of the village of Whirlpool, perhaps it wouldn't take such an extensive period. However, this plan would undoubtedly require postponement. The necessities were far too numerous. For the first time, Deep felt an extraordinary weight of pressure. The burden of reconstructing a hidden village. Eliminating enemies might be a matter of a single strike, yet this was not a task to be accomplished overnight. "We do not intend to complete it in a single day. Merely seeing it come to fruition in our lifetimes would suffice." Kushina's invitation was not overly demanding. As long as she could witness her home from the Country of Whirlpools before her demise, that would be adequate. This is certainly achievable, Deep reassured. He knew that as long as Naruto and Sasuke matured, Ashura and Indra could indeed establish a village without issue. With Sasuke's Earth Explosion Heavenly Star technique, he could likely resolve the location of the village of Whirlpool in one fell swoop. For the establishment, Yamato could simply use his house technique to create greenery. It would be a straightforward endeavor. "Whatever is required, speak to Minato, and it shall be provided," Kushina exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Minato nodded in agreement. Restoring Kushina's home would indeed be a commendable pursuit. However, the resources required were not something he could readily supply. It would take several more years. The reconstruction of the village of Whirlpool necessitated far too many resources, some of which could not be procured merely with currency. Even if Deep wished to expedite the construction, a certain amount of time would still be required. Suddenly, there was a knock on the Hokage's office door, and a Chunin rushed in, panting and drenched in sweat. "Fourth Hokage-sama, dire news. Guy and Kurenai are in peril in the Country of Snow. Their fates are currently unknown." Both Guy and Kurenai were elite jonin of Konoha. Should they perish in the Country of Snow, it would be quite inappropriate. What? Is the information reliable? Minato could not have anticipated that two jonin, accompanied by 6 chunin, would fail to accomplish their mission. This news had been relayed by the military forces of the Country of Snow. The Country of Snow? What could possibly threaten two jonin there? While the jonin of Konoha may be weaker than the strongest of the elite, they remain the most formidable force aside from the Hokage. Deep could hardly believe that the Country of Snow possessed any power capable of slaying two jonin. Presumably, it was the unique chakra armor of the Country of Snow, a form of armor capable of absorbing the chakra of foes for its own use. As Hokage, Minato was well versed in the affairs of various nations. If the Snow Village had indeed instigated trouble, it would be a challenge for even two jonin to contend with. Although Guy's chakra was minimal, did the armor of the Country of Snow have any limits? Deep pondered. If there were limits, then perhaps one could overwhelm the armor with chakra. No one had yet attempted this. Chakra restoration required time, but during that period, who could say whether the armor would consume any previously stored chakra? Minato dared not make any guarantees. The armor of the Country of Snow seemed never to have been fully charged. If there were indeed excessive chakra, perhaps it could be tested when there was nothing else to do. "Very well, I shall go. Perhaps I can also take in the sights of the Country of Snow." "The Country of Snow has no spring. You intend to go there to sightsee? Deep, are you jesting? Minato was at a loss for words in reaction to this notion. Visiting the country of snow for its snowy views? Playing in the ice was one thing. But braving the biting cold winds to admire the scenery? Seeing the snow scene is certainly feasible, Deep responded earnestly. The internal politics of the country of snow had always been problematic. This incident likely stemmed from issues between the ministers and the daimyo. All right, how about I arrange a few helpers for you this time? They are not meant to monitor you. Primarily, Minato feared Deep might struggle alone. Teacher, do you think my strength is inadequate? Helpers would only be a burden. Though Deep could only manifest a rudimentary Susanoo, he could freely use Amaterasu, Kamui, and Tsukuyomi without issue. No ninja from any nation had managed to withstand them all. Very well, hurry along. The situation on the battlefield can change in an instant. I am off. Regarding that matter, once it is genuinely accomplished, I will return to discuss it with you and Kushina. As for the construction of the country of whirlpools, although there were only 11 years remaining, that was ample time for Deep. Ninjas typically had lifespans of merely a decade or so. Those who lived to see their hair turn gray were exceedingly rare. In the country of snow, the heavy snowfall was utterly commonplace. As far as the eye could see, it was a landscape dominated by glaciers and snowfields. The biting winds chilled to the bone, and the temperatures were frigid. Deep managed to catch a ride on a passing wagon, having paid for the fare. He had never been to the country of snow before. Traveling alone amidst the endless expanse of snow made it quite challenging to find his way. The wagon was sparsely populated, with passengers discussing business matters. Deep sat stiffly, his countenance grave, filled with trepidation, remaining silent. His face was pale, and his brows furrowed tightly. The narrative, long since marred, raises the question of whether Hong and Kai might meet their demise during the mission in the land of snow. Such matters remain uncertain. Should anything go awry, future complications may ensue. Little brother, what brings you to the land of snow? You haven't uttered a single word throughout this journey, inquired an experienced Jonin, playfully patting Shin's shoulder. I am merely going to have some fun, Shin replied, his serious demeanor causing the temperature within the vehicle to drop several degrees. The chilling tone sent shivers down the spines of those present. Going to the land of snow for leisure? Surely, you jest, little brother. There is little enjoyment to be found in that desolate region. Only those who have never encountered snow and ice would entertain such thoughts. Chapter 49, Avalanche, Enemies, and the Eternal Black Flame. You are quite bothersome. What I do in the land of snow is none of your concern. Why are you so inquisitive? Shin's frustration flared. With two teams' fates hanging in the balance, it was unwise to delay their journey with incessant questions. Had he not been unfamiliar with the route to the land of snow, he would not have resorted to borrowing this vehicle. Little brother, you seem rather fiery. Perhaps my older brother could assist you in tempering your wrath? Another merchant chuckled. Young man, it's normal to be spirited. No, thank you, Shin replied curtly. Before he could finish his sentence, a series of thunderous sounds echoed from outside the vehicle. What is happening? Where is that noise coming from? At that moment, the vehicle came to a halt, and the merchants alighted, while Shun remained seated, unmoving. As long as there were no significant issues, he preferred to press on. Suddenly, an avalanche struck, mere moments away from their escape. Hearing the commotion outside invigorated Shun. Upon disembarking, he discovered not only the avalanche, but also the sounds of a skirmish. Surely, we are not so unfortunate as to encounter a war? Traveling extensively, encountering conflict was commonplace. However, under these circumstances, it posed a considerable dilemma. There is no need for alarm. The noise emanates from that direction, hence we are safe. Before the speaker could finish, a massive snowball hurtled toward them. Shin's attention was entirely absorbed by the unfolding scene, oblivious to the jutsu being employed. Fortunately, we hired a ninja. Otherwise, we would have met our end just now. A merchant exclaimed, fear etched across his face. The ninja, brimming with pride, wore a self-satisfied expression. How much further do we have to travel? How much time will it take? Shin inquired. A little less than half a day's journey, but given the current situation, progressing further may prove impossible. The path ahead is blocked by an avalanche caused by the conflict. We must wait for someone to clear it or melt the snow. In the land of snow, such a feat is difficult to accomplish. Therefore, it was imperative to wait for assistance to clear the route. However, who knows what might occur by that time? Half a day? Where exactly is our destination? Shin could hardly contain his impatience. Rather than wait for the snow to settle, he would rather venture forth alone. After all, he was not tied to these individuals. Look, someone is flying over there. That was from the northern direction, the very destination of their mission. According to reports from Konoha's scouts, the war had ignited in that region. Upon recognizing the approaching figure, Shun dashed forward, sending snowflakes cascading around him, and caught the individual in midair. It was one of Kai's students, Kursen. Are you all right, Kursen? Where is Kai? As a teacher, he could not possibly be unaware of his own students' peril. Thus, the implication was clear. Kai and the others were engaged in fierce combat. Kursin pointed toward the same direction. Before the words could escape her lips, Kai, having opened the fourth gate, continued to battle fiercely alongside Hong and the students. Kursin, rest here for a moment. I must go assist them. Kursin's strength was that of a mere genin, adequate for protecting these individuals. In normal combat, Kai would only need to open the second gate at most. With Kai's taijutsu, he had no need to open more gates against ordinary foes. Yet, in this instance, he had opened the fourth gate, the injury gate, indicating that the conflict was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Little brother, are you out of your mind? That is a battle between ninjas. We would be walking to our own deaths. A kind-hearted merchant grasped Shin's arm, attempting to dissuade him. Kursin's eyes widened in disbelief. Unless this man was ignorant of Uchiha Shin's prowess, he must be a fool. We might survive waiting here, but joining the fray is akin to seeking death. The only ninja present spoke up. Kai, Hong, how many enemies do you face? Shin called out loudly. More than 20, and many are formidable. Several are Jonin level, Kai shouted, fighting off adversaries. More than 20 foes, several of whom were Jonin. It was no wonder Kai was pushed to such extremes. Shin's lips curled into a bitter smile. As fellow Jonin, being able to take on 2 opponents was already a limit. Moreover, they did not even know how many Jonin the enemy possessed. Kursin, I recall you wield a sword. Would you be so kind as to lend it to me? In a group battle, close combat favored the sword, while ranged attacks were better suited for ninjutsu. Shin was uncertain whether the black flames would melt the sword. Let's find out. Shin-sensei, please catch. Kursin unsheathed her short sword and tossed it toward him. Upon catching the blade, one of Shin's eyes transformed into the Mangekyou Sharingan. Observing that the black flames enveloping the sword did not cause it to melt, he closed his Mangekyou Sharingan. Kursin stood in awe, astonished at the transformation of the sword. Is this the ability of Shin-sensei? Even the lone ninja and the merchants were left speechless. Is this a ninja's ability, or merely a special effect? The battle concluded as Shin leaped, only to be struck down by an ice jutsu from an unknown assailant. This provoked disdain among the merchants. So, he is merely putting on a show. The ninja regarded him with contempt. If you lack the ability, do not meddle. Be careful not to lose your life. Kursin was equally shocked. Is Shin-sensei being overwhelmed? Ice jutsu. It was indeed possible. Just moments ago, others might not have recognized it. But Shin understood that it was the ice jutsu of the land of snow. At this juncture, Hong, Kai, and the students appeared on the road obstructed by the avalanche. Shun, you arrived just in time. There are too many Jonin among the enemy. We cannot cope and must ensure the students' safety, Kai stated plainly. No need for that. Shin replied with a fierce smile directed at the more than 20 opponents. Which one of you struck me with the ice jutsu? Step forward. I will grant you a swift death, or else. The Mangekyou Sharingan awakened once more, and the black flames enveloped the sword's surface. Otherwise, I will show you what true cruelty entails. Minutes passed, and not a single ninja from the land of snow dared to step forward, even if someone had the courage. They were pulled back by their comrades. I cannot decide whether to say you lack courage or are overly protective. In this moment, you still think of your companions. Shin had noticed the ninja who had nearly stepped forward. With sword in hand, he struck swiftly. The speed was blindingly fast, yet still far slower than Kai. This strike only inflicted a minor superficial wound, but the black flames at the wound site were inextinguishable, unquenchable. What have you done to him? What is that black flame on the surface of your sword? At last, one of the ninjas from the land of snow spoke up. Kai stared in shock at the short sword in Shun's hand. This was indeed Kursin's sword. But why was Shun wielding it? And why did it bear a layer of black flame? It appeared as though Shun had utilized this technique before. Chapter 50. The power of a single slap. However, it is not merely the act of shrouding the blade in black flames. Rather, it is the direct incineration of an object or a person. Have you never heard of the eternal black flames? Such a rudimentary piece of knowledge, and yet you remain oblivious? Shin's expression shifted subtly, a smile gracing his features as he gazed at the individuals before him. The Amaterasu black flames of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan are no ordinary flames. With a mere thought, they will burn relentlessly, regardless of the pain inflicted. Moreover, what is manifesting now is merely the weakest form of Amaterasu black flames, incapable of extinguishing life. When the highest level of Amaterasu emerges, it will consume all that it desires to incinerate. Both Kai and Hong's expressions subtly altered. These phenomena belong to the Uchiha clan. Even if those from foreign villages have heard of them, how could they truly understand? Unless they have witnessed it firsthand. But those who have are long since deceased. What exactly do you intend to do? The ninja from the land of snow wore a grim visage. Even shedding his armor proved futile, for the Amaterasu black flames had already scorched his skin. They crept through his wounds, igniting the flesh beneath. Even the impenetrable armor, designed to channel chakra and defend against chakra-inflicted harm, had lost all efficacy. The once formidable armor, when confronted with a blade smeared in black flames, had become as easy to sever as tender tofu. The chakra-absorbing armor failed to absorb even a trace of chakra, declaring itself useless while simultaneously inflicting severe injury. No, you are mistaken. I have no intention of doing anything. Rather, it is you who must clarify your intentions. Shin's gaze remained fixed upon them. A single strike would suffice. Shin, we must retreat. The daimyo of the land of snow has yet to be rescued, and the enemy is overwhelming. Huh, Kai, what are you saying? Retreat to save the daimyo? I can assure you that these individuals may not even be ninjas from the land of snow. Do you truly wish to return and save the daimyo? Use your common sense. How many jonin can the land of snow, or the snow ninja village, possibly possess? Among the 20 or so ninjas before us, more than 10 are jonin. The one I just dispatched was merely a genin. I cannot guarantee that if a real fight breaks out, we will emerge victorious, especially on their home turf. Reinforcements could arrive at any moment. I understand that the land of snow cannot possibly have so many jonin, with more than half being rogue ninjas from other villages. But if we do not rescue the daimyo, our commission remains unfulfilled. Shin was indeed taken aback. He had not anticipated that the ever-enthusiastic Kai would exhibit such a pragmatic side. Very well, but I must clarify in advance that with so many foes, I can only serve as a distraction. I cannot resolve everything. My limit is to eliminate a portion of the ninjas. Enough. Kai pointed toward the direction of the daimyo. Shin, that way, we must impede them. After this battle concludes, I will need you to carry me back to Konoha. Agreed. Even the strongest body cannot withstand the 8th gate. If I can avoid opening a gate, I shall. Shin placed a hand on Kai's shoulder. I know my limits. In the next moment, the snow surrounding Kai suddenly stirred to life. Open the door of death. As the words left his lips, a powerful gust swept through, leaving only a shadow of Kai in his wake. Hong, you go with Kai. I will handle this. Though it will be quite taxing. Shin flexed his wrists, returning the sword to Kursin, as they had already taken their rest. Are you certain you can handle so many? Hong still harbored doubts. Even if I cannot defeat them, I must fight. Persistence is the key to victory. Once the choice is made, I have no right to regret it. Shin snapped his fingers, and a blue skeletal figure materialized around him. No wonder you possess such unwavering confidence. Do be cautious. Upon witnessing Shin activating the Uchiha's bloodline limit, Hong's doubts dissipated. Susanoo, an invincible existence, the pinnacle of defense and offense. No one can breach the defenses of Susanoo. Greetings, I shall entertain you below. With each step Shin took, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. What manner of monster is this? Why is there a blue skeletal frame enveloping him? I'm not sure. It appears to possess formidable defense, but should we continue? He is impeding our progress. Do you believe that is feasible? Perhaps 1 or 2 jonin could manage, but we are a collective. Let us go. Slay him and return to kill the daimyo. Over 20 ninjas surged forward. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan in Shin's eyes merely curled into a smile. Last time, he subdued the 9 tails. This time, facing the onslaught of more than 20, he wondered if he could withstand the barrage. Shin extended a hand and slapped toward them. In unison, Susanoo mirrored the motion, delivering a resounding blow. The result was a deep crater left in its wake, while the group of ninjas remained alive, though their hearts sank at the sight of the gaping hole. That was merely the force of a single slap, enough to flatten a small mountain range. This was merely a game. Even if their armor was impressive, it couldn't withstand a few strikes. Care to continue? I wouldn't recommend prolonging this encounter. If I could use arrows, I would have already shot them down. Unlike others, whose Susanoo are bound by specific weaponry, Shin's Susanoo can wield any weapon, provided it is activated in its eternal form. Once the eternal form is unleashed, as long as he does not encounter a wall, he is virtually invincible. Naturally, in later stages, that might be a different story. Playing with you is futile. A slap to a small mountain, and we end up as mere watermelon slices? Be confident. We will undoubtedly become watermelon slices if we attempt to engage. Then what? Retreat? The mission is yet unfulfilled. Is the mission more important than our lives? If we lose our lives, what use is additional wealth? Why not play? I refuse to believe you can maintain this state for long. It must be draining your chakra. A multitude of them stood bewildered. Is this person a fool? Even if sustaining this state was impossible, he could still annihilate them. Shin was equally perplexed. The chakra consumption of Susanoo is indeed staggering. Although he was unsure if others experienced the same, for him, it was a taxing endeavor. Were it not for his limitless chakra and perpetual clarity, he would likely exhaust his vision and chakra within mere seconds. The side effects of the kaleidoscope did not manifest in Shin. Then let us continue, he said nonchalantly. Delaying is acceptable, as long as the defense of Susanoo remains intact. We can simply stand there, unconcerned. They may flounder as they wish. I wish to inquire about what you have conjured. Why is its power so formidable? Even if the merchants had not witnessed the small mountain-esque collapse, they were acutely aware of the magnitude of the event. Chapter 51. Explosion, blood flowing like a river. The majestic snowfall began to swirl violently. The sound was deafening, and it was rumored that a section of the valley had collapsed. Such immense power, how was it achieved? You may understand it as a giant. Its power is merely average, not fully developed. Shin explained. The true might of Susanoo transcends this. The complete form of Susanoo is merely basic operations. Facing his adversaries, Shin expended little mental energy in his explanation. To fight or not to fight, I still await my meal. Shin urged impatiently. The group of ninjas opposite him stood dumbfounded. Should we engage or not? After some deliberation, the conclusion remained, they would fight. Why? Because more than 20 individuals, with over 10 jonin, could not allow themselves to be bested by a single ninja, lest they become the subject of ridicule. Though many among them were not from the land of snow, they donned the garb of its ninjas. Their current identities were as ninjas from the Snow Ninja Village. They could not engage recklessly. They needed to identify the children among them and target them, striving to distract him, as this powerful chakra mode should not be sustainable for long. As these words were spoken, the cold sweat cascading down their brows began to freeze into ice. How long has this been going on? It is utterly absurd that the chakra has yet to be depleted. The depth of that chakra is truly astonishing. Are you certain? I sense that the chakra of that young lad is still abundant. Just look at that blue skeleton. Being formed from chakra, it should exhibit no signs of alteration whatsoever. In an instant, we find ourselves once again embroiled in discussion. Deep was nearly dozing off while waiting. The land of snow is inherently small, by now. I imagine Kai and Hong must have arrived at the daimyo's location and begun the rescue operation. The 6 genin observed their teacher, Deep, seemingly indifferent, nodding incessantly. Their hearts quite inebriated with frustration. We are in the midst of battle. Can we not muster some concentration? One careless moment, and we could be eliminated in an instant. The most speechless among them was the lone ninja, who had transformed from brash bravado to utter neglect. The change occurred with astonishing rapidity, swifter than lightning. Yet, upon seeing that blue skeleton, he was rendered speechless. The very mountains had been shattered, and he dared not seek the limelight, unless he wished for his own demise. Noticing that the time was ripe, Deep slowly rose to his feet. You lot, remain here. As long as they are not exceptionally powerful shinobi, you should be able to prevail. Your chakra has likely recovered to 4 tiers, yes? The 6 nodded fervently. Aimie, Shanking, you shall take these. I am ready to make my entrance. I have waited long enough for this. The matters at hand ought to be nearing conclusion, should they not be resolved. I can only say we are faced with yet another challenge. Teacher Deep, may we accompany you? We promise not to hinder you, one genin inquired. His brow furrowed, and his eyes timidly averted from Deep's gaze. If you can keep up, then follow. If not, do not blame me, Deep replied, as he would not interfere with their freedom. Understood, they nodded earnestly, closely trailing behind him. Our conflict should be drawing to a close, having squandered so much time. Beneath the protection of Susanoo, Deep harbored no worries regarding their safety, nor could they be breached. Simultaneously, the ninjas of the land of snow steadied themselves in various directions and launched their assault. Oh, have they altered their strategy? How intriguing. Deep chuckled, remaining still as he merely fortified Susanoo's defenses. Over 20 chakra-infused blades struck simultaneously against Susanoo. Crash, crash, crash. The cacophony of blades shattering resonated over 20 times. The group of over 20 was collectively taken aback. Those were blades imbued with chakra, their power and durability augmented manifold, yet they shattered in an instant. And not just by mere force. Following that, more than 20 different ninjutsu surged forth, with ice techniques being the least frequent. The collision of varying levels of chakra resulted in a violent explosion, centered around Susanoo. Boom, boom. The continuous detonations echoed in their ears. Although most of the sound was directly muted, all they could perceive were flurries of snow and icy shards raining down, incessantly pounding against Susanoo. Outside, only a dense fog and drifting snowflakes remained. The damage from the techniques and the natural forces could not inflict significant harm upon Susanoo. At most, a few ribs were broken, The overwhelming bombardment and formidable defenses left the students in a state of awe. Then, Susanoo swatted at the assailants, while Deep turned to leave, hastening towards the daimyo. One strike was sufficient. Even if it could not obliterate them, it was enough to create distance. Teacher Deep, what level of power do you possess? Finally, one student dared to ask this question. The earlier display of combat had made them acutely aware that their teacher's strength was on an entirely different plane compared to their own. Only IMEA and Shanking might comprehend the truth. This could very well be the unique combat style of the Uchiha clan. I am akin to your teacher, merely a jonin, albeit with a slightly different approach to battle. It is nothing extraordinary. Deep offered a succinct explanation. If pressed further, who knows when he could finish explaining. Ahead lay the palace, gleaming silver, perhaps somewhat altered from before, as this was not the original version. Outside the palace, the Sharingan was deactivated, and there were but a handful of guards, appearing as though they were in slumber. Regardless of who entered, they stood there, unresponsive and statuesque. Was it like this when you last visited? The two noted, observing some discrepancies in the guards' behavior. They resembled more like zombies. No, when we first arrived. There were numerous guards, and the ninjas were abundant. Many met their demise in the ensuing battle. Perhaps these two are among them. The guards who once surrounded the palace were plentiful. It would be improbable for there to be only two standing watch now. This is the daimyo's domain. Barring any exceptional circumstances, there must be hundreds of protectors. Yet now, apart from them, only blood stains remain on the ground. Let us proceed inside. A conflict may be ongoing within. Who knows who instigated this coup against the daimyo? However, the 8th tier consists of those closest to the daimyo or the ministers of the Land of Snow, individuals capable of mobilizing the ninja villages. Upon entering the palace, the sight was shocking. Blood flowed like rivers, the bodies of soldiers piled high, crimson liquid forming a small stream that trickled slowly. Was the battle this fierce? This scene vividly explained why there were only 2 guards outside. Aside from those 2, the majority of soldiers had perished here. Teacher Deep, should we investigate further? Oh, no need. They are not here. Upon entering the palace, Deep activated the system's red dot map. According to the map, there were no living beings remaining within. Thus, there was no necessity to continue the search. Several red dots were marked 3,000 meters west of the palace. That location was the sacred ground of the Land of Snow, the only means of altering the weather, its heat source. Keep up, Deep commanded. Exiting the palace, Deep's speed was astonishing. Based on the red dot indicators, Kai and Hong were already engaged in fierce combat. In that locale, besides the primary characters of this event, there were likely few other distractions. The sacred ground displayed orderly rows of ice pillars. At that moment, Kai had activated the 6th gate, the Gate of View, and unleashed the Morning Peacock. His fists, ablaze from the incredible speed, detonated with power. Fenghua Nuda? Upon seeing this individual, Deep surmised their identity. This family was indeed chaotic. So Fenghua Zhaoxue is the daimyo? Dead. Fenghua Nuda is the brother who killed him? And this Fenghua Xiaoxue is the niece of Fenghua Nuda? The timeline and events did not align. Deep felt his mind becoming overwhelmed. Who, then, was truly the daimyo? One thing was certain. Fenghua Nuda was the primary antagonist and must be eliminated. Fenghua Nuda, may I ask, are you related to Fenghua Zhaoxue and Fenghua Xiaoxue? If so, why would you slay your own brother? Was it for the so-called treasure? Deep's voice startled Fenghua Nuda, who was caught off guard. Who are you? How do you know what I intend to do? Our family's matters are none of your concern. Deep noted that Fenghua Nuda's temperament was quite volatile. Fine. I shall disregard you. Deep shot him a glance before turning to see the not-yet gray-haired shallow Jin Santai. Kai, Hong, take Fenghua Xiaoxue, we must retreat. The commission is nearly fulfilled. Although the instigator of the request remains unknown, we have accomplished enough. Continuing further would yield little merit. This seems rather inappropriate, Hong frowned. Kai and Kazahana were engaged in an intense battle. Upon opening the 8th gate, Kai's combat prowess surged exponentially. Kazahana found it increasingly challenging to counter his onslaught. It's nothing to be concerned about, Shin remarked, turning to Kai and shouting, Kai, close the 8 gates. We must retreat. With the death of Fubuki, the Snow Country's army had spiraled out of control. Any unforeseen developments could lead to consequences they could not bear. Although the Snow Country's forces were not numerous, their synergy with ninjas posed a formidable challenge. All right. After closing the 8 gates, Kai was rendered immobile, suffering unbearable pain. Hong, you carry Kazahana, and you all lift Kai. We must retreat. Why the haste? I haven't even made my entrance yet. In the distance, Orochimaru approached with an unsettling grin, emanating an eerie aura. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Causing trouble, or do you wish to engage us in battle? The sight of Orochimaru sent a shiver down Shin's spine. Surely, he wasn't here to stir up trouble. Engaging in a fight with him could yield unpredictable consequences. No, don't misunderstand. I merely came to witness the outcome. I observed your battle against the coalition of ninja from various nations in its entirety. Haha. Witnessing Shin summon Susanoo to fend off over 20 ninjas. He truly had no desire to confront him. The ultimate victor would undoubtedly be the third party, the current daimyo of the Snow Country. Need assistance? I'm rather idle at the moment. No thanks. Just because you handled the last situation well doesn't mean I'll trust you this time. Orochimaru. In the previous encounter, Shin had prepared thoroughly before allowing Orochimaru to heal Obito. Now, amidst battle, he found it hard to believe that Orochimaru's intentions were anything but dubious. You all go ahead. I'll hold them off. With Orochimaru's arrival, Shin had to alter his strategy. Currently, Kai could not withstand another assault. It's difficult to ensure a flawless retreat together. You still don't trust me, Shin. If that is the case, then don't. Orochimaru nonchalantly settled in a nearby spot, indifferent to their actions. Observing Orochimaru's behavior, Shin felt perplexed. Could he have truly come simply for idle chatter? Traveling all this way just to chat? Was that even conceivable? Perhaps there was indeed a chance of that. Just as he turned his head, a sudden, colossal explosion echoed through the air. The 20-plus ninjas had taken their positions. Leading the assault were several ice-release sharks, crashing towards them. They struck the ground, sending waves of snow and debris flying, obscuring their vision, followed by a rain of ice crystals resembling arrows unleashed from a bow. Shin's eyes shifted, activating his Sharingan, revealing the blue skeletal form of Susanoo once more. If it were just Shin alone, there would be no need to summon Susanoo. This was merely to shield the lower-ranked ninjas from fatal harm. The overwhelming barrage of ice crystals collided with Susanoo, shattering into countless shards. This was the pinnacle of defense that the Uchiha clan's Mangekyou Sharingan could manifest. Susanoo was indeed formidable. Such a concentrated assault would have caused Orochimaru distress as well. Even if he survived, injuries were inevitable. Yet, against the unique powers of the Uchiha, the ice crystals merely became ordinary attacks, failing to breach his defenses. Kazahana observed this scene with avid greed. If the Snow Country could possess such defenses, coupled with chakra armor's offensive and defensive capabilities, wouldn't it be poised to become a major power? Yet, greed is ultimately just that, greed. How could a ninja from Konoha betray their village to serve in a small ninja village? As the flying snow settled, the mist formed from countless ice crystals dissipated. What shocked them further was that such a ferocious assault had only resulted in a few broken ribs, failing to breach even a single layer of defense. Since the emergence of the blue skeleton, the opposing 20 ninjas had been left in a state of shock repeatedly. Each instance of astonishment surpassed the last. Are we continuing? Nothing happened. Among them, some had already begun to reconsider their involvement. Such a dense assault had merely fractured a few ribs of the skeletal giant. We must continue. How could we not? This is the strongest defense we've encountered, and overcoming this challenge is paramount. Half of them were filled with excitement. No matter the nature of the conflict, it seemed rather dull. They had not anticipated that a seemingly simple mission would lead them to face such formidable opponents. Take it easy. Kai can't endure your reckless actions. In Chapter 53, Kazahana and the Little Snow, the lower-ranked ninja's slightest movements elicited agonizing cries from Kai. At present, he was barely clinging to life. We need to keep moving. Once we exit the Snow Country, we will be safe. Observing the broken ribs on Susanoo, Shin felt tiny ice crystals forming on his forehead. He truly wondered if their defenses could withstand until they crossed the borders of the Snow Country. Clear the path ahead. Impossible, unless you step over our corpses. Before they could deliberate, a fearless individual spoke up. In that case, Shin leaped from Susanoo, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fire dragon. The ground trembled. A fire dragon burst forth, charging towards them. Amaterasu. Fire release. Great fire anvil. The black flames of Amaterasu enveloped the fire dragon, consuming them whole. They didn't even have the chance to scream before losing consciousness. While the combination of Amaterasu's black flames, the great fire dragon, and the great fire anvil wouldn't kill, it was sufficient to render the enemy unconscious. Their skin would undoubtedly be scorched. Not a single foe remained standing as Shin closed his Sharingan and shouted, "Hurry!" Outside the borders of the Snow Country, a light rain fell. Upon reaching this point, they did not pause but quickened their pace, finally stopping to rest upon reaching the land of fire. Gazing at the unconscious Kai, Shin broke into a foolish grin. To have reduced them to this state, the foreign ninjas from the Snow Country were indeed formidable. How is Kai? Holding up. He opened the sixth gate, and he won't be able to walk for months. Having undertaken many missions with Kai, Hong was well aware of his condition. Opening the 5th gate required several days of rest, let alone the 6th gate. And Kazahana? Unconscious. Our pace was too swift. It's a miracle she didn't suffocate, Hong replied decisively. What about her? Bring her back to the village? Shin inquired, observing the young Kazahana. With her father deceased, she was left without support. In this forest, lacking a ninja's abilities meant certain death against beasts. How would she survive back in the village? If possible, I wish to take the princess to live in the land of fire. Is that permissible? Asama Santayu sighed. Kazahana was his only faith. Are you certain? Shin looked at him skeptically. Wasn't he supposed to appear only when Kazahana became the daimyo? Yes, I am certain. I will protect the princess with my life. Asama Santayu affirmed with a nod. What do you all think? They had rescued her, but now what? Shin needed to seek their agreement. Although they had escaped together, he was uneasy handing her over to Asama. This matter was better left to the Fourth Hokage. Despite Asama's claims of wanting to protect the princess, Hong remained distrustful. They couldn't afford to let anything go awry. All right then, Shin said with a wry smile, knowing trouble awaited his teacher. Meanwhile, at home cooking, Minato Namikaze suddenly sneezed. Achoo. He then rubbed his nose. What's wrong, Minato? Caught a cold. It's nothing, Kushina. I suspect someone is talking about me behind my back. Amidst the vast crowd, Minato Namikaze instinctively thought of his 4 students. Among them, only Shin was currently on an external mission. After so many days, he estimated it was almost time for his return. Minato had immense faith in Shin's abilities. With him around, the likelihood of mishaps was significantly diminished. I suppose only Shin is left, right? After all this time, he should be back soon. Calculating from the time Shin left, Kushina estimated it wouldn't be long now. In the Hokage's office, 2 teams, along with Shin and the Shitensho of the Mangekyou, awaited. When they entered the village, Guy had been taken to the Konoha hospital by Hong. Ah, you're all here. Just after finishing a meal. Minato had intended to check if there were any matters that required his attention. However, upon opening the door, he encountered them. How did the mission go? It seems to have concluded, right? Sensei, the war in the land of snow has drawn in ninjas from several other nations. Moreover, what will happen to Fuka Koyuki? Her father, Fuka Arasayuki, was killed by Fuka Nudo. Shin elaborated with a series of statements. Minato grasped only that Fuka Koyuki was now an orphan, her father deceased. As for Fuka Nudo, did it matter who he was? What are your thoughts on this matter? It is inconceivable to simply leave someone to fend for themselves. Regardless of who they are, Minato would never be foolish enough to allow that. Now, Fuka Koyuki is of an age where she can engage in some simple tasks. We have no alternative, which is why we have come to seek your counsel, hoping for your guidance. I have a request. May I take the princess with me? Shitensho interjected, a look of resignation etched across his face. That is out of the question. To ensure the safety of the entrusted individual, she must reside within the village until she decides otherwise. Currently, the land of fire is not particularly safe. Incidents of attacks occur frequently, prompting the village to deploy considerable manpower for maintenance. Furthermore, Fuka Koyuki appears to be a prime target. Therefore, I cannot allow her to be exposed to potential danger. Very well, Shitensho conceded, realizing there was no feasible way to take the princess and relinquish the idea. All right, this matter is settled. You have all worked hard. Now, go and rest well, Minato smiled at them. This excursion to the land of snow should have been a valuable experience for both Guy S and Hong's teams. Taking some time to recuperate and assimilate their experiences would undoubtedly be beneficial for their futures. Indeed, the 6 of them collectively bowed before hastily exiting. Ah, such vigor. How can they still run after such exhaustion? I, on the other hand, can hardly manage. Watching them sprint away filled Minato with a sense of envy. Regrettably, he was unable to train in taijutsu. Otherwise, he would be brimming with energy. Are you really unable to keep up? Does this imply that sensei will have to retire early? Shin teased. You're still just a teenager. Your future stretches far ahead. Minato patted Shin's shoulder. Next, I must attend to Fuka Koyuki's situation. There seems to be no task within Konoha suitable for someone of her age. My path is indeed long. But so too is yours, sensei. Your prime years are still ahead, Shin mused. At present, Minato was not yet 25, in the prime of his youth. What should we do about Fuka Koyuki? Keeping her here, how can we support her? Shin stroked his chin, contemplating the lack of suitable tasks within the village. Sensei, does the Yamashiro clan need assistance? Perhaps I could swing by and check? The Yamashiro flower shop, the only flower shop in Konoha, could provide a simple task. After all, girls often enjoyed such pursuits. Other professions seemed unsuitable for Fuka Koyuki. All right, I entrust this matter to you. Farewell. In the next moment, Minato departed. leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. Hey, sensei, you can't just leave like that. Chapter 54. Looking for housing in the Uchiha district. Shin was left dumbfounded. He hadn't even been provided with accommodations before Minato dashed off. Was Kushina too demanding, or was Minato too hasty? Not even leaving him a moment to breathe. I suppose I'll head to the Yamashiro flower shop and try my luck, he thought, glancing at the still unconscious Fuka Koyuki, troubled. A young girl lay unconscious in the Hokage's office. Should anyone enter, rumors would surely ensue. It could tarnish Minato's reputation. After all, he was currently serving as the Fourth Hokage. Shin could only feel sorry for his teacher. After contemplating, he concluded that no method was safer or more reliable than bringing her to the Nameke's household. As for Kushina, an explanation would suffice. Carrying Fuka Koyuki, he dashed off. The villagers he passed by were left bewildered. Arriving at the Nameke's home, he knocked briskly. The door was opened by Kushina, who upon seeing Shin with a girl on his back, broke into an unusual grin. Oh, Shin, whose girl is this you're carrying? Surely it's not yours. Judging by appearances, Shin was a few years older than Fuka Koyuki, which led Kushina to assume a certain type of relationship. Kushina, you've come at the right time. I'm entrusting her to you. I must go check on the Yamashiro flower shop. Squatting down with his back to Kushina, he transferred Fuka Koyuki to her. Wait, are you seriously handing me a full-grown person? Kushina's smile faded instantly, replaced by a serious expression. Having an unexpected guest in the house could have adverse effects. She was rescued from the land of snow. Please arrange a place for her to stay until she finds work. I'll be back later. With that, without waiting for Kushina to process his words, Shin vanished from sight, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. The girl was quite lovely. The village would soon welcome another beauty. Yamashiro flower shop. Is Yamashiro Kaichi in? Shin called out. The flowers at the entrance were blooming, having just experienced a light rain. Droplets still adorned them. Who is it? A yellow-haired Kaichi stepped out, visibly annoyed, as he had been in the middle of his meal. Shin, what brings you here? In Kaichi's memory, Uchiha Shin was always an extremely busy individual. Even when free, he wouldn't typically come to the flower shop. Today, I wanted to ask if you were in need of any help. Aren't you busy with missions every day? What makes you want to find work? Ninjas are not lacking in money. Even if they were, they wouldn't resort to working part-time. They could simply take on a mission. Now is not a peaceful time. There are plenty of missions available. It's not for me. It's for a girl I rescued from the land of snow. Currently, she is still unconscious. A girl from the land of snow? Kaichi leaned in closer, narrowing his eyes. Shin, you don't mean to say you have a connection with her, do you? If so, you're welcome to come by. Don't get the wrong idea, Kaichi. It's simply a girl, nothing more. In that case, forget it. The Yamashiro flower shop doesn't employ idlers. Kaichi decisively rejected the idea. Wait, what if I have the Fourth Hokage come to talk to you? Seeing Kaichi refuse, Shin decided to pull out the big guns. If Lord Hokage intervenes, I believe Fuka Koyuki would certainly secure a position. No way. Can this matter really involve the Hokage? Kaichi was genuinely taken aback. Connections, huh? Well, somewhat, but not extensively. If she doesn't find work, she'll be left to eat and drink for free at Lord Hokage's place. Is that safe? A person from another country? I find that hard to believe. Kaichi murmured. She is merely a poor girl whose father was killed. If you think it's not feasible, then so be it. I want press. Fuka Koyuki was indeed pitiable, but that was the reality. If there is no danger, we can give it a try. I happen to be rather swamped lately. Recently, Kaichi had been so busy he barely had time to sleep, a significant chunk of his time devoted to arranging flowers, while the rest was spent on customers. All right, she'll come by in a while. Just don't go back on your word when the time comes. If we don't need that many people, we might have to let some go. In the heart of the mountains, Yaichi spoke bluntly, without any semblance of mercy. Are you in need of sustenance? Go on. These matters do not concern me. They are your issues. Shin said little more. Once the work was secured, Shin promptly returned to the clan. The Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, along with the Uchiha clan leader Fugaku Uchiha and his wife Mikoto Uchiha, as well as the higher-ups of Konoha, including Shun from the Uchiha clan, and the members of the Umbu, Shursui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, and Izumi Uchiha, gathered for a meeting. The primary purpose of this assembly was to arrange a residence for the princess, Kazuhana Yukagetsu, within the Uchiha clan. Additionally, they were to grant her the necessary privileges. Lord Fourth, all key members of the Uchiha clan have arrived, Fugaku announced. Good, Minato nodded, addressing all the significant figures of the Uchiha. Today, we have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to inquire if the vacant houses within the Uchiha can accommodate outsiders. What manner of person does the Hokage refer to? That they would seek residence in Uchiha property? The princess of the land of snow, Kazahana Yukijetsu, Minato replied. A princess from the land of snow is a perilous individual. No matter where she may be, he continued, fearing that the Uchiha's upper echelon would reject this proposition. If they were to refuse, how could arrangements be made? A princess residing among the Uchiha? The ramifications could be dire should the forces of the land of snow descend upon them. Rest assured, I am well acquainted with matters pertaining to the land of snow. Kazahana Yukijetsu was brought back by myself, along with Kurenai Yuhi and Might Guy. Along with 2 of our teams, Shin clarified. If Minato were to explain, it was likely the higher-ups would remain opposed. However, Shun's explanation held a different weight altogether. Their reluctance to disagree was palpable. They exchanged glances, utterly at a loss. If it were Minato speaking, they could have easily countered his words. Yet, when a prodigy from within their own ranks spoke, they were rendered speechless. How could they refute such a statement? Should they choose to remain silent, they would have no choice but to allow the princess from the land of snow to reside among them, leaving the safety of the Uchiha clan in jeopardy. If there are no objections, let it be decided that we will designate personnel to attend to Kazahana Yukijetsu, Shin declared, assessing the expressions of those present. If she encounters any ill-intentioned individuals, please inform me. In any case, should she exhibit any unusual behavior, I must be notified, for she is under my care. There was not a single voice of dissent among them. Chapter 55. Shun on the brink of madness. With the matter laid bare, there was no room for evasion. What mattered most was that the speaker was none other than Shun of the Uchiha, a figure whose mere glare could command respect. During those 2 harrowing months within the realm of Tsukuyami, suffering was a constant companion. No matter one's abilities, escape was impossible. That Shun. He is not just an ordinary member of our group. The princess from the land of snow. What her intentions are remain unclear. If she were merely a wandering orphan, why would you bring her back? I believe I can address that question. Shun rose, facing the assembly and bowing deeply. Allow me to clarify the circumstances surrounding the arrival of Princess Kazahana Yukijetsu from the land of snow. He recounted the events of their time in the land of snow, articulating each detail with clarity. In that moment, silence enveloped the room, as if the air itself held its breath. Having articulated the matter so plainly, to question further would seem foolish. The absence of any safety concerns rendered their opposition unjustifiable. This visit was of profound significance, as it was initiated by the Fourth Hokage himself. Thus, it was agreed that Princess Kazahana Yukijetsu would take residence in the mid-outer housing of the Uchiha clan. The inner housing was reserved for the clan's elite, geniuses, and higher-ups, while the outer housing accommodated the ordinary workers. The mid-layer, however, was a unique space for those of a special status, yet lacking formidable abilities. Allowing Yukijetsu to reside in the mid-outer area is acceptable, given her unique identity, Shun concluded. After extensive deliberation, the decision was made regarding Yukijetsu's residence. Naturally, her stay would be supervised, and she could not wander freely. She must be accompanied by trusted members of the clan when she leaves, and upon returning, she would be subject to inspection by the female clan members. Any suspicious behavior must be reported immediately. Shin nodded in agreement. This request was reasonable. Even Yukijetsu herself should be able to comprehend and accept such protocols. Though none of these arrangements had been discussed with Yukijetsu directly, I have no objections, she seemed to agree. The atmosphere once again fell into silence. The senior members, realizing it was too late to voice their opinions, remained quiet. After a prolonged pause, Fugaku Uchiha finally spoke. Since there are no objections, let us prepare a room for her at once and welcome another member to the Uchiha clan. Despite her not bearing the Uchiha name, her presence would still hold significance. A mere room was trivial. The Uchiha clan was not lacking in accommodations. The senior members remained silent, having long since lost their decision-making power. Their voices reduced to mere whispers. The reins of authority rested firmly in the hands of Fugaku Uchiha and the prodigy Shun, with the Fourth Hokage, Minato, overseeing the proceedings. The meeting concluded hastily. Shun could sense the discontent among the senior members, their frustration simmering without an outlet. The Uchiha clan indeed had many vacant houses, yet they were not meant for outsiders. Uncle Fugaku, I apologize for the trouble this may cause you. Shun bowed respectfully. This is not a burden for me. Even I find it hard to trust a princess from the land of snow. Even with your assurances, Fugaku replied, skepticism lacing his tone. The notion of a foreign princess arriving without ulterior motives was difficult for him to accept, which was precisely why personnel were to be assigned to monitor and protect her. Given the risks outside, it is essential for the safety of our villagers. An outsider, even if entrusted to protect Yukijetsu, poses a threat, Shin reasoned. Kurenai and Gai's brief explanations did little to assuage Shin's doubts regarding Yukijetsu's true nature. The specific details of their mission remained unknown to anyone but them. Thus, it was prudent to accommodate her within the Uchiha clan, preventing any potential disturbances. Shun, is that truly who you are? I never noticed before, Shursui remarked, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Why do you look at me like that? Shun retorted, feeling the need to defend his intentions. I am only considering the safety of the village. This is a selfless act for the greater good. Do you expect me to believe that? If that Kazahana Yukijetsu is your acquaintance, then I will consider this matter resolved and allow her to reside here, Shursui speculated, drawing connections that Shun had not anticipated. Just to clarify, she is a princess from the land of snow, and her reputation is untarnished. While jesting is one thing, we must adhere to principles, Shun hastily interjected, realizing the gravity of the implications. As he pondered why he needed to justify himself, he recognized the legitimacy of his actions. The clan's perception of Shun seemed to shift significantly. Is that so? We have yet to meet her. We do not know her appearance. Who can say what the truth of your relationship is? The sudden arrival of a female outsider, especially one introduced by a Uchiha youth, raised suspicions, and Shursui remained unconvinced. Let it be, for time shall reveal all truths. We shall see when the moment arrives. Shin had no intention of delving too deeply into this matter, as doing so would only serve to deepen their misunderstandings. Indeed, there was no necessity for any explanations regarding this affair. At that moment, Kushina arrived with Naruto and Kazahana Yukige's. After being in a state of unconsciousness for so long, she awoke only to partake in a meal, and subsequently, at the behest of Minato Namikaze, she was brought forth. Their arrival was most opportune. Shin pointed towards Kazahana Yukige's. This is the individual who returned with Kurenai Yuhi and Might Guy, the princess of the land of snow, Kazahana Yukige's. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to direct them towards her. Having her present is far more convenient than my solitary explanations. You are Kazahana Yukige's? Ji Shuei glanced at her, then turned to Shun. Brother, do you have a penchant for this sort? Shin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What are you talking about, Ji Shuei? How many times must I clarify this for you? How can you not grasp the situation? His head felt as if it might explode. He should not have involved himself in this matter at all. Everything revolved around his fiancée, while no one else could fathom the circumstances, including how Kazahana Yukige's had arrived. Shin, why are you so agitated? This is quite simple to comprehend, Itachi remarked with a serious expression, pointing at Kazahana Yukige's. According to Shun, her name is Kazahana Yukige's, the princess of the land of snow. Our elite jonin, Kurenai Yuhi and Might Guy, accepted the mission to rescue her after her father's demise, leaving her an orphan who now seeks residence among the Uchiha. Chapter 56, Shun, the Instrument. Oh, many nodded in agreement. Shin's brow twitched, something felt amiss. Was it truly this easy to elucidate? Or were they merely feigning understanding? Is this truly how you comprehend it? Shin gaped at the nodding crowd, feeling utterly played. This included the clan leader, Fugaku. Shun, don't you find the atmosphere a bit oppressive? We merely wish to lighten it. You are far too serious. From the outset, the atmosphere had been heavy, and the earlier remarks were solely intended to alleviate it. Fugaku had gleaned the information he sought. Wasn't this satisfactory? The only one aggrieved was Shun. Shun, don't misinterpret. We were merely jesting, without ulterior motives. Observing Shin's seriousness, Ji Shuei and Itachi felt compelled to clarify. Really? You're toying with me, making me anxious over nothing. Your explanations only serve to aggravate me, Shin retorted, his eyes wide with incredulity. Apologies were exchanged, and the ongoing discussions among the Uchiha clan showed no signs of abating. All right, everyone, we must return to our duties. Let us postpone these inquiries until the accommodations are arranged, Minato Namikaze interjected, his eyes narrowing with concern, eager to prevent further bickering. Now was not the time for discord. In the Uchiha clan's territory, many houses remained unoccupied. The clansmen responsible for maintaining the streets were momentarily taken aback by the congregation of such important figures. Leader, what brings you here? They inquired, surprised. In their minds, Fugaku was typically decisive and either at home or engaged in urgent matters, never leisurely wandering about. Is there an empty house available? Fugaku asked, somewhat perplexed. The Uchiha population was indeed vast, and even as the clan leader, Fugaku was unaware of which houses were occupied or vacant. Leader, that house is uninhabited. Why do you ask? Have someone clean it. Starting today, it will have residents. Came the response. The Uchiha were only responsible for arranging accommodations. The rest of the household matters were not Fugaku's concern. Leader, do we have another genius born among us? No, the one who will reside here is the princess of the land of snow, Kazahana Yukigase, Fugaku replied. Brother, there are an abundance of questions. Just arrange for someone to clean the room without all this chatter, Shin interjected, casting a glare. Would it not be better to spend this time relaxing with a book or enjoying a cup of tea? The courtyard was not particularly large, and indeed, it was smaller than Shin's own. It would not hinder the occasional gardening. Due to regular cleaning, it was relatively dust-free and appeared quite tidy. Kazahana Yukigase, are you satisfied with this house? You will reside here until you devise a plan for your time in our village, and rest assured, it is secure. However, we in Konoha do not support idleness. Work has already been arranged for you. Thank you, but may I ask your name? I hope to rely on your guidance in the future, Kazahana Yukigase replied, bowing at a 90-degree angle. In a world devoid of family and everything else, it was indeed a blessing to have a stranger provide shelter from the storm. I am Uchiha Shun. This is our fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Shin gestured towards Minato, then introduced Fugaku. This is the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. These individuals are the Uchiha clan's prodigies, Uchiha Jishuei, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Izumi. Where is Obito? He is likely with Rin, Shin mused. Hello, everyone, Kazahana Yukigase said, foregoing self-introduction, as her accommodations had already been arranged, and she assumed they were aware of her identity. Moreover, her expression bore no trace of a smile. The visage of her father before his demise lingered in her mind. The grotesque countenance of Kazahana Erasure filled her with revulsion. Even now, she could not forget the moment he took her life. This will serve as your residence in Konoha. Is that acceptable? Fugaku inquired sternly. Why yes, it's fine, Kazahana Yukigase stammered, daring not to voice any objections. After all, she was on Konoha's territory, and having a place to shield her from the elements was already a considerable fortune. She could hardly afford to express dissatisfaction. A frail girl could hardly possess the capacity for vengeance. Forget the past. You must now embark upon a new chapter in your life, Kazahana Yukigase. Observing her expression, Shin understood the unspoken sentiment. In order to lead a joyful life, one must learn to let go of all past grievances. Indeed, Kazahana Yukigase replied, her face adorned with a forced smile. Lord Hokage, perhaps we could purchase some daily necessities using village funds for the time being? Once I am financially stable, I will repay you. Shin recognized that Kazahana Yukigase was utterly penniless, unable to afford even a morsel of food, and would have to rely on loans for survival. In addition to daily necessities, she would require further funds to sustain herself. Signing a document would suffice to secure the loan. Minato was well acquainted with the village's affairs, including matters of borrowing. This would be Kazahana Yukigase's first and last loan. The registration process was completed, and with a stamp, she borrowed 4,000 ryo for a term of 1 year. A few thousand ryo was a trivial sum for Konoha, merely pocket change. The purchases for her luggage, daily necessities, and food would not amount to a significant expense, but it would suffice for living. Remember to visit the Yamanaka flower shop tomorrow. The owner is Yamanaka Kaichi. Ensure you negotiate your monthly salary, Shin advised. The income from the flower shop was modest, and Shun felt that aside from the Yamanaka, there were no other shops in the village he could confirm. As a former princess, can you handle working as a server? Handling flowers and plants seems the proper endeavor for a young lady. Where is the Yamanaka flower shop? I am unfamiliar with the area, Kazahana Yukigase blinked, contemplating how to navigate there. Lord Hokage, what do you suggest? Shin mused, feeling as though he might age several years and lose a considerable amount of hair over this matter. Especially with tasks akin to moving, it was exceedingly vexing. Shun. Regarding this matter, Minato began, but Shun interrupted, seemingly anticipating his words. I understand, I will handle it. I'm merely the errand runner. Minato's intention was straightforward. As the Hokage's aide, Shun was well aware of his role. Once again, he was tasked with running errands. The following day, Shun awaited outside Kazahana Yukigase's residence. As expected, she rose early, ready to embark upon her new life and new plans. Hello, I recall your name is Uchiha Shun, correct? I am deeply grateful for your assistance in taking me to the Yamanaka flower shop. There is no need for formality. They all call me Shun. I hope you will cherish this opportunity. If Yamashita Kaichi disagrees, feel free to seek me out. This job was procured through my earnest entreaties. If Yamashita Kaichi refuses, then he must make his own choice. The tasks in the village are limited. It is inconceivable that there would be a lack of work. The flower shop in the village exudes a rich floral fragrance. Chapter 57. The Dagger, the Bounty Caravan. Yamashita Kaichi, come out and greet your guests. Upon hearing the call, Yamashita Kaichi hurriedly emerged, followed closely by a little girl. Is this the princess from the land of snow? The one called Kazahana Yukigetsu. Yamashita Kaichi scrutinized her closely. Very well. You shall tend to the flowers here for a few days. I will assess your results. If you succeed, you may stay. If not, do not hold it against me, Shun. The Yamashita family is not particularly affluent and cannot afford to support idleness. If you cannot care for the flowers, there is no need to continue working at the Yamashita household. Understood. This is merely a probationary period. Shin gestured towards the blooming flowers. Do you see? That will be your responsibility henceforth. Kazuhana Yukagetsu nodded in agreement. This would mark a splendid beginning. Discovering Deidara. Task. Convince Deidara at the Stone Country Tavern. Reward. None. Non-Suchikage. If you are not in a hurry to issue tasks, the bounty of several million lies waiting. Perhaps it is time to enhance your rations. Side quest. Purchase a resilient dagger. Reward. None. What can I say? This system has been operational for several years, yet you do not even possess a single dagger, let alone an exceptional one. Hurry and procure one. Upon reading these words, Shun felt his brow twitch. He never anticipated incurring the system's disdain. Have you memorized the route? Yes, I have committed it to memory. Kazuhana Yukagetsu replied with a slight nod. Good. I shall take my leave then. I might not be home for a while. Should you need anything, consult clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. Farewell. Shin had intended to rest for a few days, but what is the point of resting? Can rest enhance one's strength or wealth? One must rise and fulfill their tasks. Indeed, Kazuhana Yukagetsu responded repeatedly. Teacher, I request a leave of absence to embark on a journey. In the Hokage's office, Shin spoke earnestly. Where to? Go ahead, have fun. Just as Namikaze Minato was about to inquire about any dangers, he reconsidered. Who among them could inflict harm upon this individual? The previous war in the Land of Snow had already illustrated that. Very well, thank you, teacher. Shin promptly performed a 90-degree bow. He is not like others. While they do as they please, Shin must inform the Hokage of his travels. Only with the Hokage's consent may he venture beyond the borders. Otherwise, he must remain obediently in place. After all, Shun is but a runner for the Hokage, a mere tool. Alas, the money he holds cannot be retained. With those few million ryo in his pocket, he should certainly purchase a suitable, sturdy dagger. Contemplating this, Shin felt a chill in his heart. He must strive to complete tasks. Otherwise, where would he find the means to indulge? Without undertaking S-rank or higher commissions, Shun worries that his funds would be insufficient. While ninjas can earn money, spending it is like water flowing away rapidly. In no time, it vanishes. As he journeyed toward the Land of Iron, Shin found himself unfamiliar with the route. Thus he required companionship. Although he had been in the Hokage world for 2 years, it felt as though he were a child who seldom ventured beyond his doorstep. There are many places in the Hokage world he has yet to explore, and time is scarce. If opportunity arises, it would come only after the Fourth Great Ninja War concludes. Along the way, he encountered numerous merchant caravans, yet none halted to offer him a ride. Eventually, only a bounty team en route to the vicinity of the Land of Iron stopped, allowing Shun to catch a lift. Young brother, are you from the Land of Fire? You appear rather young. What are you doing out here all alone? A classic figure with a scarred face made his entrance. Beside him stood another individual with a scar on his arm, brandishing a knife, exuding a fierce demeanor. On the other side was a killer, possibly with a head injury, sporting a deep scar and appearing to be lost in thought. Yes, I hail from the Land of Fire, here to purchase a decent dagger in the Land of Iron, Shin replied, not taking these individuals seriously. A bounty does not equate to trouble. If trouble were to arise, it would not pose a significant threat. Seeking a dagger? Does the young brother intend to join our bounty team? The scarred face inquired, his brow furrowing as he sensed an irresistible force emanating from Shun. I say, given your meticulous nature, you wouldn't happen to be a rogue ninja from some village, would you? I possess little wealth and cannot afford to be robbed. Shin replied with a cold smile, a hint of menace lacing his tone. These 3 gentlemen do not seem entirely trustworthy. Ha ha. There is no need for you to be anxious, young brother. We are not so desperate as to rob a mere youth of his meal. The scarred man patted Shin's shoulder, laughing heartily. Yet, Shin sensed a palpable aura of menace emanating from him, a strong and intense presence. Their restraint in not attacking suggests they are waiting for the opportune moment. One can only hope, for these older brothers must have taken many lives in the past. Their bloodlust is quite severe. Ha ha ha, we haven't killed that many. In our line of work, if you don't kill, can you still call it a bounty team? The total is merely a few hundred. The scarred man boasted, a flicker of ruthlessness glinting in his eyes. So many? It must be quite perilous, impressive indeed. Shin feigned shock. However, internally he mused. Only a few hundred? I wonder how such individuals will fare in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Killing a few hundred may be impressive for an ordinary bounty hunter, yet in any ninja war, it would be laughable. Engaging a few hundred individuals in combat is entirely different from being besieged by a few hundred. It is a matter of life and death. With real blades and real blood, one slip and one's life is forfeit. The scarred man, reveling in his accomplishments, glanced sideways at Shun, raising an eyebrow as if to say, "Young brother, war is not something a child like you can comprehend." "Oh, really? Yet." What he received in return was Shun's indifferent response. "Is that all?" The scarred man felt a swell of anger after such grandiose claims. All he received in return was those two words? What more do you desire? Do you wish for me to praise your prowess, to shower you with accolades, or to extol your prowess? Shin stifled a yawn, his face betraying fatigue. The scarred man clenched his fist tightly, grinding his teeth in frustration, his anger surging once more. "Young brother, do you know how to write the word for death?" His tiger-like eyes bore down on Shun. He believed that if he so desired, this young brother would undoubtedly meet his demise. As they approached the border of the Land of Iron, the journey may pose some challenges. Bounty teams are not well-regarded individuals in any nation, as they epitomize slaughter. "Onward," the scarred man bellowed, then fixed his gaze upon Shun. "Since you are aware that I am a rogue ninja and still speak to me this way, do you understand the consequences?" Chapter 58. Shun, unfazed by chaos. The cold, bloodthirsty glare sent shivers down one's spine. Rogue ninjas exist in every village, from the 5 great villages to the lesser-known ones. It is not unusual. To my knowledge, the only village with minimal rogue ninjas is Konoha. Itachi did not massacre his clan, nor could he become a rogue ninja and join Akatsuki. Thus, in Shun's mind, there was no rogue ninja at all. If Itachi had not fallen, his younger brother Sasuke would not have succumbed to hatred and vengeance, becoming a rogue ninja. Consequently, Konoha's prodigies would remain undiminished, allowing it to maintain its status as the foremost village among the 5. "Young brother, you seem well-versed in the ways of ninjas and familiar with the various ninja villages. What is your profession?" The expression on the scarred man's face immediately sharpened, his vigilance heightening considerably. Even the 2 companions beside him were eyeing the situation with keen interest. It wasn't as if he had done anything wrong. He merely had a penchant for it. Was that a flaw? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. He estimated that once they entered the Land of Iron, it would be prudent to find an inn for the night. After a good rest, they could then set off for the Land of Stone. Indeed, there was nothing amiss. This interest was quite commendable. The scarred man nodded earnestly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Whatever interests others might have were none of his concern, nor did he possess the inclination to dwell on them. "Brother, it seems we might be in trouble. The other party appears to be a bounty team as well." "What?" The scarred man regretted stepping outside the moment he did. The opposing group numbered over 20, including several ninjas. Given this situation, even if he fought with all his might, victory seemed implausible. He pondered who these brothers were and why they obstructed his path. "Which of your eyes saw us blocking your way?" "Third brother, make a turn," the scarred man said, retreating into the vehicle. "Young brother, I must speak candidly. Things may escalate shortly. At your tender age, I can't promise to protect you. I do not require your protection. My sole aim is to purchase a short sword in the Land of Iron. Until then, I shall remain unharmed." He replied with a broad smile, his drowsiness vanishing entirely. "Very well, that is your affair. I shan't interfere. But you should be aware, this is a perilous situation." Initially, the scarred man harbored a profound animosity towards Shun. After all, it was suspicious for someone seemingly unafraid of anyone and intrigued by the ninja villages to suddenly appear. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. He had no leisure for it. "Suit yourself. I have no desire to engage in combat. The samurai of the Land of Iron are formidable." In the Land of Iron, Shin sought to avoid unnecessary complications. If the opposing team belonged to the Land of Iron, he was even less inclined to fight. After all, injuring someone would necessitate discussions with the daimyo, which was hardly worth the trouble. "Young brother, do not speak so recklessly. This battle is not a matter of choice, but rather a necessity." The scarred man discerned that the other group was intent on causing trouble. "Brother," the scarred man was called out again. "Brother, this behavior is unkind. We have already altered our course. Why do you still not allow us to pass? Is this forest path yours alone?" Facing the opposing group, the scarred man displayed palpable hostility. "This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you wish to pass through here, you must pay the toll. Indeed, do you expect to pass without money?" Seeking death. Inside the vehicle, Shun furrowed his brows. This was an unexpected turn of events. Did such lines really exist in the world of Hokage? He had been unaware. "So, it seems your brothers are preparing for a brawl." As soon as the scarred man uttered this, everyone in the vehicle disembarked, each eager to engage in a fight. Although only the scarred man was a rogue ninja, With a mindset geared towards survival, there was little to fear. I know many of you are ninjas, but we are not afraid, the scarred man declared, his imposing presence dominating the scene. Within the vehicle, Shun, with his kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, observed their chakra signatures, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that these individuals possessed such formidable strength, reaching the level of Chunin. Which village's rogue ninja were they? The Land of Iron, as far as he knew, had no such number of ninjas. A friendly reminder. The opposition consisted entirely of Chunin. If they could not win, they should flee, as staying would surely lead to death. The scarred man was a Chunin, and so were the others. A single individual stood no chance against a group. Should the scarred man and his companions perish, it was a sight Shin wished to avoid. Was there even a moment to spare for escape? With these individuals, Shin felt no fear. Yet, at that moment, teammates were merely a liability. What on earth are you, young brother? How do you know the opponent's capabilities? This is suspicious. The scarred man suddenly felt that this young brother was exceedingly peculiar. It was highly probable that he had been deceived earlier. I have already mentioned. I am merely an enthusiast with no ulterior motives, simply someone who enjoys studying such matters. Shin told a minor fib. In this situation, being overly honest seemed unwise. Brother, are they truly all ninjas? The one with scars on his arms began to panic. No, several among them are indeed ninjas, and their abilities are quite remarkable. Do we have any alternatives? The scarred man gritted his teeth, refusing to lose focus. Then we must flee. Survival is paramount. Shin continued to stoke the flames of panic. Young brother, please refrain from speaking. I beg you. The scarred man was nearing the brink of collapse, regretting having picked up such a companion. No worries. Continue as you are, I shall observe. And so, Shin truly fell silent. You lot, deal with that kid in the vehicle. You others, eliminate these few. Hurry. It is imperative to resolve this before the forces of the Land of Iron arrive. Oh, so you're not even from the Land of Iron? What a coincidence. With a single strike, Shin sent them flying. Though he had never trained in physical techniques, he was still capable of knocking someone away. Unlocking physical technique system. Maximum daily running distance of 1 kilometer, 50 push-ups, etc. The system will gradually enhance over time, actively increasing, potentially leading to explosive growth. Shin never anticipated that this would unlock a physical technique system. How marvelous. Upon witnessing the individuals being sent flying, the rogue ninja leader was left bewildered. Isn't he an ordinary person? How could he possibly knock them down? Are you not an ordinary person? Who are you really, and why pretend to be one? In the rogue ninja leader's eyes, his perception of Shun shifted dramatically. This individual was undoubtedly a threat. Simultaneously, the scarred man was astonished. This strength surpassed even his own. I am merely an ordinary child from the Land of Fire who enjoys exercising. I possess no other talents, just a bit of strength. Shin stretched lazily, loosening his muscles. The large kunai at his waist shimmered in the eyes of those present. Are you kidding me? An ordinary person carries a kunai at their waist? Such a statement would likely only be believed by a fool. Young brother, this is too unfair. That kunai at your waist cannot belong to an ordinary person. Which village do you hail from? The scarred man grinned broadly, realizing that Shun was also a ninja, alleviating his worries. Engaging in a direct confrontation posed a reasonable chance of winning. Which ninja village are you from? I hope you do not interfere in our affairs. Lest you become mired in trouble, the rogue ninja leader's temper flared. His brows knit together, his face displaying evident displeasure. My good fellow, your words are quite unpalatable. When did I ever say I would meddle in your affairs? It seems your ears are overly perceptive, hearing things that do not exist. If possible, perhaps a visit to the doctor is in order. The rogue ninja leader's demeanor irked Shun greatly. He had no intention of fighting, so why the relentless provocation? What do you mean by that? Are you looking for a fight? What does it matter if you are a ninja? You can still die if you provoke me. Why go through all this? I am just an ordinary person. There is no need to target me so. Initially, he had been drowsy, but now Shun was invigorated. These people must have issues with their minds. He had clearly stated he wished not to involve himself in this matter, so why were they fixating on him? The protagonist did not endure such torment. It is not that we are targeting you. Rather, it is your kunai that compels us to consider you our primary adversary. The rogue ninja leader's gaze remained fixated on Shun's kunai. That kunai was distinctly different from an ordinary one. It could be said that it was a kunai specifically designed as an ornament or a collectible. While this might be a hobby, it was more likely that this individual was a ninja. Kunai were not merely decorative. They could also serve as weapons. Oh, is that what you meant? You should have said so earlier, Shin replied, displaying a somewhat forced smile while holding the kunai. This is my collection piece. Isn't it beautiful? When the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, ascended to power, I purchased an extra as a keepsake. In several millennia, I could sell it for a substantial profit. Though, Who knows if there will still be ninjas or a ninja world by then? Perhaps, by that time, only nations, armies, and civilians will remain, with ninjas becoming a relic of the past. You call this a collector's item? The crowd erupted in cheers, utterly astonished. To treat a kunai as a collector's item was either the mark of madness or the consequence of a headlong collision. Who, in their right mind, would carry a combat weapon as a mere trinket? Is there a problem with that? Shun continued innocently. By the way, how do I get to the Land of Iron? I wish to acquire a finely crafted short sword. He wore that naive expression once more. Over there, just go. The leader of the rogue ninjas pointed in a particular direction. When one was no longer a ninja, the courtesy evaporated, especially considering they were rogue ninjas. Respect was the least of their concerns. Oh, that way? No worries, I'll watch the show a bit longer. You gentlemen carry on. Shin found a stone to sit on, quietly observing, which rendered them increasingly awkward, akin to clowns under scrutiny. Two factions stared at Shun in silence, their gazes seemingly intent on devouring him. Don't just stand there, continue. We'll leave after this performance. Shun dismissed their discomfort, caring little for their thoughts and solely focused on his own amusement. Did the feelings of the enemy warrant such attention? Brothers, let's kill him. The shadows can't save him. I'm telling you. The rogue ninja leader's eyes turned red with rage. They felt as if they were being treated as jesters, and that was unforgivable. Other matters could be overlooked, but this one could not be forgiven. My apologies, little brother. I despise being treated like a monkey. The scarred-faced man chuckled coldly, causing the very air to chill. Ice release. Ice pillar. The sudden appearance of the ice pillar startled Shun, his eyes widening in shock as he narrowly avoided a piercing fate. Ice release. Snow ninja from the land of snow? Having recently departed from the land of snow, encountering a snow ninja again, was this luck or misfortune? If it were luck, it was rather unfortunate. How did you know I hail from the land of snow? Or were your previous statements fabricated? The scarred man's suspicion deepened as his expression grew grave. Reality indicated this young brother was far from ordinary. Even if he wasn't a ninja, he was undoubtedly an impressive child. Of course, I was in the land of snow recently. That war, those explosions, thankfully, I managed to escape in time. Otherwise, I would have been obliterated by the combined forces of numerous ninja squads. That blue skeleton must have been your doing, right? From his words, the scarred man began to piece together a hypothesis. Having recently visited the land of snow, the scars on his face were also the result of that war. The timelines aligned. If the character was gentle, he would still eliminate this young brother today. Oh, I remember. The spectacle was indeed magnificent. Explosions everywhere, nothing beautiful about it. Reflecting on the grandeur of that day, Shin developed a fascination for the combat prowess of the land of snow. Perhaps their strength was lacking, their attack power was overwhelming, and their concentrated assaults could shatter several ribs of Susanoo. Shall we join forces to eliminate this brat? The scarred man had initially found Shin somewhat familiar, not expecting this outcome. No wonder he felt so acquainted. I find this kid exceedingly annoying. Let us take him down. The rogue ninja leader nodded in agreement, sensing an overwhelming distaste for this youth. Dozens quickly surrounded Shun, leaving no escape. Damn it, I'm merely a spectator. Isn't this a bit excessive? Shin was taken aback, turning to flee. Remaining stationary would be sheer folly. One leap, and he vaulted out of the encirclement, landing on a tree. Thank you very much. I now know the direction to the land of iron. Farewell. In front of everyone, Shun waved goodbye as he departed. Wow, he truly is a ninja. Charge. Don't let him escape. We'll deal with him when we encounter the army of the land of iron. Pursue. They chased after him, leaping from tree to tree. Meanwhile, the ordinary onlookers were left dumbfounded. They could barely keep up with the effortless leaps of the ninjas. Water release. Great water burst wave. The voice from behind was unmistakable to Shun. Without hesitation, he turned to form seals. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A conflagration akin to the ocean erupted from Shun's mouth, engulfing the surrounding forest and countering the water release. Damn it. The rogue ninja leader pounded a tree, gritting his teeth in frustration. What's wrong? Upon seeing the inferno ahead, the scarred man reconsidered his pursuit. Continuing would yield no benefits. That kid was brought by you. Do you think I would believe you? The rogue ninja leader retreated a few steps, forming seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A water dragon suddenly surged forth from behind him, charging ahead. You lack morals. The scarred man shouted angrily. Ice hand shuriken. The air trembled violently, and in the next moment, the rogue ninja leader's face and arms were slashed. Simultaneously, the water dragon's impact caused the scarred man to spit blood. Still fighting? Go ahead. I have no objections. If we fight, who's afraid of whom? As the mist dissipated, Shin observed their duel from a distant tree. This was the nature of unfamiliar ninjas. They could transform into enemies at any moment. and it was somewhat amusing. Recalling the earlier actions of these two, Shin found himself curious about how they became ninjas, given their apparent lack of intelligence. Following the direction provided by the rogue ninja leader, Shun made his way forward. Although he had long entered the land of iron, something felt amiss. After wandering in circles for a while, he finally encountered soldiers from the land of iron and received accurate directions. "Boss, which is your finest short sword? Show me." As someone who had fought in numerous battles, Shin decided to invest in a quality short sword. At the very least, it needed to endure. Before the fourth great ninja war concludes, it must not break. My demands are not high. Customer, are you certain you can afford the best short sword here? You seem rather young. The shopkeeper questioned Shun, surprised by his youth. "Boss, please don't doubt me. As long as it's under 4 million Ryo, I'll buy it." Shin's funds were limited to around 4 million Ryo, most of which he earned from various AB-level commissions. "Is what you say true? 4 million Ryo? Our shop doesn't have any short swords worth that much." As the shopkeeper produced a rather unique short sword capable of channeling chakra, Shin's eyes lit up. This sword can indeed channel a small amount of chakra, and more importantly, it can do so continuously, significantly enhancing its power. Very few people purchase such a sword, and its price is exorbitant. 1 million Ryo, and I can't lower it. If it hadn't been unsold for so long, I wouldn't offer it at such a low price. The shopkeeper seemed displeased. 1 million Ryo for a chakra short sword? Is that a loss?" Shin exclaimed incredulously. "For a rather ordinary sword, is 1 million Ryo unreasonable? I expected to purchase an impressive short sword for 4 million Ryo. But this is merely a sword capable of channeling chakra? Is that truly a loss? To speak candidly, this sword was forged long ago, initially priced at 3 million Ryo. Subsequently, it was purchased by an individual who claimed the chakra requirement was exceedingly outrageous, leading to its return, as no one else was willing to buy it thereafter. Allow me to be frank. While the sword is adequate for use, attempting to imbue it with chakra is ill-advised. If you happen to be a ninja with an abundance of chakra, then I shall say no more. As for its power, you will discern its true nature upon usage. This sword has become a source of deep frustration for the owner, who is now desperate to rid himself of it. This, indeed, is the most disastrous creation in the realm of forging. Why must the chakra requirement be so excessive? How about we negotiate a price reduction of 50%? Considering the sword's detrimental aspects, I certainly do not wish to purchase a worthless weapon. Given this, I strongly advise seizing the opportunity to alleviate some financial burden. You wish to acquire this sword for 550,000 Ryo? Do you truly believe that is feasible? The owner's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, considerable financial and manpower resources were expended to forge this sword, and you propose such a meager sum? Although a small profit could still be made, I believe it is entirely possible. After all, everything is conceivable. You mentioned that this sword is difficult to sell. With a faint smile, which appeared utterly innocuous, I nearly caused the owner to choke on his own blood. Very well, I shall accept 550,000. However, do not speak of this transaction to others. The owner, feeling a twinge of guilt, was aware he had swindled the previous buyer out of a significant sum. No worries, I am not one to gossip. Producing 550,000 Ryo from my wallet, I exchanged the money for the sword with a smile. Here you go, dear customer. Please take care. This transaction is non-refundable. Thank you very much. Finally, the owner executed a deep bow, though his expression remained cold and displeased. Yet, internally, he was elated. The chakra sword was finally off his hands, even if it meant a substantial loss. By the way, is this sword sharp? As I unsheathed it, I found myself quite satisfied. Chakra short sword, refined. I was astonished that the system could even recognize weapons. How sophisticated. If it's not sharp, I will refund you immediately. My family's products are always of the highest quality. The owner took immense pride in his merchandise. All right, thank you very much, goodbye. I returned the courtesy. With the short sword acquired, my next destination would be the tavern in the Stone Country, a place notorious for its dangers. System, can you navigate to the Stone Country? I had no extravagant expectations. Merely a route to the Stone Country would suffice. The tavern could be sought out leisurely. Route to the Iron Country has been recorded. Please head to the Stone Country. My expression twitched slightly. This system was ruthless, even recording routes. The path to the Stone Country still required exploration. I felt quite disoriented, not even knowing in which direction to proceed. Time passed, and eventually, I found the way to the Iron Country. The journey was rather pleasant, with few people around, and no troubles to encounter. My spirits soared. It was delightful. The Stone Country was indeed nothing but stone. Without the prominent characters, one might mistake it for an abandoned quarry. The passers-by were few, their faces bearing a considerable amount of hostility, their eyes fixated on me with predatory intent. Numerous bounties were posted on buildings from various places. This location felt distinctly different. Bounty Town, born for slaughter. Beware, you may lose your life in the next moment. The bar's location was particularly conspicuous. Upon entering, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped me, the ambience suffocating. Chapter 61, Kakuzu. Pairs of predatory eyes followed me from the entrance to the bar counter. Owner, do you have milk? If so, please bring me a serving. Under the gaze of hungry eyes, I exhibited neither fear nor surprise. A seasoned shinobi, intimidated by a throng of bounty hunters, would likely become the subject of ridicule. Yet, now that I had arrived at the Stone Country Tavern, why was there no sign of Kakuzu? Surely, the patrons were also here for bounty missions. Given my youthful appearance, I had yet to reach 18, still a minor, yet I was out here undertaking bounty tasks. Which surprised the owner. I suppose so. I considered the mission issued by Mizukage Kagaya Sogetsu as a form of bounty as well. In that case, it should indeed count. You must be cautious, for those engaged in bounty tasks are seldom as young as you. Bounty missions often entail life-threatening risks. Be wary of losing your life in a foreign land. Throughout the encounter, the owner's expression remained unchanged. Here you go, customer. Having paid, I took my milk and sought a place to sit. At the moment of payment, I had caught the attention of numerous onlookers. Among them were several gamblers. This establishment was a melting pot of individuals. Only the strongest could survive. Where could Kakuzu be? I pondered whether he had joined the Akatsuki at this time. Scanning the surroundings, I found no trace of him. The system had already provided his photograph. The Akatsuki is the most formidable organization in the shinobi world, comprised of members who are all at the level of Kage. Some key figures even surpass that level. Kakuzu is one of them. At this moment, a rugged man, exuding an aura of menace, approached and sat beside me. He casually seized my wallet as if it were his own, with alarming nonchalance. Kid, don't you fear being robbed with so much money on you? There are many bad people around here. How about I keep it safe for you? Oh, are there really many bad people here? Uncle, you must have heard that I am also here for a bounty mission. It wouldn't be wise to rob me. I refused to relinquish my grasp, prompting his irritation to grow. Kid, you're really asking for it. How many people in this tavern do you think you can handle? Regardless of your skills, your age is still a factor. He smiled, but there was malice concealed behind it as he tightened his grip on my wallet. If I did not let go, he would resort to force. Speaking of age, I am indeed younger, still not of legal age, you know. Taking a sip of milk, I finally allowed a smile to break through. If I'm not of age, I should save up some money for the future. So, I cannot let you keep it for me. Do you know that your behavior could cost you your life? The uncle's patience had worn thin, his coarse features twitching menacingly. I do not know. I only know that this is my money, and it's south better kept close to Maine. As I finished the last sip of milk, the uncle finally erupted. Since you refuse, do not blame me for being ruthless. He drew his knife. Are you coming or what? Why are you so slow? The previous table was already urging him on. Coming right up, there is money to be made. The blade was pressed against my neck, yet my expression remained unperturbed, even more composed. Is this how you conduct business? Threatening a mere child who hasn't even reached adulthood? With that, a strange smile crossed my face. And with a slight tug on my wallet, the uncle was sent flying, crashing into a table and shattering it to pieces. Though I may be a child, it does not mean I lack the ability to protect myself. The milk was gone, and Kakuzu still had not appeared. Now, my curiosity piqued. Was Kakuzu truly present here? Why had the system directed me to the Stone Country in this tavern? Kid, you have successfully angered me. This time next year will be your death anniversary. The uncle swung his knife, his face contorted with rage. The blade indeed struck me. However, I swiftly utilized the substitution jutsu, transforming into a table. Uncle, if you wish to kill me, you ought to improve your aim. Can't you see such a large table? A smile that seemed deeper than mere amusement suggested that the uncle had been irked. Despite multiple attempts, he had failed to inflict any harm on Shun. At this juncture, others began to sense something amiss. This child might not be as easily manageable as he appeared. Enough. You're incapable of dealing with even a mere child. You bring shame to our profession as bounty hunters. One remarked. What gives you the right to mock me? Everyone knows each other's character. Shun's anger flared. This person was exasperating. Were it not for the disparity in strength, he would have relished the chance to eliminate him. Seizing the opportunity amidst their discord, Shun made his escape. Upon reaching the entrance, he was struck by an astonishing sight that left him questioning his sanity. How could there be ninjas from Konoha in the Land of Stone? Was there truly a mission to be found in this desolate place? It was perplexing. The leader of the group appeared unfamiliar, likely not among the ranks of elite ninjas. Judging by the forehead protectors they wore, there was no doubt they hailed from Konoha. Shin had no intention of interrupting. He had his own matters to attend to. As he strolled down the street, he encountered an individual clad in the garb of the Akatsuki organization. This person was none other than the rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, Kisame Hoshigaki. Following him, Shin found himself in the wilderness. Who are you, and why are you following me? Kisame growled, his weapon, Samahata, brimming with hostility. I am here on a mission from the Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura, Shin replied. Before he could finish, Kisame swung Samahata, raising a cloud of dust. The Mizukage sent you to kill me, did he? Huh. We'll see how capable you really are. Kisame, you're mistaken. The Mizukage's intention is for you to return home at any time. The Hidden Mist Village will always welcome you. Previously, he was ensnared in a jinjutsu. It was never his own desire. The dust settled, revealing scattered debris. Is that truly what the Mizukage said? Kisame was taken aback. After all, he had slain his comrades. Such a man could never be forgiven by the Mizukage. Honestly, you needn't heed my words. Disguise yourself and inquire within the Hidden Mist Village to ascertain whether the blood mist still exists. Then you'll know everything, Shin elucidated. Following that exchange, Kisame did not retaliate again. Since they were not adversaries, the necessity for conflict dissipated. Very well, if that is the case, you may leave. I will investigate this matter personally. If you are indeed a ninja from one of the 5 great villages, you will surely be found in Konoha, Kisame acknowledged. Chapter 62. The Bug Keeper. Not suitable for the faint of heart. Do not read while eating. The forehead protectors of the 5 great villages are generally recognizable to most, unless one is disinterested in their affairs. You have seen through my identity. Is there anything left to explain? Let it be. If you come to Konoha seeking me, and I am absent, you may inquire with the Hokage regarding my whereabouts. I will seek you out then. With the conversation reaching such a point, Shin no longer wished to prolong it. If it is meant to be, it will be. If not, so be it. He lacked the time to counsel or soothe someone's troubled heart. Fine, if I desire it, I will visit. If this world truly lacks the law of the jungle. Kisame snorted disdainfully and turned away. If you enjoy fighting, you may come to Konoha. I will gladly spar with you. The law of the jungle will eventually fade, and all things beautiful shall emerge. This was also the original intention of your organization, Shun called after Kisame as he walked away. Suddenly, Kisame halted, slowly turning around. If peace can truly be achieved, many lives would be spared. But is that even possible? Even if the blood mist is abolished, battles will persist endlessly. Unless the 5 great nations declare an end to conflict and all small nations cease fighting, the law of the jungle will never conclude. At the end of his statement, Kisame's voice faltered as he pondered the absurdity of it all. Everything would never truly end. War, territory, wealth, and greed would persist. Rest assured, I dare to wager that all of this will come to an end. The entire world will enter an era of peace, a time devoid of war, which is the only time we can live normally. As thoughts of daily life crossed his mind, Shin suddenly realized he could no longer afford to wallow in despondency. In the days to come, he would either open a shop to sustain his livelihood or undertake more missions to earn additional funds. He hoped fervently that war would not cease. With Kisame's voice fading into the distance, he gazed pensively at the direction in which Kisame had vanished, sensing an inexplicable unease that he could not articulate. Thus, the purpose of his visit to the Land of Stone was considered fulfilled. What Kisame would think or do remained beyond Shin's control. Let it be. I shall take each step as it comes. The Land of Stone offers some amusement. Having not ventured out for leisure in quite some time, Shin resolved to enjoy himself thoroughly and relax. Prolonged suppression could lead to illness. Task: simple, protect in secret. Insufficient for Jonin, Chunin to lead, B-rank mission, potential for death. As a Konoha ninja, one must protect Konoha ninjas from dying due to missions. Objective: Konoha ninjas en route to the Land of Stone, ensure none perish. Reward: wind release. Shin was momentarily taken aback. What a peculiar task this was. The mission required him to protect them in secret. This task was truly extraordinary, especially lacking any prior indication. Was it merely because he had observed them discreetly? Nevertheless, the reward was appealing. Wind release was a skill he could master for combat. In the wilderness, how would he navigate his way out and locate them? This place was desolate, with no village in sight nor temple nearby. Shin desired to find them, yet he was utterly lost. He had followed Kisame here without paying attention to the scenery along the way. Now, he couldn't even find the route back, let alone protect them in secret. Return navigation mode has been activated automatically. A map suddenly materialized before him, appearing barren save for 2 red dots and a winding line. The 2 red dots represented a bar and Shun's current position. Following the route, he proceeded onward. Not far from the small town, There was a residence where an elderly man was wandering about. This old man bore a suspicious demeanor and moved in a peculiar manner, as if searching for something. For safety and efficiency, Shin opted to circumvent the old man. Should anything arise, a confrontation would require time. At that moment, four figures appeared, the Chunin instructor and 3 students from earlier. From Shun's vantage point, he could barely hear their conversation. Their specific mission seemed to entail capturing a thief, whose identity was that of a skilled rogue. This seemed excessive, for a mere thief hardly warranted an entire team. From their discussion, Shin gathered that this thief possessed considerable prowess, adept with bladed weapons, having slain numerous ninjas, prompting the issuance of a bounty and the dispatch of a Chunin-led team to apprehend him. Damn, how did I end up in this place? Is this truly the nature of the mission? Shin wondered, doubting whether these 4 had taken the correct path. Capturing a thief hardly seemed a task of such magnitude. Surrounded by mountains, the only shop in sight appeared to be one inclined to exploit customers. Ever since the 4 entered, none had emerged. Furthermore, the shop lacked a back entrance, indicating something was amiss. Removing his forehead protector, Shun placed it in his pocket. He could investigate the situation while also grabbing a bite to eat. As he approached the shop's entrance, a black dog tethered to a tree began to bark furiously. Inside, the place was deserted, with steaming buns left unattended for quite some time. The odor of the buns was pungent, suggesting they had spoiled. The shopkeeper, dressed in tattered yellow garments, emerged slowly, retrieving the topmost bun and tossing it to the barking dog. The black dog merely sniffed the bun and then lay down, resting beside it. The situation within the bun is far more sinister than mere mold. Numerous small insects have already emerged from the bun's skin, scuttling across the ground. The proprietor seems oblivious to this disturbing scene, continuing to slice meat and steam buns. Yet, the meat in question is of human origin, and this gruesome act is performed in the presence of customers. The team, led by a Chunin, watches in stunned silence. Is this a breeding ground for insects or a culinary endeavor for patrons? The absurdity is overwhelming. Please, bear with us for a moment. These buns will soon be steamed, and the knife will be sharpened. The process will not be too excruciating. The proprietor wears a pained expression, forcing a smile that is anything but genuine. You must be the 2 who slaughtered the 5 great nations and other smaller ones, known as Asen and Akin. The leading Chunin finally speaks, though he trembles slightly. His teeth clenched, eyes fixed intently on Asen. To think our reputation has spread so swiftly. Although we initially dispatched several lower-ranking ninjas and a few Chunins from the 5 great nations, you don't truly believe that merely the 5 of you could eliminate me, do you? Asen's grin is unsettling, his facial flesh cracked and numerous black insects cascading from his visage. Though I am not a ninja, the path of insects is not solely the domain of the Akimichi clan. With a mere wave of his hand, countless black insects surged towards them. Hey, I was just passing through for leisure, unaware that this place held such terror. Don't implicate me in this. Deep, expressionless, did not expect that aside from the Akimichi clan, there existed others who wielded insects with such finesse. Was this individual a thief? How did he morph into a killer? Chapter 63, One Strike, the blue gauge depleted. Earlier, he had been labeled a mere thief, yet now he had transformed into a merciless assassin, having already claimed so many lives. Haha, once you arrive, there's no escape. Your bodies will nourish my insect progeny. Ninja chakra makes for excellent feed. Asen reveals a set of yellowed teeth, his voice rasping. Insects continuously dropping from his face until the ground is littered with them. Akin, too, approaches, knife in hand, his face contorted, each step seemingly a battle against immense pain. The insects beneath him appear to have found a host, rapidly causing his body to swell. His hand gripping the knife is grotesquely inflated, producing a grinding sound with each step. According to intelligence reports, this was their common tactic. Most of their enemies had perished by this method. He anticipated their ruthlessness, even against their own. Once this technique is employed, few survive. The Chunin instructor, Ro, had long been prepared to face this move, but was unprepared for its execution against their own. Did they intend to perish together? A suicide? Dream on. You are not worthy. Asen's smile instills dread, and Ro's pupils suddenly dilate. Retreat, quickly. At that moment, the ground teems with insects, nearly overwhelming them. The insects spawned from the buns thrown to the black dog had already claimed its life, blocking the exit with their numbers. Teacher, the students have already foreseen their impending fate. Death is inevitable. The likelihood of surviving amidst the swarm of carnivorous insects is nearly zero. Ro, drenched in sweat, quakes at the realization he had never anticipated such a situation. The B-rank mission was no trifling matter. Without a Jonin to lead, it was truly unmanageable. Retreat, swiftly. Ro screams, yet he lacks the means to eradicate these insects. Alright then. Deep responds with remarkable speed. The chakra short sword is drawn, and several beams of blue sword light flash, slicing through the approaching insects. The remaining insects seem to hesitate, retreating rather than continuing their assault. No one noticed when Deep had made his move. Their focus was solely on the enemy. This maneuver redirected their attention towards Deep. This short sword is quite commendable. The blue light is precisely to my liking. Blue, symbolizing the sky and freedom. When the time is right, I can apply for retirement. Ro and his students struggle to comprehend Deep's actions. With a single strike, he had decimated the insects. With such prowess, why would he venture to this place? With no village in sight, they wouldn't have come here unless compelled by a mission. My friend, I appreciate your assistance. But may I inquire as to your purpose here? Is it also related to him? There are no villages nearby, aside from Asen and Akin. Ro cannot fathom any other reason for a swordsman to travel such a distance. Instead of asking me these questions, it would be wise to ensure your student's safety. Though these insects may not rival those of the Akimichi clan, should an accident occur, they are undoubtedly doomed. The Akimichi clan employs insects to vanquish foes. And the same applies to these two. Once insects invade the body, devouring flesh and chakra, even Deep cannot save them. That would be a certain death. They have already fled. The students had proactively retreated as soon as Ro commanded it. This battle is no place for lower-ranking ninjas to intervene. You should be capable of handling matters here. I trust you 1T require my assistance. Deep is unaware of Ro's chakra type. If he cannot manage, he must step in. My friend, thank you for your prior help. I 1T trouble you this time. Ro's expression is grim, bordering on dire. Managing this situation is a catastrophe for him. As a teacher, he cannot retreat. Death, he resolves, shall claim him first. What is your chakra type, ninja? Deep inquires. His demeanor unperturbed. These insignificant insects demand little concern. Wind and fire attributes, Ro replies. Good, I'll leave this to you. Farewell. A ninja possessing both wind and fire chakra should find dealing with a swarm of insects trivial. As long as the firepower is sufficient, incineration poses no issue. Deep turns his gaze towards Akin. Akin's body, ravaged by the insects, has swollen to an extreme, threatening to burst at any moment. The lumps on his body vary in size, and one can even see the black insects writhing beneath his skin. Let us fight outside. We cannot fully unleash our abilities here. Deep lures the knife-wielding Akin into the wilderness. The students flee to the outskirts, observing the battle to glean combat experience. Within the confines, Ro remains, knowing this young man possesses both fire and wind chakra, and should be capable of employing techniques from both attributes, though perhaps limited in quantity. It suffices for incinerating insects. The vast expanse provides ample opportunity for his insects to be unleashed perfectly. Only then can fire consume all. Once outside, Deep does not intend to engage in a protracted battle, even in the absence of reinforcements for the enemy. You think you alone can kill me? Dream on. Akin bellows, as the insects within him initiate a nest formation, swirling together to create a tornado. A mere brush with it would result in death. With several leaps, Deep ascends into a tree, one of the few remaining in the area, observing the swirling mass of insects. A smile crosses Deep's face as he prepares for a brief hand seal. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Amaterasu. The Mangekyou Sharingan activates, black flames enveloping the red fire, shrouding the insect tornado. In a single breath, the insects perish, leaving a charred heap of their remains on the ground. Now it's your turn. Deep's eyes fixate on Akin, his hand seals executed at a blurring speed. Fire release. Great fire dragon. The earth fractures as a massive fire dragon erupts from below, consuming Akin whole. At this moment, Akin can no longer maintain his grip on the knife, which clatters to the ground with a sharp sound. Akin plummets to the earth, his garments completely incinerated. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. In that instant, a wooden dragon materializes from thin air, simultaneously draining the wood attribute chakra from Deep, causing his blue energy to dissipate. The ascending wood dragon ensnares Akin, its spikes piercing his skin, creating gaping wounds. Soon, the wooden dragon constricts Akin's body tightly. The insects within him, unable to withstand the pressure, perish in droves. Simultaneously, due to the depletion of the wood chakra, the wood dragon lost its control and vanished. The entire process lasted merely a few seconds. This duration was sufficient. As the wood dragon disappeared, aging fell to the ground, and the dwindling insects within his body detached themselves, launching a final assault. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The fire chakra expelled from his mouth transformed into a fierce inferno. merging with the black flames of Amaterasu. Chapter 64. Hot Springs and the Insect Breeding Faction. The flames blazed amid the heap of insects, persisting as long as there were remains to consume. This fire raged for several minutes, reducing the insects to mere ashes before extinguishing. The insects inside the room were entirely eradicated, while Luo emerged to search for Shun, still contemplating how to assist. What he witnessed instead was a whirlwind of ash, dancing in the air. "Friend, have you concluded your business here?" Luo exclaimed in astonishment. For this was a person capable of slaying even Chunin. How could he perish so easily? Was it possible that this friend's prowess extended beyond mere swordsmanship? Or could it be that he was also a ninja? "Yes, it is over. Farewell," Shun replied with a refreshing candor, clapping his hands in preparation to leave. The emptiness of his wood chakra did not impede Shun's actions. His primary affinity was fire. As long as his fire chakra was intact, he was essentially unharmed. "Friend, how shall I address you?" Luo inquired hastily as Shun departed not far. "Are you genuinely curious? It is likely that we shall meet again," Shun responded. "In a village, one is bound to cross paths frequently. As long as one is active, they are destined to encounter Shun." Unlike Shun, who rarely ventured outside, even within the confines of a home, his presence was scarcely noticed. "We shall meet again. What do you mean by that? Will there truly be another opportunity?" Luo frowned, puzzled. They were not of the same ilk. How could there possibly be another meeting? Yet, since Shun had said so, he refrained from pressing further. "Rewards have been distributed. Please check your notification." Upon receiving this message from the system, Shun felt an additional chakra affinity, wind. Concurrently, he had acquired a foundational grasp of basic ninjutsu. His current attributes, fire, wood, and wind, were quite satisfactory. Once he collected enough fragments, he wondered if he would also gain water chakra. In his present state, Shun was content. Life is but a fleeting century. One should relish what they can. If he could survive the Fourth Shinobi War, the end of his life may not be as distant as one might think. The Land of Stone held little allure. There were no remarkable places to explore. After observing for a while, Shun returned to the village. The hot springs emitted warm vapors that gently rose. Leaning against the edge of the spring, Shun's cheeks flushed slightly, enveloped in a sense of tranquility. The hot springs were sparsely populated, primarily filled with youthful individuals around 17 or 18 years of age, freshly graduated and serving as teachers. The lack of patrons was due to the fact that school sessions had yet to conclude. Unfamiliar with the locals, Shun recognized none of them. "Shun, are you here enjoying a soak?" The newly transformed Obito radiated a sunny disposition, his face illuminated by a perpetual smile. Accompanied by Kakashi, he came to indulge in the hot springs. "Indeed, it has been ages since I last soaked. I came to unwind." "What brings you here?" Shun remained motionless, merely casting a glance at them before closing his eyes once more. "I've been so busy lately. I truly have no idea when I will catch a break. After finally sending them home, I finally have time to relax," he chuckled. The students had persistently pestered him for training, and as a teacher, Obito found it difficult to refuse. Consequently, he had been deprived of even a moment to enjoy a bath. "Consider yourself fortunate. The current missions are becoming increasingly perilous. Recently, I encountered two individuals akin to the Aburame clan, who breed insects, and shockingly, they used human flesh to nurture them. Can you believe it?" Shun opened his eyes, exasperated. Breeding insects was not inherently frightening. What was alarming was that these insects had matured and could serve as lethal weapons. "Really? Are there others besides the Aburame clan who engage in such practices?" "Surely, you jest," Obito responded, clearly skeptical. Aside from the Aburame clan, who utilized their chakra for insect breeding, it was audacious for anyone else to employ human flesh for such purposes. If uncovered by the nations, the allied forces would intervene. This was not the first time such events had transpired. Indeed, there have been instances in the past, and they effectively eradicated the threat at its roots, Kakashi stated gravely. "What do you mean by eradicating?" "I have not heard of any subsequent developments," Obito interjected, intrigued. He only knew that the ninja allied forces had uprooted this faction. But what followed? Such vitality. Kakashi's gaze shifted, scrutinizing Obito, as if questioning what mischief he had been up to. Obito's face turned crimson, resembling a ripe apple. "What? I like it. Is that a problem?" "No problem at all. You both are correct. No issue whatsoever," Shun quickly interjected, anxious to avoid a confrontation over trivial matters. Fighting in a bathhouse would likely incur repair costs. On a serious note, did anyone else survive after the insects? Obito asked. Indeed, not only did some escape, but many did. According to the information at the time, at least 50 individuals fled. Recently, ninjas from the village should have received missions to pursue and eliminate them. Shun nodded, possessing significant insight as a first-hand witness. Aging and Asin were undoubtedly among those individuals, and there were numerous accomplices still roaming free. If this were the case, the shinobi world might witness another large-scale extermination. Should another substantial illegal insect breeding organization emerge, it would spell disaster. 50 individuals. Obito gasped, his facial muscles stiffening. Was there truly such a number in the previous insect breeding group? Indeed, the nations and the ninja army mobilized tens of thousands, and in the end, they nearly faced total annihilation. Had it not been for a few elite jonin with strength comparable to that of Kaguya, the consequences would have been dire, Kakashi sighed. Recalling the harrowing conflict, the ordinary army was utterly ineffective against the insects, which were known to consume humans. On the opposite side of the hot springs, a few Chunin instructors nearly succumbed to fright. Thus, Obito, it is wise to keep abreast of the news, while engaging in lively discussions. One must not lose sight of the bigger picture. Obito's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a thoroughly ripened apple. All right, let us change the topic. Would you like an apple? Kakashi offered, tossing a few apples to the two. Fair enough, let us refrain from such conversations. They are rather heavy. In the future, we are likely to have to organize another allied extermination, he chuckled. Having experienced the events involving Asin and Ajing, Shin understood that sending ordinary genin would be tantamount to offering them as sacrifices. For Chunin capable of wielding fire, they might still manage to burn the insects. Jonin would certainly remain unscathed. However, there were only a limited number of Jonin across the 5 great villages, unless a final peace treaty was signed. No village could dispatch all its Jonin for a siege. It would take time. It was improbable within the next few years, as the development of insect breeding would not progress rapidly. Shin believed that in these years, the Aburame clan could also make strides. Kakashi, you wouldn't suggest leveraging the Aburame clan to tackle this, would you? Is that a viable solution? Shin was utterly astonished. Could this idea truly work? The prospect of 2 insect breeders clashing was indeed a tantalizing thought. I pondered the same. The Aburame clan is unique. Whether this strategy could succeed hinges on the actions of the 5 great nations. Kakashi nodded, sharing the same sentiment. Chapter 65. Unique Flora. The 5 great nations were unlikely to unite. First and foremost, the Land of Fire had no such possibility. If one were to speak of the 5 great villages, the number of insect breeders was not substantial, merely a few dozen. If they united, it would be an effortless endeavor. Shin was uncertain of the number of Jonin in Konoha. The Hokage's office maintained records of such information. The number of Jonin in the other 4 great nations was known only to their respective Kaguya. No one had the leisure to pilfer useless confidential information. If the 5 great villages collaborated, exterminating the insect breeders would be a straightforward task, devoid of any pressure. You two seem to be engrossed in a discussion. How does this concern us? Obito remarked, exasperated. The leaders of each village were not in a rush. Yet these two were overly eager. The affairs of the insect cultivators shall inevitably reach their conclusion. There is no need to rush at this moment. Within the hot springs, 3 individuals engage in lively conversation, unconcerned with the gaze of outsiders. To the ears of a few younger companions, it appears as though they are plotting something. They whisper among themselves, cautious not to speak too freely nor raise their voices. They must await the village's notification to resume their quiet soaking and return to slumber. Even if the heavens were to split open, they could do naught but wait for the village's word. Soaking in the hot springs, why the excessive chatter? It seems you are simply too idle. The simmering temper begins to boil over. Regardless of how fervently they discuss matters, it bears no fruit. Regarding the fleeing insect cultivators, both the 5 great nations and the 5 great villages must offer a reasonable resolution. In the hot springs, an awkward silence descends, with only the warm vapors rising slowly. Devoid of conversation, only the voices of certain Chunin instructors can be heard in the distance. Obito and Kakashi, if peace were to reign, what would you desire to accomplish? Deep dreams of a future devoid of war, a time of tranquility. With decades yet before the end of the 4th Great Ninja War, true peace remains a distant hope. Without the smoke of battle, perhaps opening a shop to earn a little pocket money would be a splendid choice. Peace. By that time, if we survive, perhaps we shall embrace new lives. Peaceful visions linger in the mind. Obito smiles, envisioning that life. If they are spared from death in battle, they may very well find themselves in the twilight of their years. Ninjas are, after all, human. There is no such thing as immortality. If only one possessed the right genetics, longevity might be within reach, like Tsunade, forever youthful. For now, such thoughts are mere musings. He believes the day of war's conclusion will come. Deep rises from the hot springs, donning his garments. If only it were feasible. Obito begins to indulge in his fantasies. Grinning widely, his enthusiasm almost causing drool to escape, his eyes sparkling with joy. Heaven knows what Obito is conjuring in his mind. From his expression, it is clear his thoughts are utterly impure. He buys grilled meat and drinks, indulging in the sight of Obito lost in his reverie. Kakashi, how long do you think Obito will remain in this daydream? From his visage, I surmise it will be several hours yet. Gazing upon Obito's flushed face, Deep contemplates. Lost in thoughts of a peaceful future, Obito's daydreaming shows no sign of abating. Were it not for the constant warmth of the hot springs, he might have frozen into a popsicle. I suspect he could soak until the students of the Ninja Academy finish their classes. Kakashi, familiar with Obito's nature, knows that once he embarks on a thought, it is never-ending. Unless interrupted, or by her. Should they leave him a little? Sated and relaxed, Deep settles onto a bench. Fine, let him have a bit. When he finally notices we have finished eating, he will surely be in a hurry. Kakashi nods. After all, they are classmates. They cannot neglect Obito's needs, even if they have eaten their fill. All that remains of the grilled meat untouched, fearing waste. Kakashi and Deep had not anticipated that Obito would linger in thought for hours. The grilled meat has long since grown cold. The sun is nearing its descent. The sound of the door being pushed open interrupts Obito's musings. Suddenly, he halts his daydreaming, seeing Kakashi and Deep seated and drowsy, with plenty of grilled meat left. He instantly comprehends the situation. Clearly, they had left some for him. Kakashi, Obito calls. Wake up. If you wish to sleep, return home. Do you not fear catching a chill here? Obito furrows his brow, shaking the two awake. Ah, the daydreaming is done. Time to go home. Had it not been for the desire to keep Obito's prior expression hidden, they would have returned home long ago. How could they possibly sleep here? What does this mean? Obito is momentarily stunned, his expression vacant. Is this matter somehow connected to him? Was it merely a fleeting thought of the idyllic days following peace? Who does not yearn for better days? In a time filled with war, aside from those who revel in battle, who would find joy in such turmoil? Obito, when peace arrives, I hope to toast to your and her joyful union, wishing you smooth sailing ahead. Deep winks, anticipating that when the time comes, the world shall surely transform. True peace, what of marriage then? Obito's face reddens, and he says nothing more. It is too late for further words. His fanciful expression has been fully exposed to these two. At this moment, the area is bustling with students, many having come to the hot springs to unwind after their training. Deep, these past days you have been absent. The clan head has been looking for you, quite anxious. Itachi, just emerging from the Umbu, encounters Deep exiting the hot springs and hastily informs him. During Deep's absence, some minor incidents have occurred with Fuka and Koyuki. Of course, they were not perilous. What sort of incidents? Deep's brow furrows slightly, an ominous feeling creeping into his heart. Surely, it cannot be something grave. How could I possibly know? I did not inquire specifically. You must seek out the clan head, Itachi replies, shaking his head. Very well. Deep hastens back along a shortcut. Uncle Fugaku, has something happened to Fuka and Koyuki? After all, it was Deep who invited them to reside with the Uchiha. Should anything go awry, the responsibility would fall heavily upon him. The princess of the land of snow holds a unique status. The Uchiha's defenses rank among the strongest in the village. Such incidents should not occur within their ranks. Fugaku shakes his head slightly, his expression grave, pouring Deep a cup of sake. The individuals are unharmed. But it is not just Fuka and Koyuki who have encountered mishaps in recent days. After Deep drinks it down in one gulp, he exhales deeply, shedding all fatigue. And Fugaku continues. Recently, a peculiar mobile plant has appeared in the village. According to intelligence reports, it possesses a unique ability, half black and half white, capable of hiding among rocks and trees, traversing forbidden areas with ease. So, what is the purpose of summoning me? Deep's brow furrows tightly. This plant is quite familiar. I heard Lord Fourth Hokage mention you possess inside information, though I wonder about the accuracy of your intel. Fugaku regards Deep with a newfound respect. He possesses information even the clan head is unaware of. Yet the question remains, how reliable is Deep's information? You say this plant is half black and half white, resembling a living organism? Deep's expression darkens as he recalls a member of the Akatsuki. If the Akatsuki truly has its sights set on Konoha, a small-scale raid may ensue. Let us hope that is not the case. Indeed, reliable intel confirms that the plant is of that description. Fugaku nods, realizing it was wise to call Deep. His sources of information are plentiful. This matter is one Fugaku need not concern himself with. The time is not yet ripe. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Deep bows to Fugaku and turns to depart. Fugaku, still in the room, smiles and nods. It seems Deep has a clear understanding of this plant. That suffices. As long as it does not impede the Uchiha's development, Fugaku is disinclined to interfere. Turning, he sees Deep has not yet gone far, and calls out, "Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to say so. The entire clan shall cooperate in this matter." Given the plant's movement patterns and the injuries sustained during this time, Fugaku understands Deep cannot possibly eliminate the enemy alone. The plant appears and vanishes without a trace. Without cooperation, victory is elusive. "I shall need those who can communicate. Thank you, Uncle," Deep replies. As night falls, he returns home to rest. Stripping off his clothes, he lies on his bed, reflecting upon the myriad experiences of recent days. The Akatsuki's Kisame wanders through the land of stones, garbed in their attire. The first tavern he enters is filled with bounty hunters, criminals, and a few rogue ninjas. In a remote dwelling, fugitives from the insect cultivators faction are hidden away. The land of stones is in turmoil. Deep knows it is merely a conduit. There must be many connections between these incidents. Indeed, as these events intertwine, they all revolve around the land of stones. It cannot be the epicenter of crime. Why then does Kisame appear here? What secrets lie beneath the surface? Staring at the ceiling, he tosses and turns, unable to find sleep. Could there be another organization aside from the Akatsuki? As this thought crosses his mind, Deep's eyes widen, and a thin sheen of cold sweat appears on his forehead. He was startled by his own thoughts. With Akatsuki already in play, the emergence of another villainous organization could very well spell disaster for the world. Akatsuki had already gathered an array of shadow-level figures. If another organization capable of matching elite Jonin were to arise, there would be no contest left. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. This world has indeed undergone a transformation. There is not merely Akatsuki, but another organization known as Shao, which means to extinguish, whose intentions starkly contrast with those of Akatsuki. While Akatsuki aims for peace, Shao is fundamentally about annihilation, destruction, chaos, and bloodshed, a malevolent organization rife with evil, selfishness, and treachery. Akatsuki was originally the villainous organization, intended for peace, but its direction shifted following Yahiko's death. So, was this Shao merely a counterfeit? His mind was inundated with questions. Akatsuki was the genuine article, while the sudden appearance of Shao surely indicated that it was an impostor. You think too much. Shao is not merely a counterfeit, but its scale far exceeds that of Akatsuki. However, its overall strength does not rival that of Akatsuki. Shao is primarily composed of mere filler. Passers-by might just be members of this organization. He felt an immediate surge of pressure. Having won Akatsuki was already the final bastion of organizational power. Although it sought redemption, Shao was different. The Shao organization was born of darkness, irredeemable despite any attempts to reform. He understood that eradicating it was beyond his capabilities alone. Even enlisting the Uchiha clan would prove futile. This was exceedingly vexing. The morning sun was blinding. After tidying his room, he ventured out to complete a mission, subsequently heading to the residence of Kazuhana and Yukino. Is Kazuhana and Yukino home? After waiting for a while without a response, he dashed to the floral shop in the mountains. "Kazuhana, I heard from the clan leader that you were injured." From what he gathered from Fugaku, the outcome was merely a minor injury. Not a significant issue, just a cut from a pot plant. Kazuhana felt somewhat embarrassed. Having to secure her own home and job while also worrying about safety, quite a burden. "As long as you're all right, remember, if anything arises, contact the clan leader. Most likely, I won't be in the village." Over the past 2 years, he had spent a lamentably scant amount of time in the village. It was a feat if he managed to reside there for 1/3 of the time. "By the way, do you have time the day after tomorrow?" Before he could even grab a bite to eat, he ran into Kakashi. Judging by his expression, it seemed trouble was brewing. "What's the matter? Aren't you leading a team? It's only been a few years, it can't be over yet." He had calculated that just as Naruto was promoted to Genin 12 years ago, Kakashi would have a brief respite. After that, he would be back to leading a team. Until then, rest would be a luxury. "Oh, well, we have taken on a mission. It's an A rank." "A rank? You're managing 2 teams and still able to take on an A rank?" He reached out to check Kakashi's forehead. "I say, Kakashi, you don't have a fever, do you? Why are you taking on A rank missions when there's nothing pressing? This isn't how one seeks trouble." A rank missions often involved wars between nations or significant movements within villages. Leading a group of genin on such a perilous mission seemed reckless. The students were curious. A-rank missions in bars were scarce, so it was no surprise they sought him out. His role, however, was merely supportive. Kakashi squinted and smiled, clearly calculating. This support role had been executed so infrequently that this time, he likely wouldn't escape. "Kakashi, you're not supposed to burden me like this. You know I'm quite busy, always out and about." Kakashi's expression indicated that this time, there would be no escaping. The path to freedom was seemingly at an end. I'm not burdening you. The teacher has already approved it, see? Kakashi produced a letter penned by Minato. It contained just one sentence. For the A-rank mission Kakashi has taken on, Shun is to assist. He felt a surge of frustration. There was no escape route left. Fine then, what is the mission? This time, I'll just work for free. A-rank missions promised substantial rewards, but with many participants, the spoils would quickly dissipate. He had no intention of sharing the meager rewards. It would be better to take on a mission independently. A request from the daimyo of the Land of Rivers had come in, seeking the extermination of evil forces in the Land of Mountains. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Shun erupted, what? We're heading to a country that has been exterminated to eliminate evil forces? And it's a request from the Land of Rivers? Kakashi, are you certain that the Land of Rivers can offer such a bounty? A-rank missions typically began at hundreds of thousands in rewards. The Land of Rivers was relatively small. They could hardly muster the basics. It wasn't overly difficult for 2 Jonin to lead 6 Genin on this assignment. Well, I don't know. We'll find out when we get there. All I know is that the ninjas capable of undertaking this mission have already been dispatched, and the daimyo of the Land of Rivers personally came to Konoha to urge us. As it seems the evil forces in the Land of Mountains pose a significant threat to the Land of Rivers. Chapter 67. The Explosive Mission, Shinobu Goes Mad. Kakashi raised his hands in exasperation. He only knew the content of the mission, not the specifics. The request was made by the daimyo of the Land of Rivers. Kakashi, your statement is somewhat misleading. The distance between the Land of Mountains and the Land of Rivers is quite alarming. How could the troubles of the Land of Mountains affect the Land of Rivers? That is absurd. Even though Shun had never visited the Land of Rivers, he understood the distance involved. What were the intentions of the daimyo of the Land of Rivers in claiming that the Land of Mountains had an impact? There must be ulterior motives. If not, then perhaps the Land of Rivers was simply affluent, with too much idle time on their hands. We only undertake missions. These matters are not our concern. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers has issued the request. We simply need to execute it without getting entangled in other issues. Kakashi sighed, feeling weary. Getting him involved in the mission seemed increasingly difficult. We'll gather at the village entrance the day after tomorrow. Watching Shun depart, Kakashi sighed in resignation. He was far too willful. All right, see you the day after tomorrow. Scaling the Hokage rock, Shun's eyes swept over Konoha. This was the panoramic view of the village. Lush willows, vibrant flowers, and verdant foliage blanketing the land, showcasing the beauty of the entire village. Konoha's scenery was indeed splendid, teeming with flora and trees, a sight to behold in this season. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter graced Konoha with its most exquisite scenery. In winter, a blanket of silver and icy white covered the ground. The snowy landscape of the forest was beautiful, yet the frigid weather left one shivering. Brother, is hiding and lurking truly enjoyable? If there is something to say, just say it. Are you being cowardly? Shun's purpose in coming to Hokage Rock was not solely for the aesthetics. This old acquaintance had been covertly following him, which was quite irksome. Uchiha Shun, since you are aware of my presence, you should know why I am here without me needing to elaborate. Suddenly, a figure soared up from beneath the Hokage Rock, a member of the root organization under Danzo's command. Witnessing the Uchiha clan's gradual rise to prominence, becoming integral to Konoha, it was no wonder Danzo harbored resentment. Such actions were not surprising. Now, the Uchiha had become an indispensable clan within Konoha. The members of Root, following Danzo, must have been laboring tirelessly. Why not transfer to the Umbu and work under the Fourth Hokage? After all, it was for the village's development, rendering internal strife unnecessary. Shun could count on one hand the number of Root members he recognized. Root ought not to exist in the first place. Perhaps it would be beneficial to incite a rebellion and bolster the Umbu instead. Let us dispense with the trivialities. Tonight, I will visit Lord Danzo at Root. Root is solely responsible for relaying messages, whether to go or not. Who could impede or influence that decision? Watching the Root member depart, Shun contemplated. Surely, this step was unavoidable. He wondered if Danzo could still seal that bridge in death, at the very least, without leaving behind a notorious legacy. It was impossible for Itachi to join Akatsuki, nor would Sasuke become a rogue ninja because of his brother. Danzo was likely fated to remain disconnected from that bridge. So much had changed. Although Konoha continued to function normally, the landscape had been irrevocably altered. However, the geniuses did not perish as a result. Danzo is likely to be remembered in infamy for eternity. Mission, normal. A portion of the members of the once mountain country is located here. Please proceed to eliminate them. Reward, 5 water release fragments. Mission, simple. A plan by Shimura Danzo. Sever one of Danzo's arms at midnight. resulting in the villain's betrayal. Reward: 5 water release fragments. Mission: simple. Teach a lesson to the villain Mizuki, who seeks the sealing scroll. Reward: 5 water release fragments. Mission: simple. Irika, whose parents perished in the Ninetales chaos, has undergone a significant personality change. Engage in a heartfelt conversation with the third Hokage and become friends. Reward: Izanagi. Damn it, system, do you wish to blind me? Speak the truth. A deep anger surged within, and I cursed in my heart. Izanagi has emerged. Can this thing even be utilized? Wouldn't it just lead to blindness? If others have used Izanami, I remain unaware. I only know that I feel utterly blind. Now, another eye technique that leads to blindness appears. What is the intention behind this? It seems you wish to envelop my world in darkness. The system retorted, if I did not wish to care for you, would I offer you such an abundance of forbidden techniques? Though using Izanami will undoubtedly lead to blindness, it does not preclude its usage. The same applies to Izanagi. Both are high-risk, chakra-consuming forbidden techniques that will not cause blindness. Consume chakra? And it's a lethal consumption? You must clarify which chakra you refer to. I am well aware that I possess an infinite supply of fire chakra. A single technique would drain my wood chakra completely, and my wind chakra is nearly non-existent. If it were fire, I could accept it. An endless supply makes it feasible. Even the total chakra of all tailed beasts combined pales in comparison to mine. The other two are merely traps that lead to exhaustion after a single use. I have learned that from the wooden dragon previously. Oh. Uchiha is known for Ein release and fire. Do you possess any other chakra? Ein release, where is mine? The esteemed Uchiha, devoid of Ein release. I snort and glare in disdain. This existence is truly pathetic. Anxious. Very anxious? Hold it in. If you cannot, find a place to weep heartily. I completely ignored the system. Tormenting me is not its forte. At the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, I fortuitously encountered Mizuki. Mizuki, long time no see. How have you been lately? I patted Mizuki's shoulder with a hand, a strange smile on my face that was rather frightening, like meat targeted by a ferocious, starving wolf. Upon seeing my smile, Mizuki's legs turned to jelly, trembling all over as he collapsed to the ground, seemingly devoid of bones and unable to move. What is this? I merely patted you. Is it necessary to react so? I found it curious. He is a chunin after all. His mental fortitude shouldn't be this fragile. Ahem. It's nothing. I recently sustained an injury that has flared up again. Mizuki coughed lightly, unable to offer any other explanation. Surely, I cannot admit to being frightened. There is no danger in the village. It is inconceivable to be paralyzed by a comrade's scare. The injury excuse is quite plausible. You went on a mission recently? I haven't heard of it. Generally, I know almost everything happening in the village as long as I am present. I would certainly be aware of any misdeeds Mizuki committed. Mizuki had not been out on any dubious missions. How did he get injured? I undertook a rather challenging mission. Mizuki struggled to find an appropriate task to share. Oh, I see. Take care of your injury. Farewell, Mizuki. I smiled, patting him again, restoring my expression to normal. Suddenly, I applied more pressure, and a sharp cracking sound emanated from Mizuki's shoulder. Without a doubt, his shoulder bone shattered. As I withdrew my hand, it was evident that Mizuki's shoulder had become deformed. Enduring the pain, Mizuki remained silent. He would need to visit the hospital soon. Chapter 68. Shimura Danzo's appearance, borrowing eyes. Brother, be strong. I hope in the future you will not make regrettable decisions based on a momentary inclination towards the dark path. In truth, Konoha is quite a good place. My voice was barely a whisper, only audible to the two of us. Mizuki felt a chill as my words pierced his heart like an icy dagger. How does he know what I am thinking? What do you intend to do? Mizuki's words slipped out, but upon closer inspection, I had already walked far away. Damn it. What does Uchiha Shin intend? Why did he act so suddenly? Mizuki ground his teeth in frustration. This Uchiha Shin is undoubtedly the most formidable opponent in his heart. The knights of the Uchiha were no longer as placid as before. Ever since the princess of the land of snow, Fuka Koyuki, arrived, she would host singing and dancing banquets every few nights. Even in the absence of such gatherings, the villagers would congregate to chat and enjoy tea. The distance from the residence meant that only faint echoes of the songs could be heard. From the quality of the sound and the singing, it was clear that Fuka Koyuki was not particularly skilled at singing. Her voice was off-key, and she sang songs from her homeland that were difficult to discern. The meaning of Fuka Koyuki's songs eluded me. The themes were mostly about longing for her deceased father rather than homesickness, let alone any thoughts of the man who had killed her father, Fuka Gantetsu. Among the numerous onlookers, I was one. This night was destined to be sleepless. The route would disband tonight. As I gazed at the moonlight obscured by dark clouds, The melody echoed in my ears. Night had fallen, the moonlight vanished, and the song flowed gently. This evening felt fitting. Perhaps due to the weather, I felt that tonight was exceptionally beautiful, a beauty emerging from the darkness. What am I thinking? Time is drawing near. I must go to Danzo. Seeing me lost in thought, Shisui urged. The root has notified not only you, but also me. After this, who knows what will transpire? History is no longer what it once was. All right, let us depart. I nodded. The moonless night was indeed shrouded in darkness, so thick that one could not see their thumb. Only a few locations remained brightly lit, significant places within Konoha. Atop Hokage Rock, a multitude of root members gathered, with Danzo standing prominently before them. Thus, I and Shisui became isolated figures. Danzo, what is the purpose of gathering us here with half of the root? I scanned the gathered members, noting their substantial numbers. It seemed tonight was designated for a cleansing of the Uchiha youth. Nothing of great concern. I merely wished to toy with the Uchiha's eyes. This night at Hokage Rock is Danzo's domain, and there is no need for pretense. Speak plainly if there is a matter at hand. You wish to borrow our Uchiha eyes. Should you take them, they likely will never be returned, correct? I fully understood the intentions of that old fox, Danzo. Just thinking about that arm filled with Sharingan sent chills down my spine. Do not concern yourselves with this Uchiha child. Simply borrow the eyes. You need not worry about the rest. Danzo's demeanor was domineering as he clenched his hands tightly, his grip almost indicating a command. The root members remained vigilant, ready to act at the slightest deviation. As a fellow high-ranking member of Konoha, Danzo, you are truly obstinate. You must understand the Fourth Hokage's intentions. My eyes were fixed on Danzo, my hand resting on the chakra sword at my waist. The previous high-ranking members of Konoha, such as Minato Namikaze, did not simply arrange matters for me without reason. The Uchiha's influence is far too powerful. It poses a potential threat to the village. Yet it is not necessarily a bad thing. As long as one is given a proper status, there is no reason to rebel. All major clans are alike. With wealth and recognition, life is comfortable. Why would one conspire against the village unless they were glutted? Now, Danzo's desire to obliterate the Uchiha youth signifies his intent to erase the only high-ranking presence of the Uchiha in Konoha. In doing so, he would have ample means to extinguish the Uchiha clan. However, such aspirations are destined to fail. The meaning of the Fourth Hokage's intentions is clear to me. Precisely because of this understanding, I wish to borrow the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha, you are not to be trusted. Danzo's gaze was resolute, his expression menacing. It seemed he would not relent without a fight. Shisui, it appears we may have to engage in battle today, and this confrontation could very well lead to death. Are you afraid? The chakra blade in Shin's hand was already drawn. I fear not. We all must meet our end eventually, and these few decades are inconsequential. Shisui smiled faintly. Though he was a member of the Umbu, the will of the Hokage had yet to be fully imparted to him, unless absolutely necessary. No one desires to perish. Very well, Danzo, I shall offer you a chance to retreat. I can pretend that nothing transpired this evening. Otherwise, I shall show you why the flowers bloom so red. The chakra blade in his hand was aimed at Danzo, and Shin felt no trepidation. If both Shisui and Shin were to activate Susanoo simultaneously, it would be sufficient to send the root into disarray. Indeed, it could even lead to the demise of all root members. A smile crept onto Danzo's lips as he waved his hand, and the members of root immediately surrounded them. I have declared, tonight, you shall lend me your eyes whether you like it or not. Even the Hokage's presence is of no consequence to me. Such grandiloquence. Wouldn't you agree, Shisui? Shin placed a hand on Shisui's shoulder, speaking softly into his ear. Shisui, I shall push you down shortly. Do not forget to run. We cannot contend with so many. With that, he shoved Shisui down. Farewell. Shin waved his hand and leaped off the Hokage rock, making his escape. The height of the Hokage rock is trivial for a ninja, akin to a child stepping on a brick, effortlessly. Chase them, Danzo commanded, and his root subordinates immediately pursued. In the woods outside the village, Shin and Shisui conversed while fleeing, moving with a speed that was merely a fraction slower than light. Shisui, are you capable of activating Susanoo now? While leaping, Shin glanced at Shisui's eyes, and it seemed likely he could. No problem. I prefer not to activate it unless absolutely necessary, as the side effects are rather significant, Shisui replied. The number of times one can activate Susanoo with a pair of Mangekyou is quite limited, and one's vision diminishes sharply. I do not wish to go blind, thus, I would rather refrain from using Susanoo. That technique is indeed a powerful trump card, and each activation diminishes its potency. Very well then. Shin recalled how Shisui's eyes had been taken. Pushed to the brink, he had activated a single-eyed Susanoo. It seems there is still room to maneuver without pushing Shui to that extent. Shin, why do you ask this? You do not intend to use Susanoo against the members of Root, do you? Shui had a foreboding feeling that Root was about to suffer. Though he had never activated Susanoo, he understood its immense strength. The defensive and offensive capabilities it possessed were no trifling matter. Previously, he had heard from Guy and the others that Shin had activated Susanoo twice in the Land of Snow, leading him to wonder if Shin's eyes were nearing their limit. It is simple. Without absolute strength, it is challenging to contend with these Root members. If it reaches that point, we would have no choice but to resort to such measures. Chapter 69. The Troubles of Shimura Danzo. Shin chuckled lightly, turning to glance at the members of Root, where fierce black flames began to engulf them. Shin, are your eyes all right? Our Uchiha Mangekyou cannot handle such overexertion. This is quite taxing on your vision and has significant side effects. Shui also noticed the flames consuming the Root members. He was well aware of the damage Amaterasu could inflict on Mangekyou Sharingan, which is why he posed the question. No need for concern. I know my eyes well enough. This will buy us some time to escape. Shin believed it was better to handle such matters himself. Shui's eyes were different from his own. No matter how Shin used his eyes, they would not fail him, nor would he go blind. His vision might diminish slightly, but it was of little consequence. Should Shui attempt the same, his eyes would likely have been rendered blind long ago. I advise you to refrain from using such techniques frequently. They are quite taxing on your eyes, unless you advance to a higher rank where the strain is lessened. Shui understood the extent of the damage that techniques like Amaterasu and other Mangekyou abilities could cause to one's eyesight. The less one uses them, the better, ideally. It would be best to avoid them altogether. If overused, one truly could lose their sight. All right, let's heed your advice and shake off Root now. Shin did not contest Shui's suggestion. There was no need. Shui was correct. However, Shin's situation was somewhat different. Shin, be careful. As a multitude of shuriken flew towards them, Shui's eyes shifted into the shape of a pinwheel, and a blue-hued Susanoo with a single tomo emerged, unleashing beams of blue light upon the Root members. The Root members, witnessing the barrage of blue light, evaded in panic, but upon seeing the azure giant, they were momentarily paralyzed. What on earth is that? Though it was but a fleeting vision, it instilled a terrifying realization among the Root. Uchiha Shui is not to be trifled with. Shui, are you alright? Did you not say you would not easily activate Susanoo? Upon seeing the exquisitely crafted blue Susanoo, Shin was somewhat astonished. As a fellow Mangekyou user, why could Shui conjure a fully formed upper body? Surely, this must be a trick. No significant issue. Susanoo does indeed impose considerable strain on the eyes. The Susanoo did not last long before Shui deactivated it. There is no eternal Mangekyou. The side effects are not trivial. Then do not activate it unless absolutely necessary. Had Shui not activated Susanoo earlier, Shin would have had to do so himself. The shuriken from Root were truly bothersome. Shui had hesitated earlier, which was understandable. If he truly wished to eliminate the Root members, it would not require such complexities. I noticed those shuriken as I was about to make a move. You suddenly activated Susanoo, which was quite aesthetically pleasing. Shin explained, though he truly admired the beauty of Shui's Susanoo. The delicate azure Susanoo bore a single red tomo at its center. Shin, you have left Shui at a loss for words. It seems my own activation of Susanoo was indeed superfluous. Do not take it to heart. I was merely jesting. Suddenly, several fireballs shot forth, prompting Shin and Shui to swiftly evade. A fireball singed Shin's hair, producing a wisp of smoke. The Root members, caught off guard, were directly struck by the fireballs. All Root members were impacted. Itachi, take care. You singed my hair. Shin rubbed the few burnt strands. Danzo is here. At this moment, daylight broke, revealing Danzo, his bandaged eye glaring at the trio. Other Root members had also been mobilized by Danzo, surrounding them completely. Danzo, what is your intent? Is the Uchiha eye truly so enticing? Even after injuring so many, you still covet our Uchiha eyes. Shin found it perplexing that despite the heavy toll, he remained so fixated on them. I do not require your guidance in my endeavors, Danzo retorted, waving his hand as the remaining Root members surged forward. Itachi, Shui. We must retreat to the Hokage's side. I refuse to believe Danzo would dare to act recklessly in front of the Hokage. Danzo now resembled a rabid dog, eager to bite the Uchiha. The numbers of Root are vast. It would be unwise to engage. Leading the way, Shin fled with the Root in pursuit towards Konoha. At this juncture, the Konoha guard had already taken their positions, patrolling diligently. Observing the rapid movements of Shin, Itachi, and Shui, the Uchiha trio appeared bewildered. Upon noticing the pursuing Root members, they seemed to grasp the situation. Daily inspections revealed their own youths being chased by Root. And Fugaku's eyes widened as he shouted, "We must follow. Root is up to something big." Yes. What followed was a scene where the three Uchiha youths were pursued by the shadowy figures of Root, with the Konoha guard captain and numerous members trailing behind. Curious villagers followed suit to investigate, ultimately arriving at the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, dozens of villagers had gathered. Fugaku, along with several Uchiha and guard members, arrived. At this point, the Root members were thrown into disarray. Had it been just Shin, Shursui, and Itachi, Root could have managed them easily. However, with the current situation, dozens of villagers had arrived, and many more were congregating. The nature of humanity is such that Root could no longer be controlled. Even Danzo appeared somewhat bewildered. This was not as he had anticipated. The situation is dire. It promises an unsatisfactory conclusion. What is happening? Why are there so many people gathered here? From my window at home, I could sense something amiss outside. Upon stepping out, I was taken aback by the commotion. Root. Furrowing his brow, Minato Namikaze pondered the unfolding events. Why is Root stirring trouble again? Aren't they usually allied with the third Hokage? Why the open confrontation today? Uchiha Shinsui, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Itachi, what brings you here? It appears you have sustained some minor injuries. Noticing the singed strands of Shinsui's hair, Minato began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Teacher, Shimura Danzo seeks our Uchiha eyes and plans to have Root pursue us. What should we do about this? Shinsui stated plainly before the villagers. The members of Root could only wish to spit blood in response, while the desire for the eyes was undeniable. The notion of murder was entirely unwarranted. Such reasoning was far too contrived. The most troubling aspect was that Minato seemed to believe it. Truly, a protector of his students, trusting their every word. Root, Danzo, I demand an explanation from you. Just last night, Minato had heard that 3 Uchiha youths had fled. He had not anticipated this outcome. There is no explanation needed, Fourth Hokage. Everything we do is for the sake of the village. Danzo replied unflinchingly, undeterred by Minato's presence. As long as it serves the village, anything we do should be acceptable. Is it acceptable to murder the village's prodigies for the sake of the village, Danzo? As a high-ranking official, you are well aware of the proportion of geniuses within the village. Your actions seem aimed at eradicating the Uchiha genius. Minato's anger flared. To seize one's eyesight and take lives. When did Konoha become so depraved? Without a valid justification, Root should disband. Its existence serves only to slaughter the village's talents. Chapter 70. The Isolation Chamber. An organization that exists solely to eliminate prodigies deserves dissolution. Fourth Hokage, I reiterate, all of this is for Konoha. Allowing the Uchiha to flourish will only lead to ruin. Danzo asserted, his voice unwavering. Danzo, are you suggesting that the elimination of the Uchiha is for the betterment of the village? You, of all people, should comprehend the significance of the Uchiha's combat prowess. Minato countered, astonished by Root's descent into darkness. The Uchiha represent the greatest obstacle to the village's strength. They must be eradicated, for their eyes pose an immense threat. My actions are for the village's benefit. Danzo dismissed Minato's perspective, believing the Uchiha should be exterminated. The Uchiha's ocular techniques are far too potent, beyond control. This is precisely why Danzo has chosen to obliterate the Uchiha. However, unforeseen events had transpired within the Uchiha clan, thwarting Danzo's plans. Danzo, your reasoning is flawed. As fellow high-ranking officials, how have we become the village's greatest threat? Are you envious of our wealth or our ocular abilities? Shinsui interjected. The Uchiha clan, being prominent ninjas, frequently undertook missions, amassing considerable wealth over the years. Shinsui himself had quite a fortune saved up. Danzo, are you in need of funds? Minato inquired. Recognizing the peculiarity of Danzo's obsession, he understood the uniqueness of the Uchiha's ocular techniques, but did not share Danzo's fervent desire for them. One must cultivate their own strength. You cannot simply siphon another's. I have no opinion on the matter. I merely see the Uchiha's ocular techniques as excessively formidable. My stance remains unchanged. The Uchiha must perish. The conviction within Danzo's heart was indomitable, viewing the Uchiha as an unpredictable variable that could erupt at any moment. If they were not eliminated now, it would be too late when the inevitable explosion occurred. Danzo, you must understand that the Uchiha are also part of the village. If you persist in this course of action, I can only express my regrets. Minato had no desire to meddle in Root's affairs, as they were not subordinate to the Hokage Zanbu. However, the circumstances had changed. With so many villagers watching and the Uchiha clan leader present, he had no choice but to declare the Hokage's decision. Danzo's intentions were unmistakable. Even if Minato wished to honor the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi's opinions, He needed to consider the villagers' sentiments and the perspectives of other clans within Konoha. Today, Danzo dared to threaten the Uchiha. But who could say he wouldn't target another clan tomorrow? There was no alternative now. Failing to bring Danzo to justice meant Minato could not face the other clans. Moreover, whether it was Shinsui, Shisui, or Itachi, they were all members of the Umbu. With war brewing between the village's two organizations, it was Minato's duty to intervene. After all, he was the fourth Hokage. If Minato insisted on his stance, Danzo would have no retort. His intentions were crystal clear: to foster peace in Konoha. Danzo merely sought to protect the village by eliminating the Uchiha, removing potential threats. He did not wish to harm Konoha. Danzo, I suggest you spend some time in the isolation chamber. Considering this as your first offense, I have chosen not to impose a severe penalty. Furthermore, I do not wish for a war between Root and the Umbu, if that is agreeable. Though the Umbu technically fell under Danzo's purview, they ultimately served the Hokage. Danzo's excessive interference made Minato's position precarious. Danzo's mind went blank momentarily before he responded, "Thank you, Hokage-sama." He had momentarily forgotten that Root was merely an extension of the Umbu. The repercussions of eliminating them would be severe. Minato summoned several Umbu ninjas to escort Danzo to the isolation chamber. Following this incident, Danzo's position would need reevaluation. It was evident that he was no longer fit to serve as a high-ranking official in Konoha. After a meeting, Danzo would revert to the status of an ordinary ninja. Shinsui, Itachi, Shisui, I deeply apologize for not immediately recognizing the severity of Danzo's actions as Hokage. As a gesture of goodwill, I grant you a few days off to recuperate and relax. Turning to address the matter with Danzo, Minato continued. Shinsui exchanged glances with the others. Understanding that Minato's words were intentional, they bore no serious injuries, though Shinsui's singed hair certainly needed tending. The rest was inconsequential. A few days of rest seemed to be Minato's way of providing them a reprieve. After all, they were still children, not yet of age. Thank you, Fourth Hokage. Shinsui was the first to bow, tugging at the sleeves of his companions. We are grateful, Fourth Hokage. Shisui and Itachi chimed in unison. The villagers dispersed, and Fugaku approached. Itachi, are you unharmed? Did that Danzo fellow do anything to you? As the captain of the security force, Fugaku was always wary due to Danzo's machinations. The lack of trust from Konoha's higher-ups towards the Uchiha was palpable. Were it not for Minato's direct intervention, Shinsui's status might not have been acknowledged. Father, I am fine, Itachi replied, smiling gently, his face appearing more lively. And you, Shisui? Uncle Fugaku, I am well, though using Susanoo took quite a toll on my eyes. Shisui admitted, covering his eyes. Shinsui, I knew you would be all right. Since you all are unscathed, take these days to rest well. Fugaku affectionately patted the heads of the three boys, smiling. Danzo has always held a grudge against the Uchiha. After this encounter, it is believed that Danzo will no longer take any actions against the Uchiha clan. Uncle Fugaku, I have something to discuss. Itachi's fire singed my hair. Shin hurriedly pointed at his scorched locks. You ought to get a haircut, Fugaku replied, exasperated. He had already seen the burnt hair. Is that really something to discuss? It's merely a haircut. Shin coughed up a mouthful of blood, lamenting the loss of his hair. Itachi, you owe me a meal for this. He insisted. The destruction of his meticulously styled hair, prompting a fervent demand for a feast. Chapter 71, The Duel of Ninjutsu. A single meal holds little significance, but friendship does. Come over to my house tomorrow as a gesture of goodwill, Itachi remarked, but Shin interrupted. Forget it. I have no time tomorrow. The fourth Hokage's intention is for you all to rest properly. I am not like you. I have a mission to undertake tomorrow. Fourth Hokage-sensei, my schedule is quite tight. Shin understood the nature of Minato's demeanor, which frowned upon imposing tasks on others or managing their time. This time, it was not Minato's fault. It was merely a convergence of events. Another mission tomorrow? Shin, must you push yourself so hard? Indeed, the Uchiha clan members were known for their tenacity. Yet Shin had never witnessed such relentless dedication from Itachi and Shisui, completing a mission only to embark on another within days. Without a moment's respite, was this the pace that would lead one to exhaustion? If we do not strive now, will we have another opportunity in the future? Without effort to grow stronger, the only outcome will be to become cannon fodder. If we do not earn now, how shall we spend later? The clan's wealth is not mine to squander, he chuckled, his expression tinged with resignation. If given the choice, who would willingly venture out to toil for money? Wouldn't it be far more pleasant to remain home? Silence enveloped him, shared by the villagers traversing the streets. With war so prevalent, the question of survival until peace remained uncertain. The Uchiha clan's desire to accumulate wealth seemed insatiable. How much more did they truly need? For them, Shin's earnings had already reached millions of Ryo, a figure that an ordinary person could hardly hope to achieve in a lifetime. And what more is there to earn? Will there even be a chance to spend it? With a dismissive wave, Fugaku let him go, acknowledging the futility of controlling those who belong to the Uchiha clan. Do as you please. Farewell, Uncle Fugaku, Itachi, Shursui. Until next time. As he stepped away, a few village children approached him. Are you Uchiha Shin? One child pointed toward the direction of the duel arena. Mizuno Yamaki and Mizuno Emi are about to duel. The fourth Hokage has gone there too. They said they were looking for you. Shin and the others had never met Mizuno Yamaki and Emi, nor did they know what they looked like. Their speech was somewhat unclear, leaving Shin uncertain if they were indeed referring to him. Where are their teachers? He wondered aloud. Emi and Yamaki are about to fight. Kurenai and Guy must be aware of this. Realizing the situation, Shin understood that it was indeed two Jonin. The children were thrilled, believing they had found the right person. As they had heard that Shin was the older brother of Mizuno Yamaki and Mizuno Emi, and furthermore, a Jonin, a prestigious elite Jonin at that. How enviable. Yet, Shin's expression soured. Is there any merit in fabricating tales? He retorted coldly. Guy is likely there, but Kurenai is certainly not. She must still be in the hospital. No matter how well she recovers, she might only be able to sit up, not walk. The side effects of the 8 Gates technique were no trifling matter. We did not lie, Uchiha Shin. Jonin Might Guy came in a wheelchair, and it was Jonin Kurenai who pushed him. The two children protested, feeling quite aggrieved. Is that truly a lie? My apologies for misjudging you. Shin quickly conceded before hurrying off. The duel arena served as a battleground for ninjas harboring grudges. Once one entered, there was no exit without a fight. The clashes would not cease. This arena also hosted the Chunin exams, thus it was well fortified, albeit frequently in need of repairs funded by the village. Kurenai and Guy's teams stood in opposition, with a considerable audience gathered. Guy appeared to be in better spirits, chatting animatedly, his face adorned with a smile. Kurenai, clad in red and white, stood with her arms crossed, observing the field. Utilizing the Chunin exam venue for a private match, this was indeed a fight. Shin was utterly speechless. Even the message had miscommunicated. He had not anticipated such a form of confrontation. It seemed many children were oblivious to the nuances of ninja affairs. Guy, Kurenai, are you two planning a duel between your classes? The stage was already set, suggesting that they intended to test their ninjutsu skills against each other. Standing behind them, Shin was unbothered by the prospect of being seen. His purpose was solely to spectate, though time for observation was fleeting. You've arrived, Shin. Following the events in the Land of Snow, we believe it essential for them to process their combat experiences for future survival, Guy remarked, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Though his body was somewhat restricted in movement, allowing him only to perform basic actions. This is an excellent opportunity to ignite youthful passion and not to be missed. Guy continued, his eyes sparkling, despite the clouds overhead hinting at impending rain. While I am unaware of igniting youth, I do understand the necessity for them to assimilate combat experiences for future application, Kurenai stated. Kurenai, long time no see, Asuma, puffing on a cigarette, approached with a broad smile. Asuma, it's been ages, how have you been? Kurenai replied, refocusing on the match, disregarding Asuma entirely. Guy, how is it that you are not lying in a hospital bed but instead here in a wheelchair? Are you so eager to witness their growth? Asuma questioned, noting Guy's condition with a hint of disbelief. Even in this state, he remains invested in his teaching outcomes, Shin observed silently. To embrace youth, that encapsulates life. Guy said nothing, maintaining his stoic expression. The match was officiated by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Standing beside the two teams, he waved his hand, declaring, let the duel commence. Were it not for the multitude of villagers and key figures of the village watching, Minato would likely be at home reading or caring for his son at this hour. With Minato's signal, the two teams bowed to one another and drew their kunai, charging forth. The clash of weapons sparked, illuminating their growth experiences. Kurenai adeptly wielded Jinjutsu, while Guy taught primarily Taijutsu, emphasizing the importance of physical prowess. In this bout, Jinjutsu was prohibited. The focus was solely on the art of physical combat. The first half of the match saw little ninjutsu unleashed. It was a pure brawl. The sounds of kunai colliding rang out in rapid succession. Soon, both sides distanced themselves. A column of water surging toward the opponent. Simultaneously, the ground trembled as a sturdy stone wall emerged. The water struck the wall, dissipating and causing it to crumble under the impact. Then, ninjutsu flooded the arena. Water release, earth release. Recognizing the techniques, Shin quickly grasped the situation. This was the earth release, earth flow wall, and the water release, water dragon bullet. The power and defense appeared somewhat lacking, likely due to chakra control and inexperience. Kurenai, Guy, you have trained remarkable students. Their ninjutsu execution is steady and precise, devoid of any hesitation. Despite the necessity of hand seals being fundamental for ninjas, many still struggle with this aspect. Chapter 72. First Encounter with Q, Land of Mountains. The difficulty in forming hand seals manifests as a notably sluggish speed. Each seal is not mastered with proficiency, rendering the completion of a single technique an arduous task that consumes considerable time. Given such an interval, the enemy might have already claimed victory. Haha, our teaching methods are rather rudimentary. It is primarily the diligence of the students that shines through, a fact that is largely independent of us. Kai chuckled heartily, feeling a swell of joy within, despite the commendable nature of these individuals. Progress is indeed a positive development. Our role is to impart knowledge. The rest hinges upon the students, a facet that cannot be bestowed by us teachers. Hong smiled gently, her countenance captivating and enchanting. Truly deserving of the title of the village's belle for this generation. Asuma found himself entranced by Hong's radiant smile, reminiscing about their childhood together. As the battle between taijutsu and ninjutsu came to an end, the villagers in the audience hurriedly set off for home to gather their laundry, as dark clouds loomed overhead. Threatening rain. Hong and Kai lavished praise upon their students before making their way to express gratitude to the Fourth Hokage. Shin, farewell, they bid him. Their perceptions of Shin having evolved following the conflict in the Land of Snow. Rumors, after all, are not always grounded in truth. Goodbye, Shin replied. Shin, return and rest. You have a mission to undertake tomorrow, Minato said, patting Shin on the shoulder before vanishing in an instant. The area fell silent, leaving Shin standing there, dazed. Damn it. I feel like a monkey, spun around in circles, he exclaimed, gazing up at the tempestuous sky, where thunder rumbled and rain poured down in torrents. He yearned to cry out, what the hell? What business do I have with the ninjutsu duel between the two classes? Why do they come to stir up trouble? Now, he found himself drenched to the bone, with a mission awaiting him the next day. Returning home, he was greeted by an empty room, furnished only with a bed and a television. After drying off, he lay on his bed, staring out at the relentless downpour, accompanied only by the soothing sound of the rain. His gaze flickered to the bookshelf, filled with an array of books. With nothing better to do, he idly opened one to read. Time slipped away unnoticed until fatigue dulled his vision, prompting him to set the book aside and return his gaze to the steaming rain outside. He spent a restless night amid the downpour. When morning broke, the rain had ceased, and droplets of dew cascaded from the flora. The streets were a mess, inciting frustration among the Uchiha clan members tasked with cleaning. Yet, no complaints were uttered. Good morning, Uncle Fugaku, Shin greeted as he tidied his room and stepped outside, where he encountered Fugaku. They had little choice, living so close to one another. Their rooms were aligned in a straight line. Shin, you're up so early. Are you off on a mission again today? Don't overexert yourself, Fugaku remarked with a gentle smile. The Uchiha were not averse to undertaking missions, as their ocular jutsu was exceedingly potent. Unless absolutely necessary, none wished to resort to using their dijitsu, for each use diminished its availability. Uncle Fugaku, I understand my body well. I'm off now, Shin replied, turning to wave goodbye as he departed. This kid truly values money over his life, Fugaku mused, shaking his head. He felt utterly powerless against Shin, who was undoubtedly one of the most formidable youths of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps Shin had his own motives for behaving this way. To intervene would only make Fugaku seem overly nagging. Shin gathered the items he needed for this mission within the village. Upon exiting, he exclaimed, we've arrived. You all got here quite early. What time is it? He noted, realizing it was only 9 o'clock. Shin, you're late. We've been waiting for ages. Kakashi retorted with an eye roll. All right, let us go. Be cautious. According to the daimyo of the Land of Rivers, our movements have been detected by the enemy. Which means, before Kakashi could finish, Shin interjected, fine, we'll need to change our plans. For instance, his words trailed off. Yet a wicked smile lingered on his lips. Just as the daimyo of the Land of Rivers had predicted, the enemies encountered along the way would soon find themselves in the afterlife. All right, let us move, Kakashi said coldly, casting a glance at Shin as they proceeded together. The students, utterly perplexed, struggled to comprehend the teacher's cryptic words. After all, only the deceased remained silent. The afterlife might very well gain a few new members. As anticipated, upon arriving at the borders of the Land of Fire, they encountered several members of a group identified by their headbands emblazoned with the character for disappear. Speak of the devil, Shin remarked, his gaze fixed upon them, ready to strike them down effortlessly. What do you mean by speak of the devil? Who is this Cao Cao you speak of, and why is he arriving so swiftly? Is he faster than us ninja? Kakashi, baffled, pondered the significance of Shin's words. I simply meant that the enemy has arrived. There's no deeper meaning behind it. Forget about who Cao Cao is, Kakashi, Shin dismissed. Who could possibly explain who Cao Cao was? They belong to entirely different realms. Oh, I see. The enemy has arrived, so we must act. Of course we shall, Kakashi declared, launching himself forward with shuriken in hand. Most of the members of the Disappear group were ordinary individuals fleeing from various nations. While they possessed some combat ability, they were utterly no match for seasoned ninjas. Upon witnessing Kakashi's charge, Shin's expression shifted, and he too surged forward. As the members of the Disappear group fell one by one, each sustained a fatal wound to the neck, blood seeping from their palms. In a mere 30 seconds, dozens of Disappear members lay vanquished, reduced to mere bystanders in this grim spectacle. Keep up. We must accelerate our pace to reach the land of mountains in the shortest time possible, Kakashi urged his students. With enemies now present, they could not guarantee the safety of the path ahead. Minutes later, the forces of the Land of Fire appeared in response to reports of numerous corpses requiring investigation and disposal. Upon discovering the corpses adorned with headbands bearing the symbol for Disappear, the soldiers quickly grasped the situation. Considering the footprints on the ground, they deduced that Konoha's ninjas had encountered the opposing forces and eliminated them. The commander of the Land of Fire said nothing further. Such matters were best resolved privately. Atop the peaks of the Land of Mountains, one could survey the surrounding landscape. Ruins of villages lay scattered, remnants of what was once a thriving nation. Here, too, had been a country, now reduced to unsightly debris. Is this truly the Land of Mountains? It was once a fine nation. Why did it choose destruction? Chapter 73, Suspicion. The Land of Mountains, with its hills and waters, bore an environment akin to that of the Land of Fire, with splendid scenery to boot. Shin could not fathom how such a place could have been annihilated long ago, much like the Land of Whirlpools. The difference lay in the fact that the Land of Whirlpools was in the process of rebuilding, while here, only the dust of history remained. The third Hokage. He seems to have witnessed the fall of the Land of Mountains, Kakashi remarked, uncertain of the circumstances surrounding this land. Their experiences were rooted in the Third Great Ninja War, with the transition from the First to the Second War belonging to the lives of the First and Third Hokages. By now, the demise of the Land of Mountains had unfolded over many years. The landscape remained unchanged, yet the nation had long since vanished. The third Hokage. What a remarkable feat, Shin mused, gazing at the serene mountains and flowing waters. The land may be shattered and the winds may carry away its remnants, but the rise and fall of the Land of Mountains are but whispers lost to the annals of history. The scenery is quite exquisite. Yet if it were to become a vassal of the Land of Fire, it is likely that the other four great nations would not acquiesce. This brings to mind the recent announcement regarding the revival of the Land of Whirlpool. Unsurprisingly, it faced opposition from the high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire. The reconstruction of a nation is a formidable challenge, akin to waging a great ninja war, though not as arduous. The revival of the Land of Whirlpool demands considerable resources, and its restoration would impose a burden upon the Land of Fire. Deep, you truly dare to dream. If half of the world belonged to our Land of Fire, wars would have long been relegated to the annals of history. Kakashi shook his head slightly, deeming it a fanciful notion. Let us proceed. No matter how beautiful the scenery, it is destined not to be home. Deep chuckled lightly and began to sprint down the mountain. Although the Land of Mountains shares a landscape with the Land of Fire, it remains a foreign land. Keep up. Kakashi's voice was gentle as they all leaped among the trees. The swiftest mode of travel, aside from the flying thunder god technique, is to utilize mediums as jumping poles. The plains of the Land of Mountains are not entirely devoid of life. A few sparse inhabitants persist here. They are the indigenous people, subsisting on the mountains and rivers in the aftermath of war. This land provides the most favorable living conditions. With its sparse population, the mountains yield sustenance. Is this what the people have become after the ravages of war? Kakashi responded, reflecting on the stark contrast between the strength and weakness of a nation. A chasm difficult to bridge. As newcomers to the Land of Mountains, they were filled with astonishment, never having envisioned such a scene below. The students remained silent throughout, while the two teachers exchanged their sentiments. You may also engage in discourse. A nation that has perished is of little concern to anyone. Deep smiled at them with narrowed eyes, as if to say, a cowardly ninja is not a worthy ninja. Kakashi's students were speechless. How can a teacher speak so lightly of a fallen nation? Yet, it is true, one must endure humiliation to preserve their pride. Kakashi-sensei, Deep-sensei. How does this relate to our current mission? One of the female students inquired. Appreciating the beauty of the mountains seemed of little use. It matters not. I merely feel that the scenery resembles our land of fire, with its mountains and waters. The sights here are quite pleasing, Deep explained. While on a mission, one must also find moments to relax. Though the land of mountains no longer exists as a nation, there must be some form of commerce remaining. The provisions in Kakashi's pack were insufficient to sustain him through the commission assigned by the daimyo of the land of rivers. The fact that there are still people living in the land of mountains is the best outcome. The contents of his pack consisted mainly of military rations, with little dry food. Surely there are people. A country as vast as the land of mountains could not have its entire population extinguished due to its downfall, Deep affirmed. The land of mountains was once prosperous. Even if the nation has perished, merchants would still exist. The land of mountains differs from the land of whirlpool. The latter was annihilated due to an overly tyrannical sealing technique. A nation of considerable size, with a large population, could not have its entirety wiped out for mere excess. Indeed, no daimyo would commit such a ludicrous act. Let us proceed and gain insight into our mission. It will not be easy to extract him, Kakashi lamented. Gesturing towards their assistant teacher, Deep, who rarely managed class 22, left Kakashi to oversee 2 classes, increasing his burden. Boy, Door, and Zhuasong felt rather embarrassed. Having chosen a teacher yet evading responsibility, forcing another to take their place. Deep's audacity was remarkable, thicker than a city wall, and he retorted with great conviction. Kakashi, have you not heard? Those who penetrate the earth with ninjutsu do not eat their fill. To satisfy one's hunger, one must possess a thick skin. Without it, one is bound to suffer. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath quickening. After regaining his composure, he inhaled deeply. Deep, you will get beaten for this. Had we not been a team, I would have dealt with you already, he exclaimed, raising a fist in mock threat. Enough of the jesting, Kakashi. You truly cannot take a joke. After taking a sip of water, Deep continued, I maintain my stance. Those devoid of shame often live longer, more fulfilling, and more vibrant lives. Haha, just kidding. No need to take it to heart. You are the same. As mealtime approached, the military rations were clearly less appetizing than a proper meal, prompting Deep to declare it was time to eat. Although there were villages in the wilderness, the number of shops was scant. The region was not particularly favorable, and without merchant caravans, the influx of money was minimal. This resulted in a tenfold increase in the value of currency compared to the outside world. Here, a few coins could procure a roasted chicken, a full meal. The wild chickens, foraged from the mountains, were effectively free. Their entry into the peculiar establishment named Peace and Safety, the only eatery in the village, was met by a pockmarked uncle with a simple menu. 1 tael for 2 bowls of noodles or rice, plus a small dish of meat. 5 taels for a roasted chicken. The prices were indeed reasonable, bordering on exceptionally cheap. Uncle, we would like 2 roasted chickens. That should suffice, Kakashi ordered. Ninjas are merely human, with slightly larger appetites. Following customary practices, Deep believed that 1 chicken might not truly be enough. They were rather small. 2 each? Are you certain, young man? The pockmarked uncle asked with a disconcerting grin. Absolutely certain, provided that the meat is free of parasites and poison. My demands are not excessive. Considering that my comrades have previously fled from the Allied forces and their insect breeders, Deep stated, delivering a shocking revelation. Kakashi immediately stood up in alarm, readying his lightning blade. Is it truly necessary to encounter such matters over a meal? What bad luck. Chapter 74, The Pockmarked Uncle with Many Identities. Upon seeing Kakashi's lightning blade, the pockmarked uncle chuckled and retreated into the kitchen. Ah, I see we have a ninja from the village hidden in the clouds of the land of lightning. After a moment's pause, the uncle continued. Though I am a member of the insect cult, my interest in insect breeding is merely a hobby. If I desired bloodshed, there would be no one left in this village. Kakashi grew vigilant, not due to the mention of the insect cult, which he knew little about, but because of the insect breeder, a figure who had once opposed the coalition of the 5 great nations and was truly formidable. Do you expect us to believe you? Members of the insect cult are notorious for their bloodthirsty nature. Even if this village still harbors many, it is highly likely they are all part of your cult. Deep fixed his gaze upon the pockmarked uncle, prepared to protect his students at a moment's notice. Though they had yet to reach adulthood, the safety of the students was paramount. Haha, you jest. The villagers here have no connection to me. I conduct my business. And how they live is of no concern to me. The pockmarked uncle shrugged as he presented a platter of chicken. Here, enjoy the first roasted one. In business, one must have integrity. Uncle, 2 bowls of noodles. We are in a hurry. A robust young man entered, brandishing a bloodied knife, resembling a butcher. Oh, How many beasts did you slay today? The pockmarked uncle greeted him cheerfully. Not many, just 20, far fewer than before. It has been rather unlucky lately. The beasts are harder to hunt. The young man exhaled, pouring himself a drink from a barrel. 20 is not enough. It is normal for the beasts to dwindle. If we continue to hunt, how many will remain in the forest? They will all be gone, and we will have nothing left to eat. The pockmarked uncle advised the young man. With fewer beasts, business will naturally decline. This is inevitable. Indeed, I find myself unable to compare with you. You are unburdened and free, while I am encumbered with family obligations and devoid of a steady income, forced to seek sustenance in the mountains. The young man sighed, raising a bottle of clear sake to his lips, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Be less pessimistic. In times of war, merely surviving is a commendable feat. The uncle with the pockmarked face tossed a handful of loose coins onto the table. This is the price for over 20 beasts this time. He remarked, indeed. I ought not to be so disheartened. After finishing his drink, the young man clenched his wallet tightly in his palm. I must take my leave, uncle. Go on. I shan't accompany you, the pockmarked uncle replied, not lifting his gaze. What are you staring at? This village is as it is. Several neighboring villages mirror this plight. Earning a living is arduous. Where can those of us burdened by family go? Unlike you wanderers, who flit about without a care, spending hundreds of ryo as if it were nothing. From the attire of the visitors, the uncle had already discerned their identities. Kakashi's Chidori further confirmed their status as ninjas. Do you think our lives are easy? Is it a simple task to tread the edge of the blade, living amidst bloodshed? Deep understood that while commerce outside was fraught with challenges, it did not imply that ninja commissions were any less demanding. Constantly dancing on the razor's edge. One might not survive the day if fortune were to turn. Many lower and middle-ranked ninjas from Konoha had met their demise this way. Indeed, let us drink, enough talk. For excessive conversation only brings tears. The pockmarked uncle placed 2 platters of chicken upon their table. Here, they are untainted, free from parasites. Integrity is paramount in business. As the roasted chickens arrived, Deep took a kunai and made an incision in the belly of one, eviscerating it to ascertain the truth. The pockmarked uncle paid them no mind, engrossed in his tasks. Had he brought a member of the Hyuga clan, this would have been far less laborious. With there be a Kugan, nothing could evade their scrutiny. Almost every piece of meat was inspected in this manner. The subsequent roasted chickens were treated similarly. It was indeed a laborious task, leaving Deep drenched in sweat. If you doubt me, you must be weary by now, the pockmarked uncle retorted, not uttering a second word. They could do as they pleased. He had nothing to hide. Upon inspecting all the roasted chickens, Deep found himself puzzled. The members of the Akatsuki and the insect users could not possibly refrain from tampering with their guests' food. After all, individuals devoted to such crafts were rarely reputable. Could it be that they were genuinely sincere in their business endeavors? Stop your gaze. I have no desire for trouble on my premises. If I wished you harm, I would have acted long ago, although it is highly likely I would fail. The pockmarked uncle, sensing their disbelief, added, the food is safe. Eat up. Deep widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished that the system had intervened for this matter. How peculiar. They dined, and once finished, they prepared to leave. Deep produced 80 ryo and placed it on the table. This was merely a fleeting resting spot. Just because the food was safe does not imply the water is as well. It is wiser to consume the water they carried. After the meal, they took the remaining food with them, ensuring they had provisions for the next meal. Deep and Kakashi could not guarantee they would encounter beasts or shops along their journey. Once satisfied, they departed. The pockmarked uncle nodded, resuming his work. Everyone, let us be on our way. After walking several miles, they came across a river. Here, it seemed relatively secure. They washed and quenched their thirst. At the peaceful shop, aside from the roasted chicken they had consumed, they had not drunk a drop of water. After traveling a few more miles, Deep felt as though his throat were on fire. The water they had brought was long gone. You all go ahead. Do not stray too far. Take a moment to rest. Kakashi understood that beneath the facade of tranquility, danger lurked. The owner of the peaceful shop was the pockmarked uncle, who simultaneously operated as a member of the Akatsuki and an insect user. No one could predict whether he would choose to inform his comrades. Though surrounded by thousands, lacking ninjas would be manageable. However, with ninjas, they would be done for. While they could not search the land of mountains in the short term, the sheer number of Akatsuki members could yield unpredictable consequences. Very well, the 6 responded, not straying far, remaining within sight. They replenished their water supply, filling their containers, and after resting, continued their journey. Kakashi, how much farther do we have to go? Since entering the land of mountains, we have traveled for quite some time. Surely we have not veered off course. Indeed, The distance from Konoha to the Land of Fire is not this extensive. Deep expressed his serious doubts about their path. We are following the map provided by the feudal lord of the Land of Rivers. It should be accurate unless the feudal lord is deliberately leading us into a trap, which seems unlikely. Kakashi replied, leaping between branches, the only sight being a sea of green. Given the military might of the Land of Rivers, Kakashi deemed it improbable that they would encounter such treachery. Firstly, this mission had been entrusted to them by the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Secondly, the Land of Rivers would not resort to such underhanded tactics unless they wished to engage in conflict with the Land of Fire. Chapter 75. The beautiful manner the map provided by the feudal lord of the Land of Rivers. Deep was taken aback. How could the feudal lord possess such a detailed map of the Land of Mountains? Even if it were not a secret, it should not be so precise. Does the feudal lord harbor some hidden agenda? Yes, this map was given to me by my teacher. Take a look. Kakashi retrieved the map and tossed it to Deep. As he took hold of it and opened it, he was left dumbfounded. The destination resembled a volcanic crater. All locations in the Land of Mountains have been recorded. Allowing for the exploration of various regions, the system chimed in. Deep hastily opened the map. Unsurprisingly, the marked point was indeed a volcanic crater, prone to frequent eruptions. Yet, encircling it was a particularly deep ocean, preventing the surrounding forest from being engulfed by lava. Why would the feudal lord of the Land of Rivers designate such a location as the destination? Could there be something extraordinary about this place? Yet it did not align with the feudal lord's claims that the Land of Mountains obstructed their development. Kakashi, are you certain there is no issue with the red dot on this map? Deep pointed at the marked location, encircling it. This spot is the volcanic crater. It could erupt at any moment, and you expect us to reach our destination here? Is it not a death sentence? The temperature near the volcanic crater is exceedingly high, far surpassing what the human body can endure. Approaching it poses a significant challenge, let alone completing the mission. A volcanic crater? No, our objective is a manor. Reliable intelligence indicates that the manor serves as a gathering place for members of a rebellious organization. Our task is to eliminate it and return with a set of keys for the feudal lord of the Land of Rivers. Kakashi then produced another piece of intelligence. The written document contained only a few prominent characters, with the most conspicuous being the character for Akatsuki. After reading it, Deep fell silent, noting the peculiar expression on Kakashi's face. It was evident that Kakashi had not comprehended the specifics of this mission. He only knew that the red dot on the map marked their destination, while the Akatsuki organization held no significance in his mind. The Akatsuki's notoriety was not particularly high, and most people remained unaware of the nature of this organization. In comparison, the Akatsuki's prominence was far greater, comprised of individuals of significant power, few in number. Their combat prowess was indeed formidable. Kakashi, it seems you have overlooked the Akatsuki organization. The implication is to eradicate the Akatsuki members within the manor. Oh, I merely glanced at the map and did not review the intelligence. Kakashi explained, realizing that fixating on this matter was not prudent. Let us head in that direction. The direction Deep indicated was indeed the gathering place of Akatsuki members, situated near the volcanic crater. It was uncertain how the Akatsuki managed to address the issue of heat dissipation. Beneath the volcano, the estate is surrounded by an array of flowers in various styles. The fragrance of blossoms permeates the air, invigorating the senses. Is this truly their gathering place? How splendid it appears. Deep suddenly feels that some of the antagonists lead lives more carefree than his own. The sweet melodies of chirping birds and the scent of flowers create a joyful ambience. He resolves that upon returning from this mission, he will diligently transform his own modest plot of land and, in passing, attend to the business of the flower shop nestled in the mountains. The tree in his courtyard pales in comparison to the magnificence here, living even more lavishly than his teacher. Kakashi's expression twitched slightly. With flowers, greenery, and servants around, nothing could be more indulgent than the lives these individuals lead. The so-called Shao truly possesses wealth. Observing butterflies flitting among the flowers, Deep chuckled. Bo-e, go call for them. With the intent to annihilate. There is no need for pleasantries. Call them out, eliminate them all. Understood. Bo-e, with a light step, approached the estate's entrance. Her voice crisp and sweet as she called out to the two guards stationed there. Summon your leader, we have matters to discuss. The guards, upon seeing Bo-e, were momentarily entranced. While the estate housed numerous women, they were all meant for tribute to the leaders and higher-ups of the organization. This girl before them was different. She had come to them willingly. How could they refuse? Little lady, why not discuss your matters with us instead of troubling the leader? One guard smirked, extending a hand with inappropriate intent. Deep and Kakashi, witnessing this unfold from the flower thicket, were astonished. Is this how members of the Shao organization conduct themselves? While one can comprehend the need for carnal desires, to act so brazenly towards an unknown girl is audacious. Deep harbored no fear that Bo-E might fall victim to them. As long as no ninjas appeared, Bo-E was invincible. That is your student. Aren't you worried about her safety? Kakashi frowned, thinking them a pack of lecherous fools, courting disaster. I can say that if Bo-E does not incapacitate them, it would be a stroke of luck for them. My teaching quality is far from subpar. Even as a medical ninja, her combat prowess must be formidable. Deep knew all too well the combat capabilities of Bo-E, Song, and Dao Air. Even against a Chunin, they could simply flee. If they couldn't win, could they not escape? Sure enough, in the next moment, Bo-E dislocated the arms of the two guards. The guards' cries of pain were piercing. The few servants cleaning inside were the first to emerge. Seeing their drooping arms, they demanded, "What happened to you?" The two men gritted their teeth, glaring at Bo-E as they shouted, "That wretched woman. We barely understood what was happening before she dislocated our arms. Intruders! Intruders!" Upon hearing this, the servants flailed about in panic and rushed into the estate, shouting, "What? Intruders? Where? Where?" The estate's leader emerged, draped in a cloak, bellowing. It had been years since anyone had disturbed this place. How could intruders suddenly appear? It was her. She dislocated the hands of my brothers at the entrance. A servant pointed at the young Bo-E, shouting, "She's just a child. What kind of chaos is this?" The leader raised his hand, delivering a slap that instantly silenced the shouting servants. As a village child, Bo-E had no money to buy a ninja vest. Thus, she wore the most common clothing. This is why the Shao organization's sub-leader, me, mistook Bo-E for an ordinary child who had wandered in, thinking she could simply be sent away. "You lot, send her away," me commanded, pointing at the gardeners. Yes, the servants could hardly argue, lest they wish for their own demise. Approaching Bo-E, they seemed at a loss for words, clearly not on the same page. "Kakashi, it's time to act. It won't be long before the sub-leader of the Shao organization explodes with rage." Chapter 76, A Surprise? From their dialogue, emotions, and actions, Deep discerned that they were nearing their limits. At this moment, Bo-E had no choice but to play the role of a petulant girl. She had long been prepared. The occupants of the estate had yet to emerge. Once they all appeared, it would be their time to reap the rewards. Currently, there were only a few ninjas present. Mere handfuls. Once they all emerged, it would be Kakashi's turn to act. Following Bo-Yi's commotion, 7 or 8 members of the Shao organization emerged from within the estate. Dao Air, Song, brace yourselves to support Bo-E. The real spectacle is about to unfold. Deep patted Dao Air and Song on their shoulders. Bo-E had set the stage. It was now their moment to shine. As long as they could draw out the remaining members, the mission would be accomplished. Dao Air, Song, it's your time to shine. Draw out all their personnel, and you may then withdraw. Deep grinned ominously, patting the shoulders of the two before following suit. Being a few years older than them, Deep was regarded as their older brother. Me, the leader of the Shao organization, pointed at Deep and shouted, "That kid over there. Control your sister. She runs onto my territory without reason. Do you believe I won't have you both lose an arm? Oh dear, how unfortunate. I cannot control her." "We are not siblings," Deep replied with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. "You two are of similar age. If you're not siblings, then what are you?" Me furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Judging by Deep's words, they truly were not siblings. Yet, in terms of age, they seemed nearly indistinguishable. "I say he is a great fool. No one will oppose that." Deep pointed at me's forehead, declaring. The crowd was taken aback. If me was a great fool, it implied they were even less than fools. Me was their leader, the chief here. This child calling me a fool meant he was insulting them all. "Child, you may speak rudely, but you cannot insult us all in one breath. Right, brothers?" "Indeed, you uncivilized child." A chorus of agreement rang out. Oh, bring all your members out. I won't waste time on pleasantries." Deep observed that Kakashi and the others had arrived. He decided to reveal his intentions. Drawing forth his chakra short sword, advancing towards the Shao organization. "It appears you come well prepared. Brothers, draw your weapons." At me's command, thousands emerged from all directions, blocking the retreat of Deep and his companions. "Kakashi, there are quite a few enemies. Prepare for a bloody battle." The 8 stood back to back. Deep muttered, "Medical ninjas must learn to flee. You all prepare for combat." Kakashi coldly stated, gripping his kunai tightly. "I will ask you once more, what is your purpose here? Why have you come to this place? We have never met." Me demanded, wielding a 2-meter-long broadsword, pressing for answers. "To kill you," Deep smiled. And the 6 swiftly charged forward, engaging the enemy in battle. "Chidori." The lightning surged from Kakashi's hand, startling the members of the Shao organization facing him. Run! Quickly! It's a ninja! One shouted, and the previously confident enemies began to scatter like headless chickens. Kakashi faced several chunin from another nation. Judging by their ninjutsu, they were well-rounded. Ninjutsu rained down, sending rocks and dust flying over 2 meters high. Wind release, 1,000 faces of wind. As Deep's hands came together, wind chakra surged, and 1,000 wind blades erupted from him, scattering outward. The blades sliced through the air, leaving wounds on numerous enemies. Some unfortunate souls were directly struck in the neck, falling lifelessly to the ground. Those opposing Deep gulped nervously and began to retreat. In one move, so many had perished. Such a formidable ninja was unlike anything they had ever encountered. This is the advantage of area ninjutsu. While its lethality may be moderate, its range is extensive. Deep smiled faintly, secretly reveling in the chaos. Me, the leader of the Shao organization, was equally astonished. From these few moves, it was evident this was a ninja squad, likely dispatched from a certain village to carry out a mission. In this light, it seems that we must summon all the ninjas. Retreat the entire army, ninjas, advance. Roared me, as thousands of soldiers withdrew, leaving behind a dozen ninjas of various attributes. This time, we shall put an end to your wickedness. The words came from a white-haired elder, summoning the king of mudfish. A young ninja clad in a cloak bit his finger, drawing a symbol on his palm before slapping it onto the ground, creating a mark reminiscent of a spider's web. Then, the earth quaked as a colossal mudfish erupted from the soil. Such a summoning technique. I have truly never witnessed such a thing. Amused. Tsunade summons slugs. Jiraiya the perverted sage summons toads, and Orochimaru summons snakes. Yet this, a summoning of this nature, is quite astonishing. My 8 ninja dogs cannot contend with that. Kakashi swiftly dismissed himself from the equation. The students lacked summoning abilities, hence the question of whether to fight or not loomed. I held no expectations for your 8 ninja dogs, those mere hounds. Turning to me, I exclaimed, I never anticipated your division would possess such ninjas. What is your name? Leader? I am me, the leader of this division of the Akatsuki. You should feel honored to perish beneath the king of mudfish. A smile finally graced me's face. These individuals exuded an air of utter contempt, deserving of death. Oh, have you ever heard of Susanoo? The members of Akatsuki present were doomed, and even if I spoke, it mattered not. The students would learn of it eventually, for the prowess of the Uchiha clan was no secret in Konoha. What? Susanoo. Mi's pupils dilated, and he erupted into laughter. To my knowledge, that is a unique ability of the Uchiha clan from the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. You? Mere words. Mi found it hard to believe that just any random person could be an Uchiha. Such luck would be unprecedented. Tell me, in a battle between Susanoo and your king of mudfish, who would emerge victorious? I remained unfazed, while the students were left in shock. Could this summoned beast truly be defeated? I do not know. My king of mudfish has never tasted defeat under my command. And after today, it shall not have the opportunity to learn. The two shall never cross paths again. Mi understood the plight of the Uchiha in Konoha, constantly oppressed, struggling for survival. How could they possibly come across him? Your ignorance of the affairs of the 5 great nations is astonishing. You truly pay no heed to the world. I chuckled, my eyes transforming. From 1 tomo to 2, then to 3. The 3 tomo spun rapidly, forming a triangular pattern, crowned with a prominent. The kaleidoscope activated, and a pale blue, simplified Susanoo materialized around me. Chapter 77, Ignition. A pale blue skeletal giant appeared before the onlookers. Upon witnessing the towering figure, mightier than the king of mudfish, Mi's throat constricted in disbelief. This was indeed real. Standing within the ranks was a true descendant of the Uchiha, and one who had awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Mi understood the implications and was unwilling to accept the reality. If this were true, then all their efforts were in vain. In comparison to the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan from the Hidden Leaf Village, summoning seemed but a trivial act. A mere flick of the wrist capable of obliterating such creatures. The students' emotions were tumultuous, particularly those of my own. They had not anticipated that their teacher was capable of wielding such power, commanding a giant of this magnitude. Kakashi stared in astonishment. Indeed, had I not activated Susanoo, they would have suffered grievous injuries. They could not hope to contend with the king of mudfish alone. The members of Akatsuki felt an even deeper sense of dread. What chance did they have against such a giant? You truly are the leader, Mi exclaimed, his eyes wide and bloodshot, trembling as he pointed at the pale blue giant, unable to believe it. How can we possibly fight? I apologize, it seems I have disappointed you. Surprised, are you? You should be elated. However, My expression betrays no joy. This task was not as cumbersome as it seemed. It was unnecessary to resort to such measures. With a swift motion, the pale blue Susanoo brought its blade down, cleaving the king of mudfish into a puddle of flesh. Blood sprayed into the air, only to rain down upon all present. The cloaked ninja's face twisted in agony, his eyes reddened. That was a creature he had toiled tirelessly to summon. And now, it lay dead. As I dispelled Susanoo, I stood there unmoved, for these were individuals deserving of death. Without their elimination, the mission could not be accomplished. Kakashi, do you believe it better to slaughter them all in search of the key, or to locate the key first, then incinerate the mountain, reducing this place to ashes? In my eyes, these thousands of Akatsuki members were already dead. Whether they heard or not mattered little. Let us find the key first. The mission must be fulfilled. Kakashi raised his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Upon witnessing this, me was paralyzed with fear. One Uchiha had already dispatched a summoning. Another could easily obliterate this mere state. The Sharingan possessed no penetrating vision akin to the Byakugan. Its power lay solely in intimidation. Moving gracefully through the crowd, unimpeded. Any Akatsuki member who beheld Kakashi was struck with terror. Some stood frozen, paralyzed with the fear that Kakashi might eliminate them with a mere flick of his wrist. Deep within the estate, in a sumptuous chamber, atop a rosewood table rested a key crafted of bronze and iron, appearing rather inconsequential. This key was the crux of the current mission. Such a flimsy key. I wonder what the daimyo of the Land of Rivers is thinking. Upon comparing it to the drawing, it was an exact match. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. This key warranted an A-rank mission? Could it truly be as Deep suggested? That the daimyo of the Land of Rivers was of unsound mind. Although the daimyo had claimed that the Land of Mountains hindered the development of the Land of Rivers, it now seemed a feeble excuse. The true motive lay elsewhere. Returning to the group, I dealt with a few defiant Akatsuki members along the way. You got it. Upon seeing Kakashi nod, Deep smiled ominously. You all may leave. I have my own matters to attend to. The mission is complete. What more could you possibly need? Kakashi queried, perplexed. The assignment had concluded, and the students had glimpsed the difficulty of an A-rank mission. How could there be further complications? Your mission has ended. Mine has yet to begin. Observing the red dot on the system's map marking this very estate, even if Deep wished to depart, he could not, until this place was razed to the ground. The task would remain unfulfilled. You have matters? Very well, attend to your business. We'll take our leave. This was the base of the Akatsuki, with numerous members present. Lingering here posed a risk to the students. As their teacher, Kakashi could not afford to gamble with their safety. Although the students had not engaged in battle previously, their bodies bore the marks of countless wounds. Let us go. I shall remain here to handle affairs alone. Your presence only serves as a hindrance. Deep's eerie smile never faltered. Were there an eternal kaleidoscope, this endeavor would be far less tedious. With a fully manifested Susanoo, 2 swift strikes would suffice to obliterate this entire locale. Yet, as it stood, I could only incinerate the mountain. As the students departed, Deep's courage swelled. Swiftly, he leaped into the air above the estate. In mere seconds, he formed hand seals, and with a thunderous declaration, fire style, great fire annihilation. Flames erupted, consuming the estate as the epicenter. From a distance, witnessing the inferno, Deep formed a different seal, wine style, great wind. The fissures swept through, carrying the flames of the manor to every corner within a radius of half a mile. The kaleidoscope re-emerged, and with a faint whisper, it uttered, Amaterasu. A layer of unquenchable black flames enveloped the fire release, as a fierce wind swept the flames throughout the area. The inferno blazed intensely, with thick black smoke billowing skyward. The life within the manor gradually dwindled. Had they not been members of the Akatsuki, perhaps they would have been spared. Upon reaching the Pure Land, I hope they do not harbor resentment towards me. This conflagration shall not spread to the surrounding forest. Deep possesses sufficient power to contain it. Once all life has extinguished, the flames sustained by the black fire will also be snuffed out. The scenery of the Land of Mountains is indeed beautiful, yet there is nothing to mourn. Reward has been granted. Reward has been granted. At a certain spot by the river, Kakashi and his students had long awaited their arrival. On the journey here, Deep heard the system's notification chime. Subsequently, losing the support of the kaleidoscope, the flames centered around the manor vanished into thin air, leaving behind only ruins. Deep, have you resolved your matters? It appears you set quite the blaze, Kakashi remarked, gazing at the billowing smoke emanating from the manor, understanding full well what Deep had done. Indeed, he had incinerated a beautiful manor. It was not particularly large, merely average. Observing the remnants, Deep chuckled and said, moreover, that was merely fate fate that belonged to them and me. One could only choose one. Not eliminating them would mean the task remained unfulfilled, and the ensuing repercussions were rather severe for Deep. Reluctantly, he had to send them to the Pure Land. Well then, night has fallen. Let us rest here for the night. Conveniently, we can enjoy a warm meal. Chapter 78. Deep Solitude, Treasures of the Land of Rivers. Kakashi pointed at the fish swimming in the river, squinting with a smile. There are fish in there. How delightful. Finally, we needn't feast on those abominable dishes anymore. The fare of recent days had nearly driven Deep to the brink of despair. It was a classic case of eating worse than a dog. As night deepened, a fire crackled with several damp wooden sticks skewering fish, emitting a sizzling sound, soon followed by the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish. Damn it, it's been ages since I smelled grilled fish. How nostalgic. Watching the fish cook and inhaling its savory scent, tears trickled down Deep's cheeks as he gazed at the pure white moonlight, feeling a pang of homesickness. Although life here was considerably better than the dismal fare at the Fat Boy's Happy Base on Blue Star, it still could not compare. Yet, this place, like the last, lacked the warmth of home. Every time he returned home, he faced an empty, expansive house, dusty furniture, and a cold, unoccupied bed that had hardly been touched. This was also why Deep felt a strong bond with Kakashi, yet found it difficult to connect with Rin and Obito, who were on the verge of forming a true family. Without significant matters at hand, Deep truly did not wish to be a mere light bulb. Meanwhile, all these students possessed complete families. Though they were ordinary villagers, they were still the envy of others. The Uchiha clan, despite its size, felt more like a large assembly than a close-knit family. Within the Uchiha clan, Deep had only a handful of friends. Among them, only Shursui stood alone, living a life similar to Deep's. Itachi was off work, and Sasuke had returned from school. At least they had warm meals awaiting them. Essentially, Deep had hardly ever dined at home. Speaking of the warmth of home, how much had the Uchiha truly provided him? This was the real reason why Deep spent most of his years away, returning only during holidays to stay home for a while. The hardships of outdoor living were often warmer than the cold, large bed at home. At least, he could exchange a few casual words with passers-by. Deep, what are you lamenting? We all had similar childhoods. Life relies on our own efforts. Upon gazing at the grilled fish, its flavor suddenly lost its appeal. Without a true home, one wonders what faith propels Kakashi forward. It likely is the will of fire. After all, the will of fire has transformed the lives of countless Konoha ninjas. Indeed, compared to me, you have it the worst. Enough of that. Let us eat fish. Deep replied with a forced laugh, and all fell silent. The beauty of existence is often built upon the foundation of bloodshed. Such is the reality of the world of ninjas. The lives of ninjas are fragile and easily shattered. A single war can obliterate ninjas cultivated over years by a hidden village. The taste of the grilled fish was not as delightful at this moment. It was imbued with bitterness, the tears of fate. A single blanket, one night. As dawn broke, Deep had already risen to embrace youth, completing his daily physical training. The exertion was not excessive. He had no desire to contemplate the 8 gates, merely maintaining a high combat capacity without succumbing to exhaustion. Upon waking, his mood remained sour. The conversation from the previous night had weighed heavily upon the students. Simultaneously, a psychological shadow of fear towards death began to loom over them. Drawing Kakashi aside, he glanced at the students and whispered, "Kakashi, it's all your fault for asking last night. Look at their current state. They seem utterly dejected." Each of them hung their heads, resembling children awaiting reprimand from a teacher. Seeing their expressions, Kakashi shook his head helplessly. "Blame me, huh? Wasn't this your initiation?" "No fault found, Kakashi." Your words struck Deep. "Now that the mission is over, let us unwind a bit. My treat, all right?" Deep pouted, not particularly pleased. This matter was indeed his oversight. It seemed reasonable to spend his own money to change his mood. As the land of mountains was a nation that had been annihilated, there really wasn't much to discover along the way. Upon returning to Konoha to report on the mission, Kakashi personally handed the tattered key to the daimyo of the Land of Rivers. One could not fathom what allure this rusty key possessed. It could have been entrusted to anyone for retrieval. Elegantly, the daimyo of the Land of Rivers had come to Konoha to claim it, accompanied by numerous guards. Is this daimyo of the Land of Rivers a bit unhinged? A mere broken key is treated with such reverence. One might think it contained a treasure of great wealth. Observing the daimyo's actions, Deep was puzzled. It was just a nearly useless key. What warranted such a fuss? The teacher had already investigated. The key was the sole means to unlock the treasures of the Land of Rivers. Even if it were a useless piece of junk, it remained invaluable to the Land of Rivers. The design of the key was indeed peculiar. Minato explained, and it became clear why such a hefty sum was spent to hire ninjas from the 5 great nations to search for it. What? Is it truly that valuable? This key is the only key model to unlock the treasures of the Land of Rivers? Deep was taken aback. Judging by the importance placed on it by the Akatsuki leader, me, it must hold true value. Kakashi's expression turned serious. Did you encounter any members of the Akatsuki during this mission? Minato's demeanor shifted instantly. Indeed, the member from the manor was named me, and I incinerated it entirely. Deep nodded affirmatively. That fire had been quite significant. Had it not been for the system shielding that area, the flames could have easily consumed the surrounding forest. What? You single-handedly set ablaze the Akatsuki's stronghold in the Land of Rivers? Minato struggled to accept the reality of the situation. He was aware that the Uchiha clan possessed a fire affinity, yet even so, such extensive ninjutsu could not possibly obliterate such a large stronghold. I am well versed in my clan's jutsu. I've learned them long ago. Please refrain from constantly questioning my abilities, Sensei, Deep replied, pouting, clearly displeased. The persistent doubts from his teacher were quite disheartening. It was unnecessary to question so much. Could it be that he possessed too many jutsu? Water release was nearly mastered, and he had already grasped all of wind release and fire release techniques. It indeed felt as though he was no longer just a child. Even a Hokage possesses a remarkably limited repertoire of jutsu. With the vast array of techniques available, mastering even a handful is quite commendable. It is uncommon for anyone to undertake the folly of attempting to master them all, as such an endeavor would render one akin to a novice. A jack of all trades is often a master of none. Apologies, my dear teacher, for my superfluous remarks, stammered Namikaze Minato. Had Shin possessed lesser abilities, perhaps Minato would not have considered him worthy of his specialized assistance. Even as a mere aide, lacking genuine prowess could jeopardize one's survival in the field. If there are no further matters at hand, we shall take our leave, teacher. Chapter 79, Shin struggles. After accepting Minato's apology, Shin felt no desire to linger. Uncertain of what further developments might transpire, should more missions be assigned, he would truly find no time for leisure. Indeed, there is an issue, Shin. Pertaining to the Land of Rivers. Minato presented a note to Shin. The teacher believes it would be best for you to collaborate with Kakashi and the teams 21 and 22. The results would be less favorable with others involved. Upon opening the note, Shin was rendered speechless. Was this truly a mission or merely an invitation to frolic? On the surface, it appeared to be a task, yet the underlying implication suggested, go forth and enjoy yourselves. In that moment, Shin felt utterly bewildered, his mental faculties seemingly inadequate. Teacher, what is the meaning of this peculiar task? His expression shifted as the complexity of the situation became apparent. It was, at face value, a convoluted assignment that hinted at mischief intermingled with recreation. It was evidently not a request from any ordinary source, but rather the whims of the Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Could it be that the Land of Rivers had begun to affect the economic development of Konoha? It seemed plausible. Otherwise, such a ludicrous task would not have arisen. This mission, originating from the higher echelons of the Fire Country, carried a modest bounty of merely 3,000 ryo. Were it not for the elevated source of this task, Minato would not have entertained it. A task so absurd could only serve to tarnish Konoha's reputation. Alas, there was no room for rebuttal. A D-rank mission, devoid of danger, yet imbued with a certain degree of indignity. Teacher, I must express my discontent. I find this trivial mission so insufferable that I almost wish to confront the one who issued it. Shin lamented. He would prefer to undertake 10 missions involving internation conflicts rather than engage in such a demeaning task. It was Minato who assigned the mission. Any grievances ought to be directed at him, as the teacher had no power to alter the task. Minato gently patted Shin's shoulder. Very well, Shin. Once this matter is concluded, I shall grant you an additional month of leave to relax. Konoha has enjoyed a period of peace, with ample personnel in the Umbu. You need not concern yourself with the intricacies of mundane affairs, allowing you ample time to recuperate. After all, Shin now held a significant position within Konoha. Teacher, that seems rather stingy, a mere month? The burdens of Umbu work are quite taxing. I am tempted to resign from the Umbu, Shin muttered, voicing his innermost thoughts. Since becoming an Umbu captain, the absence of leadership among the members had become apparent. Daily, he was inundated with an overwhelming number of tasks, receiving a meager salary for an excessive workload. Being an ordinary ninja seemed far more appealing. One could take on missions at leisure and attend to matters as needed. These years in the Umbu had rendered him utterly fatigued. Thankfully, he was spared from some of the more trivial tasks. Minato was at a loss for words. Fully aware of the situation, when Shin opted to rejoin the Umbu, it was for personal reasons. The nature of Umbu work was inherently demanding, with little time for respite. After navigating through this busy period, once all matters were resolved, the workload would naturally lessen. It was unclear whether Shin's frequent missions were the result of Minato's requests or the specific designations of clients seeking his expertise. The Umbu is not excessively busy. If you find it too burdensome, I can approve your resignation. However, the next cohort of students will certainly require your involvement. There are only so many Jonin in the village. If we lack sufficient Jonin, we must resort to Chunin replacements. Should Chunin also prove insufficient, Konoha's Ninja Academy would cease to function. There are a limited number of students, and certainly not an overwhelming amount. If teachers are already scarce, the academy's existence becomes moot. If Shin were to withdraw from the Umbu, a class would need to be assigned to accommodate the graduating students. To have me as a teacher? You might as well end my existence. With my mediocre teaching abilities, pursuing an individual endeavor would yield far superior results than attempting to manage a class. Shin understood the challenges of instructing a group of students while executing missions. It was likely that before the students could even display their growth, he would resolve matters with a single technique. Possessing too many jutsu and overwhelming strength could also be troublesome. If one is too powerful, devoid of rivals, how could one effectively teach? Should one instruct students to obliterate their surroundings instantaneously? Minato was again left speechless. After extensive collaboration, he remained uncertain of the true extent of Shin's abilities. Should the Nine Tails regain its strength and engage in combat against Shin, whether a victor would emerge was debatable. But the forest spanning from Konoha to the borders of the Fire Country would undoubtedly be obliterated. Shin, could you provide me with a suitable rationale? Minato turned to him, sensing an unusual undercurrent in the air. In the land of fire, Konoha, under the Fourth Hokage, I pose a query when confronted by an adversary. Should one resolve the matter in a single strike, or allow the next generation to hone their skills? I wield my power without restraint. Yet who knows whether my actions may result in the annihilation of the foe? Here, there are no others. I confide solely in you, teacher. The strength of a student, while perhaps not invincible within the ninja realm, if further evolved, no village or faction could challenge Konoha. Presently, I have yet to reach the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, and my sage abilities still require refinement. Once all my powers converge, with ample chakra reserves, I am confident that I could upheave the entire Hokage world alone. Even against an Otsutsuki, I would stand ready for battle. Though his voice was soft, it exuded conviction. This is the current state of affairs. The smaller components are nearly in place. Only the central pillar remains absent. Once the core is assembled, Konoha will be poised to disdain all opposition. Although many villagers perceive Shin merely as a professional errand runner for the Hokage, a select few within the upper echelons recognize his formidable strength, acknowledging him as but a tool for the Hokage. Perhaps only the Fourth Hokage truly comprehends this. Being an errand runner is simply Shin's way of passing time. Even the matters of the Umbu are tasks he willingly undertakes. Though exhausting, they offer a reprieve from all discontent. Or perhaps Shin harbors other aspirations. Yet their collective aim remains singular, to strive towards a more prosperous life. Shin, do you understand why I have refrained from exerting further pressure on the Uchiha clan? Danzo has long been a senior figure within Konoha, having held his position far longer than I have served as Hokage. I have unflinchingly removed him from his high-ranking position. And this decision is not rooted in personal grievances, but rather in the future of Konoha. Minato smiled softly. The removal of Danzo's status and his confinement was not merely for the sake of the Uchiha. It was also due to the potential harm posed to Konoha's combat capabilities by those he sought to eliminate. The annihilation of Konoha's prodigies, as well as the ranks of Jonin and Chunin. Could such a thing be tolerated? Chapter 80, Advancing with a Smile. Although a few lower-ranked students were present, this was hardly a matter to be concealed. The flourishing of Konoha is a goal for us all, though perhaps we have spoken a bit too passionately. During our brief exchange, the excitement became overwhelming. Haha. Shin laughed heartily, yet tears streamed down his face. The fleeting exhilaration was overshadowed by an abyss of sorrow. The sorrowful memories that I was on the verge of forgetting have resurfaced once more. It is not the manner of the Uchiha's parents' demise that troubles me, but rather the bitterness of a life once endured. Since my arrival in this realm, it has not been the harshness of my past that lingers, but the disheartening realization that life here mirrors that of Blue Star, characterized by solitude. Is it truly so difficult to provide a complete home? Must I continue to endure this loneliness? Time has passed, has it not, Shin? Konoha's Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the anguish that resided within. Yet, he felt powerless to alleviate it. The burden borne by the ninjas of Konoha is immense. Shin is not alone, for he has many brothers and sisters. Indeed, what purpose does lamentation serve? It is wiser to contemplate the future. The tragedy has already begun to unfold. Although this is the design of the system, Shin harbors no desire to see history repeat itself. As for the newly emerged Akatsuki, let him take their place, becoming the final tragedy. For he is indeed a sinner beyond redemption. Ah, such is your freedom. I shall take my leave, and you may continue, Minato remarked. With no significant events remaining, he found no reason to linger. It was time to return home and prepare a meal for Kushina. Has your culinary skill improved of late? Shin's sudden inquiry left Minato momentarily perplexed. Culinary skill, is that relevant? If you wish to mooch a meal, simply state your desire. You are always welcome, Minato replied. Exasperation evident. Shin, a frequent guest, often partook of their hospitality. Yay! Shin exclaimed, wearing a victorious expression. Despite his youth, he occasionally exhibited childlike tendencies. Yet, he often had to present himself as a mature ninja in the eyes of the villagers. Ahem. Kakashi cleared his throat, placing a hand on Shin's shoulder and whispering, Shin, your behavior is rather unbecoming, especially for someone in a teaching position. Since taking on the role of a mentor, they could no longer indulge in childish whims. They were now adults, shouldering significant responsibilities that forbade any missteps. Ahem. Shin followed suit, clearing his throat and swiftly altering his demeanor. My apologies. I lost myself in conversation with the teacher. My emotions got the better of me. I am truly sorry. Goodness, is that what you call losing yourself? What on earth occupies your mind? Kakashi retorted, speechless. Shin's words astonished everyone present. Tears were flowing freely, and he referred to it as merely a slight emotional lapse. If that were the case, then nothing could be deemed a mere trifle. Shin chuckled as he patted Kakashi's shoulder, saying, in a bit, I plan to visit the teacher's home. Would you care to join me? It had been quite some time since he had checked on Rin's condition, and he wondered how she was faring now. Is it about that matter? Kakashi's voice dropped to a whisper, cautious of the students overhearing. That issue was far from trivial and allowed for no negligence. It could potentially lead to devastating consequences. Naturally, the decision to attend or not weighed heavily on Shin's mind, and his expression grew serious. Such matters were not to be trifled with. A single misstep could bring disaster upon the entire village. This was precisely why he needed to seek Minato's assistance. Assembling his classmates was imperative, and if possible, they would involve other jonin from the village. The risks were too great. Fighting alongside the tailed beasts required immense synergy, as well as their acceptance. Gaining the approval of a tailed beast was an arduous task, fraught with difficulty. In the past, many ninjas had perished in pursuit of a tailed beast's cooperation. Even in the case of the Cloud Village, Kakashi could scarcely fathom the outcome if they failed to gather enough elite ninjas and a tailed beast went on the rampage. No, for this matter, fewer people is preferable. I do not wish for it to cause discord among us, Shin shrugged, presenting the situation as straightforward. They could subdue the Nine Tails, but he was reluctant to resort to violence against the Three Tails. Should war erupt, the Three Tails could intervene, with consequences beyond their reckoning. Fewer people? Do you think we can handle the Three Tails alone? I heard that many perished in the Cloud Village due to the tailed beasts, Kakashi frowned. Unconvinced that a smaller group was reliable. Let us send them away. It is better they remain unaware of this matter. Shin's peripheral vision caught sight of them. Despite their similar ages, the gulf in combat experience and strength was insurmountable. Sending them into battle would be tantamount to signing their death warrants. Go home and rest. In a few days, I will fund a proper outing for us, Kakashi stated, offering what guidance he could. After dismissing the students, he and Shin nodded in mutual understanding as they made their way to Minato's home. A series of knocks echoed at the door, answered by Kushina, while Minato remained engrossed in his reading. Hello, Sister Kushina, Shin greeted with a warm smile. Shin, Kakashi, you have come. Please, come in and sit, Kushina insisted, ushering them inside. Naruto was also at home. Hello, big brother Shin. Hello, big brother Kakashi. Naruto beamed innocently. Hello, Naruto, Shin replied, turning to Kushina, sister. Where's the teacher? We have come to discuss an important matter. Konoha. Kushina called towards Minato's study. Shin, Kakashi, what brings you here? Minato was taken aback to see his former students. This was an unusual visit at such an hour. Was there an urgent matter? Teacher, do you remember Rin's situation? Shin began, unsure if Minato had forgotten, given that years had passed since their ordeal. I recall. Your purpose today is to seek the Three Tails' approval for Rin, is it not? Minato's confusion deepened. To request a tailed beast's consent for a Jinchuriki was no simple task. Just consider the Cloud Village, where countless lives were lost before they achieved harmony with Killer Bee and the Eight Tails. Indeed, that is our aim. Too much time has elapsed since our last attempt. and I fear complications may arise, Shin lamented, rubbing his forehead in distress. Though the system's seal was formidable, it did not equate to Rin's combat prowess. Only by enabling Rin to become a perfect Jinchuriki could they unlock the true potential of the Three Tails. Chapter 81. The Perfect Jinchuriki? If the Three Tails does not acknowledge Rin, her combat capabilities will be severely diminished, and the village will remain perpetually vulnerable. Delaying further may not only prevent the Three Tails from breaking free of its seal, but could also result in Konoha and the Mist Village losing a significant combat asset. Currently, Konoha and the Mist Village are allies. Gaining a tailed beast's acceptance of a Jinchuriki is not an easy feat. We attempted this long ago. Have you considered the consequences of failure? If all goes well, there are no issues. However, should we fail, Konoha would suffer tremendous losses. This burden is one Minato cannot bear. We have considered it. If we fail, lives may be lost. Yet, success could yield immeasurable rewards. Shin understood the stakes involved. As long as the tailed beast remains tethered to its Jinchuriki, all is well. Although the odds are slim, there remains a possibility. Typically, reaching consensus with a tailed beast does not result in death. The Cloud Village paid dearly for their pursuit of a perfect Jinchuriki, and Konoha cannot afford such losses. I believe our team is sufficient. Myself, Kakashi, Obito, Rin, and you, teacher. That should be enough. The focus this time is on Rin, not on them. As long as Rin remains unharmed, Shin is confident of a successful outcome. We must strive for success in one attempt. If that fails, we shall have to try again. The rampage of a tailed beast is not the primary concern. Shin, I know you are strong, but the destruction wrought by a tailed beast is immense. Even with you four and the teacher, we may not prevail. The impression of Namikaze's Minato still lingers from the news that emerged from the hidden Cloud Village. The emergence of a perfect Jinchuriki has claimed the lives of countless ninjas. Although it can be compensated for, it has shattered innumerable families. Minato is determined to prevent such sorrow from befalling Konoha. For the sake of the tailed beasts, he has drawn widespread animosity. It is simply not worth it. Sensei, trust me, we can surely achieve this, he said, turning his gaze towards the sky, a sudden thought striking him. How can he gain the tailed beast's recognition? There are no real waterfalls, and he is unaware of the methods used by other villages. Must they engage in combat together to forge a bond? Ensuring safety is undoubtedly critical, but the location and method to make Rin a perfect Jinchuriki are of utmost importance. He sighed deeply, pushing the boundaries of his own limits. How challenging it is. Looking at Rin, he felt powerless to assist. Minato expressed a hint of regret. There was no alternative. All right, let us find Obito and Rin. At this hour, if they aren't on a mission, they must be training. If there are no missions, we shall proceed. In a vibrant little grove outside the village stood a tree, marred by shuriken, yet resilient. At that moment, Obito and Rin were seated on a stone, sipping soda and laughing as they observed their comrades training. Their conversation mainly revolved around mundane matters, the current situation, and ongoing missions. Obito seemed eager to discuss other topics, but Rin appeared disinterested. Busy you two? He greeted with a hearty chuckle. What brings you here? And Sensei too? I've never seen such a grand assembly. I thought something serious had occurred. The purpose of this visit is to address your predicament, specifically concerning the Three Tails Isabu. Shin briefly explained the objective of their visit to Rin. She nodded. Sure. What do you need me to do? This time, you are the central figure, Rin. Our task is to safeguard the surroundings. Your mission is to communicate and gain Isabu's recognition. The process will undoubtedly be arduous and will serve as a test for you, Shin stated, feeling a tinge of pressure himself. If I cannot become a perfect Jinchuriki. Are you referring to this? Rin exclaimed, Isabu, I summon you. Immediately, the Three Tails lazily rested upon Rin's shoulder. What do you want? Minato widened his eyes in astonishment. Shin gaped in disbelief. Kakashi was left speechless. Meanwhile, Obito remained unfazed, his demeanor remarkably calm. Rin had managed to reach a consensus with Isabu. Impressive. Rin, how did you accomplish this? Isabu actually complied. Shin was at a loss for words. Before they could fathom the situation, Rin had directly gained Isabu's acknowledgement. Wasn't he that extraordinary? Countless ninjas had perished to achieve such a feat in the hidden Cloud Village. Here, the circumstances seemed quite different. Kid, how do you speak? What we share is a profound connection. Do you not understand? That pathetic seal has long since lost its efficacy over me, Isabu quipped, leaving Shin feeling quite awkward, unable to retort. All right, my fault. Please don't be angry. I admit my mistake, Shin replied helplessly, feeling compelled to concede. He was unfamiliar with Isabu's temperament. Should a conflict arise, it could lead to casualties. The grove would undoubtedly be obliterated first, followed by the lower-ranking ninjas. And you, stop thinking about such things at your age. Have you even reached adulthood? Aisabu reprimanded Obito sharply. Since returning with Rin, Aisabu had observed her life closely. Eventually, he found her existence quite pleasant, leading to the current predicament. Shin had an inkling that Aisabu might have been confined for far too long, causing a strain on his intellect. Aisabu, enough of that. Don't be so insistent. You've been sealed for too long. A few complaints should suffice, he urged, desperate to de-escalate the situation. If he reduced Obito to tears, the fallout would be difficult to manage. Ever since being mentored by Minato, Obito had been a bit of a crybaby. Even though he had grown up and become a teacher, he was still not fully matured. A public display of tears would be utterly humiliating. Kid, a fight? I haven't had a good bout in ages. Don't push me, Aisabu said, rolling up his sleeves while perched on Rin's shoulder, appearing ready to engage Shin in combat. Are you sure? Shin replied nonchalantly, activating his Sharingan. He was unafraid of a fight. It all depended on the opponent. If Aisabu truly intended to engage, he would teach him a lesson. Shin had come prepared for this encounter. Although Rin had become a perfect Jinchuriki, it wouldn't deter him from confronting Aisabu. Upon seeing Shin's Sharingan, Aisabu immediately recoiled, the terror of Jinjutsu ingrained in his psyche. Not again. Especially not that dreaded Sharingan. He lamented. Fine, I want to fight you, you Uchiha brat. How infuriating. Aisabu huffed, turning his gaze away from Shin. Hey Aisabu, if you can't win, just admit it. What do you mean by Uchiha brat? I am quite grown up now. Thank you very much. Shin shouted, exasperated by the three tales. You are indeed an Uchiha brat. Without the Uchiha bloodline, I would engage you in combat. Aisabu retorted, his past experiences fueling his fear of the Uchiha's powers. While the Amaterasu flames may not have the ability to extinguish him, they certainly cause discomfort and pain. Chapter 82, A Bowl of Ramen. Alright, Aisabu, I, Uchiha Shin, am not so obstinate. Let us consider today's events as if they never transpired. After calming down, Shin maintained a stoic expression. Minato, witnessing Shin's impassive demeanor, felt a pang of anxiety. Let us not allow this matter to escalate into a larger issue. Sensei, let us treat you all to ramen. It has been quite some time since our class gathered, he said, affectionately ruffling their hair with a smile. He was also keen to avoid any further conflict. Sensei is treating us? Shin queried, a hint of disbelief in his tone. With Kushina at home, how could Minato dare to take them out to eat, let alone treat them? Did Minato possess a secret stash of money? Sensei, I have a question. Shin whispered conspiratorially. What is it? Minato inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, sensing something amiss. You don't have any money, do you? ISNT, all your money with Sister Kushina? Do you even have enough for ramen? Minato coughed lightly. Let us invite Kushina and Naruto to join us for ramen. It would be dull with just us. Indeed, he had no cash on hand, but he couldn't backtrack now. Having made a promise as a teacher, he felt obliged to fulfill it. Understood, Sensei. I shall fetch Sister Kushina and Brother Naruto at once. Shin said with a mischievous grin as he dashed towards the Namikaze residence. Minato chuckled heartily, his irritation dissipating entirely. He was well aware of his own situation. All the money was managed by Kushina, and he typically carried only a few hundred ryo on him. He was not in want. As long as the request was reasonable, Kushina was more than willing to accommodate. Thus, he had few demands. The ramen shop was small, with limited seating. With so many patrons suddenly arriving, the staff was at a loss. They could only borrow benches from other establishments. Each person received a bowl of ramen, while numerous others waited outside, creating quite a spectacle. Rin, now that you are a perfect Jinchuriki, you can undertake higher-level missions. What are your thoughts? Minato inquired, eager to hear Rin's perspective. After all, this was a significant matter, one that concerned both Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village. I don't have any particular ambitions. As long as the money I earn suffices for living, that's enough for me, Rin replied sweetly, her smile illuminating the atmosphere. Obito, who was squatting beside her and eating ramen, felt his heart melt at the sight. That smile is truly exquisite. Rin, my dear, there's no need for you to overexert yourself. Simply watering the flowers will suffice. Obito quickly interjected. If necessary, we can always take on another mission. The funds will come in. No need for that. I have enough money to spare. Rin's cheeks flushed a bright crimson. From Obito's words, Rin understood his implication. He was essentially declaring, I will support you. As a ninja, Rin felt no need to be financially dependent on Obito. Furthermore, she had earned a considerable amount from past missions, which she had yet to exhaust. Can you both empathize with my plight? Gazing at the bowl of ramen, she felt it had lost its appeal. She was already quite full. Indeed, we can, Obito replied, scratching the back of his head, feeling quite embarrassed. Rin, this cohort of students is nearing graduation. Do you believe they are ready for the Chunin exams? Minato Namikaze inquired with a smile as he observed them slurping their noodles. The Chunin represent the majority of Konoha's strength. The Jonin are scarce, and the Jinin are often lacking. Only the Chunin can provide a semblance of balance. Rin and Obito exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads. If we're speaking of Jinin, that is feasible. But Chunin, let us not get ahead of ourselves. Without mastering a decisive technique, becoming a Chunin would be tantamount to courting death. The difficulty of attaining the rank of Chunin was evident in their expressions, and Minato's hope for these two groups of ninjas began to wane. Kakashi, Shin, surely your classes can produce at least one Chunin? Minato asked, clinging to his last shred of optimism. If neither class could yield even a single Chunin, it would be utterly unacceptable, with 12 Jinin between both classes. Failing to produce a single Chunin would mean a complete loss of progress, necessitating a return to remedial training or relegating them to a life of perpetual Jinin status, limited to D and C rank missions. Few Jinin possess the caliber of someone like Obito. I believe we must try to ascertain their average capabilities, Shin asserted. As for Class 21, that would be a question for Kakashi. He felt relatively satisfied with Class 22's overall strength. After all, they had developed in a well-rounded manner, excelling in offense, defense, and healing. Oh, Shin, how many Chunins do you think your class can produce? Minato inquired with newfound interest. Could there indeed be Jinin capable of advancing to Chunin? Would you believe me if I said all of them, sensei? Shin replied, savoring his noodles. 2 of them happen to possess fire release chakra, and I have taught them fire-style techniques. A girl named Bo has also learned a healing jutsu from me. While it may not be exceedingly effective, it could prevent them from losing their lives in battle. Mastering medical ninjutsu, though not overly potent, is indeed a valuable skill in critical times. Your students have already learned fire release techniques, and one is a medical ninja? Minato could hardly believe his ears. If true, then Shin was indeed an extraordinary talent, possessing a remarkable repertoire of jutsu, including medical ninjutsu. Such a ninja was a rarity in his experience. Yes, I personally taught them. There can be no mistake. Shin exhaled after finishing his ramen. Though only a few days of instruction, those days were pivotal. He wondered how much their combat skills had developed under Kakashi's guidance. Is that so? You teach them and then leave them to their own devices. I single-handedly managed 2 classes of 6 Jinin while also tackling similar missions. It's not easy for me, Kakashi began to complain. Their abilities are undeniable, but what I imparted were merely basic combat skills. Those who were supposed to learn jutsu have already been taught. Whether they choose to learn is no longer within my control. Kakashi frowned. This time, whether they could produce a Chunin remained uncertain, despite Shin's optimism. When the crucial moment arrived, even he might find himself troubled. The harshness of reality was undeniable. While becoming a Jinin was relatively easy, ascending to Chunin was fraught with challenges, and reaching Jonin would eliminate a substantial number of candidates. Understood, Sensei, Minato replied with a smile. He had grasped the situation of the 4 classes. Even if no Chunins were produced, Minato felt he could not voice any complaints. Such was fate. After their meal, Minato conducted a final assembly. Shin, regarding Rin becoming the perfect Jinchuriki, please inform the Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, in the Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 83, A Face as Thick as a Wall. This was a matter between 2 villages, and Minato felt powerless. The tailed beasts were provided by the Hidden Mist Village, and without prior notice, he feared the Mizukage would seek retribution. Newly forged friendships ought not to devolve into enmity. All right, it has been a while since I last visited my old friend, the Mizukage. The thought of Yagura's youthful visage made Shin wish to pinch his cheeks. There was simply no denying it. The current Mizukage was irresistibly charming. Shin, has your bond with the Mizukage grown this profound? Minato was taken aback to discover that a member of the Uchiha clan, his own student, shared such a rapport with the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. I find it quite splendid. The relationship between Konoha and the Mist Village is improving, which should prevent any potential conflicts, Kushina remarked with a clap and a smile. As one of the 5 great villages, maintaining a good relationship with the Hidden Mist was essential, though the era of the Blood Mist had long been abolished. Who could truly know what the Mizukage harbored in his heart? Was it peace, or was he scheming for war? Indeed, Minato affirmed. Understood, dear teacher. Shin sighed. This was no easy task. It was not simple to wish for a carefree existence. Kakashi, if my calculations are correct, there are merely 6 months left until this cohort of students graduates. As Minato's family departed, Shin turned to Kakashi. Several years had passed since he took charge, and even Naruto had reached the age to attend the Jonin Academy. This batch of students was on the verge of graduation. Failing to become Chunins would render their ninja careers effectively futile, barring those like Obito who possessed strength nearing that of a Kage. Only half a year remains, Kakashi responded. Some ninjas can only train one class in their lifetime. Long-lived Chunins, after continuous refinement, eventually ascend to Jonin, allowing them to guide multiple cohorts of students. With increased assignments of A-rank missions, the accumulated combat experience and self-created jutsu would naturally increase. Half a year, how swiftly time flies. Gazing at the azure sky, Shin's expression shifted in mere seconds. These past years had been anything but easy. Very well, I shall take the reins for the final 6 months. The assistant teacher must also fulfill their obligations. For years, Class 22 had been under Kakashi's guidance while Shin focused on missions for profit. Now, it was time to conclude Class 22's journey gracefully. At the very least, he owed them a perfect closure. You will take over? Are you mistaken? Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. After years of leading, the sudden announcement from Shin felt as shocking as an unforeseen tsunami during harvest season. Let me handle the closure. 6 months is not an extensive period. The impression left is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether they can grow stronger. The closure must yield several Chunins. Kakashi remarked, his hand resting on Shin's shoulder, a cold smile on his lips. Shin recalled the effort he had expended to become a Chunin. After the Third Great Ninja War, he had amassed experience through mountains of corpses, ultimately rising to Jonin. Relying solely on training would only lead to enduring hardship, and sometimes even risking one's life. Such were the experiences of Minato's class. You understand me well. Having spoken such bold words, I must take concrete action. If I fail, I shall have no face left. Shin shot him a sidelong glance, resting his chin on his hand, pouting. In the forthcoming half-year, meticulous planning is imperative. The intensity of devilish training can easily lead to dire consequences. The tenure of a Genin student is nearing its conclusion. Perishing in this final sprint would be a grave miscalculation. And you? Do you still possess any shame? Kakashi was rendered speechless. He would believe anyone else who claimed to have shame. But this individual? To suggest such a thing is as absurd as the sun rising in the west. Anyone who has indulged in drink or nibbled on a vegetable would never utter such nonsensical words. Am I truly so shameless? With a huff and an exaggerated glare, his large eyes resembling those of a bull, he retorted, I am not that reckless in my endeavors, nor am I devoid of dignity. I would sooner believe in the explosion of the sun than accept that you still have any shame left. Kakashi gestured towards a cup of juice. Is it considered shameful to have entrusted my class 22 to you for years, only for you to take charge in the final half year? Is that what you call dignity? While the ramen shop may not serve juice, other establishments certainly do. Kakashi, you may have heard the saying, those with thick skin eat their fill, not those devoid of shame. With his thick skin, Shin scarcely dined at home. Even if he could afford the meal, he still relished the aroma of others' food. Regrettably, it was not genuine sustenance. He preferred the company of a bustling crowd. Your skin is thicker than the walls of our village, impervious to any assault. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at him, feeling quite irked. Haha, generally speaking. Those with thick skin are well fed, indeed. Shin remained unfazed by such remarks. Friends surpass all else. As classmates, there is no need to harbor anger over trivial matters. Long before, Rin had taken note of the exchange. Although Kakashi and Shun's voices were low, those present could hear them clearly. Their words, though harsh, lacked any emotional resonance. To utter such statements without engaging in a brawl would be a disservice to their camaraderie. Rin beamed with amusement. As classmates, there was no necessity for conflict over such minor issues. Obito remained silent, fully aware of the nature of these two. If they were to engage in combat, he would gladly consume noodles upside down. The students from the other class were visibly frightened. It seemed that two Jonin were about to clash. They merely hoped not to be obliterated in the process. Look at that, you frightened them. Shin regarded him with an expression of exasperation. Hey, your words are quite misplaced. I frightened them. I reckon in a moment, you'll be the one to upend the table. Kakashi squinted at him while calmly sipping water. Upon hearing someone mention flipping the table, Shintai's unfriendly gaze was immediately directed their way. A glimmer of murderous intent could be discerned in his eyes. Uncle, I was merely joking, don't take it to heart. We still wish to return for ramen, Shun hastily explained, sensing Shintai's discontent. Heaven knows what Shintai's true origins are. Even after the village's demise, he remained, and Shin could hardly believe that Shintai was merely a simple ramen vendor. Moreover, that gaze emanated from the narrow slit of his squinted eyes, the sheer aura intimidating everyone present. Acknowledging his words, Shintai resumed his busy work in the kitchen. Kakashi, from now on, be exceedingly cautious about mentioning table flipping here. You might end up with a broken arm before the table even tips. Observing Shin leaned in to whisper. Kakashi had no retort. This fellow was excessively vigilant. What trouble could possibly arise from simply enjoying a bowl of ramen? Very well. You two continue your conversation. Starting tomorrow, I shall personally take charge of Class 22. I'm leaving now. Shin could no longer engage in conversation. He feared that if the table were indeed flipped, Shintai might take offense. Shintai's identity had always been a mystery. He didn't want to inadvertently stir up a situation that could unveil a shocking identity that would astonish the 5 great villages. Chapter 84. The Road Ahead, Irika. Should that time arrive, Konoha would be in peril, an exceptionally formidable figure of utmost importance. Why must we disperse after such a rare gathering among old classmates? It's disheartening. Kakashi was not pleased. This fellow often vanished after completing a mission, not seen for long stretches. It was only due to Minato's invitation that they managed to convene, and now it was over? I understand that our gatherings are infrequent. I truly have matters to attend to. Next time, I shall treat everyone. Calculating the time, Shin realized that the ninja school was likely letting out soon. It was the perfect moment for him to seek out Irika. Recently, the third Hokage had probably spoken with Irika, and it seemed that all timelines would need to be recalibrated. Furthermore, why did Shin get the impression that Kakashi's temperament had been influenced by him? Whatever happened to the stern Kakashi? He had transformed into someone who rather enjoyed jesting. Was it merely an illusion, or had a change truly occurred? It seemed that every individual had undergone some degree of transformation. Itachi, who should have long been executed, now devoted himself solely to Umbu missions and a romance with Izumi. Having forsaken any notions of betrayal, the Uchiha clan had officially ascended to a position of prominence within the village, free from concerns, and had not overstepped their bounds. Danzo had not met a grand sacrifice due to the sealing of the bridge, although he had merely sealed away his solitude. He remained confined to the holding cell even now. Shui had not perished. In terms of character, he seemed more loyal to the will of fire than ever. Shin was disinterested in such matters. What harm could the will of fire do? After passing through the hands of the Fourth Hokage, its significance had already transformed considerably. Among all, the most altered had to be the family of the Fourth Hokage. Minato and Kushina survived due to a fortunate glitch. The third Hokage would never again have the opportunity to assume the role of Hokage. Danzo, who had served as the half-generation Hokage, would not have that chance either. As for whether the fifth Hokage remains Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama, it is uncertain. As long as Minato does not age, the position of Hokage shall endure. Naruto had discovered a new path to strength, his identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki allowing him to move about unmentioned, yet still acknowledged. The only one whose direction remained unclear was Fugaka's younger son, Sasuke. This lad had grown up under the adoration of his older brother, Itachi. It was truly uncertain what his future path to strength would entail. As he traversed the path, contemplating all the alterations that had transpired, Shin let out a gentle sigh. What truly motivates progress? Must it take a cataclysmic event, such as Nagato controlling pain, Yahiko, to obliterate Konoha, to ignite Sasuke's rage? Nagato, pain, synonymous with Yahiko. Both hail from the land of whirlpools or the land of rain, possessing the bloodline of whirlpools yet growing up as ninjas in the rain village. Bowing his head as he walked, Shin fell deep into contemplation. This matter was undeniably intricate. How could a descendant of the whirlpool bloodline end up in the rain village? Becoming a ninja of the rain village? The intricacies of this situation were truly perplexing. Clearly, time is of the essence. As he continued walking with his head down, he unexpectedly collided with several towering men. Accompanying them was a woman clad in dark attire and Tsunade. Raising his gaze to regard these burly men, Shin promptly chose to walk around them. Hey, are you just going to walk away after bumping into us? No apology? Are your eyes affixed to your forehead? The irate man, clearly in a foul mood, clenched his fists tightly, exuding an aura of great strength. Are you referring to me? Shin, hands shoved into his pockets, sleeves rolled up at the elbows, turned to face the man, observing his brutish visage. If my eyes were indeed affixed to my forehead, I wouldn't have bumped into you, would I? Is it exhausting to speak politely? This man was evidently fond of drink. A full bottle of liquor hanging from his waist. Drinking is acceptable, but causing a ruckus while intoxicated is not. A flicker of unique menace glimmered in Shun's eyes. Isn't that Ino and Tsunade? Shun hesitated briefly. Should he call out incorrectly? He feared being turned into a meat pancake by Tsunade's extraordinary strength. Upon seeing Tsunade on this path, Shin understood the situation. It was likely yet another gambling debt. Jiraiya's little treasury was evidently running low. Ahem. Tsunade cleared her throat. Uchiha Shun, what brings you here? Tsunade had been aware of Shun for quite some time. After all, being one of the talented Jonin, he was worth keeping an eye on. Sister Tsunade, I intend to return to the ninja school, Shun responded. Haven't you already become a Jonin? What need do you have to return to the ninja school? Tsunade frowned slightly, questioning why he would squander his time when he could engage in something meaningful, excluding gambling. Master, we should flee quickly, Jingyin whispered, occasionally raising an eyebrow. In the next moment, they dashed away at breakneck speed. Don't let her escape, pursue her. The leader of the debt collectors turned around, pointing at Shun. Kid, this debt will be remembered on your head, just wait. Boring, Shun replied indifferently, seemingly unfazed. The debt collector's irritation grew as he noted Shun's rudeness. It was this child who had thwarted their efforts to reclaim the money. With a wave of his hand, several burly men advanced menacingly. Sensing the ominous presence and sounds behind him, Shun applied the throttle and swiftly darted far away. The speed left the debt collector dumbfounded. Who could possibly keep up with such rapidity? How annoying. This bunch is clearly just looking for trouble, Shun muttered to himself, gazing ahead at the school. School is still in session. I arrived too early. Upon entering the ninja academy, he observed numerous little ones practicing. Finding a spot to sit, he gazed at the sky in a daze. Unable to remain still, he ran a couple of laps. The sun had yet to set when classes were dismissed. Once all the students had left, Irika emerged slowly, illuminated by the sunlight. What brings you here, idling away your time at school? Irika questioned, spotting Shun not far away. Today, Shun seemed somewhat off-kilter. Can't I come to see you for no reason, Irika? Shun replied, wrapping an arm around Irika's neck with a smile. Impossible. I know your temperament. There's no way you'd come to school without a motive. Having known Shun for quite some time, if Irika were unaware of Shun's disposition, he wouldn't deserve to be called a friend. Irika was clearly busy, likely picking up a high-difficulty mission from the Hokage, with no time to spare. Actually, I just came to check on a friend, Shun said with a subtle smile, deliberately emphasizing the word friend. Although they had been friends for a long time, the system's task still needed to be completed. This was merely an unnecessary addition to his day. You've seen enough, go back. I'm busy, Irika urged impatiently. All right, I'm leaving, Shun waved his hand dismissively. Irika's temperament with others was unclear, but with Shun, he was irritable. Leaving the ninja academy, Shun turned back for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed as he sighed. To have lost one's parents during the Nine Tails incident yet maintain this attitude is quite admirable. Since the loss of his parents, Irika's character had changed significantly. Being able to hold it together as he did was commendable. Chapter 85, Picking a Fight. As Irika watched Shun's retreating figure, a mix of emotions flooded his heart. Shun was one of his few friends. After the conversation with the third Hokage, Irika's demeanor had shifted. However, that night, the moon hung high in the sky. Orochimaru stealthily incapacitated the Konoha guards and invaded. The Konoha guard forces mobilized, organized by Fugaku to halt Orochimaru's advance, while others went to inform Minato. Having long since relinquished the title of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen donned black attire, gazing at the moon. The Uchiha clan stands in my way, heh. Orochimaru's laughter was particularly unsettling. He regarded Fugaku with disdain, while the other Uchiha members acted as if they were blind to his presence. As long as they were concerned with these few combatants, there was no need to pay attention to insignificant characters. Orochimaru, don't get ahead of yourself. Aside from the clan leader, there's also me. Perched on a tree outside the village, Shun quietly observed everything. It's not like death is imminent. Let it be, he mused. Orochimaru fell silent. It was indeed a rather inopportune moment for him to emerge so neatly dressed and cause trouble. Shun, are you opposing me? Do you understand the consequences? Orochimaru's menacing grin remained unchanged. If I can't win, I'll run. I know. It's just a matter of giving you a beating. Even if you were a senior, I want to go easy on you. With just his ocular powers, Itachi could sever one of Orochimaru's arms. Shun could deal with Orochimaru effortlessly. A single strike would suffice. Orochimaru's expression instantly stiffened. His conversational skills were lacking. Shun, I think you can keep your mouth shut. If you can't articulate, don't speak. No one considers you mute. Orochimaru acknowledged he truly couldn't contend with this child. There was no way around it. Ocular techniques were indeed troublesome. How about we sit down, have some tea, and chat for a bit? Shun suggested, though it came with certain risks. Conversing with you is utterly dull. I'm leaving. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, and once it dissipated, Orochimaru had fled. That smoke was quite well done. Impressive, Shun chuckled, admiring Orochimaru's exceptional escape tactics. With everyone gone, is there any point in standing around? Let us retreat. Initially, Shun had anticipated more intense events unfolding. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen would meet an early demise. It seemed he had overthought it. When Sarutobi arrived, the scene was devoid of anyone, only a faint, chilling breeze that sent a shiver down his spine. Minato received the same message and ended up empty-handed. The following morning, the village's high-ranking officials convened, discussing how to proceed. Fugaku and Shin successfully attended the meeting. Surprisingly, Sarutobi also made an appearance. Based on the information provided by the guard forces, last night the rogue ninja Orochimaru infiltrated Konoha, incapacitating the guards at the entrance without causing casualties. What are your thoughts on this matter? Facing the crowd, Minato remained expressionless, his tone amicable. Silence enveloped everyone. Coming and going without a trace. How can one make a judgment based solely on a rumor? Furthermore, Orochimaru is a rogue ninja with numerous abilities. We cannot overreact due to a minor incident. He had previously stated something similar, and now he was repeating it. Why is nobody speaking? Is this issue so complex? Shin slowly rose, addressing the other high-ranking members of Konoha. Orochimaru, whoever wishes to engage him may do so. As for the Uchiha clan, we shall not intervene. We have yet to recover from past oppression. We must first regain our strength. Setting aside the Uchiha and Orochimaru, Fourth Hokage, I would like to inquire, where is Danzo? He had never missed a high-level meeting, yet this time he was absent. Danzo has been confined for attempting to eliminate Konoha's geniuses. Do you have any objections? Minato replied candidly, leaving no room for concealment. Eliminating Konoha's geniuses? Who exactly is the Fourth Hokage referring to? Presuming the Uchiha were excluded, everyone was aware that all clans boasted numerous prodigies, with the Uchiha clan having the most. Minato's directness left little room for debate. It was evident he was excluding the Uchiha. Why has the Fourth Hokage ceased speaking? Is it truly the young Uchiha? This individual was clearly aligned with Danzo, both seeking to eliminate the Uchiha, a potential future threat. Indeed, they are. Uchiha Shun. That is him. Minato pointed at Shun, Uchiha Shursui, known as Shursui of the Body Flicker, and Uchiha Itachi, the eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku. 3 individuals, all of whom are indeed crucial combat forces for Konoha. Moreover, Shursui embodies the will of fire. If Danzo were to succeed, who would bear the consequences? It appeared this individual held a significant objection to Minato's decision to confine Danzo. 3 remnants of the Uchiha clan have perished. What is the big deal? Danzo is a high-ranking official of the village. You have no authority to imprison him. I demand his immediate release. A high-ranking official clad in purple stood, pointing an accusing finger at Minato. Sir, although I have only recently become a high-ranking official, less than a few months, does that mean Danzo can't be confined for a few days? Should he be released to continue opposing the Uchiha? Shin interjected, perplexed by this person's fervent defense of Danzo. Which of the high-ranking officials present is unaware that the Uchiha is a ticking time bomb, liable to explode at any moment? If we don't eliminate them, and the village is truly destroyed by the Uchiha, what will you say then? He knew Shun was an Uchiha. So what? This bomb must be defused. The Uchiha is a bomb that could explode at any moment. This notion amuses Uchiha Shin, as it reveals an utter lack of awareness regarding the current state of affairs. It is well known that the Uchiha clan has undergone a significant purging, leaving the upper echelons devoid of any real power, rendering any potential danger negligible. Are you aware, esteemed individual, that the Uchiha have long since executed a cleansing of their higher ranks, with only nominal leaders remaining, incapable of stirring any significant unrest? Should you truly wish to instigate turmoil within the village, I would be compelled to exercise my authority to eliminate any unpredictable elements. Our village cannot afford internal strife. Minato Namikaze, the Fourth Hokage, remains silent, maintaining a stance of neutrality. If we cannot resolve even this matter, it would be an indictment on the supposed talents of the Uchiha. What a farce. Who among us is unaware that the Uchiha have a notorious history of internal conflict? To claim that this issue can be resolved with a mere snap of the fingers is preposterous. It seems that your intentions are to seize control of the village for your own clan. The higher-ups in purple robes stubbornly cling to past grievances against the Uchiha, regarding them as significant issues that cannot simply be dismissed. Sir, though I may not know you, do not underestimate my intelligence. With a forceful strike, Shin slammed his hand down on the table, creating a sizable dent. Chapter 86. The Thoughts of the Higher UPS. The clan leader could easily eradicate those within our ranks if he so desired. If we had aimed to dominate Konoha, we would have acted long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. Are you speaking without thinking? Such madness. Shin's tone turned assertive. What of being a member of the upper ranks? If necessary, we can settle this with a fight. This individual certainly deserves a beating. Fourth Hokage-sama, look at this. How could such an Uchiha be considered among the upper ranks? I implore you to revoke Shin's status. The figure in purple frantically pointed at Shin, seeking an excuse. And you in purple, have you no shame? Is this meeting even about the Uchiha? It concerns the rogue ninja Orochimaru. Shin retorted, finding it absurd that the purple-clad figure would engage him in such a manner. Is this confrontation truly worthwhile? Ah, you're flustered, aren't you? It seems the Uchiha clan has nothing of merit, the purple-clad higher-up bluntly declared, drawing the ire of the remaining senior members. If they cannot unite, how can they manage the village? You know of my good rapport with Danzo. Let's keep the discussion civil. It's for the good of the village, after all. Finally, someone interjected. If this continued, a physical altercation seemed inevitable. Ultimately, the outcome would be a spectacle for the other 4 great villages to witness. However, when you attempted to speak, he was promptly silenced. There is no room for negotiation. Danzo's intent to eliminate the village's prodigies is indisputable. Being confined is merely Danzo's just desserts. It is fortunate that the Fourth Hokage does not wish him dead. Everyone, this meeting, prompted by Orochimaru's invasion and subsequent departure, is not a discussion about the Uchiha. I urge you to temper your remarks. Minato's expression shifted, realizing that this group needed a thorough cleansing. If there are no objections, this meeting is hereby concluded. For prolonging it serves no purpose. The Uchiha are now undeniably part of Konoha. Continuing to oppose the Uchiha appears unwise, especially given the significant changes in their leadership. If we act against them now, how would the other clans perceive us? We might find ourselves uprooted the very next day. The Uchiha have made their intentions clear, and the other clans will not remain passive observers. After all, should the Uchiha fall, they may very well be next in line. I have no objections. Likewise, with the discussion at an end, no one seemed concerned about Orochimaru's actions. They had all come to recognize that this meeting was heavily flavored by Uchiha interests. Continuing further would only lead to conflict. A battle between the higher-ups that the Umbu and Root could not intervene in. With the meeting adjourned, the Uchiha clan was summoned to the Hokage's office. Minato frowned. The atmosphere of this meeting had been unsettling. If they did not cleanse this situation, Konoha could find itself facing dire consequences. In the Hokage's office, Shin addressed Minato, "Teacher, I know what you wish to inquire. The reason Orochimaru came was to stir trouble, but he encountered me instead. Aware of my abilities, he fled. Shin, you are perceptive. There is little I need to ask. The break remains unchanged, so go enjoy yourself. I merely hope that no significant issues arise during this time. Konoha has enjoyed a fragile peace for several years and cannot withstand further turmoil. The prolonged warfare had drained Konoha's combat capabilities and resources. Now, once again, the focus of discontent was directed towards the Uchiha. Minato feared that should the Uchiha be eradicated, attention would inevitably shift towards the other clans. Such a scenario would spell doom for Konoha's strength. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy to instigate a significant overhaul. Konoha must not perish under his watch. Furthermore, recent pressures from the daimyo had imposed economic constraints on Konoha. The overall situation remained precarious. Internal strife would only exacerbate external pressures. You know me. I only accept S and A rank missions. Shin smirked, his eyes revealing everything. Only A and S rank missions, you say? There is room for play. But do not make it too grand. Any entanglements must be resolved independently. With that, Minato waved his hand, closing his eyes to rest. Minato, at the entrance. Kushina suddenly rushed in, breathless, her fiery gaze piercing. Kushina, what brings you here? Is there a problem? Upon seeing her expression, Minato's heart sank. Trouble had surely arisen at home. I came to find you. Kushina chuckled. Shin felt something was amiss. Never mind. I must make myself scarce to give the teacher some space, whatever she intends to do. After exiting the Hokage's office, he inhaled the fresh air. What do you think of them? Fugaku inquired, frowning, his tone icy. Almost lost my temper there. That fellow named you is utterly detestable. I have no opinions. As long as we are strong enough, they cannot stir any significant trouble. The Uchiha do not genuinely wish to control the village. After all, the higher-ups within our clan have already yielded. At worst, we can let them experience the taste of Tsukuyami. Shin understood that such an experience was beyond the capacity of most to endure. The anguish could be read plainly on the faces of the Uchiha's high-ranking members. Otherwise, why would they appear so compliant? Fugaku shivered involuntarily. As clan leader, he felt anything but secure, especially in the presence of this child, whose aura exuded danger. Should Tsukuyami truly manifest, it might lead him to question his very existence. Uncle Fugaku, I will be leaving tomorrow. This trip will be longer than usual. The journey to the Land of Rain would not be simple. This time, Shin aimed to meet with the leader of the Akatsuki. Should fortune favor him, he might encounter pain, Should luck be unkind, he could only meet several members. The encounter would be purely for amusement. To the land of rain? What purpose could you have there? The climate is no match for the land of fire, Fugaka said, bewildered. Who would venture to the land of rain without a reason? It is akin to the land of snow. Only those foolish enough to be caught in a door would go there without purpose. Naturally, I have reasons. I intend to meet a few individuals there. If all goes well, we could mitigate some losses in the future. Shin's expression grew colder, akin to pale parchment. This venture was directed at the Akatsuki. Should he encounter Deidara, he would dispatch him and earn a bounty. If he were to meet Pain, that would be even better. Be careful, Fugaku cautioned. At the Hataki residence, Kakashi, come out. Shin pounded on the door. As the door swung open, Shin continued to knock, only to narrowly evade a fist the size of a sandbag flying towards him. Kakashi squatted just in time to avoid disaster. Did you mean to kill me? Just say so. Kakashi was well aware of the lethal potential behind Shin's punch, capable of claiming his life. In recent times, Kakashi had witnessed Shin diligently training in taijutsu, a routine that had persisted for a considerable duration. The power of that punch was undeniably formidable, as evidenced by the marks it left on the door. Chapter 87, Conversation. Brother, have you lost your mind? I merely came to find you, and somehow it escalated to thoughts of killing you, he exclaimed, staring at him in bewilderment. What did he mean by wanting to kill him? After so many years of camaraderie, could it all be shattered by a few knocks? It was merely a few dents in the door. Such pettiness was unbecoming. Worst case, he could just pay to have the door repaired. If he had merely broken my door, that would have been one thing, but that punch, had I not dodged in time, my head would have been reduced to pulp. While perhaps exaggerated, there was truth to it. If that punch landed, Kakashi would certainly suffer at least a mild injury. No, I didn't use that much force. Deep insisted. Since he had begun training in physical techniques, his strength had steadily increased, and now a single punch could pulverize stone. With prolonged training, controlling his strength had become increasingly challenging. You call that not using much force? Kakashi retorted, rolling his eyes as he pointed at the dented door. With how close you are to Guy, you must know a thing or two about taijutsu ninjas. Deep leaned in, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Kakashi often spent time with Guy, so he should have some understanding of taijutsu practitioners. Fool. Might Guy is a master of the 8 gates. While you barely grasped the basics, the system interjected, leaving Deep momentarily speechless. No issue there. Might Guy trained in the 8 gates, whereas Deep focused solely on raw physicality. This had little to do with taijutsu ninjas. Guy had mastered his 8 gates, while Deep hadn't even opened one. Enough of this chatter. I'll have someone repair the door. You prepare yourself. We're heading to the land of rain. What business do we have in the land of rain? Kakashi's gaze turned suspicious. Something about this kid seemed off today. What else? We're going to stir up some trouble in the land of rain, Deep replied with a grin. Stir up trouble in the land of rain. Kakashi paused, pulling him into a room and shutting the door. Leaning against the wall with his legs crossed and arms folded, he added, I sensed something was off about you today. Why not just play a game instead? Playing cards would be fine, but now is not the time for that, Kakashi. I have no desire to play when there's so much to resolve regarding the Akatsuki. The time for action is now. Issues need to be settled before they escalate. He had already approached Madara, but the results remained uncertain. Despite the apparent peace, Kakashi was still busy. It was perplexing what he was so occupied with. The Third Great Ninja War had long concluded, and the nations had entered a period of peace. Only a handful of S-rank missions contained potentially useful information. Kakashi couldn't comprehend why living a stable life seemed so challenging. Kakashi, heed my advice, brother. Now is not the time to relax. Focus on your training. With the strain of Obito's Sharingan, do you still have enough chakra? If it comes to a fight, your chakra might run dry. Kakashi's Sharingan was a significant drain on chakra, and while his reserves were decent, they had diminished since acquiring the Sharingan. A few jutsu, and his chakra would be nearly depleted. Deep genuinely feared that this fool would face dire consequences due to his dwindling chakra. He was not joking. Do you think I would put myself in danger because of my chakra levels? Kakashi smiled, confident in his reserves. Why don't we test it? Just how many jutsu can you unleash? Deep leaned on the table, brow furrowed. With the Sharingan activated, it was impossible to turn it off. And how much usable chakra remained was uncertain. That would take a significant amount, Kakashi acknowledged, aware of his chakra levels. Aside from the drain from the Sharingan, his remaining reserves were still adequate. Is it normal for a jounin to collapse after casting a few jutsu? Is that how it works? Deep was at a loss. Upon glancing at the paradise of intimacy on the table, Deep had an epiphany. This guy probably needed chakra just to view that. Could his body handle it? He had never seen such a thing, and it was quite taxing. If he indulged in that daily, it was no wonder his chakra was depleted so rapidly. After a cursory glance, he immediately put it down. His body could not withstand such strain. Kakashi, reading that book shouldn't drain your chakra, Deep remarked. I can't say for sure. I only glanced at it and couldn't continue, he replied, unaware of Kakashi's situation. It would be wise to limit exposure to paradise of intimacy. Kakashi countered, brother, you're being a bit dramatic. Shut it. Pack your things. We depart for the land of rain tomorrow at noon. I'll go meet with the teacher to pick up the mission. Deep shot him a glance before leaving, finding the conversation tedious. This time, he did not head to the Hokage's office. Instead, he sought out Minato, who was likely home reading or tending to his son. Teacher, you know why I'm here. Do you have any missions? A or B will suffice. You're just looking to make a quick buck, Minato said, producing a set of missions. Here are the assignments concerning the land of rain. This is all I have. None are high-ranking, and the rewards are modest, but it should cover expenses. All were B and C rank missions, with low rewards, just enough to cover travel costs. That's acceptable. The ranks aren't high, so I'll take a few to fill out the numbers. Deep had not expected many S-rank missions. After all, the land of rain was relatively small. Having a few A-rank missions would be quite fortunate. However, Deep was utterly unprepared for the reality that there were no A-rank missions at all, just a handful of peculiar B-rank ones. Whether it was his taste that had become too refined or the missions were genuinely convoluted, he could not discern. These few missions appeared to be personal tasks. Every mission Deep selected involved transporting documents or moving furniture. It was baffling why such simple tasks would warrant commissions from the 5 great nations. What was the significance? Well, the remaining ones I'll leave at the tavern, Minato said, rising to head outside. Dinner is ready. Would you like to join me, Deep? No thanks, teacher. I'll pass on this meal. Once I return from the land of rain, I'll treat you, Kushina, and Naruto to dinner. Since the Nine-Tails incident, Minato had been particularly attentive toward Deep, making him feel somewhat awkward. He still intended to continue freeloading. Sounds good. Minato had one demeanor toward others and another toward Deep. At the flower shop in the mountains, how have you been lately, Windflower and Snow? Is the work here still suitable for you? Originally, Windflower and Snow was an actress, and Deep understood that she might one day evolve into that career. Before that, he needed to stay attuned to her life. As he had introduced her to the village of Konoha, it was essential to understand whether her life was thriving or faltering. It's all right here, Deep. I prefer being an actress, she replied with a gentle smile, revealing her inherent talent for performance. If you have a dream, pursue it. If you don't take the first step, the path ahead will be arduous. Windflower and Snow's career was not about tending to flowers. Deep merely wished for her to settle the village's debts. Chapter 88, Journey to the Land of Rain. Free of debt, one feels light. Burdened by debt, life becomes exhausting. Long ago, Windflower and Snow had settled her debts and even had some savings. Achieving her dreams was no longer a problem. Windflower and Snow shook her head, smiling. The work here is quite good, and I have Ino for company. Deep understood her sentiments. The income from the flower shop was stable, and venturing out could risk her losing even her own livelihood. Do you wish to go to the Land of Rain? The commission money is decent, over 30,000 Rio. Deep believed one of the commissions was particularly suitable for a girl. In the Land of Rain, there was a modeling commission. The requirements were minimal, a pleasant appearance and no specific demands on physique. It might entail some danger, yet no one seemed inclined to take it. Those missions were left at the tavern, and Minato had only brought them to him because he was aware of Deep's intent to go to the Land of Rain. The remaining tasks would need someone to execute them. The commission ranks weren't high, a genin would suffice. Over 30,000 Rio? What kind of work is that? The high reward piqued Windflower and Snow's interest, especially since she was currently in dire need of money. Otherwise, she wouldn't be working at the flower shop to make ends meet. The role of a model is merely to don the specified attire and stand still, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, this succinctly encapsulates the essence of the profession. Moreover, the commission explicitly states that the model's clothing will remain modest and non-revealing. The task merely requires striking a pose and maintaining one's position. This commission is akin to easy money. One cannot help but wonder about the quality of the garments. The foremost concern of Fenghua Xiaoxue is whether there are any defects in the clothing, as the generous reward suggests otherwise. The issuer of the commission is not naive enough to squander funds without reason. It won't be an issue. This is a commission. Look here, everything is in order. We shall convene at the village entrance tomorrow noon, Shin asserted, handing the commission to Fenghua Xiaoxue. Upon reviewing it, a smile finally graced her lips. This modeling opportunity is indeed promising. All right, tomorrow noon at the village entrance. This is just a local job, she replied, unwilling to forfeit this chance. However, she pondered the situation with Ino. Yamashiro Kai will be busy for the next month, So if Fenghua Xiaoxue is unavailable, please find someone else to fill in, Shin declared, inadvertently causing Yamashiro Kai's head to explode with frustration. Uchiha Shun, you cannot conduct matters so brusquely. Even if you are not busy. One cannot simply take a month off at a whim. Yamashiro Kai protested loudly as he exited, expressing his dissatisfaction. Do as you wish. I am taking a month off. Shin retorted nonchalantly, disregarding any further concerns. What is it to you? I have already hired someone. Your approach complicates matters unnecessarily. Yamashiro Kai was left speechless with indignation. Once Shun had made a decision, it was as good as set in stone. No amount of protest would alter it. This is your predicament, not mine. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. The audacity of poaching was not lost on Shun, after all. It was Yamashiro Kai who had made the initial proposal. Now, having drawn someone in, he sought to extricate them, treating the situation as if it were a mere inn. This is your issue. Your original intent was the same. My actions merely align with your wishes, is that not so? Shin chuckled lightly, fully aware of his own motivations. In a village where everyone knows each other, there is no escaping the connections. Yamashiro Kai fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Shun's words. However, the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. Yamashiro Ino had developed quite an affection for this older sister figure. Should she depart, Ino would likely feel a pang of loneliness for some time. I understand your sentiments. 1 month from now, I am unconcerned with what Fenghua Xiaoxue wishes to pursue. Shin remarked, well aware of the bond between Fenghua Xiaoxue and Ino during their time in the village. With that, he promptly informed the 3 students of Class 22, awaiting the following day in silence. After finishing his training, he enjoyed breakfast and read for several hours. He organized his belongings and stored them in Kemui's space. A far more convenient option than carrying a cumbersome pack. At noon, at the village entrance, Kakashi's Class 21 and Class 22, along with Fenghua Xiaoxue, were all prepared. I thought you would come alone. I didn't expect you to bring them along, Shin remarked, his expression impassive as he glanced at Class 21. Is it truly wise to have them accompany us? He pondered, feeling a slight strain from smiling too often lately. You mentioned it wouldn't be inappropriate to include them in our endeavors in the Land of Rain, did you not? Kakashi whispered conspiratorially. After years of rigorous training, they had nearly mastered combat. Remaining in the village for self-training now seemed a waste of time. It would be far better to take them out for some practical experience. With exams looming in 6 months, all right then, let us depart, Shin acquiesced, nodding without further comment. Kakashi's words had caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. As they prepared to leave, a class led by a Chunin instructor emerged, calling out, "Excuse me, friend, please wait." Upon seeing Ro, Shin felt a flicker of familiarity but could not place where he had encountered him before. With daily missions and countless faces, it was a challenge to remember them all. Who are you? Friend, it's me. I led the class from the Land of Stone that eradicated the insect cultivators. You don't remember? Regardless of whether Shin recalled, Ro had not forgotten. Without Shin's intervention, he would never have completed the commission, and his entire class might have perished in the Land of Stone. Oh, it's you. I recall you used fire release during that mission, right? Shin was in no hurry to journey to the Land of Rain and lacked the desire for idle conversation. He intended to conclude the exchange swiftly. Hello, my name is Ro. I teach Class 29. These are my students. I am incredibly grateful for your assistance during our last mission. Otherwise, my students and I would have met our end in the Land of Stone. Ro bowed deeply, his demeanor sincere. A debt of gratitude must be repaid. Hello, Ro. There is no need for further discussion. Farewell, Shin replied, just as Kankuro, having just exited the village, spotted Shun and approached with enthusiasm. Are you heading to the Land of Rain to stir up trouble? Kai, Red, are you also taking your class on a mission? Shin was genuinely surprised to witness 5 classes gathering at the village gate. What an extraordinary coincidence. You are also going to the Land of Rain? Kankuro seemed bewildered, realizing they were all bound for the same destination to address urgent matters. It appeared that both Shun and Kakashi were en route to the Land of Rain. This marked a historic occasion for Konoha, as never before had 4 classes embarked on a mission to the same nation simultaneously. Indeed, I have some matters to attend to in the Land of Rain. I am merely picking up a commission along the way, Shin stated, concealing the fact that he intended to meet the Akatsuki leader, Nagato. The name of the Akatsuki had already spread across the 5 great nations. This journey would provide a chance for the 2 of them to clarify matters with Yamashiro Kai. Shin crouched down to address Yamashiro and Ime, fully aware of Yamashiro's temperament. He hoped they would venture out and explore, yet feared the potential fallout. Should he return home injured, he would surely face reprimand. Brother, father has agreed to let us go to the Land of Rain, Yamashiro spoke first. Very well, Shin replied, turning to Ro. What is your name again? My memory has been faltering lately, but it matters not. Let us be on our way. In Konoha, 5 classes set forth towards the land of rain, drawing the attention of the other 3 great villages. As for the Mizukage of the land of water, upon receiving this news, he paid it little heed. If Konoha wished to create chaos, so be it. As long as they did not seek trouble, it was of no concern to him. The land of rain is perpetually shrouded in rain. Without a raincoat, one's clothing would soon be rendered useless. 20-leaf ninjas donned in raincoats dispersed into the land of rain. Chapter 89. The Reckless Blackbeard, a pitiful situation. Upon reaching the borders, before they could take a single step, a dozen rain ninjas, clad in conical hats and armed with long spears, aimed their weapons at them. The rain ninja, sporting a black beard, observed them with a grave expression. Who are you? Shedding their raincoats, Shin raised his head to meet the rain ninja's gaze. A hint of melancholy in his eyes. This raincoat was a waste of money. Despite meticulous planning, he had completely overlooked the leader of the rain ninja village. With an insolent remark, all the spears were aimed directly at him. What business do Konoha ninjas have in the land of rain? The black-bearded rain ninja discerned that the focal point among the Konoha ninjas was this young man. Huh. Shin chuckled sinisterly, producing a C-rank commission from the land of rain. Take a good look. This is a commission sent from your land of rain to Konoha. I genuinely do not know whether to commend your land of rain for its might and indifference in handling such matters, or to criticize its incompetence for failing to manage even these trivial affairs. Logically, such mundane matters should not have found their way to Konoha. With the Akatsuki's capabilities, resolving these issues would be a mere trifle. To an outsider, it might seem that the leader of the Rain Ninja village was Hanzo. However, Shin was acutely aware that the true puppet master behind the Rain Ninja village was Pain, Nagato's close ally. The thoughts of the land of Rain's feudal lord remain a mystery to all. One thing is certain, either he has been eliminated, or he is too fearful to act against Pain's machinations. The capabilities of the Akatsuki are well known among the 5 great nations, and it is highly likely that the land of rain harbors a deep-seated fear of them, due to the complexity of the situation. The ninjas in the village lacked the time to address these issues, which led to the issuance of the commission to the 5 great nations. The fact that ninjas had indeed come to resolve the matter was truly astonishing. The black-bearded rain ninja's eyes brimmed with scorn, as if to say, so this is how destitute Konoha has become, resorting to such menial tasks. Do you not realize that with merely your 2 sentences, you could ignite a war between Konoha and the Rain Village? Deep's eyes were almost ablaze with fury. This Rain Ninja was exceedingly detestable. Surprisingly, the black-bearded Rain Ninja nodded. Returning the commission and clearing a path, ninjas coming to the land of rain for commissions have our permission to proceed. Please, go ahead. Deep's gaze shifted, now imbued with a different intensity. If this man were truly an enemy, he would have perished in the rain long ago. Trust me, lay aside your pride. Only then can you ensure your survival, Deep said through clenched teeth, his fists tightly balled, the flames of anger already ignited within him. Though not yet on the verge of eruption, rest assured, I am living quite well, the black-bearded rain ninja smirked slightly. I hope that upon my departure from the land of rain, I shall still see you standing here, unharmed. Deep had already contemplated calling upon Akatsuki to take decisive action against him. He certainly would. The black-bearded rain ninja held a deep-seated contempt for ninjas who accepted such lowly commissions, as they were generally weak, incapable of even handling B-rank tasks. Such ninjas were fated to be eliminated. Having barely traversed 300 meters into the land of rain, Deep encountered another group of rain ninjas. However, this group spoke not a word and simply led the way. Upon reaching their destination, one of the rain ninjas remarked, "Leave anything related to weapons here. You may have one person stay behind to guard them. The rest of you may proceed to explain your purpose to the master." Deep promptly drew a kunai and tossed it to the ground, producing a clattering sound. All items remained within the Kemui dimension, ensuring that he need not fear trouble. The others also produced kunai and shuriken, though not in abundance, merely 2 of each per person. Kakashi, you stay here with them, I will go inside. Deep was unaware of who the master referred to by the rain ninja might be, but he had a strong feeling it was not Hanzo the salamander. This so-called master was merely one of Hanzo's subordinates. Upon entering, an air of mystery enveloped him. Everyone wore gas masks, and the vast room was obscured by opaque cloth, rendering the interior invisible. Konoha ninjas, state your purpose, a steady, rugged voice called from beyond the fabric. I simply wish to inquire why it is so arduous to undertake commissions in the land of rain. I have only just entered, and I am already facing obstacles. It is merely a few C-rank commissions. Is that truly so difficult? Deep complained. producing the aforementioned C-rank commissions and extending them toward the hand that emerged from behind the cloth. By the orders of the village chief, we dare not disobey. The figure on the other side replied tersely. After glancing at the commissions, he made no move to proceed, simply returning them to Deep. Is this a command from Hanzo? Deep pressed his lips together but spoke up nonetheless. I care not whose command it is. I only wish to say that the quality of the ninjas in the Rain Village is quite low. We have merely accepted a few C-rank commissions. Yet upon arriving at the border, we are labeled as lowly ninjas for taking such work. I wish to represent the 5 great shinobi countries and the other ninja villages to ask, does your village lack chunin, jinin, or students? From behind the cloth, Deep could distinctly sense a shift in atmosphere. Their so-called master was growing irate. Ninjas are not ranked by nobility. The level of commissions should correspond with the rank of the ninja. This matter will be addressed with utmost seriousness. I will ensure Konoha receives an explanation. And I thank Konoha for promptly informing me of these issues. He understood that every ninja from his village must come forth to clarify their intentions. Thus, he hoped to avoid a complete breakdown of relations. As the tension dissipated, Deep finally responded. Every village has such individuals who leave much to be desired. However, it is these ninjas who have tarnished the relations between our villages. Deep had made it clear that those with foul mouths were ill-suited for border protection, especially if they were in charge. Very well, go about your business, he said with remarkable composure. Once Deep exited, he hurriedly summoned others to inform Hanzo of the situation. Changing the border guards was a significant matter that required Hanzo's decision. Moreover, Hanzo needed to communicate with Akatsuki, Pain, and Konan. Thus, the likelihood of the black-bearded ninja surviving had significantly diminished. Seeing Deep emerge, Kakashi noted his expression and refrained from inquiring about the events that transpired. All right, our first commission is to assist Lady Fort with moving furniture, with a reward of 6,000 ryo. The location is from the outskirts of the valley to the inner city. Upon seeing the route depicted on the map, Kakashi instantly understood why even moving furniture necessitated hiring ninjas. The time and expense required for a regular cart over that distance were considerable. The only advantage ninjas offered was speed, though money was always a concern. Deep, I feel as though we've been duped by Lady Fort, Kakashi remarked, pointing at the map. Looking rather glum. Given this route, it will take everyone quite a while. Observing the convoluted, ridiculous route, Deep shrugged. Let's first examine the specific route. If it truly is as absurd as it appears, we will demand Lady Fort increase the payment. We have encountered troublesome commissions before. In the end, they always comply and raise the price. Chapter 90. Pain, Konan. Instances like Lady Fort's are not uncommon. Many believe ninjas are swift and that a little extra payment will suffice. They never consider that a ninja's compensation often correlates directly with the nature of the task. Ninjas are not mere machines. Without adequate remuneration, who would toil tirelessly? Deep, you are excessively optimistic. The proposed route already indicates that the reward is fixed. There is no possibility of an increase. The map had become damp from the rain, and Kakashi sighed. He had never encountered such a frustrating commission before. However, Deep seemed unfazed. Troublesome commissions are not new to me. Relax, I believe the commission is still manageable. Dear, you understand our purpose here extends beyond mere commissions, Deep said, pressing his lips together lightly. Initially, we agreed that these matters were merely a facade. There is no need to take them too seriously. Yes, we must hurry. I constantly sense that the land of rain is not as simple as it appears. From the surrounding environment and the tone of the border guards, Kakashi could sense the differences. A peculiar atmosphere pervaded the area. Do not rush, dear, we have ample time. A month is merely the baseline, barring unforeseen circumstances. We will likely reside here for an extended period. Unless the village faces unexpected events, I do not plan to return hastily. Communication with Akatsuki, especially Nagato, would be necessary. Without Naruto's verbal prowess, Deep could not assure a swift resolution. Communicating with Akatsuki could be troublesome. Wait, a month is just the baseline? Are you truly treating the land of rain like Konoha, thinking you can stay as long as you wish? Kakashi stood in shock. This fellow was genuinely plotting something. Staying that long could easily lead to a monumental revelation. Indeed, the land of rain is now my home. I shall dwell here for as long as I desire. Otherwise, why would I have come to undertake commissions? Deep waved the damp commissions, then used fire style to dry them. I thought a visit to the land of rain would not be too costly. Why did you specifically come to take commissions? Is this merely a means to cover your living expenses? Kakashi activated his Byakugan, realizing this fellow had calculated everything meticulously. Truly, one cannot expect to reap rewards without investing. Now I understand. Let us find an inn. The rain in the land of rain shows no sign of abating. Deep took the lead. walking along the sparsely populated streets. The route was lined with establishments catering to weary travelers. However, these establishments typically charged exorbitantly, knowing that while they might spare ninjas, ordinary citizens would bear the brunt. Ninjas were afforded better treatment for the simple reason that they were not worth the trouble. Mistreating them could result in the establishment's downfall. After traversing several streets, Deep halted before a particularly large inn. It towered above the rest. Kakashi, did you bring money on this trip? Deep gazed at the word fortune. This inn is quite extravagant, and the quality of service remains uncertain. At first glance, it appears to be quite upscale. I have brought with me only 40,000 Rio, knowing that I would be staying in the land of rain for a month. However, I did not anticipate your desire to stay for such an extended period. It seems that this sum may not suffice. Kakashi rolled his eyes once more. While my usual expenses are modest, in a place like this, money flows like water. 40,000 Rio will likely be exhausted in no time. The others, clutching their wallets containing their entire fortunes, wore expressions of deep embarrassment. Insufficient funds. Haha. You need not worry about expenses. This time, I shall treat you. Observing the student's awkward expressions, Shin offered a wry smile. He was not a philanthropist, yet neither was he miserly. The earnings from previous high-ranking missions were not earned in vain. After all, the students were the children of villagers, not of noble families. How could they possibly produce such an amount? As a teacher, Shin could not bear to spend their money. Should I let them sleep in the streets under the rain? Shin was not a devil. My dear, the land of rain is not devoid of missions. If funds run low, one can try their luck. I assure you that basic sustenance will not be an issue. However, a luxurious lifestyle is best left unimagined. With that, Shin took his first step, not towards the Grand Inn, but rather to a modest establishment nearby that appeared quite acceptable. You nearly frightened me to death. Kakashi rolled his eyes for the third time. Shin's approach was somewhat unsettling. Facing the opulent inn, who would have guessed that the target was the adjacent small shop? No. I had not intended to stay in such a high-end establishment. A month is a long time, and my wallet cannot bear the strain. Shin continued to jest. After securing a room and freshening up, all missions were entrusted to Kakashi, leaving only a modeling assignment for himself. Completing all the missions would yield enough funds to sustain them for a while. Wind, flowers, snow, and moonlight. We shall remain here for an extended period. If you find it dull, feel free to take a stroll. Kakashi, you can take a class with you for the missions. Leave one class behind to protect her. As this endeavor is already quite challenging, Shin pondered a dilemma. Should they undertake missions first, or seek out Pain directly, or perhaps wait for Pain to come to them? The land of rain may already be under Pain's control, and all their actions could be under his surveillance. Rainwater is indeed a precious resource. All right, wind, flowers, snow, and moonlight did not refute this. Indeed, the weather here can become quite stifling with prolonged exposure. Rainy days are not conducive to long-term habitation. My dear, I shall go procure some food. After the meal, you can take them to assist with Lady Ford's moving assignment. Giving Kakashi a friendly pat on the shoulder, Shin winked. Upon exiting the shop, after a 10-minute walk, Pain, Yahiko, approached. Throughout this journey, Shin had intentionally released a potent chakra to attract Pain. Another significant reason was that they had already learned about the situation on the other side of the border. Can we find a place to sit and chat, Yahiko, Conan? Shin gazed at the orange-haired Pain and the blue-haired Conan with orange eyes. You know us? Somewhere, Nagato was struck with disbelief. Where had this kid sprung from? What was his purpose in the land of rain? He approached without even a self-introduction and recognized them as if they were old acquaintances. Moreover, he seemed to know the true identity of Pain's Deva Path so clearly, it was quite terrifying. Who are you? Conan immediately lost her composure. This kid was no ordinary individual. Angel, Conan, I believe we can find a place to sit down for tea and conversation. The moment Shin uttered these words, Conan's paper constricted around his neck, not enough to be fatal, but certainly firm. Conan, Pain interjected, and Conan retracted her paper. This kid is quite intriguing. He seems to know so many of Conan's identities. Shin, unperturbed, merely felt a bit damp from the rain. What is your name, and how do you know our identities? Pain's fierce gaze bore into Shin, as if seeking to uncover any flaw. Konoha village, Uchiha clan, Shin. I wish to rebuild the land of Whirlpool. I cannot obtain what I desire from the land of fire, hence I have come to seek your assistance. Shin revealed his motives without reservation. Somewhere, Nagato trembled at these words. Could this boy truly be serious? Rebuilding the land of Whirlpool. What a farcical notion. That was a nation. Could it simply be reconstructed on a whim? Chapter 91. Joining Akatsuki? In the rain, they remained silent for a long while, no one daring to speak. This matter hung in the air like a wave that could not rise again, eerily quiet. Controlling Pain's six paths, Nagato struggled to calm his tumultuous emotions. To speak of rebuilding the Land of Whirlpool, one must be extraordinarily naive. The Land of Whirlpool had been destroyed for many years. Even if Akatsuki wished to rebuild, it would not be an easy task. Yahiko, if possible, may I see your true form? Shin's words astonished everyone. Pain extended his arm, and Shin felt a powerful gravitational pull. Universal pull. The ability of the Rinnegan was indeed enviable. Shin's eyes sparkled with envy. Alas, his own Sharingan was far too weak in comparison. The grandeur of techniques like Universal Pull, Almighty Push, and Planetary Devastation was truly exhilarating. At present, the only usable ability of his Mangekyou Sharingan was Susanoo. The flames of Amaterasu had never claimed a life. At most, they left the skin slightly singed. Kimui was a fine space for storing items, but did it have any other utility? Pain was bewildered. How many individuals possessed the Rinnegan? Currently, among all the shinobi, was there anyone who understood the abilities of the Rinnegan? This kid even knew the name of that technique. How curious. Without waiting for Pain and Conan to respond, Shin continued, do the six paths not operate together? Why is there only one Deva path here? Nagato's face paled, his Rinnegan filled with confusion and disbelief. He longed to dissect Shin's mind to uncover what lay within. If he already knew of the six paths of pain, did he not also comprehend their abilities? Such a person could only be either an ally, deserving to live, or an enemy, who must be eliminated. Allowing him to remain would undoubtedly pose a threat. Uchiha Shin from Konoha village. How much do you know about Akatsuki? Pain's voice was cold, like ice piercing the skin. If Shin did not clarify, Pain would not hesitate to end his life. His existence was a variable. I claim to know quite a lot. Do you believe me? Patting Pain, who could not even approach ordinary ninjas, on the shoulder, Shin gazed into Pain's malevolent Rinnegan. I do not wish to become Akatsuki's enemy, but I also hope Akatsuki does not become mine. Is that acceptable? The abilities of Akatsuki could rival those of any village. Their members were all elite or near-elite shinobi. Even Pain's Deva path alone could reduce the entire Konoha to a massive crater. To oppose such an organization would be unwise. Conversely, if Shin desired to cause some trouble for Akatsuki, it would be easy. They could hardly withstand it. Friends, all is well. Enemies, there shall be no end until death. Lead the way. We should find a suitable place to discuss matters thoroughly. Pain's large eyes never left Shin's form. From beginning to end, he could not see through this youth. Conan nodded, transforming into countless sheets of paper before departing to a nearby location, a place where range shinobi typically convened for meetings. With the wings of paper unfurling behind her, she appeared in her angelic form. Pain's Deva path swiftly guided Shin through the rain, forming two fleeting figures. Yahiko, slow down. The rain is seeping into my raincoat. As they sprinted through the downpour, Shin hurriedly called out, if we continue running like this, I will have to take another bath and change clothes when we return. Keep up. Pain, far from cooperating, actually quickened his pace, nearly provoking Shin to curse. Damn, who runs this madly? Your speed surpasses the wind. You are unbothered by the rain, but I am. I have hardly brought a change of clothes. Shin halted, refusing to proceed any further. Nagato, a madman, flinging chakra as if it were free. No wonder he appeared so gaunt. What kind of chakra could withstand such a creation? Supplement chakra with goji berries and yam to be distributed into the backpack. As the system notification echoed, Shun felt an inkling that this system was up to something again. Why should it be goji berries and yam for chakra replenishment? Surely, Shin was not ignorant of their purpose. By distributing these two items, could it be that Nagato truly finds himself in dire straits? Clothing? Upon arrival, a few sets will be provided to you. Hurry up. Pain glanced at Shun's attire. What else could he wear but a raincoat? There's no consideration at all. Not a shred of courtesy. Shun gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, following along. The setting was a spacious office, seemingly the workplace of Yahiko and Conan. There were scarcely any individuals present. Even if there were, they remained outside the premises. Far removed from here. Your clothes are drenched. It's time to change. Pain handed him a set of attire, which belonged to other rain ninjas, as they had already sent someone to procure new garments. Feel free to sit and engage in some conversation. If you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. As long as it's not a secret, I shall not withhold any information. After sipping a cup of warm tea, Shin smiled. I wish to know how much you are aware regarding the secrets of Akatsuki, and what your intentions are, as this greatly influences our potential for friendship. Pain sat upright, ever vigilant. His instincts hinted that this youth was far from ordinary. He might very well be another hopeful for peace. Each of the six paths of pain possesses distinct abilities. It could be said that they are omnipotent, their visions interconnected. The one who operates the six paths of pain is named Nagato, though his clan remains unclear. Essentially, the six paths are merely corpses. Nagato has distributed their powers among the six bodies. As for the members of Akatsuki, I am not entirely certain. I only know of an immortal, an aged yet strikingly handsome young man. These members undoubtedly exist within Akatsuki. Sasori has a tragic backstory. Haiden, who cannot die, is buried alive. Kakuzu, obsessed with money. And there is already a shark that has joined Akatsuki. As for the other members, I cannot yet guarantee their affiliation with Akatsuki. These individuals are certain. As Shun's words reached Pain and Conan, their expressions grew increasingly grim. Were it not for the fact that Pain was merely a corpse, his visage would surely turn as pale as paper. Knowing their members is inconsequential. What truly matters is knowing their names and abilities. That is the most terrifying aspect. To know oneself and one's enemy is to ensure victory in every battle. Failing to recruit Shun into the organization would undoubtedly lead to monumental troubles in the future. Conan, what is your perspective? Pain, adorned with the Ring of Zero, exhibited a hint of anger. I have no opinion. Knowing too much about an organization that is not a friend can only lead to its eradication. Conan had never considered the existence of such a person. How could one engage in battle against an organization with such intimate knowledge? How about you provide me with a ring, and I'll join Akatsuki instead? Shun smiled subtly, asserting that Akatsuki's original intent was the path to peace, albeit their current actions had deviated slightly. Joining Akatsuki would mean reverting to that original purpose. Although Yahiko has perished, should the day arrive when he is reincarnated via the impure world reincarnation, it would be a straightforward process. The trio of old remains the same. Join us? Pain gazed at Shun in bewilderment, while Nagato felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. Is it truly wise for this fellow to join Akatsuki? Chapter 92. Shock, disappointment. Further shock, and a desire to strike. It was one thing to know who the members of Akatsuki were. It was another to possess a clear understanding of their abilities. In truth, it might be better to allow Shun to join Akatsuki, becoming a part of it, and later engage in significant endeavors. After a discussion with Pain, Conan, and the members, they opened their eyes and nodded. Mr. Uchiha Shun, we welcome you to join us. In due time, we will arrange for someone to be your partner. Well, Sister Conan, given that you are older than I, is it fitting for you to address me as Mr.? Shun replied with a mischievous smile. I do not require a partner. If I must have one, I will find one myself. I desire a ring inscribed with the character for peace, in blue. Mr. Uchiha Shun, you should be aware that each member of the organization requires specific needs. We shan't elaborate. As for your attire, we will send it to the Hidden Leaf Village another day. Pain's revelation was startling. If it were to be sent to the Hidden Leaf, by morning Shun would undoubtedly be listed as a rogue ninja by afternoon. Let the clothing remain with Akatsuki. I have another request. When the day comes that I master the impure world reincarnation, I hope to witness true peace. As Shun's hand rested on Pain's shoulder, he leaned in to whisper to Nagato. Reviving Yahiko is not entirely impossible. There is much in this world you have yet to comprehend. Subsequently, a kaleidoscope emerged, retrieving the goji berries and yam, placing them on the table. Upon witnessing Shun's actions, Conan and Nagato were collectively taken aback. Controlling the six paths is no simple task. These items can be steeped for tea, which greatly aids in chakra recovery and bodily restoration. Nagato's expression turned grim, though this was for his own good. Nevertheless, he sensed an inexplicable tone of mockery. Mr. Shun, what do you mean by this? Ninjas do not require such things. Ultimately, Nagato found the courage to voice his thoughts. Do you not need them? Is it not necessary for you, emaciated as you are? Once you are well, let Sister Conan prepare some nutritious meals. I certainly do not wish for Nagato to pass away before Yahiko is reincarnated. Currently, Akatsuki is under Nagato's control, yet Shun could still meddle from within. Once he breaks free from Nagato's grasp, and that plant takes command, the organization would truly become Kagaya's tool. Any further ambitions would become exceedingly difficult. By the way, if Nagato wishes to control the six paths without these items, I can also assist with that. Having a large stick inserted into one's body is quite painful. Shun approached and touched the black pillar, transmitting chakra to Pain's ear. From it, he could sense Nagato's current torment. These sensations were not something Shun wished to experience. Rather, they were the system at work. It was precisely due to this that Shun dared to speak boldly, for the system indeed possesses the capability to accomplish such feats. Using alternative mediums to transmit chakra and control the six paths of pain, Nagato was left in a stupor. Was there such a benefit? In the past, utilizing such methods to transmit chakra was excruciating. If there were an alternative, that would be far more comfortable. Most significantly, This lad has claimed he can revive Yahiko. He can revive Yahiko, indeed. In Nagato's view, the impure world reincarnation and revival are scarcely different. Both involve bringing the deceased back to life. Furthermore, as long as the caster of the impure world reincarnation does not actively cancel the technique, it will persist indefinitely. During this time, Nagato would have ample opportunity to seek solutions. This condition is exceedingly appealing to Nagato. Konan wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Yahiko can truly be revived? Are you speaking the truth? At this moment, Nagato found himself compelled to set aside all doubts. The original intention behind creating Akatsuki was to pursue peace. Yahiko's death led him to the opposite path, altering the very essence of Akatsuki. Should Yahiko be revived, all suffering could dissipate. And how would it matter to change direction once more? Of course, when I, Uchiha Shun, make a promise, I always keep it. Shun playfully made a cheeky expression. After all, he was still underage. No matter how mature his mind, he still enjoyed progressing with a smile. How long will it take for Yahiko to be revived? I shall traverse the path of peace. Nagato began to understand why Shun insisted on the character for peace. Because the character preceding it is harmony. Harmony. Nagato. I am open to negotiating conditions. As for the revival of Yahiko, I cannot specify how long it will take. For the impure world reincarnation, I require white Zetsu. And I still do not know how to perform that technique. Somewhere, Nagato was growing increasingly furious. Such words were akin to nonsense, mere drivel. Uchiha Shun, do you not realize how much I wish to strike you right now? Pain furrowed his brow in irritation. Indeed, I am aware of what I have stated. Shun immediately ceased his playful demeanor. To speak of serious matters, regarding the impure world reincarnation, I am uncertain how long it will take to master. My earlier mention of needing white Zetsu was purely a jest. As for reviving Yahiko, if the Deva path of pain is lost, Nagato, have you made your decision? Without further ado, Nagato continued, controlling pain's Deva path, and bellowed, what I desire is Yahiko's resurrection, and not this nonsense of pain's Deva path. His voice boomed like thunder, yet it was confined to the four walls of the room. Outside the courtyard, only a faint murmur could be heard, oblivious to the turmoil within. For Nagato, Konan, and the revival of Yahiko held paramount significance. Even if it meant sacrificing the Deva path, so be it. Shin's lips curled into a slow smile, and he finally chuckled. Haha, I truly did not misjudge you. Jiraiya-sensei did not raise 3 complete fools. Splendid. Nagato was taken aback. Jiraiya-sensei? Uchiha Shin was also a disciple of Jiraiya-sensei? Filled with curiosity, Nagato inquired. Not quite. Shin shook his head. Nagato's fury ignited. This brat was toying with them. Jiraiya-sensei is my teacher, and Minato is his pupil, Shin replied. It took Nagato 2 seconds to grasp the implication. So, you could be considered half my junior disciple. If the teacher's teacher is the teacher, then that makes you a half junior. We should dispense with the trivialities. I have been away for quite some time, and it is high time I bring some provisions back. Shin reverted to his jovial demeanor. No need for that. I already anticipated your exit, and the supplies have been prepared. Pain clapped his hands, and several rain ninjas entered, bringing enough dinner for 20 people. Nagato, your intentions elude me. If I were your adversary, would I be offering you dinner? The items are ready, but whether I give them to you depends on your relationship with our organization. It's already packed, here you go. Konan handed a large bag filled with meals for 20. Thank you. For the next month, I shall reside at that establishment. Should the Akatsuki members gather, do not forget to signal or have the rain ninjas call for me. The identity of the Akatsuki is far too unique. The Akatsuki is despised by the 5 great villages. Letting the Akatsuki engage with Shin is only permissible if he wishes to sever ties with Konoha. Certainly. Watching Shin depart, Pain glanced at the goji berries and yam on the table, feeling a pang of unease. Konan, what are your thoughts on Uchiha Shin? After several minutes, Nagato finally asked. Gazing at Shin's retreating figure, Konan's expression fluctuated. This unfamiliar youth had brought them a whirlwind of surprise, shock, and disappointment in merely half a day. Each member of the Akatsuki was acutely aware of their purpose, the initial path, and the motivation propelling them forward. It was hard to fathom these thoughts coming from a mere child nearing 18. Resting her chin on her arms on the table, Konan pondered for a while before speaking. Nagato, do you truly possess the courage to forsake the Deva path and resurrect Yahiko? The 6 paths combat prowess. The Deva path is the mightiest. What are you saying? Yahiko was our dear friend. Witnessing his death at my hands was not easy. Now that we have the chance to bring him back, even at the cost of losing a Deva path, I wish to revive him. Somewhere, Nagato's tears streamed down. Could he finally reunite with his once beloved friend? Our views align. The Deva path can find another body to inhabit, Conan nodded with a radiant smile. Let us proceed. It is time to take action. The Uchiha clan of Konoha has produced a remarkable ninja. He seeks peace. Let him have it. At present, the control of the Akatsuki remained firmly in the hands of Pain's Devapath, Nagato. He could acquiesce to all of Shin's demands, as they were not unreasonable. Carrying the provisions prepared by Conan, Shin traversed the streets. He looked up at the incessant rain, clad in the attire of a rain ninja, the outfit he had donned upon leaving still in hand. Having reached this stage, confronting Kaguya would no longer be a challenge. With the Akatsuki's cooperation, the subsequent battle against Kaguya would become significantly easier. Although the abilities of the Deva Path could not even match the later Naruto, they could serve as top-tier cannon fodder. Engaging in combat and causing disturbances would be quite enjoyable. The revival of Yahiko would undoubtedly transform the combat prowess of the trio. Free from the anguish of suffering, their thoughts would also spare the world from pain. Furthermore, he could easily control the battles of the six paths, potentially doubling their combat strength. If the planetary devastation could be unleashed at will, it would merely diminish the abilities of Pain himself, which would be quite spectacular. At that moment, it would likely be the Otsutsuki who would find themselves in dire straits. As Shin walked through the rain, the more he contemplated, the more he chuckled. Once this plan was set in motion, it would surely make Kaguya experience the suffering of the world. Upon returning to the inn, he gathered everyone in the spacious room and distributed the food. Shin, did you return from your outing so joyfully because you found a girlfriend? From the moment he entered, Kakashi had observed his beaming face, assuming he had stepped in some fragrant dog waste. Your thought process is something else, my friend. Shin shot him a sideways glance before cheerfully revealing, I didn't find a girlfriend. I made a few friends and reconnected with some old acquaintances. After taking a few bites, he continued, although they were merely acquaintances I had met once. Ahem. Kakashi, while eating, activated his Sharingan, choking on a grain of rice that lodged in his windpipe, triggering a violent coughing fit. With so much food, why are you eating in such a rush? Choking like that over a meal is quite impressive. I could never pull that off. Shin thought to himself. Encountering old acquaintances in the land of rain was one thing. But what kind of situation warranted calling someone he had just met an old acquaintance? When did he become so unreliable? Old acquaintances are typically individuals one has known for a long time. The fact that he claimed to have just met someone and referred to them as an old acquaintance was inconsequential. What mattered was the astonishing speed at which he managed to forge friendships. Kakashi found himself perplexed. In the village of Konoha, stepping outside for half a day would not guarantee a single interaction. Yet here in the land of rain, one could make friends just by going out? Were the people of the land of rain so amiable? No worries. You only need to know that during my outing, I accomplished something significant. As for what it was, let us just eat. After the meal, Shin did not rush to take on any missions. Those could wait. He would tackle them when time allowed. Kakashi, have you finished moving furniture for Lady Ford? Why do you keep calling me my friend? I spent all afternoon doing nothing but moving furniture. My back is killing me. Moving furniture was indeed laborious work, and a ninja's physique was generally not suited for such tasks. Carrying furniture with a half-class of genin, Kakashi felt as though his bones were about to crumble. Your physique stands in stark contrast to Guy's, Shin whispered, cautious of being overheard. Kakashi and Might Guy shared a peculiar bond. Once this was over, he would involve them in physical training. Otherwise, their bodies would surely become decrepit. No matter how weak a ninja's physique, they must not be fragile. Apart from taijutsu specialists, most relied solely on ninjutsu. Hiking? I would be delighted, Kakashi replied, noting that the furniture moving assignment was not due to their lack of strength, but rather the long distance involved. Returning to Konoha for physical training would likely be one of Shin's rigorous drills. It is still too early for hiking. 5 months is ample time. Without the aid of chakra for high-intensity exercise, Shin believed they could not embark on a mountain trek without risking severe injury or worse, especially for Kakashi, whose physical fitness had languished for far too long. As for my casual calling of you my friend, it is merely a term of endearment, devoid of any ulterior motive. Standing before everyone, Shin clapped his hands together. All right, it is getting late. You all should retire early. After breakfast tomorrow, we will tackle the remaining missions. He turned to Kazuhana and Yukino. Kazuhana and Yukino, we shall commence your mission at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Do not forget. Kazuhana nodded vigorously. She had taken a month-long leave for this task. Kazuhana, Boji, and Naiko shared a room, while Kakashi and his team occupied another. Shun and Dale, along with Swisong, found themselves in a modest chamber furnished with 3 beds. The inclement weather cast a pall over their spirits, leaving them somewhat disheartened. Stripping off his garments, Shin reclined on his bed and retrieved a book he had procured from the system, an artifact not of this world. in such dreary weather. Indulging in literature was a delightful diversion. This particular tome was a light novel, characterized by its whimsical and comedic themes. As they observed their teacher's demeanor, akin to their own, they allowed themselves to relax their vigilance. With only 6 months remaining until the Chunin exams, the stakes were high. Failure would either necessitate a retake or confine them to a lifetime as Genin. Had they made their preparations? Occasionally flipping through the pages. And with no one else present in the room, Shun posed a question. It was imperative to honor their thoughts. Teacher, is the Chunin exam particularly challenging? Both Dale and Zhuosong sat up, their gazes fixed intently on Shun. The Chunin exam is merely a modest advancement in the life of a ninja. Failing to ascend to Chunin means stagnation in one's journey. Rarely does one possess the strength of a Kage, yet remain a Genin. Is it difficult? Indeed. It can be quite challenging, as each iteration of the Chunin exam gathers Genin from various villages to compete. Those who cannot prevail may find themselves eliminated. Chapter 94. The Return of the Task. The nature of the Chunin exams had always been thus. Failure often led to expulsion. With so many new contenders, the pathway to Chunin seemed daunting. Listening to Shun's account, both boys felt their eyelids twitch and their hearts race uncontrollably. Is it truly that arduous to attain Chunin status? They exclaimed in unison, their brows furrowed in concern. To say it is easy would be disingenuous, yet to claim it is impossible would also be a stretch, particularly for those from families lacking foundational ninjutsu training. Aside from the 2 fire release techniques I have taught you, I doubt you possess any others. Shin was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding the families of the villagers. Often, they could only offer monetary support, and sometimes even that was lacking. How could such families afford the tutelage of a Chunin instructor? They nodded in agreement, offering no dissent. Still engrossed in his light novel, Shun chuckled softly, closed the book, and regarded them. To aspire to become Chunin, to evolve into a more formidable ninja, one must innovate their own techniques. The knowledge imparted by a teacher is inherently limited. If you can master even half of the ninjutsu I possess, that would suffice. He threw open the window, and the sound of heavy rain was unmistakable. Now, let me teach you a new ninjutsu, one of modest rank, the fire release, fire dragon bullet. Pay careful attention to your chakra levels. Each hand sign must be executed deliberately, taking approximately 2 seconds per sign. As he completed the last sign, Shin had no intention of incinerating the building across from him, resulting in the fire dragon bullet being diminished in potency by 90%. A plume of fire erupted from his mouth, igniting in the rain. Fire release typically possesses a viscous quality. You understand the implications for dry timber. Shin gestured for them to take turns. Dale was the first to step forward. His chakra levels commendable, and having cultivated a gentle temperament through years of missions. Upon completing the hand signs, he called out, "Fire release, fire dragon bullet." Chakra was released. Yet no flame materialized. Retreating, Dale yielded the floor to Zhuosong, who mirrored Dale's actions but achieved the same lack of result. Do not rush, take your time. Not everyone is a prodigy. Patting their shoulders, Shin demonstrated once more. This time, the speed of his hand signs rendered them nearly invisible, appearing as mere shadows. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. A vibrant flame erupted from his mouth, sizzling against the rain-soaked ground. Simultaneously, the swarm of insects released by the bug escape artist, which had just encircled the shop, were incinerated by Shin's fire, leaving behind only charred remnants. "Boss, there are fire-type ninjas here, and they are aware of our presence." "That last scene is proof," remarked a grotesque figure with 2 horizontal lines painted across his face, pointing toward the open window. "Indeed, I see it. I cannot fathom who among us leaked this information." The purple-haired leader, with eyes fierce as a tiger, fixated on the window. "Release," another individual commanded, unleashing a torrent of black insects toward the window. Inside the shop, Shin encouraged them once more, "Try again." With repeated practice, success is inevitable. After several attempts, they still achieved nothing. The rain had slowed the insects' flight considerably. Just as they neared the window, Shin unleashed a fiery breath, incinerating the insects into mere shells. Observing this, the purple-haired leader's eyes widened in fury, bloodshot and seething with rage. The previous 2 individuals had merely blustered. This young man had incinerated all their hopes with a single breath of fire. "Boss, shall we continue?" The man with horizontal lines on his face asked weakly. One more time, the purple-haired leader growled, his fists clenched in determination. As the insects approached the window once more, a fierce flame erupted, leaving the insects nothing but husks. The leader's chest heaved with frustration. Once or twice is tolerable, but again? Do we have that much chakra? These insects were painstakingly nurtured with real flesh and blood. Losing them so easily is catastrophic. Retreat. I must inform the leader that the land of rain harbors fire-type ninjas, openly defying us. The purple-haired leader's hair bristled with rage. In the chamber, Shin remained oblivious to how a mere demonstration had incensed the bug handlers. By the way, did you notice those small black dots falling after I released the fire release? Shin scratched the back of his head, sensing an unusual feeling. Why does it feel as though I've unintentionally done something significant? Teacher, indeed you have. Your fire burned whatever that was in the rain. The rain was torrential, obscuring visibility. Aside from the flames, nothing else was discernible. I see very well. Continue your practice. I shall step outside for a moment. Exiting the room, Shin did not venture far, but instead proceeded to Kakashi's chamber. What brings you here in your undergarments? Shouldn't you be resting? Kakashi inquired, bewildered by Shin's appearance. I am going to investigate. Something feels amiss tonight. Do not merely sleep. Keep an eye on these 3 rooms. The tension in Shun's heart resembled a sword hanging precariously, threatening to descend at any moment. Understood, Kakashi replied curtly, returning to his room to rest. However, his vigilance was heightened considerably. Stepping out, Shin exchanged pleasantries with the innkeeper before departing. Clad only in his undergarments, he barely took 2 steps before becoming drenched, underscoring the ferocity of the rain. Finding the corresponding window below, Shin crouched, examining the charred insect shells on the ground. This night promised to be one of sleepless vigilance. He could only speculate how Nagato governed this territory. The insects on the ground led Shun to surmise that they were remnants of the forces annihilated by the allied shinobi. Yet, he had not anticipated that such a faction would exist even in the land of rain. After all, this was Nagato's domain. To act recklessly in Akatsuki's territory required careful consideration of their approval. Task: simple. Eliminate the forces of the land of rain. Reward: medical ninjutsu, rebirth technique. Upon seeing this, Shin exclaimed, "Ah? A medical ninjutsu, splendid indeed." The system did not stipulate that the 30 members of the Akatsuki must be eliminated by my own hand. Rather, it implies that the likes of Nagato could also be included in this endeavor. Chapter 95. A frustrating fragment. A profound contemplation of a method for gain without effort ensued. Now that an accord has been achieved with the Akatsuki, I yearn to witness the extent of their madness and the terror it brings. It is unnecessary to use these 30 members of the Akatsuki as examples. The system indicates that it suffices to eliminate 30 members. Not that only this meager number from the land of rain is required. The quantity of Akatsuki members indicated by the system is overwhelmingly vast. The slaughter could continue indefinitely. The Akatsuki has its hands full. This forthcoming meeting raises curiosity about the nature of the encounter. Standing against the torrential downpour, I wore a faint smile. The rains in the land of rain have been particularly intense of late. Task: eliminate the special members of the Akatsuki. Reward: etherealization, connecting the body to another dimension. Achieving a state of immortality during combat. A chuckle escaped my lips. This task is quite favorable, and the reward is magnificent. If I could achieve etherealization, I would no longer fear death. The Akatsuki members seem hesitant to emerge, such is their way of operating. In the rain, I distinctly sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. The transparent raindrops coalesced into the shapes of humans upon the bodies of the Akatsuki members. The system's notification did not clarify how many were present. I would need to ascertain that myself. Spinning around, I glared, and in an instant, my kaleidoscope I activated, while Amaterasu unleashed its flames, igniting several Akatsuki members. No matter how torrential the rain fell, it seemed as though the water could not extinguish the bizarre black flames. Are they still hiding? Are all Akatsuki members cowards? Observing the figures in the rain, now singed, I placed my right hand upon my chest. In the next moment, with the speed of light, I delivered a swift slap, sending 2 figures flying, blood mingling with the rain. Truly, they possess remarkable patience. I am well aware that you are members of the Akatsuki. Why do you remain so silent? Are you mute? I merely wish to extract some useful intelligence from them. It is not as though I intend to kill them outright. Advancing, I seized their chins and delivered another harsh slap. While a person may become invisible, their lost teeth cannot. I am curious about the conviction that drives the Akatsuki members to maintain their silence even unto death. Or perhaps they are indeed mute. The Akatsuki members effortlessly rose, producing several shurikens from their garments, and, taking advantage of my momentary distraction, hurled them at me. Yet, before they could reach me, they were reduced to ashes by the flames of Amaterasu. While Amaterasu may not kill outright, igniting an object poses no challenge. The shurikens, though somewhat unique, were easily turned to ash. My patience has worn thin. These 2 are oblivious to their imminent demise, willingly sacrificing their lives for the Akatsuki. Drawing forth my chakra short sword, I infused it with chakra, emitting a faint glow. With 2 swift strikes, blood splattered, and life faded, revealing their true forms. Their visages were grotesque, marred beyond recognition, seemingly by their own volition to avoid being recognized. Reward dispensed. The system's notification prompted me to disregard the 2 lifeless bodies. Such tasks should be left to the local soldiers of the Land of Rain. Returning to my quarters, I changed into clean attire and took a moment to rest. The etherealization combat mode activated automatically, proving to be a highly valuable ocular technique. Recalling the reward, I suddenly became alert. I should have gathered enough water release fragments by now. System, synthesize water release. Do you wish to consume the water release fragments to synthesize water release chakra, simultaneously granting you complete knowledge of all water release techniques, excluding forbidden techniques? Elation washed over me. I immediately whispered in my heart, synthesize. Fragments consumed. Now possessing intermediate water release level 010. I nearly spat blood. It took me years to collect the foundational water release fragments, and now, intermediate water release demands 10. Once all water release techniques are elevated to intermediate status, I dread to think how many advanced water release fragments will be required. I wonder if, in my lifetime, I will ever utilize the forbidden water release techniques. My joy faded, completely overshadowed by the frustrations of this wretched system, which has ensnared me thoroughly. This system is indeed quite troublesome. I ask you, do you submit? Sensing my mood, the system resurfaced with its annoying commentary. My face twitched, and a fierce anger surged within me. If only I could dismantle this wretched system to uncover what lies within. It operates entirely outside of conventional logic. I resolved to ignore it and sought rest. In the late hours of the night, a few soldiers from the Land of Rain arrived to remove the 2 deceased Akatsuki members. By 8 o'clock, dawn broke, and the rhythmic sound of rain transformed into a melodic piano piece. Everyone awoke, save for myself and Kakashi. This was largely due to my earlier comment, which had kept Kakashi awake throughout the night. At 8:30, Kakashi rose, exchanged a few words, consumed the breakfast provided by the inn, and led his team to complete the remaining tasks. Kazuhana and Yukino sat alone in their room, gazing at the sky. At 9 o'clock, I slowly got up, dressed, had breakfast, and sought out Kazuhana. How did you rest yesterday? The weather in the Land of Rain is rather peculiar. It was fine. The weather in Snow Country is quite similar, merely with snow transformed into rain. I've grown accustomed to it. Being a native of Snow Country, Kazuhana had long since adapted. As long as you're accustomed, that's all that matters, I chuckled, leading the way. Today, we shall fulfill your modeling assignment. Given yesterday's events, I am confident that the Akatsuki will take action. It is even likely that one of the 6 paths will come to monitor our progress. This modeling assignment is classified as a B-rank task, evidently more complex than it appears on paper. After all, B-rank assignments carry a certain probability of injuring or even killing mid-level ninjas. Typically, B-rank missions are executed by Chunin. It is hard to fathom why a mere modeling task would be classified as B-rank unless it posed some danger. Lower-ranked ninjas usually handle D-rank assignments, while C-rank missions are generally led by Jonin or Chunin. Clad in my raincoat, I traversed several streets until I arrived at the designated area for clothing and modeling. Finding the specified clothing store, the commission mentioned that the proprietor, Ms. Mora, was quite a character. This is the place. Let us proceed. Grasping Kazuhana's hand, I entered the well-decorated shop. Welcome. How may I assist you? Upon noticing us, Miss Mora approached with a smile. You must be Ms. Mora, I stated, presenting the commission slip. This is your posted assignment, correct? Glancing briefly at the contents, her demeanor shifted, and she adopted an interviewer's posture. Which of you is here to apply for the modeling position? Turning to sit on a stool, she regarded us with an expressionless and aloof demeanor. I promptly nudged Kazuhana forward. After scrutinizing her, Ms. Mora nodded. Her features are exquisite. She will do. Pointing to a rack of clothing prepared for models, Ms. Mora coldly stated, change into that outfit, and we shall take a few photographs. This is your remuneration. Chapter 96, The Terrifying Legend of the Uchiha. Ms. Mora produced several stacks of cash, specifically prepared for this assignment. Kazuhana examined the attire, deeming it acceptable, albeit quite modest. Yet, why would such a simple task of changing and posing warrant such generous compensation? Typically, lucrative modeling tasks either entail minimal danger or carry a certain degree of humiliation for the model. Kazuhana, how do you feel? I inquired once she had changed. I feel fine. There is nothing particularly unique about it. Kazuhana had not anticipated it to be so simple, especially considering the substantial payment. Ms. Mora, shall we proceed? We have other matters to attend to. As there was nothing further to discuss, I urged Ms. Mora to move forward. Before this, I hoped to ensure the safety of my establishment. Mora, in a state of confusion, uttered a stream of words. It was merely a straightforward B-rank commission. How could it possibly be dangerous? All right, please expedite the process. At the entrance of the shop, Shun crouched down. The camera flashed several times, while Fenghua Xiaoxue complied with Mora's poses. After a few photographs, the models had just removed their garments and had not yet donned their own clothes when some members of the organization appeared outside, adorned with 3 water symbols on their foreheads and wielding weapons. Members of the organization? In just 2 days, they had encountered them twice. Shun muttered to himself, staring at the group with a hint of bewilderment. Are they so leisurely now that they have no work to do? Do they really need to meddle in such matters? Or has someone caught their attention? It was they who had slain all my models. Otherwise, I wouldn't have traveled all the way from the land of fire, Konoha, to hire models. Mora trembled, as the impact of this situation weighed heavily on her. She had hired so many individuals, taken in an unfathomable amount of commissions, yet the final outcome was death. The business had been operating at a loss for years, teetering on the brink of collapse. Upon seeing Fenghua Xiaoxue, Mora felt that this incident was akin to the previous ones. It was merely a repetition of events. Mora, it seems you have an unresolved grudge with the organization. Shin made no move, remaining still, watching intently. The organization is not one to be trifled with. Being targeted by such a heinous group only indicates that you are in grave trouble. Raise the price, or else I shall not assist you. Shin could not ascertain whether these individuals were part of the 30 that the system required him to deal with. If not, acting recklessly could lead to significant losses. Mora gritted her teeth and produced 20,000 Rio, a substantial portion of her savings. Here are 20,000 Rio. I want them all to vanish. After spending such a considerable sum, Mora still hoped for something in return. Simple death would not compensate for her losses. Only by making these detestable individuals disappear entirely could she teach the so-called members of the organization a lesson, ensuring they no longer set their sights on her shop. 20,000 to deal with these people? Very well. Shin instructed Fenghua Xiaoxue to keep the 20,000 Rio safe, then withdrew a chakra-infused short sword, which emitted a faint glow. Not good. Kill him now. The leader of the organization, upon seeing the dangerously glowing sword, felt a shiver run down his spine. His eyes bloodshot as he pointed at Shun and shouted. More than 10 members of the organization, armed with various weapons, charged forward. It was too late. This was Shun's second time activating the Mangekyou Sharingan in the Land of Rain, with black flames clinging to the short sword. With chakra enhancement, the power of the sword surged to another level. When dealing with such individuals, Shin preferred using weaponry rather than ninjutsu. The sudden emergence of black flames on the sword and the intensity in Shun's eyes caused the members of the organization to gulp nervously. Boss, that guy's eyes resemble the Uchiha Sharingan. One who had witnessed the Uchiha's awakened state spoke up. Once an Uchiha opens their eyes and advances to the Mangekyou, defeating them becomes nearly impossible unless one possesses extraordinary strength. There are already powers that can suppress the Mangekyou. What is the Sharingan? The purple-haired leader was drenched in cold sweat, sensing immense threat from Shun's gaze. Boss, it's the Uchiha technique. From what I know, this guy's eyes have likely evolved to the Mangekyou level. He will be very difficult to handle. If he activates the legendary Susanoo of the Uchiha, a single blow could level this place. The more one understood the Uchiha, the more fear it instilled. They were a clan of divine descent, nearly invincible. Both offensively and defensively powerful, no one wished to provoke them unless they were courting death. The initial Sharingan user had yet to explain what the Mangekyou Sharingan entails. The purple-haired leader was utterly perplexed, wondering why a mere fight had to be so complicated. Boss, the Mangekyou Sharingan is an advanced version of the Sharingan, and its requirements are exceedingly stringent. A single Tomo Sharingan is not particularly fearsome, but once it evolves to 3 Tomo, it becomes exceptionally formidable. His Sharingan has already evolved to the Mangekyou level. If he gets serious, we stand no chance of surviving. Another member, slightly knowledgeable about the Uchiha, began to educate the others. Is the Mangekyou Sharingan truly that terrifying? The purple-haired leader's eyes widened in disbelief. If it were indeed that formidable, wouldn't the organization have to disband? After all, in a certain sense, such individuals are nearly unbeatable. To oppose someone like this, they must be prepared for total annihilation. It's not just fear. If the legends hold true, once this guy unleashes the true power of his eyes, the consequences could be catastrophic. Damn. Are you trying to bolster his reputation while demoralizing our morale? No, there are many terrifying legends about the Uchiha. One of which is that the clan's first ancestor clashed with the first Hokage of Konoha, resulting in the complete destruction of a valley, leaving behind a massive, terrifying chasm. What frightens him the most is that legend. If they could obliterate a valley, who would dare provoke such a clan? So what are we going to do? Fight or not? The purple-haired leader was fuming, feeling as though they had come for nothing. Upon closer inspection of Shun's features, he noticed that this guy bore a slight resemblance to the one from the previous night. If it weren't for his poor eyesight from excessive television watching, he wouldn't be so hesitant. Boss, look, that guy is wielding a short sword, which means he is a swordsman, not a ninja. Thus, everything they previously said may just be a myth. He is merely using a special technique to cover his sword with black flames. We can still fight. Whose advice am I supposed to follow? One says we can fight. Two say we cannot. Can we or can't we? Chapter 97. The Hothead. The purple-haired leader was on the verge of a breakdown. One said we could fight. Two said we could not. What was the truth? If we can, then fight. If not, then surrender. Boss, I advise against fighting. Regardless of whether the legends are true, we cannot afford to take that risk. There are far too many legends surrounding the Uchiha. We cannot count them all. If it is true, we should not engage. This matter must be dropped. What clan could we possibly contend with? If the enemy has yet to move, we have already demoralized ourselves. How could we possibly win? There is only one opponent. If you think you're invincible, we are not stopping you. A one-on-one battle would be fair. The arrogant contender was stunned into silence, unable to utter another word. Let him go alone. That would be tantamount to sending him to his death. The mere aura emanating from the short sword had already intimidated the majority of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be deliberating for so long about whether to engage. You all need to make a decision. Standing around talking is easy. The purple-haired leader trembled, lamenting how he had ended up with such a group of inept followers. They could boast about their capabilities, but became mute when it truly mattered. Boss, I have already stated, it's either surrender or fight. However, if we choose to fight, the probability that we will lose is substantial. The legends may not be true, but we could try. Who can guarantee the truth? Nothing could have spread without something occurring. That's all I have to say. What to do is up to you. Boss, Member B was left speechless, as there were countless rumors regarding those eyes. If it came to a confrontation, he had no right to contradict it. As a member, he was destined to be fodder sooner or later. After a moment of silence, the purple-haired leader finally spoke. The mission assigned from above must be completed, even if it leads to our complete annihilation. As the purple-haired leader opened his eyes once more, a cold glint filled with murderous intent shot forth. Charge. To be alive or dead, only through combat shall we ascertain. The unyielding orders from above dictate that even if every individual brought forth this time perishes in battle, the mission must be accomplished. The downfall of the mountain country's division is intricately linked to those peculiar, enigmatic eyes. Were it not for that, they would not have risked their lives to eliminate him. A dozen individuals, armed with a variety of weapons, charged towards this direction. Observing them whispering and furtively wielding their hatchets, it was akin to attending an English class in a past life, where one is prone to drowsiness. After such prolonged discussions, one might expect some elaborate strategies to emerge. However, Shun felt a profound disappointment towards their discourse. After all that time, they resorted to brutish combat tactics, displaying no sign of evolution. The glimmering chakra short sword darted through the crowd. The members of the organization felt a tightening in their throats, clutching their necks in agony, only to be met with fleeting moments of pain before their eyes glazed over, collapsing lifelessly in the rain. Consciousness faded, and within mere minutes, all those individuals had transformed into corpses sprawled across the torrential downpour. The blood, washed away by the rain, coalesced into a long river, with no one knowing where this crimson stream would ultimately lead. They seemed formidable, yet it was a waste of my time for such a lackluster outcome. Shun expressed his disdain for their reckless behavior. He had anticipated a few ninjas casting jutsu before a grand demise, but unexpectedly, they had chosen the latter option outright. Moreover, they were merely vagabonds, lacking even the basic skills for combat. Sheathing his short sword, Shun turned to face the astonished Mora. Mora, the adversaries have been dealt with. Have your matters been resolved? Yes, all settled. Here is your bounty. Do take it. For Mora, spending a bit of money to instill a lesson in the organization was hardly worth mentioning. It was merely a fraction of her wealth, easily recoverable. Pleasure in our collaboration, Shun remarked with a subtle smile, gesturing towards Windflower and Snow. With the bounty secured, it was time for them to depart. Upon exiting, Shun cast a glance at Windflower and Snow. How do you feel? Although it was merely a B-rank mission, the reward was rather meager, even less than a C-rank task. This is the plight of the small nation. In a proper nation, such occurrences would be unheard of. B-rank missions, even if devoid of difficulty, should yield commensurate rewards. Task: Redemption of the Snow Country. Reward: Upgrade fire style to intermediate level. Upon witnessing the new system task, Shin realized that a new opportunity had arisen. Splendid. Just by capturing a few photographs, I can earn such a substantial sum, far surpassing the profits of a flower shop. Windflower and Snow, too, beheld a fortune they had never encountered before, feeling an intrinsic joy. They were one step closer to their cinematic aspirations. If I desire, perhaps I should resign upon my return. Relying on the meager income from the flower shop makes realizing your dreams exceedingly challenging. Shin had a rough idea of the earnings of each individual in the mountain flower shop. Once Windflower and Snow achieved fame, they could amass fortunes in mere moments. Windflower and Snow clenched her fists, biting her crimson lips, revealing a bitter expression. The income from the mountain flower shop was utterly insufficient to cover prior expenses. Should she abandon her pursuit, she would truly jeopardize her basic livelihood. Thank you, but I'm quite content with my current job. Are you in dire need of money? Shin's question left Windflower and Snow momentarily speechless. Wasn't that an obvious statement? Who would willingly toil away if they weren't in need of funds? Isn't pursuing your dreams enticing? If you're in need of money, I could lend you some. Your identity will eventually be that of the princess of the snow country, not just an ordinary worker at a flower shop. Shin had made his point clear. The mountain flower shop was not her ultimate destination. Her lineage and status forbade Windflower and Snow from living a life of an ordinary civilian. The notion of borrowing money felt foreign to her. Since borrowing from Konoha, she had diligently worked to repay her debts and had never borrowed again. Thank you for your kindness, but I must decline. In truth, Windflower and Snow yearned to accept the offer, yet her instincts warned her against it. Once borrowed, repayment would prove arduous. I surmise you worry about the possibility of failing to repay the loan. Shin chuckled, as if he could see through her inner turmoil. The future female daimyo of the snow country would surely not falter in repaying such debts. Moreover, Windflower and Snow's future in the entertainment industry was indeed promising. Such a trivial amount of money would pale in comparison to her future. Feeling exposed was unpleasant. Windflower and Snow pouted, harboring considerable dissatisfaction. Since we rescued you from the snow country, your future has already been set in motion. The demise of Windflower Nato is inevitable, and the destiny of the snow country rests in your hands. The wealth your father bequeathed you is far more substantial than you realize. Whether Windflower Zhao Shui had indeed left any wealth for Windflower and Snow was a mystery to Shun. However, it was irrelevant. At present, Shin was placing a wager. The fate of the entire snow country was at stake. Sooner or later, Windflower and Snow would ascend to the role of daimyo. In the interim, Shin was prepared to invest in the funds required for Windflower and Snow's rise to stardom. Should the investment succeed, he might reap twofold or even threefold returns. Chapter 98. Investment in the future of the snow country. Should the investment fail, the funds Shun had expended on Windflower and Snow could evaporate in an instant, leaving him with naught. This investment was indeed intriguing. When the conversation veered towards the wealth of the snow country, Windflower and Snow furrowed her brow. Even those who grew up in the region were oblivious to the true extent of its riches. Would those funds suffice to repay her current advances? If she were to become the daimyo of the snow country, what then? If not, she would be shackled to a lifetime of debt. Such a life would be exceedingly difficult and unbearable. I appreciate your offer, but I shall not borrow money that lacks potential. Windflower and Snow was acutely aware of her financial limitations. Borrowing unreliable funds would lead her to an abyss without end. During their conversation, they had already returned to their room. Shin retrieved 200,000 Rio from his bag. Here, consider this my initial investment in your future as a star. Should it prove fruitful, I would appreciate your assistance in establishing a company. Subsequently, I will invest an additional 800,000 Rio or more. Rest assured, once you earn money, you need only share half with me. After reaching 1.5 million Rio, I shall not demand another Rio. Upon seeing the stack of 200,000 Rio, Windflower and Snow was momentarily taken aback. She could not fathom why he would offer such a substantial sum for an initial investment. Mr. Uchiha Shun, today you seem unusually generous. Can you provide me with a reasonable explanation? This money left Windflower and Snow at a crossroads, uncertain whether to accept or decline. If his reasoning was sound, she might consider it. Without an adequate rationale, this money felt akin to a contract of servitude. You may view it as my mission to assist you in becoming the daimyo of the snow country. Should the opportunity arise, I could use forbidden techniques to resurrect your father. Detecting Iron Juice's boastfulness, please allow Iron Juice to unconditionally resurrect Windflower Zhao Shui of the snow country. Reward, none. Shun's eyes widened in disbelief, as this boastful claim had seemingly summoned the system itself. Unconditionally resurrecting Windflower Zhao Shui. Was such a thing feasible? System, come forth. Let us compare our merits. What is wrong with a little bravado? Unconditionally resurrecting Windflower Zhao Shui? Do you think I lead a leisurely existence? Shin inwardly cursed. Is iron juice not leisurely? This system does not engage in immoral acts. Promises made must be fulfilled. A man's word is his bond. Even the speed of the old horse, Susanoo, cannot rival it. Shin nearly spewed blood in disbelief. Indeed, Madara's speed in splitting mountains was remarkable. With a single swing, he could cleave a mountain in twain. Yet, this claim of being unable to match such speed? One could drown a man with a mere spit. You may boast. But I, Shun, shall deem you the greatest braggart of all time. Shin had never encountered a system so adept at boasting. Madara's blade was unrivaled, capable of striking fear into the hearts of the five Kage. Yet, here it seemed, the speed of the sword strikes couldn't even catch up with him. Get lost, go to your task. The system's mechanical voice was filled with complaints, and then, as if it had never existed, it vanished completely, leaving only a taskbar behind. Mr. Shun, can you really bring my father back to life? Fenghua Xiaoxue exclaimed with excitement. She was unclear about the meaning of impure world reincarnation. It likely meant resurrection, right? After all, reincarnation implies revival. It should be possible. But that technique does not truly resurrect a person. Rather, it brings them back from the Pure Land. As long as the caster does not terminate the technique, the individual will not fade away. Mr. Shun comprehended the nuances of impure world reincarnation in this manner. As long as the technique is maintained, survival should be assured. Once he masters the ability to resurrect the deceased, it would indeed be intriguing. The Pure Land? The realm of the dead. Fenghua Xiaoxue immediately seized upon this crucial point. This Pure Land had never appeared in her worldview. If it is indeed the realm of the dead, could it mean that it is truly possible? After all, when people die, they go to the Pure Land. Reviving the deceased merely entails transferring them from the Pure Land. Theoretically, it is quite feasible. Well, theoretically speaking, that is. However, no living person has ever visited the Pure Land, and its nature remains a mystery. In a certain sense, everything possesses its feasibility. Shin understood that his arrival in the Naruto world had already shattered or altered all the existing rules. To change them once more is not out of the question. If the opportunity arises, he could gather all the members of Akatsuki to open a passage to the Pure Land, fully exerting their strength to resurrect those who ought to be revived. Mr. Shun, I will take this money. Please make sure to prepare for my father's resurrection. With a radiant smile, Fenghua Xiaoxue accepted 200,000 ryo from Shun's hands, a sum that was not insignificant. After placing the money into her backpack, she realized she had slightly lost her composure. The prospect of reuniting with her family had overwhelmed her with joy. Well, this shall be our secret, as well as my personal investment in you. If it fails, there is no need for regret. Next time, we shall strive harder. I am not lacking in funds. Shin had long lost count of how much he had accumulated through high-level commissions. According to the system, it had already reached several tens of millions of ryo, equivalent to the total wealth of a small nation. Crafting a true star for 10 million ryo should not be particularly challenging. All right, Fenghua Xiaoxue no longer offered any resistance. After all, it was merely an investment in her. Well, it's already this late, and Kakashi and the others still haven't returned. It seems we must wait a while longer. It had already been several hours since they left to fulfill the modeling commission. Feeling her stomach growl, Shin sighed. You wait here for a moment. I'll step out to buy something to eat. In the outside world, everything relies on money. Without money, one cannot progress. Fenghua Xiaoxue had shed her previous shyness. At this moment, she had completely regarded Shun as family, leaving behind a kunai and a few shuriken for her protection. Shin stepped outside. Given the meal time, he could see several food stalls lined up across the street, all bustling with activity. Judging by the crowds, these establishments seemed quite promising. The buns were filled with meat and vegetables, while the porridge was a simple white rice porridge, accompanied by 2 small dishes. These items did not cost much. It seems I'll have to grill my own meat. The cuisine of the Land of Rain does not suit us well. Such food is merely standard for breakfast. During high-intensity activities, this lunch is insufficient. Thankfully, on the way back, there was a barbecue shop. The tantalizing aroma of grilled meat intensified Shun's hunger. He returned to his room, loaded with both large and small packages of grilled meat. Each of them had 5 buns and a bowl of porridge, with grilled meat to spare. On the surface, they appeared to be a pair of siblings, albeit with significantly different hair colors, indicating no blood relation. Hey, Shun, are you going to eat without us? Chapter 99, The Devil? Kakashi and his students returned, drenched. Upon seeing Shun enjoying a feast with Fenghua Xiaoxue, they felt a pang of discomfort. How inconsiderate. It's no fun to be hungry, We've already started eating. Shin pushed their share of grilled meat toward them, mumbling, "This is what I saved for you. If it's not enough, I'll buy more." The enticing aroma of meat was irresistible to the students, especially when they were starving. Any notions of propriety or ladylike behavior were cast aside as they indulged themselves without restraint, knowing full well that no pretenses were necessary in front of their teachers. They were all too familiar with one another. "Shun, have you finished that commission?" All the commissions received from Konoha that Kakashi was handling had already concluded. If Shun's commission was also complete, it meant the students could return home. The remaining matters were beyond their purview. "It's done, though the reward was a bit low." Shun nodded slightly, expressing his dissatisfaction with the meager bounty from the B-rank commission. The journey in the Land of Rain had concluded, and now it was time to attend to serious business, aiming to return to the village in half a month. Kakashi had grown weary of this perpetually rainy place. The constant downpour had left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Half a month may not suffice. Time is too tight. The people I need to meet and the tasks I need to accomplish remain unfinished. Shin decisively shook his head, deeming this approach clearly unfeasible. What can be accomplished in half a month? Using Yahiko's resurrection as a pretext, I need Nagato and Konan to collaborate with me. Haiden and Kakuzu are not easily satisfied. One craves wealth, while the other is loyal to an undead cult. Finding a way to persuade them is essential. If all else fails, we must have Nagato step in. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to what Shun was really aiming to achieve. He had not seen him for most of yesterday. Where could he have gone? Surely he wasn't off seeking a lover, right? That would be odd. As since they began attending the same class, there was no need to hide anything from one another. If Shun had gone off to pursue a romantic interest, it shouldn't have taken all afternoon. Such significant matters should be communicated. Who knows when a wedding might occur? "Shun, you old trickster, didn't he finish your tasks yesterday? Why is it taking so long?" It shouldn't take this long to gather intelligence about the Land of Rain. Shin merely smiled faintly, finishing the last bite of meat and wiping the grease from his lips. "You wouldn't understand. I have my own plans. What is happening here is just the beginning. The Land of Rain is not as simple as you imagine. It has its own power structure. My task is to investigate, while your mission is to uncover the scattered forces within the Land of Rain." Investigating Nagato and Akatsuki's disbandment was indeed correct. It was also reasonable for Kakashi to explore the scattered forces of the Land of Rain, assessing how many members were part of Akatsuki and what functions these branches served. Kakashi had never anticipated that such a small place as the Land of Rain could hold such significance. Was it not more serious than the power distribution in the Land of Fire? There were so many mercenary and miscellaneous forces here. Enough of this. This is the Land of Rain, a realm shrouded in mystery. Shin smirked slightly, choosing to remain silent. Thus, the afternoon concluded, and tomorrow they would begin their operations. Time spent here and training time must be utilized efficiently. During the Chunin exams, he certainly hoped that at least one Chunin would emerge. In this environment? Are you out of your mind? Kakashi was at a loss for words. What was this guy thinking? The Land of Rain was perpetually rainy. Training would require decent weather. No, I'm quite clear-headed. It's just a bit of rain. Once we finish, we can change clothes. That's all. Tomorrow afternoon. Let us start with a 2-kilometer warm-up. If it were not for the scheduled physical training today, Shin would have liked to accompany them. However, engaging in strenuous exercise was out of the question, unless he wished to meet a violent demise. Excessive exertion could lead to shock, and if not addressed promptly, the consequences could be dire. Damn, truly a devil. How had Kakashi never realized this fellow's true nature before? At this point, he seemed more devilish than the devil himself. Kakashi, your statement is misguided. If we do not intensify our training now, we risk our lives during the Chunin exams. Shin's philosophy was simple. It was better to shed a drop of blood than to lose a life. Upon reflection, Kakashi found no fault in this reasoning. Those who have experienced the brutality of the Chunin exams are well aware of its severity. Some individuals do not even make it to the exams before meeting their end. Changing into appropriate attire and donning a raincoat, Shin prepared for a long run. Kakashi, you should join us. I will not participate today, but I will train with you starting tomorrow. Shin was acutely aware of the system's tendencies. Promises made must be kept. Succumbing to a catastrophic fate would be entirely unwise. Casting a disdainful glance, he noted that the perpetually inactive Kakashi had joined the ranks of physical training enthusiasts. Fuka, Koyuki, would you care to join? Shin inquired, turning to them as he donned his raincoat. No, thank you, Fuka decisively refused. Such endeavors were not for her. Very well, do take care, he cautioned. As the surfaces atop the buildings were perilously slick, and a moment's inattention could spell disaster. Performing rooftop leaps in such conditions posed a significant challenge for Shin. Speed was essential, he realized. True to his expectations, within just over 30 minutes, everyone except Kakashi was too exhausted to continue. Clearly, relying solely on ninjutsu training was insufficient. Shin shook his head. Henceforth, training intensity must be increased. For a ninja, speed is paramount, capable of covering the distance from the center of the village to the national borders in under an hour. Yet, what good is that if one cannot move? They could only await their demise. All of you, cease utilizing chakra. At this time, what purpose does it serve? After running numerous laps around several blocks for over 30 minutes, Shin understood that this effort held no significance when he had trained them to climb trees. Their physical capabilities had been commendable. Now, they had become lethargic, Kakashi included. You too, Kakashi, take the lead. Concentrate your chakra beneath your feet, and your speed will naturally improve. Engage in physical exertion purely with your innate strength, Shin proclaimed with startling clarity. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Surely, he couldn't be serious about requiring chakra for such physical activity? Without chakra support, it became evident that their stamina was waning, crossing into the danger zone. Shin smacked his forehead in realization. Had he known it would come to this, he should never have allowed them to learn how to utilize chakra while running. Climbing trees merely required chakra concentration at their feet to enhance their grip. However, Shin had taught them to leverage chakra's advantages for running as well. Kakashi's trio of students possessed far superior stamina compared to Boy, as was Song, and Dole, as Kakashi had not inundated them with excessive extraneous lessons. It seemed that Dole had played his tricks again, much to Shin's irritation. He understood that as long as there was a leader in the group, the others would follow suit. Chapter 100, Assassination. And the one leading them was none other than the once dominant Dole. Hailing from a well-off family who preferred not to exert himself, yet desired a measure of strength. You three, get up and continue running. You must complete the 2-kilometer course. As for you, that is Kakashi's responsibility, not mine. Kakashi's students are best managed by him, Shin declared, overstepping his bounds. The three exchanged exasperated glances. This was a rhythm that could exhaust a person to death. Why is it that other instructors train their ninjas to possess robust physiques? Yet my students are so woefully underdeveloped. What could be the reason? Shin pondered, stroking his chin in deep contemplation. Perhaps it was because he had not taken charge. Leaving it all to Kakashi, managing 2 classes alone could indeed be quite taxing. Yet, no matter how he analyzed it, something felt amiss. Ultimately, Shin arrived at one conclusion. While physical ninjas may not require exceptionally robust stamina, maintaining some level of fitness was certainly beneficial. Reflecting on how the past few years had unfolded, Shin understood. Each time he undertook a mission as a teacher, a single technique would dispatch the enemy with ease, leaving his students little to do but follow in his wake, picking up the remnants. The next cohort of students could not be allowed to experience the same fate. This current group had suffered greatly under his neglect. He mused inwardly, realizing that failing to provide practical training without real combat experience would lead to the present unfortunate situation. Their physical capabilities were lacking, and their mastery of ninjutsu remained tenuous. When faced with adversity, they would simply falter. As night fell, they helped each other return to their quarters. Particularly for Boy, as a girl, her legs had nearly succumbed to numbness. The dinner, prearranged by Shin with the establishment, was sumptuous, delectable, and generously portioned. The afternoon's training had felt like enduring the torment of being naked in a snowstorm. Upon seeing the food, it was as if spring had arrived. They devoured their meals ravenously, forsaking all semblance of decorum, their mouths glistening with grease and scraps clinging to their lips as if they had never eaten before. Only through ample exercise could their bodies grow stronger, thereby increasing their appetites. Shin mused internally, smiling slightly at their dining spectacle. This was merely the beginning. With substantial exertion, their food intake would surely soar. Particularly for someone like Guy, a ninja with a prodigious thirst, excessive sweating without proper hydration could have dire consequences. After a light meal, Shin smiled and said, "Continue eating. I will return to my room first." As night deepened, only the persistent sound of rain echoed. A few glimmers of cold light flickered in Shin's eyes, reflecting the rain. He recognized the glimmer as the reflection of a weapon. It was evident that the forces of the Land of Rain were not pleased with their arrival. Through that fleeting glint, Shin understood the threat posed by the assassination experts from the Rain Country's faction. Leader, the individuals here are indeed ninjas, but they are merely lowly genin, hardly worth mentioning. Only those two are jonin, a member responsible for assessing strength reported. I see their attire is marked. The one-eyed leader remarked impatiently. Observe first, follow my orders. Anyone capable of single-handedly slaying over 10 individuals must possess a certain degree of combat frenzy. Non-combatants who specialize solely in assassination would not be able to achieve such an impressive tally without a sense of timing. Killing that many in a minute, doesn't that require the ability to breathe? Just as everyone had let their guard down and settled into a peaceful slumber, a piercing sound erupted from a needle-like projectile striking glass. Moments later, the glass shattered, producing a cacophony as it fell to the ground. The entire establishment was thrown into turmoil. Such a loud noise indicated that some force had set its sights on this establishment or a particular patron. Those with faint hearts bolted for the exit, disregarding their remaining funds. Their lives took precedence. Humph, is that all it takes to break under pressure? The members of this faction are all rather impulsive, Shin thought, chuckling derisively as he evaded the flying needle, a flicker of disdain in his gaze. The members of this faction were hardly deserving of his respect. That he could so easily evade their projectile left them in shock. Calculated timing and precision targeting should have ensured a fatal outcome, yet the current circumstances had slipped beyond their control. What transpired? Shin, what caused that tremendous noise in your room? Upon hearing the sound of shattering glass, Kakashi rushed over immediately. It's nothing. Return to your slumber. I can handle this matter alone. On this night, Shin would not be sleeping. With the presence of the faction, his quality of rest plummeted. Is it truly nothing? Kakashi was somewhat skeptical. Such a loud noise was indicative of an assassination attempt. Having previously worked in the Umbu, he was all too familiar with such situations. Yet, Kakashi was taken aback by how inept this assassin seemed. Engaging in assassination while making such a commotion. Truly, is there nothing amiss? This matter pertains solely to my dealings with that faction, rather than being your concern, albeit, it is indeed your issue as well. Suddenly recalling the purpose of this endeavor, I realize it primarily revolves around negotiations with Shao. Furthermore, there exists a significant connection between Kakashi and the situation at hand. Kakashi, rendered speechless, found himself at a loss for words. How could he articulate this paradox? Initially asserting that it was inconsequential, only to later reveal its relevance. Was it of consequence or not? The adversary lies with Shao. I entrust you with the enemy in that room, Kakashi. I shall pursue the assassin intent on my demise. I harbor a disdain for those who covertly strike from the shadows, despite having engaged in similar acts myself. In this preceding moment, only strength can validate one's actions. Lacking power, assassination becomes a grievous miscalculation. With no further retorts, Kakashi was left to contemplate his predicament. Arrangements had been made for him, leaving him little room for protest. Do not wear such a displeased expression. I shall treat you to ramen upon my return. Kakashi, incensed, retorted, is this merely about a bowl of ramen? Really? Well, if one serving is insufficient, I shall procure two. Perhaps I'll even purchase a sequel to Intimate Paradise. Clad in appropriate attire, I navigated through the rain, relentlessly pursuing the individual hurling long needles. Still running? Aren't you exhausted yet? Producing a shuriken, I swiftly appeared before the assailant. The shuriken embedded itself deeply, causing crimson droplets to seep from his back, staining it in no time. I warned you not to flee. Your memory fails you, I declared, stepping upon the assailant's form. Prompting a muffled groan. With a wicked grin, I remarked, now you've tasted a modicum of suffering. Do not compel me to take more drastic measures. In a moment of distraction, the assailant sprang to his feet, darting a considerable distance away. Ah, impressive. You are the first to possess the strength to run beneath my shuriken. Upon witnessing his countenance, I felt a twinge of regret. Such a handsome visage. Yet he aligned himself with Shao. Out in the world, he could easily thrive on his looks alone. Perhaps this is what one calls dignity. Enduring humiliation while retaliating. The assailant began forming hand seals, but his speed was astonishingly sluggish. It took him 5 seconds to execute a single seal, and he needed to recalibrate. If the seal was imprecise, he had to start anew. Consequently, executing a single technique took over 5 minutes. Bored, I perused a light novel, only to regret it instantly. The weather was ill-suited for reading. In mere seconds, I was soaked through. Brother, your sealing speed is excessively slow. I might just doze off. Upon hearing this, the assailant's eyes widened, blood vessels engorged, and his injuries appeared to hasten his response. Water release, water dragon bullet. A formidable water dragon materialized before him, surging towards me with ferocity. Logically, I should evade this technique. However, having exerted considerable effort to summon it, I decided to grant him a modicum of respect and confront it head-on. Wiping my nose, I formed hand seals with such swiftness that the assailant was left bewildered. As the water dragon approached, I shouted, "Fire release! Great fireball!" Drawing a deep breath, I expelled an immense fireball that obliterated the incoming water dragon. Strangely, just as it neared the assailant, it vanished without a trace. The assailant, realizing he had lost, understood that the fireball had siphoned away his strength, leaving him seemingly paralyzed on the ground. His once resolute gaze now dissipated. With skills like yours, you have yet to even grasp the basics of being a ninja in our field. I chose to let you finish your seals out of goodwill. Any competent ninja would have already left a scar across your throat. You are not worthy of facing my ultimate technique. A ninja unable to withstand a mere great fireball. Are you even a ninja? This sparked my curiosity. Moreover, the water dragon bullet is a B-rank jutsu, while the great fireball is merely a C-rank introductory technique. There exists a disparity in their ranks. Even if one cannot unleash the full might of the water dragon bullet, it should still possess at least half its power. Dealing with a C-rank introductory technique should be trivial, yet the water dragon bullet evidently faltered against my great fireball. It is peculiar. The water dragon bullet, classified as a B-rank jutsu, should yield considerable power. Yet, in your hands, it appears as ineffective as an unranked technique. Observing the assailant's frantic attempts to strike the ground, I could only scoff. Such individuals possess fragile hearts. Oh, reinforcements have arrived? I thought, disinterested in turning around. I hurled several shuriken backward, accompanied by cries of pain and utter lack of threat. Is this what Shao offers? A faction devoid of competent ninjas? If one wishes to challenge Shao, they ought to consider their strength. Each member surpasses the rank of Jonin, while you lot are simply pathetic. As despair enveloped the assailant, I lifted my foot and placed it upon his side, applying slight pressure to flip him over. His frail form had no necessity to endure in this world. I pressed my foot directly onto his ribs, eliciting sounds of cracking bones. Despite the fractures, he seemed devoid of pain, instead shedding tears akin to a wronged child. Suffering? What right does a man affiliated with Shao have to weep? I did not end your life. I merely broke a few of your ribs, not that I sought your demise. I felt a pang of pity for this individual, if not for his circumstances. How might he have acted otherwise? A man incapable of forming seals swiftly, what purpose did he have in aligning with Shao? It was evident he had not graduated from a ninja academy, nor perhaps had he ever attended one. He was merely someone perceived to possess utility. Once stripped of all value, he would be ruthlessly discarded. Contemplating whether to apply more force, I was suddenly struck by a faint force from behind, accompanied by a woman's cries. Turning around, I beheld a child of merely 3 or 4 years, tears streaming down his face as he desperately struck my back. The weeping woman appeared to be the child's mother. It seemed there was a story intertwined within this scene. Perhaps sparing your life was indeed the correct choice. I have a fondness for tales. Removing my foot from the man's chest, he slowly rose, clutching his chest. His first utterance was not for himself, but rather for the small child behind me. Jylin, cease. He is too powerful. You will perish. The urgency upon the man's face indicated a familial bond. So, the woman and her family were all present. Jia, kill him swiftly. Otherwise, it shall be your wife and child who perish. Another figure adorned with the Shao insignia appeared, and it was then that I realized I had overlooked a crucial detail. This man did not bear the Shao headband. Thus, he was not a member of Shao. In the heat of the moment, I had failed to notice this significant point. I recalled that whether ordinary foot soldiers or ninjas, all members of Shao bore the insignia. Allow me to pose a question. Are you truly a member of Shao? If not, why the intent to kill me? I furrowed my brows, gripping the man's collar, and demanded, if I do not slay you, your entire family will die. Do you comprehend this? Now, it appears I cannot defeat you, and my own life hangs by a thread. Just kill me. I refuse to witness them perish before my eyes. The man revealed a faint, bitter smile, pleading, to kill you? Such words roll off the tongue with ease. He scoffed coldly, pondering that had the system possessed any evaluative capabilities, he would have acted long ago. I have always refrained from taking the lives of those unconnected to me. As for your existence, it is not within my purview to extinguish. Task objective revealed. Task count updated to 030. Mission, simple, former adversaries. Task, rescue Jay and his family. Jellin and Lon. Reward, would release, cutting technique. Jay, do you wish to save your family? He grinned malevolently. The mission had been laid out, and hesitation was no longer an option. What do you mean? Before Jay could respond, he whispered, living resurrection technique. A soft green hue emanated from his palm, enveloping the fractured ribs on Jay's chest. Within minutes, any trace of pain had dissipated entirely. Today's transaction was a monumental loss, having broken your ribs. I must now employ medical ninjutsu to mend them. How I regret this. He was uncertain whether this technique would truly heal Jay's injuries, but the medical ninjutsu provided by the system was uniformly effective. As long as a gentle green radiated from his palm, basic injuries could be healed, of course. given the corresponding technique was utilized. Chapter 102, Despair. You are a medical ninja? No, that cannot be right. You are clearly a combat ninja. So how could you? Jay, astonished, touched his chest. The broken ribs had indeed healed, and the pain had vanished completely. In his understanding, ninjas had two paths: combat ninjas, who specialized in lethal techniques, and medical ninjas, who focused on healing arts. The youth before him, seemingly younger than himself, possessed both combat and medical ninjutsu, which genuinely took him by surprise. My apologies, among all ninjas, I am merely an anomaly, and it seems you have encountered me. Surprised? Are you? Deep spoke, but was interrupted by an impatient member of the group wearing a Shao forehead protector, who shouted, "For heaven's sake, will you hurry up? I'll ask you one last time. Kill him, or your entire family will perish. Before threatening me, you ought to consider whether your blade is swifter than my reflexes." Deep's expression twisted into a snarl for a fleeting second. Biting his lip, he swung his hand, gripping the short sword with force, instantly slaying one of the ninjas. Remaining count, 130. Upon witnessing the numbers tremble momentarily, Deep understood. The next instant, a flurry of blades and a torrent of blood ensued. As the two ninjas holding Lan were swiftly dispatched, the count then changed to 230. It turned out the task corresponded to 30 ninjas, not merely 30 individuals. I alone could not contend against them. Deep muttered to himself, strategizing. Beyond those 30 ninjas lay numerous foot soldiers. What did you say? Jay was utterly bewildered, unable to win. What now? You guys. I genuinely cannot trust you to stand behind me. If you stab me in the back, would my death be just? You can wait over there. Deep gestured toward the area where the situation was nearly invisible to them. Over there. Shao would likely not concern himself with those of little importance. Deep truly did not trust Jay. Were it not for the System's mission, he would have already been a corpse. Even a passerby he had encountered warranted caution. Having exchanged blows with someone was perilous. Jay hurriedly pulled Lan and Jelen aside to quietly hide. Shao had but one target: to eliminate Deep, who had crossed paths with Akatsuki. The power of Shao could not contend with Akatsuki. He could not allow Akatsuki to continue recruiting personnel. Truth be told, I personally prefer to avoid conflict. Yet, this battle is one I must engage in. My head is pounding. Deep stepped forward, observing Shao's ninjas closing in. His eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope before summoning Susanoo. A light blue skeletal figure materialized, intercepting all assaults. Faced with such a multitude of ninjas and countless foot soldiers, without activating Susanoo, Deep lacked the confidence to keep them all here. Any released enemies would become future threats. Dimly, he beheld the emergence of several colossal light blue skeletal frames. Jay was left in shock. Was this his ultimate technique? A framework capable of defending against all harm. Heaven, what is that? Why is that light blue skeleton surrounding him? Rather than us. Based on the deceased's reports, that was the rare Susanoo. The conditions for activating Susanoo were exceedingly stringent. They had stirred up a colossal problem. Those who grasped this truth realized that Shao had encountered a formidable opponent. While it was manageable to bully the villagers of the Land of Rain, when faced with this level of power, only death awaited them. What is Susanoo? Can anyone enlighten me on the level of this technique? Susanoo seemingly corresponds to S-rank ninjutsu. Damn, how could it be possible for someone to wield S-rank ninjutsu? They must at least be a jonin. By the end of it all, they had no choice but to accept that this was indeed S-rank ninjutsu, a technique that guarantees death to those who witness it. Typically, even encountering A-rank ninjutsu significantly reduces the chances of survival. The very embodiment of death. Are we done discussing? If so, farewell. May we meet again in the Pure Land. Deep was aware that Jay's family had long since fled to safety. As for their memories, he entrusted that to the system to erase. He believed that the system, capable of resolving any issue, could surely handle the erasure of unpleasant memories. What the hell? No. I do not wish to die yet. Someone, save me. In the face of that terrifying sword, Shao's ninjas displayed palpable fear. Their only skills were B-rank ninjutsu, and such power, upon confrontation, could almost guarantee their demise. Heaven, why did I join Shao and this monster? Before their dying words could escape, the immense long sword had already severed their bodies. Blood poured forth, pooling into a river. Finally, I can rest. The consequences of Shao did not concern Deep. This bore no relation to him. Regardless of how many minions the villainous faction possessed, their weakness and strength would ultimately reduce them to mere dust in history. As he observed the numbers immediately leap to 30-30, Deep nodded in satisfaction. The mission was complete. Reward dispensed. The cutting technique, a notably gruesome and merciless ninjutsu, provided that one's wood chakra is sufficient, no matter how many low-tier ninjas there are, they shall all perish beneath this technique. That is the terrifying nature of the cutting technique. With a flurry of activity, it was already late into the night. Upon returning to his room, Deep found Kakashi gazing at him with a serious expression. From his eyes, Deep discerned that Kakashi had numerous questions. Kakashi, what is with that look in your eyes? Deep feigned ignorance. Deep, you must tell me. What is the true purpose of your visit to the Land of Rain? In just 2 days, encountering so many members of Shao, including several ninjas, these are elite members of Shao. How could they appear in such numbers? Earlier, Kakashi had witnessed the battle Deep had engaged in, and it was clear as day. The massive longsword had directly bisected all, flesh and blood flying, and rain falling in torrents. Among them, Kakashi sensed that at least a dozen ninjas had perished. Moreover, having previously battled with Shao, Kakashi had faced many of their ninjas. For Shao to deploy such a multitude of ninjas was no ordinary task. The usually composed Kakashi had grown restless and anxious. Very well, Deep found a place to sit, pouring himself a cup of hot tea, savoring it slowly. As I mentioned before, this is not a mission assigned by the teacher. Rather, I have come here to undertake certain matters. In truth, the individuals I wish to meet are not with Shao. I would never personally travel all this way for such a pathetic organization. My intel indicates that the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato, known as Pain, frequently operates here. I merely wish to gather some intelligence for future considerations. Akatsuki? Nagato. Kakashi's brows knitted in anger. This matter had surpassed the limits of the Chunin challenge. It was said that the leader of Shao possessed strength nearly equivalent to that of a Kage, perhaps even surpassing one. What is the situation with the 6 paths of Pain's Deva path? The intelligence from Konoha lacks such information. Chapter 103 sees the members of the Akatsuki organization gathering for a meeting. Konoha has acquired a considerable amount of information about the Akatsuki members. Yet the details regarding the 6 paths of Pain and the Deva path remain a mystery, even to the Hokage. Indeed, each of the 6 paths possesses distinct abilities. But to truly grasp their nature, I must witness it firsthand. Deep nodded, showing no opposition to Kakashi's thoughts. The Akatsuki, being a villainous organization, is something Deep intends to leverage for the final confrontation against evil. When the two operate as a team, their effectiveness diminishes significantly. However, should the Akatsuki members unite, the resulting devastation would be catastrophic. Their capabilities are extensive. The Akatsuki is universally recognized as an enemy by the 5 great villages, with each member reportedly nearing the strength of a Kage. Is your objective to confront them? Listening to Deep's account left Kakashi feeling alarmed, as if he could lose 2 decades of his life in an instant. Each piece of information could potentially topple half of the 5 great villages. Yet, in Deep's perspective, it barely stirred a ripple. Did I not mention it? Deep shot him a glance and expressed his thoughts. Have you ever considered what the foundation of the Akatsuki is? What is the principle behind their leader, Pain's Deva path? Without a definitive goal, it is impossible to establish a formidable organization. I will not concern myself with you. Just refrain from causing too much trouble for the village, and that will be your issue. Kakashi rubbed his head, feeling that coming to the Land of Rain was a regrettable choice. He had no interest in the Akatsuki's objectives. That was a matter for the Kage of each village to ponder. Why not take them back? I aim to return as swiftly as possible. Deep contemplated a solution that would satisfy both sides, recognizing that a larger group could complicate matters. And her? Kakashi acquiesced to Deep's proposal. The dangers here are too great. If a student were to encounter a mishap due to personal matters, it would be difficult to explain. Just escort her back to the Uchiha clan. The remaining issues are hers to manage. We lack the time to oversee her. Deep asserted. Now that Kazahana Koyuki has funds, it is time for her to pursue her cinematic dreams. Outside, there should still be the likes of the Shiranui family to ensure her protection, posing minimal danger. Very well. Kakashi nodded and began to gather his belongings. Do you not require my assistance in investigating the situation? No, I am capable of handling it. Deep was well acquainted with the basics of the situation. The Land of Rain, the domain of the Akatsuki. The moment he pushed open the conference room door, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura engulfed him. Greetings, everyone. Upon meeting, Deep smiled and extended his greetings. Nagato immediately tossed a ring inscribed with the character for peace, the ring you requested. After donning the ring, it fit quite well, and he subsequently placed it in his pocket. I am acquainted with all of you, so introductions are unnecessary. Deep removed his raincoat and declared, I am Uchiha Deep. The rest is already known to you. He approached Sasori and Deidara, scrutinizing their features closely. What are you staring at? Deidara felt a chill under Deep's intense gaze, producing explosive clay, while Sasori remained unfazed. Poking Deidara's cheek, Deep burst into laughter. Deidara, did you grow up on a diet of cuteness? Sasori, you truly are remarkably handsome. Upon seeing him in person, Deep realized Sasori's attractiveness was beyond comprehension, rivaling even that of Kojiro. Deep, did you not notice me? Orochimaru grinned widely. I did notice. But what of it? Deep pouted, visibly displeased. Orochimaru, your age exceeds mine by several years, and that snake-like gaze of yours has utterly ruined your looks. Deidara laughed heartily, pointing at Orochimaru, his eyes crinkling into crescent shapes. Orochimaru fell silent for several seconds, his fingers digging into the chair in frustration, his complexion turning a shade of green. I have little more to say. Let us get straight to the point. In the midst of the conversation, Deep cast a few more glances at Sasori, whose face was exceptionally pleasing. Deidara's expression twitched as he regarded Deep. He pondered whether there was something amiss between the two. Regarding this meeting, the objectives of the Akatsuki shall undergo a transformation. The first words from Pain incited immediate fury in Zetsu, after considerable effort to alter the Akatsuki's operational direction. Now it must change again. After discussions with Nagato, we have resolved to forge a path towards peace, thereby dismantling the roots of sinful warfare. Konan took over the discussion, presenting the main points of the meeting. I oppose any alteration to our course of action. Zetsu was the first to stand in objection. Only through war can we achieve the ultimate path to peace. Any other avenue will only lead to more severe conflicts. Are you seeking a fight, Zetsu? I am more than willing to indulge you. Deep rose, drawing forth a chakra short sword, glaring fiercely. Previously, the plant that invaded the village, aiming to steal information, was you, correct? You may pursue your own path, but understand. Zetsu grit his teeth. With its singular capacity, it could not eliminate everyone present. The plan must not fail. Only war can terminate the true great conflict. Peace shall follow. I believe Nagato and Konan can relate to this. Deep stroked his chin and mused. If Yahiko were to be resurrected, I wonder if he would strike you down in one blow. Zetsu, please take your seat. Our discussion today revolves around the Akatsuki's future path to peace, not the continuation of warfare. Pain's words compelled Zetsu to reluctantly sit down, concealing any signs of weakness. New chakra conduits and control watches have been distributed. Please be attentive to their receipt. Once worn, the chakra conduits and control watches transform into designated marks. Unless Nagato requires otherwise, they are not to be removed. When both the watch and the bracelet are worn on one arm, the remaining 6 bracelets can be controlled simultaneously. Deep smiled as he retrieved 7 bracelets and a watch from the Kimui dimension. Konan, Pain, please give this to Nagato as my introductory gift. What is this for? Konan inquired, picking up one of the bracelets, which appeared quite exquisite. The watch indeed had moving hands. Deep, what are these bracelets and watches meant for? These bracelets come in various shapes, seemingly custom-made for the 6 paths of Pain. Deep remained silent, but pointed to his nose. Both Konan and Pain understood that these were the chakra conduits and controllers mentioned previously. The bracelet corresponding to Nagato bore the character for long, while the watch was also designated for him. Konan examined the items and indeed found a bracelet inscribed with the character for heaven. How does one utilize this? Even if the bracelet is worn on the wrist of the 6 paths, it might not perfectly transmit chakra and control. Sister Konan, Pain, I will explain how to use this once the meeting concludes. For now, let us finalize the future course of action for the Akatsuki. Deep was in no hurry. Presently, it was Zetsu who was anxious, the architect of the war. Deep, share your thoughts on how we can achieve true peace. Do not ask me, Pain. It is you who should determine the future of the Akatsuki. The future of the Akatsuki shall undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Deep had no intention of participating in the ultimate decision of this meeting. Chapter 104, Zetsu. Pain is the leader of the Akatsuki. The final decisions rest with him. Deep was merely a newcomer who had joined the Akatsuki for less than half a month. Such a significant decision would not sit well with the other members either. Pain clasped his hands together, resting his chin upon them, deep in contemplation. Henceforth, war and slaughter shall be predicated upon peace. No member shall instigate conflict without justification. The notion that war and slaughter are standards for peace is unchangeable. Without war, there can be no peace. Instigating war without cause is now forbidden. I propose we continue to generate revenue. The standard for peace is the absence of war. Local conflicts and national wars may persist. Deep was unafraid that these small nations would lack funds. If they were short of money, they could hire Akatsuki members to build roads or bridges for profit. Earning money leads to spending money. Only then can economic circulation be achieved. Without funds, even basic needs cannot be met. Once small nations acquire wealth, they can undertake large-scale financial endeavors, ensuring a stable life after the 4 wars. Deep, what do you mean? Will we refrain from interfering in wars, or continue to do so? Pain furrowed his brow, sensing that this matter was far from simple. The amalgamation must persist. For the cessation of war through warfare signifies the ultimate conclusion of these matters. The prospect of ending conflict with peace seems nearly impossible within a century. As for the 5 great nations, it is best to refrain from involvement. Firstly, we lack the requisite capability, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Secondly, one must gaze directly at Ju. Take heed of your position, or I shall seize upon your weaknesses and incinerate you without hesitation. Akatsuki's descent into extremism is wholly attributable to Ju. If we can merely contain the Black Ju, the trajectory of our endeavors will be irrevocably altered. Even should a 4th shinobi war arise, it would allow Akatsuki to emerge as a resplendent entity, one that is embraced by the 5 great nations and the entirety of the shinobi world. What do you mean? Do you intend to oppose me merely days after joining the organization? Ju's fury ignited, for it was evident that this confrontation was aimed squarely at him. Indeed, I am challenging you openly before Pain. What will you do about it? Haha. The depth of his laughter was almost sinister, his gaze toward Ju brimming with lethal intent. Ju gritted his teeth and pointed at Shun. Pain, this individual is a ticking time bomb within our ranks. Who knows when he might explode? Please grant me permission to eliminate him. Previously, Pain had been swayed by Ju's ideology. Now, Yahiko's resurrection is an explosive revelation. Intuition warns Pain that Ju is instigating conflict. Everything Shin does is solely for the future of Akatsuki. Ju, as a member of this organization, one must exercise restraint. I can overlook your past transgressions, but now, tread carefully. Nagato's teeth ground in frustration. It is Ju who has led Akatsuki down this perilous path. This time, Ju shall not continue into the wrong chamber. Stunned, Ju's rage ignited in an instant. This was no discussion of future paths. It was a tribunal set specifically for him. One misstep, and he would fall into their trap. You did not foresee how far Akatsuki has sunk into darkness, did you? A mere taste of sweetness can swiftly alter the course of justice. Ju, I am uncertain how the others perceive you, but I am quite clear on my own stance regarding your character. Shun's voice resonated, each word striking Ju's mind like a hammer. Your identity is far more complex than it appears. Without sufficient evidence and investigation, how could I dare to confront you openly? Shun smiled. A grin that suggested the truth was on the verge of revelation. In ancient times, I believe Pain should be well aware. Pain's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze fixed intently on Ju. Shun, are you implying that Ju has ties to the ancient era? I do not know. I am merely speculating that he is but a plant. However, one thing is certain. None within Akatsuki are privy to Ju's true identity or his sinister machinations. In unison, the members of Akatsuki directed their gazes toward Ju, as if he had deftly manipulated them all. What are you doing? You believed his fabrications based solely on his words. Ju was consumed by terror. Shun is undoubtedly problematic. How could Akatsuki have remained oblivious for so long while he discerned their secrets? Indeed, there is no fault in that assessment. To everyone's surprise, Shun nodded in agreement. Shun, what is the meaning of this? Please enlighten the others. Nagato had begun to form a concept in his mind. Over the years, Ju had led them in circles. I have little to say. Save for this. Shun's gaze once more fell upon Ju. Ju, how does it feel to wield Akatsuki as a weapon? Is it not an exhilarating experience? The revelation struck like a thunderbolt. Deidara was the first to protest. So, all this time, I was merely paving the way for Ju, rather than the path to peace. Ju, elucidate the situation to me clearly, or I shall have no choice but to obliterate you. The explosive clay he had previously prepared was once again retrieved. Deidara's expression was far from amiable. Nagato too felt a surge of anger at being deceived, his fury reaching a boiling point. The rage levels soared, particularly among Haiden and Kakuzu, who had begun preparations to confront Ju. They were no fools. After enduring prolonged warfare, the chaos had only escalated. Even Haiden, a devotee of the cult of the evil god, never anticipated being used as a mere tool. It felt akin to the apostles of the evil god being wielded as a sword. Correspondingly, the cult of the evil god was being manipulated by Ju as well. This sensation was more unbearable than Haiden's cursed killings. Deidara, fall back. Kakuzu's green eyes bore into Ju. You merely listened to his ramblings, and now you turn against me? Ju was perplexed by this newcomer. What perplexed him more was how this individual possessed such extensive knowledge of his secrets. Eliminating you would prevent any future calamities, Ju. Shin paused, then continued, Otsutsuki. Who exactly are you? Ju's mind erupted in chaos. Upon hearing Shun mention Otsutsuki, he immediately understood that Shun was referring to Kaguya Otsutsuki. How could he possibly know of her existence at this stage? In the land of fire, within Konoha Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shun, I introduced myself upon entering. No, it cannot be. Even Uchiha Madara was unaware of such matters. Ju's mind was racing, teetering on the brink of madness. Halfway through his sentence, rationality compelled him to halt. To continue speaking would spell disaster. However, the situation was already dire. Pain slammed his palm down, shattering the table. He then extended his hand. Universal pull. A tremendous force emanated from Pain's palm, pulling Ju toward him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ju refrained from elaborating and instead burrowed underground to escape. What? Ju's ephemeral technique can be utilized in such a manner? Shin only knew that Ju could penetrate any object, but he never anticipated that he could simply tunnel underground to flee. Chapter 105. Art, Nagato, and Dissolution. He has escaped. No one has witnessed my art. Deidara was irate. That was not art. It was destruction. True art is eternal beauty. Scorpion remained composed. What does it matter if the plan has fled? Explosions, my friend. Instantaneous detonations are the essence of art. What can one see in an explosion? It vanishes in an instant. Only eternal beauty constitutes the ultimate art. The two continued their argument with practiced ease, their views on art never aligning. They fought for the ultimate expression of art, even willing to sacrifice their lives for the most perfect creation. Ju has defected. Conan spoke slowly, somewhat surprised. If Ju were truly courageous, he would face Shin head-on and have no need to flee. This can only indicate that Ju is a problem. Designate Ju as a defector, should we encounter him again. He must be eliminated. Pain was taken aback that a mere meeting had unveiled a traitor. Quite unexpected. Is it truly surprising? This is the authentic Ju. Shin rose to address the members of Akatsuki. Now that there are no outsiders, shall we seek Nagato, Conan? With Ju's escape, what further surprises could remain? Conan sought Nagato's approval. Upon receiving a nod from Pain, she acknowledged him. All members of the Akatsuki organization convened within a concealed cavern. Nagato, gaunt and emaciated, was adorned with black rods. Shun inwardly sighed. Conan, one of the long-cherished rings was placed upon any one of Nagato's wrists, while the remaining rings were distributed among the other 5. Each ring bore a corresponding character. Conan nodded, selecting a ring inscribed with the character for long and placing it upon Nagato's wrist. The next moment, the ring vanished, leaving a mark on Nagato's arm, the very symbol of the ring. At this instant, Nagato was able to control the Deva path without reliance on the black rods, for only the Deva path bore the ring. Do not forget to wear the watch. These 2 items are a set. Shin interjected once more. A moving black mark appeared on Nagato's wrist, which was the watch. One regulates the flow of chakra, while the other governs the 6 paths of pain. Nagato, how do you feel? It should be quite effortless to control the 6 paths now, correct? The black rods protruding from her body were a dizzying sight. Who knows how they endured such torment? With Nagato's consent, Conan removed all the black rods. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, Nagato's complexion improved somewhat. Enduring prolonged suffering had rendered Nagato's body unable to bear the burden, and he collapsed to the ground. Looking down at the 2 black marks, his frail voice inquired, "What is this?" "It belongs to advanced technology, a remarkable contraption that can control the 6 paths without pain," Shin replied with a slight smile, indicating that Conan's work for him was merely the beginning. If I don't present something valuable, how can I expect Conan to willingly assist? Advanced technology? Nagato gazed at the black mark on his wrist, losing any semblance of doubt. The Azura Path's canon also seemed to fall under this category of advanced technology. Conan, place these on the other 5 paths. After enduring those wretched things for so long, I am finally liberated and can witness the revival of a friend. Nagato's heart swelled with joy. As for Akatsuki's future path, may it truly traverse the road to peace. United in purpose, the 3 of them became an unstoppable force. Once Yahiko is revived, can I release the control? After his friend's revival, Nagato no longer wished to maintain control. It seemed pointless. That depends on how you handle the situation, Shin stated, crouching down and pointing at the mark on Nagato's arm. The imprint on you can only be passively removed if you wish it. Otherwise, no one can accomplish it. He then patted Nagato's shoulder, saying, "As for the next Azura path, all you need to do is clap your hands to transfer control, provided that it is your true intention." The control wristbands and watches given by the system were not mandatory. Nagato's own will was required. Even if Yahiko were revived, if Nagato was unwilling, Yahiko could not escape control. This was a non-negotiable aspect of the system. Is it really that simple? Nagato exclaimed, astonished at the absurd ease of transferring control. It is that simple, provided you are willing. A corpse has no thoughts. Shin added, how long will it take to revive Yahiko? Nagato inquired directly. finally relieved that he would no longer reside in this wretched place and could step out into the sunlight with dignity. I need time, but I cannot guarantee how long. During this period, do not let him die, Shin jested. As someone who almost lived until the conclusion, can he really kick the bucket that quickly? Ultimately, he perished due to his own choices. Please expedite the process. Nagato wished to see his friend revived before he himself met his demise. Naturally, I will strive to keep living, Shin nodded. Nagato, someone wishes to meet you. Who? Nagato's expression soured, having finally found a moment of joy. It was suddenly overshadowed by anger. The leader of the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. Kisame, a faction that dared to be so arrogant after being beaten by pain? Nagato furrowed his brow. Haiden and Kakazu, show them a taste of their own medicine. After a moment of silence, Nagato waved his hand, declaring, no, I've changed my mind. Peace must first be established in the Land of Rain. With a single statement from Nagato, all of Akatsuki mobilized, hastening back to the Land of Rain. Rain continued to fall, yet this time, it was a group of individuals with power nearing that of the Kage who roamed the Land of Rain. Pain. Hand over the outsiders. The leader of the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain, Yu, led over 10,000 members and hundreds of ninjas to confront Akatsuki. Yu, are you referring to your own members? We in Akatsuki have no outsiders. Pain spoke with commanding authority. He understood exactly who Yu was referring to. However, Yu's strength was significantly inferior to that of Akatsuki. Why should they heed him? His name is Uchiha Shin, hailing from the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. Don't tell me he is not part of Akatsuki. Yu pointed at the thousands of members behind him, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. This time, I've brought out all the members from the Land of Rain S division. If you refuse, then it's unfortunate for you. What do you mean by unfortunate? Pain scoffed, dismissing them as a rabble. One Shinra Tensei, and they would all be resolved, albeit with some significant side effects. Yu retorted, you have no hope of victory. Even if you attempt a war of attrition, we can outlast you. Indeed, while the members of Yu's faction may be weak, as long as they exhausted Akatsuki's chakra, Yu was confident that the outcome would naturally favor them. The numerical advantage was absolute. Where does this confidence come from? Is having more people really that impressive? Shin rolled his eyes. Right now, I can only use a simplified version of Susanoo, with Dragon, and the Thousand Hands. If it weren't for the Sage Art, I wouldn't be able to unleash the full array of techniques. His Susanoo could easily crush thousands, regardless of their numbers. Even the Nine Tails was treated like a pet when dealing with a mere Akatsuki member. It was akin to stepping on an ant. You, Uchiha, should be able to unleash Susanoo, right? Upon hearing Shin's words, Pain directly inquired. Why the sudden question? Shin maintained a stoic expression, feeling somewhat irked. Very few in the entire Uchiha clan could unleash it. Why not? Susanoo is a hassle-free solution, Nagato responded directly. He had known that Shin had previously unleashed Susanoo in that location. It was time to unleash the deadly Susanoo once more. It's simpler than Shinra Tensei, one strike, and thousands return to dust. Shinra Tensei only requires one strike to eliminate any enemy without ninjutsu. That technique is an area of effect killing move, not targeting any specific individual or location. With one strike, half of the Land of Rain would be obliterated. Nagato shook his head, explaining, Shinra Tensei has no designated range. To encompass this many people, it must be an extraordinarily large sphere. He gestured to the sky and the city around them. If this technique were used, everything here would be gone, not just Yu's members, but all ordinary villagers and buildings. This is not the Hidden Rain Village. It is an ordinary city. Even if it were a hidden village, using Shinra Tensei would uproot everything. Susanoo, on the other hand, is a targeted killing move. How it is executed and the outcome depend entirely on the user. Shin was left speechless. He had no counter-arguments. Shinra Tensei is an area of effect killing move. Susanoo is a targeted killing move. Whoever you choose to kill is the one who dies. It won't affect those nearby. Fine. Shin began to activate Susanoo, but then hesitated. Am I going alone? You go first, we'll follow shortly. Susanoo's defense could serve as a meat shield, one that could not be broken. Akatsuki's attack power was formidable, especially certain ranged members whose damage was explosive. A colossal, pale blue skeletal giant rose into the air, appearing indomitable in their eyes. Is this your Susanoo, Shin? Nagato did not expect the Susanoo to be that shade of sky blue. Indeed, this is my Susanoo. It's a pity I cannot unleash its complete form without the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Shin pondered when he would finally obtain the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. It seemed like a challenging endeavor. Each pair represented a cruel fate. Nagato's expression twisted for a moment before he fell silent. Why must he speak in such an infuriating manner? Even if he is not from the Uchiha clan, He should understand the difficulty of achieving the eternal. Don't even mention the eternal. Even the Mangekyou is incredibly rare among the Uchiha. Be grateful. Do you know how difficult it is to obtain the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan? You shouldn't be spouting such nonsense while eating or drinking. Snake Uncle was displeased. Do you really think the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan is as common as cabbage, easily attainable? Isn't it a matter of opportunity? Shin stroked his chin, contemplating. Could it be that I also need to go through that? ISNT the system, granting it directly for leveling up? Mission, special. Eliminate all members of Yu's faction and their leader. Reward, upgrade to eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Looking at the light curtain before him, Shin felt an urge to curse, unsure whether to voice his thoughts. This task arises from an unexpected situation on site. Doesn't it? Just as the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan was mentioned, the mission is upon us. Is it truly challenging to eliminate the members and the leader of the Akatsuki? Not at all. It is exceedingly simple. Little Obito single-handedly withstood the combined forces of the Ninja Alliance. Now that Susanoo is activated, how could we possibly falter? Many previous missions were akin to a mere formality. This task is yet another effortless endeavor. Everyone, I shall take the lead. You may engage freely, and I shall handle matters on my end. I have no faith that Akatsuki's attacks could penetrate Susanoo. Even if they could, it would not be to such an extent. Target him directly. With his long sword, Susanoo wreaks havoc among Akatsuki's ranks. With each swing, dozens of ordinary members perish. In mere moments, Akatsuki falters. The scene is one of utter devastation, with blood and dismembered flesh strewn across the ground. Boom. Deidara casually releases explosive clay shaped into flying creatures. Upon reaching the midst of Akatsuki's members, a tremendous explosion erupts, leaving no survivors within a radius of hundreds of meters. Did you see that? The moment of explosion is true art, Deidara exclaims, pointing at the barren land with excitement. Eternal beauty is the essence of true artistry. Sasori swiftly draws forth several puppets, initiating a massacre among Akatsuki's ranks. The instantaneous explosion is indeed art, Deidara insists. How many times must I reiterate that eternal beauty is the true meaning? What remains after an instant explosion? Sasori responds calmly. Ahaha, that was Haiden's bizarre wail during his curse ritual. Haiden's scythe glides effortlessly through Akatsuki's ranks, leading to swift death. Those who remain, bloodied, begin to self-mutilate. In mere moments, a multitude falls. Various ninjutsu intertwine, detonating within Akatsuki. The sky is drenched in crimson, with some bodies completely obliterated. Severed limbs and dismembered arms litter the ground. The anguished wails and heart-wrenching cries resonate throughout the battlefield. How could it be resolved so effortlessly? Why must I activate Susanoo? Deep gazes at Nagato. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? After a single round, over 2/3 of Akatsuki has been vanquished. The leader, Yu, trembles in fear, his left arm long since lost. In the face of death and pain, what truly matters? Let your Susanoo serve as defense. We shall strike from the rear, Nagato states plainly. The defense of Susanoo is not something Akatsuki could breach. If it could, then that is a reflection of Deep's own inadequacies. Splendid. Deep finds himself momentarily speechless. So many have perished. Must we continue, Yu? At this moment, Akatsuki's numbers dwindle to a mere handful. Continue. Not even a sprout remains. Yu swallows hard, beads of cold sweat forming. The rain upon his wounds intensifies the pain. You all shall perish. Although the majority of Akatsuki has fallen, this does not signify their defeat. Yu still holds a trump card. Those ninjas. Ordinary troops fall back. Let the ninjas advance and eliminate all of Akatsuki. Yu bellows, losing his composure. There are over 900 ninjas remaining, even if they all perish. Annihilating Akatsuki would still constitute a victory. Such a vast assembly of ninjas from Akatsuki. Upon witnessing the army of several hundred ninjas, even Nagato gasps in astonishment. This number must be the ninjas cultivated by Akatsuki themselves. I am only just realizing this. Deep is taken aback. With so many ninjas, they must amount to the graduates from the 5 great villages in a year. It is improbable that any combination of the 5 great villages and rogue ninjas could yield such numbers. They must be Akatsuki's own creations. Look, they are beginning to form hand signs. Is this speed even serious? The speed at which these over 900 ninjas form hand signs rivals that of the previous individual. Jet. However, these are genuine ninjas, and their hand sign speed isn't quite as swift as Jet's. Clearly, they are ninjas cultivated by Akatsuki. It is time to showcase true artistry, the instantaneous explosion. Deidara launches all his remaining supplies. With such a quantity, it is sufficient to obliterate this small town. Eternal and immortal is the essence of art. Sasori manipulates his puppets to commence the assault. Chapter 107. Nearing fatal exhaustion? The debate over art is ceaseless. The slaughter of art is, indeed, rather swift. With 2 artistic displays concluded, half of Akatsuki's ninjas have been decimated. The remaining ninjas have only just completed their sluggish hand signs. 5 different chakra ninjutsu are unleashed. However, once unleashed, they appear to be completely drained of strength, unable to cast further ninjutsu. Oh my, this ninjutsu is impressive. It's nearly at the A rank level, deep praises. It seems that the act of releasing ninjutsu simultaneously siphoned their lifespans, leading to a brief state of shock. Hundreds of ninjutsu bombard Susanoo mercilessly. Yet, they only manage to create a minuscule fissure, barely a centimeter long. The war concludes. Blood flows like rivers. Surrounding structures bear slight damage, but fortunately, there are few casualties. None have perished. As for Akatsuki, their numbers dwindle to a mere few. Only the leader, Yu, remains conscious. The rest of the members are either dead or gravely injured and unconscious. From a once mighty army, fewer than 1,000 remain. Among them, nearly 500 ninjas have perished, while the remaining ninjas have lost several decades of lifespan due to employing forbidden techniques. Forcing an enhancement of ninjutsu equates to depleting one's lifespan. Thousands of corpses accumulate in this place, forming a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Exiting Susanoo, Deep approaches you, seizing him by the collar and throwing him before Nagato. This individual's fate lies in your hands, as they are all entities originating from the land of rain. Deep refrains from intervening. Allowing Nagato to decide yields better results. Nagato remains silent. The Azura path swiftly unleashes a blast that obliterates Yu's head. The battlefield is left for the Rain Country's forces to clean up. The cleanup of Akatsuki proceeds rather smoothly. Well then, I have no further business here in the land of rain. My purpose for coming has been fulfilled, and there is no need to linger. Departing so soon? When will you resurrect Yahiko? Nagato realizes Deep's departure is imminent, yet he had not anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Yahiko has yet to be revived. How can he leave? Barring unforeseen circumstances, within 2 years, if unforeseen events arise, the timeline becomes uncertain. When will the system grant him the resurrection technique, enabling him to revive Yahiko? During this interval, it is best to refrain from idleness. You too should not be idle during this time. Hurry and seek candidates for the Deva path, lest there be none to replace the Deva. Very well, I hope to establish peace within 2 years. Having reached an agreement, Nagato refrains from further discussion. The chakra transmission and control have both been altered. The path ahead will naturally change as well. Upon returning to Konoha, Deep rests for another fortnight. The steep cliffs loom ahead. Bo, Daru, and Zhuasong. You 3 must remember this. The Chunin exams are fast approaching, and there will be fierce competition. Deep gestures toward the steep stone wall. Do you see that? For the next 2 months, I want you to practice climbing this. Until you can reach the summit without gasping for breath, our physical training shall end. Utilizing the cliff, Deep intends to first enhance their physical conditioning. Once their stamina improves, they will practice ninjutsu to avoid being utterly defeated during the Chunin exams. Climbing this will leave you without the strength to fight back. Huh. The 3 gaze at the high and steep cliff, then glance at Deep's resolute expression. Are we really climbing this today? Are you certain there is no mistake? How do they typically exercise and suddenly scale such a mountain? Are you sure we won't suffer a heart attack? What? I'll climb with you, Deep declares, leading the way up the mountain. Thanks to years of training, Deep finds climbing a breeze. However, it is a different story for those who have not trained at all. Once you pass the Chunin exams, you will be able to lead teams on missions or teach at the academy. With the resurgence of ninja warfare, life is not guaranteed. With good stamina, at least you can escape swiftly. The sudden climb may severely strain their bodies, akin to abruptly severing muscles and bones. Having not ascended even 10 meters, the 3 are already struggling. Their legs hold up, having trained in the land of rain. Upon returning to the village, they regularly exercised. Their hands, however, feel as if they might break, trembling with every movement. Teacher, can we take a break? I can't hold on any longer. Doll's hands trembled with an increasing frequency, the pain in his fingers piercing. He could no longer endure it. The others quickly echoed his sentiment. Once one person initiated the chorus, the rest found it easier to join in. Their eyelids fluttered uncontrollably, their arm muscles quivered, and their fingers gradually lost their grip on the rocky surface. It seemed they might plummet at any moment. I can't hold on any longer. Shen had deliberately stepped back to check on them. The 3 nodded in unison. If you can't persist, I cannot force you. Shen glanced upward. It wasn't too high, merely around 20 meters. A few dozen more meters above wouldn't be overly exhausting to scale. Your legs are fine. Now we are training the legs and arms. Keep pushing. Shin encouraged them. Teacher, we've only climbed about 10 meters, with still dozens more to go. Luo Song was on the verge of tears, utterly exhausted, his back drenched with sweat. If we climb another few dozen meters, we'll collapse right here. What's a few dozen meters? It's hardly a challenge. Can you not overcome this little difficulty? Shin boasted, fully aware that even Kakashi would find it particularly taxing to climb. It was no small feat for them to reach this point. The three gritted their teeth and continued their ascent. Bolstered by Shun's encouragement, their bodies felt invigorated, likely a product of psychological influence. Finally reaching the summit, they were so fatigued that they saw stars and panted heavily. Observing them lying on the ground to rest, Shun went to fetch some drinks. They had water now, yet they lacked the strength to even sip it. Seeing their condition, Shun felt a twinge of sympathy. They were around his age, and these trials were essential for growth. How are you feeling? Have you regained your strength? Shin took a sip from his canned drink, smiling slightly as he inquired. The three opened their mouths, but couldn't muster a single word. Haha, no rush, take your time. You've done remarkably well to climb this high. Noticing their expressions, Shin nodded in satisfaction. This was the outcome he desired. In the future, when they returned to climb this mountain, they would surely not be left gasping for breath. After a considerable time, Dal finally propped himself up with his hands, supporting his back. Teacher, this is a life-threatening training regimen. We nearly didn't make it. The sweat had evaporated, leaving them simply drained. Really? I felt nothing, Shin chuckled. For a taijutsu ninja, this is merely routine. Compared to Guy, he's still a bit lacking. Running laps around Konoha, and they'd be completely spent. The two male classmates nearly coughed up blood in exasperation, while the female student instantly fainted. It's as if the ancestral graves are smoking. We shouldn't have encountered such a teacher, one who drives students to the brink of death. Indeed, the easy days were traded for life-threatening training. Come on, it's not that serious. Really, it's not that serious. The three collapsed simultaneously, startling Shun into a jolt. He hastily packed the drinks and the three of them into the Kemui space and rushed toward the Konoha hospital. Let us not end up training someone to death. Upon arrival at the hospital, after Rin's examination, it was revealed that they had overexerted themselves, leading to exhaustion and heat stroke. A good sleep will resolve it. Shin had not anticipated their foundations to be so weak that they would faint so quickly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he was relieved it wasn't a grave issue. You didn't take them to climb that mountain, did you? Rin suddenly sensed something was amiss. Chapter 108. A startling revelation. That mountain, aside from Guy who occasionally visited, who in their right mind would venture to climb that towering peak, nearly 100 meters high, they had only scaled 1/3 of the distance. There was a stone platform at that location, spanning a few dozen square meters. The summit Shin referred to was precisely that place. Yes, it must be the one you mentioned, Shun conceded directly. The mountain was steep, resembling a natural formation. Yet it seemed as though it had been deliberately excavated for training purposes. You were fortunate this time that nothing serious happened. Rin pointed toward the mountain and remarked. That peak was likely never measured. You'd be incapacitated halfway up. Only Kai would recklessly burn his youth there. Kai is indeed a sports fanatic, exuberantly expending his vitality everywhere. Few in the village can rival Kai's extreme athleticism. No one can match him. Now Shin intends to take Class 22 to climb that mountain. It truly is a stroke of luck that nothing went wrong. Are they able to still participate in the Chunin exams? Shin asked, drenched in sweat. To lead students into danger for a fleeting promise is not the hallmark of a qualified teacher. Shin resolved that he could no longer engage in life-threatening training. Whether Chunin or Jinin, it ultimately represented mere recognition of strength. The likelihood of progression was slim. Rin shook her head. They had remained unconscious. Muscle strains in the arms. Somewhere on the leg muscles. Medical ninjutsu cannot treat this. In wartime, it's all about severed limbs and wounds. Such strains are beyond remedy. Thank you, Rin, Shin said with a wry smile. Sudden intense exertion indeed has dire consequences. I was overly confident before. Forget about the Chunin exams. Consider what they might do in the future, Rin replied. Failing to advance to Chunin implies an inability to undertake higher-level missions. This, in turn, signifies that they may struggle to support themselves in the future. Thus, one ninja effectively becomes obsolete, a life destined to be mere cannon fodder. The path to Chunin must be fought for on their part. All Shin could do was apply for a slot for them. Growth must rely on their own efforts. By the way, Rin, didn't you become a teacher? Why have you returned? Shin queried, perplexed. Working in the hospital is indeed pleasant and leisurely. But it doesn't pay well, Rin replied with a smile, explaining they were allowed to graduate early due to insufficient strength, granting them the opportunity to seek breakthroughs on their own. After all, being a Jinin is merely a title, it signifies little. To imply that a genin equates to another genin is a misnomer. How does one explain the perennial genin, Koji? Even an elite jonin can still be a genin. The future Hokage is also a genin. Those with Kage-level strength can still be genin. As the saying goes, jonin fight with pots and pans. While genin bring destruction to the skies and earth, genin are not necessarily weak. Indeed, chunin is merely a title. The tasks they undertake in the future may not be favorable. Shun considered their family's financial situations. Task levels correspond to ninja ranks. A genin can only undertake the most basic missions. Once their strength increases, everything becomes possible. Rin, do you have time? There's work to be done here. Coming. Rin responded, turning to say, you keep busy. I'll step out for a bit. The room was eerily quiet, with 3 beds occupied by 3 individuals. Afternoon had arrived, and time had flown by. It had been some time since their return from the land of rain. Since coming back, the system had not issued a single task, making Shin feel that even producing a resurrection technique had become an arduous endeavor. 2 years had passed in the pursuit of reviving Yahiko. Only 2 years remained. After 2 years, Naruto would graduate from the Ninja Academy. The pieces would soon fall into place. In the hospital, feeling secure, Shin decided to take a stroll outside. As night approached, he packed 3 bowls of Ichiraku ramen along with a variety of snacks. Upon returning to Konoha Hospital, he found the parents of the 3 students present. Doll's parents were dressed extravagantly, while the other two's parents wore slightly more modest attire. From their clothing, it was evident that Doll's family was relatively well off. While Bo-e and Luo-song came from poorer backgrounds, the reality matched, as Doll's family indeed had some wealth, while the other 2 faced hardships. Haven't you all woken up to eat something after sleeping all afternoon? Shin understood they were awake, but reluctant to open their eyes. Exhausted from the mountain climb, they could hardly keep their eyes open. Hearing their teacher's voice, they finally opened their eyes and shifted their bodies. They were, indeed, hungry. I've prepared meals for you. Eat while it's hot. Shin personally served each of them a bowl of ramen. You have 2 days off to rest well. I'll ensure the hospital provides you with 3 additional nutritious meals. Preparing 3 nutritious meals required merely a word from Shun and some extra money. Injuries to tendons and bones typically require 100 days for recovery. However, for them, the ninjas, where is the need for such an extensive duration? At most, it should not exceed 10 days. Once you feel your bodies are ready to resume training, we shall continue. Observing their terrified expressions, I chuckled softly. It is not about climbing mountains. It is about unlocking your ultimate potential. I then pointed to my lips. Developing that potential is not an easy task. For instance, this time, I nearly lost my life. Turning my gaze towards the 6 parents present, I realized that since they were here, the decision could not rest solely on the children. The consequences were too grave to bear. Dear uncles and aunts, their futures should be decided by you, whether to continue training or not. I left the latter part unspoken, for there was no need to elaborate further. It had already reached a critical juncture. What purpose would it serve to continue discussing it? As expected, the opinions of the 6 parents varied significantly. Some respected their children's choices, believing that there was no need for this ninja endeavor, especially when their own lives were at stake. Chief among them was Daer's mother. While his father remained silent, seemingly relegated to a subordinate role. Daer, express your thoughts, I urged, eager to understand Daer's perspective on being a ninja. Parental opinions indeed wield considerable influence over a child's decisions. At times, however, a child's voice carries even greater weight. Daer hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. It appeared that he was quite afraid of his mother. Daer, are you still a ninja if you cannot even make this small decision? My lower eyelid twitched slightly. I was disappointed in Daer. One ought to live for oneself, especially as a ninja. Perhaps other professions might not permit such autonomy, but a ninja certainly could. Yet, Daer continued to stammer. Have I dulled your spirit, or were you always like this? I furrowed my brow in frustration at having raised such a student. Mom, I understand. Daer finally murmured, but ultimately succumbed to his apprehensions. To disregard his parents' wishes would be an act of filial disobedience, and he wished to avoid being deemed unfilial. Are you certain? I inquired, my tone calming as I sought clarity. Chapter 109, Benevolence and Presumption. A family's discipline can be excessively stringent, unable to grasp the nuances of such a situation. The ideologies of the older generation cannot possibly align with those of the current one, especially regarding the vast chasm between ordinary individuals and ninjas. I am certain, Daer finally declared, collapsing onto the bed. His clenched teeth revealed that uttering those few words had drained him of all strength. What else could he do if he were uncertain? After all, it was his mother. A single word from her held monumental weight. Very well, I respect your choice. I took a deep breath, my furrowed brow easing. From his demeanor and actions, it was evident he felt coerced. Regardless of whether it was under duress or voluntary, the words had been spoken, and as his teacher, I could not refute them. I sighed deeply. From this night forth, you shall no longer be a ninja of Konoha. However, you may join the ranks of rogue ninjas. As I spoke, my voice brimmed with fury. Rogue ninjas are the bane of every village, whether weak or strong. Do not get caught. It could cost you your life. With the conversation having reached this point, I relinquished any hope. It was better to live as an ordinary person. Henceforth, use ninjutsu sparingly. This would be the end of it. I closed my eyes momentarily, rubbed my face, and turned my attention to the parents. I wonder if your circumstances mirror his. If so, I do not wish to repeat myself. If they were different, we would continue our discussion. Bo Yi's parents, in their 30s and clad in modest attire, could be described as impoverished. Surprisingly, their demeanor was quite gentle, perhaps harboring hopes for Bo Yi. We respect our child's choice. For them, having a child who is a ninja could be seen as advantageous. At the very least, no one would dare bully them. All right, I turned to Zhuang. What about you? Speaking with these individuals felt more exhausting than executing an S-rank mission. With one person already withdrawn, another's departure posed little concern. I wish to continue my training and prove myself. Bo Yi replied without hesitation. What is wrong with being a ninja? We experience far more than the average person. Zhuang glanced at his parents, who nodded and smiled in agreement. Why should parents involve themselves in their children's decisions? Teacher, I too wish to continue my training. Zhuang echoed. Having finally embarked on the path of a ninja, it would be foolish to abandon it midway. Moreover, his family situation did not permit him to falter. Let Zhuang pursue his ambitions. He cannot toil in the fields for a lifetime. His parents chimed in, evidently having discussed this beforehand. Very well, 3 days hence. We will resume training, I said with a slight smile. The outcome was not entirely dire. One had withdrawn, yet 2 remained. Those who endured the grueling training possessed unwavering resolve, truly a group of the uninformed. Daer's mother, having engaged in some minor business, pursed her lips. After 2 years of investigation, I have found that the mortality rate among ninjas is alarmingly high, particularly for lower-ranked ones. During each war, they often suffer total annihilation. I cannot bear the thought of my Daer perishing in battle. Her tone reflected her disdain for the ninja life. Daer's mother showed no inclination to alter her perspective. Rather than risking life and limb, it is wiser to return home and live a quiet life. Engaging in trade allows one to survive. Becoming a ninja could lead to an untimely death. After years of learning, what would it matter if he exited the ninja realm? A modicum of ninjutsu knowledge would suffice. Mom. Daer furrowed his brow, unable to contain himself any longer. He was not one to fear death. Being a ninja was a fleeting endeavor. In this world, who does not face mortality? Daer, from this moment on, I am no longer your teacher, and you are no longer a ninja, I declared loudly. My voice resonating even beyond the confines of the room, audible to passing nurses. To abandon the path of a ninja, one has forfeited the right to be considered a true ninja. Even as a villain, there exists a code of conduct. At this moment, Daer desperately wished to change his mind, but it was too late. His mother had unilaterally determined his future path, stripping him of his ninja status, a first in the village of Konoha. Obito, having heard my raised voice, approached to investigate. This was the first instance of a ninja's information being expunged from the records of Konoha. It would not be long before Daer's name spread throughout the village and the ninja world, marking a historical precedent. Before long, tales of a mad teacher would circulate in Konoha. I am left with no choice but to return to school for retraining or relinquish my ninja status. I gestured helplessly. Such lower-ranked ninjas will not be recognized by the higher-ups of Konoha. Being part of the higher echelon, I understood how they assessed lower-ranked ninjas. They had only 2 choices, rogue ninja or failure. Return to being an ordinary person. Obito nodded in understanding. Are you here for a reason? I raised an eyebrow at him. Are we starting again? I'm busy. I'll take my leave. I recognize the need to swiftly exit this contentious space. Heaven knows when I might return. Son, we are going home. I shall report this teacher. I refuse to believe that the Hokage will remain indifferent. The mother, filled with concern for her son's muscle injury, felt a pang of sympathy. At home, he was spoiled, but who would have thought that he would sustain an injury while training as a ninja? This was unacceptable. She must seek accountability from the Hokage. Hearing her words, I could not help but chuckle. Countless ninjas have perished in the line of duty. What was so alarming about a muscle strain? Did she look down upon those who had lost limbs? As I watched Daer being assisted out, the others rallied in my defense, saying, Teacher, just pretend Daer is not your student. Indeed, it was merely a muscle strain. He had not lost half his life. Such individuals indeed evoke disdain. I am indifferent. Even in the world of shinobi, they would not last long. The thought of that wretched door elicits a laugh. The shinobi realm shows no mercy to the weak, nor does it concern itself with the strong. Such people are destined to perish before they even make their entrance. Are you referring to Door or his parents? From the teacher's tone, it seems they must be speaking of Door's parents. Indeed, Shin nodded directly. In the shinobi world, such individuals would not survive a second. Even in the eyes of affluent merchants, their lifespans would be brief. Having engaged in the business of the financially disadvantaged, Shun is acutely aware that the commercial sphere harbors its own perils. Why speak so much? You all should rest. I shall procure some items and return shortly. These snacks won't last long. I estimate they will be digested by tomorrow morning. With nothing to do, Shin simply wishes for them to indulge in some leisure and enjoy themselves. Only when well-nourished can they muster the strength to train. After wandering the village for half an hour, he spent a few hundred ryo. Carrying a large bag of snacks, he re-entered the Konoha hospital. The aunts and uncles were still there, just in time for them to take care of them. Shun placed the snacks between the two beds. Rest well. Eat when you wish, drink when you desire, and let me know if you need more. Chapter 110. The Jester of the Performance? The exam begins. A few hundred ryo is nothing to Shun. It's merely enough for a lavish meal. For families like theirs, a few hundred ryo constitutes a significant sum. For example, a certain someone originally had a monthly allowance of just over 1,000 ryo. Gazing at the towering pile of snacks, their mouths gaped wide. Although the snacks are not overly expensive, they are typically reluctant to indulge. At regular prices, this would cover over 2 weeks' worth of food expenses. In the past, it would have amounted to 2 months' living expenses. Teacher, this. They were perplexed. Surely, this mound of assorted snacks was not intended for them. These are for you. Feel free to indulge. Shin chuckled, then turned to leave. On his way home, he purchased over 30 bags of snacks. The next day, after tidying up the clutter of packaging within his room, he ventured out to stroll. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed an unusual stage, where children of varying attire stood. They were quite young, merely 3 or 4 years of age. After watching for a while, he could not discern which brand of water release the child was demonstrating. He merely saw a slender column of water in the palm of his hand, which could hardly be classified as a pillar. This is the reality of students from the Ninja Academy. They scarcely grasp the basics of ninjutsu. Following a round of applause, another child took the stage. After forming the necessary hand seals, he gently tapped the ground, causing a small mound of earth to rise, roughly the size of 3 fingers. After observing all the performances, this year's batch seemed acceptable. The host then spotted a middle-aged ninja walking by and called out, "Would you be so kind as to demonstrate a ninjutsu for us, big brother?" "Sure." The children shouted with innocent enthusiasm. Having gained some understanding of ninjutsu, they were eager to witness what kind of technique could obliterate an enemy. Yet, a shinobi who graduated over a decade ago, showcasing ninjutsu, does not bode well. If something were to go awry, who would bear the consequences? Observing a group of children encircling him, the middle-aged man hesitated to refuse. "I'm afraid I have other matters to attend to. Please seek someone else." The middle-aged man, visibly agitated and clutching several documents, waved his hand dismissively. "It won't take much of your time. Just demonstrate a super simple ninjutsu to set an example for the children." Seizing the opportunity, the host urged him on. Perhaps witnessing genuine ninjutsu would inspire these children to strive to become true ninjas. "You should find someone more suitable. I'm far too old to be a role model." The middle-aged man replied impatiently, waving his hand again. "What age am I? Why should I perform? Even if his ninjutsu were magnitudes more impressive than theirs, it would only serve to make him a laughingstock. Given his age, he had long passed the time for such displays. Did you see that young boy? That's the kind of role model you should seek. Go find him. He is a good 10 years younger than me and far more inspiring." The middle-aged man pointed at Shun, who, realizing the predicament, swiftly fled. "Teaching students is already challenging enough. This is not something I can engage in." "Oh, you must be the one to come. I assure you it won't take long, just a matter of seconds." Upon seeing the young man flee, the host sighed in resignation. "Brother, are you purposely avoiding me? Out of so many ninjas, why must you cling to me? I've told you, I'm busy." This time, the middle-aged man ignored his protests and hurried away. Watching his retreating figure, the host's facial expressions shifted, clearly exasperated. He then turned his attention to a young ninja, perhaps 15 or 16 years old, who appeared utterly relaxed. Unsurprisingly, he successfully dragged him onto the stage. At that moment, the young ninja was still in a state of bewilderment. "What is going on? Why am I up here? Is there something I need to do? What is this place? Please welcome this young man to demonstrate his signature ninjutsu." The host's voice was not loud, yet every individual heard it clearly. At that moment, Shin stepped forward to continue observing the spectacle. Brother, give them a thrill, you know the purpose. The host had exerted considerable effort to ensure the children witnessed authentic ninjutsu. He resolved not to host again. It's not that I'm unwilling to elevate your status. After one of my techniques, will they still have their lives? Kara was utterly vexed. Is this merely a performance issue? This is a matter of survival. Kara, feel free to flaunt your prowess, Shin said, dispersing the crowd. Come on, clear the path for him. Upon hearing Shun's words, Kara found them rather unpalatable. It felt as though he were being chided. Showing off ninjutsu in front of children who know nothing indeed carries an air of pretentiousness. Earth style, crumbling earth palm. Furrowing his brow, he reluctantly slammed his palm onto the ground. The earth cracked, only to be hastily filled in afterward. Flaunting his abilities may bring momentary pleasure, but he would have to deal with the consequences later. Shun was genuinely surprised. With one slap, he had executed the crumbling earth palm. The once solid ground was now marred. Wouldn't a simple ninjutsu suffice? Surely, he could have done something less destructive. After the exhibition, it became a routine of idleness for the next 4 or 5 days. During this time, Shin also purchased numerous snacks and nutrition meals to send to them. Despite their parents' constant insistence that it was unnecessary. Teacher, you are not their parent. 3 days later, they trained in mountain climbing and arm strength. On the 7th day, they ran around the village. On the 20th day, they refined their ninjutsu. The subsequent days were a continuous cycle. On the day of the Chunin exam, the Konoha arena was filled with genin from various villages. Dor, having lost his status as a ninja, could only watch from afar. He had regretted his decisions every moment over the past few months. Rin and Obito's students were directly regarded as genin. Kakashi, do you think your class has a chance of advancing to Chunin? In recent days, numerous events had unfolded within Konoha, most revolving around the promotion to Chunin. This year's cohort of Chunin candidates seemed scant. The prospects for Class 22 to advance were not promising, and Shin believed that Class 21 would also face limited opportunities. For some unknown reason, this Chunin exam was more stringent than any previous one, making advancement considerably more challenging. Consequently, today's ninjas would either leave empty-handed or only a select few would attain the rank of Chunin. I have a premonition, you're merely looking for a conversation starter. No, absolutely not. Shin immediately retorted, for there was no way he would concede. Even if there were some truth to it, he would still claim otherwise. Seeking conversation starters is quite embarrassing. No, your expression has already revealed your thoughts. Kakashi turned to scrutinize his demeanor. After all these years together, do you think I'm unaware of your temperament and character? Deep merely wished to utter a single phrase. After all these years, I truly possess not a shred of privacy. With that jest concluded, the examination commenced. The proctors were Moonlight Breeze and Mitarashi Anko. The examination content mirrored that of Naruto's generation, centering on the contest for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. The majority of the examiners hailed from Konoha, with only a select few representing the Rain country's Mangekyou. The Akatsuki organization was not idle either, dispatching several Mangekyou genin to participate in the Chunin exams. Chapter 111. The Akatsuki emerged once more to stir trouble. The genin sent by the Akatsuki aimed primarily to safeguard the safety of Konohagakure's genin. The Akatsuki's intent was clear, better to perish than to forsake peace. The previous days had been relatively calm, with no significant issues arising. Minor conflicts among genin were commonplace. However, on the 4th day, a sudden force materialized before everyone's eyes. Their forehead protectors bore the character for disperse, making it evident that the Akatsuki had initiated their maneuver. This time, their targets were the genin from various villages. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, let us proceed. The emergence of Akatsuki members in the desert region signified a troubling omen, likely signaling some form of communication. Upon arrival at the site, all the genin had been bound and discarded onto the ground. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Aimed at one of the Akatsuki members, Deep concentrated his fire chakra, producing a fireball of formidable size and strength. In an instant, it created a deep crater. To prevent injuries among the exam participants, the positioning was somewhat compromised. Lightning cutter. Kakashi's hand flickered with electricity, surging forth to pierce through an Akatsuki member's chest. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball appeared, hurtling toward the Akatsuki. Deep felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back, and half a second later, his legs propelled him like cannonballs, launching projectiles one after another at blinding speed. A resounding explosion erupted, obliterating dozens of Akatsuki members, leaving behind only a vast crater filled with sand. Obito, can we not be so reckless next time? With such destructive jutsu, are you not concerned about annihilating them all? If Deep had been slightly slower, the Chunin exams could have concluded prematurely. Obito remarked, uncertain of the true extent of the jutsu's power. As long as they are hit, there is no chance of survival. Is the Great Fireball really that devastating? Deep, are you serious? Obito queried, having thought he misheard. That is a fundamental jutsu. If you cannot even use the Great Fireball, then you likely have no jutsu left to employ. Your Great Fireball is indeed accurate, but the damage should not be so excessive. Had I not been well acquainted with its power, they would all be dead by now. He pointed at the very innocent Genin. Enough, you two. Let us not dwell on matters too much. Let us first resolve the situation at hand. Hundreds of Akatsuki members suddenly sprang forth from an unknown source. Kakashi furrowed his brow. At this rate, we cannot eliminate them all. These individuals emerged from beneath the sand, likely ninjas from Mangekyou. Their forehead protectors indicated that they were either rogue ninjas or elite combatants trained by the Akatsuki, adept for warfare in desert terrain. These individuals were formidable, surpassing the useless ones from before. Forming a protective circle around the Genin, the four displayed commendable teamwork. Kakashi, can your lightning cutter penetrate their sand defenses? Gaara was a master of sand manipulation, and Deep feared that these individuals would prove equally skilled. Uncertain. The capability of the lightning cutter to breach the sand's protection is not solely dependent on Kakashi, but rather on the strength of the enemy. With a resolve, Deep unsheathed his chakra blade, gripping it firmly. Although they were not the examiners, safeguarding the lives of the participants from external threats remained paramount. At this moment, Moonlight Breeze could be engaged in combat elsewhere. Given the presence of Akatsuki ninjas here, one could only wonder if others lurked nearby. Mission. Special. Protect the safety of the examinees. Reward. Resurrection technique. Not a ninjutsu. Unrelated to the Naruto universe. Deep was taken aback. Such a technique had surfaced? He had believed it would take years to acquire the resurrection technique. After all, it was the ability to revive the deceased, forcibly retrieving them from the Pure Land. The 20 bewildered examinees awoke, questioning the unfolding events. Who were the four individuals encircling them? Observing the Akatsuki members manipulating sand, Deep felt an urge to pound the ground in frustration. Alas, he lacked the strength to do so. Even if he possessed such strength in this boundless desert, a single punch would likely yield little effect. Everyone, be cautious. Deep activated his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Should an adversary appear within reach, he would unleash Amaterasu to incinerate them. Inflicting pain without causing death remained a viable option. Are we truly taking this so seriously? Kakashi sighed, lifting the forehead protector covering his eyes, revealing one of his Sharingan. Kakashi, how does it feel to use my eyes? The transplanted Sharingan felt surprisingly comfortable. Opening and closing them poses no discomfort whatsoever. They function adequately, albeit with some chakra drain. With the Sharingan activated, chakra would continuously deplete, regardless of how much he possessed. How dare you complain about using my eyes? Obito pouted, visibly displeased. Enough, let us concentrate on the battle. Our foes cannot be confronted head-on. It is these erratic ninjas that pose the greatest threat. They are the most insidious. As he spoke, an enemy suddenly emerged, evading Deep's chakra blade and preparing to vanish into the sand. With a fierce glare, Deep unleashed black flames upon the individual. As they attempted to burrow underground, their clothing was incinerated in the process. Without hesitation, he activated Amaterasu. Obito was astonished, fully aware of the toll such ocular abilities could inflict. He then posed a serious inquiry. Deep, how severe is your myopia? Not too severe. I can still see clearly. Deep understood Obito's concern, his vision still intact. Utilizing his eyes felt as if he were employing them as his own. Deep, you ought to be cautious. Continued use may lead to blindness, Obito cautioned. He had never anticipated that Deep would wield Amaterasu so recklessly. Wouldn't it be better to preserve your sight for admiring beautiful maidens rather than risking it? Ah, having a friend like you is quite delightful. At least someone cares about me. Deep acknowledged, aware of his own ocular condition. But you, take care not to emulate my recklessness. You will lose your sight before I do. Without a system enhancement, would Deep dare to act so freely? Certainly not. When one's vision falters, one becomes utterly incapacitated. Obito's heart was dealt 1 billion critical hits. Is there truly anyone so brazen as to speak in such a manner? Certainly not. Such words, so injurious to one's pride, serve no purpose. Shin, it is unfathomable that you would express yourself in this way. Upon closer inspection, Obito noticed Shin's eyes. They bore an uncanny resemblance to a kaleidoscope. But more accurately, they seemed to have ascended to a higher echelon. The eternal kaleidoscope. Shin, has your kaleidoscope experienced an upgrade? It appears to resemble the legendary eternal kaleidoscope. The eternal kaleidoscope, a myth within the Uchiha clan, had now manifested before them. With this revelation, it would be an arduous task for the Uchiha to remain inconspicuous. The power of an eternal kaleidoscope could easily overpower any elite shinobi. Indeed, it has been so for quite some time, Shin confessed without evasion. Obito's heart ignited with fervor. This was the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, a coveted treasure for every Uchiha. The kaleidoscope grants abilities such as Susanoo, while the eternal version is a superlative advancement, enhancing powers significantly. What transformations does the Susanoo undergo? Obito pressed further. It is said that the Eternal can unleash the complete form of Susanoo. Of course, it can, Shin replied. But I have yet to test it. Who has the leisure to activate Susanoo without engaging in battle? With no adverse effects from using Susanoo, there was no need for intentional experimentation. Obito fell silent, acknowledging the truth of the matter. He understood the tremendous toll Susanoo exacts on one's ocular power. Do not inquire how he knows. As these two conversed, Kakashi listened with trepidation. Thankfully, there was no other Sharingan in play. Should one be activated recklessly, regret would come too late. The topics surrounding the Eternal Kaleidoscope were far more intriguing than those concerning the Akatsuki members, yet the latter felt utterly disregarded by Shin and his companions. Their moods soured considerably. With so many ninjas, even the weakest could bolster their ranks. They could not afford to dismiss them, as it would be a grave affront to the Akatsuki. Only Rin maintained her vigilance, wielding her chakra blade with unwavering alertness. Enough of this chatter. Notice how their eyes have turned red. Spotting a familiar face, Shin laughed. Was this not the individual who had previously fled from the land of snow? Only to be ensnared by him, and another ninja in a life-and-death struggle? Hello there, we meet again. I will kill you. Upon seeing Shin, rage surged within him. Were it not for this person, how could he have fallen to such depths? With no home to return to, he had joined the Akatsuki solely to lead a cadre of warriors to slay him. Hold on, this is not a battle between just the two of us. There are too many here, Shin interjected, extending a hand to halt him. Stay where you are? The commander of this squad struck him across the face, leaving it bruised and battered. Do not let your anger disrupt our plans. Our target is not them, understand? Faced with a host of Konoha's elite shinobi, the leader in yellow attire with a crooked face had no intention of engaging them. 4 elite shinobi against 100 lower-ranked ninjas may yield a favorable outcome. But could they eliminate all 4 and still have the strength to vanquish those lower-ranked ninjas on the verge of promotion? Should all of them ascend to the rank of Chunin, it would deal a significant blow to the Akatsuki. These ninjas hailed from every village. They could not persuade every aspiring Chunin to join the Akatsuki. They had no choice but to eliminate them all within this time frame to prevent the emergence of formidable adversaries. Pointing at the injured lower-ranked ninjas, the crooked-mouthed leader bellowed, at all costs, kill them. News from the land of rain reached the Akatsuki headquarters. Losing over 10,000 members without eliminating a single enemy incited the leader's wrath. He immediately declared the death of Yu and dispatched thousands to exterminate all lower-ranked ninjas participating in the Chunin exams. This batch of potential shinobi from the 5 great villages must perish in the cradle. 100 ninjas and thousands of common foot soldiers surged forth like a flood. Kill! The cacophony of their battle cries was deafening, resonating uncomfortably in the ears. Facing such overwhelming numbers posed a significant challenge. Observing the adversaries charging forth with an array of weapons, Shin swallowed hard. This would be no easy task. The Akatsuki was an exceedingly renowned organization, boasting a military force that could surpass the combined total of 2 small nations. These numbers were trivial to the Akatsuki, having invested considerable time to understand the Akatsuki. Obito was taken aback by the sheer scale of this formidable organization. Typically, he focused on ninja-formed associations, but he had never scrutinized an entity of this magnitude. The outcome was nothing short of a staggering revelation. Can we refrain from making sarcastic remarks? We must devise a solution to the predicament at hand. Those ninjas alone are sufficient to challenge us. And with the addition of thousands of troops, my heart grows colder. What other option do we have but to fight? Agreed. Aside from combat, there is no alternative. Kakashi had also brought numerous shuriken and kunai this time. Then let us proceed. Maintaining the chakra blade was no simple task. Rin was the first to charge forward. I will join you. Kakashi and Shin exchanged glances before dashing in opposite directions. Lower-ranked ninjas possessed a degree of self-preservation instinct. While common foot soldiers showed no fear, if they cowered against such foes, they should relinquish their status as ninjas. Those lower-ranked ninjas picked up kunai from the sandy ground, preparing for battle back-to-back. With fervor, Shin propelled a lower-ranked ninja away with a punch, blood staining his knuckles. Youthful vigor surged. In a swift motion, he executed a roundhouse kick that cleaved a common foot soldier in 2, exposing flesh and bone. Combat. Grabbing a common foot soldier by the head, he smashed it into another's skull, splattering blood everywhere. Carnage. Drawing a kunai from his waist, he pierced a common foot soldier's heart, sending him flying in a straight line. Slaughter. Crouching low, his blade sliced through the air, decapitating 3 common foot soldiers in one swift stroke, blood gushing forth. He unleashed a flurry of shuriken, leaping into action, targeting several common foot soldiers. This is what it means to fight. Licking the blood from his arm, Shin resembled an emotionless killing machine. Both Kakashi and Obito mirrored this ruthlessness. Only Rin retained a gentler approach, merely inflicting a shallow cut across a common soldier's neck to end their life. The gathering lower-ranked ninjas, witnessing heads flying and blood raining down, were left in a state of shock. Chapter 113. Being too famous is also a crime. Each life extinguished in such a manner. Was this the essence of being a ninja, the embodiment of war? Wherever there are ninjas, there is bloodshed. Fire release, great fire destruction. Suddenly leaping forward, he startled them. Some even mistook him for an enemy. As his fist struck, they froze upon recognizing him as a senior. A fiery inferno, spanning over 100 meters, erupted from Shin's mouth. Several water-style ninjas from the Akatsuki hastily formed seals, conjuring a wall of water to shield against the flames. Amaterasu. If fire could be thwarted, then combined with the might of Amaterasu, the devastation would be exponentially greater. The conflagration, infused with the black flames of Amaterasu, transformed into an inferno of burning black fire. The collision of water and fire turned into steam, rapidly ascending. Oh no, here it comes again. Obito was left dumbfounded. After having unleashed Amaterasu multiple times prior, could he truly withstand it again? Brother, can you sustain such a massive chakra expenditure? Obito felt somewhat numb. Shin's chakra seemed inexhaustible. If it were him, his chakra would have long since depleted. The sheer magnitude was beyond belief, far too excessive. In Shin's eyes, there existed only the temperature of flames and an endless reservoir of chakra. The eternal kaleidoscope had its own temporal consumption, yet that was trivial in comparison. As the situation reached a critical point, Shin immediately ceased his actions. Continuing further would surely arouse suspicion. His chakra was abundant, and both fire and water dissipated simultaneously. With an impassive expression, Shin stood there, observing the water-style ninjas before him, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Between them lay a vast, deep crater. Should we continue? Life as a genin was far from easy. Although fighting with fodder did not require much effort, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. In the distance, ninjas emerged. Some injured, indicating that their battle had concluded. It was truly infuriating. The Chunin exams were supposed to be a time of peace, yet chaos ensued. Indeed, it was frustrating that during the Chunin exams, we could not even relax at home and were compelled to engage in combat, 2 of them lamented. At last, we have arrived at the final location. Once we resolve matters here, we can return home to rest. The skirmish on their side was minor and had long been settled. Only here had Q deployed a significant force. Isn't that Uchiha Shun? Allegedly, he is closely associated with the Fourth Hokage and is part of the village's upper echelons. Upon seeing Shun's bloodied face and matted hair, someone muttered, "It's him, no doubt, the most talented youth of the Uchiha clan." Speaking of Uchiha Shun, it is said that he single-handedly subdued the entire Uchiha upper echelon. Quite impressive indeed. Oh, your information is outdated. There are countless stories about Uchiha Shun. Suppressing the clan's higher-ups is merely one aspect. Even officials from the Land of Fire and many village leaders dare not confront him. It's not merely a matter of being close to the Fourth Hokage. Is this it? Is this all? Have you heard about how Uchiha Shin directly revoked the ninja title of one of his students, a boy named Dor, who comes from a rather unfortunate family? Indeed, I have heard of Dor. His parents were so fearful of his demise that they disregarded him altogether and brought him home. Their business seems to be suffering now. Doesn't he it? Good. If anything, that is strange. Ever since that incident, their business has plummeted. Many believe such a person should not be begging in Konoha. They simply do not deserve it. The crowd exchanged idle chatter, shifting their focus from Shun to his expelled student, Dor. Shin felt quite innocent, caught in the crossfire of their discussions. Let them talk, but why all this unnecessary chatter? The crux of the matter is still about him. Would he truly wish for such a misfortunate student? Brother, you've become famous. This time, Kakashi and Obito spoke in perfect unison. I'd rather not be known for producing such a failed student. I'd prefer to follow your lead and promote them to genin early. Shin covered his head, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Any other genin would surpass Dor without a doubt. It's not that Dor is inherently flawed, it's simply his parents. What kind of peculiar parents are those? They send their child to school only to learn a bit of ninjutsu for self-protection, completely disregarding the ninja title. It's unavoidable. Now you've gained notoriety. Haha. Obito chuckled mischievously, noting that such students bring discomfort to anyone associated with them. More Jounin and Chunin arrived. QS leader recognized they could not win, but gritted his teeth upon seeing the students participating in the exams. Retreat. There was no choice. If they did not withdraw now, they would face total annihilation. After the previous battle, many had already perished. This was akin to losing both the lady and the soldiers. Boss, are we retreating now? Staring at the countless corpses littering the ground, he felt a bit dazed. Retreating at this juncture would render the previous sacrifices in vain. Retreat. Retreat. If there were a way, he wouldn't retreat. Fighting to the bitter end would yield no better results. As long as the mission was accomplished, what did it matter if they all perished here? A large contingent withdrew, and despite their reluctance, they had no other choice. The outcome had already been determined. All right, the Chunin exam shall continue. Shin clapped his hands, cheerfully announcing, Chunin and Jounin may return to the village to rest. With everything concluded, Obito hurried over to examine Shin's eyes. You used Amaterasu without shedding blood? That is unscientific. Regardless of the person, using Amaterasu invariably caused bloodshed. Even if Shin's eyes had evolved to the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, Obito had never witnessed him using Amaterasu without bleeding. Is this scientific? This is utterly unscientific. Obito, I have evolved into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. How could I possibly bleed while using Amaterasu? Shin firmly explained. No, even before. I saw you use Amaterasu, and you didn't bleed. Don't tell me you were already the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan a year ago. Regardless, Obito simply did not believe Shin's words. Such fabrications abound. Using Amaterasu without bleeding? Is that even feasible? Well, I suppose my proficiency in using Amaterasu has prevented any blood loss. Does that reasoning suffice? You're forcibly explaining things again. Obito is already tipsy without even drinking. The forced explanations were becoming increasingly absurd. Never mind, I want to discuss this with you. It's pointless since you'll only try to explain it away. Hello. Uchiha-shun, I didn't expect our first meeting to be under such circumstances, she said with a grin. Hello? Shin momentarily found himself at a loss for words, questioning the sanity of this girl. Not returning home to chat here? Hello, the village's renowned figure, Mr. Uchiha-shun. This was a particularly sturdy-looking man. You hello? Shin felt somewhat at a loss for words, sensing that remaining stationary might lead to greater trouble. Sure enough, over a dozen people greeted him simultaneously, prompting Shun to bolt. Chapter 114, Kazahana Koyuki's narrative. Watching his retreating figure, the crowd collectively stood bewildered. It was merely a greeting. Was it really necessary to react like that? They had no idea of Shun's struggles. Teaching such a failed student was also a burden, bringing considerable shame. Moreover, Shin feared their incessant inquiries, which would only lead to further ridicule. The Chunin exams continued as the proctors busily attended to their posts. The Jounin and Chunin who had come to assist returned home to rest. Had it not been for QS disruption, they might have already completed more than half the exams. Now, they could only endure a prolonged delay. The Chunin exams held no significance for him. He simply rested at home, gathering a few friends to play a game of Dodiju. These friends were well-known figures. Initially, no one knew how to play. After just a couple of rounds, they became utterly addicted. After all, it was a card game that had captivated a generation. Moreover, after only a few hours, he had accrued a mountain of debt. Whether it was Shun's bad luck or if they had just learned to cheat remained unclear. The likelihood of cheating was slim. No super genius could grasp all the intricacies instantaneously. Gentlemen, place your bets. Shin took out his small notebook. 5 sets of 3 colored dumplings and 10 servings of natto. Just bring me whatever. Very well, please wait a moment. Shin stood up and turned to Obito, asking, Are you serious about your just bring me whatever order? Just bring me whatever. That is the hardest order to fulfill. Very serious. Obito nodded earnestly. All right then, Shin replied without further ado, returning to his seat. 3 colored dumplings and natto were not particularly expensive. 300 ryo would suffice. This casual order amounted to merely 300 ryo, calculating the speed at which money was spent. It was rather alarming. In the blink of an eye, several hundred ryo had vanished. Just bring me whatever? 300 ryo for a casual order. Shun, someone is looking for you. As he finished shuffling the cards, a member of the Uchiha clan approached to deliver the message. Who? Shin was not pleased, as he was thoroughly enjoying himself. The princess of the land of snow, Kazahana Koyuki, wishes to see you. With that, the messenger turned to leave. It seemed he could no longer indulge. Farewell, everyone. Arriving at Kazahana Koyuki's courtyard, he leisurely strolled inside. The interior was quite well decorated, featuring a small fish pond. likely for leisurely grilled fish meals. The ambience of the room was indeed suitable for Kazahana Koike, somewhat serious yet relaxed. Is Kazahana Koike here? As he approached the door, he called out loudly, "Come in. Tea is ready," Fenghua Xiaoxue replied. "I'm here, take a seat." She gestured for Shun to sit at the opposite end of the table. The place was a bit disheveled, having just washed her clothes without tidying up. "What brings you here?" Shin asked casually, peeling a banana as he spoke, feeling as comfortable as if he were at home. "I am truly grateful for your generous support," Fenghua Xiaoxue said, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. "You are indeed suited to be a star. It hasn't even been a month, and you're already seeing results." Shin knew that becoming a celebrity was no easy feat. Yet this rapid success was remarkable. It seemed that Fenghua Xiaoxue truly possessed the potential to shine in the limelight. "This investment has proven to be worthwhile," she continued. No, this is just a temporary success," she clarified, recounting her experiences over the past few weeks. After listening intently to her story, Shin nodded seriously. "Very impressive. Keep up the good work. If you ever need funds." Without hesitation, he produced 300,000 taels and placed them on the table. The substantial sum looked quite impressive as it lay before them. Yet, that was not the effect Shin sought. "Take this money for now as a second wave of investment." Fenghua Xiaoxue was taken aback. "Where did you procure such a large sum?" Her eyes widened at the sight of the money. "The kaleidoscope's unique ability, Kamui space." Shin explained with a smile. "I usually keep food, money, and explosive items there. As for the explosives, those belong to Daidara's art, which I keep at a distance even within Kamui space." He wondered if the two spaces could induce a big bang, ensuring that neither the money nor food would be obliterated in the process. "Are you serious about the explosives?" Fenghua Xiaoxue gasped in shock. Though the house was free, if it were blown to smithereens, she would still have to compensate. With existing debts, another financial burden would leave her perpetually in a quagmire. "No need to worry," Shin reassured her, sensing her anxiety. "Kamui space is extremely safe. Even in the event of an explosion, this house will remain intact. If an explosion were to occur within the Uchiha clan, the entire clan might become the epicenter of chaos. You didn't summon me here just to discuss this, did you?" Shin furrowed his brow, sensing that this matter was more complex than it appeared. He knew Fenghua Xiaoxue well enough to suspect ulterior motives. After all, one does not visit without reason. "Well, if there is nothing else, I believe your presence here was warranted," she replied earnestly. Shin was the investor. She was the recipient of that investment. With so much happening lately, wasn't it enough for her to share her thoughts? In silence, Shin acquiesced to her request. "Very well," he said, standing up. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Should you require assistance, find me, or contact the clan leader. Take the money with you. For the next few years, I want to be short on funds," Fenghua Xiaoxue insisted, pointing at the considerable sum still on the table. The previous 200,000 taels had sufficed for her expenses for quite some time. "Forget it. You may use this money for now, and when you are financially stable, you can repay me," Shin replied nonchalantly. The 200,000 taels didn't weigh heavily on his mind. It wasn't about wealth, but the inherent risks of investment and the potential for wealth accumulation. Although this money might merely double or vanish entirely, Fenghua Xiaoxue found his reasoning sound. Being an actor was indeed a profession that consumed money. Once she gained fame, she would earn abundantly. "Farewell," Shun waved as he departed. "Until we meet again." Throughout their encounter, Fenghua Xiaoxue maintained a stoic expression, revealing only a hint of a smile during her farewell. Half a month later, the Chunin exams were nearing their conclusion. During this time, no significant events had transpired, allowing Shun to indulge in daily card games with friends, alternating with reading. The Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, enjoyed a leisurely existence, cooking and reading at home, occasionally stepping outside, and even skipping the examination venue altogether. Truly the most relaxed Hokage in history. On the eve of the written exam, Minato summoned members of the Umbu and called Shun to his home. "Shun, you should be at war during the first exam. The teachers are uneasy about the written exam, despite the presence of 3 special jonin overseeing it. No one can predict if the enemy will strike again." The first exam had already seen the emergence of the enemy, resulting in numerous casualties among both foot soldiers and shinobi. Minato feared that the enemy might reappear, delivering a severe blow to the genin during the test while avenging the fallen. This possibility was substantial, warranting vigilance. The supervising teachers were all special jonin, and a large-scale conflict would be quite troublesome. "Teacher, is that really necessary? Our defenses in Konoha are quite robust. It's nearly impossible for them to breach our village." Shun replied, furrowing his brow. Having dealt with the enemy on multiple occasions, he understood that their actions could be utterly unpredictable, yet that did not imply they were invincible. It was unrealistic to assume they would dare breach Konoha's formidable defenses. We must prepare for the worst. The enemy's actions are far too erratic. For this reason, Minato has dispatched all available personnel to monitor various corners of the village, while only Shun remains visible for protection. Upon seeing Minato's smile, Shun understood that this plan was set in stone, leaving no room for negotiation. Indeed, the enemy's movements were elusive and unpredictable. Understood, teacher, Shun acknowledged. This was his first mission since leaving the Umbu, and he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The next day, during the Chunin written exam, Shun sensed Kakashi, Obito, and Rin stationed at different points even before entering the examination hall. Once inside, he observed numerous shinobi milling about, including several Jonin and Chunin. The invigilators, Irika, Moonlight Breeze, and Mitarashi Anko, were all present, and the presence of 3 monitoring teachers signaled to all participating genin that this exam was extraordinary. "Hello, everyone," Shun greeted as he entered. "What brings you here?" The trio was taken aback by Shun's unexpected arrival. Wasn't T3 invigilators already enough for the Chunin written exam? As the 4th teacher appeared, those genin who had considered cheating felt utterly defeated. With 4 teachers overseeing them, the opportunity for any form of dishonesty vanished. Those familiar with Shun felt an apprehensive shiver. This teacher's combat prowess could intimidate a small army. "The Hokage sent me to observe. I had no choice but to come and take a look," Shun stated as he found a seat beside the bed. "You may continue. I am merely here to observe, with no other intentions." He gazed out at the scenery, locking eyes with the 3 outside, exchanging nods as a signal. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. They hadn't forgotten that a team of shinobi was patrolling outside, including some Jonin and Chunin dispatched as reinforcements from other villages. The enemy had dealt heavy blows to every village. The genin focused on their exams. The silence so profound that even the sound of their breathing was audible. Shun produced a bottle of mints and offered it to Moonlight Breeze. "Here, take this. It may help with your cough." While mint is indeed beneficial for those prone to coughs, it was less effective for someone like Moonlight Breeze. "Thank you." Moonlight Gale expressed gratitude by producing a sprig of mint, tucking the remainder into his pocket. "If the opportunity arises, do consider visiting the hospital. Mint may only alleviate your cough temporarily. This ailment of yours requires professional attention sooner or later." Deep was acutely aware of the nature of Moonlight Gale's affliction, quite mundane. In truth, was it a lack of funds that deterred him from seeking treatment? "Once I finish my current obligations, I shall certainly pay a visit," he replied with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Such is the essence of friendship. Their voices were hushed, discernible only to a select few teachers. "Deep, at times, I find myself questioning whether you truly belong to the Uchiha clan." His actions were inscrutable to all but himself. The Uchiha were known for their distinct demeanor. Yet Deep seemed to defy that norm, forging connections everywhere he went. Was he genuinely a youth of the Uchiha, or did he belong to another clan entirely? Indeed, some matters can wait until after the examination concludes. Let us allow them the tranquility to focus. He signaled for silence. It was the time of the Chunin exams, and speaking could easily disturb the candidates. The examination would last for 2.5 hours, and those who completed their answers early could leave ahead of schedule. Historically, no candidate had ever finished prematurely on questions beyond the syllabus, unless they chose to forfeit. With 30 minutes remaining, the glass of the examination hall shattered into a fine mist. "Maintain silence during the exam," Deep called out as he noticed their startled expressions. "Everyone, please continue supervising. I must step outside." From the mouths of his companions, he learned of an impending enemy invasion. Ninja reinforcements from the 5 great villages and several smaller ones rushed to the scene. Many Chunin and special Jonin from Konoha dashed to join the fray. Upon receiving the news, Kakashi and his team also rushed to the battle. "Deep, what on earth has transpired?" Mitarashi Anko furrowed her brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. The enemy had amassed substantial forces to launch a formidable assault on Konoha. They had already informed the Land of Fire, urging them to dispatch troops for support. Alongside the 5 great villages, their intent was clear, to eliminate every last one of this invading force. Deep sighed, acknowledging that the situation was far from favorable. Peril loomed large. Thankfully, no ninja had been dispatched for missions during the Chunin exams, significantly bolstering Konoha's defensive capabilities. Otherwise, one could only speculate the outcome. The 5 great villages would not remain amicable. Reinforcements were inevitable. This was akin to a military exercise. Elimination? Is that the Hokage's directive? They all recognized Deep's close association with the Hokage and immediately thought of the Fourth Hokage. "No, the Hokage has yet to issue any orders. This is merely my personal stance." Deep's gaze sharpened. "If they have come, They must remain. There is no reason to turn them away. This matter is of utmost importance. I believe we must inform the Hokage, Moonlight Gale interjected. At this hour, given the speed of the Umbu, the Hokage is likely already aware of the situation. Instructions should arrive shortly. Deep, having once served in the Umbu, understood their efficiency. Such a significant event warranted immediate notification. Any delay would be a grave error. What should we do? Mitarashi Anko inquired. For now, our task is simply to prevent any unforeseen mishaps, Deep replied resolutely. The examination could not be halted, especially at this juncture. With the enemy already engaged, there was no guarantee they would not flank from behind. 20 minutes later, under immense psychological pressure, all the genin completed their examinations. However, they were not immediately allowed to exit as cries of distress echoed from the corridor. You protect them, I will venture out. Upon reaching the hallway, Deep found several ninjas from various villages had already perished. Chapter 116, Phantasm, Confusion. Each deceased ninja bore a fatal wound upon their necks. The ground littered with the hidden weapons that had taken their lives. The assailants were none other than the masked members of the enemy force. An unsettling odor permeated the air, quite unpleasant to the senses. The Fourth Hokage's suspicions had proven correct. They had indeed targeted the examinees. Such individuals were beyond the capabilities of Moonlight Gale and his companions. They were all special jonin with limited power. Even elite jonin would face considerable challenges against such overwhelming numbers. If Minato's team were assembled, they could effortlessly dispatch these masked foes. The Chunin entered the classroom, while the jonin remained to confront the enemy. The ninjas present bore various wounds, and the Chunin, merely fodder in this battle, had a better chance remaining in the classroom. Jonin, stay put. Deep admonished as he noticed several jonin attempting to retreat into the classroom. Jonin have a fighting chance against other jonin. Why would you wish to cower like Chunin? Are you afraid of confrontation, fearing for your lives? One of them pointed angrily at the dozen or so masked assailants. They are all jonin. We are but a handful, and many of us are special jonin. What difference does it make if we continue to fight or wait for death here? With so many ninjas fallen, their desire to flee now seemed arbitrary. They should not forget their purpose for being there. Moreover, what did it matter if they were special jonin? Holding the title of jonin did not exempt them from performing the duties expected of their rank. If possible, Deep would have gladly slapped each of them at that moment. What was the difference between fleeing and being a traitor? Special jonin held their own advantages as well. Choose wisely, stay, and I shall treat this as if nothing has occurred. Flee, and Konoha will inform the leaders of the 5 great villages about today's events. Should the Kage learn that their jonin fled at the first sight of danger, I wonder how they would save face. They pointed angrily at Deep, their tempers flaring as one raised a fist, ready to strike. No more explanations. Explanations are merely veils for deceit. Deep chuckled, launching himself forward. Phantasm. Deep silently invoked, activating his Mangekyou Sharingan. The enemy ninjas perceived the danger too late, as a flurry of shuriken flew towards him. Those weapons passed right through him, striking the unfortunate jonin behind him. How is this possible? Very few knew the capabilities of the Mangekyou Sharingan, and even fewer understood the true nature of the Uchiha size. Those who were aware of its power had long since met their demise. Our attacks have no effect on him. This is inconceivable. The enemy members stood in stunned silence, grappling with the impossible reality unfolding before them. Ordinary attacks caused him no harm whatsoever. The ninjas from the 4 great villages were left in a state of confusion. Were they truly in danger while doing nothing? The thought was utterly terrifying. Drawing a chakra-infused short sword, Deep swiftly struck at one of the masked foes. The head severed from the neck, blood gushed forth as the body crumpled to the ground. That ninja witnessed her own demise in stark clarity. From the moment Deep drew his sword to the conclusion, no more than a second elapsed. The gas mask fell to the ground, revealing a woman. No wonder it felt somewhat different to strike her. Aika! Aika! The remaining 13 stared intently at her severed head, their teeth clenched and fists tightly balled. Fury igniting within them. You killed Aika. Without uttering another word, they charged directly at him. Wait. Deep, currently in a phantasmal state, could disregard their assaults. Did Aika have any connection to them? Were they not all assassins? It appeared the relationship was slightly more complex than that. As they thrust kunai through Deep's form, their rationality finally kicked in. This individual's body was peculiar, impervious to ordinary attacks. But what of ninjutsu? Upon witnessing a barrage of jutsu directed at him, Deep raised an eyebrow, taken aback. With all 5 attributes of ninjutsu acquired, it appears to wield considerable power. A word of caution for what lies ahead. The state of phasing renders one invincible, allowing ninjutsu to seamlessly penetrate Deep and strike those few elite shinobi behind. Damn it! The ninja behind Shin cursed vehemently, disregarding any shame, unconcerned about how they would be reprimanded upon returning to the village. They dashed toward the classroom without a backward glance. A moment's delay could mean the difference between life and death. Their movements were swift and decisive. Observing them enter the classroom, Shin merely chuckled lightly. This was entirely normal. Waiting for death, now that would be abnormal. He watched as the ninjutsu passed through his body, creating a gaping hole in the wall. The vanquished ninjas were left dumbfounded. At that moment, the fourth Hokage made his appearance, holding a luminous sphere in his hand as he charged forward. The Rasengan, in conjunction with space-time ninjutsu, threaded through the group, quickly incapacitating all foes. Lacking area of effect techniques, they could only be dealt with individually. Shin stared blankly at his teacher. This scene felt oddly familiar. Could the Rasengan be used alongside space-time ninjutsu? Wasn't this merely a simplified version of the Flying Thunder God technique? Teacher, what brings you here? Shin had not anticipated that Minato Namikaze would arrive in this place. Wasn't he supposed to be on the front lines? I am aware of the situation here. It's merely a small contingent. We will deal with them before heading to the battlefield. Minato's expression darkened. The forces mobilized by the Akatsuki are considerable. We must address them one by one. Minato, are you ready? At that moment, Kushina approached, donning a ninja vest. Naruto, leave it to Fugaku of the Uchiha clan to oversee. Clad in the vest, Kushina appeared strikingly more beautiful. It's done. They are predominantly jonin, with a few exceptional elite jonin among them. This attack has dealt a significant blow to the candidates. After some analysis, Minato discovered a troubling issue. Where had the Akatsuki amassed such a large army? The forces mobilized for this conflict alone equated to the entire military strength of a small nation. Even with defectors, it would not account for such a magnitude. Something felt amiss. Kushina, have there been any updates from the Umbu? None. All 4 great villages are investigating the origin of the Akatsuki, along with high-ranking officials from the 5 great nations, yet there has been no concrete information. Every faction yearned to understand why the Akatsuki had suddenly emerged, leading such a vast organization, surpassing even the combined number of ninjas from the 5 great villages. Kushina shook her head, equally perplexed. What lay at the crux of this issue? Why did the Akatsuki boast such a massive horde of expendable ninjas? Everything seemed wildly unrealistic. The ninjas of the 5 great villages were limited in number. It appeared that the Akatsuki's forces exceeded those of the 5 great villages, and their strength was not to be underestimated. This matter had been reported to the daimyo. Now we must address our next task. Minato raised his gaze. Shun, let us depart. These 3 can handle things here. Chapter 117. Pure Land, Forbidden Technique? The teaching building posed no further danger. The 3 special jonin were sufficient to maintain safety. Teacher, I will go fetch them, Shin declared, heading toward the classroom. The ninjas from the 4 great villages, who had previously been hiding, were now due to emerge and stretch their legs. Despite suffering minor injuries, they needed to rejoin the fray. Those ninjas dragged out by Shun wore expressions of despair. They regretted coming to Konoha to wallow in murky waters. These individuals were reinforcements from the 4 great villages, many of whom should be fighting outside. Shin refrained from introducing the remaining ninjas. Their attire was familiar enough. Thank you immensely for sending your ninjas to assist our Konoha village during such a busy time, Minato acknowledged with a slight bow. Now is not the time for pleasantries. Please, follow me to the battlefield. The Akatsuki, which had always eluded comprehension, left Shun, Minato, and Kushina eager to uncover the source of their overwhelming military presence. Each faction seemed to start with tens of thousands, and this time it surged to tens of thousands more. What was the reason? Shin pointed to a head that had turned to mud upon hitting the ground. Even the blood splattered on the earth, transforming into soil. The blood on Shin himself also morphed into mud. This phenomenon was utterly unfathomable. The corpses of fallen ninjas transforming into soil. How could this be? Minato had never witnessed such an occurrence. It was evident that they were not true ninjas. Perhaps the fallen had been resurrected through some peculiar technique. Yet, the likelihood of that was nearly 0. After all, it was mere earth, a pile of muck. It was highly probable that this had nothing to do with forbidden techniques. Were they not human? Kushina gasped in astonishment. None of them had encountered such a phenomenon before. This was unprecedented in the entire shinobi world. Even the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan did not possess such remarkable prowess. It must be some form of forbidden technique that allowed the beings of the Pure Land to return to this realm. Death, and then back to the Pure Land. That was the only explanation. Shin could not conceive of any alternative that could elucidate this situation. Is that even possible? Kushina pondered, aware of the Pure Land. However, to utilize such ordinary soil to summon beings from the Pure Land to fight was an extraordinary ability. In comparison, the powers of the Uzumaki clan seemed trivial. Not only were they formidable, but these individuals also possessed the full strength of their original forms. Witnessing the dead return to the earth, the information flooded Shin's mind as if erupting suddenly. He understood this ability intimately. Perhaps it was the system subtly conveying some not-so-important yet crucial information. Hey Shun, how do you know so much about these beings? If what Shin spoke was true, Kushina would comprehend why the Akatsuki could field such a vast army. They were merely denizens of the Pure Land. It was fortunate that Hashirama had not been summoned. Otherwise, it was uncertain who in Konoha could withstand the First Hokage. After conducting an investigation, Shun had not anticipated the truth to be so profound. The intel from the system should also count as an investigation. Regardless, this was how these beings came to be. It also explained why the Rain Country could casually field thousands of expendable troops. Countless perished in the First, Second, and Third Great Shinobi Wars. Did this not imply that the Akatsuki possessed a complete and perpetually immortal organization? Minato's countenance darkened further. This was far from good news. It was unequivocally a dire revelation. After death, they could continue to be summoned for battle. The Akatsuki would never face annihilation. To eradicate the Akatsuki entirely, one would have to slay the ultimate leader or eliminate all those capable of summoning from the Pure Land. Such an opportunity was non-existent. Those who possessed this ability would undoubtedly be well guarded by the Akatsuki. To eliminate them, one would first have to eradicate every being from the Pure Land. Set aside those thoughts for now. Our immediate task is to advance to the front lines and engage in battle. The allied forces of the 5 villages may not be able to halt the Akatsuki's advance. Shin furrowed his brow, his tone somber. This time, the Akatsuki is pulling out all the stops. They are determined to annihilate the candidates. By the way, teacher, do you have any ideas? Minato inquired hurriedly. If possible, we should deploy Uchiha Shursui and Uncle Fugaku to join the fray. They can both activate Susanoo, making combat considerably easier. So far, Shin remained uncertain whether Obito could activate Susanoo, even in a semi-formed state. As for Itachi, that was a lost cause. Who knew when he would awaken his Mangekyou Sharingan? Shin had no knowledge of how Fugaku activated his. However, he knew that Shursui had possessed it long ago, as evidenced during the Danzo incident. Obito should have evolved into a Mangekyou by now, if his memory served him correctly. What? The Uchiha clan has so many members capable of activating Susanoo. Konoha's 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was utterly astonished, never having anticipated that the most formidable combat alliance would be the Uchiha clan. He was well aware of the power of Susanoo, which provided both formidable defense and offense. Its only drawback, however, was the immense strain it placed on the user's eyes. At present, it remained uncertain whether Obito had evolved into a Mangekyou Sharingan. If he had, this battle would be overwhelmingly decisive. Currently, the only known Uchiha capable of summoning Susanoo was Fugaku Uchiha, and it was still unclear whether he could manifest its complete form or merely a partial one. Most likely, it was a partial form. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan does not simply appear on command. Shursui Uchiha had undoubtedly mastered it long ago. As for Obito, his status remained ambiguous, as Shun had little recollection of events from a year prior. Kushina, I entrust this matter to you. Promptly instruct the Umbu to notify these individuals to engage at the front lines. With that, Minato vanished from the spot. Sister, I am heading to the front lines to engage in battle. Please ensure they hasten to the front. If they do not, they should come find me. Shun was uncertain how many individuals he could mobilize. Until then, he could not ascertain whether he alone could alter the tide of battle. Although Susanoo was powerful, it had its weaknesses, and the number of individuals it could protect was limited. The consequences of multiple Susanoo engaging in battle would be vastly different. Understood. This time, Kushina did not exhibit her usual fiery temper and promptly took action. You all follow me. I hope you do not disclose what transpires here. Shun paused momentarily before adding with a smile. In truth, it matters little if it gets out. Our Konoha has grown so strong that we need not fear any underhanded schemes from your 4 villages. This declaration was aimed at the leaders of the 4 great villages. Konoha had amassed a considerable number of individuals possessing godlike powers. Should they seek to trouble Konoha again, it would be a path to self-destruction. Indeed, they clenched their fists, itching to strike Shun, yet they understood all too well what Susanoo represented. Engaging with such a power was a gamble they could not afford, especially since this young man seemed to be an elite jonin, an opponent they could not hope to defeat. If this word were to reach back home, they would likely face severe consequences. Chapter 118. The Akatsuki members assemble, and the brief ninja world war commences. The front lines of Konoha were in disarray. A multitude of trees lay in ruin, and the air was thick with ninjutsu. The forces of Akatsuki surged forward in vast numbers, stretching as far as the eye could see. The Chunin from the 5 great villages felt utterly exhausted, incapable of contending with such an overwhelming army. How goes the war, Yamashiro? The elite Jonin lamented the dire lack of upper-ranked ninjas present. Shun gazed from above, surveying the endless sea of faces. Fallen ninjas and foot soldiers alike were reduced to mere mud, only for new foot soldiers to emerge. Yet these soldiers appeared devoid of consciousness, driven solely by the instinct to battle. Ah, Shun, you have arrived. The situation is grim, Yamashiro remarked with a bitter smile as he surveyed the billowing smoke. The coalition suffers grievous losses, yet the ranks of Akatsuki show no signs of dwindling. How can we continue this fight? The coalition had sustained nearly half its forces and casualties. This was still the better scenario. The losses were staggering, with hundreds of assaults launched in mere days. Shun had encountered numerous members of Akatsuki along his route, which accounted for his delayed arrival. Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, how much longer can the coalition hold out? This battle felt akin to a national war, a conflict among the 5 great nations. Akatsuki's audacity to confront the 5 great nations left Shun questioning their true intentions. At most, we have half a month. For now, we can only await reinforcements from the 5 nations. After assessing the coalition's fighting capabilities, Nara Shikaku responded, "Humph. Akatsuki's army is a nuisance. They die only to transform into mud, continuously reappearing from behind their ranks to join the fray. We currently lack any means to eradicate them completely." Akimichi Choza grimaced, feeling overwhelmed. Engaging in battle with such an army is more harrowing than the 3rd Great Ninja War. It seems we have miscalculated. Their target is not merely the examinees. For the sake of a handful of examinees, it hardly seems worth the expenditure of tens of thousands of troops to assault the coalition. But if it is not the examinees, what could Akatsuki's objective possibly be? Suddenly, a thought struck Nara Shikaku. Could it be that all of this was merely a ploy to gather the 5 nations ninja coalition in Konoha, only to annihilate them afterward? If that were the case, it would elucidate why Akatsuki had remained silent since the desert exams, only to launch a sudden assault on Konoha following the coalition's assembly. This situation had grown exceedingly complex. They could only hope the 5 great nations would dispatch troops to suppress the chaos. In terms of ninjas, Shun felt utterly outmatched. At worst, he could unleash his complete Susanoo, but the ordinary army could resurrect infinitely, which posed a significant challenge. Who could fathom Akatsuki's true intentions? Shun, why have you summoned us? The village hardly has enough ninjas to mount a defense. Shursui, Fugaku, and Itachi had all emerged. Meanwhile, Obito, Rin, and Kakashi gradually began to converge toward their location. Uncle Fugaku, Shursui, whenever you can activate Susanoo, unleash as much power as you can. Shun turned to Itachi. Itachi, have your eyes evolved to the Mangekyou? In the original narrative, Itachi had already attained the Mangekyou at this time, making the activation of Susanoo a trivial matter. The current concern was that without experiencing the clan's massacre, Itachi had not awakened even a single Tomo. Who could say if Itachi's eyes had evolved? Itachi appeared puzzled, as it was unreasonable to summon all Uchiha to engage in battle with Akatsuki while activating Susanoo simultaneously. Susanoo was immensely taxing on ocular power, while Akatsuki could resurrect indefinitely. By any calculation, relying solely on Susanoo's power would not lead to victory. Art is an explosion. The true meaning is eternal beauty, not a fleeting explosion. Brother, only a fleeting explosion is true art. Listening to your artistic discussions is somewhat tiresome. Let us focus on the task at hand. Are they even human? Where is their blood? Haiden, who had initiated a cursed ritual, was about to procure some blood when he inadvertently dug up a handful of dirt. Deidara's explosions echoed in a corner of Akatsuki's army, creating a breach. It's truly mud. It's even more impressive than my explosive clay. Deidara was incensed. As a clay artist, he never anticipated that someone could rival him in creating art from mud, and moreover, to such an impressive degree. How could this be tolerated? Enraged, Deidara conjured a small bird to soar into the sky, dropping several oversized explosive clay bombs. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the bombs detonated midair, returning numerous foot soldiers to the earth. From the distance, a 3-headed dog and an enormous bull materialized, summoned by a practitioner of summoning jutsu. Seated atop the bull was a girl. In another direction, missiles flew chaotically, raining destruction upon the foot soldiers. The earth soared into the air, one after another. The 6 paths emerged. Oh my, did I just see that correctly? Is that not Akatsuki? Upon recognizing the figures that had appeared, the coalition and the higher-ups from the 5 villages were utterly bewildered. Isn't Akatsuki the main antagonist? Why are they here attacking Akatsuki? It seemed that the first reinforcements had arrived. At this point, Shun found no reason to continue concealing the truth. He donned the Akatsuki ring, placing it on his right-hand index finger like a cloak. Upon witnessing Shun's outfit, the others finally understood why Akatsuki had come to this location and why they had remained quiet for an extended period since Shun had departed for personal matters. It appeared he had gone to engage in negotiations with Akatsuki. Shun, when did you join Akatsuki? We had no knowledge of this, Yamashiro, Akimichi Choza, and Nara Shikaku spoke in unison. As the strategist for the Hokage, Nara Shikaku was usually privy to all the Hokage's affairs. Naturally, it is known that Shun has ventured into the land of rain. The purpose of this journey, however, remains a mystery. Now, the explanation has become clear. It is not that I have joined Akatsuki, but rather that I have formed an alliance with them. Hence, I declared that I was the first reinforcements to arrive, with the support of the 5 great nations to follow. Akatsuki's involvement was unexpected for Shun, as it was not part of the plan. At the moment of exterminating the candidates, Shun had already devised a strategy. The safety of the candidates must be ensured. Do not gaze at me. I too was unaware of Akatsuki's arrival. Perceiving their unusual stares, Shun promptly responded. The number of foot soldiers continued to dwindle. At this juncture, they were no longer of much use. Meanwhile, the ranks of Chunin and Jonin surged dramatically. In the forthcoming battle, these mud soldiers would serve as the main force. It is troubling that our troop numbers have significantly diminished, yet complications have escalated. Their true troubles have never stemmed from the army itself, but rather from the ninjas. The army merely holds an advantage in numbers. Now, with Akatsuki's addition, the numerical superiority has diminished. Consequently, we can only convert the advantage of foot soldiers into that of ninjas. It seems, without a doubt, that Akatsuki possesses hidden cards. This confrontation can be likened to a brief ninja world war. Chapter 119. The debate on art. From the depths of the explosion, a monster emerged. The ground was piled high with corpses, all belonging to the allied ninja forces. Shun furrowed his brow. Akatsuki's actions greatly displeased him. Brother Shun, do you believe art is a fleeting explosion or an eternal beauty? Pray, enlighten us. Deidara and Sasori approached, embroiled in yet another artistic debate. As expected, they brought yet more trouble upon Shun. What constitutes art? Shun had no definitive answer. Perhaps art is confined to paintings and calligraphy. Antiques, he mused, could hardly be deemed art. Tell me, is eternal beauty not art? Sasori's expression remained as stoic as ever. He rarely smiled. Goodness. Upon witnessing the faces of Deidara and Sasori, the allied forces were utterly taken aback. Their visages outshone all others by 1,000-fold. The female ninjas, upon gazing at Sasori, swooned in admiration. Those who felt themselves lacking in beauty turned away, too shy to continue looking. Deidara, too, possessed a considerable charm. If they were foes, perhaps their allure would be diminished. However, the current predicament is that Akatsuki is not an enemy, but an ally, which changes everything. To my mind, all is art. Just as Akatsuki momentarily ceased their onslaught, Shun found it opportune to respond. Art may take many forms. What do you mean by all is art? Surely, eternal beauty is the essence of true art. Sasori appeared dissatisfied with Shun's response. A fleeting explosion is true art. Deidara retorted passionately. The two esteemed gentlemen were engaged in a discussion on art while the allied forces were left in distress. They understood that these two young masters were formidable, far surpassing them in actual strength. One explosion could annihilate everything within a wide radius, and the manipulation of puppets had already claimed over 10,000 of Akatsuki's foot soldiers. Regardless of who they were, none could compare. The youth conversing with these two had also garnered a reputation for being exceptional, blazing a trail of glory. I must say, there is some basis for this, Shun remarked, patting both of their shoulders. Art and art are not the same. Your explosions are art, and his eternal beauty is also art. Each of you has your own interpretation of art. It is not universally acknowledged. As long as one acknowledges it, it is art. Others' opinions are ultimately mere perspectives. This seemed to resonate with them. Indeed, it makes sense. After some contemplation, Deidara and Sasori appeared to grasp the essence of his words. All right, the break is over. Let us return to battle. We must strive to bring an end to this unnecessary war. Thus, the duo of artists found common ground. Toby, can you activate Susanoo? I can, but I cannot maintain it for long. I am not proficient. Excellent. Shin chuckled. Toby's ability to activate Susanoo would greatly enhance their combat prowess. By the way, Nagato, let's find a corpse someday to replace the animal path. I intend to resurrect Yahiko and the hydrangea together. Shun continued. In my opinion, the 6 paths of pain are formidable, but the hydrangea would be a greater asset. Shin simply felt it was a pity for the hydrangea to be relegated to pain. She was still young, in the prime of her beauty. What? Have you taken a liking to her? Nagato understood the difficulty of resurrecting someone. The hydrangea's beauty was indeed captivating enough to elicit such thoughts from Shun. It's not that I fancy her. I merely believe she should enjoy life alongside Yahiko, rather than suffer in death. The body of the Deva Path was already in production. Had it not been for the recent upheaval in Konoha, the new Deva Path would have been ready by now. Nagato whispered with a chuckle, we still need to find a substitute for the hydrangea. With just a few words, Shun made his intent clear. Seeking a body was quite audacious. Although this corpse was indeed striking, more beautiful than the average female ninja, Nagato felt exhilarated not to have to control pain with the black rods. During this period, he had also nurtured his body. Chakra consumption had diminished to only 1% of the original, while its potency had increased tenfold. This was undoubtedly a boon for Nagato. It mattered little. He would resurrect Yahiko and the hydrangea together. Casting his gaze upon the hydrangea, Shun's face flushed. Could it be that he truly felt something? Impossible. After all, the hydrangea was merely a corpse. At that moment, the hydrangea's brow had been slightly marred, yet Orochimaru could restore it. With Tobi's half-body also perfectly repaired, he believed restoring the hydrangea would be no complex task. Once more, Akatsuki's foot soldiers and ninja forces launched a charge. This time, they numbered over 10,000. The allied ninja forces swallowed hard and shouted kill as they charged within a few hundred meters, initiating a clash of ninjutsu. The elder generation of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi had already surged onto the battlefield, yet their impact was minimal. Nagato, you all stay back. We Uchiha will take the front with Susanoo as our shield. Departing from Akatsuki, Shin shouted, clan leader and brethren, activate Susanoo. Let us strive for annihilation. The ninja army of Akatsuki had already surpassed the allied forces of the five nations, with many foot soldiers still in reserve. A forest had long since been obliterated, leaving behind a vast pit. Good. Susanoo. This time, Shin's eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, rapidly merging into a delicate, resplendent giant of a pale blue hue. Shin stood upon Susanoo's forehead, surveying all beneath him. Indeed, the numbers of Akatsuki's army were overwhelming, so much so that even from atop two stacked mountains of Susanoo, Shin could not discern where the edge of Akatsuki's forces lay. This battle could very well escalate into one more brutal than the three previous ninja wars combined. Alas, I lack proficiency in the crucial sage art would release. Otherwise, exterminating these mud ninjas would be effortless. With the colossal Buddha encased in Susanoo, he waved its 1,000 hands, bombarding the masses. In mere moments, an immense mountain could be leveled. Unfortunately, all of this remained but a fantasy. On the opposite side of the five gigantic Susanoo, the three tails Jinchuriki, Rin, manifested into a colossal form. Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino simultaneously beheld the sight of the five Susanoo and tailed beasts, their eyes wide with astonishment. The scale of this confrontation far surpassed that of the three previous ninja wars combined. What is that? The Azura Path unleashed chaos, while the Deva Path wreaked havoc. The six paths of pain each displayed their prowess. The Deva Path soared to the center, releasing a miniature version of the heavenly explosion. Yet, after the explosion concluded, those ninjas caught in the sky appeared to merge, forming a ninja as towering as Shun Susanoo. Deidara and Sasori unleashed their artistic slaughter. When the giant ninja emerged, the entire scene fell into a hush. All that remained were the complete Susanoo and the gargantuan ninja. Goodness, how are we to fight this? My art cannot possibly defeat something of that magnitude. The colossal figure before Deidara prompted him to question whether even the most exquisite art could prove ineffective against such a creature. The beauty of eternal immortality could not vanquish it. Scorpion shook his head, deeming the situation hasty. He had not anticipated that the Earth explosion stars would summon forth a monstrosity. From the perspective of the six paths of pain, Nagato perceived an indomitable behemoth. Chapter 120 unveiled a creature of monstrous proportions, towering a meter higher than the formidable Susanoo and possessing girth surpassing that of a mountain. Such a monstrosity rendered another Earth explosion star futile. It was the first time the Akatsuki had collectively mobilized, only to suffer a grievous setback. The trio of boar, deer, and butterfly opened their eyes, and the allied forces observed in astonishment. As the earthbound ninja ascended to merge with it, the giant ninja continued to grow taller and larger. The sight sent chills down Shin's spine. System, come forth and elucidate how such a creature could exist. You have failed to mention this before. Are your eyes blind? Did you not see that it was birthed from the Earth explosion stars? The unexpected developments were truly staggering. Such alterations were unfathomable. What now? Provide some guidance. Facing a super ninja that could survey both Konoha and half of the Land of Fire with a mere glance made Shin feel a tinge of trepidation. On the surface, even a small team would struggle to contend with it. The precise hardness of the creature was beyond anyone's courage to test. An ill-fated attempt could cost a life. The defensive capabilities of the complete Susanoo have been enhanced. Mission, Hell Level, annihilate the frontline forces of the enemy. Reward, Sage Art Wood Release, Transformation of the Buddha. The transformation of the Buddha can be utilized in conjunction with the True Thousand Hands and the complete Susanoo set. Shin widened his eyes in disbelief. Had he truly heard that correctly? After several years in the world of Hokage, he was finally compelled to have the system present this technique as a reward. He glanced back at his chakra reserves with a sinking heart. Indeed, the chakra was insufficient, lasting not even a second. The experience of employing the wood dragon in the stone country was still fresh in his mind. Merely one wood dragon had drained his chakra reserves. The feasibility of initiating the transformation of the Buddha was uncertain. System, when will my wood release chakra capacity be enhanced? The Susanoo cannot synergize with the wood release. Evaluating the comprehensive strength of the fused ninja. Attack power rating exceeds Kage level. Defense power rating exceeds Kage level. Ninjutsu rating, Kage level. Everything is reliant on fate. This instance of the transformation of the Buddha is no different. The system's words left Shin feeling utterly drained. Was there anything erroneous in that statement? Not in the slightest. Everything was dictated by fate. When the time was right, all would be granted. However, the rating of the fused ninja left Shin's brows furrowed. Exceeding Kage level? Surely not. He could believe it exceeded the level of a Super Kage. Observing the immobile Susanoo, it seemed Shin was deep in thought. At that moment, no one dared to make any unconventional moves, unless they wished for their demise. Even Nagato found himself powerless. The creature was far too massive to penetrate. Conan, can your explosive tags breach that behemoth? Nagato inquired tentatively. This might be the only method not entirely devoid of hope. I'm not sure, but we could certainly try. Upon witnessing Conan produce her limited explosive tags, Nagato was rendered speechless. Although Conan could transform into paper at will, her explosive tags were of little consequence. Very well, Kakuzu, create an opening. Since Conan's explosive tags are ineffective, with no alternative methods at hand, Nagato acknowledged that only wind release, lightning release, or Kakuzu's jutsu could potentially breach the giant's defenses. While numerous wind release users were present, it was doubtful their abilities would be sufficient to pierce the creature's hide, let alone slay it. With the Akatsuki taking action, Narashikaku felt utterly powerless. The creature's size was daunting, and its defensive capabilities were uncertain. It was certain that a single step from it would claim the life of any ninja present. The four Susanoo forms, aside from Shin's, launched a series of assaults against the giant. Yet, even the flesh barely yielded a scratch. The drain on their chakra was immense, forcing them to withdraw from the Susanoo. Leaving behind the Susanoo, Shin gradually descended from the head to the arm, eventually reaching the ground. Everyone, do you possess any methods to eliminate that fused ninja? Shin did not believe that was the enemy's final trump card. Anyone aware of Nagato's capabilities knew that the creature had emerged from his Earth explosion stars and had no connection to the enemy's secrets. All units, retreat. Narashikaku shouted. His voice strained. Although he was uncertain how Shin had managed to maintain a Susanoo while exchanging blows with the behemoth, he understood that remaining there would only lead to needless casualties. Shin, what exactly is that giant creature? Our attacks can't even breach its skin. Fugaku, Itachi, Tobarama, come here. Fugaku frowned, visibly displeased. The Susanoo was a formidable weapon of the Uchiha clan, renowned for its defensive and offensive prowess. Nothing could withstand it. Even a mountain would be reduced to mere target practice, sliced through like soft tofu. Uncle Fugaku, I am not omnipotent, nor do I possess all the answers. Shin offered a wry smile as he gazed at the monstrosity. At this moment, I wish to know what weapon could possibly cut through it. Even remote-controlled attacks from the Susanoo's blades should unleash the most potent, forceful strikes. Yet, each assault was thwarted by the giant's ninjutsu. It was crucial to understand that these were attacks in their complete form. A mere strike could easily cleave a mountain. The giant's strength likely stemmed from the fusion of thousands of ninjas. Even if Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage Senju Hashirama were alive, they might find themselves evenly matched against it. The thought of the fused ninja's power sent a shiver down Shin's spine. Engaging in combat with a giant that was merely weaker than the six paths felt akin to courting death. The power of a Chunin or Jonin could not compete with that of a Kage. If the strength of thousands of Chunin and Jonin were compressed together, even if their combined might diminished 1,000-fold, it would still surpass that of any Kage. Upon hearing this, many were dissatisfied. The first Hokage was a godlike figure, while Uchiha Madara was of divine lineage. How could these two legends combined fail to overcome a mere giant? If Shin's words held truth, then Konoha would be rendered a village of mediocrity, as would the other 4 great villages. Shin, you must be careful with your words. No one considers you mute. To claim that the first Hokage and the founding leader of the Uchiha clan together could not defeat this giant seemed excessive. Shin chuckled awkwardly, at a loss for words. How could he articulate this? The strength of the current fused ninja was approaching that of Kaguya, even if it fell short by a fraction. Who could stand in its way before the little critters had matured? As the crowd observed, Kakuzu's body underwent a significant transformation. Black threads sprouted from his body, accompanied by 4 mask-like entities. In this form, Kakuzu was taking the battle seriously. Nagato, do you truly believe this form of Kakuzu can breach the giant's defenses? Shin questioned, pondering the creature's formidable resilience. A single strike would only carve a shallow gash of 5 centimeters. No blood or dirt visible. Chapter 121. Harder than steel. The brain of the enemy. Such formidable defenses could not be easily breached by Kakuzu, even with his mastery over 5 elemental chakra types. Nagato shook his head slightly. It's not that simple. The animal path has already been deployed. Shin, what will you do about her summoning beasts when she is revived? The animal path can resurrect at any time. It merely requires finding another animal path. As for summoning, let the animal path handle that. The spiritual communication with the hydrangea necessitates the eradication of the reincarnation eye. There is no need for you to fret. I have my own methods. As long as I can resurrect the hydrangea, the remaining matters can be entrusted to the system, which I shall disregard entirely. The capabilities of the system are vast. Handling such trivialities is merely a drop in the ocean. Over at the hulking figure, the panda of the lowly path, the 3-headed dog, and numerous spirits have already engaged in a fierce battle with the behemoth. It is but a futile endeavor, no matter how many spirits there are. They are destined to be no match for that monster, Deep remarked. The attributes of the creature have surpassed even the level of a Kage. While the spirit's attacks peak at the Kage level, Deep harbored a feeling that the spirits from the lowly path would not be obliterated by the fused ninja. Task difficulty exceeded. Compensation reward. Susanoo agility increased by 100%. Even the complete form of Little Banban Susanoo is rather cumbersome. If only Susanoo could move with the same agility as a ninja, without delay or recoil, it would truly be invincible. Detecting host's emotional response. Issuing a super special mission. Save future wife. Time limit, 3 days. Deep's lips twitched intensely. This task has arrived at a most opportune moment. But this time frame, are you serious? Kisame, can your shark hold on to his feet to prevent him from moving? As he spoke, Deep was already in motion. The Susanoo's massive hands firmly pinned down the fused ninja's arms. The remaining legs would require Kisame's shark to handle. Kisame, my water technique won't last long. No worries. 10 minutes should suffice. Deep felt that Kisame's chakra should be ample. All right. Without hesitation, Kisame formed hand seals, summoning a shark to clamp onto the fused ninja's rugged legs. Uncle Snake, please use the Rashomon, and you know what to do. If there is a scientific way to resolve this, that works too. Understood. The current foe is that fused ninja, towering higher than 2 mountains. Uncle Snake had no intention of doing anything extraordinary. He was still contemplating his identity as a rogue ninja, so thoughts of returning to the village were further from his mind. With a decisive strike, several Rashomons appeared, launching the fused ninja skyward. Excellent. Deep grinned wickedly, his large eyes narrowing, with his pupils converging as black flames ignited upon the fused ninja. At this juncture, there was no longer any need to conserve strength. Holding back would only lead to countless casualties among the allied forces. Moreover, the black flames of Amaterasu could merely sear the exterior of the fused ninja, inflicting damage only to its outer shell. The complete form of Susanoo seized the fused ninja's arm and soared into the sky, then forcefully hurled it downwards. Chakra morphed into dual swords, striking fiercely at the fused ninja. The sound of slicing echoed, sparks flying. As long as the severed limbs retained a shred of connection, they would not fall. The astonishing spectacle of battle sent the allied forces into a frenzy, cold sweat pouring down, their legs trembling uncontrollably. With a resounding crash, dust enveloped the entire forest, reaching even the allied forces. Simultaneously, the ground was carved into a massive crater. Witnessing Deep's distant control of Susanoo, Phaeak and the others were left dumbfounded. Thus far, Only Deep of the Uchiha clan has accomplished such a feat, they could not replicate it. Itachi, return home and keep an eye on Sasuke. Don't let anything happen to him. Having entrusted him to the clan for so long, Fayek felt uneasy, especially now that the overall situation has solidified. It was a matter of either the fused ninjas' victory leading to the annihilation of the Allied forces, or the Allied forces' triumph resulting in the demise of the fused ninja. There was no third option. Understood, father. Itachi vanished instantly. Uncle Fayek, has Itachi gone back to watch over Sasuke? Deep inquired as he manipulated Susanoo. Any lapse in attention could lead to dire consequences. Fayek affirmed. It is for the best. He should check on Izumi, who must be terribly worried. Deep said no more, advancing to have Susanoo's hand return to his forehead. Everyone, I will take charge of this colossal foe. The remaining ninjas and troops are in your capable hands. Besides the fused ninja, the battlefield is still teeming with thousands of ninjas and foot soldiers. Those individuals are beyond Deep's concern. He must leave them to handle themselves. The battle between him and the fused ninja would undoubtedly avoid the Allied forces and the ninjas of the past, most likely taking place in the Land of Wind. Although the world of Naruto is vast, when viewed through the lens of Susanoo and the fused ninja, it is not so expansive. In just a matter of minutes, one could traverse from the Land of Fire's Konoha to the territory of the Land of Water. Alright, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Nagato all responded in unison. One more thing. Shortly I will drive this creature into the territory of the Land of Earth. I hope the ninjas of Awagakure won't take offense. Upon uttering this, Deep was met with numerous scornful glances. Having escalated to this level, even the forest at the entrance of Konoha lay flattened. What could the Land of Earth possibly say? What could Awagakure possibly say? In the next moment, Deep glared at the fused ninja, whose exterior was entirely composed of earth. Even thrusting Susanoo's sword into it revealed nothing but soil. Apart from its appearance as a ninja, there was not a single aspect that bore resemblance to a true ninja. Ah, right, and the ninjutsu and chakra, both symbols of a ninja. How on earth do we combat this? Deep grumbled, expressing profound dissatisfaction with the fused ninja. This fused ninja could well be dubbed a massive mound of earth or a fused earthen mound. Somewhere, an emaciated elder with skin stretched taut over bones fixated his bulging eyes upon the large screen. What he beheld was the conflict between Deep and the fused earthen mound. Such a scene was the result of several forbidden ninjas sacrificing their lives after Nagato employed the planetary devastation technique. Though they currently lived, the cost was staggering. Initially, it was thought that this would completely eradicate Konoha and the Allied forces, but the outcome turned out to be entirely different. This young ninja can command a complete Susanoo and wield peculiar black flames, causing the surface of the fused ninja to crack, elements he had never anticipated. Has this young ninja been investigated? He leaned on his cane, his tiger-like eyes scrutinizing those kneeling before him. He was the unseen ruler behind the scenes. His name unknown even to those around him. Report, leader, we have currently uncovered only a fragment. The woman clad in colorful garments trembled as she presented the information she held. All of it pertains to Deep. It documented his age, height, identity, and current power classification. These were secrets of Konoha, secrets of the Uchiha clan, now laid bare before the old man's eyes. It is hard to fathom who could have leaked such information to the enemy. Uchiha Deep possesses such formidable prowess? You are not deceiving me, are you? From the data, it appears Uchiha Deep's capabilities are indeed considerable, surpassing their understanding of the 5 great nations. If true, it may necessitate a change in plans. Altering plans for a single individual is a matter of great pride. We would never dare to deceive you. They quaked with fear, fervently bowing their heads. With a mere word from the elder, they would instantly become lifeless corpses. An organization equipped with advanced technology and numerous forbidden techniques is nothing to scoff at. The Uchiha clan of Konoha, Uchiha Deep. Sooner or later, we shall cross paths. You stand as my formidable adversary along my journey. The fused ninja is merely an enormous, unexpected variable, not one of his prepared trump cards. Should he succeed in vanquishing such a powerful fused ninja, it would undoubtedly demonstrate that Uchiha Deep possesses sufficient strength to obstruct his future aspirations. Such a hindrance poses a significant obstacle to his ambition of unifying this world. Command the troops to intensify the defense, offense, and ninjutsu attacks of the fused monsters. Under certain conditions, Uchiha Shin must remain on the battlefield. The elder's withered fingers rapped sharply on the table. Bury Uchiha Shin on the battlefield, and he will surely become a future menace. This marked the first time that Zhao's forces confronted the 5 great nations directly on the battlefield. In the future, there would be more opportunities to face them. Ninjas and foot soldiers are merely pawns. Their deaths are of no concern. As long as ultimate victory is achieved, what do these losses matter? Does Shao lack personnel? What is lacking is merely time. Time to unify the world. Indeed, the two women replied in unison, turning to depart. On the battlefield, after several rounds of combat with the fused ninjas, Shin concluded. Without the enhancement of his ocular power, he would have been swiftly vanquished by this foe's overwhelming fire techniques. In the front lines of Konoha, ninjas, foot soldiers, and the coalition of the 5 villages were locked in fierce combat. Some looked up, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The colossal forms of the complete-bodied Susanoo and the fused ninjas loomed high above. Any ninja who glanced upward could see them. The brutality of their clashes, with fists striking flesh, was vividly apparent to all, as if magnified on a grand cinematic scale. Members of Akatsuki wreaked havoc amidst the ranks of the enemy ninjas and foot soldiers, their power capable of overwhelming over 2,000 coalition ninjas. Meanwhile, battles erupted from all directions, banners and uniforms of 5 distinct colors covering the field. The armies of the 5 nations had finally arrived. Following relentless bombardments and the release of ninjutsu, the remaining chakra within the members of Akatsuki was dwindling. Nagato, the coalition of the 5 nations has arrived. May we take a moment to rest? The clay within several miles had been fully utilized by Deidara. Continuing to gather more would require venturing even farther. A most troublesome task. Nagato, my chakra is nearly depleted, the Akatsuki members lamented, each appearing utterly drained. Engaging in such mass brawls was exceptionally taxing on chakra, especially after days of continuous combat. They had barely managed to survive. This was also the first time that Akatsuki had engaged in such a conflict and had yet to secure victory. Very well, let us rest briefly. We shall resume once our chakra is restored. Nagato was also feeling the strain, controlling the 6 paths while participating in the battle. His chakra was depleting at an alarming rate. He could see it nearing its end. The remaining reserves would only suffice to sustain his life. The ninja coalition had been repelled several times, but no matter how formidable Akatsuki was, they could not overcome the numerical advantage of the ninja coalition. With the arrival of the 5 nations' armies, they would significantly alleviate the pressure on the ninja coalition. Elsewhere, swords were swung, each strike landing with brutal force. The fused ninjas were utterly devastated, yet within moments, they began to heal. Shin was deeply frustrated. This ability was akin to an enhanced version of Hashirama's cells. Battling such a monster was an immense loss, both physically and mentally. No matter how hard he struck, the creature sustained no damage. A swing of his sword, and in mere moments, it was restored to its former state. The fused ninjas felt no pain at all. Only ordinary ninjas might perceive a semblance of suffering, as they were made of earth rather than true flesh. No matter how he fought, even Amaterasu could not vanquish this foe. Furrowing his brow, Shin contemplated a strategy to counter. System: can the flames of Amaterasu evaporate the moisture within the earth? Once the earth is devoid of moisture, it will crack. If I then sever it with my sword, it should be simpler. He hoped that once the soil dried, it would not become harder. Otherwise, it would be tougher than 2 mountains combined. This was the only feasible method. Theoretically viable, the system does not guarantee that the soil's hardness will not increase upon drying. With that thought, Shin felt his words stifled. He would have to take the risk. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. A fierce blaze engulfed the fused ninja. Chakra surged from his throat, gathering as he maintained the Great Fire Annihilation. The earthen fragments on the fused ninja, subjected to the immense flames, began to crack at an observable rate. With the evaporation of moisture, the clumps of dirt grew hot and cumbersome. The fused ninja emitted a thunderous scream, slowly forming hand seals. The specific ninjutsu he employed was unclear, but a powerful water column surged toward the Susanoo's chest. The impact of the water column against the outer shell resulted in only minor cracks in the internal bones. The flames of the Great Fire Annihilation collided with the water column. The two forces clashed violently, steam rising like a mist. What sorcery is this? This water release seems to possess the might of an S-rank ninjutsu. Observing the quality and destructive potential of the water release, Shin felt something was amiss. After all, the Great Fire Annihilation was a B-rank ninjutsu with an astonishing release of chakra and an expansive range. Even if its lethality were diminished, it should not be incapable of overcoming a mere water release from a fused ninja. Could it be that such immense chakra was possessed by a single fused ninja? Amaterasu. Fire release enhanced by the earth release. Shin refused to believe that the combination of fire release and Amaterasu could not breach a water release. The flames of Amaterasu transformed into a razor-sharp blade, significantly amplifying its power. He maneuvered through the great fire annihilation effortlessly, plunging the blade into the water release. Yet it could not penetrate. Increasing his ocular power once more, the potency of the fiery blade surged, spinning with incredible speed. It finally pierced through the water release, aiming directly for the colossal head of the fused ninja. A mere meter from the giant head, the blade expanded exponentially, transforming into an enormous shuriken. At half a meter distance, the blade abruptly halted. Chapter 123, Shadows Gather. Shin produced a shuriken and hurled it. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shuriken morphed into 6 or 7 identical shurikens that flew toward the enemy. The blade suspended in midair, just half a meter away, sprang into action. It crashed down, shattering the cracked earth upon the fused ninja's neck. The blade vanished before the earth could regenerate. The 6 or 7 shurikens swiftly enveloped Amaterasu, slicing towards various targets. With the distraction, the water release dissipated, and the sea of flames followed suit. The shurikens covering Amaterasu severed the fused ninja's arms and legs. Amidst this flurry of actions, Shin felt a sharp pain in his eyes. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, having endured a series of ocular strain, was nearing its limit. "I'm going blind." He winced, realizing he could not continue to wield it in this manner. Covering his right eye for a moment, he finally released his grip. Even with the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan and boundless fire chakra, after over 10 days of continuous battle, he was reaching his limit. Had any other members of the Uchiha clan employed such techniques, they would have been blinded long ago. Looking up at the dismembered and headless fused ninja, Shin murmured, "I must conclude this battle swiftly, so I may rest." No side could sustain prolonged combat indefinitely. The years of warfare were not meant for two individuals to fight continuously. The headless, limbless fused ninja hopped about, lacking a head and one arm, while the other arm was devoid of a hand, rendering it incapable of performing ninjutsu. It was merely a clump of earth dancing, each leap and landing causing the ground to tremble violently. The earth shook beneath countless beasts and collapsing mountains, producing continuous, thunderous roars. With each jump, a tremendous sound erupted. The earth quaked ominously beneath the weight of the behemoth. From his elevated vantage point, Shin felt a chill run down his spine. For the first time, he sensed the overwhelming difficulty of confronting such a foe. A massive mound of earth could potentially crush the entire coalition, posing a greater challenge than even Madara Susanoo. Currently, only one of the 5 village leaders had joined the fray, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, along with his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. The other 4 leaders, confronting the formidable fused ninja during its peak, would undoubtedly face significant challenges. The coalition of 5 nations has joined the fray, and the skirmish involving ninjas and foot soldiers has officially concluded on the night of the following day. There was scarcely time for anyone to tally the casualties among the ninjas and the troops. The 4th Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, bore a fierce expression, his wounds wrapped in gauze. "Kushina, how many do we have left in the coalition?" The number of fallen ninjas amounted to 1/3, with tens of thousands lost from the 5-nation alliance. A cursory glance at the remaining personnel and reports from the Umbu left Kushina feeling despondent and her tone somber. This time, many Konoha ninjas had also perished, particularly from the esteemed clans, which suffered the highest casualty rates. In stark contrast, the loss among civilian ninjas was negligible. For the first time, the 5-village coalition had incurred such grave costs. Minato wiped the ash from his face and gazed up at the sky. "Kushina, return and care for Naruto. I shall lead the army to confront the Akatsuki. The war has officially begun." Minato was acutely aware that this was merely a warning from the Akatsuki to the 5 nations and villages. A plethora of troubles lay ahead. Where has Uchiha Shin gone? Why has he not informed us, the 4 shadows, of such a significant event? Mizukage Karu Aizawa rushed over with all the ninjas from the Hidden Mist village after the battle concluded. "What organization is the Akatsuki? How dare they be so brazen? I shall tear them apart." The Raikage's iron fist seemed eager for action, prepared to confront the Akatsuki's leader. "What is this Akatsuki organization that could prompt the mobilization of our 5 great nations and villages in unison? Damn the Akatsuki. They are even more troublesome than the Akatsuki organization itself." "Humph, that red-haired one. What have we done to provoke you?" Deidara exploded first. For the Akatsuki, this was their inaugural coordinated operation, and having suffered such a significant loss, they bore resentment. "That yellow-haired one. Who are you referring to? Just a little brat. He should stay where it's cooler," Sasori remarked with dissatisfaction about the mission. With so many ninjas lost from Sunagakure, who could be at ease? Not to mention the Wind Country's army, which had little to do with Sasori. Deidara shivered, pulling out an oversized explosive clay. "Red-haired one, I will blow you up. Deidara. Art is meant to blow up the enemy, not your own comrades, Sasori said flatly, pulling Deidara's hand down while turning to Sasori. I recognize you, Sasori, the fourth Hokage. The Akatsuki's actions are not your concern. Please be mindful of your position. Traitor, you have no place to speak. Upon seeing Sasori's expression, Sasori's anger flared. Were it not for the presence of the five-nation coalition and the five village leaders, he would have rushed to slay him on the spot. You want to fight? Do you? Sasori pulled out a scroll, releasing a puppet that enveloped him instantly. I'm ready to fight anytime. Old brother, beat him. I felt a strong dislike for him at first sight. Deidara's desire to eliminate Sasori grew stronger. You come here speaking of the Akatsuki. Have we provoked you or dug up your ancestral graves? Upon hearing this, Sasori could no longer contain himself, surrounded by golden sand. With a wave of his hand, the sand surged forth. Enough, Sasori. The youthful Kuru Aizawa approached, facing the sword-wielding Kisame Hoshigaki. Kisame, have you considered returning to the hidden mist village after this war concludes? Uncontrolled, Kuru Aizawa's demeanor reverted to his original self. Now, all he desired was peace. He wished to avoid war and the loss of a genius to tyranny. Moreover, Kisame's strength had nearly reached that of a shadow. Kuru Aizawa, how can you still speak in such a tone to a traitor? It is truly shameful for a shadow. Sasori scorned. Oh, Sasori, do you wish to fight? Kuru Aizawa's gaze hardened, laced with murderous intent. Did he need Sasori's instruction on his actions? This hand is reaching too far. Sasori, with hands behind his back, was reluctant to engage in battle with the shadows of the villages. After all, those capable of becoming shadows undoubtedly possess strength to match. A fight would lead to catastrophic destruction, which was not worth the cost. Kuru Aizawa's attention returned to Kisame. Kisame, I will ask you once more. After the war, will you return to the hidden mist village? This time, Kuru Aizawa's tone carried a hint of menace. Mizukage, we should best wait for Uchiha Shin to return before discussing this matter. We are still unclear about his relationship with the Akatsuki, Minato interjected. Aware that this area would soon turn to dust if he did not speak. The battles between shadows were far too terrifying. Uchiha Shin has dealings with the Akatsuki? Kuru Aizawa pondered. Ever since forming a friendly relationship with Konoha, he had never inquired into their affairs. Chapter 124. The battle ends, the storm begins. Now, his good friend Uchiha Shin seemed to have connections with the Akatsuki, which was somewhat perplexing. Kuru Aizawa found himself uncertain about what to do. Having interacted a few times, he understood Shin's character. Generally, he considered the village's interests. Rarely did he act to undermine the village for personal gain. If Shin truly had ties with the Akatsuki, then Kisame would likely encounter him in another capacity concerning the hidden mist village. Indeed, Shin had previously donned the Akatsuki's attire, leaving them uncertain about what other secrets lay hidden. Minato nodded promptly. Regardless of Shin's actions, he believed there must be reason behind them. Even if it involved connections with the Akatsuki, classified as an S-rank rogue ninja, there must be justification. As his teacher, Minato knew that Shin was not one to jeopardize the village's interests for his own. Then, we shall head to the land of Earth, Kuru Aizawa declared. To the land of Earth, to conclude the final war. We must exert every effort to prevent any misfortune from occurring. This might be their sole path forward. They had all witnessed Shin's strength. He could single-handedly bear the weight of a shadow-level monster. This capability was not something an ordinary shadow could rival. No more words. Let us depart for the land of Earth. Crossing the border between two nations took but half an hour. Shin focused intently on the merging ninjas. At this moment, his body had reached its limits. Had he not consistently trained in taijutsu every single day, he would have likely collapsed and perished by now. Lacking ocular power, he compensated with physical strength. Sitting atop Susanu's forehead, he gasped for breath. Battling this monster had indirectly cost him half his life. Only his infinite chakra and ocular prowess kept Susanu from dissipating. With each tremor of the ground, the monster's fissures widened. Watching the creature draw nearer, the earth shook violently, and Shin's heart sank. This battle was utterly unwinnable. With limbs lost and his head rolling who knows where, he still retained the ability to move, his power undiminished. The final blow, life and death hinged on this strike. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth, blood vessels appearing in his pupils as dark fluid trickled from his eyes. This was the first time since his arrival that he had activated Susanu. Amaterasu and various ocular techniques bled out. Damn it. The ultimate control over the complete Susanu raised his fist high, crashing down with tremendous force, generating scorching winds that heated the air. As the monster leapt once more, the enormous fist, the size of a hill, struck its body. Shin felt a complex mix of tension and anxiety. Somewhere, The Akatsuki leader felt cold sweat trickle down to his chin, falling to the ground. With a resounding boom, the hill-sized fist smashed into the earth, shattering it. The monster, propelled by the immense force, created a 100-meter-deep pit in the ground. Shin approached to investigate. The pile of earth could finally move no more, utterly reduced to a soulless heap of chakra-less rubble. For safety's sake, Shin swung another hill-sized fist down upon the mound of debris. The deep, resonant sound echoed in Shin's ears, causing his eardrums to buzz. The commander, observing all this, appeared pallid. A fusion of such immense power had been vanquished. The young man known as Uchiha Shin was the first stumbling block in the quest for world domination. Without eliminating Uchiha Shin, tranquility in the days to come would be a distant dream. The scene shifted as Shin lifted a small mountain and placed it atop himself. Subsequently, he exited combat mode. His dual eyes returned to normal, and he lacked even the strength to wipe the blood from his body. He collapsed on the rocks, gasping for breath. The allied forces of the 5 nations, alongside the ninja coalition and the Kage of the 5 villages, arrived to witness Shin, utterly drained, lying there. They stood in stunned silence for 2 seconds, pondering a multitude of thoughts. They had encountered formidable adversaries before, unprecedented in strength. Had this young man truly slain such a monster? Or was it that the creature was not as formidable as it appeared, merely a paper wrapped in sand, leaking at the slightest touch? Fourth Hokage, please elucidate the current situation, they urged. The audience had arrived. Yet what they witnessed was merely a youth from the Hidden Leaf village lying there. What could this signify? The words of Minato Namikaze faltered. Everything had concluded. And what was left but empty boasts? Should he claim that the ninjas of the Leaf were extraordinarily impressive? Who would even believe such a statement? Ahem. The monster was witnessed by the entire coalition. If you doubt it, feel free to ask anyone. Minato understood what they were about to inquire. As the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf village, he could not rely solely on words to convey the truth. The coalition's eyes were sharp. Their questions would soon reveal everything. The air fell silent once again for half a minute. Even Shin, lying on the rocks, was bewildered. What was happening? Had he just vanquished the monster only to face them in conflict? He felt utterly depleted. He pondered speaking up, but decided against it, deeming it unnecessary to utter idle words that could render the other 4 villages the subject of ridicule. What we are asking is not this. The monster, we clearly saw it on our way here. Minato, in a rare moment of irritation, responded, if you're not inquiring about the monster, then what else could you possibly wish to know? Pointing at the youth, the Wind Shadow sneered, Fourth Hokage. Do not tell me that the monster was slain by a single individual from your village. The likelihood is infinitesimal. It wasn't that the Wind Shadow disbelieved, but that it was simply unfathomable. A mere youth from the Leaf had the strength of a Kage, or perhaps even surpassed it. What did this imply? Was the Hidden Leaf village on the verge of resurgence? It seemed as though the Leaf had never weakened. If you don't believe it, then please enlighten us as to who else could have slain that monster, Minato replied, fully aware that Shin's capabilities far exceeded his own. Perhaps he himself could not contend with the creature, but Shin undoubtedly could. If Shin could not defeat it, then no one in the Leaf could. Within the entire village, he alone was an anomaly. His strength was surging, and even Minato, his teacher, was uncertain of the extent of his power. It had been quite some time since their last discussion. The Wind Shadow, devoid of energy, spoke. Even if I find it hard to believe, the facts remain. Enough chatter. Uchiha Shin is right there. Let us go and see. The Water Shadow, Kagaya Shikamaru, interjected, clearly irritated by those who merely spoke without taking action. At this moment, the 5 Kage, having endured a fierce battle, were in disarray, perhaps temporarily losing their composure. The Kage lacked the demeanor expected of their positions. They approached the location, only to find Shin luxuriating there. He no longer gasped for breath, merely stared blankly with wide eyes, uncertain of whom to focus on. Teacher, you're finally here. I've been waiting for ages, Shin complained upon seeing Minato arrive. Did you not sustain any injuries while battling that monster? A creature of such formidable strength would have incapacitated any one of us. Even with his powerful ocular abilities, Minato could not believe Shin was unscathed. Teacher, could you not wish for something good for me? Shin pouted, on the verge of tears. After the battle, every part of him ached, and he could barely move. Yet his dear teacher expected him to emerge unscathed. What a tragic existence this was. Can you still move? Minato quickly shifted the topic. The question sounded off. Teacher, do I look like I can still move? Shin's face had contorted into a bitter expression, clearly indicating his discomfort. Could it be that the Kage of the 4 villages are here, and the Hokage cannot even speak? This was unexpected. Minato gestured for several medical ninjas to approach and employ their healing jutsu. A radiant glow enveloped Shin's chest, and he felt his bodily functions rapidly rejuvenating. Moments later, a faint smile graced his face. "Thank you for your efforts. You may cease now." The medical ninjas retreated to their ranks. Shin then stood up, his bones cracking audibly. "Are you truly all right?" Minato asked, his heart filled with trepidation upon seeing Shin in such a state. Furrowing his brow, he sensed that something ominous was about to transpire. "I am indeed fine. Even if there is an issue, it is not significant. There is no need for concern." Supporting his waist, Shin felt as though he might split apart. These were unmistakably the side effects of the 8 gates. He had only employed ocular techniques and ninjutsu. Yet he was suffering from such physical repercussions. "I shall return to rest. I am not responsible for cleaning up the battlefield." Given his current condition, Shin was unfit for any physical labor. He could not even manage the simplest of jumps. "All right, let us head back. Take care to rest." Minato nodded in agreement. He had fulfilled his obligations, and the remaining matters were no longer Shin's concern. The responsibility of cleaning up lay with the Allied forces or the Ninja Coalition. It was essential for key personnel to handle this task. The cleanup should be left to the foot soldiers. Just as Shin took 2 steps, he collapsed, his eyes darkening, and his face met the rock in an intimate embrace. The 5 Kage were collectively dumbfounded. Had he just been deceived upon arrival? At least take a few steps. It was hardly reasonable to fall to the ground after only 2. "Kakashi, take Shin to the hospital in the Hidden Leaf for recuperation," Minato instructed, turning to give orders. "The rest of you, clean the battlefield and do your utmost to uncover any traces of the enemy organization." With such a massive operation, Minato was convinced there had to be some remnants related to the enemy. If they could find even a single clue, they could trace it back to its source. Yes, the Leaf Ninjas responded in unison. The other 4 villages remained unmoved. With the Kage absent, they felt no need to heed the Hokage's commands. The 5 Kage had gathered, and there was no longer a necessity to listen to Minato's words. "Clean up the battlefield and search for clues," the Water Shadow, Kagaya Shikamaru, commanded coldly. Though the Blood Mist village had been dissolved, the appropriate demeanor must still be upheld. Yes, the ninjas from the Mist village clearly expressed their dissatisfaction with the Water Shadow. Why must they assist in cleaning up the aftermath of a conflict that was not theirs? This was unjust. "What? From your tone, it seems you are reluctant." A single glance from Kagaya Shikamaru sent shivers through the ranks of the Mist ninjas. Reluctant? Even if they truly were, they could not voice it. Doing so would be akin to courting death. The lingering effects of Kagaya Shikamaru's gaze were severe. Just one look felt as if the Grim Reaper was looming right before them. In the eyes of the Mist ninjas, their Water Shadow, Kagaya Shikamaru, was a harbinger of death. Before Kagaya Shikamaru could utter another word, the Mist ninjas scurried back to the battlefield of the Hidden Leaf to clean up, fearing that delays might cost them their lives. The Lightning Shadow contemplated for a moment and instructed the Cloud Village ninjas to assist in the cleanup as well. The common enemy ahead was the enemy organization. Any existing conflicts could be addressed only after they had dealt with the enemy. The other 2 shadows had no choice but to comply. With both the Water Shadow and Lightning Shadow expressing their positions, they too could not afford to act with exception. They could only let the exhausted ninjas and soldiers clean up the battlefield. At this moment, everyone was focused on a singular thought: complete the task and return home to sleep. After more than a month of relentless battles, even rest merely amounted to brief moments of slumber, failing to grant true repose. Over 100,000 individuals took over 7 days to clear the battlegrounds of the 2 nations. The vast majority of soldiers were, after all, carried home by ninjas. In the Konoha hospital, Shin lay motionless for a full 7 days, not once stirring. His eyes remained tightly shut, devoid of any flicker of change, as if he had transformed into a mere vegetative state. The room was filled with people, high-ranking officials of Konoha and numerous Uchiha clan members. "Have you discovered the cause? Why hasn't Shin awakened despite sleeping for 7 days?" Minato Namikaze inquired, his impatience palpable. Under normal circumstances, sleeping for 3 or 4 days due to exhaustion would be understandable, but 7 days without waking is exceedingly troubling. This suggests a fundamental issue with Shin's health. It's possible he may never awaken, which would be a monumental loss for all of Konoha. "Teacher," Rin interjected, her brow furrowed. "As it stands, Shin appears to be perfectly normal. He is merely sleeping, his breathing steady." The mystery of Shin's condition eluded explanation. Breathing normally yet remaining in slumber? The answer was one Minato had anticipated, but hearing it still left him in disbelief. Merely asleep for 7 days? That seems implausible. Unless he has lapsed into a permanent vegetative state. Why is there blood seeping from his eyes? This unexpected sight shocked everyone present. How could one bleed from closed eyes? Was there an issue with his vision? The blood that flowed was a result of his ocular prowess. The hue staining Shin's eyelids was familiar to Obito, neither purely red nor simply black. Is this truly happening? The collective astonishment reverberated. He has been in a deep slumber, yet he can still utilize his ocular techniques? How fervently must he love battle to continue fighting even in dreams? Perhaps he is merely plagued by nightmares, Obito speculated, lacking confidence in his own conjecture. To wield ocular power while asleep was inconceivable. No rationale could account for such a phenomenon. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan should not bleed. If one had ascended to the eternal Mangekyou, mastery over its use would be assured. Yet, never had it been reported that the eternal Mangekyou could bleed. Shin was a first. Obito's musings drew the attention of all, particularly Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose heart felt as if pierced by a needle. Had the Uchiha truly acquired a pair of eternal Mangekyou Sharingan? This was an ominous development. The recently released Shimura Danzo shared the same sentiment, a fire of frustration kindling within him. Such occurrences should have been eradicated years prior. The emergence of an eternal Mangekyou Sharingan within the Uchiha clan posed a grave threat to Konoha. So Obito, what are you implying? Minato surmised with a mix of skepticism and disbelief. Could Konoha's sharp combat capabilities truly be rendered ineffective? That seemed unlikely. Teacher, I believe you are aware of what I wish to convey, Obito replied, feeling his words had already been spoken. Thus, it appeared that Shin would require several more days before awakening. Nagato's brow furrowed in anger. This news was dire. Chapter 126. The situation is hopeless. He is rendered useless. If Shin does not awaken, how can Yahiko be revived? All their efforts would ultimately be in vain, a reality Nagato could not accept. It seemed it would take a considerable amount of time, and presently, they could not ascertain Shin's condition. Rin shook her head. They had never encountered a scenario like this before. Everything appeared normal, yet it was utterly abnormal, akin to a lifeless entity. What do you mean? Nagato's temper flared instantly. This implied that Yahiko could not be revived temporarily. This was an immense blow to him. Their friendship would be delayed yet again. Nagato calmed down. After all these years, this moment is insignificant, Conan advised gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. If they were to unleash a planetary devastation technique now, none would survive, including Nagato himself. Meanwhile, Shin, lying in bed, could hear every sound yet remained unable to open his eyes. His mind lingered in a state of slumber, leaving him bewildered about his current condition, as if trapped between dreams and a vegetative state. Everyone, please be quiet, especially the Akatsuki. Your voices are too loud. You might send me, an elder of over 60 years, to my grave. Sarutobi Hiruzen grumbled, his mood sour. The presence of the Akatsuki filled him with a sense of foreboding. Kushina, upon seeing Hiruzen's expression, felt her anger flare but quickly subdued it, though her tone was tinged with annoyance. Hiruzen, the Akatsuki is here to see Shin. What is your business? You may stand there and observe, but if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Watching Shin lie there, Kushina felt particularly distressed. Once again, he had saved the village and united the strength of the 5 nations, an accomplishment not easily achieved. In this battle, the Akatsuki had also contributed significantly. Hiruzen's words irked her immensely. Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words, feeling the weight of his current position. No longer the Hokage, he wielded little influence, typically residing in the company of Asuma. At this moment, his voice carried little authority. Minato, during his tenure as Hokage, had polished his reputation to a pristine sheen. Sighing internally, Minato recognized he could not manage Kushina's temperament. Kushina turned away, redirecting her attention to Naruto. Minato grimaced, knowing that returning home tonight would not be pleasant. The following day, following the previous day's debacle, no one ventured to see Shin again. Few in the village were unaware of Kushina's temperament. When truly angry, her fiery spirit could even challenge the Hokage. What others dared not do was commonplace for Kushina. Under Minato's orders, Kakashi took on the responsibility of caring for Shin, as Minato's class had no pressing matters at that time. Others could join the rebuilding efforts of the village as they saw fit. After the invasion, despite the largest battlefield being outside Konoha, the internal devastation from numerous jutsu was extensive. At present, only the construction teams within Konoha were engaged in restoration, a process that would take considerable time. In the blink of an eye, a month of dust and turmoil had passed. After a month of diligent labor, Konoha's exterior was barely presentable. The Land of Fire had funded the complete reconstruction of the Ninja Academy and many dilapidated structures. A month had merely sufficed to establish a foundational framework. The Akatsuki had also resided in Konoha for a month and a week, and it was certainly not without cost. Kakuzu's finances had taken a significant hit. At the Konoha hospital, A substantial portion of the facility had been demolished, leaving only the room where Shin lay untouched. When his eyes finally opened, the first figure he beheld was Kakashi. Shin frowned, sensing something was amiss. Kakashi, how long have I been out? Kakashi, caught off guard while engrossed in his reading, turned to Shin, his face flushing with embarrassment. Minutes passed in silence. 1 month and 7 days. For Kakashi to remember such a duration was quite remarkable. Shin's discomfort grew, feeling an unsettling numbness throughout his body, unable to move. Kakashi, assist me, he implored, realizing he could not move on his own and needed Kakashi's help. After what felt like an eternity, Kakashi gradually assisted him in shifting his position. The silence stemmed from Kakashi's struggle to adapt to Shin's current state, a stark contrast to the Shin who had so effortlessly completed S-rank missions before. How do you feel? That was quite the lengthy slumber you had. Not well at all. I feel utterly numb. It seems this sleep has rendered me incapacitated. At this moment, Shin could only move his eyes. Even his head felt immobile. He could muster only a mundane expression. You defeated the monster. Yet you've rendered yourself useless, Kakashi remarked, devoid of sympathy. This was entirely self-inflicted. Will you be able to manage with all 5 Kages present? This is the consequence of overexertion. That thing could likely be defeated even if all 5 Kage joined forces. Without further ado, can you twist your mouth like that? Shinshin shot him a glance, quietly waiting and probing. My mouth is not twisted at all. Kakashi picked up his book, Paradise of Affection, and continued reading. Kakashi, are you looking for a fight? What do you mean by that? How could such words be spoken without the intent to provoke? Ha ha ha, who are you fooling? Help me up so I can take a stroll. Noticing his expression had changed, Shin swiftly shifted the topic. Being idle holds no possibility of regaining mobility. Shin concocted a bold idea. What if he just fell? Perhaps that would set things right. But if it went wrong, he could end up dead. After being helped up, he took 3 steps, yet Kakashi halted immediately. Buddy, you can't move at all. Those 3 steps were entirely Kakashi dragging Shin along. His legs didn't even budge. Enough already. I feel completely numb. Lying in bed for a month is infuriating. Shin never expected that after lying still for just a month, he would be utterly incapacitated. This is outrageous. How about we take another couple of laps? Kakashi had never encountered such a situation. Perhaps some exercise would alleviate it. No need to exert yourself. Just toss me onto the bed. The next moment, Kakashi truly lifted Shin up. What on earth? Are you really going to throw me? You asked for it, Kakashi replied. Fine, I misspoke. Just set me down on the bed. Shun, clad only in his underwear, felt quite embarrassed being held like this. If some mischievous child saw him, there would undoubtedly be misunderstandings. Word would spread, and he, Uchiha Shun, would find himself infamous in no time. All right then. Kakashi's handling was remarkably steady. Kakashi, would you mind stepping outside? I wish to be alone for a while. Very well. Take your time to recuperate. I'll be outside. Kakashi rose and exited the hospital, settling on a leisurely bench. The building held no significance for him. In the room, with only Shin present, he immediately inquired, System, come forth. Why can't I move? I demand an explanation, a reason. Shin believed this predicament was entirely the system's doing. A slight threat towards the system, and he might regain his mobility. Chapter 127, rendered useless, unable to raise a hand to eat. Fool, did you forget the extent of your combat form previously? Now you lie here, seeking death. Reflecting on the battlefield, Shin understood that the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan and his physical prowess operated under extreme strain. It was entirely normal to collapse. Yet having rested for over a month and still being immobile was simply unacceptable. Using the complete Susanoo with the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, coupled with Amaterasu and life-forging tools. Can you still bleed? My family's products aren't that inferior. Even if the Mangekyou Sharingan uses all 3, bleeding is not an issue. Yet you managed to exhaust the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan to its limit, and your physical skills nearly surpassed the 8th gate of death. Shun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Before facing that monstrous adversary, his eternal Mangekyou had already reached its limits. The moment he threw his first punch, the limits of the eternal Mangekyou were shattered, resulting in his blindness. To ensure Shun's eyes remained intact and usable, they needed time to recover. The system had incurred significant costs here. The price? A month-long coma. Unable to leave the bed, relying solely on a wheelchair for mobility. Yet one cannot remain bedridden indefinitely. One must venture outside to bask in the sun. Shin conceded that the room's location was quite commendable. It offered views of the flowers and ample sunlight. Reading a book was quite relaxing. However, too much reading could lead to dizziness. He still needed to move about, to breathe in fresh air. Arrangements made. Within mere milliseconds, Shin felt the sensation return to his muscles. This body belonged to him once more. A month of wheelchair life as the price. Early unlocking of muscle permissions. In that instant, Shen was taken aback. A month spent in a wheelchair? How was he supposed to endure that? Supporting himself against the wall, he took cautious steps out of the room. The next moment, he nearly collided with a construction crew. The fright almost triggered his Susanoo mode. Task of reconstructing the land of whirlpools completed. 20. The mechanical voice that suddenly appeared made Shen furrow his brow. In the hustle and bustle, he had forgotten all about it. There had been a junior engineer sent to reconstruct the land of whirlpools, and then there had been no further news. He had not checked on the reconstruction's progress. Now he was eager to see what the reconstruction degree of 20 looked like. The construction crew, witnessing this scene, nearly fainted. They were terrified they might have caused a fatal accident and would be held accountable. One of them promptly approached to inquire, "Are you all right, young man?" "I'm fine. Could you assist me in sitting over there for a moment?" Shen smiled faintly, having nearly broken his legs after taking those 2 steps. If he jumped, he might lose control of his lower body. All right. One employee was sweating profusely, fearing he had almost caused a disaster. They were aware someone had been recuperating here, but hadn't expected him to emerge at this moment. Exiting the hospital, he reached the bench and slowly sat down. Smiling as he said, "Thank you very much, and I apologize for disrupting your work." Shen felt quite guilty for interrupting the construction crew. If it weren't for his inability to bend down, he would have bowed deeply. "It's nothing, truly. Are you sure you're all right?" That moment made them quite anxious. Suddenly appearing like that, one wrong move could lead to regret. "No, Shun, something feels off with you. How could you be moving so soon? Do you really need peace and quiet?" Kakashi stood there, utterly perplexed. "What is off with me? I'm perfectly fine." Shin maintained a faint smile. Compared to battle, this pain is trivial. Though, for most, such agony would be unbearable. It's merely a chance for the world to experience pain. Just moments ago, he was completely numb and unable to leave the bed. Yet now he could support himself to come downstairs and sit. "Would you say that's normal?" Kakashi remarked coldly, finding Shun's sudden changes bewildering. Just a short while ago, he had to drag him. His legs wouldn't move at all. Yet now he could walk. Is this normal? This is clearly abnormal. Exceedingly so. What is not normal? Is it so wrong to recover quickly? Shin insisted, striving to clarify. Aside from this explanation, what else could account for Shun's ability to stand within an hour? There was no other explanation. It was the only reason that didn't make sense. There's a feeling. Your recovery ability rivals that of the First Hokage. Speaking of recovery, Kakashi could only think of the First Hokage, Hashirama Senju. His cells were remarkably resilient. Injuries were as trifling as a game to him. In the blink of an eye, he would heal. Observing Shun, his cells appeared somewhat akin to those of Hashirama. Could it be that this lad had transplanted Hashirama's cells? If so, it would all make sense. The First Hokage? A mere kunai poke and he'd act as if nothing happened. Kakashi was aware of the power of the Senju bloodline. Even if one were to sever their waist, they could still survive. It's just that chakra would be depleted. He had a profound understanding of how taxing would release chakra could be. A single wood dragon would drain chakra to its limits. Therefore, even if one had sage art would release, one could not perform Susanu's ultimate form. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan posed no issue. The challenge lay in the chakra reserves for wood release. If one couldn't sustain a mere wood dragon, how could one wield a sage art, a technique that consumed an extraordinary amount of chakra? Moreover, lacking sage mode rendered it impossible to unleash it. Indeed, I aspire to be a model. If I could attain even a tenth of the First Hokage's strength, it would suffice for a lifetime. Kakashi smiled faintly. He understood that he would never possess such power in this lifetime. To be able to contend with Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo is a power unattainable by ordinary Jonin or elite Jonin throughout their lives. Striving to grow stronger, everything will come in due time. With slitted eyes and a faint smile, he truly dared not to move. Any motion sent sharp, piercing pain through him. Mealtime has arrived. Kakashi, please bring me a serving of fried rice and a side dish. Shallow tremors coursed through his hand, which clutched 200 ryo. Such a simple action had become an insurmountable challenge. What is the matter with your hand? It trembles so violently, I remarked. Kakashi lacked the courage to intervene directly. Should he inadvertently cause harm, he could not bear the consequences. Currently, Shun was as fragile as a wisp of wind. Enough chatter. Hurry and take the order, he urged. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead from the pain. Instantly, a troubling thought struck him. Once the food was procured, how would he consume it? Even if he endured the pain, he could hardly manage a few bites. Was he to be fed like an infant? Such indignity was unbearable for him. Kakashi, find someone to help, or hire someone. I am utterly incapable of moving. Shin had never anticipated that he would lose even the ability to feed himself. Living in such a pitiful state was disheartening. Amidst the bustling workers constructing the hospital, their conversation sent chills down their spines. It was indeed unwise to engage with such individuals. One could never know when death might strike, particularly with ninjas involved. Uchiha-shun, you are awake. Nagato sent me to inquire when you will be able to resurrect Yahiko. Ever since Nagato discovered his fondness for Konan, all dealings with Shun had fallen to the expressionless figure of Konan. I can only indulge such whims once I regain the ability to move. Chapter 128. Once a genin, now a chunin, dining, swallowing food, returning home only to find it no longer existed. Shin's expression was one of awe, mouth slightly agape, eyes squinted in delight. Not a word was uttered regarding the resurrection technique. Resurrection techniques were forbidden within the ninja world. Should Nagato attempt to utilize any resurrection-related jutsu, both body and mind would suffer. Shin had verbally committed to resurrect Yahiko. Why not embrace the opportunity? Moreover, Nagato was powerless regarding Yahiko's demise. He was left with no options. Even if resurrection were possible, what if there were severe side effects? Brother, your expression is rather peculiar, Kakashi remarked, his eyes widening in surprise. Brother, you aren't. Kakashi pondered a possibility. Was he a sound enthusiast? Conan's voice was indeed pleasant. There was nothing wrong with being a sound enthusiast, after all. You've guessed correctly. Splendid. Shin maintained that same expression, which felt somewhat mischievous. Brother Shun, by now. The Chunin Mizuno Emi and Mizuno Yamaki arrived, bearing a bag of fruit. Ah, it's you two. Long time no see. You've grown so much. Shin was only a few years their senior. In just a few more years, they too would reach adulthood. However, he was utterly incapacitated, having not moved from the bench since his arrival. Indeed, brother, it has been over a year since we last met. Mizuno Yamaki cheerfully handed over the bag of fruit. Brother, we bought this fruit for you. Last time we visited, you were still bedridden. Speaking of which, Mizuno Yamaki felt a tinge of embarrassment. As fellow candidates, they lacked the qualifications to participate in frontline battles and could only observe from within Konoha. They were not alone. All candidates had refrained from combat. The battle from a month and a half ago had depleted more than half of the combat strength of the 5 great nations. Even so, smaller nations had not seized the opportunity to attack. They understood they stood no chance, even with half their combat strength diminished. A dying camel is still larger than a horse. Well, I appreciate your kind gesture, but I cannot eat in my current condition. It would be unwise to risk a fracture over a few bites of fruit. I must focus on recovery. Ah, understood. Mizuno Yamaki hesitated, but his sister Mizuno Emi readily agreed. Seeing her brother's confusion, Mizuno Emi could not be bothered to explain. Is it acceptable for me to run an errand for my elder brother? Shin instructed Kakashi to procure the food, a serving of fried rice and a side dish. Shin was well aware of the prices in Konoha. 200 ryo was sufficient for such fare. And 4 bottles of milk. Please, if the funds are insufficient, I will repay you later. Forcing Shun to reach for his wallet was akin to demanding his life. Hundreds, or even thousands of ryo meant nothing. He was far from destitute. Most jonin and elite jonin could easily produce tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of ryo. However, there were few ninjas like Uchiha Shun, who spent years on missions, possessing millions of ryo. Kakashi, what will you be having? Miso soup with eggplant. Kakashi simultaneously provided the funds for both the miso soup and milk. All right, please wait a moment, elder brother and senpai. I will return shortly. After bowing, Mizuno Yamaki took his sister Mizuno Emi away. After all this time, how are you feeling? Have you improved at all? Kakashi inquired, knowing that ninjas typically recovered far more swiftly than ordinary folk. I suppose. Raising his hand, Shun discovered that apart from his legs being immobile, his upper body felt remarkably better. The recovery speed was astonishing. In such a brief time, he could move his hands, form seals, and perform ninjutsu without hindrance. The momentary joy on Shun's face dimmed. Now, aside from managing daily life, he could hardly expect to function like a normal person. The system had indicated that 1 month would indeed equal 1 month. It seemed that a swift recovery was out of the question. He would quietly await the passage of a month. There was no denying that achieving this level of recovery in such a short time was inferior to that of the first Hokage. Kakashi chuckled. Well, at least you no longer require someone to care for you. The burden of caregiving is rather unpleasant. I cannot compare myself to the first Hokage, given my recovery speed. I won't be out of bed for a month. Shin could not hold a candle to Hashirama Senju. His own system was rather underwhelming, offering no restoration of physical capabilities. How could he even begin to compare himself to Hashirama? Even with the system, it merely provided an advantage in combat, without any benefits to recovery. You can't possibly take a month to get out of bed. I refuse to believe that. Kakashi retorted, recalling the experiences of other ninjas in similar wars. Do you know that it's possible to lie in bed for a year? Shin's assertion left Kakashi incredulous. It is entirely plausible that in just a few days, you'll be back on your feet. Believe it or not, I'm fine with eating now. Shin understood that if he could not manage his own life, he might very well starve. In that event, it would be better to free his hands and temporarily abandon his legs. Brother Shun, Kakashi-senpai, I've brought back the food. Mizuno Yamaki handed the fried rice to Shun. It was indeed difficult to find fried rice of this quality. Thank you. Kakashi's speed in consuming food was remarkable. He polished off his meal amidst their conversation. You practically swallowed that. At this rate, you could just pour the food into your mouth. Spending so much time alongside Kakashi, Shin had never realized just how fast he could eat. A few casual exchanges, and your meal is finished? That is quicker than swallowing. No, you flatter me. Kakashi replied with a grin. All right, let's eat. Fried rice was rather simple, merely enhanced by a few side dishes, and the taste was average. However, Shin found himself without a place to scrounge for food. He would have to make do. Brother Shin, here is the leftover money. Mizuno Yamaki presented a coin with both hands. It's not much, you should keep it. Shin understood that the leftover amount from the 200 ryo was negligible. It was hardly worth the effort to chase after such a trivial sum. Leaning on Kakashi's shoulder, Shin sighed. Once again, I must trouble you, Kakashi. It's not a bother. I'm the only one idling around. Obito and Rin are off on missions. What can I do? Kakashi responded helplessly. As this was a task assigned by their teacher, was it even possible to refuse? However, the task came without any reward. Are you ready? I'll take you home. I'll handle it. I would like to see where Uchiha Shin lives, so I won't have to take a detour in the future. Lowly Dao Pain coldly remarked. Pain, devoid of emotions, was manipulated by Nagato, who required no feelings from them. It's not a problem, Shin replied, his body bristling with unease, sensing that something was amiss. I have accepted the mission as well. Kakashi, wary of allowing a Pain to escort Shin home, was prepared to intervene should any trouble arise along the way. Uchiha Shin's residence lay in ruins, the aftermath of the last war having torn the roof off and obliterated the courtyard. Presently, a construction crew was hastily repairing the damage, making it unlikely for Shin to return home anytime soon. Witnessing his once lovely house in such disarray, Shin felt a pang of grief. His heart bled for the loss of what had been a perfectly good home, now reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Money, precious money wasted. Kakashi, you must understand my plight. Shin turned to Kakashi, his discontent palpable. The only dwelling left in the village had been ravaged. However, it was not entirely fair to blame others. The journey revealed that few houses in the village remained unscathed, most having fallen victim to the chaos wrought by the war. Konoha, being a primary battleground, bore the brunt of this devastation. The Fire Nation's financial aid for Konoha's reconstruction had become a necessity, a circumstance that left them with little choice. Ultimately, no one could be blamed but themselves for failing to move the battlefield elsewhere, leading to the necessity of rebuilding the village. The Fire Nation, too, found themselves in a predicament, forced to allocate substantial funds for repairs. The war had laid waste to Konoha, and Shin recalled the lines of battle drawn, shifting his own confrontations to the Earth Country, even leveling 2 mountains there. Had such destruction occurred in the Fire Nation, the losses would have been far graver. Yet, Konoha's economic toll was significant, surprising in its magnitude. Kakashi self-deprecatingly noted that among the 5 great nations, Konoha had suffered the least. Wounded shinobi had been carried back to the village for treatment, yet during that time, it had been a hellscape for the injured, their cries echoing in despair. Medical ninjas were overwhelmed, and the vast coalition of the 5 nations barely made an appearance, resulting in many dying on their way to treatment. Shin was taken aback by the painful revelations, realizing the severe costs of the first battle he had engaged in. Entering the damaged courtyard, he leaned against the bedside. I wonder if Uchiha Shin's current state can facilitate the resurrection of Yahiko, remarked Zihua. The matter of reviving Yahiko was of utmost importance to Nagato and Konan, as they were in a state of urgency. The financial burden and the perceived unwelcomeness of Akatsuki and Konoha loomed over them, despite Akatsuki's significant contributions this time. Meanwhile, Orochimaru found it impossible to walk freely in the village during the day, often met with disdain. Some would flee upon sighting him, fearing for their lives, given his status as a rogue ninja. As for the resurrection of Yahiko and Zihua, it would be prudent to wait, Nagato decided. A month would suffice. The resurrection technique was already secured. All that remained was for Shin to fully recuperate. Once capable of moving freely, he could then bring back both the Deva Path and Lowly Dao. For now, the priority was simply to regain the ability to walk. Very well. Let us reconvene in a month, Zihua stated, preparing to take her leave. Wait, Shin called out, his thoughts still unspoken. What else is there? Nagato retorted, slightly impatient. The resurrection of Yahiko was paramount, overshadowing all else. Unable to revive Yahiko, Nagato resolved to focus on missions to earn money, paving the way toward genuine peace. He was not fond of his current hair color and wished to find a replacement body soon. Compared to Loli Dao's present hair hue, he preferred the color she had in life. All 6 paths shared the same hair color, which felt somewhat monotonous. However, reviving Zihua could pose a challenge, as Conan might not be amenable to such a change. That would require considerable effort on their part. The organization would address this matter swiftly. In a month, the Beast Path Zihua would become his, a transaction between them. As long as Yahiko could be resurrected, Nagato was willing to relinquish the current Beast Path Zihua. The path following Yahiko's revival would be left for Nagato to contemplate later. My concerns do not lie with this. Rather, I worry about Akatsuki's future and hope it is not exploited by that plant. The true path to peace is not one of destruction, Shin cautioned, reiterating the absence of alternatives. Nagato's stubbornness was evident, lacking the persuasive rhetoric of Naruto, which meant they would have to proceed slowly. Should Nagato continue down the wrong path, it would ultimately fall to the future Naruto to persuade him through his words. Zihua remarked, "That is that." Nagato felt a sense of disdain. Having already been manipulated by that plant once, he would not allow it to happen again unless his mind were filled with mush. Is your intellect truly that sharp? Shen scoffed. Do not think that possessing the Rinnegan makes you invincible. Such a skill has its limitations. One final query. Will you partake in the reconstruction of the Whirlpool Country? With that, Shen broached the topic of the Whirlpool Country. Currently, the reconstruction was only 20 complete. It seemed feasible to rebuild the nation, especially since both the Hokage and Kushina had expressed strong support for the endeavor, pledging substantial aid in terms of finances and materials. The only obstacle remained the high-ranking officials of the Fire Nation, who were notoriously difficult to deal with. If Nagato and Yahiko were involved, the situation would be significantly simplified. With Kakuzu's wealth, a considerable amount of effort could be saved, and financial matters would pose no issue, provided Yahiko and Nagato were on board. Are you truly intent on rebuilding the Whirlpool Country? Zihua's tone became notably more intense. Everyone yearns to restore their homeland, but is it truly achievable? Of course. Had I no desire to rebuild, would I expend such effort on the Whirlpool Country? Do you think my resources simply fall from the sky? Shin expressed his grievances. While the initial construction was undertaken by systematically trained engineers, the mid and latter stages of construction would require both funds and manpower. Without these, how could a nation be rebuilt? This was not merely a village or a family. It was an entire country. What do you propose? Zihua inquired, realizing that Nagato had not grasped the gravity of the situation. She had initially believed his desire to rebuild the Whirlpool Country was mere talk, but now it appeared he was serious. Should the reconstruction of the Whirlpool Country proceed, Nagato would undoubtedly contribute, as would his dear friend Yahiko. This is not merely a matter of desire. It is one fraught with difficulty, Shin struggled to articulate. How could one describe such a challenge? Rebuilding a nation is no small feat, even with Akatsuki's involvement. Their potential to invade was limited. If the 5 great nations found it challenging to contend with Akatsuki, what hope did smaller factions possess? Let us negotiate some terms, provided they are acceptable to me, Zihua stated candidly. While the idea was commendable, if it could not be realized, it would remain but an empty thought. Nagato could not gamble Akatsuki's entire existence on a bet, with no probability of success. After the reconstruction of the Whirlpool Country, a ninja village would need to be established, necessitating Akatsuki's participation for security matters. This was not unreasonable, was it? Chapter 130, Naruto's Subtle Schemes. Maintaining public order was the simplest condition Shin could conceive that Nagato might accept. Once the terms were agreed upon, they would be united in purpose, sharing both glory and loss. Is that all? Zihua's response carried a weight that was distinct from her previous remarks. For Nagato, this condition is far from simple. Is it merely a ninja village? Once Akatsuki begins recruiting, it is only a matter of time before the scattered populace of the land of whirlpools congregate within a singular village. At that point, the only remaining concern would be maintaining order. Before Akatsuki, does any village possess a semblance of deterrence? With such a multitude of formidable shinobi, who would dare to brazenly intrude? Once the 6 paths of pain achieves complete stability, its power will soar significantly. If things go awry, they can simply be replaced. War is a constant, and corpses are in no short supply. Can this truly be accomplished? A subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of cunning. If they consent, everything can commence. The core reconstruction of the land of whirlpools can also provide Akatsuki with a helping hand, preventing them from engaging in wanton destruction without purpose. No problem. Aside from that, there are certain developments I prefer to handle my own way. This time, Hydrangea appeared notably more earnest. Constructing a homeland was precisely what Nagato envisioned. Absolutely no issues. I welcome our renewed collaboration. He extended his hand. Very well, let's collaborate once more. Hydrangea nodded in agreement. With their opinions aligned, Nagato was no longer inclined to rest. Seizing the opportunity presented by the month ahead, he would embark on the nation-building endeavor with Akatsuki. The Deva Path and Lilith Path would continue their search for suitable candidates for the Animal Path. The summoning beasts of the Animal Path would need to be entirely re-established. No problems here. We shall reconvene in a month. Hydrangea affirmed. Agreed. Nagato nodded, watching her depart. Is it true, Shin? Do you genuinely wish to rebuild the Land of Whirlpools? This undertaking is no small feat, Kakashi remarked. A look of confusion etched upon his brow as he processed the conversation. How could this ever become a reality? Even a dullard would see the impossibility of it. Reconstructing the Land of Whirlpools? Would the Land of Fire permit it? Would the surrounding smaller nations allow it? Are you not aware of how the Land of Whirlpools was obliterated? Am I expected to collaborate with Akatsuki on a task devoid of difficulty? You are overestimating things, Kakashi. In matters of public order and the future safety of the Land of Whirlpools, Shin had completely assumed a passive role. Relying solely on his own strength would be insufficient. After the reconstruction of the Land of Whirlpools, attracting a significant influx of population would be an endeavor far beyond Shin's ability to resolve with mere words. He was no Naruto, able to traverse the world with his charisma. At present, all he could do was rest idly, taking brief strolls. Unable to rise from bed for an entire month. According to the system, Shin understood this to imply, after 1 month, he would not only regain full mobility, but also restore all his abilities. In that light, a month was indeed a brief span. Kakashi, could you ask our teacher to prepare an extra meal for me? For this month, I will solely rely on others for sustenance. Going out to procure food was out of the question. Shin was not adept at cooking, and whatever he attempted would surely be unpalatable. Thus, he could only rely on others to sustain him. You truly treat our teacher's home as your own, always mooching for meals. Kakashi lacked the audacity to take advantage of such hospitality. Mooching is out of the question. That is not your concern. I have my own plans. You need only convey the message to our teacher. The nature of Shin's relationship with the Namikaze family was not something others could discern. At best, they were aware it was not a typical connection. Such a relationship was merely an excuse for casual visits. Very well, I understand. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. The audacity of this individual had reached unprecedented heights. Shin remained by the window, observing the construction outside. Dust swirled, and the air was far from clean. The reconstruction of Konoha would undoubtedly be a financial burden for the Land of Fire. On his journey home from the hospital, Shin witnessed the extensive scale of the rebuilding efforts, with considerable funds being allocated. As night fell, work showed no signs of abating. Time was of the essence. They were racing against the clock. Dinner was delivered by Naruto, a modest affair consisting of a simple dish and soup. Naruto, come sit. It had been quite some time since they last met, and Naruto's distinctive whisker-like markings were notably pronounced. Naruto, if all goes as expected, you will soon become a genin, right? Having already been studying at the Ninja Academy for years, he had about 1.5 years left before he and his classmates would officially graduate. Subsequently, the Jonin would find themselves busy once more. Calculating, Shin realized his own period of rest was merely 1.5 years, not a particularly generous allocation of time. Naruto appeared visibly displeased, his tone lacking its usual vigor. Had he been bullied at school? Naruto, your tone seems off. Have your classmates been giving you a hard time? Although Shin was not a member of the Namikaze family, his connection to them was quite significant. If Naruto were indeed being bullied, Shin would feel compelled to intervene. It was unacceptable for a Jonin to mistreat a student. No, it's just that guy Sasuke. At the mention of Sasuke, Naruto immediately pouted and fell silent. Shin chuckled softly, realizing that the rift between Naruto and Sasuke was still very much alive. Sasuke, it seemed, had not been seen for quite some time. Even Fugaku and his children had not been encountered in over a month. Bringing it up now, he wondered if anything had changed. The mention of Haruno Sakura darkened Naruto's expression once more. Such a remarkable individual. Did he truly feel worthy of her? Is there an issue? Speak freely. Shin had already surmised that the matter was related to Sakura. When pain invaded Konoha, Hinata had officially become the leading lady. Prior to that, Sakura had held that title. While Hinata had been secretly infatuated with Naruto, too shy to confess, often blushing and fainting in his presence. Matters of the heart required some adjustment. Actually, Naruto, You really like Uncle Haruno's daughter, Sakura, don't you? Shin's revelation was startling. Naruto stared at him, his eyes wide, clearly taken aback by how Shin had deduced his feelings for Sakura. The last thing I want is to be associated with Sasuke. In matters of affection, Shin felt it was perhaps best to refrain from meddling in Naruto's generation, as perspectives differed. He reached out, ruffling Naruto's hair. However, I believe Sakura and Sasuke are better suited for each other. Perhaps you should pay more attention to Hinata. In the end, the outcomes are quite similar. Winners become Hokage, while losers marry Sakura. Although it was said in jest, wasn't it true that Sasuke aspired to become Hokage? Developing a connection with Hinata, the potential future princess, could also prove beneficial. All these words, however, seemed somewhat challenging to convey. For now, Naruto, though a diligent student, was still a child. How to inspire him to awaken the Sharingan remained a significant hurdle. Chapter 131. Life has become too stable. It is time to seek some excitement. The Uchiha clan's massacre had been the catalyst for awakening Sasuke's Sharingan. At present, what could possibly evoke Sasuke's latent potential more than the Uchiha massacre? With the Uchiha clan's tragedy behind him and his brother Itachi's relentless pressure, Sasuke had once bolted ahead. Yet now, such scenarios seemed implausible. Sasuke's life had become far too stable. Hinata? For the time being, Naruto had only been focused on Sasuke and Sakura. It wasn't until the battle with Pain that his attention shifted primarily towards Hinata. Now, urging Naruto to focus on Hinata might prove to be a challenge. Despite this, Naruto and Hinata were indeed a perfect match. Indeed, Hinata, Shin nodded. As long as Minato remained alive, Naruto would be the prince. Hinata, as the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, made for a fitting match. Their statuses were quite compatible. Alright, please help me return these troubles to Naruto. I appreciate your assistance. During their conversation, Shin had already finished the modest meal and the oversized bowl of rice. Naruto took the food container and departed. The construction continued, albeit with less noise, making it bearable enough for sleep. Lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, he reflected on his incapacitated state. Since his arrival in this world, he had experienced far too much. From the transformation of the Naruto replica to the legendary Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the continuation of the Mizukage, Yakura Karatachi. Then came the redemption of the Akatsuki organization, followed by the rise of the ultimate supervillain, the Akatsuki. After enduring numerous battles against this organization, we found ourselves in an excruciatingly burdensome war just a month and a half ago. A war in which I did not perish. Now, I am left in profound uncertainty about the purpose of all that I have done. The essence of war is ostensibly a path to peace. But what is the true source of peace? Is it merely born from war? I fought against the land of crafts for the sake of the land of bears. I sought to liberate Mizukage Yakura from his control, thereby bringing an end to the Blood Mist Village. Do these sequential changes truly hold significance? Reflecting on all of this, I am beset by doubts about my actions. With matters having reached this point, there is no turning back. I must take one step at a time. A deep sigh escapes me, for this war has left me in such a state. Should another cataclysmic conflict arise, I fear it may well lead to my untimely demise. For a ninja, reaching the age of 40 is remarkable. Do I still have over 20 years left to live? With the fourth great ninja war concluded, the dawn of happiness seems to be upon us. Now, I can only hope to survive until the grand finale. Yet, those who live to see the conclusion are limited to all the pivotal characters, the bystanders, and the protagonist. How many lower, middle, and upper ninjas, even elite jonin, have met their end? I sincerely hope that there will not be an excessive number of wars surpassing the level of the Kage. If the Kage can still fight, then wars that transcend that level, without the power of the Sage of Six Paths, are futile. It is far better to return home and tend to the fields. In the end, I realize that all my imaginings are in vain. How much can I truly change? I can only meddle in a few critically significant plots. Beyond that, I cannot even touch a chicken. The following morning, the usual cacophony filled the air. The construction team continued their work, and for the past month, members of the Uchiha clan have been keeping watch. There is a lingering fear that these individuals might stir up trouble. Amidst this noise, I managed to sleep until the afternoon. As I moved my legs, a sharp, piercing pain surged through me, akin to an exhilarating thrill. My drowsy mind snapped to attention. Had I not possessed sufficient resilience, that single cry would have reverberated throughout the entire area. Upon opening the door, I found Shursui already dozing off. I gently tapped him awake, prompting him to instinctively draw out a kunai. Shursui, what are you doing? Is there any need for such haste if you intend to kill me? Hearing my voice, Shursui fully roused, realizing he had been dreaming and felt embarrassed. Apologies, Shin. I dozed off, thinking you were an enemy. His expression remained impassive. This breakfast is from the clan leader. Should I go buy a fresh one? Having been left for too long, it had gone cold. No need, I'll manage with this. I nonchalantly accepted the few buns and a bowl of porridge. The real issue is you. What on earth are you doing sleeping outside at this time? Aren't you afraid of getting sick? Hurry back inside. It's freezing out here. All right. Goodbye, Shursui replied without further ado, standing up and leaving. I glanced at the now hardened buns and porridge, then warmed them up myself. Every day was spent reading, watching television, and feeling dizzy while observing the construction team at work. The Uchiha territory is vast, yet my view remains limited. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The mobility of my legs improved considerably, and taking short walks became quite manageable. It was not as dire as the system had suggested. After spending a month in a wheelchair, I could suddenly stand and move about energetically. However, my gait was somewhat peculiar. I limped, and an observer might have thought I had a broken leg. In the remaining 2 weeks, I indulged in shopping and snacking, deliberately avoiding any missions, and simply lived my daily life. I even had more time to attend the Ninja Academy, climbing trees to hear Irika's lectures. In the last few days of the month, the system abruptly granted me an additional week. Tree climbing and shopping continue recovery time, 7 days. Cold and unfeeling. Yet, I paid it no mind. 7 days would pass in the blink of an eye. Mornings were spent reading and watching shows, while afternoons were dedicated to climbing trees at the Ninja Academy to observe the unfolding story. On this particular day, perched upon a tree, I observed the narrative unfold. This was the final lesson. Naruto had finally given up on Sakura and struck up a conversation with Hinata. After such a long time, it was no easy feat. Watching Naruto and Hinata share laughter, I noted that Hinata had barely spoken a few words before her face began to flush. Within less than 5 seconds, she was overwhelmed. The rapidity with which Hinata's cheeks reddened had certainly diminished, showing progress. More interactions with Naruto would surely bolster Hinata's confidence and lower her embarrassment. Sakura had been quite kind to Sasuke. However, Sasuke's emotional intelligence was utterly negligible. Sasuke's character remained unchanged from the original narrative. He had yet to awaken even a single Sharingan. Despite Sakura's numerous attempts to win him over, he remained resolute in his rejection. It was time to return and rest for a year. Soon enough, I would be busy again, right until the conclusion of the Fourth Great War. I muttered softly to myself, my voice barely audible. The end of the Fourth Great War would truly signify the end of it all. The students at the Ninja Academy had grown accustomed to the presence of this jonin. For an entire month, I had been climbing trees daily, observing their lessons. It seemed I had not had my fill and harbored a desire to redo my training. Time passed swiftly. Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko awaited before the Uchiha gates. Nagato. I'm here. Yes, I'm here. The month has passed, and it is time to fulfill our promise. At this moment, Nagato had waited far too long. Or perhaps he was simply unwilling to wait any longer, not even for a single second. All right, remove all those black rods from them, I instructed. Resurrection is not the same as the Edo Tensei. Since the chakra conduction and control had changed, the black rods on them became ineffective. I wondered what Nagato was thinking. They were on the verge of resurrection, yet he still clung to those things. Was it for aesthetic value? Understood, Nagato replied. Yahiko and Konan began their task, carefully extracting the black rods one by one. Blood sprayed forth, yet there was no pain. Everything proceeded normally. Nagato, I now need your consent to remove the handcuffs imprinted on their skin. This step requires your involvement. Following my guidance, Nagato placed his hands upon the areas where the handcuffs were located on Yahiko and Konan's arms. Indeed, the marks on their arms vanished, and 2 handcuffs appeared in Nagato's hands. You should be familiar with how to use these handcuffs. Upon seeing Nagato nod, I crouched down and uttered, resurrection technique. Instantly, a green glow enveloped my hands. This was the light of healing, though it was universal. The green light shone upon Yahiko's lifeless body, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. I needed to do nothing in bringing individuals from the Pure Land. I merely had to wait. The system was managing everything. The only action I could take was to use the resurrection technique to heal Yahiko's grievous wounds caused by the black rods. The resurrection technique granted him life. Minutes later, Yahiko's eyes slowly opened. He gazed at this world, his expression frozen for several seconds. Seeing Nagato, who appeared significantly older than himself, filled him with an odd sensation. Nagato, where am I? Yahiko's memory halted at the moment he confronted Hanzo. He had clearly been struck by a kunai and had died. How was he now alive again? Moreover, where was this place, and what had transpired? This is Konoha. I brought you back to life. It's as simple as that, understand? I responded directly, as it was not a matter to be concealed. My name is Uchiha Shin, from Konoha village, a youth of the Uchiha clan. Yahiko recognized the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Shin, we have fulfilled our first agreement. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Farewell. As for the matters between Yahiko and myself, Nagato was not ready to disclose them to outsiders just yet. Even the members of Akatsuki were oblivious to the relationship between Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Naturally, Shin was deeply engaged in the collaboration that had been established, eagerly anticipating the next endeavor. The reconstruction of the Land of Rain was a venture that would extend over a considerable duration. Observing the two depart, Shin cradled the still bloody hydrangea as he entered the Uchiha clan territory, leaving the guards utterly astounded. They had heard of Shin's illustrious name, but were taken aback by the extent of his abilities. While resurrecting an individual may harbor potential repercussions, Shin appeared unfazed. Shin, she. The guards cast a glance at the unrevived hydrangea in Shin's arms. To be determined, I will inform you of the specifics, Shin replied. Mission. Special rank. Revive future wife hydrangea. Protect. Plot has shifted. The immortal has perished. Hydrangea, a female ninja from the Land of Rain, often clad in samurai attire. Konan expressed her thoughts and followed. Executed an S-rank mission and met her demise. Upon revival, her memories will revert to her time as a genin. Revived strength, genin. Post-revival summoning will be entirely purified. Post-revival identity, genin of the Rain Ninja Village. Disappeared identity, animal path. Upon returning home and witnessing the lines of text that appeared, Shin felt a sense of helplessness. What could be done? Her identity remained that of a genin from the Land of Rain. After resurrection, her memories bore no relation to him. It felt as though he was crafting a wedding garment for another. System, I feel you are deceiving me. Gazing at the hydrangea lying on the bed, Shin rested his chin upon his hand, his face etched with sorrow. The task assigned was particularly vexing. Heaven knows what kind of memories hydrangea would possess upon her revival. It was not as if she would come back ready to engage in a deadly duel. Do not take it personally. It is simply a trap for you. The system was utterly unrepentant. Did such trivial matters require explanation? Certainly not. Just a little secret. Hydrangea's psychological age is currently only 12 years old. Shin felt a surge of exasperation. 12 years old? That's quite a significant age difference. Is this a jest? In the original narrative, Hydrangea seemed to be of the same age as characters like Tintin and Rock Lee. Thus, it only made sense that she was born a few years earlier. Lowering Hydrangea's age to 12 was indeed logical. Very well, let us proceed as planned. After exhaling a deep breath, Shin declared, Revival Technique. The revival technique was not a ninjutsu. There was no need for hand seals. A green light enveloped Hydrangea, and her wounds gradually healed. The moment she opened her eyes, her hair color and summoning abilities returned to normal. Rising, she was met with the sight of a man, leaving her bewildered for several moments. Who are you and where am I? In Hydrangea's recollections, her last battle had been an S-rank mission. The mission remained unfinished, as her comrades had fled, resulting in her demise. You are in my home, the Uchiha clan territory in the Land of Fire, Konoha, Shin replied earnestly, as if he was detailing his family background. Land of Fire? Konoha? Uchiha clan territory? My home? Having been dead for several years and suddenly resurrected, Hydrangea was utterly perplexed. It felt as though she had awakened from a dream, only to be roused by a man. Even the typically composed Hydrangea refrained from screaming. All she sought was to comprehend her circumstances. Indeed, it is my home. I revived you using forbidden techniques. Shin did not elaborate further, fearing that such revelations might provoke Hydrangea's immediate ire. What nonsense! You expect me to accept being treated as a wife right off the bat? What is it that you desire? What is your purpose in reviving me? Hydrangea furrowed her brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. I seek nothing. The purpose of your revival will be revealed in due time. Some matters cannot be elucidated instantly. For now, allow me to introduce your identity post-mortem. Shin then took 5 minutes to recount the events involving Pain and the Little Path. These revelations were not secrets per se. They were merely bits of information that remained obscure within the 5 great nations. Are you speaking the truth? Hydrangea questioned, a hint of doubt in her voice. If this were indeed true, then the angels had deceived them all, treating every ninja from the Land of Rain as mere pawns, eliminating them when their utility had expired. Was this what angels truly were? Indeed, I am Uchiha Shin, and I never speak falsehoods. You may call me Shin, my friends do so. As soon as Shin finished speaking, the door swung open unexpectedly. Shin, clan leader, once you've finished your business, I'll come in. I'll wait at the door. Observing that there was a woman in Shin's room, the Uchiha clansmen understood the implications immediately. There was no need to elaborate. Such a situation must not be disrupted. Even significant matters could wait. Shin paused, pondering the timing of it all. It felt orchestrated, as if intended for display. You may enter. It is not a grave matter. First, tell me what the clan leader instructed you to do. With only Hydrangea present, and no one else around, Shin had no secrets to conceal. Chapter 133, The Money is Gone. Upon re-entering the room and glancing at Hydrangea, who displayed no discernible reaction, he continued, the clan leader summoned you for an important matter. Though I am unaware of the specifics, you know I lack the authority. The significant affairs of the Uchiha were determined by the higher-ups. The lower members had no say, merely following orders. Whatever you are instructed to do, just do it. All right, I understand. Shin had assumed it was a matter concerning his month-long rest and future developments. Since the Uchiha no longer posed a threat to Konoha, their situation had improved significantly. As a key figure, Shin was destined to participate in the meetings, facilitating the opportunity to voice his opinions. Any issues or aspects of the Uchiha that required improvement could be raised for discussion. The Uchiha clan's meetings must be quite significant. Correct? At present, Hydrangea found herself alone, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts regarding clan meetings. Being merely an ordinary family member, she had little comprehension of the nature of such gatherings. They are not of great importance, merely discussions regarding future clan policies and potential improvements, that is all. The meeting to rewrite the Uchiha's future had long since concluded. For the prosperity of the Uchiha, Fugaku had heeded Shin's counsel. All of these were favorable developments. Of course, some meetings were utterly devoid of purpose. Such gatherings were ones Shin refused to attend, deeming them a waste of time initiated by the higher-ups rather than by clan leader Fugaku. However, clan leader meetings were generally more engaging than those of the higher-ups, which was why he received notifications. Shin had little interest in attending the higher-ups meetings. He did not engage in self-aggrandizement. He merely provided a straightforward account of the Uchiha meetings, distinguishing between those that held value and those that did not. Meetings of little significance typically saw only a handful of members in attendance. Who among the reasonable would waste their time on such trivial gatherings? Oh, I see. This was Hydrangea's first insight into the meetings of great nations and clans. She had not anticipated them to be so casual. Thus, Shin remained uncertain of Hydrangea's perception of large nations and clans, yet he recognized an opportunity to enlighten her further. Are you interested in the meetings of great nations? Not particularly, Hydrangea replied, unaware of her own actions at that moment. The angels had deceived her. After her death, they had repurposed her corpse into the animal path. The term animal felt particularly offensive. It was an insult, not merely a descriptor. Even angels should not casually refer to others in such derogatory terms. Consequently, Hydrangea harbored no fondness for the angels, Pain, or Akatsuki. The path of peace was, in reality, a path of degradation. How could one endure such a fate? This path was clearly one that perpetuated the suffering of the land of rain. The pain of the land of rain, indeed, could not be comprehended by grand organizations or nations. Wars, after all, were fought in smaller nations. Let us depart. I cannot be at ease with you here. Let us attend the meeting together. The future inevitably leads us to the Uchiha clan's door, so what harm is there in convening early? When it comes to explanations, the depth of the matter is indeed substantial. Alas, having a wife is a unique experience. Though at present, we are merely akin to strangers. A meeting? In all my years, Hydrangea has never attended a meeting and is quite unaware of what it entails. Indeed, let us proceed. Simply sitting will suffice. And you need not concern yourself with any responsibilities. The Uchiha meetings are exclusively for clan members. Outsiders can merely sit and observe. What can they contribute? As we arrived at the Uchiha conference hall, all eyes were astonished as they beheld Hydrangea. Who is this woman? What qualifies her to attend the Uchiha meeting? What is her status that she appears so formidable? Moreover, how is she seated beside Shin? Could she possibly be his consort? It seems that only the geniuses lack partners. Hydrangea felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, as all eyes were upon her. It would be odd not to feel self-conscious. Relax. Treat this place as your own home, Shin murmured, noticing Hydrangea's discomfort. He then turned to Fugaku, raising his voice, clan leader. We have been seated in silence for half an hour. Everyone who was meant to be here is present. When shall we commence? The monotony of waiting was excruciating, and Shin longed to bring this tedious meeting to a swift conclusion. The members of the meeting stared at Shin with wide eyes, as if beholding a creature of peculiar nature. Goodness, the clan leader has yet to declare the meeting open, and you are already impatient? It must be said. Fugaku did maintain a presence. He surveyed the room and declared loudly, I have not informed any of you present about today's meeting. The reason is simple. Our clan's finances are depleted, and I wish to inquire where the funds have vanished. The Uchiha clan enjoys considerable wealth. Unlike the other villagers, they have numerous ninjas engaged in missions. Even the simplest tasks accumulate wealth due to their sheer volume, and there are also many high-paying, challenging assignments. Each task garners a 30% commission that goes into the clan's treasury, with a few exceptions, such as Shin and Itachi, who are core members and exempt from taxation, receiving no financial aid whatsoever. Despite this, the treasury remains empty, which is perplexing. Clan leader, are you jesting? I recall our clan's accounts being quite prosperous. How could we possibly be out of funds? Shin found the situation utterly absurd. How could such a substantial sum simply disappear? Had someone misappropriated it without notification? Uchiha Shin. Regarding this matter, I too am at a loss. Just days ago, I witnessed over 2 million ryo in our account, and in the blink of an eye, it has vanished. While these figures pertain to last year's accounts, which have yet to be finalized, the disappearance of such a significant sum warrants an explanation. Fugaku inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, clearly agitated. Over 2 million, and with only this amount remaining, it was vexing. As the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku was furious. If action was not taken now, would they deplete next year's funds as well? The wealth that had been painstakingly accumulated was now gone. Shin fell deep into thought. This was unacceptable. A few tens of thousands could be overlooked, but 200 million ryo was an entirely different magnitude. This was not merely a matter of personal savings. It was a colossal fortune. Someone among those present was destined to suffer severe consequences. Hydrangea's breaths quickened. 200 million ryo was the entirety of the wealth of the Land of Rain. Moreover, in the Land of Rain, merchants could hardly amass such a sum in loose change. If it were not for real estate, such amounts might not even exist. To realize that this was merely a few months' expenditures was indeed alarming. What troubles you? Your breathing seems labored. Are you unwell? Noticing Hydrangea's peculiar symptoms, Shin inquired. Nothing's wrong. Hydrangea feigned calmness, her composed demeanor allowing her to maintain her poise in this setting. By the way, your attire should be changed. Once the meeting concludes, I shall procure you a new outfit. Chapter 134. How to survive a life without money. A single outfit costs so little. Shin was indifferent to such trivialities. The Uchiha clan's financial woes did not imply his own lack of wealth. It merely indicated that the funds allocated for clan members performing odd jobs and repairs had run dry. No need. This outfit is perfectly fine. Hydrangea was reluctant to accept assistance from a stranger. It was one thing to owe a favor, but repaying it was not so simple. One must rely on their own efforts to secure sustenance. Very well, I shall respect your choice. Fugaku's fervent discourse continued ahead, while Shin's mind wandered, unchallenged by anyone. Hydrangea listened intently to the proceedings of the meeting, her worldview shattered by the sheer magnitude of expenditures. It became clear that the expenses of a clan could rival that of a small impoverished nation, let alone the expenditures of a great nation, which were incalculable. Why is no one speaking? Allow me to take the floor. Shin nodded to the assembly. Let us conduct an audit. Wherever discrepancies arise, we shall investigate each household. Although the clan comprises many members, it is not insurmountable. I have faith that we will uncover the whereabouts of the missing funds. Surely, this money could not have been appropriated by the village. What others dared not say, Shin proclaimed boldly. What others hesitated to undertake, Shin did without reservation. There was no alternative. He was a high-ranking official in both Konoha and the Uchiha clan, wielding considerable influence and authority. Should conflict arise, I am more than capable of handling it. I can contend with any except the sage and those of equal caliber. Hydrangea gazed at him in astonishment. This man is truly fearless, unafraid to offend even the mightiest of foes. The mere utterance of such words would undoubtedly draw the attention of many. Some individuals would undoubtedly wish to prevent the audit from proceeding. What is it? Do I have something on my face? Shin smiled disarmingly. Nothing at all. Hydrangea quickly turned away. For the first time, she felt that this man was quite commendable, unafraid to take bold actions. Uchiha Shin, the necessary audits have already been conducted by me, as the clan leader, yet I have uncovered naught. Fugaku's demeanor shifted to one of unusual seriousness, resembling a cold and formidable warrior standing resolutely. In previous years, missing accounts could be traced, but this time, the absence of findings was utterly bewildering. Could there truly be such a lack of integrity among them? 200 million ryo was not an insubstantial amount. There was no need for theft. Having long executed A-rank missions, Shin was accustomed to substantial rewards. He did not regard 200 million ryo as excessive. Is it truly so insignificant? Could it be possible? Of course, it was not possible. That was wealth that a small clan would take years to accumulate. To amass 200 million ryo would require numerous genin. And even jonin would need considerable time, all while risking their lives. As these thoughts echoed, all gazes were fixed upon him. Is it not so? 200 million Rio is not a modest sum? Clan leader, could it be that the princess of the land of snow, who took residence in our clan a few years prior, has absconded with the funds? Otherwise, how could we have failed to trace it? One member speculated. This was not without merit. Fugaku's gaze shifted back to Shin, seeking an answer. Such a substantial sum could not simply vanish without reason. Ah, you are mistaken. Last year, I invested several 100,000 Rio in Finghua Xiaoxue, making it improbable for her to be short on funds. Besides, do you believe I would concern myself with such a trifling amount? Even if she were in need, she would seek assistance rather than resort to theft. I know her character well enough. She would never stoop to such deeds. Furthermore, do you think our Uchiha guards are incompetent? Or shall we suggest they are colluding in this theft? I possess a certain understanding of Finghua Xiaoxue's endeavors. The debts owed to the village have been repaid gradually through labor. Moreover, considering the staggering sum of over 2 million taels, it is implausible that Finghua Xiaoxue would risk danger to engage in theft. Such a notion is utterly far-fetched. When Shin spoke, the room fell into a profound silence. Indeed, Shin's wealth is well known, not only to himself, but also vaguely acknowledged by others. The consensus is clear: he is exceptionally affluent. To what extent? With a modicum of effort, he could easily surpass the annual income of the Uchiha clan. Xianhua appeared utterly astonished. To casually claim hundreds of thousands of taels is quite extravagant. Are the youth from those great nations truly so wealthy? Regarding the disappearance of 200,000 taels, I personally believe it should be categorized as a theft, warranting investigation by professionals. Shin, however, displayed indifference toward this issue. With the time available, he could amass far more than 200,000 taels. The crux of the meeting, as Shin discerned, was to investigate the whereabouts of the 200,000 taels and to deliberate on how to navigate the forthcoming days. It is unrealistic to anticipate withdrawing next year's funds for immediate expenditures. Within the Uchiha clan, although a significant portion of the populace undertakes missions for income, an even larger contingent does not. Those engaged in missions comprise merely 10%, with the leadership layer being quite limited. The vast majority of the Uchiha clan forms the lower echelon. That sum of over 200,000 taels was intended for wages and various compensations for that group, as well as maintenance expenses. Now that the funds have vanished, the clan leader Fugaku finds himself in a quandary. At worst, they might have to tighten their belts in the days to come. It is not as if they would starve. Shin cannot fathom that the Uchiha clan lacks the means to cross a river. Such a scenario is simply impossible. Would it not be prudent to draw from their savings? The investigation must persist. Such a substantial sum cannot simply vanish without a trace. It's easy to say, but rice, grain, oil, salt, vinegar, tea, and all expenses for clan maintenance and business trips stem from this money. One cannot allow the lower echelons of the Uchiha to starve. This elderly gentleman, what do you propose? The funds have already disappeared, and even if we identify the culprit, recovery is not feasible. Those who covet this money are likely to continue utilizing it. How could there be anything left? For ordinary individuals, 200,000 taels is an astronomical figure. A lifetime's worth of earnings. Shin mused, can one truly not survive without money? While the sentiment holds merit, our current discussion should not revolve around the money's disappearance, but rather how to sustain ourselves in the days ahead. How shall we celebrate this year? Shall we refrain from purchasing necessities for the new year? That is out of the question. Over 90% of the Uchiha clan requires those funds for their livelihoods. Now that the money is gone, next month's disbursements may be non-existent, making survival exceedingly challenging. Must we merely close our mouths and accept this? Speak up. What shall we do? Surely, this money cannot be sourced from private individuals. Shin seemed to sense the thoughts of these elders and immediately placed his bets. Although wealthy, such resources are personal, not public. This time, relying on the Fire Nation's funds for village repairs saved the clan a substantial amount of money. Otherwise, it would feel like rubbing salt in an open wound. With this intent, one of the higher-ups rose, casting his gaze upon the clan's most prosperous talents, including Shun. I propose that the commissions of the Chunin and Jonin for this month be halved to support the clan. I believe that even if halved, it would not jeopardize their livelihoods. The meaning behind this higher-up's words was unmistakable. Living too comfortably, a slight reduction in living standards is not unacceptable. It could also serve to cleanse their palates and temper their indulgences. I vehemently object, Shin interjected, raising his hand in rebuttal. Although we possess wealth, our expenditures are equally significant. If you can allocate the funds needed for our weapons and living necessities, or if you have already procured them, I would place 20,000 taels on the table without hesitation. The weapons required by Jonin are not so numerous. Shin simply did not wish to part with his money. The funds earned through life and death struggles have never been surrendered to Konoha. Why should they be given to the public? Shin's face flushed with indignation, and his neck thickened in anger. That sum of money far exceeded the amount lost. Should that happen, he would be utterly foolish. While an individual's wealth may be limited, the number of Uchiha undertaking missions is substantial. If that cannot be achieved, do not expect us to contribute from our own pockets. We can scarcely meet our own needs, let alone make offerings. Shin retrieved a stack of banknotes from his Kimui space. This is the entirety of my monthly food budget. The remainder is allocated for purchasing weapons and clothing. Are you truly so heartless as to deprive me of even this modest sustenance? This stack of banknotes, each worth 1,000 taels, totaled 100,000 taels. Living on 100,000 taels for a month can only be described as extravagant. Xianhua's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze fixated on the banknotes in Shin's hand. This amount would suffice for her family's comfortable living for an entire year, and yet it was merely the monthly sustenance of another. The disparity in living conditions is indeed stark. Speaking of home, does she even have one? The wars of the great nations have long rendered her homeless. Fugaku and the other high-ranking officials, including Itachi, Shisui, and Izumi, regarded Shin's lifestyle as excessively lavish. Spending 100,000 a month, what could one possibly need? It is impossible to consume such extravagant delicacies daily, and to consider 100,000 a mere food budget. Their living expenses surely fall short of even those of ordinary individuals. Uchiha-shun, you have crossed a line. They never anticipated that this meeting would unveil such a lucrative surprise. A sum of several tens of thousands could be produced with ease. Your words are misguided. How have I overstepped? Have I consumed your family's provisions? If anyone has overstepped, it would be Fugaku. After all, I have been enjoying his hospitality for quite some time. Thus, the atmosphere remained suspended in silence for nearly half an hour, a terrifying stillness where not a single soul dared to utter a word, their indignation rendering them speechless. The loss of 100,000 taels hung in the air, unaddressed. Attention had shifted, no one thought to consider how to recover that lost sum. Instead, all were preoccupied with the emergence of such a super-rich individual within the Uchiha clan. What are you staring at? My face bears no mark. Or do you wish to brawl? Under the scrutiny of this crowd, Shin felt a chill run down his spine, as though every secret had been laid bare. Fighting has never intimidated me. The crux of this meeting. The money has been lost. How shall we proceed? Is there truly no one capable of resolving this? Fugaku bellowed. Why do some individuals always seek to divert attention and shift the topic? Or are the thieves among us? Clan leader, your shouting at us does not provide a solution. We too are at a loss. Well, if this is merely the issue at hand, I need not continue participating. This meeting has become an endless affair. If an investigation is warranted, let it begin with me. I shall take the lead and depart. This meeting has dragged on long enough. Remaining here serves no purpose. Shin took Xianhua by the hand and exited. Father, we too shall take our leave. Itachi grasped Sasuke's left hand and Izumi's right, making their way out the door. Clan leader, I have matters to attend to. I shall also take my leave. Shisui slipped away as well. Such meetings are devoid of value. Here, they merely squander time. Once outside, Xianhua inquired, is it appropriate to leave in such a manner? It feels rather abrupt, as though a composed individual has lost their composure. Something feels amiss. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Such meetings only serve to waste more of my time. Given the option, I would prefer to immerse myself in literature. Shin does not particularly enjoy reading. However, engaging in fruitless arguments with this group is far less appealing than perusing a book. Upon returning home, he securely locked the door. Will you be watching television or reading? Shin retrieved a book from the shelf, one he particularly cherished. The remote control for the television lay on the table. If you wish to read, you must fetch it from the shelf. During this rare moment of respite, no one could disturb Shin, not even the clan leader. Azalea hesitated for a moment before heading to the bookshelf to search for a book. Despite the frigid winter outside, the room remained relatively warm. The afternoon hours slipped away swiftly. As night fell, the cold intensified. Are you hungry, Azalea? Yes, I am. The books had long been put away. Azalea endured her hunger, gazing at the scattered, drifting snowflakes. The household had only a few sets of winter clothing. You should wear mine for now. Tomorrow, I will indeed need to buy you a few new garments. Observing Azalea's attire closely, it was evident she was only dressed in spring and autumn wear. In the summer, it felt stifling, and in the winter, it was utterly insufficient. Azalea never anticipated this sudden turn of events. I will repay you the money, she declared, slipping into the clothing immediately. It truly wasn't warm that day. It looks acceptable. Once again, assessing Azalea from head to toe, Shin nodded in satisfaction. The outfit suited her well, albeit it was a men's style. All right, let's go find someone to dine with. Cooking at home was utterly out of the question. Eating out was far more enticing than cooking at home, especially when funds were not lacking. What do you feel like eating, Azalea? Shin inquired. Do you enjoy grilled meat? Yes, I do, Azalea instinctively responded. Having had only a few occasions to savor grilled meat, she held a fondness for its enticing aroma. Though her family's financial situation left much to be desired, even the ninjas from the Land of Rain were not wealthy. You hail from the Land of Rain. I have a question for you. Once dressed, Shun turned to ask, is it true that it rains all year round in the Land of Rain? Has it never stopped for a single day? Having spent less than a month in the Land of Rain, Shin still knew little about it. Yes, it rains perpetually in the Land of Rain, regardless of the season, Azalea replied. I couldn't endure such an environment. I can't fathom how you manage it. Now, let's go eat. As soon as Azalea stepped outside, Shin promptly locked the door behind them. With nightfall, the streets became nearly deserted. Weren't we supposed to find someone to dine with? Why have we come directly to the barbecue restaurant? Azalea questioned, perplexed by the sight of the establishment ahead. We share a mutual understanding. If they come, they come. If they don't, so be it. That's always been our way. So, you all are here too. It seems I'm not the only one craving grilled meat, Kakashi said, squinting and smiling beneath his mask. I suddenly had a craving for grilled meat. So I brought Rin along. Obito held Rin's delicate hand, revealing a broad, youthful grin. Shun, this person isn't yours, is she? You two need not worry. I am the only single one here, Kakashi remarked, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Chapter 136. After the barbecue, conversation follows. Among the four of Team Minato, he stood alone in his singlehood. The blow was not severe, but the insult was profound. A single dog of this age would have perished long ago. Obito, what stage have you two reached in your relationship? Shin whispered to Obito. Can we not discuss that? Obito's expression darkened. What can be said about such matters? Has Rin agreed to it? Well, my friend is still waiting to celebrate your wedding. Shin understood that even in 2 years, they would not be wed. Even after several years, it remained improbable. Rin's stance was to discuss engagements only after achieving peace. After such a long time, Obito was in no rush. Matters of the heart cannot be hurried. It primarily depends on Rin's feelings. Peace. Who knows when true peace will arrive? Shin sighed. We will have to wait another decade for that. By then, Obito would be a middle-aged man, and Rin would be nearing 30. It matters not. As long as Rin is happy, I am content. In Obito's eyes, Rin was of utmost importance. Who is she? Your special someone? Azalea had drawn Obito's attention since her arrival. However, his affection was solely for Rin, regardless of Azalea's beauty. I suppose so, we only met today. To say we only met today is not an exaggeration. Is the relationship developing this rapidly? You just met yesterday, and today you're already out for barbecue? Obito. I never realized you were so nosy, Shin chuckled. Is this really the same Obito? Obito excused himself from the conversation. It's cold outside, let us head in. After standing outside for so long, Shin laughed heartily. Once inside the barbecue restaurant, they casually found a place to sit. Let us split the bill. Is that all right? Without waiting for the order of grilled meat, Shin spoke first. Regardless of who paid, it felt ill-suited. An even split was preferable. No problem, Kakashi readily replied. All right, Rin and I will cover our share, Obito chimed in. Sounds good, Shin nodded. Brothers are brothers, but when it comes to dining, clarity is paramount. Azalea felt a twinge of discomfort. Splitting the bill was a challenge when one had no money. Was she merely here to watch them eat? The owner of the barbecue restaurant had noticed them long ago. Though not regulars like Asuma and the others, she recognized their faces and knew their preferred meats. She brought out several plates of grilled meat and their usual beverages. Is this young lady your new friend? A fresh face. Upon seeing Azalea, the owner smiled warmly. Her name is Azalea. She is from the Land of Rain, a ninja from Rain Village, and my friend, Shin explained without waiting for Azalea to speak. A friend of Shin's? Enjoy your meal. If possible, could you help me advertise in the Land of Rain? I will pay for the advertisement. The owner said with a smile. If her barbecue restaurant could gain a foothold in the Land of Rain, business would surely flourish. You must be joking. The taste of the barbecue is delightful, but expanding into the Land of Rain poses considerable challenges. Understanding the environment of the Land of Rain, Shin knew it was unfeasible to enjoy grilled skewers there. With the constant rainfall, how could one dine outdoors? As long as it doesn't rain every day, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? You are quite correct. The Land of Rain experiences continuous rain. How can one frequently indulge in barbecue? Shin recounted his experiences and perspectives. In the Land of Rain, I've only eaten buns, small dishes, porridge, and some ordinary meals. However, this does not imply that the Land of Rain offers only such fare. You are thinking too much, Shun. The cuisine of the Land of Rain is abundant. You simply haven't discovered it yet. The native ninja, Azalea, finally spoke her first words. Barbecue is indeed ill-suited for the land of rain. With the incessant rain, it's impossible to grill outdoors. Such a dish can only be enjoyed in other countries. The land of rain cannot accommodate it. The barbecue in the land of rain is specially prepared. All right then, enjoy your meal. If the meat runs low, just let me know. The owner said with a smile as she walked away briskly. 5 minutes later, the meat was grilled to perfection, seasoned, and ready to eat. Noticing that Azalea hadn't touched her chopsticks, Shin understood the situation. It was unacceptable to eat and drink for free without contributing. As he placed meat onto Azalea's plate, he also opened a bottle of soda. Eat, we are all friends here. Azalea's shyness began to dissipate as she caught sight of Rin, engaging in the same behavior of avoiding the bill. Ah, that's the spirit. Eat more, you look too thin. Since she might be his future wife, Shin naturally couldn't allow her to remain gaunt. At the very least, she should have a healthy figure. Obito, what are your plans for the new class next year? How many students do you intend to take on? Indeed, in a year, the little ones will graduate and advance to the ranks of Genin. During this time, Shin intended to solidify the class structure. I haven't thought it through. Obito mumbled, his mouth full of greasy food. Who can predict what will happen in a year? Moreover, the arrangement of classes was at the discretion of the Hokage. Well then, we'll follow the teacher's directives when the time comes. The 8th class would focus on nurturing insects, training dogs, and perpetually rolling their eyes. Shin decided not to involve himself, if given the chance. He would place the eye-rolling princess in the 7th class. He believed Yuhi Kurenai would not refuse. Obito was destined to lead the 7th class, though it would consist of 4 students, 2 boys and 2 girls. For the moment, all that remained was to eat meat. Shin's additional task was to serve the meat. I am not slender. There is no necessity for me to consume so much. Hydrangea, from the outset, did not wish to owe Shin too much. Yet this situation has unfolded as if there were genuine matters between them. Attempting to elucidate is rather arduous. On the surface, they appear remarkably akin to a couple. Carefree in their dining, and with no need for her to spend, Shun perceives that she harbors a hint of discomfort. It feels rather inappropriate to partake in a free meal, leading to an awkward blend of embarrassment and shyness. This is the first time Hydrangea finds herself without even the means to pay for a meal. It is her first experience of having not a single coin to her name, unable to afford even a morsel of bread. To savor a piece of meat, one must rely on the generosity of others. Returning to the subject, it seems that Hydrangea's family has never been affluent. Over 40 plates for barbecued meat and more than 20 empty bottles testify to their indulgence. After indulging to their fill, Kakashi, Obito, and Shin each withdrew 1,500 ryo, resulting in a total expenditure of 3,500 ryo for a mere meal of soda and barbecued meat. Upon settling the bill, none of them moved. Only Kakashi chose to exit the scene prematurely. They were all aware of the unspoken questions lingering between them. Obito inquired, "For the upcoming year, do you still plan to seek employment?" With less than a year until the next significant event, Shin has no desire to continue the relentless toil. She is exhausted. Why do you ask? Obito, typically not the brightest, is merely a simple laborer. Oh, nothing much. I plan to return to the land of rain tomorrow to ensure she is settled. Shun hastily fabricated an excuse, and within a minute, an awkward smile escaped her lips. This rationale felt rather unconvincing. Why voice her own issues? Chapter 137. A chance encounter with hometown martial arts attire. This has nothing to do with them. Observing their expressions, Shin reiterated, "All right, let us speak candidly. The same old question. Do you still wish to work next spring? If so, do not involve me. I shall take a year off. After years of relentless travel, my body is weary. Soon, I must lead a team again. It is best to rest at home for now. I am not in need of money at the moment. Should I find myself in need, I will work again." Understanding. They all comprehended. Obito smiled knowingly at Hydrangea, as if he grasped the entirety of the situation. Tomorrow, it seems, may lead to a year of physical weakness. What do you understand, Obito? Shin shot him a disapproving glance, furrowing her brow, sensing his ill intent. Rising, she grasped Hydrangea's hand and declared, "I'm bored. Let us go." Shin was well aware of the implications of their words. They had only just met. What were they thinking? Such remarks were rather amusing, prompting Shun's displeasure. Upon returning to Shun's home, Hydrangea felt disheartened and perplexed. "Your brother appears quite unhappy. Do you not wish to explain? Are you referring to Obito? What could I possibly explain to them? Have you ever experienced the troubles of a restless night?" The room brightened as Shin lit a lamp. He retrieved an old quilt, laying it on the floor with some cotton atop it. Lying down upon it, it felt pleasantly soft. Indeed, she would be sleeping on the floor tonight. In the frigid winter, this floor retains some warmth. Why would one sleep on the floor when a bed is available? As a guest, Hydrangea initially assumed she would be sleeping on the floor, for she was not an arrogant person nor one to impose on her host. Very well. Sleep on the floor tonight. Tomorrow, I shall take you to buy clothes and return you home. Once revived, Shun felt a sense of responsibility towards Hydrangea. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. I am immensely grateful, Hydrangea bowed deeply, expressing her sincere thanks. The land of fire and Konoha may be splendid, yet they are not her homeland. The land of rain, her true home, remains shrouded in uncertainty regarding its current state. Do angels truly see them merely as pawns? It is only right. Having revived you, I must take responsibility for you. Hydrangea furrowed her brow, finding these words somewhat unsettling. It is quite late. Let us sleep, Hydrangea. With that, he extinguished the light. Several hours later, in the dead of night, Shun was aware she had awakened. Sitting up, he gazed outside at the snow that had fallen silently. The snowfall was substantial, creating a picturesque scene, albeit limited to Hydrangea's perspective. Today's snow was significant, and tomorrow's journey would be arduous. Shin turned on the floor and remarked, "Were you not asleep?" As the master of the house, Shin did not restrict Hydrangea's movements, yet being scrutinized was an uncomfortable sensation. "I was asleep until you woke me. What is there to see at this hour?" Shin flipped over once more, seeking sleep. Such snowfalls are commonplace for Konoha in winter. They are nothing extraordinary. However, for Hydrangea, who had grown up in the land of rain, such beauty was a rare sight. "It is none of your concern, Mr. Shun." Hydrangea pouted, feeling displeased. "What harm is there in enjoying the snow? It is not impeding anything. The light remains off. Enjoy it as you please." Not long after, Shin drifted back to sleep. Rather than wasting time, he could have simply slept. As dawn broke, Shin arose, noting that Hydrangea had yet to wake, indicating her late night. He prepared breakfast and waited quietly. Nearing noon, Hydrangea finally stirred groggily from her slumber. Upon her first glance, she realized she was not in her own room and immediately felt alert. Recalling the events, she attempted to act as if nothing were amiss. This was someone else's home. The snow outside showed no signs of abating. Turning, she spotted Shin seated in a chair, engrossed in a book, with a nutritious breakfast laid out on the table. After finishing her meal, Hydrangea felt increasingly indebted, as if her obligations were growing insurmountable. "Today, I shall take you shopping and then return you home," Shin stated. Adhering to their plan, after returning home, the decisions would rest entirely with Hydrangea. Exiting Konoha, Shin suddenly remembered to ask, "You should be able to keep pace with me, right? Today, we shall visit the nearby City of Joy to buy clothes." The journey between Konoha and the City of Joy typically took just over an hour for a ninja. Shin was uncertain of Hydrangea's speed, whether it was swift or slow, but he hoped not to hinder her. From her chakra levels, Hydrangea, aware of her inferiority to Shun, replied, "All right, let us proceed." Shin nodded in agreement. After lying idle for several years, Hydrangea still maintained a decent pace, perhaps due to her youthful spirit. The scene shifted to the renowned clothing store in the City of Joy. The proprietor, Mr. Mu, was greeted by Shun. "Mr. Mu, it has been a while. How fares your business?" "Brother Shun, business has been satisfactory. We are not wanting for food or clothing," Mr. Mu replied with a hearty laugh. "You are too modest, Mr. Mu. It seems business is thriving," Shin remarked as they wandered through the clothing section, eventually approaching the affable Mr. Mu. "Do you have any clothing suitable for her?" Mr. Mu assessed Hydrangea with a keen eye, understanding that Shun was not one to skimp on expenses in such establishments. He promptly ventured into the storage room, retrieving several boxes that had yet to gather dust. Standing tall, Mr. Mu placed his hand on his hip and declared, "These are the new arrivals from a few days ago. They should contain the garments you seek." Observing Mr. Mu's posture, Shin inferred that he had likely strained himself while lifting the boxes. Upon opening one, he was delighted to discover martial arts attire. "Do you have any in men's sizes? I would like a set as well." The martial arts attire appeared quite appealing. Shin felt as if donning such clothing would elevate his combat prowess, though it might merely be a figment of his imagination. "Yes, we do have men's sizes. They should be in another box. Please, take your time. I must attend to other matters." At that moment, Mr. Mu hurriedly went about his tasks, leaving Shun to open the other box himself. He recalled that when placing the order, he had requested both male and female styles. Upon opening the second box, indeed, he found the traditional martial arts attire from the Land of Flowers, evoking a sense of familiarity akin to home. This attire is a cherished vestige of our ancestral traditions. It evokes a profound sense of nostalgia. I never anticipated encountering it here. "Master Mu, do you have this ensemble in my size? If so, I would like 2 sets. With the patterns embroidered, please." Upon first laying eyes on the martial arts uniform, I was instantly enamored. After 5 minutes had passed, Master Mu finally attended to Shun after dismissing the other customers. Here, this size is just right for you, having grown taller. Wait, I'll fetch you a different set. In the hustle of the moment, I hadn't observed Shun closely, but now, upon a second glance, I noticed a significant increase in height, rendering previous measurements obsolete. Master Mu rummaged through a box and produced a much larger outfit, grinning as he remarked, "Here, this ensemble appears quite suitable. You are welcome to exchange it at your convenience." Shin inquired, "Who is this young lady? I don't recall you bringing her along before." Master Mu's gaze shifted toward Zihua. Noting her appealing appearance, albeit with a somewhat aloof demeanor, having not uttered a word since entering. "My friend, a newly acquainted one. She has a reserved nature. So please do not take offense," Shin explained. He was still trying to understand Zihua's character, but one thing was certain. She was composed and discerning. Zihua changed into her new martial arts attire, and Shin nodded in approval. "Quite splendid. The total comes to 18,000 taels, with each set priced at 3,000. You should be aware of the material used in the garments, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. This is indeed a commendable choice. For the vast majority, 3,000 taels for a single outfit is exorbitant, and few would spend such an amount on attire meant for but a single winter season. These garments are tailored for ninjas and the affluent by Master Mu, as ordinary people, regardless of their wealth, would scarcely invest so much in clothing that serves only for a fleeting time. That's acceptable. 3,000 taels isn't overly excessive." Shin mused as he examined the material, realizing that the cost of just the fabric was no less than 2,000 taels. Although he was uncertain of the exact composition of the attire, the pricing provided by the system was undoubtedly accurate. Quality materials come at a premium. When Shun produced the 18,000 taels, Zihua's eyes widened in astonishment. 18,000, just like that? The sheer amount made her hesitant to don the outfit, as it represented a significant financial burden. "That's a daunting sum, equivalent to a life-threatening mission's reward," she remarked. Shin then turned to Master Mu and inquired, "Do you have spring, summer, and autumn outfits available? Having procured winter attire, it would be illogical not to acquire the rest." "Indeed, I do." Understanding Zihua's taste, Master Mu promptly retrieved a total of 9 outfits, each of exquisite quality and comfort. The summer sets are priced at 1,500 taels each, while the spring and autumn garments are 2,000 taels apiece, culminating in a total of 16,500 taels. As Shun handed over the stack of banknotes, Zihua felt her heart ache at the expenditure. "Who knows if I will have the means to repay this?" Yet, she could not voice her concerns, for these garments were essential for her current needs. The 3 winter outfits would serve her well when traveling to other countries. Master Mu arranged for the Uchiha insignia to be embroidered on Shin's garments, a process that would require some time. Naturally, he was well accustomed to such tasks. Once completed, Master Mu placed the neatly folded clothing on the table before them. Shin stored them all in his Kemyui space, which he regarded as a mere repository for miscellaneous items. "Please come again." Master Mu bid them farewell with a soft smile. However, as they departed, a shadow of worry crossed his features. Familiar faces should not be exploited, and the profits were rather meager. Particularly with ninjas, any dissatisfaction could lead to repercussions. Had he sold these garments to the affluent yet powerless, he could have earned fourfold or more. Alas, he sighed as he counted the bills, realizing the total profit was merely 2,000 taels. It was disheartening to earn so little from 15 sets crafted from premium materials. If given the choice, he would certainly refrain from engaging in business with Shin again. But that was an impossibility, unless he wished to close his shop entirely. Shifting perspectives, let us venture to the land of rain. After finishing their meal, Shin felt it was time to move on, as lingering would not serve their purpose. "Indeed, we have tarried long enough in the City of Joy. I do not wish to squander any more time here." Before departing, Zihua posed a question. "What do you plan to do upon returning to the land of rain?" Shin queried. Zihua was aware that this was not a narrative-driven moment, and the time for such events had yet to arrive. Even if she remained after their return, it was hardly unusual. "The world beyond is beautiful, though it pales in comparison to my homeland. I simply wish to return and see how the land of rain has fared during my absence. Is it thriving, or has it fallen into despair? Have the angels truly made a difference? Very well, let us proceed." Upon exiting the City of Joy, they were greeted by a blanket of snow. The border showed signs of melting snow turning to water, while some rainwater had frozen into ice. The incessant rain of the land of rain continued unabated. Indeed, a year has swiftly passed, and such ceaseless rain can only be witnessed in the land of rain. Shin chuckled. "In this weather, I truly wonder how one manages to live." While the rain-soaked landscape was undeniably beautiful, prolonged exposure could lead to a sense of visual fatigue. Even the most stunning scenery can become mundane over time. You have visited the Land of Rain before? Zihua inquired, her brow furrowing. Such a place seldom welcomed outsiders. Those who did arrive were typically merchants, passing through multiple checkpoints to gain entry. The notion that Shun had previously been to the Land of Rain raised suspicions. Yes, it was merely for a trivial matter, Shun replied nonchalantly. Nothing of great significance. Eradicating a nefarious organization from the Land of Rain hardly seems trivial, Zihua noted. Before entering the Land of Rain, Shun donned a prepared straw hat. Ah, I suppose you had forgotten. Before they had traversed too far into the Land of Rain, they were halted by Hanzo's subordinates. Upon recognizing Shun, they immediately allowed him passage. Whether it was due to the influence of the previous black-bearded man or Hanzo's orders. This individual from Konoha was not someone they could afford to offend. What brings you here? Zihua noted the guards' unusual demeanor as they reacted to Shun's presence without any visible surprise. Nothing much, just uprooting a malevolent organization and engaging in some ideological persuasion with Hanzo. Shun responded casually. Zihua, perhaps unaware of the history, remained skeptical. Shun was acutely aware that the true ruler of this territory was not Hanzo at all. Rather, Hanzo was merely a puppet, albeit a particularly useful one due to his unique status. A useless puppet would have long since been eliminated by Nagato. Engaging in ideological persuasion with Hanzo, Zihua's nerves were set on edge. That man was the leader of the Rain Ninja Village, and one would need his approval to even encounter the Akatsuki or the Angels. Moreover, judging by the circumstances, it seemed that Shun had succeeded in his endeavors. The true extent of what this young man had accomplished in the Land of Rain remained a mystery to Zihua. Indeed, Hanzo's demeanor was surprisingly cordial. He even poured me a cup of tea, Shun chuckled. Zihua was rendered speechless. What on earth is happening? When had Hanzo ever been so amiable? Let us set that aside for now. Where is your home? Shun asked as they strolled through the streets. Follow me, if it still exists. The hydrangea cannot ascertain that everything remains intact. In the Land of Rain, numerous wars, both grand and trivial, have transpired, resulting in countless casualties, including possibly all of one's kin. Traversing through the streets and cities, it was only in the third city near the border that the hydrangea finally discovered her home. Is this truly your residence? It appears implausible. On the surface, it seems rather unassuming, with numerous flaws evident throughout. The hydrangea, as a ninja, could hardly believe that her home could be in such a dilapidated state. In Chapter 139, what a coincidence. Yes, this is my home. It has been many years, and I never anticipated it would be in such disarray. While a house can be fabricated, the hydrangea is reluctant to believe that even the inscriptions on the walls could be counterfeit. Who would have the leisure to fabricate a dwelling belonging to the deceased? Shall we repair it? With such a rundown house, there is little motivation for her to reside there without some renovations. However, undertaking repairs would require a construction team that could take several days, and she certainly does not possess the necessary funds. The hydrangea stepped into the crumbling abode and tidied it up as best she could. Everything that could serve as shelter from the rain was utilized for that very purpose. The depths of the abode revealed a remarkable water curtain cave, albeit the space was small and riddled with leaks, over 10, to be precise. That depends on whether you intend to stay here. Assisting the hydrangea in clearing the house, she expressed her disdain. Hydrangea, why don't you gather a few people to help out? I will cover the expenses. The condition of the house was abysmal. If you were to live there, at the very least, it required a basic renovation, enough to make it somewhat habitable. Forcing her to do the cleaning herself seemed less desirable than simply paying to settle the matter. Anything that could be resolved with money should not be deemed a concern. Hydrangea was taken aback. What are you planning? Do not misconstrue my intentions. I aim to renovate this place so that when I return to the Land of Rain, I shall have a place to stay. Noticing her distressed expression, she continued. Staying at an inn incurs exorbitant costs. Is there any harm in constructing a house under some pretext? Money is not an issue at present. Word spread that the hydrangea, long presumed deceased, had returned. A considerable crowd had gathered at the entrance, likely seeking confrontation. Indeed, we witnessed it with our own eyes. How could it be a fabrication? By the way, when do you intend to repay the debts your father owes us? Listening to their taunts, she was taken aback. The hydrangea owed money to others. When did this occur? How was she unaware of it? Hydrangea, do you still owe money? That is not the case. Mentioning a father long dead. The hydrangea's calm and resolute demeanor faltered slightly. If you possess the courage, go dig up his grave. If not, cease your barking. I will not repay this debt. Ever since becoming a ninja and acquiring the means to protect herself, the hydrangea had ceased to feel fear. Once, she had feared nothing, not even death. Oh, it appears you truly do owe them money. This unexpected twist left her companion momentarily speechless. When had the hydrangea accrued such debts? There were no records of it. I do not owe anything. The gambling debts are not acknowledged by my family. The hydrangea's tone was resolute, her demeanor suggesting a readiness for confrontation. I see, he chuckled. Isn't it typical of Tsunade to accumulate too much debt and evade repayment? Who would have thought such a scene would unfold today? Reminiscent of the past with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, debts owed to the deceased can be pursued in the afterlife. But the living need not concern themselves with such matters. You, pale-faced one, who are you? Do not think that just because the hydrangea is a ninja, she can evade her debts. That is impossible. Oh, if you have the guts, go to Konoha. As of now, the hydrangea is under my protection, understand? From their demeanor, it was clear that the hydrangea's father had accumulated a considerable debt. Armed and prepared to fight, they were ready for a confrontation. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner, an individual was furiously pounding the wall. That hydrangea was the one he had set his sights on, and now someone else had gotten to her first. What? They are from Konoha, one of the 5 great nations, the village hidden in the leaves. This revelation caused them to tread cautiously. In the face of the formidable Fire Country, the Land of Rain was evidently outmatched. Should they offend the Fire Country over this trivial matter, it would not require the Fire Country to take action. The pressure from their own soldiers would suffice to eliminate them. Why hesitate? If we kill him, even if the Fire Country or the Hokage of Konoha arrives, they will have nothing to say. He is just a ninja from Konoha. Can't we defeat him with our numbers? Boasted a brash villager from the Land of Rain. That money is essential. We must have it. What a coincidence. My abilities are not lacking. I can easily deal with you, he replied with a grin, flexing his wrists. A ragtag group, hardly a challenge. Mr. Shin, this is my affair. I would appreciate it if you did not interfere. The hydrangea turned slowly, expressing her gratitude. Very well, I shall observe. The rain intensified significantly. Shin found the rain quite amusing. It always seemed to pour more heavily whenever a fight was imminent. Are we still going to fight? The hydrangea grew impatient with the delay. Of course, we will fight. How could we not? A gesture from the man prompted the hired thugs to unsheath their weapons. At that moment, the hydrangea produced a paper marked with a sealing symbol and faced the group. Sealing technique, shuriken. Countless shuriken erupted from the paper, hurtling toward the thugs. They pierced skin and necks, eliciting screams as several fell lifelessly to the ground. The debt collectors, now trembling in fear, were drenched in cold sweat. What should we do? They can use ninjutsu. Their lethality is immense and widespread. What now? Is there any alternative to fighting? The deaths of several thugs posed no concern for them. Without danger, there was no need to hire assassins. Now, I seek not merely money but their lives. If I kill them, the debt will be doubled. Does he lack funds? Those who dare to gamble are never short on money. They fear nothing. Sealing technique, snowstorm. Sealing technique, shuriken. The hydrangea simultaneously unveiled 2 sheets of paper, unleashing an endless torrent of shuriken and paper, engulfing her adversaries. The ground was soon stained crimson as the rain transformed into a rain of blood. Impressive. These 2 techniques work remarkably well against lower-ranked ninjas. However, these techniques only effectively impacted certain genin and chunin. Slightly stronger chunin would easily overpower them. The hydrangea found herself at a loss for words. These were the techniques she had mastered, and they were all she could employ. Aside from summoning techniques, which were frequently utilized, she had little else. If the sealing papers were imbued with lightning chakra, the effect would be even better. But as they stood, pure paper without any lethality. I do not possess lightning chakra, the hydrangea replied, exasperated. Is this an attempt to undermine me? Not now. But perhaps in the future. No one possesses everything right away. Shin chuckled ruefully, lamenting the absence of lightning chakra all these years. Even his skills and chakra, aside from fire, had not improved. This predicament vexed him greatly, as encountering a formidable adversary could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 140. Is strength attainable through indifference to life and death? Should he encounter an enemy akin to the Sage of 6 Paths in the future, he would likely meet his demise. Presently, his advantage lay in his unlimited fire chakra and an abundance of ninjutsu, sufficient to overpower opponents of equal rank. However, it remained uncertain whether he could hold his ground in future confrontations. If he could not, it would spell disaster for him. Shin awaited the next mission that would allow him to upgrade his ninjutsu. Mr. Shin, are you jesting? Hydrangea cast a cold glance at him and remarked icily. Can the chakra attributes be augmented postnatally? I have never heard of such a thing. How many chakra attributes are determined by one's innate qualities? It seems utterly ridiculous to suggest that one could continue to develop them later on. Can it truly be so? I must admit, I do not understand much about ninjas, as I am quite different from others. I possess a system, and when luck strikes, it manifests accordingly. If fortune is not on my side, I might as well be left with nothing but a pile of refuse. Mr. Shun, are you truly a ninja? Do you genuinely comprehend the essence of being a ninja? At that moment, Hydrangea found herself questioning Shun. It was puzzling that even those from the Pure Land could be resurrected, yet he remained entangled in such fundamental inquiries. What does it mean to understand? I am a ninja by nature, albeit lacking insight into the nuances of chakra attributes. Shun would not concede his ignorance regarding how ninjas wield chakra or cultivate ninjutsu. He was simply aware of how to engage in combat. Both chakra and ninjutsu training were orchestrated by the system, with little connection to him, Uchiha Shun. Oh, Hydrangea did not press further. This was, after all, quite normal, albeit a matter of personal privacy. While they engaged in fervent conversation, the debt collectors grew displeased. Despite the fact that half of their enforcers had perished and the ground was strewn with corpses, they were undeterred. As long as they did not face total annihilation, they would continue to fight to the death. Onward, onward. I want them dead. I demand their demise. In a corner, an individual furrowed his brow and temporarily withdrew. Having witnessed the previous carnage, the assassins dared only to observe, reluctant to engage. What a farce. Did they not see how many had fallen after just a couple of moves? To confront them would be tantamount to courting death. The angel had indeed deceived them. Even under the leadership of Akatsuki and Pain, they remained mired in suffering. Now, Hydrangea finally grasped that the land of rain was under the dominion of the angel. She had once believed that they would lead the land of rain towards joy, but that notion now appeared ludicrous. Recalling the tears shed during that time, Hydrangea felt a sense of disgrace. The angel had not lied. It was merely that they had been deluding themselves. Shin interjected unexpectedly. Is there something wrong? There is nothing wrong. It is simply the way it is. Conan has never deceived anyone. It is merely some who are in self-denial. It seemed that in order for the land of rain to completely escape its suffering, they would have to rely on themselves. External forces would accomplish nothing. Gritting her teeth, Hydrangea felt the last vestiges of her hopeful visions dissipate. Why bother? Shin placed a reassuring hand on Hydrangea's shoulder, stating, though you may be weak today, you shall undoubtedly astonish the ninja world in the future, as long as you survive and receive guidance. I refuse to believe that I cannot cultivate a superlative warrior from you. Becoming an elite jonin will be a mere formality. With a bewildered gaze, Hydrangea looked at Mr. Shun, questioning the logic behind his words. What standard would it take to shock the ninja world? At the very least, one would need the power of a Kage. That was the strength of a leader. It could not be casually acquired. Mr. Shin surely jested. He was well aware of how many were renowned in the ninja world. How many names were known to the masses? Of those, how many instilled dread across nations? When recalling those legendary figures who shaped the ninja world, Hydrangea recognized her own inferiority. Each renowned warrior had left their enemies in utter disarray, without exception. Then why can you not enhance your own strength? Must you allow others to bully you and your friends? Shin retorted. Without strength, survival in this world is impossible. This is common knowledge. As for us genin, what methods do we have to augment our prowess? Hydrangea chuckled bitterly. Mr. Shun, your perspective is overly simplistic. Who does not wish to grow stronger? The path to strength is fraught with self-cultivation, ninjutsu, and chakra training. How simple do you think that is? Is it not simple? Is anyone truly finding it easy to grow stronger? They are all warriors who have clawed their way through life and death, all within a heartbeat. As they observed the oncoming assassins, neither showed the slightest trepidation. Noticing that Hydrangea made no move, Shin could not be bothered to utilize ninjutsu against this group. Instead, he simply swung his arms. The two foremost attackers were sent flying, crashing against the wall, bloodied and unconscious. Though my strength may not be overwhelming, my taijutsu suffices to deal with you with ease, he declared, a sinister smile gracing his lips. The enemies never needed to be shown mercy. Witnessing the scene, the debt collectors were left dumbfounded. With a single sweep, a 200-pound brute was sent reeling. Just how much strength did that require? What do we do now? They quivered. Hydrangea knew ninjutsu, and the youth was adept as well. They were utterly outmatched. At all costs, we must kill them. The strength was commendable, but regrettably, before my formidable army, even two jonin would meet their demise. The man who had previously lurked in the shadows finally emerged. He cast a glance at Hydrangea and then at Shun, his anger surging. Hydrangea, you may still have time to regret your choices. Do not ruin your future. Behind him trailed an indeterminate number of individuals, at least hundreds, nearly the entirety of the street's populace. Do you have any connection with him? Shin was not concerned with the throng behind him, but rather with the emotional implications. This man was undoubtedly here to provoke. Special mission: eradicate all enemies before you. Rivals have come knocking. Do not tarnish the reputation of this system. Reward: all fire release ninjutsu and ocular techniques upgraded to intermediate. Susanu's complete form enhanced 100-fold. No connection. Upon seeing the man before her, Hydrangea felt her ire ignite. Is it not merely a matter of having a bit of money? You scoundrel! Your father owes my family a significant sum, and you dare claim there is no connection? He bellowed at Hydrangea and Shun. Whoever can slay these two. A bounty of 10,000 ryo awaits. 10,000 ryo seemed considerable to an ordinary person, yet to a ninja, it was but a pittance for some ninja tools. Oh, a pauper indeed, daring to offer a bounty of 10,000 ryo. Shin stepped forward with a grin. The tasks I undertake start at hundreds of thousands of ryo, with no upper limit. With that, Shin casually produced 30,000 ryo. Though 30,000 was substantial, it was worth it for a swift resolution. Whoever killed him would claim the 30,000 ryo. Compared to that meager 10,000, the allure of 30,000 was magnified manifold. The man's former thugs turned to glare at him hungrily. 30,000 ryo was an entirely different concept from 10,000. What are you doing? The man swallowed hard, gritting his teeth as he produced another 30,000 ryo, pointing at Shun's head. Whoever takes his life will receive 40,000 ryo. Chapter 141. Once more encountering the disbanded members, blood flows like rivers. At this, all eyes turned towards Shun. 40,000 ryo was worth the risk. What had initially been a means to secure peace of mind had now devolved into a necessity. Shin snorted coldly, drawing forth a chakra short sword that sparkled with brilliance. The system's intention was to compel him to eliminate all enemies in his path. He merely wished to see if these individuals were resolute in their intentions. As for the specifics, Shin suddenly realized a critical issue. Wasn't the current ninjutsu at the intermediate level? Why was there a need to enhance it further? Hadn't he already played it before? Indeed, this system has once again ensnared you. This time, ascending to intermediate truly strengthens everything. Surprised, are we? Shin spat a mouthful of aged blood from 1982 in frustration. So, had all his previous efforts been in vain? Indeed, all your prior efforts were in vain. Everything was part of the grand scheme. Shin felt an urge to strike, but suppressed his fury. He could not reach it, so all he could do was curse. After years of bickering, Shun had grown weary. He sighed, casting a glance at the individuals wielding clubs, shovels, and other implements. Merely being looked at by Shun instilled a sense of trepidation within them, a fear that emanated from the depths of their hearts. Hydrangea, step back. Shin took a step forward. His expression steely. These individuals are quite displeasing to me. Thus, I yearn for their demise. Ha 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 ha. With a flick of his fan, the man curled his lips, pointing at Shin and Hydrangea, shouting, "Go, leave none alive." Hundreds of ninjas, even the lowest ranks among them. Slaying 2 ninjas is hardly a challenge. His financial means only allowed him to employ such ninjas, or rather, they were merely trainees. Hundreds of them glanced at one another, ultimately mustering the courage to advance only through mutual encouragement. Seeking death, Shin growled lowly, wielding his chakra short sword as he weaved through the crowd. With every swing of his blade, 2 lives were claimed. The air was filled with anguished cries, causing over 100 pairs of eyes to widen. Cold sweat streaming down their brows. Their throats tightened, breathless. The bodies piled under the short sword, blood flowing like rivers. The man stood in stunned silence, his body rigid. Even as ninja trainees, they should not be subjected to such slaughter. Killing them like dogs, this was beyond comprehension. No, even slaughtering dogs would take time. Yet Shin's speed was astounding. His blade rose and fell, and with each stroke, a crimson arc appeared across a neck. Thud, and they fell lifeless. Within mere minutes, the remaining individuals erupted in screams, their cries reaching him before their blades did. The corpses accumulated at their feet like a mountain, leaving the man utterly terrified. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, and his hand trembled as he clutched the fan. His teeth chattered, not daring to exhale. If you dare to kill me, the leader of the dispersal division will hunt you down. I am the son of Nanhan. This was his final hope, yearning for the young man before him to comprehend his identity and retreat. Hydrangea's face drained of color. She had not anticipated that this individual was the offspring of that man, explaining his audacious demeanor. Mr. Shin, perhaps we should let this go. She knew she could not contend with him. Opposing him could very well mean she would never witness the rise of the land of rain. Hydrangea, this individual has been slain at my hands. It bears no relation to you. With a single statement, Shin severed any connection between the incident and Hydrangea. Remember, I am Uchiha Shin, hailing from the land of fire, Konoha village, and the Uchiha clan. Do not forget. With that, He severed the man's head with a swift stroke of his sword. Those who sought out hydrangea were merely debt collectors. Thus, there was no need to spare them. They were all categorized as enemies by the system. Shin dispatched them all. Retaining them served no purpose. At the same time, Shin cast his gaze toward a specific location. A certain individual concealed there was drenched in cold sweat. Subsequently, he fled desperately. If he did not escape, death awaited him. Mr. Shin, you are unaware of the power of the dispersal division. It is formidable. You must. Hydrangea expressed her concern for Shin. Should anything happen, she felt she could never forgive herself. We have already clashed with them before, Shin replied. To say they hold a grudge is an understatement. He gazed at the sky, a cold smile gracing his lips. Rather, this grudge has been unbroken from the very beginning. He continued to explain. Not long ago, the 5 great nations and 5 great villages initiated the first Allied forces to suppress the dispersal division. The losses for the Allied forces were catastrophic, and the dispersal division was obliterated. We have long since established enmity with them. I have never feared the dispersal division. Instead of pondering their next move, we should contemplate what to have for dinner. Setting aside those matters, he remarked, it is nearly mealtime. What shall we eat? As night approached, Shin had little inclination to concern himself with the happenings outside. Let us eat first. The corpses could not simply vanish into the earth. This indicated that they were merely a fraction of the dispersal division's forces. This was for the best, as it would weaken their might. The bodies needed to be entrusted to local soldiers for disposal. Wait here, I will go buy groceries. In Hydrangea's recollection, she had buried a considerable amount of money beneath the bed before her demise. Surprisingly, she should have found it. Is this all the money? Observing the meager amount Hydrangea retrieved from beneath the bed, Shin's lips twitched. Is life truly this harsh? What can this amount buy? It will suffice for vegetables, she replied. His inquiry left Hydrangea feeling rather disheartened. According to his living standards, her paltry sum would be depleted quickly. It was enough for vegetables, but what about meat? Shin asked blandly, what about meat? Hydrangea paused, puzzled. Why would they need meat? Did she not enjoy vegetarian dishes? The money she earned from her missions was sufficient for a modest lifestyle, yet it fell short for a more luxurious one. Do you not typically include meat when cooking? Shin posed a very serious question. How can one eat without meat in their dishes? Even a small amount of meat adds flavor. It is essential for a ninja's nutrition and physical well-being. Without meat, one's health may decline over time. Why include meat? Is vegetarianism not sufficient? Hydrangea countered. While meat was indeed delicious, the wages of a low-ranking ninja hardly allowed for such indulgences. Shin realized after a moment, and then pressed 3,000 ryo into Hydrangea's hands. Use this money to buy meat. I cannot abide by a vegetarian diet. Regardless of whether he was at Uncle Fugaku's or Teacher Minato's home, there was always meat. Shin simply could not tolerate a lack of it. Gazing at the 3,000 ryo in Shin's hands, Hydrangea felt a whirlwind of emotions. Ultimately, she acquiesced to Shin's request. Take this as well. Keep it for self-defense. The dispersal division had now set its sights on Hydrangea's home and her very existence, especially since she had formed a connection with Shin. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Shin handed her an explosive tag. The explosive tag held its uses, but Hydrangea felt conflicted. She was well aware of the high cost of a single explosive tag. With at least 10 of them, several thousand ryo would be gone. Was it not a bit extravagant to give her such defensive tools? Moreover, she possessed sealing techniques and summoning jutsu. Even in danger, she could escape in time. It is unnecessary. The land of rain is not as perilous as you imagine. Hydrangea gently declined. I have personally experienced the dangers of the land of rain. Take it, Shin insisted. If you encounter enemies, it will aid your escape. The last time I ventured to the land of rain for the Akatsuki, a massive war erupted. Now, with the dispersal division targeting us, I genuinely fear for your safety. We must not end up in a situation where we lose everything, including a spouse, and fail our mission. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Hydrangea finally accepted the explosive tags, reasoning that as long as they were not used, there would be no issue. Hydrangea ventured out to buy groceries, while Shin busied himself tidying up her home, requesting repairs for any leaks. After the repairs, the house appeared completely renewed. Shin nodded in satisfaction, finding it far more agreeable to the eye. This truly resembled a residence suitable for a person. He paid for the repairs, and then procured a bed and a quilt for sleeping, finally concluding his errands. Lying on the soft quilt, Shin exhaled deeply. Now, this truly feels like a home. Was it excessive to spend a little on a future home? Certainly not. After 2 hours apart, Hydrangea returned home and was nearly taken aback by the transformation. She almost thought she had arrived at the wrong place. Only upon seeing her nameplate did she firmly believe she was indeed home. Yet how could such significant changes occur in such a brief span? Upon seeing Hydrangea enter, Shin greeted her, "You're back. What shall we eat tonight?" Having worked tirelessly, he was already ravenous. "I arrived too late. The market was nearly closed. I purchased everything I could find." Hydrangea pulled out the remaining money, saying, "Here, this is left. I will return it to you. You keep it." "I do not mind that little bit," Shin replied, rising to inspect the groceries she had brought back. A fish, a rather lean piece of meat, a few eggs, 2 handfuls of green beans, a handful of cowpeas, and 2 potatoes. And so many ingredients. Quite nice, quite nice. We will feast tonight. I shall not interfere. If you need assistance, I can lend a hand." With an abundance of food, and given that he was not particularly adept at cooking, Shin decided not to meddle. "You cannot cook?" Hydrangea paused in silence, clutching the vegetables, and entered the kitchen alone. "If you can't cook, just wait." With such an abundance of ingredients, preparing a meal alone would take an eternity. A few simple dishes would suffice. There was no need to overindulge, as they wouldn't be able to finish it all. Leftovers would not only be unappetizing for the next meal, but Shin also had no inclination for such habits. Under Hydrangea's insistence, Shin successfully became an assistant. Together, they toiled for a full hour, managing to prepare just a few basic dishes. However, Shin lacked any culinary talent, relegated to merely washing vegetables, while all the actual cooking was left to Hydrangea. Observing Shun take his first bite of fish, Hydrangea refrained from picking up her chopsticks. After so many years without cooking, she was uncertain of the taste. "How does it taste?" As soon as she finished speaking, Hydrangea, too, took her first bite of fish. "Not bad." Shin's assessment prompted a sidelong glance from Hydrangea. "Is this taste what you would call not bad?" Her palate was rather discerning. "All right. My cooking skills are what they are. Next time, you can cook. To criticize while being incapable yourself? No, this dish is quite delightful." Shun immediately retreated from his earlier bravado, contemplating the prospect of living in the land of rain for a year. If he were to cook, he might very well go mad. Hydrangea shot him another disapproving glance, her tone laced with mockery and half-truths. After finishing their meal and clearing the dishes, she changed into her pajamas and lay on the bed, finally asking, "Mr. Shun, is your personality always like this?" What do you mean by like this?" "I believe I have a rather fine character," Shin replied, momentarily befuddled by Hydrangea's question. Was there something wrong with his character? "I meant your personality. It seems to change quite frequently." From the dinner alone, Hydrangea had gleaned a sense of Shun's character. His demeanor during meals mirrored his approach to tasks, unreliable. About what you mentioned, Shun did not respond immediately, instead pondering how best to articulate his thoughts. "Let me put it this way. My personality can be divided into 2 facets. One is life, filled with laughter and frivolity. The other is war, cold and merciless. Life is simply that way, while war leaves no room for concern over life or death. In life, laughter and conversation are completely normal. In war, a ninja ceases to be a human and becomes merely a machine for battle. It's either survival or demise. In day-to-day life, I cannot overexert myself. So let us leave the cooking to you. I can manage to eat, and I'll cover the meal expenses." "What? Do you intend to reside in my home?" Hydrangea erupted in disbelief. Even if the house were repaired and the groceries paid for, she could not allow someone to live in her home indefinitely. "What kind of arrangement is this?" "Oh, I won't stay permanently. Just a few months will suffice. I have matters to attend to in Konoha." The graduation of the little ninjas was approaching, leaving only a few months until then. Shin had not comprehended how he had arrived at that conclusion. In any case, he needed to return before the little ninjas graduated. Even if he did not get to see them, it would still be amusing. "What are you thinking, Mr. Shin?" Hydrangea fumed. Did he truly believe he could treat her home as his own and stay for as long as he pleased? A few months? What would the villagers think? The moment you were resurrected, you immediately took in a man. "It's nothing. I simply planned to stay in the land of rain for a while. Sometimes not returning at all. My visit here was solely for your sake." Once Hydrangea was settled, Shin would pursue other endeavors. He could not devote all his time to her. "Not returning? Where else would you go? Is there anywhere else in the land of rain for you?" Upon hearing this, Hydrangea promptly inquired, her thoughts spilling forth without filter. "Can I take that as a sign of your concern for me?" Shin glanced at her with a smile. "That's not the case. Don't misunderstand. I'm merely worried about my meal expenses." Hydrangea quickly retracted her statement, her cheeks flushing slightly. For some reason, the thought of him not staying left her feeling a twinge of disappointment, even though she wouldn't admit it aloud. "I promised I would take responsibility for your resurrection." He then retrieved a stack of money from his spatial pocket. "This will cover your meals moving forward. You won't need to work. Living comfortably for a year is not an issue, as long as you refrain from undertaking missions. No one spends more than I do." Upon seeing the stack of money, Hydrangea rolled her eyes and turned over to sleep. Are you short on funds? Indeed, I am somewhat lacking. However, it was not merely money she lacked. It was the presence of a loved one. I could earn some money by taking on missions, Shin remarked with a smile, fully aware of Hydrangea's current feelings. While the money was sufficient for a year's worth of living expenses, the solitude of spending a year alone without anyone to converse with was undeniably lonely and monotonous. During the week, aside from meals, Shin's time was spent either reading or accompanying Hydrangea on leisurely strolls. If she fancied something, he was generous enough to indulge her. Although the past 7 days felt like money was flowing like water, to Shun, it was not frivolous spending. Even a single chakra short sword was exceedingly expensive. On the 7th day, morning arrived with an unexpected mission and reward. Task: proceed to Takigakure and thwart an unknown disaster. Reward: sage body of Senju Hashirama and sage techniques. But what use is it if one cannot utilize them? You'd perish in an instant. Faced with the sudden task and its accompanying reward, Shin could only express his frustration with a single phrase. What good is a reward that cannot be used? It has been 7 days. I believe your life has returned to normal. Approaching Hydrangea, Shin stated. What do you mean by that? Hydrangea found his words perplexing. What are you trying to imply this time? I think you can manage on your own now, Shin clarified. As for me, I can go about my own business. After a few moments of silence, Hydrangea nodded. Though she had enjoyed their time together and had never received such attention before, she felt it was important to respect his choice. I promised to take responsibility for you, and that responsibility extends to life itself. Therefore, Shin produced a multitude of kunai bound with explosive tags, as well as some shuriken. I know you have shuriken in your sealing technique. Take these with you. I wouldn't want to return and find only a corpse. It was Shun's fundamental principle to ensure his wife's safety. All right, I will repay the debt I owe you. Each time, Hydrangea made this promise. Very well, I shall await your repayment. Shin chuckled as he departed. Watching his receding figure, Hydrangea felt a pang of sadness. Before her last death, her parents had long since passed. Now, the only family she had was Shun. And now he was leaving her alone once again. Returning to her room, she sat in silence. In the land of waterfalls, Takigakure, overlooking the village beneath the waterfall. It was a beautiful sight. Yet, this village was equally fragile, with scarcely any ninjas. Those present were not particularly formidable. The purpose of her visit was to meet the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, Fu. At this time, both the village chief, Shibuki, and the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fu, were just children, likely around the same age as Naruto and his peers. As expected, upon entering Takigakure, Shun was surrounded by a throng of villagers, each wielding long spears, while some brandished swords. It was evident that many of them were ninjas. Shun continued onward, completely ignoring them. What business do you have in our village? One of the villagers demanded, his legs trembling. We must protect the village at all costs. Strolling, does that sound believable? Shun replied with a gentle smile, amused by the foolishness of their query. Before long, as Shun ventured deeper into the village, word had already reached the young Shibuki, and Fu had followed suit. Upon seeing Shun, Shibuki was far from composed, nearly jumping out of his skin. You are the village chief, Shibuki, and the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fu? Upon seeing Shibuki and Fu, Shun could only exclaim, how adorable. Truly, these handsome youths embody exceptional beauty. Naturally, the atmosphere shifted as well. Who are you, and what brings you to our village? The expression on Shamu's face had already morphed into one of astonishment, his teeth clenched in apprehension. He feared that the young man before him might perpetrate harm upon Takinen village. Oh, it's nothing much, merely here to take a look. And perhaps to observe the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. At this moment, Fu appeared exceedingly adorable to Shun, with her golden complexion, azure hair, and rather pleasing features. Suddenly, Shamu's pupils narrowed. The chakra radiating from Shun was astonishingly tenfold greater than his own. If this ninja harbored intentions to annihilate the village, would it truly be a challenge? It would not only be effortless, but also remarkably simple. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I simply find your village's weather quite delightful. Shin gazed skyward, raised a finger, and smiled. I intend to reside here for a few days. Is that permissible? The system warned of an unknown calamity. Tasks were always obligatory. Thus, even at the risk of ensnaring himself, Shin felt compelled to proceed. Up to this point, he still recalled the standard high-ranking ninja title bestowed by the system. His prowess eclipsed even that of the Kage. Yet, he bore the title of Special Jonin. What a peculiar situation. At that moment, Shamu was utterly bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of someone traveling all the way to Takinen village merely to stay for a few days, and for the sole reason that the weather was favorable? What a flimsy excuse. Such weather could be found elsewhere. Why choose their village? Are you serious? Shamu slowly relaxed his grip, relieved that the stranger was not an enemy. Tekinen village was but a small settlement, fragile and vulnerable. Am I not serious? By the way, how old are you now? Shamu? Shin inquired, delving into a rather personal matter. Shamu was undeniably quite young, small in stature, and rather juvenile. Perhaps he was merely in his early teens? Why are you so bothersome, asking about my age right off the bat? This question plummeted Shamu's impression of Shin to an all-time low. What an impolite fellow. All right, I shan't ask again. Shin laughed heartily, finding Shamu's pouting expression utterly charming. Could you arrange for me accommodations? I plan to stay in your village for a few days, and I will pay. After all, this was Tekinen village, a veritable paradise. Staying here would indeed require expenditure. Life operated on such principles. It was not merely a matter of finances. Shamu understood that this individual was formidable, even without payment. They would have no means to contend with him. It was merely a matter of perspective. Subsequently, after negotiations with the village elder, Shin successfully secured lodging in Tekinen village. However, there was a stipulation. He was to refrain from any outrageous behavior and remain within the village's sight at all times. Should he depart, he was to inform them beforehand. Though the demands seemed excessive, Shin recognized their rationale. It was only natural to take precautions when an unfamiliar individual arrived unannounced. On the first day, he roamed the village accompanied by a ninja, spending lavishly on whatever peculiar items caught his eye. On the second day, he remained indoors, not venturing out at all. Even meals were delivered to him, for which he paid. On the third day, he embraced a reclusive lifestyle. Engrossed in books while occasionally gazing out at the beautiful world outside, he would even recall the hydrangea blooms. Each subsequent day followed suit, and he gradually became acquainted with the villagers. Although Shin seldom left his abode, his limited outings did not hinder the formation of friendships. Just as Shamu began to lower his guard around Shin, calamity struck. Target has appeared. Fearless members from an unknown world. Army strength 30,000. Mission: eliminate the fearless, who possess elite Jonin strength, along with their army of 30,000. Reward: Sage Art. In release: Lightning Style. Shin's pupils dilated in shock. Was this a mistake? The conditions for this mission seemed impossibly daunting. Had even the In release, Lightning Style, a technique of such caliber, been conjured? System: are you certain the reward is accurate? Shin felt a mixture of skepticism and disbelief, as this task appeared utterly implausible, far too surreal. The Sage Art, In release, Lightning Style was a superlative ninjutsu, capable of obliterating the vast majority of armies in a single strike. Though it lacked the utility of wide-area attacks, it was undeniably a formidable weapon. Chapter 144, The Return of the Earthen Army. This mission is classified as a death trap. The Sage Art, In release, Lightning Style as a reward is quite reasonable, provided that you can overcome the fearless from the unknown world. A single statement from the system sent chills down Shin's spine. Overcome the fearless from an unknown world? Why did it feel as though the current delineation of strength had breached all boundaries? An unknown world. Which realm was this? System: please elucidate which world the fearless hails from. I have an inkling that they do not originate from this realm. From the myriad signs, Shin detected an unsettling phenomenon. Previously, Nagato had summoned a monstrous entity with the Earth Explosion Star. Such occurrences were simply non-existent. Yet, the emergence of the fearless earthen soldiers indicated a certain latent connection influencing everything. You have no right to know. Focus on completing the mission to enhance your strength. The Hokage is not the pinnacle of power, the complete form of Susanoo, augmented with sage techniques and the true thousand-handed Buddha, is also not the ultimate form. Currently, it can only be said that certain elements within this world have been strengthened. Some unknown connection has been activated, and the butterfly effect of the reincarnators is beginning to unfold. If you do not grow stronger, you will become nothing more than a corpse. The system's barrage of responses left Shin's mind buzzing. This was merely what he could ascertain. What of the unknown? Would it not be capable of tearing the heavens asunder? System: I cannot shake the feeling that you are orchestrating something. The world of Naruto was never so convoluted. Since the organization of the Fearless has supplanted Akatsuki as the principal antagonist, Shin felt that everything was amiss. The last time, Akatsuki had fought as a cohesive unit. Yet they had been thoroughly bested. Strength, however formidable, mattered little when faced with overwhelming numbers. Eliminate your feelings. This world is not the original narrative you are familiar with. Allow me to whisper a secret. Gathering all the Jinchuriki will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. I cannot divulge too much. Shin's brow furrowed in agitation. Was this the reason he was compelled to visit Tekinen village to meet the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fu? The purpose of safeguarding Takinan village lay right here. In the future, aside from the ultimate boss Kagaya, would there be individuals even stronger than the likes of Madara Uchiha? The intricacies of the Naruto world seem to be growing increasingly convoluted. While professing to save all, it indirectly orchestrated the entire scenario. Mr. Uchiha-shin, the village elder has sent me to inform you to flee at once. A monstrous army has suddenly descended upon us, and Takinan village can no longer guarantee your safety. The messenger, bloodied and battered, expended his last ounce of strength to convey his message before collapsing into unconsciousness. That was remarkably swift. After having him carried to a bed, Shin promptly exited. He arrived at Shimu's location. Shimu, Fu, what is the situation? I have heard that Takinan village is unable to defend itself? Shin inquired. Despite the village's limited combat capability, it possessed the necessary defenses. It was inconceivable that self-preservation would pose a challenge. Mr. Uchiha-shin, what brings you here? Shimu, utterly terrified, had collapsed to the ground. With some assistance, he managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. Today, a horde of monsters appeared without warning, according to village intelligence. They descended suddenly, with no hint of their approach. The village is on the brink of destruction. You should make your escape. Casting a glance at the peculiar-looking monsters, a series of data instantaneously materialized in Shin's mind. In summary, each of these creatures possessed strength ranging from Jinin to Jonin, with some nearing the level of Kage. If he were to flee, Takinan village would face certain doom. Moreover, he still had a mission to complete. Indeed, behind the lavish rewards lie a series of arduous tasks that are nothing short of exasperating. No, I have no escape left. My intelligence network did not divulge the origins of these matters. With a deep, sardonic smile, I produced a chakra-infused short sword and handed it to Shimu. Here, young one. This blade is imbued with enough chakra to vanquish dozens of monsters. Self-preservation should pose no challenge. Take it, and do not await my return only to find you have perished. The chakra infused was, of course, of the fire attribute. The pleasure derived from wielding an unlimited supply of chakra far surpasses that of a limited quantity of other elemental types. Shimu stood rigidly, feeling the weight of the sword thrust into his hands. He could sense the immense reservoir of chakra contained within, nearly equivalent to his own total chakra capacity. This display astonished him once more. Taking 2 steps forward, I smiled slightly and unleashed a powerful punch, sending the charging monster hurtling away. This creature was formidable, at the level of a Jonin, yet my physical prowess was sufficient to eliminate such threats. Witnessing this, Shimu and his fellow ninjas from Takigakure were left in stunned disbelief. Is this real? They gasped. Despite being without the chakra sword, I could maneuver effortlessly among the monsters with my taijutsu. However, both the fearless legion of monsters and the previous army of dispelled foes share a common trait. Upon their demise, they transform into a mound of earth, scattering upon defeat. The only distinction lay in the fact that the monster horde lacked reinforcements. Thus, even if faced with 30,000 of these creatures, I felt no fear. At worst, I could lure them to a desolate area and orchestrate a grand explosion. Just a single detonation would suffice. Regrettably, I lacked the fundamental technique of Tenkai Zenshin. Otherwise, one explosion, regardless of how many monsters there were, would annihilate them all in one fell swoop. As I became smeared with the remnants of earth, a byproduct of the monster's transformation, the ninjas of Takigakure watched in astonishment. The sheer number of those monsters was sufficient to obliterate them all. To their utter disbelief, an outsider had dispatched them. What incredible strength! They truly could not measure up. Was this the might of the ninja from the 5 great villages? Impressive. At that moment, a gleaming bald figure sauntered forward, standing before me with a penetrating gaze. Who are you, and why do you obstruct my path? This imposing figure was none other than the formidable Wuyo. Indeed, he had grown stronger, albeit also bald. Recognizing him as a member of the Q organization, I understood that he ranked among its notable figures. His strength slightly surpassed that of an elite Jonin, though he was not overwhelmingly powerful. I shall inquire again. Who are you? Answer me. His formidable prowess had bred an air of arrogance within him. I am merely a traveler visiting Takigakure. I am unaware of your intentions, and I have not encountered you before. I feigned ignorance to clarify my stance to Takigakure, hoping to indicate that I was not an enemy. I am one of the generals of the Q organization, here with a mission concerning Takigakure. Your presence is irrelevant. Depart at once. Wuyo retorted, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. How fortuitous that you claim to be a general. Perhaps your entire family is esteemed as well, I quipped. And as I stated, I am here on a leisurely visit. If I have paid for my journey, I intend to enjoy it. Forcing me to leave would strip me of my dignity. Wouldn't you agree? I placed my hands on my hips, embodying the persona of a true tourist. Chapter 145, A Green Fury, particularly with the attire I wore, which bore no semblance to that of a ninja at all. Wuyo seethed with anger. This impudent boy had a silver tongue. Do you not realize that a mere word from me could land you on our Q organization's kill list? Even this Takigakure would be reduced to mere rubble. I could see the fury etched upon his face. Oh, is that so? I had not anticipated that I had yet to enter your kill list. How unexpected indeed. After causing such a stir, I thought I would seamlessly transition into the ranks of your targets. I was utterly astonished that such a commotion had gone unnoticed by Q. By the way, why does your organization seek to destroy Takigakure? It is such a splendid village, with its beautiful weather and melodious birds. Such scenery is rare. Even though the Land of Fire has its own beauty, what reason do you have to dismantle Takigakure? Our internal affairs do not require the intervention of an outsider. Wuyo began, but suddenly halted. This fool, does he intend to explode it? Throughout this exchange, you never even inquired about my name. I dare say your brain could be severed and used as a football. Just recently, I had seen children in Takigakure kicking a ball. If they were to substitute Wuyo's head, it would surely be even more entertaining. Wuyo's face turned a deep shade of anger. This brash youth had crossed a line. He was a general of Q, a figure of significant authority. Such words signified that I had signed my own death warrant. I care not for your name. The moment you uttered those words, you sealed your fate. Wuyo's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed at me. Today, I shall show you the true meaning of cruelty. The horde of monsters behind Wuyo erupted in a cacophony of growls. Shuma was paralyzed with fear. As the village chief of Takigakure, he recognized his inability to thwart the destruction these monsters would bring. Yet, I had spoken those defiant words, and above Takigakure, a colossal character for danger loomed ominously. Fu, too, was taken aback. As a lowly genin, they could hardly contend with even a jonin, let alone such a formidable situation. If this were Konoha, the casualties would be catastrophic. However, this was Takigakure, a sparsely populated ninja village. As I spoke, I cast a knowing glance at Shumo. He understood, trembling as he instructed the villagers to clear a space. Fortunately, this area was not a residential zone. Even if the battle were to wreak havoc, it would be of little consequence. The expanse allowed for freedom in our actions. Do you truly believe your monstrous horde can level this place to the ground? I laughed, a grin both dangerous and playful. As long as no one was within a 5-kilometer radius, this was my domain. From Wuyo's words, I deduced a grim conclusion. Q sought to annihilate all life within Takigakure. The specific purpose of this was unknown. Arrogant, Wuyo roared, his voice trembling with rage as over 1,000 one-eyed monsters swiftly encircled me. A cold, mirthful smile graced my lips. Without the burden of concern, was this all they could muster? Merely a matter of numbers. What are you laughing at? Do you find this amusing? Wuyo's discomfort was palpable. He sensed something unsettling about me. Oh, it's nothing. I merely find one individual rather foolish and naive. To think that sheer numbers can secure an advantage. Does quantity hold any value against absolute strength? Ah, right. You lack the capability for large-scale destructive ninjutsu. In that case, numbers indeed have their merit. However, I regret to inform you that I possess a grand-scale, destructive ninjutsu. With a chuckle, I activated my eternal Mangekyou Sharingan and simultaneously initiated the technique of intangibility. If you have the ability, come and crush me. If you cannot kill me, you are nothing but refuse. Intangibility rendered me invulnerable, and not just for a fleeting moment. As long as I maintained this state, the monsters would turn upon one another. Arrogant, Wuyo shook with fury. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, kill him. Do not grant him a single moment to breathe. At Wuyo's command, over 1,000 monsters leaped into action, crashing down like meteors upon the ground. Dust billowed, poised to bury me beneath their onslaught. I observed as countless monsters met their demise, their exteriors rupturing, the earth cascading like petals from a celestial maiden. Upon witnessing all of this, Shun comprehended the situation. The legion was composed entirely of clay, which explained their peculiar nature. In contrast, Shun proceeded at a leisurely pace toward the formidable foe, unyielding. A smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I apologize, but such trivial damage truly fails to impress me. With that, Shun delivered a powerful uppercut, dislocating Unyielding's jaw and sending him hurtling backward. The mere clay creatures, animated by Unyielding's will, rushed at Shun, swinging their earthen fists down upon him. The collision of soil against soil sent clouds of dirt flying. At that moment, Unyielding finally grasped the entirety of the scene. This young man seemed to disregard all assaults. Each punch failed to land upon him and instead struck his allies, reducing them to mere heaps of clay. Forgive me, but this is merely one of my abilities. Are you infuriated? Shin chuckled, drawing forth a kunai to swiftly sever Unyielding's neck, thus extinguishing his life. No matter how potent one's ninjutsu, they feared the kunai. With Unyielding's demise, the 30,000 clay monsters returned to the embrace of nature. Unyielding's prowess was merely that of an elite jonin, and his excessive confidence and arrogance led him to underestimate his opponent, ultimately costing him his life. What was initially anticipated to be a formidable task turned out to be astonishingly simple. Casting a glance at Unyielding's lifeless body, Shin's expression turned icy. Even on this bright and sunny day, his frosty demeanor could not be warmed. The adage to capture the bandit, one must first capture the king, proved true, indeed. Initially, Shin only wished to test the effectiveness of this tactic. After all, even with 30,000 monsters, it seemed unlikely they would yield significant results against Takigakure. Nor would they eliminate many foes. However, by slaying Unyielding, perhaps he could bring an end to it all. This indicated that Shin's gamble had paid off. Even if it hadn't, he could always engage in another grand showdown. The system, too, fell silent. This vulnerability had indeed escaped its calculations. Otherwise, it would not have offered such generous rewards. Yet, having reached this juncture, it appeared there was no turning back. Rewards have been dispatched. Yet the chakra for wood release is insufficient. Are you feeling vexed? Shin had already become remarkably formidable. It could be said that he ranked among the top-tier powerhouses in the entire ninja world. Now, he even possessed the signature techniques of Hashirama Senju. If only he were granted ample chakra, could he not single-handedly eradicate the ninja world? To prevent such an occurrence, the system made a rather mischievous decision. Sufficient chakra would not be provided until a critical moment arrived. True invincibility would be utterly tedious to manage thereafter. Although the complete Susanoo, coupled with Sage Art would release, could not contend with the later stages of Madara and the Sage of Six Paths. It would render him absolutely invincible in the early to mid stages. Shin's eyes turned a vibrant blue. What a ridiculous system. It refused to grant him chakra. Even if he wished to experiment, he found himself thwarted. Chapter 146, Seeking a Mentor? Frustrated, he lamented the boundless chakra for fire release contrasted with the severe scarcity of wood release chakra. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan was also limited in its capacity. What was the point of continuing in such a manner? He felt an urge to weep, but no tears came forth. After finally acquiring the opportunity to test that legendary power, he was now told, "Sorry, you lack the capability." It was akin to having a meal snatched away just before it reached his lips. Everything was in place, yet sufficient chakra for wood release eluded him. The discomfort was palpable. Witnessing everything, Shomu, Fu, and the residents of Takigakure stood in stunned silence, unable to recover from the shock. The dirt upon their bodies signified their participation in this battle. Yet, who could have anticipated that a fierce war would conclude so swiftly? A solitary traveler, a guest from Konoha, had effortlessly severed through all challenges. Such power was unheard of in Takigakure. As everything settled, Shun strolled forward, gradually approaching them. And upon observing their dazed expressions, he inquired with a smile, "May I have my sword back?" Judging by its sheen, the chakra within the sword had diminished to less than half. At that moment, Shomu presented the chakra short sword with both hands, eyes tightly shut, gritting his teeth as he murmured, "Thank you immensely for saving Takigakure." "No need for thanks, it is my duty," Shun replied. After returning to his room to change into a fresh outfit, storing the rest in his Kimui space, he returned to find them still standing there, awaiting something. Shun stated, "The fight is over, please tidy up the area. I shall take my leave." With the mission accomplished, he had no reason to remain in Takigakure. "Didn't you come for a vacation? Why not stay a few more days?" Shomu queried, perplexed by his own thoughts. Such words, uttered without contemplation, held no bearing on Shun's intentions. "No, my visit was not genuinely for leisure. Based on the intelligence provided, it has concluded. Thus, I have no reason to linger here any longer." Shun gazed up at the azure sky, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. In just 20 more years, he could retire. A final 20 years of arduous toil lay ahead. By the way, Fu, Shun turned his attention to the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. If there exists a possibility of death in the future, would you still participate in the Chunin exams? In the future, all Jinchuriki, save for the 8 and 9 tails, would be captured by Akatsuki. This time, Akatsuki's objectives might shift, but not drastically. Merely the path to peace would transform. The specifics of this transformation depended on the ambitions of Yahiko and Nagato. Nagato's actions were entirely driven by Yahiko's demise. Now that Yahiko had been resurrected, how Nagato would proceed remained a mystery to all. Shoma was left speechless. If the Chunin exams truly posed a threat, Fu should not partake in them. As the village's combat strength, Fu was irreplaceable. The Chunin exams were challenging, and the risk of death was certainly high. Well, it depends on the individual and the proctor. Shin offered a vague answer. Some instructors could be lenient, while others, like Marino Ibiki, could be rather unpredictable. One could only rely on luck in such instances. Are you implying that passing the Chunin exams relies on luck? What if one's luck runs out and they explode on the spot? Some instructors were temperamental, while others were more lenient. Noticing their confusion, Shin elaborated, "Enough of this discussion." He turned his gaze toward Shomu, the young village leader. "Shomu, your character and abilities exhibit certain flaws. As a village leader, you appear more titular than effective. Should the opportunity arise, strive to become stronger. Such power is insufficient to protect the village." One could only hope that in the future, Shomu's capabilities would improve and not remain so inadequate. Even with hero water, their chakra was swiftly eliminated by the enemy. As Shun reprimanded the village leader, they stood speechless, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, it was true. Shomu's complexion reddened. He was at a loss for words. He did not wish to be weak. He aspired to become a jonin, an elite jonin, or even a leader. Yet, such power was unattainable for small villages like theirs. They simply could not compete with the strongest forces among the 5 great villages. Without a means to grow stronger, they could only seek opportunities elsewhere. If the village leader lacked strength, it was unlikely the villagers would fare any better. Sensing Shomu's thoughts, Shin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Gaining strength was not a matter of mere desire. Without the determination to strive, the heavens would not favor any village or person. Those words struck Shomu like a thunderbolt. Indeed, if even the village leader remained so, how could he protect the village? Yet, as Shomu contemplated speaking further, he reconsidered. It was futile to inquire. As the village leader, he could never abandon the village in search of strength. In due time, I shall introduce you to a strong jonin, one who will provide for you as well, Shin mused, thinking of Zabuza Momochi, Haku, and Kisame Hashigaki, all of whom were adept in water techniques. Teaching Shomu the art of water should pose little challenge. What? Are you suggesting I seek a mentor? Shomu's mind reeled at the proposition. Is there any connection between Takinen village and Konoha? How come he is unaware? What is it? It is merely about finding you a teacher, nothing too grave. Squatting down, he pointed at Fu. There's a prerequisite. I have one request. She must not die. Indeed, she is quite significant to my future plans, and this is also the reason for finding you a teacher. As long as the 9-tailed beasts remain intact, the 10 tails shall not resurrect. This way, many troubles can be averted. Once all 9-tailed beasts venture to the 10 tails, things will become complicated. Everyone's gaze turned towards Fu. Is everything being done for the sole Jinchuriki of their village? Does Konoha place such high regard on Jinchuriki? Do not misunderstand. I solely represent myself, not Konoha. I have my own objectives, Shin hurriedly clarified, sensing their thoughts, lest a misunderstanding arise. Although the people of Takinen village are indeed quite handsome, in terms of combat prowess, they are utterly lacking. All right, enough delay. I shall take my leave. Waving goodbye, Shin departed. Meanwhile, in another location, an emaciated old man erupted in fury. His ashen face contorted as his frail hand slammed heavily onto the table, producing a resounding thud. Wu Wei is dead, and you do not discuss it. Wu Wei, a general, albeit the most insignificant one, elicited indifference regarding his life or death. However, to have him recklessly venture out and lose his life was infuriating. The old man was furious. He could not believe that Wu Wei would be foolish enough to act that way without provocation. Chief, this is our fault. We should not have spoken those words. The first person stood up, followed by more than 20 others. They were undeniably linked to Wu Wei's demise. I do not wish to hear this nonsense. Who can tell me what comes next? With Wu Wei's death, my situation becomes precarious. You all understand that. Although the old man was not exceedingly angry about Wu Wei's death itself, he was furious that they had hastened his demise. Thus, all actions related to Wu Wei could no longer proceed as intended. Chapter 147, Economy? Chief, I believe we can bypass the Wu Wei phase and proceed directly to the next stage. Indeed, we have yet to grasp the strength of that young man, Uchiha Shin. We must not act rashly. So this is your justification for Wu Wei's death? The old man, seething with rage, spoke through gritted teeth, deeply disappointed in his subordinates. One after another, their plans were disrupted, with over half of them related to the deceased Wu Wei. With Wu Wei gone, all midterm plans must be altered. Chief, Wu Wei is merely a low-ranking general. His ability to turn mud into soldiers holds little significance. Why become enraged over someone so inconsequential? Indeed, our organization is replete with talented individuals. Losing one Wu Wei is trivial, and gaining one is equally inconsequential. There is no need for such ire over a single Wu-wei. The old man's expression was fierce, his hollow eyes seeming to blaze with fire. The Akatsuki had completely severed ties with the organization. Now, these two dared to speak thus. Were it not for the Akatsuki, he might have perished in its infancy. You all understand Wu-wei's abilities. It is precisely because I recognized his potential that I appointed him as a general within the organization. Since you speak so, you must have your reasons. Speak. Who dares to proceed with the plans related to Wu-wei? What I seek are results, not processes. Were it not for Wu-wei's ability to turn all things into soldiers, who would care about an elite jounin? After all present here are, without exception, of Kaga-level strength. Since Wu-wei is already dead, someone must take over his duties. As he spoke, some began to backtrack. Take over Wu-wei's work? Who wishes to undertake such a task? Who possesses an army of such magnitude? Wu-wei could transform anything into soldiers. How many among them could do the same? In the previous conflict with the 5 great nations, it was only a handful of formidable individuals, capable of such transformations, who initiated the war. Thus, they had perished only to be resurrected, their lives expendable. This time, the war would undoubtedly be longer and more significant. Accepting this order would be akin to preemptively sacrificing their lives. They were not simpletons like Wu-wei, who knew nothing but war. When it came to the crux of the matter, none spoke. What use are you to me? The old man waved his hand, shattering the table. This act left them paralyzed with fear. Despite his withered appearance, he possessed the greatest combat prowess within the Akatsuki. Since no one is willing to step forward, I shall name names. His gaze swept over the crowd. This time, regarding the theme of transforming all things into soldiers, the chosen individuals must possess such capabilities. Thus, hearing this, those capable of such transformations nearly gasped in terror. They had thoroughly investigated the Konoha youth, Uchiha Shin, who surpassed even the 5 Kage in strength. None among them stood a chance against him. Any engagement would signify death. Such a price was one they were unwilling to bear. Death. What remains after death? Wuning, you are the brother of Wu-wei. You possess the same abilities and strength. This time, you shall take over Wu-wei's duties. Remember, what is our goal? What is the objective of the Akatsuki? The old man stared intently at him, as if to convey, you are finished. Wuning was immediately struck with dread. The others finally let out a sigh of relief. That was close. I nearly took on the fool's task. Yet before they could celebrate their near escape, the old man's next words stripped away their final shred of hope. Everyone shall assist Wuning in his tasks. Should I discover anyone who wishes to defy me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. When you joined this organization, you were fully aware of its purpose. Life and death are at the mercy of fate, no more prolonging existence. The old man understood that relying solely on Wuning's abilities could not disrupt the grand scheme of the world. If they cooperated, success would be far more feasible. The remaining members bore expressions of desolation. What a jest! Although the ninja world lacked the original Hokage Senju Hashirama and his companion Uchiha Madara's formidable combination, the 5 Kage and entities surpassing them still existed. Each of those figures could easily match any among them. To turn the entire world into chaos? The difficulty was not just great, it was akin to hell. At the very least, they needed to eliminate the 5 Kage and individuals of Kaga-level strength to gain control over a significant figure in the world. Yet, did they have a choice? It seemed there was none. The old man's words carried the weight of the 5 great nations. More than half a year swiftly passed. In the land of rain, Shin had not visited in quite some time. He need not concern himself with how Zihua was faring. Over these past 6 months, he had not merely indulged in leisure. He had been preparing to formally step into the narrative. In the land of rain, at the Zihua residence, after a busy half-year of exploring the world, it was time to return. Before taking on his students, he needed to check in. Pushing open the door, he found Zihua eating. Zihua, it has been over half a year. How have you been? Shin leaned against the doorframe, smiling as he asked. The last time he was here, he had made some simple arrangements. Now, the house felt like a home. This time, he planned to renovate it properly. Once that was completed, he would return to Konoha. Time was rather pressing. Last month, he had received a message from the Umbu, urging him to return swiftly. Mr. Shin, it has been a long time. I am doing well, these past 6 months. Zihua intended to say she had not undertaken any missions and had merely stayed at home. However, she feared that such words would portray her as lazy. This current life was afforded by him. Without earning money, how could she repay him? Even during her grocery shopping, Xianhua felt a certain heaviness in her heart. Laziness is certainly not a virtue. A hearty laugh echoed through the room. You haven't ventured out for over half a year, have you? I trust the money I left you is sufficient. At that time, she had entrusted him with several thousand taels. Now, No matter how extravagant her expenditures, it was improbable that she could exhaust it all. He had previously advised her to live comfortably at home and to refrain from undertaking missions, out of fear of losing her again. That's enough. That's enough. Xianhua promptly nodded in agreement. For some reason, whenever the topic of money arose, she would feel her cheeks flush. Even the tone of her response bore an air of uncertainty. As long as it suffices, should the funds dwindle, just come to Konoha to find me. In all likelihood, I shall be in Konoha. As Shin stepped inside, he glanced at the meal laid out on the table. He had initially intended to savor a bite before returning to Konoha, but his appetite had completely vanished. The breakfast was quite simple: one dish, one soup, and a bowl of thin porridge. While the soup was acceptable, the stir-fried potato shreds. Was this to be the sole fare for 3 meals a day? Why not procure some meat? He distinctly remembered setting certain standards for her meals. With a stoic expression, the latter remark was entirely spontaneous. He was reluctant to part with the several thousand taels. Chapter 148, Rebuilding the House, Returning Home. How had life become so frugal? Had he truly suffered from financial woes? Xianhua's face flushed crimson. The notion of relying on someone else for money was always a tad uncomfortable, especially when that someone was a male. But isn't this breakfast? It's far too greasy for one's health. As soon as she uttered those words, Xianhua wished she could slap herself twice. Was this truly a justification? The reasoning was utterly shallow. For breakfast, go buy a few meat buns. Shin was well aware she was attempting to save money. Yet he did not wish to call her out. Everyone possesses their own rationale, and Xianhua was no exception. Moreover, the girl had a penchant for blushing. Xianhua herself had limited social interactions. By the way, why do I get the feeling something's off with you today? Not only are your cheeks flushed to the roots of your ears, but your speech seems a tad peculiar. You weren't like this before? Shin inquired knowingly. Taking a seat on a stool. It's nothing. Xianhua hurriedly waved her hand. Having not worked for half a year, yet still possessing funds. There were already whispers behind her back. Even the aunties at the market remarked that she was not a virtuous person, suggesting her wealth was ill-gotten. Let us hope for the best. Shin took a modest bite of his meal and remarked, I'll be heading back to Konoha tomorrow. There's nothing much to leave behind for you. With just one day left, I need to prepare. Shin chuckled lightly, refraining from elaborating further. Forget it. You need not concern yourself with the subsequent matters. I will arrange for someone to handle them. 6 months prior, Shin had learned of a construction team in the vicinity. With a bit of money, hiring them should not pose a problem. After a mere 20-minute outing, he returned with a construction crew. Mr. Rin, this house is entrusted to you. On the way back, Shin had already handed over the funds for the house's construction, envisioning a 2-story building. In the land of rain, having a separate residence that is 2 stories tall signifies considerable wealth. Within the city, nearly all houses were single-story. Rest assured, Mr. Uchiha, we guarantee safety in our work. The ability to survive in this region is largely due to Boss N's integrity and craftsmanship. A minor error could result in disbandment. The locals were not particularly accommodating. All right, I won't disturb you any further, only provide lunch. It was impossible to oversee every meal. Building a house here was akin to managing one's own home. Thus, Shin decided to cover the cost of lunch, naturally leaving the scheduling to them. The funds were limited, entirely dependent on how Boss N arranged them. Understood, Boss N nodded, finding it quite reasonable. Typically, the cost for lunch among 3 meals would not require Shin's contribution, as these were part of the employer's arrangements. Since Shun had set it up this way, Boss N could indeed save a small sum. Mr. Shun, what is this? Shun had only been gone a short while when he returned with a woman. The key was the multitude of men trailing behind her, wielding various tools, prompting Xianhua to speculate. The house is still in good shape. After the last repairs, it held up excellently. No leaks, no need for further renovations. Why have all these people been summoned? Xianhua recognized Boss N as the foreman of the nearby construction team. The house isn't in great shape. To rebuild it, I believe we'll need to invest some money. So, I called them here. Shin patted Xianhua on the shoulder, smiling. You needn't worry about anything. Just go out for a stroll or watch them work, but don't let anything go missing at home. There was little more Shin could do. He could not linger indefinitely in the land of rain. Well, the money you have should last you about 2 years. I'll return then. Shin turned to add, it's nothing serious. I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, remember to come find me in Konoha. In the months to come, he would likely remain in Konoha, guiding the new generation, which would certainly keep him busier than before. He intended to delegate responsibilities to Kakashi. This time, he would fulfill his duties as a teacher. All right. Xianhua waved her hand, her expression devoid of any smiles. Xianhua, he treats you quite well. Boss N was well acquainted with the residents in this area, and he found Xianhua's personality intriguing. However, She had not anticipated that someone with such a demeanor would also be concerned for her. "Bosun, let us get to work. Our affairs do not require your input." Xianhua replied coldly. He had promised to take responsibility for her. But what did that responsibility entail? Xianhua had previously been oblivious to it, yet now she began to comprehend. Or else she wouldn't be blushing so profusely. Haha, very well. Bosun had no intention of further teasing her and called the workers to commence their tasks. The funds were already in place. They needed to expedite the process. The land of rain was unlike other nations. The rain here never ceased. Upon returning to Konoha, Shin stripped off his clothes and immersed himself in a bath. He was unconcerned with what others were doing. At present, his thoughts were consumed by one matter: which individuals to take along for the graduation of the new generation. The original group had already found their partners. While he could disrupt the dynamic somewhat, they would not necessarily fall into his hands. Thus, he could only take along some lesser-known students, without the need for any undue stress or frustration. Rin and Obito also mentored their own set of unremarkable students. As for the original team, they were long since assigned. "Deep, you haven't been around for over half a year, not even returning for the new year. Where have you been off gallivanting?" Kakashi, as usual, donned his mask. Upon seeing Shun, he appeared quite surprised. Just a month prior, there had been a notification from the teacher's side to dispatch the Umbu to search for him. After all, a Jonin was crucial to Konoha. He had initially gone to the land of rain, and then to the land of waterfall, creating a stir before exploring scenic spots around the world. Overall, it had been quite pleasant. He had witnessed many sights unseen in the land of fire. Among them, the incessant rain in the land of rain was truly unrelenting. Shin closed his eyes and relaxed his entire body. Rather than saying he was off on a spree, it would be more accurate to claim he was courting danger. The situation in Takigakure was indeed quite troublesome. "You really did go off on a wild spree," Kakashi remarked, exasperated. "After finally managing to rest for half a year, isn't it nice to lie low at home? Why must you go out and stir up trouble? Isn't it exhausting? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to rest in comfort?" Youth is found in motion. Shun's declaration left Kakashi dumbfounded. Thankfully, he was not drinking water at that moment. Otherwise, he would have surely choked. While it was true that youth lay in movement, why did that phrase sound so familiar? It seemed to echo Gaia's catchphrase. To expend youth? What's wrong? Is youth not found in motion? Shin chuckled. Kakashi appeared different today. "It's fine. Everything you say is correct," he replied, too lazy to counter. "Prepare yourselves, for tomorrow, as anticipated, the class assignments will commence. Otherwise, I would not have returned so swiftly." A gentle reminder: with the division of classes, the Chunin and Jonin will soon embark on their busy careers. A Jonin can only mentor a limited number of students throughout their lifetime. Well then, Kakashi realized that there was truly nothing to discuss with him. The conversation had grown rather stilted. After a long soak, Shin returned home, tidied up briefly, and collapsed into bed, utterly fatigued. The following day, a ray of sunlight streamed into the room, rousing Shin from slumber. Chapter 149, Students, let's get to the point. After enjoying a bowl of lotus seed porridge, he went out for his usual morning run, preparing to head to the Ninja Academy. However, he needed to make a stop at the Hokage Tower first. The students are arranged by the Hokage. They merely listen and comply, though they may offer minor suggestions if dissatisfied. This is also the Hokage's busiest time. At this moment, the Hokage's office was filled with Chunin, Elite Chunin, Jonin, and Elite Jonin, all present. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, distributed the finalized list of students to everyone. The class assignments had already been established. "Is there any dissatisfaction with this allocation?" Minato inquired, facing them. "Adjustments could be made if necessary. Harmony and satisfaction are of utmost importance. Teacher, would it be possible for Hinata Hyuga, a student of Kurenai Yuhi, to be transferred to Kakashi's team? I believe that Naruto and Hinata would be more motivated working together. I have observed these students for quite some time. Sakura Haruno has shown interest in Itachi's younger brother. This, of course, is not to be misconstrued as early romance. Rather, the path of an idol may serve as greater inspiration. Once an agreement is reached, I am confident that these pairs will flourish. Naruto's affections lie with Hinata, and vice versa. Sakura need not constantly berate Naruto. These future couples could very well begin their courtship early. The only concern is whether Hinata can tolerate watching Sakura strike Naruto daily. Moreover, Naruto's ninja way is distinct from others. Sasuke's path may also undergo slight alterations. Shin's words left Minato momentarily speechless. Surely, he knew his own son's circumstances. Early romance. Absolutely out of the question. The villagers held Minato in high regard, as he was the Hokage. However, while his son may not voice any complaints publicly, discussions were certainly occurring behind closed doors. The fact that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could not be concealed. Before Minato could respond, Kakashi interjected, "Teacher, I believe this could work. Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, and Sasuke together could support one another. If unexpected issues arise, I will be there. The path of a ninja is long, and I have faith in them. I can oversee their progress." Sensing potential, Shin quickly chimed in. As long as these two jonin oversee them, there is little chance they could deviate from their path. With their assertions, Minato found himself with no option for retreat. "Kurenai, Hinata is your student. What say you?" As long as Kurenai consented, everything would fall into place. Little did they know, Kurenai had a surprising response. Minato fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. Naruto's future now rested solely in their hands. He hoped the ninja way would remain steadfast. "Teacher, we must take our leave. Time is slipping away." With that, Shin took the remaining 3 members of Minato's class and exited. With matters essentially resolved, there was no reason to linger. The tasks at hand must be attended to promptly. Today was significant, as all graduates from the Ninja Academy would finally receive their respective instructors. Those of them in teaching roles had yet to arrive, and it would be inconvenient for Irika to release anyone. "Long time no see, Irika. How have you been lately?" As soon as they met, Shin approached him with a greeting. He then scanned the 20-some students present. Besides the famous 12, there were indeed several other students of lesser renown. "Good to see you again. It's always the same routine," Irika remarked with a smile after glancing at the students. "Well, I leave the rest in your capable hands. I must be off." His responsibilities had been fulfilled, and there was no need for him to linger any longer. "Take care." Shin waved cheerfully. Initially, Irika was meant to announce the class placements. Now, however, the teachers were directly assigning students to classes. "Kurenai, I'm giving you that girl from my class," Shin remarked, returning a student to Kurenai in a bid to even the score. The first class consisted of 3 students. Other teachers needed to be complete. Shin could address that separately. "All right," Kurenai replied. Though a bit overwhelmed, she agreed. After all, it was merely a change of 1 student. "Rowan, Zhongxiong, step forward." Shin called out the names of his 2 students. Rowan was a frail-looking boy, his demeanor timid as he kept his gaze lowered, unable to meet the eyes of his future teacher. In contrast, Zhongxiong was a particularly sunny boy, exuding confidence as he stood beside Shin without hesitation. "Class 7, Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, Sasuke," Kakashi called out, recalling the day they had shared a barbecue. His gaze fell directly on Shin. Did this fellow possess the uncanny ability to foresee the future? How did he know which class he would be mentoring? Sakura clenched her fist, striking a victory pose. "I'm in a group with Sasuke. This is fantastic news." As for Naruto, he feigned ignorance. As long as he was with Sasuke, everything was excellent. Ino was incensed. Why is Sakura grouped with Sasuke and that deadweight? It's completely unfair. Upon hearing Sakura's name, Naruto felt indifferent. Following Shin's earlier counsel, his attention was now solely on Hinata. The moment Hinata learned she would be paired with Naruto, her cheeks flushed crimson as she muttered incoherently. "Kakashi, we'll meet again another day, for now. This concludes our business." After exchanging pleasantries, Shin took his students and departed. The situation had shifted, and now they were to proceed with the Genin assessments. These tasks were the responsibility of the instructors. Whether these students could become Genin hinged entirely upon their words. As a teacher, Shin had the authority to require them to retake assessments if necessary. "What a coincidence. You are here too," Kakashi remarked from the rooftop the next day upon spotting Shin. He sensed Shin had an uncanny awareness of his movements. After all, who would casually come to chat here? "I knew you would be here, which is why I came," Shin readily admitted. Kakashi's expression soured slightly. How brazen. It was fortunate he was not an enemy. Shin gestured toward Rowan and Zhongxiong, grinning. "Kakashi, I must rely on you for this. It's the same as before. Regarding this Genin assessment, I could not be bothered to prepare, so I came directly to you." Kakashi's expression darkened. This was quite shameless. "Shin, I'm taking 4 students. You're only taking 2. Letting you take more would be unreasonable. You're not meant to be the one in charge of the Genin exams." "Fine, it's settled then. See you in a week." Without waiting for Kakashi's response, Shin swiftly departed, vanishing in an instant. Kakashi, caught off guard, found himself alone. What audacity! In Kakashi's eyes, Shin's reputation had long diminished. It seemed that pride was a luxury he could not afford. Now, it became clear why Shin often dined at his home. His thick skin was inescapable. Chapter 150, Unexpected Developments. There was no choice. He had already arrived, so he could not simply disregard him. A tool is a tool, after all. He would play the part. "Very well, you two may sit beside them," Kakashi remarked as everything was set. "I'm curious about your aspirations. Let's start with Sasuke. Share your future goals." In the distance, beneath a tree, Shin had not wandered far, but watched from afar. He thought it rather ironic to have Kakashi, a teacher, take on a role of absolute authority. Feeling a sense of obligation, Shin decided to move a box of soda. He pondered on the nature of his students, reflecting on how they all came from rather ordinary backgrounds. It would have been preferable if their parents were ninjas, at the very least. He couldn't help but feel a hint of grievance. Likewise, the two new recruits, Rowan and Zhongxiong, also hailed from unremarkable families. One worked a laborious job, while the other was engaged in environmentalism. He found himself questioning where their school funds came from. Sighing, he anticipated yet another occasion where he would have to dip into his own pockets. Students from such humble backgrounds often required teachers to supplement their needs, as they likely could not afford even the basic ninja tools necessary for C-rank missions. At least collecting garbage was manageable. It only required a pair of hands. Oh, the D-rank task of garbage collection. A glimmer of realization sparked within Shin as he thought of the D-rank missions. Having grown accustomed to A and S-rank tasks, he found returning to D-rank missions somewhat disconcerting. After all, without undertaking A and S-rank missions, how could he possibly amass such wealth? Lost in thought, he had already arrived at the location. Hey, Kakashi. He handed a soda to Kakashi, twisting the cap off one for himself. I thought you were leaving. What brings you back? Kakashi expressed his confusion over Shin's sudden return. Just as it was Naruto's turn to introduce himself, Shin's reappearance irked him greatly. Don't misunderstand. I'm not adept at this sort of thing. I'm far better suited for missions and earning money. Shin chuckled, taking a refreshing sip. So, you intend to distract me with this? Kakashi looked at the bottle in his hand, feeling a sense of triviality. No. How about I treat you to barbecue tonight as compensation? Shin chimed, shaking the bottle in jest. I have a question, if I may, Naruto interjected, his expression darkening. Go ahead, as long as it isn't too outrageous, Shin replied. I see all the teachers wearing that outfit. Why don't you? Naruto pointed at Kakashi's attire. Oh, about that. I simply don't wish to wear it. I find these clothes comfortable. It's as simple as that, Shin answered candidly, as if it were not a secret. Don't mind him. He's just a casual ninja, always avoiding serious matters and running wild, Kakashi remarked, having grown weary of Shin's antics. The village was bustling, yet he seemed aimless in his pursuits, often hard to locate. Kakashi, that's where you're mistaken, Shin said, patting him on the shoulder with a serious demeanor. How about this? I'll take on your tasks while you handle mine. Just remember to report to the teacher. Kakashi fell silent for a few seconds, taken aback by the audacity of Shin's suggestion. Despite doing nothing, he had the gall to propose such an exchange. What's the matter? Lost your tongue? Shin sneered. There may not be many matters at hand, but when unexpected tasks arise, it's hard to keep up. If you could be as leisurely as I am. I concede defeat. Though Kakashi was a jonin, he found the enormity of the organization known as Q somewhat overwhelming. If not for Shin's unique ability to phase through dimensions, he might truly have struggled. The numbers were vast, and their leaders were formidable, at least of jonin caliber. Had it not been for the rivalries, the conflict with Takigakure could have persisted for days. What exactly do you do for a living? Kakashi suddenly inquired, intrigued by Shin's unconventional profession. My work is quite peculiar. The village doesn't pay me. I earn everything myself, Shin replied, placing the empty bottle beside him. Given my unique abilities, otherwise my funds would have dwindled long ago. The Q organization is indeed a nuisance. Even one of the 5 Kage would struggle to quickly dispatch its members. Have you finished your work? We need to wrap this up. I'm starving, he interjected, sensing Kakashi's intent to continue questioning. Clearing his throat, Kakashi turned to Naruto. Naruto, what are your future aspirations? With fervor, Naruto exclaimed, my dream is to surpass the Hokage and earn the recognition of everyone in the village. Shin nearly choked on his drink. Is that still the reason? It defies logic. Wasn't Minato-sensei the Hokage? Surpassing your father? That's quite the ambition. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Such a dream was uniquely absurd. Alright, next, Hinata. She was a transfer from Yugao's class, and he was genuinely curious about the ambitions of this shy princess who often rolled her eyes. I'm Hinata, she stammered, unable to articulate a single sentence, though her gaze frequently darted toward Naruto. When he noticed, she flushed crimson. Kakashi, Shin, and the 3 students were left speechless. Was this the first wave? After Hinata's hesitant revelation, Shin sensed a hint of narcissism in her demeanor. Naruto, however, seemed less than pleased. In matters of love, perhaps dreams were worth pursuing more earnestly. Sakura was beside herself. How can Hinata be so direct? Do you have any thoughts on this, Shin? Kakashi asked, uncertain of what to say. This dream seems somewhat unrealistic at present, Shin mused. It reminds me of someone, someone in their 20s who was likely unable to fulfill such aspirations. He was referring to Obito, who had long harbored feelings for Rin. Yet, Rin's desires were for a wedding in a time of peace. It seemed plausible that Naruto might marry in the same year Obito finally united with Rin. There was something unsettling about this parallel. Could a senior and a junior truly share such a fate? Hinata, this is a commendable aspiration, but you must strive to grow stronger, otherwise, your goals will only drift further away. Right now, Naruto cannot harness the power of the Nine Tails. Once he fully masters it, his strength will soar. If Hinata remains stagnant, that could spell trouble. To everyone's surprise, Hinata nodded earnestly, indicating the significance of having goals. And what about you two? It's your turn now. Shin directed his gaze toward Rowan and Zhongxiong. Their future potential seemed less promising compared to their peers. Although Sasuke's ambitions had shifted slightly, the essence of his fate remained unchanged. One was a disciple of Tsunade among the Sannin, while the other was possibly still a rogue ninja under Orochimaru's tutelage. The third had the legendary Jiraiya as a mentor. Chapter 151. The Genin exam has yet to commence, and one has already been eliminated. Each of them had their affiliations, which were unlikely to change. However, Hinata was left without a mentor, which was somewhat concerning. With uncertainty looming, Itachi had not carried out the genocide, and while Sasuke's goals had altered, he still possessed his own reasons to grow stronger. Yet, this motivation would not likely lead him down the path of a rogue ninja. Whether they would encounter Orochimaru in the future remained uncertain. My dream is to become a Jonin, to become powerful, Rowan declared, his voice barely audible. Shin, Kakashi, huh? You think you can become a Jonin with that? You've made my day. Zhongxiong burst into laughter, as though this were the most amusing thing he had ever heard. Is it truly that funny, Zhongxiong? Shin frowned, sensing that Zhongxiong might be heading down a troubling path. Zhongxiong quickly ceased his laughter, realizing that continuing might lead to trouble. Since you enjoy making jokes about him, why not share your own dream? All eyes turned toward him. He had become the center of attention. Zhongxiong adjusted his collar and cleared his throat before articulating his grand aspiration. My dream is to become the strongest man. There was no elaboration, merely this solitary proclamation. To aspire to be the mightiest man without any influential backing. If you find amusement in his ambition, perhaps you should reflect on your own. Dreams can often run deeper than his. He only uttered the first half of his declaration. The latter half is better left unsaid. What does it mean to be the strongest man? Stronger than the 5 Kage? More formidable than the protagonists of this world? To even surpass, that would be insufficient. One must also possess the abilities of the Sage of Six Paths very well. You may continue with your endeavors. They are now under my purview. Kakashi remarked with a smile. All the students shared their dreams and goals, though a few seemed rather far-fetched. This was not a significant concern, merely a minority, and their impact was negligible. With the first step concluded, the next phase awaited them, a rather troublesome segment. All right, I shall take my leave. You may proceed. With that, Shinchue departed, leaving behind a soda. Humph, he runs away faster than a shadow clone. If not for Kakashi's familiarity with him, he might have truly been deceived by Shun. It was unclear what jutsu Shun had mastered. He vanished in the blink of an eye. Tomorrow morning at 7, let us not miss each other. Kakashi stood, adding, by the way, do not eat breakfast. You will surely regurgitate it. This single statement rendered the 6 students' faces as sour as bitter gourds. Was this indirectly conveying a message to them? On the following morning, everyone was present, except for their teacher, Kakashi. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The sun climbed high into the sky, and soon it was nearly noon. Naruto was seated on the ground, dozing off, while Sakura squatted down. Only Sasuke remained standing. Shin observed all of this from a tree. Kakashi had become quite adept at this game of lateness. Did Kakashi ever arrive on time? Each instance came with a plethora of excuses. What of being the son of the Hokage? In Kakashi's eyes, he was simply another student, without any special privileges. Assessments were obligatory. Should one fail, they would have to return and remediate. Just as their impatience reached its peak, the irascible Zhongxiong marched forward, bellowing at the arriving Kakashi. What time is it? As a teacher, do you not respect the schedule? Do you have any objections? A mere glance from Kakashi sent beads of cold sweat cascading down everyone's foreheads. Sasuke, however, remained unfazed, perhaps accustomed to such circumstances. Indeed, I have great objections. Zhongxiong fumed, his eyes ablaze. We haven't eaten since this morning, and now it's noon. Are we to take the exam on empty stomachs? Observing Zhongxiong's agitation, Shin could only shake his head in resignation. The boy was ultimately unable to escape the choices dictated by fate. His temper was far too volatile. My apologies. I was delayed this morning by a little kitten, Kakashi cheerfully explained, seemingly indifferent to Zhongxiong's ire. In his eyes, this student had already been deemed unfit. Is this your excuse? A reason that took the entire morning to formulate. Zhongxiong struggled to comprehend if this was the way of a Jonin teacher. Precisely. You are correct. If you have grievances, feel free to leave. No one is compelling you to participate in the Jinin exam. Kakashi's impression of Zhongxiong plummeted further. With such a temperament, even as a ninja, he would find no success. To aspire to be the strongest man was merely a farce. You are unworthy of being a teacher. I will inform my parents and seek an explanation from the Fourth Hokage. With that, Zhongxiong stormed off, brimming with indignation. Student Zhongxiong. Return to school for remedial training. Shun's voice echoed in everyone's ears from the tree. Indeed, his single remark had effectively dismantled Zhongxiong. Such a student could not be taught by any instructor, let alone the two of them, who were known for their strictness. You have arrived, why not show yourself? Is this how teachers conduct themselves? Upon hearing Shun's voice, Zhongxiong's fury intensified as he stormed away only a few meters. Are all the teachers of this caliber? Our actions do not require your judgment. You are no longer my student. Return to school for your remedial training. Descending from the tree, Shun's expression was icy as he regarded Zhongxiong. This type of student, relying on a semblance of family background and engaging in petty business, regarded their elders with disdain. Becoming a ninja would only render them a calamity. The last individual understood a modicum of ninjutsu and began to feel invincible, though it was merely the opinion of his parents. Yet, the child himself was not far removed from that notion. We may proceed to the next phase, Kakashi. Shun turned to Kakashi. Very well, Kakashi nodded. Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, Naruto, and Rowan felt a sense of foreboding. Something significant seemed imminent, something pertaining to their potential to become genin. Subsequently, Kakashi produced 5 bells he had prepared in advance. These 5 bells correspond to 5 qualifications. Those who seize a bell will pass. Those who do not will return to school for remedial training. Kakashi indicated the still hurrying Zhongxiong. Sasuke, your brother is an exceptional ninja. While you may not match him, I do not wish for you to fall too far behind. At the very least, do not be eliminated. Return home with honor for your brother. Shin addressed Sasuke directly in front of everyone. Although Sasuke's academic performance was commendable, it did not guarantee success. Combat is not merely about studies. Soon, he would likely find himself thoroughly beaten by Kakashi. The disparity in talent between Naruto's and Itachi was not trivial. Itachi could effortlessly activate his Sharingan, while Naruto, even in the face of tragedy, had yet to awaken a single tomo. Naruto, the teacher is quite formidable. I hope you are as well. Big brother. I aim to surpass the Hokage. How could I fall here? Naruto declared, giving himself a thumbs up. Big brother was how Naruto referred to Shun. Shin often visited the home of Minato for meals, so it was not unreasonable for Naruto to call him that. Chapter 152, a slightly awkward moment. All right. I have great confidence. I hope you achieve your goals. Shin nodded, eagerly anticipating the path to becoming Hokage. He then turned to Sakura Haruno. I hope you two will not lag behind. Hinata, although you are a member of the Hyuga clan, I hope your gaze does not linger too often on Naruto. There will be ample time to observe once you grow stronger. Shin directly pointed out Hinata's timid inclinations. Instantly, Hinata's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Rowan, though you are quite ordinary, I hope you can realize your dreams. Currently, in Class 22, you are all that remains. The girls of Class 22 had already dwindled. The perfect trio now consisted of just one. After addressing them, Shun clasped his hands behind his back and proclaimed, in summary, you all shall advance with your dreams. For the sake of your aspirations. The 5 shouted in unison, though Hinata and Rowan's voices were the faintest. Teacher, may I ask a question? Sakura Haruno raised her hand. Go ahead, but once this time passes, inquiries will no longer be permitted, Shun replied with a smile. Why do you say I am lagging behind when Naruto is the one at the back of the pack? Sakura questioned, perplexed. Dreams must be accompanied by goals. Yet Sakura could not fathom why a student trailing behind her would be perceived as surpassing her in the teacher's eyes, regardless of academic performance or any other measure. He was the lowest in the class. There are matters you do not yet comprehend. In other words, you are still young. When you mature, you will understand. Shin had no intention of prematurely divulging the reasons, for that would only render him a madman. A man familiar with the unfolding narrative naturally understood what needed to be done next. Even with parents still alive, Naruto yearned to attract more attention and forge friendships. Was everything done during the student years utterly devoid of significance? Could that be possible? The battle for the bells is poised to erupt. Next, we find ourselves in Kakashi's territory. 5 bells dangle from Kakashi's waist, down from an original 6, as one has already been eliminated. The remaining bells are now a matter of chance. In the early stages, it was a solitary endeavor. However, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, and Robin seemed to have grasped the essence of teamwork as the event progressed. Ultimately, although they could not best Kakashi, they successfully passed the examination. On the wooden post, 5 bento boxes awaited. Congratulations on passing the assessment and becoming Genin. It's time to eat, and soon we'll take photographs, Kakashi announced. However, a query arose regarding the limited number of bento boxes. These meals are prepared for you. We have not prepared any for ourselves, he clarified. As Shin produced 2 pieces of bread from the Kimui dimension. You've truly found a way to play with this. You can even store food, Kakashi remarked, unaware of the vastness of the Kimui space. Storing temporary provisions posed no issue. One must learn to utilize one's own belongings. Leaving them unused is a waste, Shin replied, leaving Kakashi astonished. The Sharingan, are you certain it can be wasted? Isn't it only a waste when used? Kakashi cautioned, considering it a limited resource. Use it too much, and you might go blind. Be careful with its usage, he advised. Don't worry, I know how to use it. My eyes are not yours. Shin responded, understanding Kakashi's good intentions, but feeling the implication was somewhat misplaced. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he found it hard to comprehend. Even without having activated the Sharingan, was it truly safe to use it casually? He observed his brother Itachi, who rarely employed it unless absolutely necessary. Why was it that? In Shin's case, it became a commonplace occurrence, treated as merely a storage space. After the meal, Sakura posed a question. Kakashi-sensei, I have a query. What is it? Kakashi immediately adopted a serious demeanor. We didn't manage to grab any bells. How could we still pass the examination and become Genin? This inquiry was shared by the others as well. In my view, the only criterion for passing is teamwork. Kakashi proceeded to elaborate on everything that needed to be conveyed, including some information that perhaps should have remained unsaid. In the afternoon, after taking photographs, one for each person, Shin's situation was somewhat unique. Due to there being only one student, Robin, the process varied slightly. Robin, you are now a Genin. Come to the Uchiha clan entrance tomorrow morning. You can commence your missions. Shin handed Robin a photograph with a smile. Missions represent rewards, which translate to money. Just wait for me outside the ramen shop tomorrow at 8. Do not be late. Now go home, Kakashi added. His primary focus remained on evaluating their teamwork abilities. Even if they failed to seize the bells, if they satisfied him in other aspects, they could still become ninjas. The following morning, shortly after finishing breakfast, Shin hurriedly made his way to the entrance. Good morning, Robin. Since they were at the Uchiha clan's entrance, Robin did not enter, nor could he. Good morning, Sensei, Robin replied, still timid and unable to meet Shin's gaze. Let us go. Today marks the beginning of your first mission, which, if all goes as expected, involves picking up trash. Your seniors had the same first task, haha? Shin laughed heartily. Robin felt a tinge of disappointment. After their last trash collection, Konoha village had improved its environmental practices considerably. He assumed this time they would be cleaning up in a neighboring village or dealing with mundane tasks. Sensei, are there any tasks other than picking up trash? Agricultural work would be acceptable too. Robin mustered the courage to ask. Oh, well, at this time of year, it isn't harvest season yet. As we head to the bar, I suspect we might have to do some weeding as well, Shin mused. After all, D-rank missions are the most basic and plentiful. Never mind. Once we arrive, you can choose. That's your right. You are the only one in class 22 this time. This session, Shin was tasked solely with mentoring one student, and naturally, the missions would cater to Robin's preferences. Shin did not take Robin to receive missions. They had changed locations a year prior. At the Hokage's office, a crowd awaited their assignments. Just a moment. There are indeed many people, Shin chuckled. It's quite normal. Yesterday, assessments were held. Those who passed are naturally here to receive their missions, he explained. What a coincidence, Shin. Kakashi greeted upon seeing him. Not a coincidence at all. Everyone has come to take on tasks. How is that coincidental? Shin replied coldly, effectively dousing Kakashi's warm greeting with his icy demeanor. The surrounding individuals stifled their laughter at the exchange, and Kakashi appeared increasingly awkward, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks as he scanned the room, noting everyone suppressing their amusement. Chapter 153, The Land of Waves, Part 1. Kakashi paid little mind to such trivialities. As time elapsed, an hour passed before they were called. The astonishing number of D-rank missions became evident. Kakashi, the task for Team 7 involves the cat of a noble family. Shin, for Team 22. Your mission is to clean a village 5 kilometers away, with a reward of 10,000 ryo. After distributing the missions, Minato promptly declared the end of the workday, advising everyone to go home and read. Appreciating Minato's straightforward approach, Shin refrained from further comment, handing the mission paper to Robin. This is your task. I won't be assisting you, so prepare yourself. The target village is clearly indicated on the paper. Such tasks are meant for students to undertake. This time, I don't intend to intervene. All 10,000 Rio will belong to you. Noticing Robin's expression, Shin clarified, I will guide you on what to do. But how you execute it is entirely up to you. Transitioning to a village 5 kilometers away. This settlement was slightly larger than Konoha, but was still an ordinary village without a single ninja. According to the mission details, this village was named Light, symbolizing transparency in actions. The village ahead was adorned with lush greenery and vibrant blossoms, with the most striking feature being the expansive fields of grass, verdant and reminiscent of nature's splendor. Robin remained silent throughout the journey, having purchased several bottles of water to ensure he would not lack hydration while working. The village elder, a frail old man, appeared as if a mere gust could sweep him away. Hello, please follow me, he beckoned, swaying unsteadily as if he might topple at any moment. After a lengthy trek of over 10 minutes, they exchanged not a single word. The elder pointed toward a river choked with refuse. Your task is to clean up the trash in this river. That is all. I shall return now. The atmosphere grew awkward, as the 10,000 Rio mission to pick up trash was evidently not as simple as it seemed. The quantity of debris was indeterminate, as the surface of the river was completely obscured, rendering the water invisible. Were it not for the ongoing flow of garbage, Shin might have believed they had stumbled upon a landfill. Earning the 10,000 Rio would not be straightforward. Get to work, Robin, Shin instructed, settling himself on a nearby rock to read. The weather was not particularly favorable for reading, straining his eyes. Robin stood there, perplexed and unsure of how to proceed, having no tools at his disposal. Hello, here are your tools. I hope you can quickly clean this area of water, the elder stated. They were merchants, needing to humble themselves in front of ninjas. A bag and some tongs? Do you truly believe this solitary bag can contain all that trash? Robin thought, observing the river's surface, which was littered with debris. This bag cannot even manage to clear the floating refuse properly. This is clearly lacking in sincerity. I apologize, but the refuse we retrieved can be piled over there. This bag is merely for transportation, the young man hurriedly clarified. All right. Shallow nodded deeply as he accepted the tools. Throughout the afternoon, the weather was fortunately not excessively hot, sparing Rowan from heat exhaustion. The water he had purchased earlier on the way had long been consumed. After collecting the final piece of refuse, Rowan wiped the sweat from his brow and approached Shallow. Teacher, we are done. Throughout the day, Rowan couldn't help but ponder why the teacher could sit there, engrossed in a book. When fatigue struck, he could simply rest, while he could not. He mused that once he became a jonin, he too would be able to enjoy such leisure. Ah, you're finished. It's about time. Shallow glanced at the clock, realizing it was getting late. The task issuer should be arriving soon. You've worked hard. Here is your reward. Shallow handed over a stack of 100 yen notes. Take this. It's your compensation. No need to turn it in to the village. In the following days, Shallow consistently guided Rowan through D-rank missions, attending to various trivial matters. They tackled every task associated with D-rank missions. Teacher, can we undertake some C-rank missions? I feel that D-rank missions are not commensurate with my abilities. Rowan suggested in a tone of negotiation. C-rank missions, you say? Shallow contemplated the timeline. It seemed the journey to the land of waves was about to commence. Let us go have a look at Hokage Minato. Traditionally, these assignments were arranged by the third Hokage, but now they had transitioned to Minato's jurisdiction. As anticipated, upon entering, they heard Naruto complaining. Even though Minato occupied the Hokage's seat, it didn't prevent Naruto from voicing his grievances. Teacher, are there any simpler C-rank missions? I'm quite weary of this D-rank task. If it were just Shallow, he would have directly requested an S-rank or A-rank mission. Engaging in C-rank tasks feels rather mundane. How about escorting Tazuna to the land of waves? This is a C-rank mission, and I trust you two can handle it. C-rank missions still held a certain level of danger for Jonin, but with 2 Jonin providing protection, it was hardly daunting. Minato felt reassured as well. Hooray! However, Naruto's joy was short-lived, as an elderly man in his 40s, clutching a bottle, appeared at the entrance. He was Tazuna, the bridge-building expert from the land of waves. Your task is to ensure my safe return to the land of waves, Minato explained to Tazuna. Huh, a bunch of kids, even inebriated. Tazuna wore an expression of skepticism. If they were experienced chunin, he would have felt secure, but these were merely freshly graduated students. Could they truly handle an escort mission? They too regarded Tazuna with bewildered expressions. Tazuna glanced at Naruto. Is that short, foolish little brat also a ninja? How unexpected. Before Naruto could bask in the moment, Sasuke and Sakura approached him. In a flash, Naruto erupted. I'll take you down. Had it not been for Kakashi's intervention, he might have charged at them. How can you think of attacking those we are supposed to protect, you fool? Kakashi quickly interjected. Subsequently, Tazuna introduced himself. Oh, so you will protect me until I finish building the bridge? This could be interesting, Shallow mused slightly. As for the journey to the land of waves, Zabuza, Haku, and the malevolent merchant Gato awaited there. Without ninja protection, it was likely that halfway through the bridge's construction, Gato and his henchmen would create havoc. It seemed an inevitable clash with Gato lay ahead. Who are you? Your tone is quite arrogant, Tazuna remarked, beginning to shake off the effects of alcohol. Protect me until the bridge is completed, he reiterated. Certainly, Shallow agreed without hesitation. This was to be their first battle. Kakashi, Rowan, you lead the way. I have a few matters to attend to, but will certainly catch up. Shallow, aren't you participating in this mission? Minato inquired promptly. The presence of one Jonin is entirely different from that of two. Chapter 154, The Land of Waves, Zabuza, in the past. He alone had instilled terror across an entire nation. Just the mention of his illustrious golden name sent shivers down spines. If Shallow withdrew from the escort of Tazuna to the Land of Waves, the peril to the entire team would multiply exponentially. Who said I was withdrawing? I simply have other matters to attend to. I will undoubtedly complete the mission in the Land of Waves, Shallow firmly countered. Although Kakashi could manage the task without him, the cost would seem minimal, yet it would certainly foster team collaboration and enhance individual prowess. Furthermore, he was weary of being a mere tool. It was time to live for himself. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Before departing, Shallow turned to Kakashi. On this journey, treat him as though he does not exist. There is no burden. My fire clone will remain with you, ensuring there will be no mishaps. Although the strength of the fire clone did not match that of the original, it could still prove to be decisively effective. During the journey to the Land of Waves, Shallow's original self did not accompany them. Instead, he advanced ahead to the Land of Waves. Friend, will you not emerge and explain your intentions? Your presence is quite irksome. Shallow activated his Sharingan, his crimson eyes scanning the figures obscured by mist. Should they remain hidden, he would not hesitate to draw them out. To have been discovered, this individual possesses considerable strength. As the mist dissipated, several silhouettes became visible. You are Zabuza's subordinates? Rogue ninjas from the village hidden in the mist? Their attire revealed little, but Shallow was well acquainted with their concealment technique. Hidden mist technique. You are familiar with Zabuza, one of them grinned as he approached. Zabuza ordered us to eliminate you. The you he referred to included Shallow and the students under Kakashi's charge. I believe a conversation with Zabuza is in order. Perhaps we can discuss the forthcoming plans. Since conversing with Zabuza, Shallow was convinced he had been swayed. Returning to the village and abandoning the rogue ninja life was far more appealing. Yet since that encounter, Zabuza had not returned to Konoha to discuss matters with him. Shallow was uncertain of his intentions. Upon arrival in the Land of Waves, the issues surrounding Zabuza and Haku could finally reach a conclusion. Disagreement would only lead to death, a death scripted by fate. Zabuza is someone you can summon at will? What a joke. Shallow interjected. It has been years since we last met. How have you been? Zabuza's tone was condescending. Come with me. Zabuza was aware of who had come this time. He had not anticipated that Shallow, from years past, would be among them. This added a layer of intrigue. The feeling of being hunted after betraying the village was hardly pleasant. Haku, you have finally shown yourself. I thought you would hide indefinitely. Shallow observed the unmasked Haku, whose youthful visage was evident. Mr. Shallow is quite astute. I shall refrain from unnecessary dialogue. This time, his intent is to prevent you from accompanying Tazuna. That complicates matters. Haku stated. Unless someone informs me otherwise, Zabuza genuinely remains oblivious to the current situation in Konoha. Haku, some matters are beyond your authority. Let Zabuza take the lead. The issue with Tazuna bears no advantage for you or Zabuza. Shallow dismissed further conversation. Haku's youth rendered him incapable of leading Zabuza. Although his presence had slightly altered the dynamic between Zabuza and Haku, it did not change the fact that Haku was merely Zabuza's weapon. Very well, Mr. Zabuza is nearby. Please follow me. Haku nodded with a smile. This was Zabuza's directive. Shallow felt perplexed. Why would Zabuza leave the Land of Waves to come here? Could it be that circumstances had shifted? Following Haku, they arrived at a lush bamboo grove. Zaibucken leaned against a bamboo stalk, awaiting their arrival. Mr. Zaibucken, I have brought the person, I respectfully addressed him. Very well, bye, you may rest now. Zaibucken nodded, instructing the others to keep watch around them. This time, it was imperative that Kato's subordinates did not discover them. Should they be found, trouble would ensue. Mr. Uchiha Shin, I did not expect you to take on the task of safeguarding the bridge in the Land of Waves, Zaibucken remarked with a grim expression. If negotiations faltered, he would have no choice but to take action against him. What you did not foresee, I have anticipated. How about returning with me to the Hidden Mist Village? After wandering for so many years, surely you have had your fill. For years, bearing the title of a rogue ninja, Shin could scarcely comprehend the absurdity of it all. Life was good, yet he chose the path of a rogue ninja, which for a village was akin to a dead end. Zaibucken maintained his stoic demeanor. Shin shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Speaking of rogue ninjas, given your reputation, I believe you are now aware of my current identity. I am among the elite of Konoha, a member of Akatsuki as well. With just that affiliation, I have enough standing to be considered a rogue ninja. But have you seen Konoha putting out a bounty on my head? No. That's because I've done nothing to undermine Konoha. Merely joining an organization that was once an enemy? That hardly constitutes a valid reason. You are no different. The Mizukage issued a decree years ago. As long as you return to the Hidden Mist Village, all can be forgiven. Zaibucken was taken aback by Shin's words. He understood well what Akatsuki represented. Powerful individuals, nearly all of whom possessed strength on par with the Kage. Though few in number, their prowess was unmatched. Capable of annihilating countless foes. How could one join Akatsuki and remain unscathed? This revelation left Zaibucken in shock. If what Shin said was true, it validated his own intelligence. During the last 5 nations' allied forces, Shin had revealed his affiliation with Akatsuki, donning their garb in front of everyone, thus proving his allegiance. Akatsuki did not hesitate, mobilizing all members to join forces with the 5 nations against their common enemy. Zaibucken was intrigued by the prospect of witnessing such a spectacle. How 2 opposing factions could be united by a single individual. After all, prior to this, Akatsuki and the 5 nations had been adversaries. Could it be that the enemy of my enemy truly becomes my friend? As for the Mizukage, what right did he have to extend forgiveness to all rogue ninjas based on a mere statement? Was that even plausible? No matter how he pondered it, Zaibucken found it hard to believe. Mr. Uchiha Shin, your words leave me utterly perplexed. Zaibucken sat on the ground, inviting Shin to join him. Mr. Uchiha Shin, regardless of what the Mizukage may say, please refrain from involving yourself in the matters of the Land of Waves. I do not wish to engage in conflict with you. Zaibucken estimated Shin's strength to be formidable, likely too much for him to handle. Zaibucken, you are quite amusing. Now that I am here, can the affairs of the Land of Waves truly be disregarded? You should be familiar with Kato. I have encountered him before. The current situation was straightforward. Either Shin would subdue Zaibucken now, or he would handle Kato himself. Chapter 155, The Land of Waves, a preemptive Izanagi for Bai. Shin expressed his thoughts. Zaibucken was not the crux of the matter. If Kato were to perish, the mission in the Land of Waves would conclude. Before that, Zaibucken's issue must also be resolved. So, it seems you have chosen to stand against me. Zaibucken declared, gripping his great sword in anger. What do you mean by standing against you? I have merely come to resolve a problem. If it comes to that, then I shall fight. Shin was no ordinary individual. If discussions broke down, he would resort to force. How does it feel to wield your Sharingan? Zaibucken asked, a smirk playing on his lips. It is adequate. I do not require a bloodline limit to defeat you, it seems. Mr. Zaibucken, allow me to face him. Bai interjected, stepping forward. The clash of bloodline limits would surely be intriguing. Bai, you are not his match. His strength likely surpasses that of the current Hokage. A boy cloaked in the guise of a Jounin, yet possessing power beyond the Kage level. Zaibucken's brow furrowed with concern. If Bai fought Shin, he would undoubtedly suffer. Even Zaibucken himself might struggle against Shin. Should Bai confront him? If he were to lose, Zaibucken knew Bai's temperament well enough to anticipate the consequences. Zaibucken, allow me to pose one final question. Do you genuinely wish to fight me? Shin inquired. The battle between Jounins, though often likened to a clash of pots and pans, would not resemble such triviality once it commenced. Regardless of desire or reluctance, he held no authority over the matter. All he could ensure was that his life remained intact. Zaibucken's cold words were a testament to the hardships he had endured over the years. If he did not wish to fight, why persist? It seemed contradictory. You do not wish to, nor do I. Cannot we resolve this peacefully? Shin had never intended to engage Zaibucken in battle. It was an unprofitable endeavor. However, without a conflict, how could Zaibucken and Bai follow him back to the Hidden Mist Village to meet the Mizukage? Shin had not forgotten their mission from years past. The path to a peaceful resolution lay in allowing Zaibucken to handle the affairs of the Land of Waves independently. Zaibucken's resolve was unwavering, as if carved in stone. Why must it be this way? The escort mission for the Land of Waves is assigned to Kakashi's Team 7 and my Team 22. Your actions place me in a difficult position. Shin frowned, realizing he was courting trouble. Must a conflict be fought to determine the ultimate outcome of this matter? Why must Zaibucken be so obstinate? Then there is no need for further discussion. I will personally resolve the Kato issue. As for your concerns, I shall not elaborate further. Let us fight. Zai Bucken swung his great sword, pointing it directly at him. Must we truly engage in combat? Shin sighed, a sense of resignation washing over him as he drew forth his chakra short sword, a weapon he had wielded for quite some time. The path is blocked, and you stand as an obstacle. If we do not fight, I shall remain unsettled. Zai Bucken stated plainly. Is this truly your character? You should not behave in such a manner. Shin felt pressured by Zai Bucken's obstinacy. The relationship between Kato and Zai Bucken was one of employer and employee. If Zai Bucken failed to complete his task, Kato would undoubtedly make things difficult for him again. Very well, let us fight. How else can you be convinced? As Zai Bucken's sword flew toward him, Shin raised his chakra short sword, channeling chakra into it to block. A powerful shockwave erupted between them, leaving a barren area devoid of any grass for 100 meters. The observers Zai Bucken had sent to scout returned in unison, although Bai remained steadfast. Even his meticulously styled hair was disheveled by the force of the wind. Having trained rigorously in taijutsu, Shin held his own against Zai Bucken's great sword, even gaining an upper hand. One strike led to another, causing chaos and destruction in the bamboo grove. After several exchanges, the scene was left in disarray. Do we continue? Zai Bucken. I concede. Zai Bucken stood tall, sheathing his great sword. I admit defeat. You may handle the bridge-building mission in the Land of Waves as you see fit. Our next meeting will be one of bloodshed. Your words leave me uneasy. Perhaps I should simply incapacitate you, allowing for a proper rest. Shin casually formed a water release seal. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A water dragon materialized from thin air, startling Zai Bucken. Are you not a member of the Uchiha clan? How can you perform water release? Zai Bucken exclaimed, utterly bewildered. He had investigated the Uchiha clan, but the existence of a member capable of water release was inconceivable. If it were the third Hokage, he would believe it, but an Uchiha performing water release? Absurd. Who decreed that members of the Uchiha clan could not master water release? Zai Bucken quickly formed hand seals, intending to counter with the same technique. However, before he could complete the final seal, the water dragon surged forth, propelling Zai Bucken several meters away. Mr. Zai Bucken. Bai rushed over, prepared to intervene. Zai Bujan chuckled. Bai, what are you doing? The time is nearly up. We must return. We've already exceeded our allotted time by a considerable margin. If we do not head back soon, I fear it might arouse Kato's suspicions. It is not Kato that I dread, but rather the relentless pursuit of the assassination squad from the Hidden Mist Village. Even though the Mizukage has stated that there will be no repercussions, a sense of foreboding lingers within me. If we do not return to the Hidden Mist Village, this matter will remain unresolved. After all, I am still a rogue ninja. Yes, Mr. Zai Bujan, Bai replied, closely following behind. Uchiha Shin remarked, next time, we shall compare our strengths. As they departed, Zai Bujan couldn't resist one last bit of admonition. Next time, it may not unfold as smoothly. Shin chuckled softly. Task from the God of Pits. Immediately utilize Izanagi to record Bai. Consequence. Kamui space closure for 5 days. Reward. 50% acceleration in construction for the Land of Waves. Punishment. Permanent loss of eligibility for the Rinnegan promotion. Upon hearing the task, Shin's eyes widened in disbelief. The system itself was urging Bai's survival, which left Shin perplexed. For Bai's combat prowess was rather mediocre. The only noteworthy aspect was his bloodline limit. Why? At this moment, he could not dwell on such thoughts. Allowing Bai to depart would result in a direct failure of the mission. Losing the chance to attain the Rinnegan would be catastrophic, especially in the latter stages of battle. Bai? Shin called out urgently, fearing he might be too late. Bai, sensing the intensity in Shin's gaze, stiffened momentarily before turning away to continue on their path. Was the side effect of activating Izanagi truly so severe? For the first time, his eyes ached and bled. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan should have rendered such bleeding impossible. After all, how could one bleed after already undergoing the process? Yet this time, Shin's utilization of Izanagi was unfathomable. To gain an advantage, yet feign innocence. Izanagi is a forbidden technique, and the user must go blind. Merely experiencing bleeding and eye pain is a trivial matter, be content. Zai Bujan was puzzled about what had happened to Bai. A fleeting glance revealed the situation. He posed a question. Wasn't the duration of Izanagi exceedingly brief? How could its use now alter the fate of Bai? The duration of Izanagi was indeed short, at most lasting a mere 10 minutes. Shin couldn't fathom what could be accomplished in such a scant time frame. The system produces subpar offerings at times. The reason for the bleeding this time, Izanagi's duration has been extended for a full month. Chapter 156, The Land of Waves, Difficulty Level Jump. Shin realized that his suffering was but a reflection of the system's flawed foundation. If he could, he would spit in the face of the system, proclaiming, "My pain is rooted in your inadequacies. Why release substandard products when they could retain them?" His own wave blades had become worn and tattered, and yet the system claimed it lacked disinfectant. Shin was baffled by the cruelty of the system within this interface. If the system is not of high quality, whom do you blame? Go to sleep. Shin's lips twitched in irritation. He had never encountered such an unreliable system. It was nothing short of garbage. Before Kakashi and the others boarded the ship, Shin arrived at the dock. "Shin, there is a bit of a predicament," Kakashi stated immediately upon seeing him, recounting the events that had transpired along the way. Shin was taken aback. Indeed, the narrative had shifted. In addition to Zai Bujan and his companions, there were other objectives at play. A B-rank task seemed rather low in comparison. An A-rank task was insufficient. This was an unusual mission. Shin was filled with questions. What was the purpose of other factions focusing their attention here for a bridge construction? "Kakashi, if what you say is true, this does not conform to B-rank task standards. Indeed, for the safety of our students, we ought to retrace our steps and let the village dispatch a ninja team to execute the task." However, the situation has become precarious. The ship had already sailed far away. Previously, Kakashi had intended to return to the village and reassess the situation. Having boarded a pirate ship, returning to the village was now a daunting challenge. It was of little consequence. He had already encountered Zai Bujan, just as Dasna had warned regarding Kato. Having reached this juncture, Shin had no intention of turning back. In addition to Zai Bujan's duo, Kato had employed another faction. The Zai Bujan duo was manageable, but the nature of this other faction remained uncertain. One could only hope they were not hostile. After several encounters with the enemy, Shin had grown weary. The enemy was akin to a stubborn adhesive, impossible to detach from, a constant source of discomfort. "Have you encountered Zai Bujan?" Kakashi inquired, his brow furrowed, sensing the complexity of the situation. "Yes, I have faced Zai Bujan. We clashed in battle, but were unable to reach an agreement. And thus we must endure this wretched mission," Shin replied with a slight nod. Zai Bujan's temperament was more obstinate than he had anticipated. For now, they had to consider the broader implications. Fortunately, this outing included 2 teams. 1.5, however, was simply insufficient. Ordinarily, without unforeseen events, so many complications had arisen before even reaching the land of waves. One could only imagine the unforeseen challenges awaiting them once they set foot on its territory. Kakashi was troubled. This time, Dasna had truly led them astray. "Kakashi, there is an electrical disturbance in the water," Shin called out urgently, sensing something amiss beneath the surface. The small boat, while not large, could accommodate them. Should the enemy launch an attack from underwater, the consequences would be dire. "Is there a problem?" Kakashi inquired as he performed the Chidori in the water. The power of lightning radiated through the surrounding waters. The wooden boat was insulated, thus posing no threat to them. A scream resonated from beneath the surface, clearly indicating that someone had been severely shocked by Kakashi's attack. Indeed, they were members of another organization. This was a considerable dilemma. In the past, they had faced an entire ninja village without fear, at most resorting to the Susanoo for combat. Yet this time, Shin was acutely aware that the situation was far from simple. It was no longer a mere B-rank task. It was highly probable that Kato had hired an assassination squad. Such a unit was challenging to confront, and though they were somewhat weaker than an A-rank task, they were not to be underestimated. The enemy lurked in the shadows. They could potentially skip 2 levels, advancing straight to an A-rank task, Shin thought. Upon hearing the cries, Kakashi realized the mission's difficulty had escalated. The lives of the students were now at stake. "No, it hasn't yet reached A-rank standards. It undoubtedly surpasses B-rank," Shin retorted. The Zai Bujan duo was tasked with a B-rank standard. However, with the emergence of these other factions, even if they did not meet A-rank standards, they were perilously close. "We miscalculated, Kakashi. We should not have brought the students on this mission. It could very well seal their fate here. Their execution capabilities could at most handle a C-rank task. The initial level of this mission was also C-rank, yet now its difficulty has exceeded B-rank, an epic level task." "So what do you mean?" Kakashi detected the implications within Shin's words. "A-rank tasks, can you handle them independently?" Shin asked earnestly. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, and Rowan listened intently. A-rank tasks, are they truly that frightening? That was many years ago. An A-rank task was not particularly daunting. With a 50-50 chance, an A-rank task posed no significant risks. We need to designate one person to protect them, while the remaining individual serves as our main force. Are you capable of this? Kakashi? Dispersing their personnel would greatly diminish their team's combat effectiveness. Shin had no other options. Without such measures, they could not ensure the student's safety. How will we know if we don't try? Kakashi replied. I advise against attempting it. You understand the cost of failure. Failure equated to death. If Kakashi were to perish, it would result in a severe loss of combat strength for Konoha. This was a sight no Hokage would wish to witness. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, would certainly not want a C-rank mission to claim the life of a Jonin. Will you utilize as an Aji? Shin inquired once more. A technique that alters life and death comes at a great cost. At the mention of this name, Kakashi shuddered. Such a technique was beyond the reach of an outsider. Even now, how many members of the Uchiha clan could wield it? It is a forbidden technique. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Thus, allow me to take charge of the battle. At the very least, my skills surpass yours to a degree. Your target is Zabuza, while mine lies with the unseen adversaries lurking in the shadows. As long as we remain vigilant against these hidden threats, confronting Zabuza in the open should pose no significant challenge. Should it come to that, we can always have Naruto engage in some verbal sparring ahead of time. Agreed, Kakashi promptly replied. How much longer until we reach the Land of Waves? We shall arrive if we continue along this route. Dasna, do you not intend to share some insights about the Land of Waves? The risk factor is exceedingly high. You are well aware of this. Shin's gaze bore into Dasna. Very well, Dasna's eyes were deep, lost in thought. The Land of Waves is a rather impoverished nation. More so than one might imagine. After hearing about the Land of Waves, Shin's perspective shifted. Not for any other reason. But Dasna is also striving for the prosperity of his homeland. Of course, this is not the primary motivation. Additionally, numerous extraordinary events have transpired in the Land of Waves. These might be attributed to the butterfly effect. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the shores of the Land of Waves. I shall take my leave here. Until we meet again. Thank you sincerely, Dasna responded. So, this is the Land of Waves, amidst the hustle and bustle. It is indeed delightful to have the opportunity to visit. This water park is truly to Shin's liking, with the fragrance of flowers and the melodious chirping of birds. What a splendid sight to behold the sea. I must trouble you to ensure my safe return home, Dasna said. Very well, let us proceed. Chapter 157. The Land of Waves. How could a dignified Jonin possibly resort to summoning others? In the forest, Naruto and Sasuke hurried ahead. Not far along, Naruto leaped to the forefront, scanning the surroundings while tossing a shuriken in a particular direction, striking a pose he deemed quite impressive. Naruto, do not recklessly throw shurikens. It is perilous, Kakashi admonished. No, I truly sense someone over there, Naruto proclaimed, tugging at his hair. Foolish Naruto, Sakura rebuked, her temper flaring at his reckless behavior. Naruto and Hinata's fingers touched shyly, their faces flushed. The only one present who appeared relatively ordinary was Rowan, who was trembling with trepidation. That last move nearly frightened him to death. He did not possess the psychological resilience of Team 7. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it to be a pure white rabbit. Now paralyzed with fear from Naruto's shuriken, its gaze vacant and quivering uncontrollably. Naruto, look what you've done. Sakura continued to explode in anger. The presence of this snow-white rabbit sent Kakashi and Shin's nerves into overdrive. Such a creature should not be found in this vicinity. Zabuza, has he arrived? It has only been a few days. Does Zabuza not require rest? Kakashi, I have a question for you. Shin's gaze remained fixed on the rabbit. Yet his senses were attuned to the surroundings. Ask away. Kakashi surmised that Shin had also detected the rabbit's unusual nature. How long has it been since we set sail? This rabbit undoubtedly symbolizes the Zabuza duo. Resolving the Zabuza duo should not pose a significant challenge. However, Shin feared the involvement of other forces that could disrupt the balance. Once the numbers swell, protection becomes lax. Too many participants lead to chaos. It has been nearly 7 days. What is amiss? Kakashi suddenly realized that this was unusual for Naruto to inquire about. He recognized the rabbit was problematic. Was the environment here also problematic? 7 days. Ample preparation time, Kakashi. 7 days. And after returning to the Land of Waves to recuperate, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for them to return. Other factions could also send individuals for assassination within this time frame. This does raise certain concerns. The enemy could exploit their moment of inattention to orchestrate some mischief. Yet, what Shin truly feared was not this. If it were merely a diversion, he would be concerned if the reanimation technique conjured forth several elite-level opponents. The previous incident could be classified as a super war of ninjas, instigated by the diversion. This time, however, the circumstances remain uncertain. But why would the diversion assist the nefarious merchant, Kato? This does not align with the diversion's typical modus operandi. Calculating against Kato, does he not fear being ensnared himself? Get down. With Kakashi's command, Shin also dropped to the ground. A blow from a massive blade could spell doom even for elite-level shinobi. The decapitating blade emerged first, and Zabuza's figure materialized atop it. Kakashi of the Sharingan, you have arrived. Hand over that old man to me. I have no desire to engage with you. Zabuza stood upon the blade, gazing at Kakashi with a disdainful snort. It has been over 7 days. Have your injuries healed? As you once stated, when we meet again, we shall determine the victor. At this moment, Shen had already drawn his chakra short sword. The same old routine. Yet beads of sweat began to form on Zabuza's forehead. This individual does not adhere to conventional tactics. How would they even engage in combat without boasting? The last encounter had left him severely disadvantaged at the hands of Uchiha Shen. This time, Zabuza sought not to squander any more time against Uchiha Shen. Uchiha Shen, our matters can wait for later. I have no time to fight you now. My target is him, Kakashi of the Sharingan. Zabuza pointed at Kakashi, faced with Uchiha Shen. He had already retreated. Engaging in direct confrontation would be folly. Only a fool would proceed in such a manner. Uchiha Shen is of the purest Uchiha bloodline, far superior to Kakashi in strength. The chakra reserves still remain substantial. In a battle, he would be at a disadvantage. Kakashi Sharingan is not of the true lineage. His name is Hatake Kakashi, not Uchiha Kakashi. Sharingan. What is that? Although he had caught a glimpse of Shen's eyes in his peripheral vision, he had long since forgotten what it was. Now, upon hearing the term Sharingan, Sakura's face was still one of confusion, unaware of what it entailed. Sasuke too wore a bewildered expression upon learning of Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan. Wasn't the Sharingan an inherited trait? How could even an outsider possess it? Even among the Uchiha clan, there are but few who possess the Sharingan. The Sharingan is our unique bloodline limit as Uchiha. Kakashi's Sharingan was a gift from Uchiha Obito, which he received during the last Ninja World War when he nearly met his demise. The drawback is that it can never be turned off, leading to a rapid depletion of chakra. After explaining the origins of Kakashi's Sharingan, the others were generally convinced. Some, however, remained skeptical of Shin's account, suspecting it might be exaggerated. Yet, reality can often be stranger than fiction. Kakashi, I shall fight this battle. You focus on protecting them to prevent excessive chakra depletion from your Sharingan. Shin understood that his eyes were akin to a cheat. They could be utilized freely without the fear of blindness. Kakashi's, however, was different. Overuse could lead to genuine failure. What would he do then to activate Susanoo? Thus, conserving chakra is indeed prudent. Your ocular techniques consume chakra at an equal rate. Why is it that I am the one facing excessive depletion? Kakashi retorted in frustration. Both are vital combat assets of the village. Losing either would be a tremendous blow. You know the reason. Shin dismissed the argument. If Kakashi could turn off his Sharingan, would he truly be so low on chakra? It felt as if they were evenly matched. In a prolonged battle, after a few exchanges, one's chakra could be completely exhausted. And then what? Rest for several days? Fine, fine, let us conclude this swiftly. Kakashi was too weary to argue. The truth stood as it was. Denial would not alter it. Zabuza, this time I shall show no mercy. During the previous confrontation in the bamboo forest, his ocular techniques were ineffective, and he had utilized only one ninjutsu. The disparity in strength was evident. Kakashi's overall prowess resembled that of a mere male. He was ill-suited for a war of attrition. Thus, it fell upon him to continue this uneven battle. I am not here to fight you. The matter of our duel can be discussed later. Zabuza abruptly changed his stance. To engage with Uchiha Shen? He had no desire to endure a beating at this critical juncture. Even though he had held back previously, Uchiha Shen had also retained his strength. Both parties had preserved their capabilities, yet he had still been thoroughly defeated. That would indeed be exceedingly awkward. Continue to absolutely delay the proceedings with him. Why postpone for later? After all, you are a jonin. How can you renege on your word? I have drawn my weapon. Is this all you have? After this battle, if you still refuse to decapitate the daimyo, you might find yourself in disgrace. Reneging on one's word is not the conduct of a man. Do you wish to avoid combat? Very well. Then relinquish the mission and report back to the Hidden Mist Village honestly. The Mizukage has been waiting for you for years. A multitude of figures began to appear, and Shin became anxious, pointing an accusatory finger at him. For heaven's sake, Zabuza, can you not retain a shred of dignity? A dignified jonin resorting to summoning reinforcements. And quite a few at that, at least 100. Chapter 158, The Land of Waves. Kisame is causing trouble again. How can I be the one lacking in shame? I see that you are the one without honor. Are these people not summoned by you? Upon witnessing the sudden influx of individuals, Zabuza instinctively entered a state of alert. Heaven knows whether they are friends or foes. Our own numbers are limited. Even if reinforcements were summoned, how many could they bring? It is evident that this crowd does not belong to us. What need have I to call for assistance? Am I so high-minded as to require aid from others in combat? Shin shot him a disdainful glance, his gaze shifting from Zabuza to the newcomers. Since Zabuza had not summoned them, one could only conclude that they were a third-party enemy. Mr. Uchiha Shin, may we postpone our battle and deal with these foes first? Zabuza's attention also shifted to the new adversaries, his irritation palpable. It was irksome to have others intrude upon their conflict. Very well, Shin nodded in agreement. He and Zabuza were not truly enemies. They had met once before. Continuing their battle would only serve to provide the third party an opportunity to exploit their weaknesses. Leader, the situation in the Land of Waves is rather alarming. Through the information reflected back from the mud clones, one was drenched in sweat. 3 Jonin. And they are all notorious figures. Even if those few youngsters could be disregarded, that 100 or so mud clones would be utterly insufficient to withstand those 3 Jonin. He recognized 2 of them from a prior confrontation involving the 5 nations, especially Uchiha Shin, who had already made a name for himself within the Akatsuki organization. The full manifestation of Susanoo requires merely half a sword to annihilate that 100-strong assembly of mud clones. What in the world is transpiring in the Land of Waves? The elder inquired, his tone devoid of urgency. The Land of Waves is but a small nation, lacking ninjas. Is it truly so dire that a mere 100 mud clones cannot be managed? Leader, we are indeed facing a crisis. One recounted the information received through the mud clones. Upon hearing this, the elder's sunken eyes seemed to bulge with concern. 3 Jonin, all formidable adversaries. Most crucially, one was uncertain if a fourth might be present. This battle once again bore the hallmark of a high-risk engagement. Every time Kisame initiated a conflict, it appeared that Uchiha Shin, long since pinned to the wall by Kisame, seemed to anticipate their intentions. Frequent disruptions of Kisame's schemes were becoming a pattern. In this land of fire, within Konoha village, was Uchiha Shin merely idle. For every time a war was organized, he was there to undermine it, this time challenging Kisame's authority. The elder nearly gasped, almost succumbing to a fit of rage. 1. Control the mud clones and initiate warfare. I wish to see what capabilities our opponents possess. If we cannot win, we shall at least gather data. The elder firmly believed that one day, they would eradicate all those forces or individuals that obstructed Kisame's dominion over the world. This world is Kisame's. Yes, leader. One closed his eyes once more, directing the mud clones in battle. Occasionally, he would expend chakra to ensure some of the mud clones participated. Zabuza, are you aware of the strength of these mud clones? Can the lower-ranked ninjas engage in combat? If these mud clones are weak, then I shall refrain from intervening, allowing the lower-ranked ninjas to attempt combat. It would be beneficial for them to enhance their skills and knowledge. Without hesitation, Zabuza swung his sword, cleaving a mud clone in 2. The clone had no opportunity to retaliate. Their strength is at most that of a chunin. They cannot be any stronger, Zabuza replied, simultaneously instructing the hidden white-haired figure not to act. For now, they would observe the situation. Kakashi, you are in charge of directing them in battle while I keep an eye on Zabuza. I have yet to gauge Zabuza's temper. I cannot guarantee he will remain passive until the end of the conflict. Hey, what about me? You are supposed to escort me home. The overlooked Tazuna exclaimed. They seemed to disregard his presence entirely. What if danger befell him? He required someone to ensure his safety. Tazuna, just stay there, Shin said, using a fire clone. Zabuza, are you not going to retract your ninjutsu? This is not the time for us to resolve our issues. Shin noted that the area remained shrouded in mist, making it impossible for the team to engage in battle. The mud clones could appear and vanish at will. The team could not. Zabuza waved his hand, dispersing the mist. Team 7, Team 22, prepare for battle. It is now your time to shine, Shin's voice resonated, continuing to watch Zabuza closely. Am I merely a tool? Must I wait for those children to finish their fight? Zabuza's expression shifted dramatically. A ceasefire was acceptable, but he would not allow himself to be treated as a mere instrument. He was the demon of the hidden mist. How presumptuous. You do not deserve for me to regard you as anything but a tool, Shin retorted with a cold smile. Do you think I lack the ability to utilize water-release ninjutsu? You are the caster. Dispersing the mist is simpler for you. For me, it requires considerable effort. Observing the students engage the mud clones, Shin beckoned for Zabuza to join him. Mr. Zabuza, come sit. Let us witness this miniature war together. There were only about 100 mud clones, but for Team 7 and Team 22, it posed a significant challenge. Should they emerge victorious, it would provide them with far more experience than 1,000 outdoor practice sessions. Conversely, a defeat would still yield valuable insight. Mr. Tazuna, Kakashi, You both should come and rest for a moment. We will need to wait a while before we can proceed. Shin was unfazed by Zabuza's potential tricks. Given Zabuza's temperament, he would not resort to such underhanded tactics. Zabuza, who had once slaughtered an entire class of students, was a man of passion. Facing the mud clones, Naruto was the first to utilize Shadow Clone Jutsu. They were still at a numerical disadvantage. Sasuke was cautious not to exhaust his chakra by using fire release techniques prematurely. Hinata employed the traditional 64 palms, while Sakura merely wielded a kunai, engaging in standard attacks. The combination of limited ninjutsu and basic attacks rendered their efforts to eliminate the mud clones exceedingly futile. They were exhausted and had barely managed to defeat half of them. That should suffice. Kakashi, Shin observed that they lacked the strength to maintain their ground any longer. He understood that it was time to conclude the battle. Continuing would only exacerbate their injuries. Now I am the tool, Kakashi remarked, feeling exasperated. What is this nonsense? If you dislike being a tool, then don't be one. You can watch Zabuza while I take charge, Shin remarked, detecting Kakashi's dissatisfaction. If you do not wish to participate, then stay back. He brandished his chakra short sword, weaving through the mud clones. You all may rest now. He approached the students of Team 7 and Team 22, urging them to continue wandering among the mud clones. With one swift stroke, he dispatched each clone without hesitation. For Shin, cutting through mud was akin to digging through dirt. In a matter of moments, the verdant grassland was transformed into a quagmire. Chapter 159, The Land of Waves. In a deadlock, white three needles. Their strength is merely that of a genin. Yet their numbers are bothersome. Gazing upon a field devoid of greenery and laden with mud, Shin couldn't help but shake his head. The last confrontation with Zabuza had been no different. The sheer number of subpar foes was overwhelming, yet lacking in true strength. It would have been far more exhilarating to face just a couple of jonin instead. What is the matter? Are you daunted by their numbers? Could you withstand a few jonin? Kakashi felt a twinge of discontent. The presence of weaker adversaries was advantageous. No matter how numerous, they posed little threat. However, facing a few jonin would indeed be a different matter altogether. There are benefits to engaging with lower-tier opponents. Coincidentally, I find delight in battling formidable foes. So long as they aren't excessively overpowering, the thrill of combat is heightened. Such trivial skirmishes are utterly unengaging. This is precisely why Shin prefers to undertake only S-rank missions, dismissing B-rank tasks as beneath him. Truly, what an eccentric individual. Kakashi mused. At that moment, the third-party adversaries had been dispatched. The remaining time was now consumed by the conflict between them and Zabuza. Uchiha Shin had little left to say. After such a prolonged standoff, Zabuza was close to forgetting his purpose for being there. They needed to finish their business before addressing the matters concerning the Hidden Mist Village. What more do you wish for me to articulate? The facts lay bare. After we engage in battle, you shall return to the Hidden Mist. If I do not escort you back, how shall I report to the Mizukage? Oh right, I'm from Konoha. This affair is merely a contractual obligation between the Mizukage and myself, so do not misconstrue it. Upon first hearing, one might wonder why a Konoha ninja would bring Zabuza back to the Hidden Mist to report to the Mizukage. But upon further reflection, it became clear. Without clarity, Shin feared misunderstandings could arise. So that's the case, Kakashi comprehended as well. It was not unusual to undertake tasks on behalf of the Mizukage. Every village has its own complexities. Yet, I cannot fathom why the Mizukage would send a Konoha ninja to negotiate with us. Zabuza had remained perplexed regarding this matter. What a farce it seemed for an outsider to engage in negotiations with the Hidden Mist. Do you believe that in the current state of the Hidden Mist, aside from the Mizukage and his immobile forces, anyone capable of conversing with your group of nearly Kage-level ninjas remains? Speaking of the dwindling manpower in the Hidden Mist always amuses Shin. Aside from the Mizukage, it seems there are no competent fighters left. All the Kage-level combatants have been exiled. One could count them on one hand. As for Konoha, it has merely followed suit, allowing Danzo and the Third Hokage to continue their meddling. Thankfully, the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is still alive. As for your strength, is it truly limited to that of a jonin? Zabuza, can you honestly claim to be merely of jonin caliber? If we were to call it what it is, ordinary chunin level would be more plausible. As for the capabilities of Zabuza, Shin had some inkling. Zabuza's piercing eyes and the formidable executioner's blade he wielded were striking. A handful of rogue ninjas could only be classified as jonin. To be a rogue jonin is to court death. As for Zabuza's strength, it had long surpassed the jonin level. Why bother? Ostensibly, this is merely a C-rank mission. Who is unaware of its true classification? As Shin circled around Zabuza, he remarked, "Let us engage in combat. I refuse to believe you lack awareness of your own capabilities." Uchiha Shin, How well do you truly know me? The more he spoke, the more Zabuza felt a sense of trepidation. What is this? How could someone possess such profound understanding of him? Out in the world, stripped of all pretenses. Yet, it isn't much. I must gather intelligence on my enemies. Knowing both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. I see no fault in that. So, what do you mean by that statement? Kakashi was at a loss for words, bemused by this unexpected turn of events. Much like the unexpected rise of the first ninja, Naruto, I must understand the circumstances and capabilities of my adversaries to maximize the probability of victory. Ignorance of one's enemy is akin to blindness. What chance of victory do you suppose one has against an unknown foe? This is a classic adage of the Flower Kingdom's military doctrine, and Shin felt it perfectly applicable here. Understanding Zabuza before engaging him significantly increases the chances of triumph. Zabuza, Kakashi was equally uncertain about the appropriate course of action at this juncture. The situation had escalated to a point beyond his control. To fight or not to fight was a dilemma. Perhaps it was best to observe for the moment. What's the matter? Are you upset? Shin, brandishing his chakra short sword, leveled it at Zabuza. Zabuza, I shall not waste words. Draw your blade, my friend. Once we conclude our battle, I still need to eat. I'm famished. Zabuza's expression darkened. The question loomed. Should he engage? To fight would likely end in defeat. To refrain would invite ridicule. Kakashi alone was not a source of comfort. The crux of the matter was that he had already clashed with Shin before, and crucially, had not emerged victorious. Engaging again, even with all his might, seemed unlikely to yield a different outcome. Moreover, he had no clear understanding of Shin's true capabilities. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limits had yet to manifest fully in him. Everything remained shrouded in uncertainty. Seeing Zabuza ensnared in such an awkward predicament, the hidden figure of Haku swiftly unleashed 3 needles, striking Zabuza in the neck. In an instant, Zabuza feigned death. At that moment, Haku emerged, bowing in gratitude. Thank you for detaining Zabuza. I have now disposed of him, thus resolving a lingering vendetta. Upon Haku's appearance, everyone heightened their vigilance. Dazna's expression shifted dramatically, unsure of how to proceed. Kakashi, having assessed Zabuza's state, nodded. The outcome remained unchanged. Yet, Shin's gaze remained fixed on Haku, as if silently communicating something, a smile that was not quite a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are no objections, I shall take Zabuza's body for further investigation. This time, Haku did not linger, swiftly departing with Zabuza's lifeless form. It was remarkably efficient, almost too quick. Kakashi had not participated in the conflict. Shin mused. Surely he has not succumbed to unconsciousness. With a dazed expression, Kakashi struggled to comprehend what had transpired. What was happening? Without hesitation, Haku had executed Zabuza, and without delay, had taken his body away. What does this signify? Shin, I sense you are acquainted with that youth. Remove that notion. Zabuza has not perished. If he had, how could I justify it? As for Haku, Shin had grown weary of discussing matters. Whether early or late, it was destined to occur. However, considering the numerous changes, who could predict the outcome? Mr. Dazna, let us proceed. We must hasten back to your abode. I am utterly ravenous. Shin was nearly out of energy, his stomach growling insistently. Engaging in battle and fleeing had drained his strength. Very well, very well. Dazna promptly led the way. Dazna's home was situated beside a vast expanse of ocean. A small cottage where opening the window revealed the azure waters. At that moment, Shin, Kakashi, and the students were partaking in a meal. Chapter 160, The Land of Waves. What is a hero? Making Inari a ninja? Child, why do you not enjoy your meal? Right from the outset, Shin had observed Inari. He took a minuscule bite, chewing for half an hour. Is your appetite lacking? I'm full, Inari declared, setting down his utensils and heading for the door. Where are you going? Tsunami called out. To see the sea, Inari replied flatly. From his expression, Shin discerned the inner turmoil he bore, likely mourning his father's death. Observing their gazes, Dazna sighed, setting his chopsticks down. Here's what transpired. A full half-hour passed before Dazna elucidated the entire affair. In this situation, Shin was most concerned not with Gato, but with a nefarious force Dazna had mentioned. This entity was cunning and treacherous, having amassed wealth and resources within the Land of Waves numerous times. Their actions were shrouded in mystery, yet their objectives were unmistakable. However, this was not the reason for Dazna's bridge construction. The primary reason lies in Kato's suffocation of the economic lifelines of the Land of Waves. While the demise of Tsunami's husband, Kisha, is indeed connected to Kato, it ultimately stems from the influence of the ominous forces behind the character Shao. Years ago, they plundered wealth and resources, leaving the Land of Waves destitute. Kato's actions merely severed the financial and material avenues of the nation. From Dazna's narrative, it became abundantly clear that the world of the Hokage may have transformed long ago, bearing little relation to the butterfly effect he triggered. Perhaps their mission has shifted yet again. Eliminating Kato is merely the starting point. The true objective lies in the complete annihilation of Shao, marking the midpoint. Kakashi, what do you propose we do about this task? It feels rather perilous. After satisfying their hunger, they set aside their bowls and utensils, gazing intently. It is of no consequence. This is the land of waves, and there is no turning back. Kakashi possesses a profound understanding. Indeed, I sense this mission could be elevated to an A rank. Kakashi, what are your thoughts? The involvement of other organizations in this escort mission might not pose a significant challenge. However, with Shao entangled in the escort task, the difficulty escalates dramatically. Speculation is futile. We are in the light while our enemies lurk in the shadows. We must exercise caution in our endeavors. Upon entering the land of waves, both Kakashi and Shin sensed an unsettling presence, as if they were being shadowed. After listening to Dazna's account, the situation appeared both intricate and dire. Let's send 2 individuals out to buy groceries and keep an eye on them to avert any mishaps. Shin's expression turned grave. Once the bridge is completed, Kato will act, and everything will come to a close. The danger may well arrive ahead of schedule. If peril arises, can 2 Genin truly hold their ground? Kakashi posed a remarkably prudent question. Following the last battle, the enemy has become acutely aware. Even ninjas of Zabuza's caliber cannot contend with them. The next wave of ninjas dispatched will undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Genin might be swiftly dispatched. A solution presents itself. Since you refrained from intervening in the previous clash, this time you will accompany us. Should the target perish, the matter will conclude. Shin smirked, relieved that he did not have to engage Zabuza directly. Resting his Sharingan for a few days might yield unforeseen consequences. How delightful. Kakashi recognized he had fallen into a trap, yet he was powerless to change the course of events. After the meal, the group dispersed, with the 5 students receiving clear assignments, leaving no room for rest. In the stillness of the night, Shin ventured to Inari's side, perching on a nearby rock. With the sea breeze tousling his hair, he heard Inari's stomach rumbling and produced a loaf of bread. Here, I brought this for you since I noticed you hadn't eaten. Having assigned tasks to Kakashi and the students, Shin could not afford to be idle. Duties must still be fulfilled. Inari, wearing a hat, glanced at Shin and then at the bread in his hands, swallowing hard before resolutely shaking his head. He continued to sit there, propping his chin with both hands. Still upset? Shin smiled gently, realizing that this child's inner world required nurturing. Humph. All a bunch of liars. Inari's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What do you mean by that? Shin feigned ignorance. Fully aware of the situation regarding Dazna and his son, as the system had already informed him. My father is not a hero. In this world, heroes do not exist. Shouting these words toward the sea, Inari's tears mingled with the waves. Why do you say that? Shin pressed further. Heroes do not die, but my father he did. Recollections of those harrowing experiences twisted Inari's heart in agony. What hero? What about his father? Inari, your understanding of heroes is rather superficial. Now that they had broached this topic, Shin merely smiled. What constitutes a hero? A hero cannot perish. Inari stubbornly maintained his position. You are correct, heroes do not die. To rephrase, as long as belief endures, heroes remain immortal. Inari listened, bewildered. If belief fades, can heroes still live on? Shin activated his Byakugan. Goodness, a contrarian? This expression of Shin's startled Inari, nearly bringing him to tears once more. However, his tears had long since dried. Inari, when you speak, I feel as though we are worlds apart. The bread that Shin had placed upon the rock had already been snatched away by Inari, who was now famished after having eaten nothing throughout the evening. That was to be expected. Inari's face still bore no smile. Shin fell momentarily silent. The words he intended to express stifled by Inari's retort. An eerie quiet enveloped the space, only the sound of the waves crashing against the shore breaking the stillness. Well then, it's time to rest. Let us return and sleep. Just as Shin stood, Inari mirrored his actions, following closely behind. Apprentice system activated. Accept Inari as a disciple, strength reaching Genin level. Reward, lifespan extended by 30 years. Inari, do you wish to become a ninja? In the land of waves, not a single nation has produced a ninja. Creating one here could significantly alter the circumstances, given Inari's temperament and the system's objectives. Shin must cultivate a ninja in the land of waves. The target, Genin. A ninja? Inari's steps came to an abrupt halt. To him, the concept of a ninja was utterly foreign. He only knew that his grandfather had ventured out this time to find a ninja to safeguard them, ensuring the completion of the bridge. However, the idea of becoming a ninja had never crossed Inari's mind. Indeed, a ninja. Those who graduate from ninja school wield chakra for self-defense, possessing powers unattainable by ordinary individuals throughout their lives. Chapter 161. The Land of Waves. Theft? Such a ninja with the strength to cleave mountains and sever rivers, Shin refrained from mentioning. He feared he might not be able to train Inari into a ninja capable of such feats. If he were to boast unrealistically, it could lead to complications. Speaking of which, won't this provoke a butterfly effect? Just how potent is the power that ordinary people can never hope to attain? Inari's heart began to brim with curiosity about ninjas. What kind of strength is it that ordinary people can never achieve? If he were to obtain it, could he not protect his family? It is formidable. However, the greater the strength, the greater the peril, as one may lose their life at any moment, Shin elucidated. The stronger we become, how can that not be a safeguard? Why then can we still perish? To Inari, ninjas were merely a void of understanding. When discussing the notion that stronger ninjas are more dangerous, Inari remained confused. You need not concern yourself with this. You are not from the 5 villages. So the rules of the 5 villages do not apply to you. Strengthening yourself will not be detrimental. Shin pondered. Imposing the rules of the 5 villages on an outsider felt inappropriate. In the Land of Waves, where not even a single ninja exists, there are unlikely to be any missions. Should Inari wish to earn extra money, he would have to seek missions elsewhere, a rather cumbersome process. As long as he remains a citizen of the Land of Waves, excessive danger will not befall him. The 5 villages? Inari heard yet another unfamiliar term. What does that mean? Which 5 villages are you referring to? You mentioned Kato. What kind of person is he? Shin's words ignited a fire of fury within Inari. The 5 villages previously mentioned had long since been buried. Cunning and deceitful, he is a despicable coward. My father perished at Kato's hands. Inari burst into tears once more. His teeth gritted in rage. Witnessing Kaisha's demise firsthand, yet feeling utterly powerless, one can hardly fathom the depth of anguish that resides within. Deep's eyes, filled with disbelief, lingered in silence, inexplicably shedding tears once more. Clearing his throat, he decided to divert the conversation. By the time they spoke again, they had arrived at Dazna's residence. Leading Inari back to his chamber, Deep chuckled softly. Very well, good night. We shall discuss matters in the morning. Beneath the moonlight, sleep eluded Deep. An A-rank mission, tasked with 5 pupils, proved to be more arduous than undertaking it alone. There were countless considerations to bear in mind. The system issued a new task, to take Inari as a disciple and instruct him in the art of ninjutsu. It was a convoluted process. Even a prodigy would require a year, let alone Inari, who hardly comprehended what a ninja entailed. Unable to find rest, he decided to take a stroll. He encountered Kakashi, who was crouched by the entrance. What brings you here at such an hour? Can't sleep? Kakashi replied. And you? With this situation, how could one possibly slumber? Kakashi realized that accepting this mission had been a grave mistake. 2 jonin could easily handle it, but the safety of 5 genin was at stake. It was a source of considerable frustration. It seems we share the same thoughts, my friend, Deep remarked, sitting beside him and producing a piece of bread, his makeshift supper. Gazing at the silvery moonlight, he chuckled. Dazna certainly played his cards well. Never have I felt such exhaustion, not even after battling the Akatsuki. The weight on my heart is profound. Indeed, one could not blame Dazna. The Land of Waves was notoriously impoverished, as evidenced by the state of Dazna's household. Barely scraping by, could he afford to hire a cadre of jonin for protection? Even if he emptied his coffers, it would not suffice. Kakashi lay against the doorframe, preoccupied with this dilemma. Once the mission concluded, should they request a doubling of the bounty? After all, this was not merely a C-rank mission, but an A-rank task. The disparity between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth. In an A-rank mission, even Chunin could meet their demise. For Genin, it was akin to courting death. Deep sighed, reflecting on yet another unprofitable venture, one that could not be abruptly terminated. He bitterly smiled, lamenting the many losses he had endured. Were it not for the mountains of currency stored within the Kimui space, his modest resources would have long been depleted. Furthermore, he had to invest in the cinematic endeavors of Kazuhana and Yukike's, as well as the daily life of his future wife, Hydrangea. All of this was financed by his own funds. Despite the substantial costs associated with the film investments, perhaps the returns would be equally significant, provided she ascended to the status of the daimyo of the Land of Snow. Suddenly, several dark figures darted past. In an instant, his Sharingan activated autonomously. Deep recognized their intent. Armed with large blades, they were not under the command of Kato, but were instead members of the Akatsuki. I hope they aren't here to cause havoc, he mused. Kakashi, stay vigilant. It's essential to keep your eyes peeled. As Kakashi rose, he inquired, where are you going? Is it not wise to remain here? Your presence is sufficient. I shall deal with them. Defensive measures were vital, but proactive engagement would yield better results. Now that they had arrived, Deep felt it was his duty as host to ensure their permanent departure. Beneath the moonlight, shadows continued to flit about. Brother, this kid has been tailing us relentlessly. What should we do? One masked man exclaimed. Damn it. How can we be pursued while attempting to steal? Let's take him down. The two masked men gritted their teeth, halting atop a derelict building, turning to confront the youth who had pursued them. Why have you stopped running? Upon glimpsing their faces, Deep realized with clarity that they had made a grave error in pursuing the wrong target. While Dasna's household might not be destitute, there was little of value to pilfer. These two were quite the amusing pair. The chase had been entertaining, but now, draw your blade, young man. The masked figure commanded, pointing his weapon at Deep. 2 against 1. How delightful. Deep stepped forward, the decaying roof creaking ominously beneath him. The sound sent cold sweat down the backs of the two men. What was happening? This youth, merely a non-ninja with a smattering of light-footedness, was instilling overwhelming pressure with just the noise he made. As Deep advanced, they found themselves involuntarily retreating. Oh, I seem to have forgotten to bring something along. Deep donned the headband of Konoha, grinning wickedly. I personally prefer not to wear a headband. It can be rather inconvenient in a fight. Upon seeing the headband, the masked men were struck dumb. What had they just witnessed? If memory served correctly, that was a ninja's headband. Thus, this youth was a ninja. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter a ninja while attempting to steal. After tightening the straps of the headband, Deep shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. My intentions this time are quite simple. You are not my foes, merely thieves. As he spoke, he had already closed the distance between them. I have but one method for dealing with thieves: knock them down and then decide how to proceed. He had encountered such situations before, remaining calm and unfazed. A gentle breeze stirred, and a thin mist began to rise. In an instant, visibility diminished to nothing. Well, look at that. A ninja proficient in water release has come to your rescue. After taking a second and a half to form the hand signs, Deep declared, Wind release, pressure damage. Chapter 162, The Land of Waves. Day 1 of construction, new mission emerges, the standard wind release. Pressure damage possesses destructive capabilities akin to natural disasters. With the system's modifications, Deep could achieve any effect he desired. With hands pressed together, chakra surged forth, whipping the air into a violent tempest. The wind reached levels 7 to 8 on the Beaufort scale. Within mere minutes, the thick fog that obscured vision was dispelled. As the mist cleared, the ninja and the two masked men found themselves in an exceedingly awkward position. They had intended to escape amidst the fog, but now, confronted by someone who could manipulate wind, their plan had unraveled. Facing Deep, the masked man felt a surge of trepidation. This wind was far beyond the capabilities of a C-rank ninja. Who exactly was this man? Who are you? There is no one of your caliber among the ninjas in the Land of Waves. Before arriving in the Land of Waves, they had made inquiries to ascertain how many ninjas had entered. Yet, the strength of this youth remained a mystery. A Konoha ninja, is there a problem? Are you not allies? Deep brandished a chakra short sword sheath. Without waiting for their reaction, he struck 3 rapid blows, knocking them unconscious. His movements were as swift as lightning. Why choose the path of thievery when there are so many other options? Once incapacitated, he stored them away in the Kamui space. Even if they awoke, he had no cause for concern. Clap, clap, clap. A resounding applause echoed, accompanied by several lackeys flanking a figure, all donned in the insignia of the Akatsuki. No wonder you are on the organization's watch list. A ninja dispatching 2 thieves in 3 moves is impressive. Hearing the voice from behind, Deep refrained from turning around. Oh, just a trio of thieves. What brings you here? Speak plainly, no need for preamble. Upon seeing the individual, Deep gripped his chakra short sword tightly, bracing for an unexpected turn of events. Uchiha Shin, I won't waste words. Here, take this. The figure smiled, producing a token. This is an order to mobilize troops from our organization. Join us, and your future will be far brighter than merely surviving in Konoha. So what exactly are you proposing? Care to offer me a more persuasive explanation? Deep cast a cursory glance at the token, feeling no particular interest. An army? What use is that to me? Isn't the shadow clone technique more appealing? With chakra surpassing even that of the 9 tails, why would I need that token? Why not simply create thousands of clones to brawl? Our forces are currently beyond your imagination. This token can mobilize 5,000 troops. Such substantial authority, and that doesn't entice you? He was incredulous. What benefits had Konoha afforded? Uchiha Shin, despite wielding such significant power, finds himself dismissing it with a mere chuckle. 5,000 men. He muses, bemused by the absurdity of it all. What kind of fool believes that? What need have we for an army when every shinobi can create clones? Is it not more exhilarating to engage in combat with mere avatars? Uchiha Shin, do not speak as if you are unscathed by the weight of this responsibility. 5,000 troops are not to be taken lightly, yet I cannot straddle 4 boats simultaneously. I am already precariously balanced upon 3. The temptation of 5,000 souls is indeed alluring. However, Shin is a man of principles. With 3 boats already teetering beneath me, to add a 4th would be folly. Does he think I am merely practicing splits? One misstep, and I shall capsize. Huh. Kaizai stared in disbelief. To juggle 2 boats is impressive enough. Yet you dare to attempt 3? Why not soar to the heavens while you're at it? Brother, even if we remain adversaries, do not treat me as a fool to be deceived. Kaizai promptly seated himself, urging, pray, enlighten me on your method of juggling 3 vessels, that I too might expand my horizons. There's no need to sit for this, Shin replied, adopting the demeanor of a child as he began counting on his fingers. Firstly, we have the village hidden in the leaves, which constitutes 1 boat. Kaizai nodded in agreement. And what of the village hidden in the mist of the water country? Kaizai's eyes widened, suddenly grasping why the allied forces had converged upon the leaf so swiftly. That counts, he affirmed. And what of the Akatsuki? Kaizai nearly choked on his indignation, realizing they were indeed formidable foes. He could only grit his teeth and concede. That counts as well. Now, all 3 factions were accounted for. Kaizai realized that Shin truly was balancing upon 3 boats. You see, they all count. Hence I am indeed straddling 3 vessels. Should I choose to ally with you, I can still cleanse my own hands of guilt. In the midst of their conversation, Shin nonchalantly retrieved Akatsuki's attire from the Kimui dimension, shaking it out. Kaizai's eyes blazed with fury, his blood boiling. With a sudden movement, he thrust his sword forward. If you refuse to submit to the Akatsuki, then perish. Shin recognized the fury radiating from Kaizai. Unperturbed, he stood his ground. During combat, he could phase through attacks with ease, while delivering merciless blows to his opponents. When a blade pierced through him, Kaizai was left in utter shock. Little one, do you have a multitude of questions? Before Kaizai could react, Shin struck at his heart. The blade pierced cleanly, causing Kaizai's temples to bulge with fury as his eyes bulged from their sockets. He collapsed, a lifeless body hitting the ground with a thud, as one more soul departed to the netherworld. In this forsaken abode, the remnants of battle lingered. This was Dazna's home. Shin released 3 thieves, binding them to the doorpost. Observing the bloodshot eyes of Kakashi, Shin offered a faint smile. This night was destined to be one devoid of slumber. Your antics have left me too alert to sleep, he remarked. With dawn approaching, even a few hours of rest were a luxury. Kakashi, feeling the weight of exhaustion, lamented the necessity of sleep, for tomorrow held its own tasks. With that, Shin retired, leaving Kakashi alone in his solitude. At 7 in the morning, none had awakened, all victims of Kakashi's incessant disturbances. They finally broke their fast past 9 o'clock. On the first day, Kakashi took both Team 7 and Team 22 for training, with the task of safeguarding the construction site falling to Shin. The advantage of having 2 teams was that they could train while completing their mission. Meanwhile, Shin sat quietly, lost in thought, contemplating the development of the land of whirlpools and the necessary funds and resources. Mr. Uchiha Shin, are you certain you can manage this alone? Dazna inquired, straining under the weight of construction materials as he passed by. No problem. They've all gone to train. I'd merely be idling here, Shin replied with a smile. The elite Jonin are but shadows of their true potential. Even those of the level of a Hokage must remain content as Jonin. Furthermore, Shin found himself unable to rely on external forces to grow stronger. What he lacked was low-level task, ensure the completion of the bridge construction. Reward would release chakra multiplied by 100, sufficient to barely unleash the might of Senju Hashirama's ultimate technique, yet unusable. Chapter 163, The Land of Waves, Turning Against One Another? Shin's previously unfurling smile suddenly froze. What is this? 100-fold increase in chakra that can only be released, yet cannot be utilized? This reward is rather mediocre. He had hoped to swiftly wield the Susanoo and the true power of wood release, but now, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been doused upon him, leaving nothing but disappointment. Cannot use it, still cannot use it. What a solitary fate. He mused. Solitude is but solitude. Chakra can be accumulated over time. Meals, construction, reading. This routine persisted for 7 consecutive days. After a week, some factions grew restless. Having scouted several times, Clearly, they were awaiting the opportune moment to strike. One morning, while Shin sat upon a stone with a mat, engrossed in his reading, he caught sight of an individual exchanging goods with Dasna. Suddenly, a massive blade hurtled through the air towards them. "Get down," Shin shouted, prompting everyone on the bridge to drop to the ground, paralyzed with fear. "You all retreat first." Dasna summoned Kakashi. It was not just Zabuza and Haku who approached, but a host of Akatsuki's foot soldiers. It was evident that the Akatsuki harbored a deep-seated disdain for Shin's actions, now aligning with Zabuza to eliminate him. "Kakashi, where can we find him?" Dasna asked. "By the time dawn breaks, Kakashi and the others will have already departed for breakfast. They won't return until nightfall." "How am I to locate him?" "Into the woods," Shin declared, bolting forward. Dasna attempted to inquire further, but his outstretched hand fell as Shin dashed away. "Zabuza, Haku, what is your intention?" Shin suppressed a laugh. Zabuza remained as formidable as ever, while Haku, with his striking features, had been mistaken for a sister by Naruto just days prior. Such beauty could hardly be overlooked. "No ulterior motives, merely completing the mission," Zabuza stated, brandishing his massive blade with an intimidating aura. "Why persist in this manner?" Shin shook his head. "Zabuza, you are far too fixated. Mr. Uchiha Shin, I implore you to abandon this task. I wish not to fight you." Having suffered significant losses at Shin's hands, Zabuza no longer desired confrontation. "This would only hinder our progress. Coincidentally, I cannot relinquish my escort mission either." Shin unsheathed his short sword, aiming it directly at Zabuza. "Let us engage once more." Due to his mask, Zabuza's expression was obscured, yet his grip on the blade began to tremble. "Fight? What nonsense!" All eyes were upon Zabuza, awaiting his response. Would he engage or retreat? "Haku, you, a Chunin, best stand aside, lest you find yourself drenched in blood should a fight erupt," Shin warned. The true battles between Jonin are not to be trifled with. Once they commence, it transcends mere pots and pans. "Mr. Zabuza," Haku interjected anxiously. The moment he took a step forward, Zabuza halted him. "Do not involve yourself in our battle, Haku. He is formidable. If I falter, you must survive." Zabuza understood that facing Uchiha Shin bore a high risk of defeat. Losing meant death, and he could not allow his demise to endanger Haku. "Overthinking it, Zabuza. My aim is solely at you, not your dear Haku." The familiar refrain, "Abandon the mission, and we may remain friends. Accompany me to the village hidden in the mist, and all shall be resolved. Otherwise, it is likely that this day next year will mark your death anniversary." Shin harbored no desire to confront Zabuza. Their clash would only lead to mutual destruction, allowing a third party like Kato to exploit the situation. It was indeed a thankless endeavor. If a fight was inevitable, let it commence. Zabuza was acutely aware of his own limitations against him and uttered no further words. It was merely a life and death duel. Between life and death, he had traversed that chasm countless times before. What difference would another bout make? It had been several days since Zabuza had last been seen, and his temper had certainly intensified. At that moment, Kakashi arrived with his students. "Kakashi, you handle Zabuza while I attend to other matters. I must take my leave." Everyone was rushing over, leaving Dasna in a precarious situation. Kato's loyal subordinates would undoubtedly attempt to incapacitate his daughter. That was merely the foundation. It could not guarantee that the others would remain inactive. Without leaving a few individuals at Dasna's residence, Shin knew that trouble was inevitable. Unfortunately, Naruto and a few lower-ranked ninjas could hardly protect Dasna and his family. "Dasna, what brings you here?" Shin pondered how to manage the situation and failed to notice Dasna's presence. Now that he saw him, he wondered what to do. "I brought Kakashi and his team, as you requested." Dasna, merely a bridge-building expert, was utterly clueless about these matters. Especially before, he had no time to contemplate such issues. "Is there a problem with the personnel?" "Well, I said what I said," Dasna replied, leaving Shun at a loss for words. How could he blame others when he hadn't fully articulated his thoughts? "Shun, you little rascal, you've put me in a tight spot." Seeing so many people, even Kakashi felt a twinge of fear. "With this many, am I supposed to handle 5 students against Zabuza? Is that feasible? Or are you just inept?" Shin turned and questioned. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically. An elite ninja could contend with another elite ninja, but against such a multitude? What were they supposed to do? Was this not an invitation to suffering? Thus, Shin ceased his futile chatter and turned to Zabuza. "Zabuza, Haku, wait for my return. We still have a score to settle. If I do not return, you shall face dire consequences." Hehe. In summary, Kakashi could manage the others. But facing Zabuza was an entirely different ballgame. "You expect me to wait? That would be a grave affront to my pride," Zabuza retorted coldly. Engaging with Shun was only an option if he had lost his mind. However, Shun had already voiced his intentions, making it awkward for Zabuza to confront Kakashi. Before anything else, he needed to preserve his remaining strength. The onlookers watched as the youth departed, unable to voice their thoughts. They had arranged their strategies with whom to fight. How could they proceed? To battle would ensnare them in a trap. To abstain from conflict, what was the purpose of their arrival? Zabuza, our objective lies not with Kakashi of the Sharingan, but rather with that Uchiha. With a sigh, Zabuza reluctantly admitted, I cannot expend my energy and stamina on Kakashi of the Sharingan. Otherwise, I would certainly be bested by Uchiha Shun, despite Zabuza's unwillingness to accept it. This was the stark reality. A once formidable rogue ninja, unable to triumph over a single elite from Konoha. It was a humiliation he could not bear. Returning to the Hidden Mist village would be a disgrace for him and for the village itself. Zabuza Momochi, you must not forget what you promised our organization. Seeing that Zabuza remained unmoved, the others threatened him. Oh, what exactly did I promise you? Zabuza's demeanor suddenly turned brazen. Life or reputation, what did his vows to them truly amount to? Zabuza Momochi, you are courting death. The man seethed, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh without him noticing. Then let me demonstrate how I court death. Zabuza was unafraid. They were merely a rabble. With their feeble combat prowess, they had no right to lecture him. Brothers, let Zabuza Momochi see some color. The forces of Kato were not something a single Zabuza could contend with. 5 of Kato's men formed hand seals, their blood-stained hands striking the ground. The blood seeped into the bridge, and soon, countless mud golems surged forth from the earth, ready to attack. So that was how it worked. However, these soldiers evidently lacked self-awareness. Upon seeing the approaching mud golems, Kakashi grasped their origin. No wonder they could not be eradicated completely. Teacher, what are those? Rowan inquired, pointing at the golems. These belong to Kato's forces. However, they are crude soldiers devoid of self-awareness, programmed solely for battle. The previous clash with Kato still haunted Kakashi. He had no desire to engage with such opponents again. The mental toll was significant, not to mention the physical exhaustion. At Dazna's house, Uchiha Shun, weren't you supposed to be at the bridge? Tsunami noticed Shun and felt perplexed. What happened today? Nothing serious. There were some issues at the bridge, but Kakashi and his team have already gone to address them. I merely came to check. Shun peered around, noticing no suspicious figures. Problems at the bridge? Tsunami's expression shifted dramatically. Did this not mean all their efforts would be in vain? Nothing major. Just a minor inconvenience. Kakashi and the others can handle it. In an instant, 2 swordsmen lunged at Shun, their blades gleaming. Be careful. Tsunami instinctively shouted. Shun's vision faded, and he collapsed. Just as Tsunami was seized by one of the swordsmen, Inari appeared. Let go of my mother. Inari shouted, brandishing a crossbow and aiming it at them. Child. One of the swordsmen sneered and dismissed him. Inari pulled the trigger, sending a bolt flying. The swordsman deflected it with his blade, breaking the arrow mid-flight. Gritting his teeth, Inari released 2 more bolts. Clang, clang. Both arrows were shattered. Witnessing this, Inari was left dumbfounded. As he saw Tsunami being taken away, he felt utterly powerless. Hey, you too. Don't you know how painful it is to be struck with a sword sheath? Shun, lying on the ground, shook his neck and slowly rose. Facing them, he glared fiercely. The 2 swordsmen were taken aback. The force of the sword sheath was no joke. How had he only been out for such a brief moment? What is wrong with you? Is there a problem? Shun brushed the dust from his hands and shouted. Aren't you going to show yourselves? How long will you hide? The individuals here were not just the 2 swordsmen dispatched by Kato, but also a significant number of Kato's forces. The ones he truly needed to be wary of were not these 2. Truly, the Uchiha Shun of Konoha village. A formidable opponent on the organization's enemy list was indeed powerful. Even hidden in the shadows, they could sense his strength. Nearly 100 ninjas gradually surrounded them. An elite ninja is indeed formidable, but do you think we cannot deal with a single one with our 100? The leader of the 100 ninjas wore a mask, and from the voice, it sounded as if it could be a woman. Surveying the armed crowd, Shun laughed heartily. How amusing. What gives you the audacity to challenge me? Stepping forward resolutely, Shun declared, indeed, if it were an ordinary jonin, you would surely prevail. He then brandished a colossal 6-pointed shuriken, twisting his neck as he regarded them. You surely do not believe that all Uchiha are weaklings, do you? Not so, I presume. With 100 ninjas at your disposal. I find it hard to believe you cannot handle a single jonin. He scoffed. What a farce. An organization deploying 100 ninjas, yet unable to subdue one Uchiha Shin. Perhaps the women should simply commit collective suicide alongside 100 ninjas. Indeed, 100 ninjas generally spell doom for an average jonin. Shin waved the enormous shuriken as he spoke. You dare approach me without even ascertaining my true strength? How presumptuous. While the combined prowess of 100 ninjas is indeed formidable, it all hinges on the identity of the target. Amaterasu. With a swift flick, the massive shuriken was hurled, cleaving through a direction and slaying a ninja. A vast crater was left in its wake. Upon witnessing the profound pit, the woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the might of a powerful ninja? She mused, swallowing hard, realizing she had underestimated Uchiha Shin. That last attack had been executed with such rapidity that evasion was virtually impossible. Even had she been in his place, she would surely have met her demise. As Amaterasu enveloped the pit, it ignited in black flames. Any ninja unfortunate enough to be touched by these infernal flames writhed in agony, desperately rolling on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the ravenous fire. It appeared that these 100 ninjas were indeed flesh and blood, not mere clay figures. Shin had initially assumed they were mere puppets. He was taken aback to find that real individuals had been dispatched for his sake. Uchiha Shin, you are undeniably powerful. Yet ultimately, you shall fall at our hands. You should never have set foot in the land of waves, nor taken on the responsibility of escorting the bridge builder, Tazuna. Were it not for you, our organization would not have mobilized so many. Her voice was as frigid as ice, brimming with resentment. What was the true nature of this Uchiha Shin? Why did the situation feel so distinct? Both his strength and ninjutsu were astonishingly peculiar. It is you who should not have come. It is not we who are out of place, understand? Shin retorted, growing weary of conversation, pointing at the woman. Fight or leave. If you choose to fight, do so with conviction. Enough of this dilly-dallying. Kill him, the woman commanded, as the oncoming ninjas charged. Shin raised 2 fingers of his right hand, multi-shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, hundreds of shadow clones materialized, encircling the attacking forces. The sight sent waves of terror through the enemy ninjas. How? How is this possible? The woman gasped in disbelief. She had never witnessed anyone capable of summoning so many shadow clones at once. As the clones unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the enemy, the woman found herself battered, her mask shattered, her visage bruised. I beg your pardon, but I am not one to exhibit pity for the weak. You are my enemy. Perish. In an instant, all the shadow clones drew forth shuriken, preparing for the assault. As Shin released his shuriken, hundreds more flew towards the enemy ninjas. The sounds of clashing weapons and anguished cries filled the air. Blood and flesh splattered across the wide road, as some were left with their skulls utterly crushed. The ultimate leader of this contingent, the woman, was in dire straits as well, her hand shattered, her left arm paralyzed by a shuriken. Tsunami and Inari stared, their eyes wide with shock. Is this the power of a ninja? The ground fractured as the black flames roared, and the encircled ninjas were thrown into disarray. I told you, your understanding of my capabilities is woefully inadequate. You do not even know what I am truly capable of. How can you hope to defeat me? In a short span, 70 to 80 of the 100 ninjas lay dead, while the remaining 20 or 30 were too unsteady to stand, pierced by shuriken. This was merely a small display of Shin's prowess. He recalled how he had once been unable to contend with the monster created by the organization. At most, he had been bettered in for a month. Your price is merely your lives. Compared to mine, your sacrifice is far greater. The 2 swordsmen watched in horror as the woman's mask was completely shattered. A young man thrust a short sword deep into her heart. Blood sprayed forth as her eyes glazed over, her vitality swiftly draining away. Within mere seconds, the beautiful woman lay lifeless, collapsing onto her knees, face down. Your words need not linger in this world any longer. Shin executed a slightly less powerful ninjutsu, wind release, 1,000 faces of wind, joining his hands together. A tempest erupted within the space, howling ferociously. The gale transformed into countless wind blades, emitting a piercing sound as they sliced through the remaining ninjas. Blood and flesh flew as the earth became drenched in crimson. In an instant, more than 20 had been reduced to mere heaps of mangled flesh. The swordsmen under Kato's command realized they had crossed a line they should not have, yet they dared not move. Who knew if they would meet the same fate as those fallen ninjas? Tsunami's nerves had been shattered. She reflexively knelt, oblivious to her thoughts. Inari remained speechless, the power of the ninjas far exceeding his expectations. He had once thought that the strength Shin spoke of, surpassing ordinary limits, was merely a matter of increased physical prowess. Now, that notion seemed utterly ludicrous. Shin's gaze returned to the swordsman. I am still contemplating your fates. He regarded them for a couple of seconds, his mind racing. Kato was an evil and irredeemable merchant, likely entangled with the world's wealth. To kill Kato would undoubtedly incite considerable unrest. The only one capable of slaying Kato would have to be Zabuza. Thus, the existence of these two swordsmen seemed increasingly superfluous. Their lives held little significance. Death would change nothing. They might as well report to the afterlife. Cold sweat trickled down the swordsmen's backs. So many ninjas had perished at the hands of this young man. Surviving against him seemed as impossible as scaling a mountain. Unable to fight, they opted for flight. In unison, the two exchanged glances and nodded, darting in opposite directions. Seeking your own demise, are you? I haven't even spoken yet. Splitting up was indeed a wise choice. With a clap of his hands, Shin declared, this matter shall come to an end here. Water release, Twin Dragon Bullet. The Twin Dragon Bullet, a technique conjured by Shin, consisted of two water dragons. One dragon could not suffice in this scenario. Two water dragons surged from behind him, soaring skyward, each biting down towards different directions. With a thunderous crash, the twin dragons descended, echoing like thunderclaps. Naturally, the sole purpose of the twin dragons was to restrain, not to slay the swordsman. However, they rendered the two swordsmen unconscious. Once the tumult subsided, Shin felt a sudden drain of energy. His legs wobbled, nearly causing him to falter. The fire chakra, however, acted as a primary source, alleviating his discomfort. Alas, I must be more cautious with chakra outside of the fire attribute. A moment's negligence could lead to my demise. Shaking his head to regain focus, he realized he needed to rest a moment. With a fierce glare, he ignited Amaterasu upon the two swordsmen. Although the flames of Amaterasu do not extinguish life outright, they could certainly leave one sufficiently scorched. A mere 3/4 cooked, without timely treatment, would surely result in death and indirect execution. Having concluded his business, Shin turned to Tsunami and Inari. Are you both unharmed? We are fine, Tsunami replied gratefully. Inari stepped forward, inquiring, what we just witnessed, was that ninjutsu? Why do you ask about this? Even if one were to become a ninja and possess these abilities, it would require many years of arduous training. Just think of the protagonist of this world, Naruto. He struggled for several years in the beginning, and later, the likes of Nagato utilized overwhelming power. None of this can be achieved without time or strength. It is merely a twist of fate in the world of Hokage. An unexpected occurrence among the Uchiha clan, a surprise among the myriad of traversers. In Inari's eyes, there is a resolute determination. The dazzling array of ninjutsu has captivated him. Teacher, I wish to learn ninjutsu, he declared, voicing his innermost thoughts. His homeland is too feeble. It requires a hero to safeguard it. Since there are no heroes now, he resolves to forge one himself. This hero will be his own creation. Learning ninjutsu? Are you serious? Shin knelt down for the first time, gently ruffling Inari's hair. Ninjas have shorter lifespans than ordinary people, yet they possess a certain capacity for self-preservation. In other words, becoming a ninja is not a matter of a day or two. The disparity in talent is an insurmountable chasm. A typical ninja needs several years to graduate from the ninja academy, while a prodigious ninja may only require a year. Naturally, the relationship between Inari and prodigious ninjas must be proven over time. Yes, I wish to learn ninjutsu to protect my family. Inari nodded earnestly. The heroes of the past have perished. The land of waves must have a new hero emerge. Learning ninjutsu is possible, but Shin is uncertain of Inari's talent. If his aptitude is lacking, it would require more time. However, before that, he must teach him how to control chakra and master the 3 transformation techniques, the shadow clone technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique. These are the 3 essential ninjutsu that every Konoha ninja student must learn. Without mastering any one of them, graduation from the Ninja Academy is impossible. 3 transformation techniques? What are those? Inari inquired. Chapter 166, The Land of Waves. The might of Susanoo, 1 sword is sufficient. The 3 transformation techniques are the shadow clone technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique, which are mandatory for every ninja student in our village. The first 2 can be considered life-saving techniques, while the last one is somewhat unique, allowing one to assume the appearance of another. Speaking of the transformation techniques, Shin recalls Naruto's seductive technique. As the developer of this technique, Naruto has endured his fair share of beatings, despite being the son of the Hokage. Observing Inari's gaze, Shin realizes that explaining further is less effective than demonstrating. He raised 2 fingers of his right hand, transformation technique. In an instant, he transformed into Inari's likeness. This is the transformation technique. Tsunami watched the 2 Inaris, her eyelids twitching. If their positions hadn't remained unchanged, she would have found it difficult to discern the true Inari. They looked too alike, as though they were cast from the same mold. After dispelling the transformation technique, Shin continued, let us walk and talk. The battle should have already commenced on the bridge. The shadow clone technique is akin to what I just demonstrated, though typically, producing a few clones suffices. What I employed was a forbidden technique, the multiple shadow clone technique. Forbidden techniques vary in rank. The multiple shadow clone technique is an A-rank forbidden technique, regarded as a highly advanced skill that requires the user to possess an abundance of chakra, ensuring there is enough to prevent death from chakra depletion. The substitution technique is also considered a life-saving skill, allowing one to substitute themselves with any nearby object in times of danger. These are the 3 transformation techniques that every Konoha ninja student must master and adeptly utilize before graduation. As they spoke, they arrived at the bridge. Under Kakashi's leadership, half of the enemy forces have been eliminated. Their numbers were merely overwhelming. It was not a significant concern. Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still brimming with fighting spirit. Have you not realized? These foes cannot be entirely exterminated. Sasuke sensed a hint of fatigue while remaining observant. The fallen foes transformed into mud, which in turn reshaped into more foes, continuing the cycle. Even so, they had cleared half of the obstacles. Foolish Naruto. What time do you think it is? Sakura raised her fist, seething with anger. Hinata stole a glance at Naruto, her face flushed crimson. I still want to say something, but now is not the time. He was the only one who felt out of place. He also noticed that these foes were different. Unfortunately, his chakra was running low, nearing depletion. If we don't strike now, we can discuss our issues later. For now, I must obliterate the forces dispatched to the land of waves. Shin shouted, then turned to Kakashi and the others, saying, Kakashi, Team 7, and Team 22, retreat. Let all members of the enemy to safety. I fear a single strike could collapse the bridge that Dazna painstakingly constructed. While fighting on the bridge, Shin genuinely feared that a single blow might shatter it. After speaking with Kakashi, the others quickly dispersed. Kakashi, do you have difficulty dealing with a few living enemies alone? If so, draw them over. I will handle them all. The final battle in the land of waves had commenced. Now, Shin was merely making the last decisions. Among all ninjutsu, those capable of inflicting mass destruction upon the enemy are limited. Moreover, he was uncertain of the bridge's current sturdiness. If it were to explode, he would be liable for damages. The quality of the bridge was hard to ascertain. All right, facing such a multitude, Kakashi lacked confidence. However, he could assist Shin. Kakashi sought to understand Shin's overall strength, possessing both single-target and area-of-effect ninjutsu. He is undoubtedly a versatile combatant, excelling in both group and one-on-one confrontations. Having guided him through a generation, now it would not be excessive to feel intimidated. Especially when facing the enemy, he finally comprehended the type of monster Shin was battling. The numbers were overwhelming. The enemy forces, of course, did not hear what Shin had said. Run, we chase. As the enemy members were about to close in, Shin remained unperturbed. Meanwhile, the villagers of the land of waves had arrived. Inari, inform the villagers of your homeland to clear the area. It would be unfortunate if there were any accidental injuries. With so many people, accidental harm was inevitable. Understood. Inari acted swiftly, managing to evacuate the newcomers several dozen meters away in just a few minutes. At the same time, he tore open a gap among the enemy's ranks. Shin stood defiantly before the enemy. Want to pass? You must step over my body first. They were utterly unaware of the gravity of their situation, not taking them seriously at all. Prepare to capture, one of them shouted. Subsequently, the others positioned themselves in various directions. Mud men, break through the sky. Invincible, unmatched. Enemies approach from afar, prepare to strike. Hearing these strange battle cries, Shin could only think of one thing, the strongest bald head. This line echoed the words of the bald-headed sea. He was puzzled as to how such a phrase would emerge in such a desolate place. Why does that line sound so familiar? You are not an ordinary person, are you? Shin suddenly smiled and said, no matter who you are or what organization you belong to, do not cross paths with me, or your fate will be dire. This brash proclamation incited their ire. Prepare to capture. They slammed their hands on the ground, and countless mud soldiers materialized. Without hesitation, Shin glared, his three-tomo Sharingan transforming into the Mangekyou. A pale blue half-body Susanoo emerged. With a single sword swing, a massive earthquake rippled through the land. In one strike, he annihilated all the mud soldiers, leaving behind a colossal scar on the earth. This scar stretched hundreds of meters long and over 3 meters wide. The villagers brought by Inari were left dumbfounded. What sheer power! A single strike could carve such a vast mark. My apologies, I may have overexerted myself. Shin turned to face the enemy, his expression solemn and devoid of emotion. The atmosphere was tense, as if everyone were startled birds, their faces pale with fear. What folly was this? With a single stroke of his sword, he had decimated their ranks, obliterating all their hard work and efforts. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. He was all too aware of the power of the Sharingan. The Mangekyou Sharingan, however, came with its own price. It seemed to appear at will. The cost of summoning Susanoo was known only to the Uchiha clan. Kakashi, naturally, was not well versed in this matter, only recognizing the side effects of the Sharingan. Tsunami understood that ninjas were vastly superior to ordinary people, yet she had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. A single sword strike could cleave mountains and rivers. Was this the true power of a ninja? Deep, it's best to refrain from using that technique too often. I heard from Obito that the consequence is blindness, Kakashi cautioned. I am aware. Can't you use other methods without summoning Susanoo? Deep retorted. During the last Great War, even the entire Uchiha clan, when summoning Susanoo, failed to defeat the enemy. This time, without the power of Susanoo, could they truly prevail? Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. In this dire situation, without summoning Susanoo, they had little chance of victory. The enemy possessed the ability to transform mud into soldiers. This power had proven insurmountable even for the 5 great nations, resulting in catastrophic losses. After all, Susanoo was often referred to as a divine technique, with a power and defense that were unparalleled. The adversaries had been swiftly dispatched. Deep suddenly turned his gaze towards the enemy. Now, it's your turn. Weren't you shouting your slogans loudly before? Come on, let's hear another one. The enemy, trembling, felt their legs weaken. One sword strike had annihilated all the expendable foot soldiers capable of launching endless assaults. This had left them utterly demoralized. Should they continue? They risked their very lives due to insufficient chakra, facing a grim fate. What should we do? Someone, offer a suggestion. How would I know? His ability is undoubtedly the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, but the organization did not disclose any countermeasures. All this talk seemed futile. Now was not the time for such discussions. Hurry up and think of something. Damn it. Do you all suffer from chakra backlash? I feel as if that sword strike has incapacitated me. The cost of using mud as soldiers was not without its price, and it was a cruel one. Failure meant paying with one's life. Previously, countless individuals with such abilities had perished in battles against the enemy's forces. However, they had been resurrected by the enemy, who possessed the ability to pull souls back from the netherworld. Yet, casting such techniques was not without cost. First and foremost, the corpses of the deceased must remain intact. Secondly, the difficulty for the caster was exceedingly high. A single misstep could lead to their own demise. The backlash was severe. I feel that I am left with but a breath. My condition is quite similar. They all nodded, resigned to their fate. One person had effectively crippled their entire collective strength. While they deliberated, Deep's gaze shifted, resembling that of a reaper. It is over. Exiting the Susanoo mode, Deep performed a simple fire release technique. At this moment, there was no need for an overwhelming display of power against the enemy. The great fireball technique erupted forth. With an abundance of chakra, the fireball soared skyward, eclipsing the entire bridge in size. The overwhelming flames swept through, leaving nothing in their wake. Deep was momentarily dumbfounded. Having forgotten the fundamental might of ninjutsu, the bridge was severely damaged. Although several enemies had perished, the consequences were rather grave. This time, it seemed they would not only fail to earn money, but might also incur losses. Zabuza, what gives? He pondered, perplexed. Can a fireball possess such power? This contradicted the intelligence they had received. Deep stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. You've shattered the bridge. Surely this will cost a fortune. Dazna was left in a daze. All the work of the past few days had been rendered null. Deep, you've caused a disaster, Kakashi remarked with a smile. He knew that this minor issue was hardly a challenge for Deep. The taxes alone were sufficient to fund the construction of 1,000 such bridges. Indeed, Deep nodded, never having anticipated such terrifying power from the fire release technique after its enhancement. The difference between low-level and mid-level techniques was like that between heaven and earth. If one were to compare high-level and mid-level, it could be likened to the gap between a sage and an ordinary mortal. Approaching Dazna, Deep sincerely apologized, Uncle Dazna. I am truly sorry. How much should I compensate? Dazna snapped back to reality, shaking his head slightly. Forget about the few days of work. If possible, please help me find some workers. I need to catch up on the schedule. The bridge's destruction was not merely a matter of compensation. As long as the bridge remained incomplete, the economy of the Land of Ways would be delayed in its development. In the interest of time, Dazna was not inclined to assign blame. Wouldn't it be better to make use of this time to get more work done? Zabuza, we will engage in battle again at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. There's no time for a skirmish now. Just as Deep took a step forward, Zabuza, wielding his beheading sword, arrogantly declared, Humph, how can we keep postponing the fight? Let us begin now. After recently finishing a battle, Zabuza aimed to exploit the fact that Deep had expended considerable chakra. In this condition, should he lose, the consequences would be dire. As for that pale blue skeleton, it undoubtedly required a cooldown period. After all, Deep had just concluded a confrontation, having unleashed his ultimate technique. It would be challenging to muster the energy for another battle so soon. Hey, can't you see I'm busy? Can we fight after I'm done? Deep hastily retorted. Zabuza was clearly intent on creating chaos. Why now of all times? Zabuza approached Deep and whispered, Mr. Uchiha Deep, could you do me a favor? The enemy has already been defeated. I need to report to Kato. Just a couple of punches, no injuries, in plain sight, so that I can explain myself to Kato. Kato was also his employer. Once he accepted payment, he was obligated to fulfill his duties. There was no such thing as getting paid and then shirking responsibility. All right then. Deep, unable to openly oppose him, reluctantly picked up a kunai and lunged at Zabuza. In this fight, I am serious. Don't blame me if you end up dead. If I can't win, I 1t run away. Zabuza, aware of his own limitations, knew he couldn't afford to lose. However, he also had to put on a show for Kato. Fine. Facing Deep, Zabuza did not dare let his guard down. Gripping his beheading sword, he swung down fiercely towards Deep. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Deep's kunai met Zabuza's sword. Sparks flew between them. Mr. Zabuza, allow me to assist you. Seeing Zabuza struggling, Haku rushed forward. Your opponent is me. Haku was merely a chunin. Kakashi was a jonin. It seemed somewhat unseemly for a jonin to battle a chunin. If he emerged victorious, everything would fall into place. The victor would have countless justifications. And us. The entire Team 7 and Team 22 are here. Haku swallowed nervously. This was a dire predicament. He could not hope to defeat Kakashi, especially with that group of younglings alongside him. There was no way out. Ice release, mirror ice crystal. In an instant, numerous ice mirrors formed around Haku, creating a vast area. Kakashi was briefly taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering another wielder of a bloodline limit. The students were equally astonished, left with a singular question, to enter or not to enter. If they did, they would lose the initiative. If they didn't, how would they fight? As they watched Haku extend a hand from within the ice mirrors, he effortlessly pulled Sasuke inside, or rather, threw him in. One by one, would they be obliterated? As Sasuke was hurled into the mirrors, Kakashi rushed in after him. Naruto squinted for a long moment before bursting into laughter. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, I'm here to help you. Then, he leaped in as well. Foolish Naruto. Sakura raised her fist, eager to give Naruto a good beating. Chapter 168, The Land of Waves, The Final Battle. Having a teammate as foolish as a pig is worse than having a real pig. Can't you see that is the enemy's jutsu? And you still rush in recklessly. Kakashi-sensei is going in to rescue Sasuke. He has got this covered. What are you doing here, being the last one to join? Sasuke, I am coming. Sakura silently chanted in her heart. Rather than let Sasuke get into trouble, she would prefer to face the danger herself. Naruto. Hinata recalled Naruto and blushed as she rushed into the magical ice mirror. All of Team 7 had entered, and Luo had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow. In Team 22, he was the only one. Every action he took represented Team 22. On the other side, Zabuza had already exchanged nearly 100 blows within a few minutes. The blade in Zabuza's hand remained sharp. The kunai in Shun's hand had already been shattered. Mr. Zabuza boasts excellent swordsmanship, Shun praised. It's not merely about playing with swords. A decapitating blade is deftly wielded. Uchiha Shun, you also handle your kunai with great skill. Zabuza understood his implication, but his response was muddled. No matter how well you wield it, nothing compares to Mr. Zabuza's decapitating sword. Shun casually discarded the unusable kunai and drew a new one. The decapitating sword suffered no damage, while my kunai is beyond repair. So, let us finish this battle swiftly. Continuing to fight would be pointless. With a flick of his kunai, Zabuza unleashed all his power and techniques. Resolving this in a few moves is the best option. As Mr. Uchiha Shun wishes. Zabuza, too, grew disinterested in the fight. After such a lengthy engagement, the outcome was already apparent. Zabuza immediately began forming seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Shun, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Beneath the bridge, a torrent of water surged forth, and soon 2 water dragons emerged from the river, only to collide and dissipate. Zabuza what? Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Watching the 2 torrents clash like a deluge, Zabuza was filled with questions. This guy isn't Kakashi with the Sharingan. Yet he can replicate jutsu? Moreover, every time he utters the first syllable, Uchiha Shun can instantly articulate the rest, and released the jutsu alongside him. After 2 techniques, bystanders received an unexpected drenching. The lawn also underwent a thorough soaking. After counting, Zabuz's mind was clear. Continuing to use jutsu would merely exhaust chakra, yielding negligible results. Thus, the clash of kunai and the decapitating sword resumed. This time, Zabuza was evidently more serious, even enhancing his strength considerably. Just as the kunai was severed by the decapitating sword, Shun hastily drew his chakra short sword, instantly brimming with chakra. The chakra short sword emitted a faint glow. Resilient and powerful, yet far superior to the kunai. For a moment, it seemed to match Zabuza's decapitating sword evenly. With a resounding clang, Zabuza and Shun locked eyes for several seconds. Zabuza raised his decapitating sword and swung it towards Shun. Sensing danger, Shun poured more chakra into his short sword. Vaguely, the chakra that the short sword could contain had reached its limit, sparks continuously erupting. Clang! A tremendous noise reverberated, deafening everyone present. A crack appeared on the edge of the decapitating sword. Meanwhile, the chakra short sword fared no better, the entire blade fracturing. Had it not been for the sustained chakra, it likely would have shattered entirely. As the short sword and the large blade collided, a powerful gust of wind surged forth. Over there, the strong wind tousled the clothing of those nearby. Just as they fought, Shun's left eye suddenly throbbed with pain, the Sharingan activating. Both the virtual reality and Izanagi commenced simultaneously. Zabuza's sword cut through Shun's body, leaving a gash in the bridge. Concurrently, Kakashi, alongside members from both teams, shattered the magical ice mirror. Bai was also slain by Kakashi in the process. What the hell? This system's bizarre maneuvers left Shun astounded. No wonder Izanagi has such a lengthy duration. It seems the system was orchestrating events, fully aware of what would transpire. Zabuza, having lost interest in the fight, noted that his comrade appeared to be in peril. Sensing Izanagi had activated automatically, Shun hastily advised, "Hey, Bai." Zabuza's mood soured instantly. Bai could only die for him, shielding him from a fatal blow. What sort of death is that? Wouldn't he accept it? His gaze shifted to the other side. Kakashi's method of killing Bai had indeed changed. It was not Raikiri, but rather a kunai. This kunai pierced directly through Bai's heart, causing him to perish instantly. Simultaneously, Izanagi activated. Kakashi, cease immediately. This meaningless war is over. Indeed, both Izanagi and the virtual reality had activated. This signified that what was meant to happen had occurred. Continuing to fight would truly result in Bai's and Zabuza's demise. In such a case, Shun's purpose for coming to the Land of Waves would be completely undermined. The mission given by the Mizukage would remain unfulfilled. It would be far too unprofitable. What? Kakashi suddenly slammed to a halt, barely managing to stop. Why? They were fighting so well, and though the target had been eliminated, Kakashi still wished to deliver a final blow to prevent revival. Now, the sudden announcement of an end left Kakashi perplexed by Shun's actions. I've said it, everything is over. How many times must I explain? Shun, not wanting to fall out with his classmates, knew that causing a rift would complicate matters. Moreover, this trivial issue should not lead to a fallout. Mr. Zabuza, your target has appeared. Withdraw. Shun directed towards the other end, where Kato and his subordinates had emerged, looking quite fierce. They were about to stir up trouble. Why? Why stop? The battle isn't over yet, Teacher Shun. Naruto was ready to argue with Shun. Had it not been for Kakashi's intervention, it likely would have escalated. Although Bai had indeed been killed earlier, he inexplicably revived now. This was utterly bizarre. Bai has a revival mechanism? Even Bai himself was bewildered. In that moment, he truly felt life slipping away, arriving in an unknown realm. Yet, in the next second, he was alive again, even his injuries vanished. This was unreal. There are matters I need to explain to you slowly. The objective has been achieved, and further explanations would be futile. Simultaneously, Shun's gaze shifted to the sky. In the organization's base, the old man nearly collapsed. He had been closely monitoring the bridge in the Land of Waves. To his astonishment, even sending 5 generals was insufficient to eliminate that damned Shun, resulting in the loss of his 5 generals instead. They could not be revived yet. He would have to wait until everything concluded before dispatching someone to retrieve their bodies. Damn it. What is Uchiha Shun from the Land of Fire, Konoha, truly up to? Chapter 169, The Land of Waves, the Mist Village Pursuit Team. Is this the infamous Zabuza Momochi? Truly pathetic, akin to that resurrected pale kid. Unable to defeat a single enemy. The Mist Village's ghost is merely this. Kato opened his folding fan and grinned, a sinister smile adorning his face. What did you say? Zabuza glared at Kato with eyes like a tiger, as if intending to devour him. Years ago, upon encountering Shun, his feelings for Bai transcended mere combat machinery. there was another side to it. Now, being lectured by Kato felt like a long knife had been plunged into his heart. Zabuza harbored an intense desire to rend Kato limb from limb. Must I utter a second phrase? A mere waste of space. In Kato's eyes, a waste is simply that, of no value, to be eliminated without hesitation. Zabuza finds himself in the same predicament. Death is undeniably his most fitting end. As for Zabuza, one might say that the ensuing clash is between him and Kato, and we must refrain from intervening. He is a man of depth, principled. He manages his own affairs. Should he falter, he will summon his comrades to assist. Zabuza did not instruct them to collectively dispatch Kato. The ninjas of Konoha would find it challenging to eliminate Kato's faction. Moreover, it is Kato who instigates the provocation. Thus, it is only natural for Zabuza to take action against him. His subordinates from Konoha may lend a hand. With a hiss, I can certainly handle a single Kato. After clashing with Shin, Zabuza distinctly felt the toll on his body. However, this fatigue would not deter him from continuing the battle against Kato. At most, he would stake his life and honor. Mr. Uchiha Shin, may I inquire why you differ from Kakashi, who wields the Sharingan? Before departing, Zabuza yearned for an answer. Both possess the Sharingan. What accounts for the disparity? My Mangekyou Sharingan lacks the ability to copy. Such a power is rather superfluous to me. As you have witnessed, my commonly employed ocular technique is Amaterasu. Then there is that pale blue giant. You shall learn its name in due time. Why did Kakashi, whom you refer to, survive a heart thrust? I shall elucidate the misunderstandings in due course. The price is steep. Typically, a member of the Uchiha clan utilizing Izanagi would surely lose their sight. Absent system reinforcement, Zabuza would reserve Izanagi for his own use until the very end, never wasting it on a mere stranger. Izanagi is a superlative technique capable of preserving one's life amidst the chaos of war. I see. Once I have dealt with Kato, I shall return to hear your detailed account. Yet, they are upon us. The reason Zabuza had refrained from engaging Kato was precisely because of them. The relentless pursuit team from the Hidden Mist Village. Fight with abandon, once it is over. Do not forget our agreement. I shall assist you in dealing with your village's pursuit team. Given the relationship between Konoha and the Hidden Mist, a word from Shin should earn him a measure of respect from the pursuers. At the very least, the title of Mizukage should command their obedience. If all else fails, Shin may merely offer an apology to the Mizukage. The pursuit team of the Hidden Mist shall bring ruin to the land of waves. Thank you. Zabuza had little more to say, gripping his decapitating sword and swinging it forcefully towards the direction of his foes. However, he overexerted himself, sending it flying past. Zabuza, are you serious? Shin was utterly speechless. As the wielder of the decapitating sword, he should not have erred in any regard. And yet, a mere performance? Would you believe I was so tense that I made a mistake? Zabuza never anticipated that a little sweat would cause him to lose grip of the sword. I believe you, you crafty old man. What is the meaning of throwing away a blade? Shin would sooner believe the sun rose in the west than trust that this old fool could misfire and send the decapitating sword flying. It's not my fault. My hand slipped. I couldn't hold on. Zabuza swallowed hard. What to do? Despite his usual pride, he felt utterly bewildered. Without his great sword, his combat prowess had diminished drastically. I reiterate, I believe you, you wretched old man. In truth, Shin wanted to add, you threw it quite accurately. However, he thought better of it, opting for silence instead. Speaking further would only lead to tears. Helpless, Shin produced a kunai and offered it to Zabuza. My stock is limited. Use it sparingly. Until you find your decapitating sword, this kunai is all you have. Thank you. Zabuza contemplated imparting a nugget of wisdom from Shin, but ultimately decided against it. Should he voice it, he might find himself on the receiving end of a beating. Not that he could win against him now, especially without his decapitating sword. Armed with the kunai, Zabuza surged forward with astonishing speed. Do not underestimate his robust frame. He moved with remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he reached the vicinity of Kato. Block, obstruct him. Kato, a portly merchant who had amassed considerable ill-gotten gains, was taken aback by the sudden onslaught. His eyes nearly rolled back in shock. This time, Zabuza wielded the kunai rather than clutching it in his mouth. Faced with this motley crew, his battle spirit surged. Why, are you not joining? Shin smiled faintly. Mr. Zabuza, I murmured, immediately plunging into the fray. Naruto, dry your tears. The ensuing scene may evoke strong emotions. This time, Naruto's verbal prowess may not come to fruition. Shin did not comprehend the source of Naruto's tears. Shin, forewarned. How I was resurrected, I had certainly killed him before. Kakashi was perplexed. Resurrection, could it truly be? He had never heard of such a bloodline ability. Once Zabuza and I have dealt with Kato, I shall elaborate further on this mission. Appearances do not always convey the truth. While Shin spoke, Bai and Zabuza had already engaged Kato and his band of men in fierce combat. The deaths of two swordsmen significantly weakened Kato's team. Zabuza, known as the Demon of the Mist, charged through the throngs of enemies. Bai's methods aligned well with his own actions. Gentlemen, having arrived, stand aside and observe. This is a battle between Kato, Zabuza, and Bai. We shall not interject. Upon seeing the newcomers, Shin spoke immediately, his tone laced with a hint of menace. The arrivals were none other than the pursuit team from the Hidden Mist. Their intent was straightforward, to either eliminate or capture Zabuza and Bai for return to the Hidden Mist. Friends from Konoha, we have received orders. Please do not interfere in our affairs. With that, they prepared to engage. Oh, so you have no intention of yielding? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Shin's eyes. These individuals are most bothersome. Friends from Konoha, should you insist on obstructing us, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. The pursuit team from the Hidden Mist grew anxious. The Mizukage had specifically instructed them to avoid conflict with Konoha. The consequences would be dire. Had it not been for this, they would have likely clashed with Shin long ago. I wonder how strong you truly are, though your arrogance is quite palpable. Chapter 170. The Land of Waves. Everything comes to an end. Shin turned to face them, flexing his fingers. Just as well, my hands are itching for action. Why not use you as practice? However, returning to the Hidden Mist would require an explanation to the Mizukage. To Shin, taking a life was akin to play. Currently, the only individual he feared was the Mizukage. He dreaded the thought of slaughtering the pursuit team and then facing the Mizukage's ire. A slight headache loomed. Should the pursuit team persist, he could not be blamed. Trouble was only a matter of time. The pursuit team fidgeted anxiously. Big brother, we are merely following orders. There's no need to target us specifically. Uncle, you are quite bothersome. Their fight has nothing to do with you. Naruto, eyes closed, gazed up at the pursuit team. You child. One of them raised a hand, ready to strike. To lay hands on our Konoha students here. Do you seek to declare war between the Hidden Mist and Konoha? Shin grasped his arm with an icy grip. Even in the Land of Waves, he could instill the chill of an ice cellar. Naruto spoke truthfully. Their matters were of no concern to you. Once they conclude their battle, you may engage. The pursuit team was rendered speechless, leaving them at a loss. What to do? Fight. If they could win, perhaps it would suffice, but to silence witnesses if they could not win, as articulated, even should they face the Mizukage. It would only lead to an explanation. What should we do? To fight or not to fight? Uncertainty plagued some of them. Strike, show me what you can do. The energy of Konoha truly surpasses that of our assassination squad by a significant margin. They annihilate us without a second thought. While if we so much as injure one of them, we are sent back to the village to face the wall. The leader of the assassination squad felt a profound sense of despair, yet he found himself powerless to change the situation. This was fate. They should never have accepted such orders. At worst, they would face punishment. Observing their inaction, Shin stood firm, his peripheral vision fixed on them. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Ice release, ice crystal explosion. A thick layer of ice swiftly enveloped Zabuza's water dragon. What is that? This is impossible. Kato exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. How can there be ice on such a hot day? As he beheld the approaching ice dragon, Kato was filled with terror. His dozens of subordinates were nearly paralyzed with fear. The ice dragon, like an invincible deity of war, unleashed a cataclysmic roar. For several seconds, it decimated the majority of Kato's men. Stop it, stop it! Kato shouted, discarding his cane and fleeing in panic. Zabuza charged into the crowd with a kunai in hand, effortlessly reaching Kato's side in the blink of an eye. Prepare to meet your end. With a swift motion, the kunai grazed Kato's neck, and he spun around in shock. Zabuza then delivered a forceful kick to Kato's ample back, blood spraying forth from his neck. Kato plummeted into the river. With Kato dealt with, the remaining members lost all courage. Over half of their number had perished, leaving the rest unable to muster any resistance. Mr. Uchiha Shin, I am immensely grateful for your salvation of Haku, though I remain unaware of the methods you employed. Zabuza's intuition told him that Uchiha Shin harbored significant secrets. Bringing Haku back from the brink of death was merely a fragment of that mystery. Zabuza, there's no need for excessive dialogue. You and Haku, will you return to the village hidden in the mist? The war in the Land of Waves has concluded. The remaining matters can be entrusted entirely to Kakashi. Once free, you can practice ninjutsu with Naruto and the others. As for Shin, wouldn't it be more fruitful to undertake missions instead of wasting time? Once the task is completed, a simple farewell from Mr. Uchiha Shin will suffice. So, where will you go next? If there's nothing left to do here, I shall visit the village hidden in the mist. It has been quite some time since my last visit. Regarding the Mangekyou, Shin's favorite feature was still that doll-like face, utterly adorable. The Haku before him was not lacking either. Sister, I apologize for my previous actions. Naruto immediately stepped forward to apologize. Having once sought Haku's life, he now considered her a friend. Though Naruto was unsure of the events that transpired, he understood that they were friends now and would remain so, for they could not turn into enemies. Among friends, there was no need for such rigidity. Naruto, you should address him as older brother. Shin cast a glance at Haku's smile and quickly reminded him. Why? She is my sister. Naruto gazed at Haku for a while, still unable to comprehend. With such exquisite beauty, she surely could not be an older brother. Shin found it exasperating. Could he really say that someone who looked so feminine was a boy? Had he seen Haku for the first time, he would have indeed mistaken her for a girl. Yet upon learning her true gender, Shin had to concede that Haku was undeniably feminine in appearance. I am the older brother, Haku asserted. Naruto's jaw dropped, stepping back several paces. Such a breathtaking individual is an older brother? What a surprise. Do not be so astonished. Look, Shin casually gestured, and Haku understood his intent. She promptly slapped her left chest. The impact caused countless eyes to widen. To possess such beauty and still be male, where could one find justice in that? Haku, since we still have a few days in the land of waves, let's take the time to explore. Zabuza sighed. The matter was ultimately resolved, yet they remained rogue ninjas. Only upon their return to the village hidden in the mist, when the Mangekyou absolved them of their rogue status, could they truly consider it over. Zabuza, do you have any objections? The assassination squad has matters to discuss upon returning to the village. Zabuza shot him a piercing glare. That single glance was enough to instill terror within the man. The title of the Demon of the Mist was certainly not without merit. Shin applauded. Zabuza, perhaps during this period, you truly cannot venture elsewhere. Wherever I go, you shall follow. So, I am to be your lackey. Zabuza's fury flared, his eyes filled with indignation. A soldier may be slain, but he must not be insulted. Being a lackey is out of the question. No, you are overthinking it. How could I ever engage in such foolishness? Shin shook his head. Tonight, I shall tell a story. Tomorrow, we will visit Tazuna. I will provide you with the funds to hire someone to construct the bridge, if that is acceptable. After all, this was caused by my actions. The bridge had already been constructed to a significant extent, yet in a single stroke. He had cleaved it in two. Such a loss could not be placed upon Tazuna's shoulders. Earning money was feasible, but wasting time hiring someone for bridge construction was not. You have already completed your escort mission, so you can return now. There is no need to delay your affairs over this. I will gather the funds for the bridge. Tazuna felt equally disheartened. A C-rank mission had suddenly escalated to an A-rank task. Sufficient funds were required to compensate Konoha for building another bridge. Who would dare ask for more money? Then let us assist for 2 days, Zabuza. Being scrutinized by Shin made Zabuza uneasy, and the sight of that smile sent shivers down his spine. Very well. Zabuza had no reason to refuse. Had he cancelled the mission earlier, the bridge would not have suffered such severe damage. Chapter 171, Meeting the Mangekyou. The bridge took over half a year to complete. Zabuza, in keeping with his promise, continued to lend a hand. Haku, being Zabuza's weapon, also assisted. The most unfortunate were the assassination squad, who gained nothing yet toiled for over half a year. As the bridge neared completion, they found themselves sharing laughter and conversation in Tazuna's home. Shin, Kakashi, Zabuza, Haku, along with teams 7 and 22. I am exceedingly grateful for your assistance in constructing the bridge. We have the time required. Tazuna raised his cup, already intoxicated. The bridge's completion filled him with immense joy. Uncle Tazuna, it was our duty, Naruto promptly replied. You there, do not be idle. Perform a shadow clone jutsu for me. I wish to assess your training over the past 6 months. For half a year, Inari had not helped in construction, but instead practiced ninjutsu in the woods. Whenever Shin returned home, Inari would rush over to ask questions. All right, Inari responded, rising to form a hand sign, shadow clone technique. Instantly, another individual identical to Inari appeared beside him. Kakashi, what do you think? Faced with the fruits of his teaching, Shin felt quite satisfied. In merely 6 months, Inari had become proficient in the shadow clone technique. I believe he possesses great talent. Kakashi nodded with a smile. Inari, have you learned the other 2 ninjutsu of the 3-body technique? Shin inquired. I have mastered the clone technique and can use it proficiently. What about the other techniques, the substitution technique and transformation technique? Inari proceeded to demonstrate the graduation techniques of the Leaf Village Academy. However, his execution was not very polished, revealing significant flaws. His chakra reserves were insufficient, making it difficult to use the 3-body technique continuously. Moreover, His substitution technique was poorly executed. And as for the transformation technique, Shin nodded. For having progressed this far in 6 months, he was indeed talented. Yet, why did the transformation technique bear a resemblance to Naruto's seductive technique? Had Inari learned from Naruto? He was unaware of when that had occurred. Foolish Naruto. Sakura once again resorted to violence against Naruto. Naruto and Hinata remained as bashful as ever, though they had improved significantly. Naruto, why did you teach him that technique? It is useless in actual combat. Kakashi was uncertain about the classification of the seductive technique. He only knew that to succeed with it, one would need to have their forehead sandwiched. What a delightful experience. Naruto responded weakly, his heart racing. It was precisely because he found it amusing that he had taught Inari the seduction technique. However, Naruto never anticipated that Inari would perform so poorly. Where was the fun in that? Foolish Naruto. Sakura promptly planted a large bump on Naruto's head. When she glanced at the unflappable, perpetually indifferent Sasuke, she fell into a daze once more. Inari, you should refrain from learning this technique. It will be of no use to you. You must focus on mastering a proper transformation technique instead. Seduction? Are you planning to use it to allure Kaguya? Does Inari possess the strength of Naruto and Sasuke combined? Inari's potential is limited, and his capabilities are considerably low. Even if he were to master the seduction technique, he could never confront Kaguya directly upon her resurrection. Therefore, it would be far more prudent for Inari to learn a legitimate transformation technique. Yes, Inari nodded without hesitation, holding a profound respect for his teacher, Shin. Half a month later, the Grand Bridge was officially completed. Such a monumental event prompted Dazna and the surrounding villagers to gather funds for their send-off. Uncle Dazna, this is far enough, Shin said, retrieving several kunai and a large pouch of shuriken from his pocket. As a teacher, I have little to offer my students. Consider these gifts. The practice of ninjutsu must not be neglected unless you've reached a certain height. Understood, Inari? Over the past 6 months, Shin had taught Inari how to earn money as a ninja, and he was quite adept at it. I believe that upon returning to the Land of Waves, significant changes will unfold. I suspect Inari will establish a territory for ninjas. I understand, teacher. Heroes are never absent, Inari said, growing increasingly resolute in his belief in heroism. Uncle Dazna, now that our mission is completely over, we shall take our leave. We may be tight on funds, but we can arrange for installment payments. Until we meet again. Shin flashed a smile at Inari. Do remember to visit. Dazna called after them. Farewell. Shin waved as they departed. Once outside the Land of Waves, Shin inquired, Kakashi, are you returning to Konoha or accompanying me? I am heading to the village hidden in the mist. The matter with Zabuza can finally be put to rest. My goodness, it's finally nearing completion, the captain of the pursuit team lamented internally. Despite the arduous tasks, they had failed to accomplish their mission. We will return to the village first. As for the Land of Mist, Kakashi had no desire to go there. Isn't it better to rest at home? All right, Shin replied. Rowan, let's go with Mr. Zabuza and Haku. Halfway down the road, Shin's nerves suddenly tensed. A glance in his peripheral vision revealed a clear view of several figures. You lot from the Mist Pursuit team, handle those trash behind you, Shin shouted. The Mist Pursuit team was taken aback. Since their appearance, they had yet to strike, and now they had become free labor? Your Sharingan is quite effective. I didn't even notice that person, Zabuza snorted. Mr. Zabuza, you seem to have overlooked something. A mere glance would have revealed it clearly, Shin retorted. Casting a sidelong glance at Zabuza, clearly, he had not paid attention. Zabuza fell silent, wishing to preserve a modicum of face. It wasn't long before the Mist Pursuit team caught up with them. All 4 members were dealt with, their headbands engraved with the symbol of the mist. We must quicken our pace. Disappeared? Zabuza frowned. That's why I said we need to hurry. Do you understand? The ability to disappear is something I truly detest. Any one of them could summon a horde of minions. With such power, one could easily obliterate a small nation. Once entangled, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. Rowan remained silent, simply following along. In the Land of Water, they finally managed to shake off the pursuers. Upon entering the village hidden in the mist, the villagers scattered at the sight of Zabuza, as if he were a harbinger of doom. It seems your reputation in the village hidden in the mist is quite formidable. Mr. Zabuza, Shin jested. Mr. Uchiha Shin, you jest. Those are merely remnants of the past, Zabuza replied, unable to offer a suitable retort. Years ago, he had single-handedly changed the exam rules of the village hidden in the mist. Now, perhaps the village did not welcome him back. I am not jesting. The moniker of the Mist Demon is not to be taken lightly. Shin spoke gravely. A powerhouse of shadow-level strength holds significant stature within the village hidden in the mist. Should Zabuza return, the village's strength would experience a substantial boost. As they conversed, They arrived at the Mizuki's office. The mist did not dare to obstruct them. Mizuki, it's been a while. How have you been? Upon entering, Shin immediately greeted. It has indeed been a long time. I've been rather busy lately. Terumi glanced at Zabuza before returning to her work, remarking, Zabuza, after all these years as a rogue ninja, do you have nothing to say? Since she had known Shin, Zabuza had already been a rogue ninja. After all this time, did he still wish to return? That is acceptable, but you must pay a price. Mizuki, you are well aware of how I became a rogue ninja, Zabuza replied, making himself comfortable on a chair. Indeed, I remember well. The era of the blood mist has passed. The village hidden in the mist has entered a new era. The feudal lord has been assassinated. And everything is a fresh beginning. Terumi sighed, recalling the days when she had been controlled, living in a haze. Her heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Uchiha Shin, thank you for bringing Zabuza back alive. Here is your reward. Please accept it. The Mizuki pushed a stack of long-prepared bounty money toward Shin. Very well. It's been a pleasant collaboration. Shin accepted without hesitation, turning to leave. Mr. Uchiha Shin, what is this? Zabuza inquired, puzzled by the pile of cash. All of this is part of the arrangement? My task was to bring back those ninjas who are too powerful for the ordinary forces of the village hidden in the mist. The Mizuki said to return and behave. Do not cause trouble every day. This bounty is merely my compensation for bringing you back, Shin explained succinctly. Zabuza felt a surge of anger. Sensing he was being treated as a mere commodity, exchanged between Shin and the Mizuki. Zabuza Momochi, you will work in the Umbu. Your position has remained vacant. And you have yet to demonstrate the capability to fulfill your duties. The Mizuki determined Zabuza's fate with just a few words. Although he shed the title of Rogue Ninja, he entered a life sentence in the Umbu. All right, Mizuki, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Should you encounter Kisame Hoshigaki, bring him here, Shin said. Zabuza was already dealt with. The next target, as anticipated, was Kisame, a peculiar figure from the mist. Very well, I await your return. The Mizuki nodded in agreement. Zabuza, focus on your work. It's time to curb your desire for adventure. Shin's hand thudded heavily on Haku's shoulder. Haku, do come visit Konoha when you have the time. I believe you can serve as Zabuza's messenger. You wouldn't object, would you? Haku had devoted his life to Zabuza. As long as it concerned Zabuza, Shin believed Haku would not hesitate. As long as Mr. Zabuza is willing, Haku replied, subtly affirming his stance. Haku, this is your choice. Zabuza did not force you. Everything had passed. What was there left to linger upon? Then I shall not intrude on your company any longer. Farewell. Shin waved, and Rowan followed closely behind. Teacher, was that the Mizuki of the Land of Water we just saw? Outside the office, Rowan's expression was not quite right. Rowan, there are things you may know. But do not overstep. The Mizuki realm is not something ninjas of your rank should touch. After all, the Mizuki is a shadow-level powerhouse. Shin, aware of what Rowan was about to say, quickly cut him off. This was still the village hidden in the mist. Years had passed, but the killing intent emanating from the ninjas of the village hidden in the mist had not dissipated. Fights and scuffles could still be witnessed from time to time. Rowan immediately lowered his head. Enough with the idle chatter. We must find a place to dine, as it is mealtime. Exiting the hidden mist village, they strolled leisurely through the Land of Water. Rowan, how about some beef noodles? Before them stood a beef noodle shop. That sounds good. Rowan was also hungry and simply wished to fill his stomach. Leading Rowan into the noodle shop, he noticed one of the three women present was quite familiar. Ah, Hydrangea, what brings you to the Land of Water? Seeing Hydrangea, Shun was quite surprised. Shouldn't the money be enough for your living expenses? Hello, Mr. Shun. It's rather dull at home, so I came out to take on a few missions, Hydrangea replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. And who are these two? Shun's gaze swept over the other two women. This is Dandelion, and this is Morning Glory, Hydrangea introduced. Hello, they greeted, their expressions devoid of emotion. 5 bowls of beef noodles and 5 plates of stir-fried dishes, Shin stated, pulling out a stack of cash. The prices for the stir-fried dishes and noodles were clearly marked. The table could accommodate 4, while Rowan had to pull over a stool. Thanks to you both for keeping Hydrangea company. This meal is on me. Noticing their discomfort, Shin made his intentions clear. In the land of rain, being alone without friends is quite dreary. As Hydrangea herself mentioned, it was indeed boring. If a meal could procure 2 friends for Hydrangea, it was certainly worth it. Thank you for your generosity. Dandelion and Morning Glory chimed in unison. Please take good care of Hydrangea from now on, Shin said with a smile. As long as nothing happens to Hydrangea, that is the greatest blessing. Teacher, let's discuss certain matters later. For now, let's eat. They adhered to the adage of eating silently. Shin picked up his chopsticks and spoke not a word. Dandelion and Morning Glory exchanged glances, puzzled by the intentions of the young man before them. Was he merely treating them to a meal? The situation was undoubtedly more complex than that. After their meal, Shin did not rush to leave. Instead, he inquired, Hydrangea, what mission are you undertaking in the Land of Water, and what is its rank? It's not too dangerous, just a B-rank mission, she replied. B-rank? With your abilities? You're capable of handling a B-rank? Shin had some understanding of Hydrangea's capabilities. Back when she was a child, her prowess was remarkable. But now, she was merely a Genin. B-rank missions were not meant for Genin. C and D ranks were more suitable for her level. Is that so? Hydrangea pouted, visibly displeased. To be honest, B-rank missions are not designed for Genin. C and D are. Shin shrugged, sighing. It seemed they were gradually approaching a plot twist. Embarking on a B-rank mission now could lead to an unforeseen A-rank challenge. So what? Hydrangea was unfazed. She would simply be cautious. Well, I know what types of B-rank missions exist better than you do. Although Shun had not undertaken many B-rank missions, mostly A and S ranks, he was well versed in the categories of B-rank missions: assassinations, rivalries between factions, or conflicts between villages. What is your current task? I have some time to assist you. Having completed the tasks assigned by the village, Shin now had his own free time. Let us go? Hydrangea did not respond. It was a matter too complicated to explain, so she simply showed Shin the mission details. This was no simple task, as it was evident that the opposing mercenaries had hired ninjas. Given their strength, victory would be challenging. The mission clearly stated that the required ninja strength must be at least that of a chunin. Chapter 173, Bargaining. The strength of Hydrangea and her companions was merely that of Genin. The chasm between Genin and Chunin was quite significant. Are B-rank missions really that difficult? Morning Glory pouted. Skeptical. Having completed so many C-rank missions, a B-rank mission shouldn't be too challenging, right? Be confident, it's very tough, Shin chuckled. Recalling his own thoughts when he was a chunin, he had later realized he had been rather naive. Dandelion and Morning Glory shot him a disapproving glance. B and C can be similar, but A and S are clearly not in the same league. Those were the two highest levels of mission difficulty. Here we are. This is it, the Tiger Roar mercenary group. Dandelion gazed at the guards and the words Tiger Roar. Observing the heavily fortified entrance, Shun chose to remain silent, opting to watch the situation unfold. Ensuring safety was his primary concern. Who goes there? The guards, noticing their approach, immediately brandished their weapons and shouted. Hello, ladies. A scruffy-looking man leered, scratching his chin. We have accepted a mission from your leader. Hydrangea stepped forward, handing the paper to the lecherous man. Upon hearing this, his expression shifted dramatically. They were well aware of the mission issued by the leader. However, they had not anticipated that the ones coming to resolve the matter would be three stunningly beautiful women and a young man. Are you serious about accepting a mission from the Tiger Roar mercenary group? Are you sure? You don't seem like chunin. Our missions are not meant for genin, where the risk of death is ever present. Though the scruffy man often had lewd thoughts, he was now considering the bigger picture. He would not joke with the future of the mercenary group. Otherwise, he would have been kicked out of Tiger Roar long ago. Their lives were inconsequential to him. If they died, they died. Genin can't take on B-rank missions? Is there such a rule? The scruffy man had left a poor impression on Dandelion. There isn't such a rule, but Genin simply cannot handle B-rank missions. The scruffy man was growing increasingly impatient. You all, what is going on? Is there a chunin here? The voice belonged to the leader of Tiger Roar, Hoshino UCI. Leader, they are not chunin, judging by their ages. They are genin. There are no such young chunin. The scruffy man had interacted with ninjas before. Most were in their 30s, with a few possibly younger. But chunin in their teens or 20s. He had never encountered such a sight. Some things cannot be judged by our common sense. Hoshino UCI addressed them. Ladies, do you have the confidence to defeat more than 10 chunin? According to our intelligence, the Eagle Mercenary Group has at least 10 chunin participating. Indeed, both genin and chunin were ninjas, with the latter possessing greater combat prowess. Time was now of the essence. It was impossible to release another mission to seek more capable ninjas. More than 10 chunin? How could that be? Are we three supposed to fight 10? Morning Glory was the first to object, acknowledging the peril. Even if one were crazed by the lure of riches, one must consider whether their own life could withstand such odds. If not, it was better to abstain. Not necessarily. It depends on the reward. Seeing that Hydrangea was about to speak, Shin quickly interjected. 10 chunin is not an insurmountable challenge. As long as they R&T from the 5 great villages, a casual confrontation would suffice. Should we encounter ninjas from the 5 villages, negotiation would be the only option, given the current strained relations. Escalating to a conflict over this trivial matter would be unwise. If we can win, I am willing to offer this amount. Hoshino UCI raised 4 fingers. For million Rio. or 40 million ryo? Shin asked blandly, fully aware of the improbability. Brother, are you trying to rob us? Hoshino Yusiai's eyes bulged in disbelief. Is the entire Tiger Roar mercenary group valued at 4 million ryo? 40 ryo? That's true. A B-rank mission isn't worth much. Shin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Brother, are you truly a ninja? Do you not understand the market for ninjas? A B-rank mission tops out at 150,000 ryo. Where do you get the figure of 400,000? Hoshino Yusiai's face turned pale. Is this young man really a ninja? You can't blame me. The minimum for a B-rank mission is 50,000 ryo, and the maximum is 150,000 ryo. What do you mean by 4 fingers? Deep was acutely aware of the disparities between various tasks and the trivial monetary compensation. However, he utterly failed to comprehend the significance of Hoshino Yusiai's 4 fingers. Hoshino's face flushed crimson, realizing that he could no longer deceive Deep. Name your price, and I shall see if it is acceptable, he offered. If negotiations faltered, then Deep would have to propose a figure. Should it be unacceptable, they would have to seek alternatives. Surveying the surroundings, Deep counted 4 individuals. Luo Wen was not a viable option. The B-level task was too perilous. If each of the 4 were to be compensated 30,000 ryo, that would total 120,000 ryo, which fell within the remuneration range for B-level tasks. 120,000 ryo, what do you think? This was Deep's lowest acceptable threshold. It's outrageous to charge that much for dealing with a mere dozen chunin. Hoshino Yusiai's complexion shifted from green to pale. You mentioned dealing with a dozen chunin. Is 120,000 ryo excessive? If this were an A-level task, I would dare to demand 1 million ryo. Trust me. Deep spoke candidly, revealing his thoughts. Typically, he received several million ryo for his efforts. While B-level tasks were less lucrative, the specifics of the situation warranted consideration. Hoshino Yusiai clenched his fists, feeling utterly powerless. He had gathered some knowledge regarding B-level tasks and was determined not to allow others to take advantage of him. The young man was not mistaken. B-level tasks were indeed valued at that price. A-level tasks commanded even higher rates, something his Tiger Roar Mercenary Corps could not afford. Very well, 120,000 ryo, but you must guarantee that the Tiger Roar will not be attacked by ninjas. Hoshino Yusiai gritted through clenched teeth. 120,000 ryo was a significant sacrifice for the economically struggling Tiger Roar Mercenary Corps. No problem, Deep assured confidently. Luo Wen, you may choose not to participate in the upcoming task, as it is beyond your current rank, Deep explained, turning to clarify his reasoning. In that case, I, Luo Wen, shall refrain from undertaking this B-level task. As a mere genin, it would be unwise to risk my life in such a setting. Find a place to rest for a few days. The mission in the Land of Waves has surely exhausted you. Deep casually fabricated a reason to dismiss Luo Wen. Teacher, how will I find you? Luo Wen inquired, furrowing his brow. Deep hesitated, caught off guard by the question. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, How about this? You return to the village now, and once this matter is settled, I will come back to find you. The distance between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire was not extensive. Returning to Konoha within half a month should pose no issue. Understood. Luo Wen responded before turning to leave. Now, may I inquire about our target? Deep asked. With the student departed, it was time to focus on the task at hand. 4 of you, please follow me, he instructed. Chapter 174, Misunderstanding? Hoshino Yusiai led the way, with the others trailing behind. The Tiger Roar Mercenary Corps occupied a rather expansive territory, and their numbers were considerable. Yet, as war loomed, the morale within the camp was dismal. Gentlemen, the Tiger Roar Mercenary Corps has always been at odds with the Eagle Mercenary Corps. This time, we are preparing for a decisive battle. Only one side shall emerge alive. In terms of numbers and strength, the Tiger Roar has the upper hand against the Eagle. However, the Eagle has recently employed over a dozen ninjas, all of chunin rank. Hence my decision to elevate the C-level task to a B-level one. Personally, I believe that confronting over a dozen chunin is not particularly challenging. If your strength is merely that of genin, you will find yourselves at a disadvantage against the Eagle. I will not only withhold your payment, but I will also expose the inadequacies of your ninja's capabilities, Hoshino Yusiai declared suddenly, turning with a smile and extending his hand. Greetings, I am Hoshino Yusiai, the leader of the Tiger Roar Mercenary Corps. May I ask for your names? Morning Glory from the Land of Rain, Hydrangea from the Land of Rain, Dandelion from the Land of Rain, Uchiha Shin from the Land of Fire, came the responses. The 3 ninjas from the Land of Rain did not capture Hoshino Yusiai's attention. After all, the ninjas from the Land of Rain were generally of mediocre skill. Although some were formidable, these 3 were merely genin, lacking any significant utility. In contrast, the Land of Fire was one of the 5 great nations, boasting ninjas of considerable strength. Perhaps Uchiha Shin could emerge as a primary combatant. From this moment on, I expect each of you to fulfill your duties diligently, Hoshino Yusei said with a fiery gaze directed at Deep, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Well then, where will we be resting tonight? Are no accommodations arranged? Of course, follow me, came the reply. The room was modestly sized, approximately 300 square feet, featuring over 10 beds and various recreational activities. This establishment had been specifically designed by Hoshino Yusei for ninjas. Gentlemen, is the space adequate? And are the entertainment options satisfactory? To procure such amenities, Hoshino Yusei had undoubtedly deprived countless subordinates of their pleasures. Endure a little, and the horizon will be vast, he thought. It's acceptable. But what about dinner? Morning Glory inquired, inspecting the table, which was spotless and free of dust. As nightfall approached, they had yet to dine. Ah, fret not. I have prepared everything for you. Hoshino Yusei wiped his brow, realizing once more that ninjas were not easily deceived. Everything had to be meticulously arranged. The Eagle Mercenary Corps was stationed directly opposite the Tiger Roar, occupying a territory similar in size. Both mercenary groups had essentially claimed this suburban area of the Land of Water. Everyone, in just a few days, we will rely on you for the upcoming battle, the Eagle leader proclaimed, raising his cup and downing its contents in one gulp. After finishing, he held the empty cup aloft, not a single drop remaining. Haha, well said. The Eagle has quite the drinking capacity. The Eagle's beverage was not a mere light sake, but a mix of various potent liquors. One sip could spell disaster for the unprepared. Enjoy yourselves. I shall retire for the night, the Eagle leader bowed, departing with a final toast. In the room, a subordinate remarked, Captain, I wanted to mention earlier that consuming such liquor could lead to trouble. The Eagle's expression turned icy as he gazed out the window with his hands clasped behind his back. You don't understand. Our luck has been decent. We've hired a few ninjas who are enamored with beauty. I can assure you that during the battle against the Tiger Roar, they will certainly prove useful and will not flee at the last moment. There are many ninjas who are swayed by beauty. In fact, quite a few. Such ninjas are easier to control, as beauty is their Achilles heel. Captain, do we need to prepare anything? The battle is just 2 days away. No need. Let the brothers eat and enjoy themselves these next few days. They will need the strength to fight. After the subordinate left, the Eagle sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. I can spend lavishly to hire ninjas, but so can the Tiger Roar. The outcome of the war in 2 days will depend solely on which side employs the stronger ninjas. The victor shall reign, while the vanquished shall be doomed. The Eagle was prepared for the possibility of total annihilation. There was no other option. While ninjas were undeniably powerful, they were equally unpredictable. Should the Tiger Roar also hire ninjas superior to those lusting after beauty, the Eagle would cease to exist, either to be absorbed or annihilated. There was no third path. Absorption was not the Eagle's desired course, but annihilation still offered a glimmer of hope. The scene shifted back to the Tiger Roar Mercenary Corps. Dinner consists of 16 dishes, enough to satisfy your appetites. As Hoshino Yusei puts it, this is to welcome you. In exchange for peace, spending money seemed a fair trade. After the meal, there remained a considerable amount of untouched food on the table. The four opted to step outside and admire the moon. Hydrangea, are you afraid of death? This mission feels far more daunting than a sea-level task, Dandelion lamented. A sea-level task is straightforward, but facing over a dozen chunin, can we truly prevail? Fear not. A person who has faced death once has no fear of it. Dying is merely reporting to the pure land. What is there to fear? Hydrangea responded decisively. And you? Morning Glory? Well, I am a little afraid. Who has seen the world after death? Morning Glory shivered slightly at the mention of death. And what of you, Uchiha Shin? I fear nothing. A chunin would struggle to even brush against my clothing, Deep replied with a faint smile. On my own, S-level tasks are quite manageable, though they do carry a touch of pressure. Uchiha Shin, I can only say that no wonder there are so few bulls, Dandelion retorted, rolling her eyes. You boast without a draft. Very well, think as you please. I shall remain indifferent, he said with a sly smile, his eyes narrowing. Azalea, if you find yourself with too much leisure time in the future, you might consider visiting Konoha. It offers a plethora of activities. Here, Shin uttered a fib. Konoha was rather small, with limited diversions to offer. Indeed, Konoha is but a modest village, not comparable to the Land of Fire, and its entertainment value is rather low. Azalea remarked, resting her chin on her hands. If one were to visit the Land of Fire, it would be delightful, she added. Wow, Azalea, have you been to Konoha? Morning Glory interjected, revealing the vast chasm that lay between her, Dandelion, and Shun. It was nothing more than the divide between great nations and small ones. Larger nations could never truly grasp the struggles of the smaller ones. Well, the scenery is splendid, with 4 distinct seasons. This sets it apart from the land of rain. Azalea nodded. Is life truly so enviable in larger nations? Their happiness is often built upon the suffering of others, Morning Glory muttered. Dear Morning Glory, your words displease me. What do you mean by saying our joy is derived from your suffering? That is quite erroneous. Shin felt a flicker of irritation at Morning Glory's comments and immediately countered. Joking aside, we cannot dismiss the larger nations entirely. Such instances are rare. Indeed, the misfortunes of smaller nations often stem from the actions of the larger ones. Morning Glory remained steadfast in her perspective. Enough of this discourse. Let us cease here. Azalea interjected, waving her hand. Continuing this argument would lead us nowhere. Humph, I'm off to bed, Morning Glory declared, rising to find a bed. Pulling the covers over herself and lying down. Chapter 175. War destroys everything. Mr. Shun, do not take it to heart. In truth, Morning Glory's circumstances are not dissimilar to mine. War has ravaged many homes, and we are but a few among them. Speaking of her parents, Azalea found little sentimentality. She missed her mother far more than her father, a drunkard and gambler. We are all alike. When one is fed, the family is not starved. Shin offered a cold smile, reflecting on the harshness of their reality. Is this not the essence of war? What do you mean, Mr. Shun? Are you also alone? Azalea suddenly turned to him. Do the citizens of great nations also bear their burdens? Indeed, it is not only I. Many high-ranking ninjas share this plight. Those fortunate enough to have parents are truly enviable. If only I could experience the warmth of a complete family, Shin mused. The system detects that you may lack love. Task: find a method to resurrect Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Azuna during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Reward: a blissful and harmonious family. I could spit blood in rage. What do you mean by lacking love? He questioned himself, feeling envious as he observed others returning home to a warm meal. To say I am not envious would be a lie. But what can be done? My parents' bodies were never found. Seeking them in the Second War is impossible. The Second War was a frenzy, and many corpses turned to ashes after the conflict. This task feels insurmountable. Be more confident. Without seeking, how can there be hope? The system occasionally offered encouragement, albeit with a tinge of mockery. Mr. Uchiha-shun, are you alright? You've been lost in thought for quite a while, Dandelion remarked, unable to resist patting his shoulder. I'm fine, what's the matter? Shun was oblivious to the tears that had stained his face from earlier emotional turmoil. Are you truly fine? You've turned into a weeping mess, Azalea said, gently wiping his tears away. Dandelion looked on in confusion, wondering why the atmosphere felt so heavy. I'm off to bed. You two continue your conversation, she declared, sensing something amiss in their exchange. Now alone, Azalea sat quietly, choosing silence as the tension thickened. So, Azalea, what are your plans once this mission concludes? Will you return home to laze about, or will you venture forth to seize new adventures? Shin attempted to break the silence. With her capabilities, tending to gardens and appreciating the world outside would pose no challenge for her. I haven't decided, Azalea replied, uninterested in his inquiries about her affairs. Very well, once you tire of the land of rain, join me in a journey around the world, and perhaps earn some coin along the way. The weather here is hardly suitable for prolonged residence. It can easily lead to ill health. If Azalea wished to escape for a few days, Shin could conveniently use the mission as an opportunity for a grand tour. Once the task was complete, they could indulge in food and shopping with their reward. Wait, you mean to say we can complete a mission while traveling the world? What a peculiar notion, Azalea remarked. Puzzled by this idea. Is that not feasible? I find it quite delightful, Shun replied with a grin, his eyes narrowing playfully. All right, it's time for bed. Tomorrow, if there are no skirmishes, we shall explore. Finding a spot to sleep, Shin tucked himself under the covers. As night deepened, Azalea soon followed suit. The remnants of their meal would be handled by the members of the Tiger Howl. The night passed quietly, and they awoke just after 9 o'clock. Fortunately, they were not ambushed during their slumber. The team leader announced, "Today, our activities are limited to the local area to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Please adhere strictly to the rules." A staff member delivering breakfast remarked. Understood, Shin replied, munching on bread. The fare at Tiger Howl was rather mediocre, lacking even basic beverages like milk. Morning Glory remained unfazed by his departure. They had long grown accustomed to the realities of war. Azalea, do you truly intend to stay here all day without venturing outside? Dandelion inquired. While the local entertainment options were plentiful, they were not particularly suitable for them. Where else could we go? Would we dare oppose them? This is the territory of the Tiger Howl mercenary group, not our land of rain, Azalea pouted, feeling discontented, yet unable to change the situation. What do you wish to eat? I can bring you something, Shin offered, noting the monotonous meals they had been subjected to. Anything will do, Azalea replied, still arranging her bedding. I am rather short on funds. Very well, Shun turned to Morning Glory and Dandelion, ladies. Do you have anything you wish for me to bring back? No, thank you, they replied in unison. Upon stepping outside, they found themselves in a suburban area, with a few guards stationed near the city gates. After a leisurely stroll through the city, they purchased an assortment of food before returning to Tiger Howl. Upon seeing Shun return with bags in hand, Azalea eagerly approached him, while Morning Glory and Dandelion remained indifferent. Azalea, this is for you. It's just a little something, Shun said, handing her some roasted chicken. And here is some glutinous rice cake. It should taste better. He had purchased a variety of items, half of which were for Azalea. The sheer volume of food left her bewildered. How much did you spend? That must have wiped out a month's worth of living expenses. As lunchtime approached, Hoshino Usui specifically brought lunch for them, initially hoping to join them. He found himself drooling at the sight of all the roasted meat. Due to financial constraints, the Tiger Howl had not consumed meat in months. Are you all enjoying your meal? Hoshino Usui asked awkwardly, his own hunger gnawing at him. The food for your mercenary group has been rather poor. So I thought I would treat you. Shin chuckled, savoring the roasted meat, juices dripping from his mouth. The enticing aroma made Hoshino Usui swallow hard. Observing Hoshino's reaction, Shun had no intention of sharing. Please be understanding. Our group is currently facing financial strain, and this is the best we can provide you. Hoshino Usui said. His face slightly reddened. Shin said nothing further. They spent the day playing, though it was not a particularly joyful day. In the early hours of the following day, war erupted suddenly. In the heart of Tiger's roar, chaos erupted like blossoms in full bloom. The sound of urgent knocking reverberated at the door, rousing them from their slumber. Their eyes still heavy with sleep. What is the rush? We were in the midst of our dreams. Deep let out a long yawn, his heart filled with discontent. The eagle has arrived. The commander summoned you to thwart the enemy ninjas, the newcomer exclaimed, anxiety etched across his face, akin to ants scurrying on a hot pan. At the mention of this, Hydrangea, Morning Glory, Dandelion, and Deep instantly regained their composure. A brawl was imminent, and a moment's distraction could lead to dire consequences. The four of them surged out the door, but scarcely had they taken a few steps before they were intercepted by the enemy ninjas from the eagle's side. Chapter 176. The brawl. The one with the weeds in his mouth sneered. Well, if it isn't the female genin from the land of rain. Don't tell me the Tiger's Roar Mercenary Corps has hired only you lot. I won T-hold back in a fight. Before he could finish, Deep unleashed a fierce uppercut that nearly dislocated the man's jaw. No time for dilly-dallying. Fight or don't fight. Deep crackled his knuckles with a cold snort. Can I finish my sentence? Spitting out the weeds, the man retorted angrily, his eyes ablaze with fury. Sorry, but I can't afford to let you predict my moves. Surprise is the essence of combat. With that, Deep launched another punch. Watch out. Jawuksha ducked just in time, narrowly avoiding the blow. Impressive evasion, Deep remarked, though his words were interpreted by Jawuksha as mockery. You're finished, kid. Even Hanzo can't save you. Jawuksha spat venomously, pointing at Deep. Enough with the chatter. Let us see your moves. Deep responded with another uppercut. Jawuksha anticipated to catch it, but underestimated Deep's strength, resulting in a brutal collapse of his nose. Clutching his bleeding face, Jawuksha seethed, his eyes burning with rage. This guy fights like a madman, devoid of any technique. The more chaotic the style, the less Jawuksha knew how to counter it. I'm going to end you, he roared, frantically forming hand seals. Meanwhile, the others were likewise embroiled in a fierce struggle, sustaining injuries soon after. Brother, your hand sealing speed is abysmally slow. Were you not paying attention in class? Deep remarked, uninterested in forming seals himself, declaring, fire release, great fireball technique. He knew this technique wouldn't be lethal, but could certainly inflict severe damage on Jawuksha. Wait, you're not forming seals. Jawuksha gasped in disbelief as he witnessed a colossal fireball approaching. The instructor had always emphasized that releasing ninjutsu required hand seals and simultaneous chakra flow, yet this boy defied all logic. Seals? Who has time for that? It's just a waste of precious moments, Deep chuckled. Did the first Hokage perform hand seals? Certainly not. Did Madara require them? He simply spoke his jutsu. The notion of needing seals was merely a constraint for them, though some jutsu indeed necessitated them. Farewell, little girl. Mercy is not in my nature. Takechi Masada's eyes widened, revealing his gleaming white teeth as he charged at Hydrangea with a machete. Out of the corner of his eye, Deep seized a kunai and hurled it at Takechi. Sorry, if you wish to harm Hydrangea, you'll have to eliminate me first. Nurturing a wife is no easy task. Losing her at this critical juncture would bring Deep to tears. As the kunai flew, Takechi hastily altered his trajectory, bringing down his blade to clash against it. The sharp clatter echoed, splitting Takechi's sword in two. The force behind Deep's kunai was immense, capable of penetrating steel. Years of physical training were not in vain. A dull thud resonated in the ears of all present, the sound of the kunai piercing bone. A gaping, bloodied hole formed in Takechi's head, and with a thud, his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Hydrangea was left in shock. While she knew Mr. Deep was formidable, she had not anticipated such an extraordinary display of strength. Just a single kunai had felled an opponent she deemed invincible. Morning Glory and Dandelion were equally stunned, as they had been relentlessly outmatched by a Chunin. Yet now, one kunai had resolved the conflict. Who are you? Your precision and power are astounding. This is far beyond what a Chunin is capable of. Jwakshu's spirit began to fracture at the realization. The death of a comrade at the hands of an adversary signified something far graver than mere skill. It suggested that Deep was likely a Jonin. The chasm between Chunin and Jonin was insurmountable, akin to that between Genin and Chunin. You've said it all. Do I need to add more? Deep replied nonchalantly. Regardless of rank, Genin, Chunin, or Jonin, each stage signifies a different tier of ninja. Do you think a Chunin could hold their ground against a Jonin? Jwakshu was left speechless, for the truth was undeniable. Deep's words were devoid of any flaws. Simultaneously, Jwakshu grew wary of Deep. Every movement he made instilled fear within Jwakshu. Apologies, but there has been more than enough banter. As your enemy, you ought to embrace your fate. His chakra-infused short sword had shattered during a previous battle with Zabuza, leaving him with only ordinary kunai at his disposal. As Jwakshu witnessed the kunai approach, he found himself paralyzed, unable to move. Upon gazing into Deep's eyes, he realized that all of this chaos stemmed from the power they held. You can cast Genjutsu, Jwakshu surmised. Few Uchiha possessed the Sharingan without the ability to weave illusions. After all, Deep leaned in close, whispering, as the kunai pierced Jwakshu's heart. In that moment, time seemed to halt. Jwakshu felt a sharp pain in his chest before losing consciousness, having successfully embraced his fate. Just like the previous victim, Jwakshu lay eternally still upon the ground. In a matter of moments, two Chunin had fallen, slain by the same assailant. The morale of the remaining Chunin plummeted, and they instinctively took a few steps back, cold sweat trickling down their brows, their backs already soaked. Deep picked up two kunai, cracked his neck, and faced the remaining Chunin. Those unafraid of death stepped forward. I extend the same invitation to you all. I shall show no mercy, especially to certain female ninjas. Among the group of over 10 ninjas, a few were indeed female. What do we do? This person is incredibly strong. We stand no chance. What should we do? Had we known that the Tiger's Roar Mercenary Corps had hired a Jonin, we ought to have declined this cursed mission. A handful of shifty-eyed individuals eyed Deep with trepidation, their expressions far more menacing than before, yet fear loomed in their hearts. To fight or not to fight? If you choose not to engage, leave. If you wish to battle, then come forth. Quit your hesitations. Deep relished the sight of their terror. Facing over 10 Chunin at once without utilizing Susanoo would be overwhelming, but activating his intangibility would make it a trivial matter. Chapter 177. The artistic duo intangibility equated to invincibility. As they observed Deep's arrogance, they found themselves paralyzed, unable to act, left merely staring in disbelief. We can't win. Shall we charge in recklessly? That would be tantamount to courting death. After a considerable interval, an individual approached, wielding a formidable blade. Dear brother, would you do me the honor of abandoning the Tiger Howl Mercenary Corps? You shall be handsomely rewarded in due course. Who are you to demand such a favor from me? Just because you are older, do you think you can simply buy respect? Respect is not purchased, it is earned. Are you not aware? With a disdainful spit, I sent him flying with a swift kick. You insolent brat. Your elder is merely offering you a chance to earn some respect. It seems you are simply asking for trouble. The moment I delivered that kick, a commotion erupted. Step forward, if you dare, or I shall twist your head off. I pointed menacingly at the bald man. A bald head often signifies great strength. As the adage goes, when the hair is gone, the power grows. Instantaneously, he fell silent, realizing the futility of his bravado. This young man's prowess was evident, and he had no intention of becoming mere cannon fodder. The once precarious situation had swiftly inverted. What a formidable ninja! I chuckled, shaking my head at the group of fools who presumed that the Eagle Mercenary Corps employed only top-tier ninjas. They were nothing but a collection of useless miscreants. Curse it all, I am not useless. A ninja stepped forth, eager to confront me. Oh, if you are not useless, then why not demonstrate your abilities? I beckoned him provocatively. He swallowed hard, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, his eyes wide as saucers. His grip on the blade trembled. With a final cry, summoning every ounce of courage, he charged at me with his weapon raised. I respect your tenacity, good sir. I shall grant you a merciful end. As he lunged forward, I raised my knee and struck his chest with tremendous force. The sound of impact echoed as he was sent flying, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. His eyes quickly filled with blood vessels, and he spat out a mouthful of crimson, his teeth clattering against one another. Moments later, those once wide eyes slowly closed, and his breath ceased. He was dead. Is this a jest? One strike. The flowering bindweed gasped, utterly incredulous. His strength was far beyond her expectations. Without even using my hands, merely my knee, I had dispatched a Chunin. Another one down, and the remaining Chunin were now gripped by fear. Indeed, this young man was terrifying. One blow was all it took to extinguish the life of a counted ninja in their ranks. Perhaps Mr. Uchiha Shun is indeed a Jonin, and a distinguished one at that. The dandelion speculated. A ninja capable of effortlessly dispatching Chunin must surely be of Jonin rank. Zinnia, you have spent the most time with him. Is Mr. Uchiha Shun a Jonin or an elite Jonin? Both the dandelion and the bindweed inquired, their eyes gleaming with envy. After all, he was a Jonin, while they were merely Genin. There was no comparison to be made. Zinnia shook her head, revealing her ignorance regarding his status. Jonin. Elite Jonin. All I know is that Mr. Shun is a significant figure in the Uchiha clan of the Hidden Leaf Village. Zinnia, what do you mean by shaking your head? Do tell. The bindweed pressed. If Zinnia did not wish to divulge, then there was no need for further inquiry. Everyone harbors their own secrets. The dandelion shrugged, opting not to pursue the matter further, deeming it pointless. Come now, sharing isn't a grave matter, the bindweed persisted. Bindweed, you are mistaken. Do you wish for others to know your secrets? The dandelion shot her a glare and chose to ignore her. Zinnia, do not be concerned. The bindweed is simply that way. It is best not to engage with her, the dandelion said cheerfully, pulling Zinnia closer. Why is the dandelion always around? The bindweed exclaimed, picking up a stick and poking at it in annoyance, her face contorted with disdain, wishing to unleash her wrath upon the dandelion. Is there more to come? I remained unfazed, stretching my fingers, feeling unsatisfied after only a few exchanges. Damn it. My mind cursed silently. What is to be done? I have no idea how to proceed. This brat is undoubtedly a Jonin, or perhaps an elite Jonin. Such combat prowess is renowned across the 5 great villages. I realized I had stirred a hornet's nest. Yet, surrender was not an option. What would we do in the future? How would we accept missions if we were to abandon our reputation? Ahem. The leader with a few remaining strands of hair cleared his throat. Brother, may I inquire as to your village? Perhaps we could be friends instead. If we cannot win, then let us forge a friendship. At least it would afford us some dignity. From the Hidden Leaf Village, to be frank, I have no intention of becoming friends with you. Firstly, your strength is exceedingly weak. You are merely ordinary Chunin. Secondly, your character is lacking. Just by observing your hairstyles, I can tell you are undoubtedly greedy and lecherous. Judging by your combat prowess, it seems you indulged quite a bit last night. Your bodies are in a pitiful state. In every conceivable way, I had no desire to befriend them. It would be a genuine loss. Who knows when I might find myself in a dire situation because of them. Silence enveloped the group. Everyone, without exception, fell silent, including the few female ninjas among them. Did he just include them in his accusations of greed and lust? That was rather excessive. Brother, the road is wide. Why must we take this short route? Shall we part ways here? The leader, with his sparse hair, genuinely wished to avoid further conflict. Their numbers were already diminished, and they could not afford any more losses. Art is an explosion. An explosive clay bomb detonated amidst their ranks, leaving no survivors. Eternal beauty is the true essence of art. The dynamic duo of artists had arrived. Brother, allow us to handle this for you. Deidara, still possessing the temperament of a child, showcased his art. A mere group of Chunin, obliterated by Deidara's explosion, leaving them unrecognizable. Scorpion sighed, his brow furrowed. Is this explosion truly worthy of being called art? Brother, what do you mean? That explosion can only be regarded as minor art. True perfection is achieved through a grand explosion. Deidara continued to dream of the ultimate art that a super explosion could bring. Alas, to realize such art would signify the end of life. Eternal beauty is true art. Explosions are but fleeting moments and do not qualify as art, Scorpion continued. Enough. Artistic duo, cease your debate over the nature of art. Did we not leave the discussion unresolved last time? Chapter 178, The Realm of Shamelessness. Listening to the artistic duo argue over their respective interpretations of art, I felt a headache coming on. Whichever side one supported, the other would surely reject it. Brother, the conversation is not yet concluded. Scorpion insists that art is eternal beauty. Can that really be called art? True art is the moment of explosion. As he spoke, Deidara yearned to showcase yet another artistic display. Zinnia, Bindweed, Dandelion, I, and Scorpion all chose to remain silent. Among them, I and Scorpion were genuinely apprehensive that the child might unleash another grand explosion. With no enemies remaining, another detonation would serve no purpose and could result in significant casualties. Zinnia had already encountered those whom I knew, so she was not particularly surprised. Strong individuals recognize one another. This is quite normal. The Bindweed was entranced. A handsome man, exceptionally powerful, and clad in fine attire. Where could one find such a flawless individual? The Dandelion merely pondered. A Jonin surely associates with those who can effortlessly cause widespread devastation. Deidara. Scorpion, why are you here if I am not paying you? In the end, I could not restrain my curiosity any longer. Is there something amiss with your thought processes? My fists are itching to strike. Of course, it is Nagato who sent us. Then, Scorpion recounted the entire incident. Due to Yahiko's resurrection, Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko returned home and indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, becoming thoroughly intoxicated. This subsequently altered the course of peace drastically. The matter of capturing the Ninetales was cast aside. That potted plant made several appearances, yet its fate was not particularly favorable. Nagato confronted it each time he saw it. Currently, it seems that only Obito remains under the control of the Akatsuki. As long as Obito's mindset can be clarified, the resurrection of Kaguya is likely to become an impossibility. Furthermore, there is the issue of constructing the land of whirlpools. So, you have been searching for me all along? Is that the sole purpose? Shin was left speechless. The operations of the Akatsuki are indeed swift. In just a few years, the land of whirlpools has been half constructed by you. Shin acknowledged that the junior engineers had indeed put forth tremendous effort in the construction. However, their contributions were merely superficial. The intricate details still necessitate the involvement of the Akatsuki. As a member of the Akatsuki, you must be aware of its true intentions. Additionally, we have recently contemplated inviting Itachi Uchiha to join the Akatsuki. Without allowing Scorpion to finish, Shin directly shook his head. This matter is not negotiable for the Akatsuki. Neither the clan leader nor I could possibly agree to allow Itachi to join. Though the Akatsuki has been removed from the danger list of the 5 great nations, it remains the most perilous organization among them. Allowing Itachi to join would be akin to pushing him into a pit of fire. Moreover, we will eventually require Itachi to engage in battles. If he becomes incapacitated now, how can we rely on him later? Shin asserted that only elite Jonin or those of Hokage caliber are qualified to enter the organization. This is something you understand. In order to expedite the path to peace, Nagato insists on having Itachi join the organization, Scorpion stated, merely relaying Nagato's orders. Hydrangea, Morning Glory, and Dandelion were left astounded. What is this? One must possess elite Jonin or Hokage level strength to qualify for that organization. If so, does that mean he? The more they pondered, the more alarming it became. While simultaneously feeling envious of Hydrangea having a friend of elite Jonin caliber, Nagato's strategy was astute, yet regrettably, I cannot acquiesce to this. The path to peace can afford to be more gradual. Itachi must remain in Konoha. Shin was disinclined to meddle in Nagato's affairs, nor did he wish for Nagato to interfere in his own matters. We are merely responsible for conveying messages. I will relay your words to Nagato as well. Scorpion nodded, refraining from further comment. These matters were beyond his purview. Deidara has departed. Watching the artistic duo leave, Shin could not help but chuckle. Haha. Nagato truly dares to speak such things. This reasoning could very well hollow out Konoha. The primary combatants of Konoha are limited, and Itachi happens to be one of them. The notion of extracting Itachi is utterly impossible. Nagato, that angel. Morning Glory immediately thought of Konan. Nagato must be the divine will referred to by the angel. You are correct. Nagato embodies the divine will spoken of by the angel Konan. The will of the divine is Nagato's will, Shin clarified. Regarding the angel, Hydrangea had reached the peak of disdain. Had it not been for the angel, many of these events might never have unfolded. Hydrangea, in truth, had little to complain about. Everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Shin smiled faintly, offering encouragement. At that moment, the conflict between the mercenary groups had concluded. The leader, Yusei Hoshino, was bloodied and held a box in his hands. Thank you all immensely for thwarting the ninjas hired by the Eagle mercenary group. The previously agreed upon sum of 120,000 Rio is contained within. He set down the box, his face illuminated with a triumphant smile. I shall take my leave now, without further interrupting your division of the spoils. Upon opening the box, it was filled with banknotes, each neatly arranged in bundles of 30,000 Rio, efficiently saving unnecessary time. Shin directly took his share. 30,000 Rio is sufficient to cover a month's worth of meals. In this battle, Shin exerted minimal effort, rather. Deidara resolved everything with a single explosive clay detonation. The wide-ranging lethality was indeed advantageous. Morning Glory also claimed her share, moving to the other side to count the banknotes. Without expending any effort, she received 30,000 Rio and felt no shame. Mr. Shin, I will take 10,000 Rio. The remaining 20,000 Rio is for you. Hydrangea counted out 10,000 Rio, placing the rest back in the box. In the skirmish with the Chunin Corps, they had not only been of no assistance, but had nearly caused more trouble. Thus, they had no justification for claiming 30,000 Rio. Even 10,000 Rio was enough to make them blush. Dandelion willingly relinquished 20,000 Rio, despite her financial struggles. Such unethical actions were beyond her. Please accept this. Why are you giving me money? Shin questioned, somewhat perplexed. 30,000 Rio was not an excessive amount, and further splitting it would leave nothing. We underestimated the B-rank mission and inadvertently hindered you. We owe you 20,000 Rio as compensation, Dandelion explained, her cheeks flushed. Oh, I see. Well then, I will take 10,000 Rio, and I shall forego the other 10,000. If it were 200,000 Rio, they would not need to ask. Shin would take it directly. However, 20,000 Rio held little significance. It was merely enough for a few extravagant meals. No, you rightfully deserve this money. Dandelion hurriedly waved her hands. Mr. Shin, we adhere to our principles, Hydrangea stated, her expression solemn. Upon hearing this, Shin found it quite amusing that principles were being invoked. If he did not take it, would that not be a slap in the face? As for the 20,000 Rio, if you do not want it, then I shall take it. Morning Glory rubbed her hands together, grinning as she approached. Hydrangea and Dandelion were momentarily bewildered. How had they not noticed Morning Glory's audacity before? Was this money meant for her? Perhaps they were overthinking it. Did she truly think she deserved this share? Shin shot her a glare, pocketing the remaining money. Hydrangea and Dandelion's eyes twinkled with mirth. Chapter 179. Opening the system mall for the purpose of stewing the pot? With pursed lips, two dimples appeared on their cheeks. They did not want to give anything away. Seeing Morning Glory approach to claim her share, Shin directly tucked it into his embrace. In terms of shamelessness, why was she not deserving? If you all refuse, is it wrong for me to take it? It's merely a bounty. I am just taking a little extra. Morning Glory became irate, though her anger appeared rather unflattering. Indeed, because this was not her money. Shin nodded in acknowledgement. Morning Glory's eyes bulged with indignation. Unable to obtain this money, she decided to leave. The mission concluded, and the two sisters received 10,000 Rio each. After completing a task, a portion of the earnings must be submitted. The ninjas themselves had little money left. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to say that ninjas are a group of impoverished individuals. However, there are some ninjas who disregard the rules, especially those of significant standing within the village. Noticing that Hydrangea and Dandelion were dividing that 10,000 Rio into 3,000 Rio, Shin understood. Those 3,000 Rio were to be submitted to the ninja village. Hydrangea, is your friend coming or going? Shin inquired. Hydrangea was confused. Are we heading to Konoha? We plan to stay in Konoha for a while, and perhaps visit the Land of Fire, Shin elaborated. The upcoming tasks could be described as simple and hasty. The Chunin exams were imminent, making high-level missions unlikely. Hydrangea, you want to visit the Land of Fire? Dandelion tilted her head and asked. Though they harbored a deep-seated disdain for large nations, visiting was a different matter altogether. I wish to venture out. The Land of Rain is perpetually drenched. I want to take a stroll. Hydrangea nodded affirmatively. All right, then I shall also go to the Land of Fire, Dandelion replied with a beaming smile. Small nations are inherently unstable, whereas larger nations tend to be significantly safer. A little over 10 days later, in Konoha, Rowan had returned to Konoha for some time. With nothing to occupy his time, he spent each day sitting at the village entrance, basking in the sun while waiting for someone. One day, amidst the flashes of lightning and roaring winds, it seemed as though rain was imminent. In the distance, a figure became vaguely visible. Rowan instantly snapped to attention. Teacher, he called out, waving at the silhouette. Before long, the sky began to drizzle, swiftly escalating into a torrential downpour. Luo-1, why are you loitering at the village entrance instead of staying at home? As the rain intensified, the sky darkened ominously. After such a long journey, luck was certainly not on his side. Teacher, I was rather idle, so I thought I'd wait for your return, Luo-1 chuckled, scratching his damp hair while furrowing his brow. Return home in the rain. We can resume our tasks once the weather clears, Shin instructed. All right then. I shall take my leave, Luo Wen said with a silly grin as he dashed towards home. It's raining. Come along with me, both of you. Shin beckoned as he led the way. He brought the hydrangeas and dandelions into his abode. Within 10 minutes, the rain outside had intensified to the point of steaming. Such heavy rainfall was a rare sight. Shin took a few fruits from the refrigerator, gazing at the downpour while munching on an apple. Have some fruit. There's not much in my house. The remote control is on the table, and feel free to grab any book you wish to read. Following this, Shin reclined on the bed, continuing to peruse the light novel he was nearly finished with. The hydrangea felt quite at home, as if in its own domain during the rainy season. Upon returning, it naturally felt fewer restrictions in Shun's dwelling. Dandelion, however, was more constrained in her actions. Upon receiving Shin's permission, she merely fetched a book from the shelf. During her search, Dandelion was astonished. What a wealthy man. The variety of books was unparalleled. Each one a treasure she longed to possess. It could be said that they were among the latest releases. Mr. Uchiha Shun, you must have spent quite a sum on these books, she remarked. Not much. It shouldn't exceed 100,000 taels, Shin replied nonchalantly. Dandelion's brows twitched in disbelief. Not exceeding 100,000 taels certainly implied it was more than 10,000, likely several tens of thousands. By such calculations, it indeed seemed extravagant. She glanced at the hydrangea, her heart tinged with envy. Alas, it ultimately belonged to another, leaving her no room for envy. Outside, the rain pelted down relentlessly, while the three of them sat on stools, engrossed in their reading. How about we have a hot pot for dinner? Shin suggested, noticing the sky darkening further while the rain showed no sign of abating. Rather, it intensified. Even the glass panes rattled under the downpour. Shin mused that enjoying hot pot on a rainy day sounded quite delightful. It had been ages since he had savored hot pot. It was indeed a fitting meal for such weather. The ingredients, freshly picked from the fields, were all ready. While winter was ideal for hot pot, providing warmth, finding fresh vegetables was quite the challenge. What do you mean by pot? Can we eat from a rice pot? Dandelion queried, as hot pot had yet to make its debut in this context, leaving them unaware of its meaning. Certainly not a rice pot. A pot refers to hot pot, Shin clarified, pressing his lips together, feeling there was no need to elaborate further. Let me fetch some ingredients for the hot pot. The pots at home were undoubtedly unsuitable. For hot pot, one needed a specific type of pot. As he stepped outside, he realized another dilemma. Without an induction cooker, enjoying hot pot would be impossible. Even with one, he lacked the necessary assortment of utensils. System, come forth. We need to discuss something, Shin lamented, turning to the system for assistance. After all, for many transgressors, the system resembled a department store, offering everything imaginable, even arms. Shin could hardly believe that his system would be so deficient as to lack basic pots and utensils. Want to prepare hot pot? The system is now at your service. The system's tone indicated its displeasure with Shun's request. While others possessed comprehensive systems, his seemed lacking. Just say it outright. I want to pressure you. If you lack even the basic utensils and ingredients for hot pot, perhaps you should exit the system realm, Shun stated bluntly. As a system, it should provide more than just extraordinary skills. It must also offer the essentials. Whoa, I've never encountered such a brazen host. The system was taken aback by Shin's audacity. What a surprise. It turned out he was threatening it. Moreover, it had no right to counter. As a system, it indeed ought to possess its own marketplace. Cough, cough. In light of your valid point, the system shall officially activate the system marketplace, with currency based on the money from the Naruto world. Following this, Shun heard a pleasant chime. Ding. The system marketplace is now open. Please select a category. Categories include. I choose hot pot supplies, including hot pot sauce. Shin interjected before the system could finish, leaving it speechless. Cough, cough. I am currently screening hot pot utensils and corresponding products for you. As he surveyed the dazzling array of goods before him, Shin nodded with a smile. This was the kind of system he had anticipated. The items required for hot pot were surprisingly affordable, with the priciest items costing only a few hundred taels, and capable of lasting for over a decade. Chapter 180. The Wedding Invitation of the Chain Smoker Asuma. After acquiring the utensils and temporarily storing them in the system space, Shin opened his umbrella and ventured out to procure ingredients. On a rainy night, the market had long since closed. Shin had no choice but to knock on doors to buy groceries. Upon returning home, his pants were thoroughly soaked. You too must be hungry. Dinner will be ready shortly. In his left hand, he carried an induction cooker from a renowned brand, while his right hand held a large bag filled with vegetables and slices of meat. Hydrangea, please wash these vegetables, he instructed, handing her the produce. The hydrangea hesitated briefly before taking the vegetables and getting to work. Dandelion widened her eyes, feeling as though she were the only outsider in this moment. Dandelion, just wait a moment. Dinner will take a little while longer, Shun reassured her. The pantry did have rice, flour, and oil, but they were seldom used. They required cleaning before being utilized. Once the preliminary tasks were completed, Shin plugged in the induction cooker and filled the dual pot with water. The vegetables from hydrangea were also washed and waiting for boiling. During this time, Shin arranged the meat on a plate. After what felt like an eternity, the water finally boiled, bubbling vigorously. The vegetables and a generous amount of meat were added to the pot, and 3 bowls of sauce were prepared. Once it's cooked, we can eat. Those who want rice can find it over there. The spicy broth was a vibrant red, and Dandelion tentatively sampled a bite. The heat spread instantly, bringing tears to her eyes as she gulped down 3 bowls of water. What is this? It's so spicy, she exclaimed, sticking out her tongue and fanning herself. The hot pot base was unique, unlike any other. The spiciness was indeed intense, and those who couldn't handle spice should steer clear. As Shin picked up a slice of beef, dipped it in sauce, and tasted it, he fell silent. The level of heat seemed exceedingly high. Faced with hydrangea and dandelion, he could only swallow it down with great effort. Immediately, he rushed to serve himself a bowl of rice, devouring it in haste. Mr. Shun, if you can't handle the spice, you should refrain from eating it. It's not worth ruining your health. Dandelion chuckled, imitating hydrangea's tone. Coughing, Shun's face flushed as he replied, I misjudged the spice level, but it's still edible. You too can enjoy the clear soup. Although the spicy pot was fiery, the vegetables could be discarded. The meat, however, was not to be wasted, and he resolved to finish it, gritting his teeth through tears. Hydrangea and Dandelion burst into laughter. Haha. As the rain poured outside, they relished the hot pot. Through this meal, Dandelion's impression of the great nation seemed to shift slightly. It was not so detestable after all. Naturally, with both girls staying over, Shin found himself back on the floor. This time, the floor was not as frigid as before. At least it possessed a hint of warmth. Mr. Shun, I'd like to ask you a question, Dandelion inquired. Her body propped up as she glanced at the dark mosquito net purchased from the system marketplace, obscuring the view on the other side. Feel free to inquire about anything. This dreadful weather leaves us unable to do anything at all, he sighed deeply. This weather is only suited for reading or watching television. What truly constitutes a great nation? What is the life of a Jonin like? After gathering his thoughts, he continued, in truth, a great nation is not as tyrannical as you may envision. The paramount concern remains the pursuit of a better life. The wars between great nations are brutal. A single ninja war can decimate an entire village. While smaller nations may become the focal points of conflict for larger nations, they are by no means the epitome of mortality. There are numerous difficulties faced by great nations that you are unaware of. Should you have the opportunity, it would be enlightening to experience it firsthand. Having spent many years in the land of fire, I understand that while great nations have their merits, once war erupts, it becomes an unceasing cycle. The Third Great Ninja War serves as a prime example. The Leaf Village's ninjas were nearly annihilated, elevating my teacher, Minato Namikaze, to renown. War can forge heroes, yet it also serves as a harbinger of death. In contrast, conflicts involving small nations are different. A mere word from the 5 great nations can halt everything. Is that feasible? The military might of great nations is no jest. The life of a Jonin is rather mundane. However, due to the higher ranks of their missions, they enjoy a more affluent existence, explained Hydrangea. After spending several months living with him, Hydrangea began to grasp the meaning of luxury. When comparing her life as a genin to that of a Jonin, she realized that her circumstances were far beneath even that of a pig. Hydrangea, your statement is quite erroneous. How long have you been living with Mr. Shin? Dandelion interjected, her thoughts taking a rather unpleasant turn. You seem entirely oblivious. Are you perhaps considering sacrificing yourself for him? In total, they had spent a few months together, but their relationship was not as you might imagine. They were merely friends. Shin remarked with a hint of amusement. Dear, one must approach matters gradually. One cannot expect to consume an entire feast in a single bite. Once rapport is fully established, then we can discuss such matters. Hydrangea nodded in agreement, which quelled Dandelion's earlier thoughts. It is often said that women in love can be quite irrational. It appears that he and she have yet to embark on that romantic journey. At least Hydrangea's affections had not yet led her to forsake everything for him. All right, let us retire for the night. If the sun shines tomorrow, we shall pursue other endeavors. If it rains again, we will remain indoors for another day. This weather was beyond Shin's control. With the persistent dreariness, his mood soured. Day turned to day, and soon a week had passed. Shin's expression grew as dark as coal. It seemed as though the heavens were conspiring against him. A week had passed without a glimpse of sunshine. 2 days later, the sky finally cleared, and he received a piece of extremely significant news. Asuma was to marry Kurenai. This was indeed a momentous announcement. Thinking of Asuma's interests left Shin momentarily bewildered. He realized he hardly knew him. He was oblivious to even the most basic of Asuma's preferences. In that case, should he gift him cigarettes? After all, a single cigarette can alleviate a multitude of woes. Given Asuma's fondness for smoking, a gift of cigarettes seemed a fitting choice. However, what should he gift Kurenai? A flash of inspiration struck him. Immediately, Shin invested a considerable sum to procure a premium brand of cigarettes and a high-end lipstick from a shady merchant within the system. Hydrangea, Dandelion, it won't be long before we can attend the banquet, Shin chuckled. Asuma was indeed advancing in age. One could hardly call him a young man anymore. Time was a relentless tide, and Shin too was not without his years. Who is Asuma, and what should we prepare as a gift for his wedding? Hydrangea admitted she was unfamiliar with him and was equally clueless about the appropriate gift. Asuma, one of the Leaf Village's Jonin, and Kurenai, well, she could be considered a match for him. Yet Shin found himself at a loss. Whether Asuma inherited the smoking habit from his father, the third Hokage, could hardly qualify him as talented. Kurenai was indeed an embodiment of feminine beauty. We ought to offer a gift, after all. It is a wedding of a Jonin from the Leaf Village, Dandelion remarked, though she had yet to decide on the specifics of the gift. Chapter 181, A Hesitation in Intentions. With merely over 10,000 ryo in hand, purchasing an extravagant item was well beyond reach. Yet, one could not simply give anything less than worthy, as the recipients must approve of the offering. A simple gift will suffice. You are not locals. And there is no need to present something overly lavish. Shin smiled gently. The fact that we, from the land of rain, are attending a Jonin's wedding in the Leaf Village is already a significant honor. Mr. Shun, it is precisely because we are from the land of rain that we believe our gift to the Leaf's Jonin should be of considerable value, Dandelion said, her brow furrowed and her expression earnest. To represent the land of rain with a modest gift would imply a lack of regard. They did not possess the audacity to act in such a manner. What shall we do then? Surely we cannot return to the land of rain just to report to Hanzo for funds to purchase a gift for Asuma's wedding. Even if you were to return, what are the odds of acquiring money for gifts? Shin was perplexed by their line of thought. Hanzo, after all, was likely to heed Nagato's commands. Nagato was currently preoccupied with the reconstruction of the land of Whirlpool. He had little time to attend to the affairs of the land of rain. Hanzo could very well deliver them to their demise. Dandelion was momentarily speechless, trapped in a corner with no words to offer. Worry not. Accompany me. For Asuma is not one to hold your origins against you, Shun reassured as he patted Hydrangea's shoulder. As for Dandelion, let that be. Propriety dictates that men and women maintain a certain distance. Asuma was not a miser, and he too was from the land of rain. With the skies finally clear, there remained 2 months until Asuma's wedding, so there was no rush. Shun gazed at the azure sky and white clouds, finally witnessing the sun after such a prolonged period of rain. The wedding of a Jonin held great significance for the higher-ups in the Leaf Village, involving many core members. To organize the ceremony, the village needed ample time to prepare. Consequently, the timing of the Chunin exams would need to be postponed. In the following days, Shin took Hydrangea and Dandelion on strolls through the Leaf Village, purchasing delightful treats at every opportunity, especially indulging in desserts. Having traversed every corner of the Leaf, do you wish to visit any other places? Shin inquired upon their return home. Thus far, they had visited every location besides those deemed inappropriate, regardless of Dandelion's insistence. Shin had not taken them to those areas. I longed to witness the urban landscapes of the Land of Fire, Dandelion expressed with anticipation. Currently, there were no more sights to see in the Leaf Village. The Land of Fire, being one of the 5 great nations, must surely have more interesting locales than the Leaf. I shall seek permission. Ultimately, we must adhere to the Hokage's wishes. Even ordinary ninjas must obtain consent from a high-ranking official to leave the village. As a Jonin, I too must inform the Hokage of my departure. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. In the Hokage's office, Dandelion conveyed her desires to Minato Namikaze. The Hokage made every effort to accommodate the requests of visitors. Shun, what is your perspective? With Asuma and Kurenai's wedding in 2 months, we also have to prepare for the Chunin exams, making scheduling quite challenging. Jonin and Elite Jonin are the village's primary forces. Should an enemy invade, they must be ready to respond. Dandelion wished to travel to the Land of Fire, and Shun was determined to accompany her. Minato Namikaze would arrange a suitable timeline, but he also needed to consider Shin's own preferences. Teacher, I would prefer not to be involved in this matter. Simply regard me as non-existent. I will certainly attend Asuma and Kurenai's wedding. As for the timing, I shall defer to your arrangements. Observing Dandelion's eagerness to see the scenery of the Land of Fire, Shin contemplated the village's security and concluded that it would be best not to venture out at this time. Time is exceedingly tight, and upon deep reflection, it seems we cannot afford to linger. Yet, a single phrase from Naruto proves to be quite effective. Therefore, let us wait until Asuma and Kurenai are wed before you venture out to relax. This decision, I wonder if it will be comprehended by the guests from the Land of Rain. Minato Namikaze rested his chin on his hand, gazing thoughtfully at the dandelion. Everything hinges upon a single word from the dandelion. Very well, we shall postpone our plans until after Asuma and Kurenai's nuptials. However, if necessary, Minato will find a way to carve out some time. Agreed, the dandelion nodded with a smile. There are matters to attend to in Konoha, and she cannot be idly frivolous. Excellent. It's settled, Minato affirmed. Shun, prepare yourself. Once Asuma's wedding concludes, escort the guests from the Land of Rain. That will be your new task, albeit one without remuneration. As for the dandelion, Minato was unfamiliar with her and had not heard of her before. The prominent figures from the Land of Rain are recorded in Konoha's archives. As for the dandelion's precise identity, Minato found it difficult to speculate. Very well. Shun could only nod in agreement. Upon exiting, the dandelion exclaimed with excitement, Mr. Shun, how splendid. Your teacher is actually the Hokage. Realizing that Shun is a Jonin, she found it less surprising. Is it odd for a Jonin's teacher to be a Kage? Don't say that. I can hardly bear it. Shun waved his hand dismissively. It wouldn't look good for others to see, particularly with the expression on Hydrangea's face, which seemed rather distorted. Shun, long time no see. Kakashi clapped a hand on Shun's shoulder, followed by two others. Kakashi, it's been a while. What brings you here? Shun noticed something different about Kakashi today. On such a fine day, wasn't he taking his students on missions, but had come here to confront him? Oh, nothing much, just thought I'd find you. Kakashi replied with a warm smile. What are you planning to gift Asuma at his wedding? Obito asked, his expression unyielding. Only 60 days left. Rin appeared quite distressed. To win his favor, I suppose I'll give Asuma cigarettes and Kurenai some lipstick, Shin replied. Will Asuma's smoking not upset Kurenai? Isn't lipstick a tad cliché? Rin furrowed her brows. Cigarettes? Everyone knows Asuma smokes, almost daily. That's exactly why Kurenai strongly disapproves of his smoking. Unfortunately, Asuma, the chain smoker, is reluctant to quit. As for the lipstick, I assume she'll buy what she likes. A while back, Obito was also going to get her some lipstick, but didn't he manage to? It seems rather mundane to gift on such a significant day, doesn't it? I fear we might spend a fortune only to be met with disdain. Surely not. Gifts from others will surely be diverse and peculiar. If we give something repetitive, it lacks novelty, Shin asserted. I have considered other gifts. But when I think of the future pairings, Naruto and Hinata, Sakura and Sasuke, it seems more practical to gift cigarettes and lipstick. To cater to their tastes, after all. If the gifts are useless, their high price means nothing. How about dumbbells? Those are probably already reserved by Guy. Books? They hold little value, despite their longevity. Clothing? Asuma and Kurenai are not lacking there. Perhaps a few ramen coupons? That's rather lowbrow. After Shun articulated his thoughts, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were not short on funds. Gifting such items would be exceedingly banal and likely repetitive. Especially for workout gear, Guy would probably have claimed everything suitable. What should we give then? This is so challenging. Rin rolled her eyes, soon spiraling into frustration. Chapter 182, The Uchiha Emblem. Can gifts purchased with money truly be considered gifts? What if we also gift cigarettes? Obito asked without thinking. Cigarettes and lipstick. Shun has already planned those. Do you still wish to contribute? Rin shot him a glare. Anything is fine, just don't choose something too cheap. Let us aim for rarer varieties, Shun replied. There are myriad types of cigarettes, each distinct in flavor. Have you never smoked or seen a pig run? With so many shinobi in Konoha, it was uncertain how many would attend Asuma and Kurenai's wedding. Ordinarily, the turnout should be considerable. Minato's demeanor seemed off as well. Being a swift man, he typically approached work with vigor. Yet, having completed his task, he had not returned home. Something felt amiss. This was decidedly unusual. A spark of realization flashed among the group, and they quickly declared, Shun, we'll take our leave for now. Obito was the first to grasp Rin's hand and hurriedly depart. Huh, I'm off as well. We'll talk next time. Kakashi waved as he left. Who were they really? They all seemed to be Jonin. Removing the semblance of uncertainty, they certainly were Jonin, albeit responsible for different matters. Shin shook his head, explaining, Kakashi Hitaki and Obito Uchiha are adept fighters, while Rin Nohara is a medical ninja, capable in combat, but not particularly formidable. It dawned on them that they had just been astonished by the dandelion and hydrangea. They had heard of their names. They were indeed remarkable. It appeared that a team of strong individuals could only consist of the strong, while the weak could only gather with their kind. Were they perhaps somewhat special? They had befriended a jonin. For over 20 days, everyone had been preoccupied with gift preparation, pondering what to give. Thus, no one had caused any trouble. Shin could no longer venture out to earn money. He was confined to reading at home. Detecting that you are exceedingly bored, the system is ready to assign you some tasks. If you do not develop now, where will the funds come from after the Fourth Great Ninja War? Just as he was eating, he received this infuriating notification that completely ruined his appetite. Moreover, with the extension of life, he was expected to manage for 2 months of rest. This pesky system was more troublesome than a mother. Embrace the love from the system. Dear boy deprived of affection. Infinite level task. Establish a network and gaming system within the Naruto world, ushering in the digital age ahead of time. Shun. He recalled that there were still laptops at the hospital. How could there be no internet? Young man, trust your eyes and embark on this monumental construction. Upon completion of the construction, the reward will be the heavenly barrier star. Shun was left utterly bewildered. Why do I feel like this system is becoming increasingly intelligent? It hasn't been long, and now it's talking about love. Can this even fill the void of missing affection? What on earth? Indeed, it cannot compensate for your lack of love, but it can bring happiness and fulfillment to your life. Now, the technology and materials needed for the foundational construction have been allocated to the system space. Remember to check it, dear boy deprived of love, and good luck. Clearing his throat upon hearing that voice, Shin managed to refrain from spitting out the ramen in his mouth. This was still the system? One might mistake it for a silly child. In his previous life, how much had Blue Star invested in construction? That amount could be earned through just a few missions, could it not? This task was nothing short of a scam. Shin pondered, has my ramen lost its flavor? Or is my broth too rich? Observing Shin's expression, the ramen chef appeared serious. This felt decidedly wrong. He was confident in his ramen-making skills, yet Shin's expression while eating made him question if he had overlooked something. No, the ramen was delicious and reasonably priced. Shin shook his head, finishing his meal and putting down his bowl and chopsticks. Thank you for the meal. Hydrangea and Dandelion exchanged puzzled glances. Was he in a hurry? Why eat so quickly? The ramen seemed fine. Was he troubled by something? The chef stroked his chin and nodded, believing that must be the case. Prior to establishing the network and gaming system in the Land of Fire, what about Kisame? As he walked, Shin suddenly recalled a matter he had yet to progress on concerning Shursui. Finding someone adept in water techniques to deliver the message should pose no risk. Hydrangea, Dandelion. Take these items with you. I must be on my way. He pressed 2 small objects into their hands and turned to leave. What is this? Dandelion called out. This is a keycard. Please refrain from causing any trouble while I'm away. There's food in the fridge, and if money runs low, I have some stashed under my bed. It should be sufficient for you. Without waiting for their inquiries, Shun had vanished from sight. The ramen chef observed the small items in their hands, his expression darkening. Your esteemed position within the depths of our hearts is indeed significant, with each individual possessing a unique access card. Access card? What might that be? These 2 small items belong to the Uchiha clan. They are essential for outsiders wishing to enter the Uchiha territory. Handata pointed to the back of one object, where the emblem resembling a ping-pong paddle was inscribed. This emblem is the symbol of the Uchiha clan. I never anticipated your substantial influence within the depths. Subsequently, Handata's unblinking gaze swept over the 2 individuals. Could it be that you are all the girlfriends of that young lad, Shin? If that were the case, Shin is quite the flirt. Both Aji and Dandelion are beauties of extraordinary caliber. Uncle, you are overthinking, Dandelion chimed in. Aji is his girlfriend. I am but a mere friend. Dandelion turned her head, squinting slightly. Haha, quite proud are we. I hope you both strive to become exceptional jonin. Best of luck. Handata encouraged with a fist pump. Dandelion's face flushed swiftly to her ears. Presently, she is merely a regular genin, and the path to chunin is still long. As for jonin, it is a distant aspiration. Especially for you, as Shin's girlfriend, you must exert tenfold effort. Reflecting on Shin's teenage years, Handata could only sigh. Those days are now but a memory. At your age, Shin was already a competent jonin. I have watched him grow. You are. Dandelion turned back, astonished to learn he was merely the owner of a ramen shop, selling ramen. Handata gestured towards the ramen shop behind him. Dandelion found it hard to comprehend how a ramen seller could possess such knowledge. Hokage and jonin alike frequented my establishment. Before the Third Shinobi World War, Shin and his parents often dined here. Indeed, I have watched him grow. Dandelion's hair bristled in surprise. Was this uncle's status truly so remarkable? By that logic, did he sell ramen during the Second Shinobi World War? This revelation was astounding. Dandelion pulled Aji back to their seats, ordering another bowl of ramen. Uncle, does this mean you witnessed the history of growth in the shinobi world? Countless shinobi perished in the battles. To survive both shinobi world wars is nothing short of miraculous. No, young lady, you are overthinking it, Hinata shook his head. Such matters cannot be casually discussed. Chapter 183, The Shrewd Water Shadow. After preparing 2 bowls of ramen for them, Hinata sat down to elaborate. In truth, following the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, nearly all Konoha's Chunin and Jinin perished, with numerous Jonin also meeting their demise. Near the end of the Third War, the Hokage squad severed the Kimui Bridge, leading to the disruption of the IWA Shinobi supply line. The Fourth Hokage single-handedly battled the IWA Shinobi, inflicting severe losses upon their ranks. Consequently, we witnessed the emergence of Kakashi Hatake, Rin Nohara, and Obito Uchiha, who had undergone surgery with a former rogue ninja. It is rumored that Uchiha Shin's strength has already reached the level of a Kage. Following the demise of the war, the secrets of Minato's team ceased to be secrets, including Shin's affiliation with the Akatsuki. The implications of this were not lost on Dandelion. You have discerned the truth. There is no need for further inquiry, Hinata nodded. The matter had been clarified. Discussing it further would bear no significance. Thank you very much for your insights. We shall take our leave now, Dandelion bowed. No need for formality. As his friends, it is only natural for you to be informed about him. Hinata smiled and waved them off. After bidding farewell to this group of guests, Hinata turned to discuss culinary matters with his daughter, Ayam. As they walked down the street, Dandelion remained dazed. How could a ninja of such near Kage strength possess such a pleasant demeanor? Ultimately, she envied Aji, who had found a partner of such formidable caliber. By the way, Aji, how did you come to know Mr. Shin, and what stage is your relationship at now? It was quite some time ago, over a year, in fact. If I must say, Mr. Shin brought me back to life. I perished during a mission assigned by the angels. Since then, I have no recollection. Rather than saying how Aji recognized Shin, it would be more accurate to ponder how Shin recognized Aji. She could hardly believe that someone who had been dead for so long would still be remembered, especially by someone not from the same homeland. Aji was perplexed. How had Mr. Shin found her and revived her? This implies that there is a remarkable story between you and Mr. Shin. I am quite curious about how 2 strangers came together. Aji expressed her intrigue. The mission of the angels, death, and resurrection. What truly transpired with Aji? You must inquire with Mr. Shin. The moment I opened my eyes, I found myself before him. Aji gestured with her hands, indicating her confusion regarding the situation. Mr. Uchiha Shin. Indeed, what an enigmatic jonin. Dandelion had already made up her mind. Sooner or later, she would gradually uncover the intricacies of the relationship between Shin and Aji. Gossip is a natural inclination of humanity. As they approached the entrance of the Uchiha clan, it was as expected. Without a nameplate, entry was prohibited. Aji and Dandelion each held an access card, leaving the guards bewildered. Usually, 1 was sufficient. Now, 2 had appeared, necessitating a report to the clan leader. Several days later, Shin arrived at the Water Country's Hidden Mist Village, specifically at the office of the Mizukage. Mizukage, long time no see. Why have you come again? Is Konoha so idle? No missions for you? Kuratsuchi frowned, propping his chin on his hands as he glared at Shin. With himself busy, why was this fellow coming to trouble him? No. Mizukage, you are misinterpreting. I merely came to borrow someone. Shin gestured with both hands to clarify. Please do not misunderstand. Borrow someone? Which individual? My Hidden Mist Village is rather small. You come here without a reason, and now you wish to borrow someone? Our relationship hasn't reached that level, has it? At this moment, Kuratsuchi's shrewdness was fully evident. Without some incentive, how could someone from the mist lend out their own? It was simply out of the question. As long as the benefits are suitable, anything is possible. After all, Hidden Mist Village is currently in dire need of funds, and the construction expenses are considerable. Clearing his throat, Shin awkwardly laughed and said, I understand. I am fully aware of the situation. Then, Shin directly produced several thousand ryo. Brother, I am merely borrowing someone. Not for a fight. I believe this amount should suffice. In truth, Shin wished to convey another sentiment, but hesitated to voice it. While shrewdness is acceptable, we cannot exploit the same sheep repeatedly. Ultimately, he decided against uttering those words, knowing that doing so would render borrowing impossible. Gazing at the substantial stack of bills, Kuratsuchi pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. How could we refuse a friend from Konoha? What do you need? Shin's expression darkened. He noticed Kuratsuchi's demeanor had shifted. When did the Mizukage become so mercenary? As long as the payment was satisfactory, everything was negotiable. However, reflecting on the ongoing construction outside, Shin found it understandable. Over the years, Hidden Mist Village had undergone tremendous changes. They had acquired everything. Was that free of charge? One could not simply extend their hand and expect to receive. Moreover, the several thousand ryo was merely a drop in the bucket, at best providing a slight increase in wages. I need to borrow Momochi Zabuza for a while. Shin stated his intentions directly. What do you need him for? Kuratsuchi's gaze shifted, and he whispered, You guys aren't planning something, are you? It's a perfectly reasonable request. Don't think too far afield, Shin explained. Zabuza can utilize water release techniques, and I merely need him to temporarily teach someone. It won't take up too much of your time. Aside from Kisame Hoshigaki and Zabuza, Shin could think of no one else suitable for the task. Would he truly ask the esteemed Mizukage to travel to Takigakure to serve as a teacher for another village's leader? If this were to leak out, one might think that there exists some connection between the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Waterfall Village. Such implications would also adversely affect the reputation of the Mizukage. A trivial matter, indeed, merely a trifling issue. Kagaya Yagura promptly inscribed a note. Here, take this to the Umbu and seek Zabuza, should there be a need. I've also included information regarding Haku. During this period, they have been inseparable, even sharing slumber together. It is difficult to fathom what might transpire should they part ways. Would they engage in a confrontation upon reuniting? The decision to let Haku go stemmed from a desire to prevent any disturbances from Zabuza, as the ruthless figure who decimated an entire class of students. Kagaya Yagura was not keen on complicating matters in this regard. A misstep in this aspect could bear severe consequences, both in terms of property losses, which could be quite significant. It is refreshing to speak candidly. With a deep and sinister chuckle, he took the note and made his way to the Umbu. The Umbu of the Hidden Mist exuded an aura of gloom reminiscent of that of Konoha. Zabuza and Haku sat there, seemingly lost in thought, indicating their current state of idleness. Zabuza, Haku, greetings to you both. The oppressive atmosphere was immediately pierced by the sound of Deep S' voice. Who are you? And what business do you have with the Umbu? We have no need for your kind here. Some members of the Mist's Umbu, upon spotting an unfamiliar face, grew immediately wary, brandishing their kunai as if ready to engage in battle. He is Uchiha Deep, a resident of the Land of Fire's Konoha, a figure they had never encountered in their line of assassination work. Chapter 184. The village chief seems rather weak. Zabuza casually provided an explanation and then stood up. You've guessed correctly. It was indeed the Mizukage who summoned you. What? The Mizukage knows him? How could that be? What level of ninja is the Mizukage, and how could he possibly be acquainted with a Konoha ninja? Listening to their speculations, Zabuza could hardly suppress a laugh. Stop guessing. His identity is rather extraordinary. He hails from Konoha, an individual of high standing, particularly within the Uchiha clan. The Mizukage not only knows him, but often relies on him for dealings with Konoha. Zabuza was not inclined to squander time. If he had come, it was surely for a purpose. Mr. Deep, do enlighten us. What brings you here? You do not visit without reason. You speak the truth. No doubt about it. Those words certainly originate from my lips. Deep conceded directly and took a seat, simultaneously producing a piece of paper. Zabuza, this is an order from the Mizukage. Will you comply? Deep had a slight understanding of Zabuza's temperament. As long as he was unwilling, even the daimyo's summons would hold no weight. However, since the funds had already been allocated, failing to find a master in the Hidden Mist Village would render that expenditure moot. Casting a glance at the text on the paper, Zabuza's face expressed disbelief. Mr. Deep, the Mizukage has requested me to serve as a teacher? Surely, you jest. Zabuza was all too aware of his own abilities. To teach at such a level would surely invite ridicule. Moreover, he possessed no teaching experience whatsoever. It was akin to appointing someone who had never attended a pedagogical institution to educate others. What is impossible about that? I too was thrust into the fray without preparation and had to learn. Deep patted Zabuza on the shoulder. Some things one must experience firsthand to understand. You are among the few who can utilize water release. If I do not seek you out, whom should I turn to? Zabuza retorted, you must be joking. What kind of charade is this? Do you truly believe that no one is aware of your character? Mr. Deep, you know well that my skills are far from polished compared to yours. By asking me to become a teacher, are you not effectively cutting off my escape route? At this moment, Deep felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. What had he said initially? How had this fool learned so rapidly? Coughing, Deep reassured him, in truth. This task is not overly complex. Merely teach a few techniques, and your obligations will be fulfilled. Determined, Deep resolved to persuade Zabuza first. Once the matter was settled, attendance would be mandatory. Mr. Deep, to deceive someone, one must choose someone who has not previously fallen for the ruse. I have already been misled by you once. Would you have me fall for your tricks a second time? It was evident that Zabuza had discerned Deep's underlying intentions. In the land of waves, Deep had indeed managed to hoodwink him. It was true that without Deep, he might have perished in the land of waves. Haku, who had already passed away, could not be resurrected. Though there was an element of salvation in the deception, it remained a deception nonetheless. Zabuza had a premonition that he was about to be maneuvered into teaching once more. Did I deceive him during the previous encounter in the land of waves? How am I unaware of this? Deep mused. This time, I am genuinely coaxing him to the hidden waterfall village. If I hadn't deceived you, what kind of relationship would we have? Is it necessary for me to deceive you? Teaching is a simple task. Were it not for my lack of time, would I require your assistance in such trivial matters? Deep found himself at an impasse. The Mizuki's command seemed to hold little weight. Mr. Zabuza, do not jest with Mr. Deep any longer. Haku observed that Deep was becoming increasingly impatient. Should this continue, it could lead to complications. Deep wore a bewildered expression, feeling as though all prior words had been in vain. When had Zabuza's mind become so sharp? Haku, we are leaving. Zabuza strode forward decisively. Deep, utterly confounded, pondered what had just transpired. Had he been deceived? Had he been made a fool of? Mr. Deep, please lead the way. Haku paused and turned with a smile. Zabuza, you rascal. Deep finally grasped the situation and hastened to keep pace, feeling like an eager follower. Upon exiting the hidden mist village, Deep promptly inquired, did you not express a desire to go? Why the sudden change? Zabuza scoffed. I had no intention of going, but the Mizuki's orders must be obeyed. He gazed into the distance, reflecting, the era of rogue ninjas has passed. Now, I am merely a captain of the Umbu. To defy the Mizuki's orders would only lead to confinement. Deep wore a perplexed expression, feeling at a loss for words. So, in front of so many from the hidden mist, he had genuinely been made the subject of mockery, and they had enjoyed it thoroughly? Zabuza, right now? I harbor no other thoughts, only the desire to give you a sound thrashing. Do you truly think you can toy with me? The atmosphere within the Umbu was heavy, merely a means to alleviate the tension, nothing more. Zabuza explained nonchalantly. Indeed, the Umbu's atmosphere was inherently oppressive, as they were creatures dwelling in the shadows. Deep reminisced about his time spent within the Umbu. Were there any moments of joy? The experience of working in the Umbu was quite peculiar. Mr. Deep, where are we headed? We've traveled quite a distance, Haku remarked, puzzled about their purpose. Our destination is the hidden waterfall village, and our target is the village chief, Shimoku. What did you say? Zabuza's expression shifted dramatically. You want me to teach the village chief of the hidden waterfall village? Are you serious? He is, after all, the chief. Does he truly require my instruction? Wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Mr. Deep, surely you jest? Zabuza was aware of the implications of their respective ranks. Shimoku was the village chief, while Zabuza was merely a captain of the Umbu. Haku contemplated interjecting, but ultimately chose silence. After all, he was merely a weapon. What need was there for him to speak? What does it matter? My promise to Shimoku to find him a teacher was made many years ago. Primarily, it concerns matters of trust. You may teach him whatever you wish. It is a matter of credibility. Whether Shimoku remembered or not was of little concern to Deep. He understood that his own credibility must be upheld. Despite the passage of time, one must fulfill their promises. Sighing, Zabuza resigned himself to fate. With the Mizuki also participating in this charade, how could he possibly sing a different tune? Following Deep's lead, they arrived at the hidden waterfall village, a settlement sheltered by a waterfall, shielded from harm. Is this your first visit to the hidden waterfall village? Deep cast a glance at Zabuza's expression, pondering. The location of the hidden waterfall village was somewhat obscure. Gazing at the picturesque scenery, Zabuza nodded. Not long after entering the village, they encountered Shimoku, flanked by several ninjas, who were brandishing weapons toward them. That young man must be Shimoku. It was surprising how much he had grown in the years since they last met. Deep pointed toward the young leader. After years apart, the once youthful boy had perhaps matured into a competent village chief. Zabuza approached, slightly bowing his head to regard the trembling youth. Is this truly the village chief of the hidden waterfall? Merely standing there, the boy appeared to quiver. Should a confrontation arise, would he not collapse in fear? How can such a character assume the role of the leader of the Takigakure village? Truly astonishing. Indeed, when I last visited, he was but a mere child. He has since matured considerably. During my previous visit, Shimu found him seated on the ground. Now, at the very least, he can stand upright, demonstrating a significant transformation. Shimu, this is your new teacher, who will instruct you in the art of ninjutsu henceforth, Deep remarked, giving Zabuza a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Upon hearing Zabuza's name, Shimu's eyes widened with trepidation. the infamous demon of the hidden mist. A title that carries great weight among the 5 great villages. With Zabuza's prowess, annihilating Takigakure would be a trivial task. How can one be certain he is here to teach and not to obliterate the village? Deep had indeed mentioned finding a mentor to strengthen him. Yet he never indicated that the mentor would be Zabuza. Mr. Deep, this is not what I anticipated, Shimu protested. If someone else had uttered those words, Deep would have swiftly dispatched them. Are you deceiving me? Yes, that is precisely it. Teaching him ninjutsu to bolster his strength. This is the pact between Shimu and me, and the details are known to the Mizukage. Should you doubt this, you may inquire with the Mizukage. As for the matters concerning Takigakure, Kurama Yezakura is indeed oblivious. Deep was uncertain how Kurama Yezakura would react to this information. Whether he would consent remains an open question. Once everything is settled, we shall clarify all. Deep has faith that Kurama Yezakura is not a heartless individual. Mr. Deep, I wish to spar with you. Is that acceptable? Zabuza, now incensed, retorted, you impudent youth. Come now, deceiving him, one who has just shed the identity of a rogue ninja, and is now the captain of the Hidden Mists Umbu. Without imparting a few techniques, he has unexpectedly become a long-term instructor. You wish to fight? Very well. The last time we sparred, your chakra short sword shattered mine. I have yet to procure a new one from the Land of Iron. Is it acceptable to fight without weapons? The chakra short sword is a weapon Deep wields with exceptional finesse. With his weapon destroyed, Zabuza typically resorts to his executioner's blade, which is not his usual style. Very well, Zabuza nodded, discarding his executioner's blade. Without weapons or ninjutsu, I am confident I can defeat you, Mr. Deep. In a contest of ninjutsu or weaponry, Zabuza could not best Deep. Should he be unable to prevail without those 2 advantages, it would indicate a deficiency in his foundational strength. I comprehend that, Zabuza conceded. However, anyone can boast. Deep smiled, beckoning him with a finger. I am aware my strength is inferior to yours, yet I cannot abide your presence. Without ninjutsu or weapons. In terms of sheer strength, Zabuza chuckled, refraining from further banter as he clenched his fist and charged forward. The punch obliterated a shadow clone. Not Deep's true form. The speed of the Mist's demon is indeed impressive. However, to defeat me with such tactics remains improbable. Deep's voice resonated from a nearby tree. What is the purpose of leaving a shadow clone? Zabuza pondered, bewildered. Is destroying a shadow clone meant to showcase one's prowess? No matter. I merely sought to give you a test. I did not wish for you to feel lonely, Deep admitted, not denying his misuse of shadow clones. I shall not continue this. It lacks excitement. Zabuza, disinterested, turned his gaze towards the feeble Shimu. The leader of Takigakure is indeed weak. Merely at the level of a jonin. His fierce gaze made Shima tremble. The mission has commenced, and there is no turning back. Zabuza glanced at Deep, self-deprecatingly stating, I cannot defeat you, so I must turn my ire towards you, Shimu. Very well, the next steps are yours to navigate. I shall not interfere. Farewell. Recognizing the situation had reached its conclusion, Deep took his leave. Observing his retreating figure, Zabuza offered a wry smile. Can this situation truly be reversed? Of course not. Having never been a teacher, he must forge ahead regardless. Days later, Deep once again found himself before Mizukage Kurama Yezakura. Brother, we meet again. Are you surprised? What? It has only been a few days since your last visit. Kurama had prepared himself for Deep's arrival, knowing he was surely up to something. Nothing significant. I merely wish to inform you of Zabuza's current endeavors. Deep casually pulled up a chair. What is Zabuza currently engaged in? Zabuza is now teaching at Takigakure. Instructing the village leader in ninjutsu to enhance his strength, they both proclaimed simultaneously. However, Kurama paused for a moment in contemplation. Zabuza is teaching at Takigakure? This may not bode well. To have one's ninja venture forth to instruct the leader of another village in becoming stronger carries an unsettling implication. Deep Uchiha. This sounds akin to crafting garments for another, Kurama remarked with a frown. It feels particularly off. Is it? I feel nothing amiss. Deep scratched his head. Takigakure is a weak village. No matter how strong they become, they cannot surpass the hidden mist. According to the intelligence provided by the system, Takigakure is exceedingly feeble, boasting only Jonin-level strength. The Jinchuriki Fu is merely a Chunin. With such a power level, how can they compare with the hidden mist? Thus, it is unnecessary to concern oneself with how Takigakure strengthens. Even if they do grow stronger, they cannot surpass their teacher. Kurama was rendered speechless. The Mist's demon indeed holds a prominent position in the hidden mist. Even if several strong individuals were to emerge from Takigakure, they would remain outmatched by the hidden mist. This anxiety is unwarranted. Very well, let it be as you say. I have no reason to object. Splendid. I have no further matters to discuss. so I shall not intrude further. Farewell. As he exited, Deep fortuitously encountered a short-haired woman. Their paths crossed as she entered the Mizuki's office, stirring a peculiar sensation within Deep. Could she possibly be Kurama Yezakura's wife? And who is this man following her, resembling Kurama Yezakura to an uncanny degree? The resemblance was strikingly close to 97%. Goodness. Deep suddenly realized a potential implication. He may no longer refer to the Mizuki as brother. It would be more appropriate to address him as sir. With a son of such age, calling him brother feels rather inappropriate. Akin to how he once addressed Kushina as sister and Naruto as brother. Yet at least Kushina was not so advanced in age. Calling her sister was not out of place. Referring to Naruto as brother was merely for appearances. However, Kurama Yezakura's eldest son resembles him greatly. Perhaps he merely appears older than Kurama Yezakura, lacking that youthful visage. There are countless possibilities, with speculation taking up half the equation. As he contemplated approaching the Mizuki to inquire, he ultimately decided against it. If the man truly is his eldest son, encountering him would be profoundly awkward. Though Deep himself would feel no discomfort, others certainly would. Shaking his head vigorously, Deep proceeded to the riverbank to splash some water on his face. Upon returning to Konoha, life became somewhat mundane. The wedding of Asuma was still a long way off. In this time frame, significant upheaval is certainly out of the question. Thus, Deep decided to peek into the Hokage's office. As anticipated, he was absent. Truly, the most leisurely Hokage in history. Absent from the office during work hours to read at home. On his way to the home of Minato Namikaze, Deep muttered under his breath. Knock, knock, knock. After rapping on the door, Kushina appeared, shovel in hand, donning an apron, with little Naruto trailing behind her. Before Kushina could utter a word, Naruto exclaimed. Brother Deep has arrived. Come in. Once inside, as he settled onto the sofa, Naruto began to voice his grievances. Chapter 186. Building a network? Kakashi-sensei has not taken us on any missions lately. What have we been doing for the past 2 months? I simply do not understand. I heard Uncle Asuma is marrying Auntie Kurenai, but that does not concern us. We still need to undertake missions. It feels like I have spent all my money recently. Listening to Naruto's complaints, Deep was rendered speechless. Was it only Team 7 without missions? The entirety of Konoha had entered a heightened state of operation. Naruto, how well do you understand strength? Deep inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Naruto chuckled heartily, exclaiming, strength, of course, is always better when it is greater. A mere genin cannot possibly be compared to a jonin like Kakashi-sensei. During the exam, Naruto had already grasped just how formidable jonin truly are. The 4 of us genin faced Kakashi, a single jonin, and we were utterly dominated. Indeed, that is why we must strive to grow stronger and acquire more formidable power. Wouldn't you agree, little brother? Shino remarked with a smile as he ruffled Naruto's hair. Sister, where has sensei gone? Didn't he inform Naruto about this matter? No, replied Asuma. As for the wedding of Asuma and Kurenai, it's enough for the children to simply eat. There is no need for them to understand the intricacies just yet. When the time is right, they will naturally come to comprehend. Minato was in the bedroom, engrossed in a book, while Kushina busied herself in the kitchen. At that moment, Shino's expression shifted, revealing his concern. Something felt amiss. The status of the Namikaze household should not be like this. Every time he visited the Hokage's office, it was always a quick task before rushing home to prepare meals. Why was it now that Kushina was the one cooking while Minato was reading in the bedroom? Upon entering the room, Shino was met with an unforgettable sight. The room was pristine and orderly, with a plethora of books from the Intimate Paradise series adorning the shelves, alongside a multitude of other literary works, including a vast collection of newspapers. At that moment, Minato was absorbed in a newspaper, his focus so intense that one might mistake it for something more scandalous. Sensei? Shino attempted to call out. Minato remained oblivious, his eyes fixated on the pages. In books, there are treasures. In newspapers, there are delights. Shino's voice failed to penetrate Minato's concentration. Curiosity piqued. Shino approached, attempting to glimpse what captivated Minato's attention. Is this about recent events? Can something like this truly be so engrossing? Once I develop my game, will I too become entranced? He mused, struggling to comprehend. Shouldn't he be keeping abreast of recent happenings? Shino thought. He then sat on a stool, retrieving a book he typically read while waiting for Minato. The morning slipped away swiftly. A single newspaper could occupy Minato for an entire morning. He truly was a remarkable individual. Turning suddenly, Minato was startled. Shino, when did you arrive? He inquired, hastily folding the newspaper. I've been here for quite a while. I didn't want to interrupt you since you seemed so engrossed. Shino replied with a shrug. Kushina, Naruto, Shino, it's time for lunch. Called Kushina from the living room. This meal had been prepared by Kushina since the morning, extending through to noon. The dishes were plentiful and not merely leftovers, likely due to Shino's visit, prompting her to prepare several additional dishes. Here we go, Minato announced as he rose. Shino, come over. The table was laden with a sumptuous spread, chicken, fish, and a variety of vegetables, totaling 8 distinct dishes. Minato, savoring the food, asked, where have you been for the past month? Are the two girls, Hydrangea and Dandelion, your friends? There are reports from the Umbu that they have been quite active lately, seemingly frequenting the market. Are they buying groceries? Their ability to freely enter and exit the Uchiha clan must be closely related to you. Wasn't there someone else like that? They seem to have moved out and are doing well for themselves now. Yes, I know them. I even provided them with their address. Isn't it quite normal to visit the market? My fridge is rather bare. It barely has enough for a day or two. I can't starve just because I don't cook, Shino replied candidly. Hydrangea is my wife, though our relationship still requires nurturing. Dandelion is a teammate with commendable character. As for that despicable Morning Glory, who knows what has become of her? With the identities confirmed, Shino decided to withdraw the Umbu members watching over them that afternoon. Acknowledging Shino's assurance, Minato preferred not to expend too many resources on them, especially with the recent flurry of Umbu activity surrounding Asuma and Kurenai's wedding, which was rather significant. Any savings would be beneficial given the tightness of resources. Isn't it true that they've already met? Why are you still asking about this, sensei? Shino recalled bringing them to the Hokage office to meet Minato previously. You're asking again. Do you not believe me? I initially referred to them as guests from the land of rain. Now I need to redefine that, as it has changed. How could you not realize this? Minato shot him a glance. You should know these things if you've worked in the Umbu. Sensei, in my ninja career, it seems that apart from the Hokage, no one else is privy to this information. Although I am now part of Konoha's upper echelon, do you think I have the leisure to investigate? I'm a bit lazy, and Haven T inquired into the situation. Shino calmly took a piece of fish, his expression unfazed. Let us not dwell on that. What brings you here today? We rarely see you. Minato swiftly shifted the topic. There is always an occasion for a meal, but you seem to vanish completely, not even showing your face for half a year. It pertains to the village's development, Shino clarified. To build for the digital age, we cannot rely solely on the Hokage and village funding. Minato's expression became somewhat peculiar. The village's development? That falls under the purview of other high-ranking officials. It is not within your responsibilities. The village isn't in disrepair, nor has it suffered destruction. What need is there for development? Shino pressed on. Sensei, I must advise you that village development is not your responsibility. Cross-departmental management is ill-advised. Sensei, I didn't come here to hear that. My resolve to develop the village is firm. If the village does not agree, I shall resort to fundraising. The system has already issued a mission. Though the rewards are rather questionable, it seems to prey on my poor memory, as I've lost count of how many times the task has repeated. I've grown accustomed to such shortcomings. Fundraising? Minato's expression darkened. Konoha is indeed somewhat financially strained, having spent significantly on development over the years. But it hasn't reached the point of resorting to fundraising. Moreover, what on earth requires fundraising for development? Shino, which aspect of development are you referring to that justifies fundraising? If it is reasonable, then I won't impede you. The development of the new Konoha system, Shino indicated. Chapter 187, The Most Unsuccessful Student. Minato, deep in thought, asked with utmost seriousness, Shino, it's not that I am dismissing you. It's simply that this network information system, can it truly be feasible? I intend to seek funding from the daimyo. Konoha currently lacks sufficient funds for new developments, especially for something as abstract as this virtual construction, which is yet to be seen. Speaking of which, Shino, when do you plan to commence the construction of the Land of Whirlpools? I've recently saved some funds to serve as preliminary support. As for the construction concerning the Land of Whirlpools, Kushina had not forgotten. Bringing it up now, she sought to clarify the details. Minato remained indifferent. Such matters were beyond his control. The situation concerning the Land of Whirlpools was something his wife, Kushina, longed for day and night. He could not obstruct it. The Akatsuki organization will handle the funding and materials, and they will provide manpower as well. For now, we do not need to involve ourselves in the construction of the Land of Whirlpools, Shino replied. Since the Akatsuki had participated in the war against the Anti-Demon Legion, their reputation among the 5 great nations had surged. Therefore, even with Shino's statement, Minato did not exhibit much emotional fluctuation. The funding chain of the Akatsuki far surpassed that of Minato and Kushina combined. Relying solely on their funds, they would struggle to implement even the most basic of construction. Have you figured out the details of the construction? Is there anything we can assist with? Kakashi Hitaki cast a furtive glance at Kushina Uzumaki, his eyes betraying a hint of financial strain. He was acutely aware of the limitations of his own resources. If funds were scarce, then perhaps he could lend a hand in the construction efforts. I can't be of much assistance, so please refrain from saying more, my dear teacher, he replied. Shaking his head slightly, he observed the fervent gaze of Kushina, who, being from the land of whirlpools, harbored a unique affection for the development of her homeland. Ahem. Regarding the construction of a networked information system, what preparations do we need to undertake? Kakashi coughed lightly, steering the discussion back on track. Unlike walkie-talkies, a networked information system involved more complexity. In essence, a computer was merely a repository for documents. Building a network entailed the ability to gather a plethora of information online, particularly local data. After more than 30 minutes of discussion, Kakashi found himself growing increasingly awkward, especially when delving into the intricacies of the network. His throat parched, yet unable to elucidate the concepts clearly. Ultimately, the knowledge he possessed was derived from a system that did not easily translate into the reality of establishing a networked era. It was a process fraught with challenges, requiring materials and the approval of the Fire Country's daimyo. Even the previously suggested proposal had gone unanswered, likely doomed to fail. Once the meal concluded, Naruto attempted to interject, yet the moment was not appropriate for his input. His words would have gone unheeded. Kakashi remained silent, lost in contemplation. Hours slipped by, and Kakashi eventually made his way to the Hokage's office, summoning his aide along the way and casually requesting a computer. Once the Umbu personnel had installed the device, Kakashi turned to his aide and said, "Now, it is your turn to operate this. As I remain uncertain about the matter, I shall observe before making any decisions." His aide nodded, taking a seat at the Hokage's desk, and began typing on the keyboard. Drawing from his experience with keyboards from a previous life, he completed the necessary tasks in under 10 minutes. Teacher, this is what I was referring to, though it lacks cloud storage, which means it is merely network storage, along with confidential documents, he explained, pointing at the screen. Kakashi pondered for an extended period, contemplating the implications of laying everything bare before him. Is this secure? He mused. As Hokage, I must prioritize the village's interests. Your proposal appears rather unreliable. Indicating an arbitrary icon, Kakashi continued, "What is this? It is all too transparent. Anyone could access it without much effort." His aide's countenance darkened. "Teacher, please try it, but hold your tongue for now." Kakashi attempted to navigate the system, only to be met with the message, "What is the password?" "A security lock. After 5 unsuccessful attempts, it will automatically lock," his aide explained earnestly. After several more attempts, Kakashi indeed found himself locked out, realizing there was also a time constraint involved. "I advise against such actions. With current technology, it could lead to a complete wipeout," his aide warned. Kakashi replied, Your words suggest it is considerably safer, yet that does not guarantee absolute security. By your logic, should it lock out completely, everything could be lost. After a month of work, that is a gamble I cannot afford to take." Despite the workload being minimal, a month's effort was still substantial. If a complete wipe were to occur, Kakashi would be unable to bear the consequences. "Very well, I shall proceed at my own pace. Once I have developed a prototype, I will present it to you. However, I will need to request funding from the daimyo for this project. It should not pose a problem, I hope." The construction of the network required his aide's direct oversight. The current landscape of information technology was indeed peculiar. Everything appeared advanced. Yet the absence of a network remained a significant issue. "If you submit your request, the project should be secure," Kakashi mused, leaning on his arm with a smile. "It's not Konoha's money, so there is no need for concern." Whether the daimyo would approve the project remained uncertain. "All right, teacher. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," his aide said, waving goodbye as he exited. The urgency of constructing the network was palpable, yet it also felt leisurely. Just a few steps around the corner, he stumbled upon a situation that might alter his perception of certain individuals. "Hey, girl, come play with me. I promise it'll be a blast," a portly man proclaimed, brandishing a stack of money. "See this pile? It's all yours if you follow." Alongside the rotund man was a small figure, once arrogant, now reduced to this state after years apart. Yet, in the presence of the hefty man, the small figure appeared notably timid. "Come on, we've got cash. All you have to do is join us." The air grew tense. Dandelion's frustration boiled over as he threw a punch. Before it could reach the portly man, the small figure intervened. Though a lower ninja, he still possessed greater strength than the girl. The confrontation resulted in a stalemate. "Are you a ninja?" Dandelion's eyes flickered with caution. No wonder he dared to act this way in Konoha. He was merely a ninja whose reputation had been tarnished by the higher-ups. "Dull, what are you planning to do?" The Umbu arrived swiftly, particularly vigilant regarding Dandelion and Aster. With their current predicament, the Umbu could not afford to stand idly by. Dahl stammered, unable to articulate a single word, having completely lost his confidence. "You lot, where are you from? Identify your affiliations," his aide commanded, striding forward with authority. His booming voice failed to intimidate the portly men, but upon recognizing his face, the Umbu called out, "Captain, what brings you here?" The portly men were petrified. "Captain?" they exclaimed. The Umbu recognized the captain as someone not to be trifled with. Dahl, drenched in cold sweat, was about to act when his aide interrupted, coldly stating, "Dahl, you are no longer my student, nor do I deserve to be your teacher. The actions of your parents are known to all in Konoha. I am unworthy to guide you. Remember that." He then turned his attention to the portly men, asserting, "You've been tailing us closely. It's impressive how quickly you managed to mobilize." His aide regarded his former comrades with satisfaction. "Captain, please refrain from mocking us. We're all in the same boat. You know that as well as we do. Just putting on a show in front of the lower and mid-ranking ninjas." One of the Umbu brothers chuckled. "Thus, you must act quickly. You need to advance to Jonin. This current state of affairs is unacceptable." The aide's smile sent shivers down the spines of the Umbu, reminiscent of past traumas. "Captain, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Farewell." The current Umbu squad leader hastily retreated. The portly men, witnessing the Umbu flee, felt a sense of foreboding. They couldn't shake the realization that this young man was addressed as captain by the Umbu. Just as they contemplated escape, they were stopped by the aide's voice. "Where do you think you're going? You believe you can just run away after targeting me? Do you think Konoha will allow that? Dahl, you should go to the Hokage and confess. You know your crimes." Dahl, akin to a ninja on the brink of defection, understood the consequences of his actions. Yet, reporting to the Hokage would signal his end. But fleeing was not an option. He could only tremble in place. "You lot, which faction are you affiliated with? Do not test my patience." The aide clenched his fist, the sound echoing ominously. His visage radiated fury and disdain. The portly men, now thoroughly unsettled, lost their last shred of courage upon encountering the aide's fierce demeanor. "We belong to the casino. It was our boss who ordered us to do this. Umbu captain. You know that." In one breath, they confessed. "A casino? Not surprising. Who is this so-called boss of yours?" The aide was unfazed. This outcome was anticipated. Only the casino owner wielded such power and audacity. Without waiting for the portly men to respond, their throats were slit with a swift motion, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Dandelions and hydrangeas have also committed their share of heinous acts. Yet, witnessing this scene, they too were struck with trepidation. Their delicate faces drained of color. "Hydrangea, Dandelion, follow me," commanded Shin, as he contemplated the gruesome events that may have transpired prior to Asuma's and Red's wedding. The elder's countenance was drawn tight, a brooding atmosphere chilling the air around him. In the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze remained engrossed in his duties, seemingly unaccustomed to the weight of the situation. "Sensei, there is a matter I hope you can address," Shin stated, relaying the recent occurrences to Minato. Upon hearing the news, Minato's head nearly exploded with disbelief. "There have been attacks here, and several lives lost. Someone, inform Ibiki that there are recent tasks for him," Minato instructed, hastily making his way to the scene of the incident. Upon arrival, the area was already surrounded by Umbu operatives, with a throng of onlookers gathering. Their identities a cause for concern. Minato's voice turned frigid. "A casino? I wish to know who their leader is. It seems they have been killed." Without waiting for a response from the Umbu, Shin interjected, "A casino?" Minato's expression turned as frigid as ice. Though Konoha permits the establishment of casinos, it does not condone the murder of individuals within them. Unless this matter is resolved comprehensively, how can we ensure the villagers of Konoha can live without fear? Minato overheard the villagers whispering amongst themselves, their concern palpable. Shortly thereafter, Ibiki arrived, accompanied by the entire interrogation division of the Umbu. "Hokage-sama, what is the situation?" "Currently, there are no leads, only that the target is the casino. What is your take on this?" Minato inquired, his gaze fixed on Ibiki. "Public killings at a casino reflect extremely poorly. This could lead to severe repercussions," Ibiki replied, shaking his head. "Shall I take the Umbu to the casino for a closer look?" Shin proposed. The casino's actions have grown increasingly brazen. They now dare to murder in public, even if the victims are their own. Minato could only nod in agreement, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. "Very well, take your former subordinates with you." At this, several Umbu members turned pale. While they could grow stronger under Shin's command, the lifestyle he imposed was far from humane, more akin to a living hell. "You lot, stay vigilant over the scene. If even one corpse goes missing, I will hold you accountable." Shin barked at the Umbu members before departing. Understood, Captain, they replied, not daring to be lax. After all, Shin's reputation as a ruthless captain in the Umbu preceded him. Their party arrived at the Konoha Casino, the most lucrative establishment in town. As soon as they entered, they spotted Tsunade engaged in a game. Tsunade, long time no see, Shin greeted, momentarily dazed. Uchiha Shin, what brings you to such a place? Casinos are hardly reputable, Tsunade responded, fully aware of their dubious nature. Yet, she found herself unable to resist her gambling addiction. Today, a murder occurred in the village, and the casino is at the heart of it, Shin explained, detailing the events that had transpired. What? Tsunade leaped to her feet. Her teeth clenched as she glared at the casino staff. You may proceed with your actions, Shin urged, prompting several Umbu members to spring into action, scouring the casino. Tsunade, your implication was too vague, Shin remarked. She sighed before exiting the premises, pondering the future of the casino. Will it even remain open? The Umbu soon discovered that the casino's owner had fled, confirming both the words of the informant and Shin's suspicions. The casino was far from the simple facade it presented. Its depths concealed a darkness that was chilling. Moreover, in the bowels of the casino, a gruesome scene unfolded. Those women long missing from Konoha had been found. Captain, the current Umbu captain called out. We must secure them and await the Hokage's arrival for further instructions. Chapter 189, A Reward of Disappointment. Shin had never anticipated that one incident could unravel such a tangled web of trouble. It seemed that a new enemy had emerged. Hydrangea and Dandelion stood aghast at the unfolding events. Is this the reality of a major nation? Indeed, Captain, the current leader could only nod in agreement. The elder generation of leaders undeniably held more sway. Shin, is that Dandelion I see? The bloodshed is truly unbearable, Tsunade remarked. Had she not left, she might have reduced the casino to rubble with a single punch. Such was the contempt for the misdeeds inflicted upon the villagers by this wretched establishment. Shin rubbed his face, shaking his head vigorously to clear his mind. Once Asuma's and Red's wedding concluded, a thorough cleansing of Konoha's corrupt personnel would be imperative. The despicable tactics employed by these individuals were a source of deep sorrow for all. If they continued to wield their positions with arrogance, Konoha would inevitably face ruin. Special level mission, eliminate Konoha scoundrels. Reward. The title of Special Jonin will be upgraded to Elite Jonin, comprehensive strength doubled. Failure reward. That wretched thing will be shortened by 1 millimeter. The prospect of this new task sent a chill through Shin. The rewards for success were indeed substantial, enhancing his overall abilities, including all ninjutsu and ocular techniques. Yet, what was this abysmal failure reward? Such individuals are morally bankrupt. Failure to cleanse them signifies utter incompetence. What use is such a fate? Shin could not help but retort against the system. This system was undoubtedly flawed, riddled with inconsistencies. Upon success, hidden rewards will be granted based on task completion. Shin's spirits lifted momentarily upon discovering the existence of hidden rewards. It was a welcome revelation. How are things at the casino? Shin encountered Minato midway. A large group followed closely behind him. The owner has fled, and the casino staff remains. I've instructed the Umbu to secure the area. Now, with the limited time we have, I intend to cleanse our village of some unsavory characters, but I require your authorization, Shin explained. The Uchiha clan was Shin's true home, while Konoha was not wholly his. Cleansing the undesirables would undoubtedly pose challenges, necessitating the Hokage's sanction. The Hokage's authorization is the highest command. Even a daimyo's presence would be rendered moot. Can you clarify? I must admit I'm lost, Minato replied, bewildered. The Umbu will handle the casino. You need only assess the situation. There are also some unsavory elements within the village that require your authorization for cleansing. This falls outside my purview. Shin shrugged, his helplessness evident. Very well. Once the casino matters are resolved, come to my office, and I shall grant you the authorization, Minato said. Through this incident, he recognized the necessity of addressing the village's undesirable elements. Failure to do so would only allow them to fester and become a malignant presence. Farewell, the sun is setting. I shall visit your home this evening. We have work to do tomorrow. Shin was determined to complete the mission assigned by the system. Failure meant the loss of his future happiness. Until tonight, Minato replied with a smile, turning to lead the Umbu into the casino. Meanwhile, Tsunade returned home, her mood particularly gloomy. After losing so much money at the casino, how could it end like this? Her gambling addiction might truly need to be curbed. After this, whether the casino will be left with even a shred of its former self remains an enigma. Within just an hour, the news of the incident at the casino had spread throughout the various clans of Konohagakure, reaching even many commoners. Their reactions varied. Some were sorrowful, particularly those who indulged in minor gambling, while others rejoiced at the fact that the casino had finally come under scrutiny. Almost simultaneously, the major clans convened meetings. In the Uchiha clan's conference hall, all senior members were present, along with a few others. The purpose of the clan leaders' meeting was evident to all. You have time. Step forward if you must. Fayek sensed that certain individuals within the clan would face misfortune. Minutes passed, and only 2 individuals dared to step forward. You two will serve a month of confinement. You are prohibited from intervening in matters concerning the casino. Understood? Fayek was resolute on this matter. If he did not take a firm stance now, he would have no recourse when the Hokage arrived to take action. The 2 individuals had no choice but to comply. Their gambling addiction necessitated a forced cessation. The meeting is adjourned. Shin, you remain, along with your 2 companions. Fayek emphasized the latter point. What business do non-Uchiha members have attending our meetings? Once the senior members departed, Fayek spoke earnestly. Shin, the previous meeting was of little consequence. I refrained from commenting when you brought outsiders into my home. However, your actions in this meeting were inappropriate. Previously, Shin had hosted Ayam and Puin at his residence, which Fayek could overlook, but attending a clan meeting was an entirely different matter. Leader, if there's something to discuss, please do so plainly, Shin interjected. What is your plan regarding this situation? Fayek's face flushed. Being seen through was a rather unpleasant experience. He had learned that Shin was entirely in charge of the casino incident and sought to inquire further. Whatever the course of action, it must be taken with fairness. We cannot show leniency to our clan members. Those who need to be confined must be confined. Those who deserve punishment must be punished. The money spent on gambling would be better utilized for clan development, earning us respect within the community, Shin asserted with conviction, all the while calculating his own ulterior motives. While his words held truth, the concepts of delivering the casino's profits and investing in development were not synonymous. Entertainment and investment were distinct. Fayek found himself in a quandary. Surely, they could not expect everyone to relinquish their personal wealth for the sake of contribution. Shin, your intentions are commendable, but we cannot disguise our actions as gambling reform to seize their money. Uncle Fayek, you are absolutely right. We cannot resort to theft. That is not our objective, is it? Shin replied, observing Fayek's deviation from the topic. And then, Fayek struggled to comprehend Shin's intentions. He had mentioned money earlier, only to later dismiss it as the issue at hand. What, then, was the crux of the matter? No further discussion. Time is of the essence. I must visit my teacher, Shin said, bidding farewell to Fayek before departing with his companions. Mr. Shin, I find it peculiar how Konoha feels reminiscent of the land of rain, Puin remarked, unable to articulate the unsettling sensation. Given that the land of fire is one of the great nations, such occurrences should not transpire. Such is the nature of great nations. They have their own burdens to bear. The beauty that lies before you conceals the darker realities that remain hidden. What transpired today is merely a fraction of the tumult within the land of fire. Had these events occurred before the Warring States period, I would have simply chuckled. Did the dark era of the 5 great nations truly vanish? It merely transformed, spreading in a different form. As they conversed, Ayam and Puin had already prepared the meal. Mr. Shin, life among nations is undoubtedly easier for the larger powers, Puin asserted defiantly. Small nations merely serve as battlegrounds for the great. Wars between them lead to countless deaths, she continued. Isn't that right, Mr. Shin? Shin shook his head in denial. Puin, your statement lacks accuracy. No nation desires war. Conflict is always a last resort. Take the Third War, for example. Every battle was fought for a reason. Small nations were merely collateral damage, not the primary battlegrounds. Where war erupts is unpredictable. Both large and small nations wish to avoid war. Yet, wishing is one thing. Preventing it is another matter entirely. After all, following the conclusion of the Third War, the ninja of the 5 great nations were nearly obliterated, with half of the Chunin and Jonin lost. On the contrary, large nations can indeed dictate the fate of smaller ones, Puin retorted angrily, picking up her chopsticks to eat in silence. Dictate? Do you truly believe we can wage war without consequences? Shin shot her a disapproving glance, returning to his own meal. In such a tense atmosphere, Ayam felt compelled to remain silent. Both were friends, and offending either side would be unwise. Perhaps, after dinner, tempers would cool. However, after the meal, Shin left without so much as a word, leaving Puin feeling quite awkward. After all, it was impolite for a guest to depart without a proper farewell. The room fell quiet, leaving only the 2 of them. Ayam sat on the bed, furrowing her brow and sighing. Oh, Puin, you may have gone too far. My intuition tells me that the dynamics between large and small nations are indeed different. The cost of igniting war is exponentially greater for the great. I am continued. Consider the military. They typically do not retreat unless utterly defeated. As for ninjas, from what I understand, the Third War effectively dismantled the foundation of Konoha. The genin were entirely wiped out, while the chunin and jonin fared slightly better. However, the strength of the chunin and genin is considerably weaker. How have you been so easily swayed? I am. Regardless of the circumstances, the prosperity of great nations is built upon the suffering of smaller ones. Puin's belief remained steadfast. The plight of small nations was a direct consequence of the actions of the great. If the great were to refrain from warfare, small nations would experience no suffering. Who says that? I have not been brainwashed. I am retorted, taking a sip of tea while gazing quietly at the night sky. Tonight felt different. The sounds from outside were unusually loud. Puin, Mr. Shin made a profound statement. Time will ultimately reveal all truths. How wonderful it would be if we could live to see genuine peace. At present, peace appeared to reign, yet I am understood that it was merely superficial. A facade of tranquility concealing ongoing conflicts beneath the surface. Live to see true peace. I doubt such a day will ever come, Puin replied, shaking her head. Even if nations achieve peace, can we truly expect harmony among factions? Sparks of conflict will always arise. This world consists of more than just national armies and ninjas. Various factions and mercenary groups complicate matters. Unless the 5 great nations possess the strength to dismantle all dangerous arms, true peace remains an unattainable dream, Puin concluded. It would be remarkable if nations could establish real peace. As for factions, that is a different story altogether. Genuine peace simply does not exist among them. I am conceded that this was indeed the case. While nations might manage certain influential entities, the smaller factions remained beyond their reach, their influence insufficient. True peace? Let us not even entertain that notion, Puin said with a shrug, retiring to bed. What a bother. I am stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air. Within, Puin wept quietly. At the residence of Minato Namikaze, just as Shin was about to knock, Kushina seemed to sense his arrival and opened the door. The force of his intended knock nearly collided with her hand. Fortunately, Shin managed to retract his fist just in time, avoiding an awkward mishap. Good evening, sister. Is the teacher at home? Shin asked, awkwardly scratching his head. Yes, you've come quite late today, Kushina remarked, pouting slightly. She had anticipated his arrival, but had not expected it to be so late. If he had delayed even further, they would have been asleep. We in the Uchiha clan have just wrapped up our business and shared a quick dinner before rushing over, Shin explained with an awkward smile. Oh, Minato is over there, Kushina said, pointing to Minato, who was still engrossed in his computer research. Then, Kushina leaned in and whispered, Shin, the situation at the casino has escalated quite dramatically. It's all the talk in Konoha. This time, it's all in your hands. Indeed, it was significant. I never anticipated such turmoil at the casino. Especially with that owner, who managed to abscond with the money in such a short period. Clearly not an ordinary individual. From the incident at the casino, Shin had gleaned some insights. However, life must go on. One cannot halt existence merely due to a casino scandal. Nonetheless, a satisfactory resolution must be provided to the villagers. After all, it is a matter of great disgrace. Minato, stop your research. Shin has arrived. Kushina exclaimed as she jogged over, patting Minato's shoulder. Minato had a peculiar habit. Once engrossed in his work, he became oblivious to the outside world. No matter how loudly one called, he often remained unaware. Shin's here. Take a seat, he said, pouring a cup of tea for Shin. He retrieved a piece of paper from his drawer. This is what you proposed today. Take a look. Earlier that day, Minato had made several trips to the Hokage's office specifically for this document. It detailed Shin's scope of work and bore the necessary seals from relevant departments. The Hokage's office operated swiftly and efficiently. Everything's in order, Sensei. I have some additional matters to discuss. Your original team will remain under your command until this situation concludes. In addition to Kakashi and Obito's teams. Minato cleared his throat. As you know, the Umbu are somewhat understaffed. The support I can offer is limited. If you encounter insurmountable difficulties, feel free to consult with me. We can strategize together. Minato understood Shin's requirements clearly, having mentored him since childhood. That is acceptable. But I have another concern. This issue may implicate certain high-ranking ninjas in the village, so I hope you can provide me with a... Shin paused, revealing his true intention. Despite being a high-ranking official himself, there were individuals beyond his purview. Should these people be linked to the casino scandal, would they be apprehended? Minato retrieved a letter from another drawer. This letter was meant for you in a few days. The individuals involved are indeed troublesome and could potentially be driven to become rogue ninjas. Minato chuckled wryly. I would have had to give it to you eventually. So here it is in advance. Very well, I shall take charge of this matter. With the paperwork in hand, Shin was unhesitant. You finished stating your requests, but mine remain unvoiced. You see, Asuma's wedding is fast approaching, and we cannot let the casino incident disrupt the festivities. Time is of the essence. Chapter 191, Culinary Skills and Casino Threats. Kushina added from behind. With less than a month until Asuma's wedding, everyone was busy procuring gifts, leaving few available to assist. Understood. I will endeavor to resolve this within 10 days, Shin declared, peeling a banana from the table as he expressed his timeline. 10 days to address such a significant issue at the casino may not suffice. It needed to be settled before Asuma's wedding, and 10 days felt overly tight. With many matters that could not be postponed, Minato took a bite of bread from the microwave, commenting, just managing the Umbu and high-ranking officials will occupy Shin for 10 days alone. If we investigate elsewhere, it will be utterly insufficient. Moreover, there were affairs at the casino that required several days to handle. I understand, Sensei. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Shin said, bowing to Minato with a smile as he departed. Rest early today. Tomorrow will be busy for you. Minato nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, Shin found the two sisters cuddled together in slumber, and he was somewhat amused. Did they truly treat his home as their own? They had not even waited for him to return before drifting off to sleep. As the night deepened, he squatted at the door with a few steamed buns, gazing into the darkness while consuming the cold buns. Is this life satisfactory? The next day, the sisters resumed their routine of cooking. Shin lay on the floor, sleeping soundly as if he were a dead pig. The commotion of meal preparation failed to rouse him. He merely turned over on the ground, continuing his slumber. Once the sisters finished cooking and set the table, they took books from the shelf to read. Time flew by, and it was nearly noon when Shin finally opened his bleary eyes, squinting at the glaring sunlight. Dear Shin, you've been sleeping like the dead. It's already noon. The food has long gone cold, Dandelion remarked, her stomach growling, while Akibia, knowing she should not eat without him, merely stared at her book, displeased by the situation. All right, no need to fret. Let us just reheat the food and eat. The weather isn't cold. Akibia understood her sister's temperament well. There's no need. Eating something cold today suits me just fine. After a quick tidy-up, Shin joined them at the table. One sip of soup, and he found it pleasantly chilled. The flavor was delightful, a perfect balance of sweet and sour. A bite of the beans followed, flavorful yet not greasy. You both possess commendable culinary skills. You are quite adept at cooking. Of course, one cannot fulfill missions without knowing how to cook, Dandelion replied, wiping her nose. Akibia remained silent. Stop dawdling. Sit down and eat, Shin urged, contemplating a way to keep them around for a longer duration, securing a perpetual source of meals. After their meal, rather than letting them clean the dishes immediately, he posed a question. Akibia, Dandelion, your cooking is exceptional. How much would it cost to hire you both as full-time chefs? As the saying goes, why let good resources go to waste? With them cooking daily, Shin could avoid his frequent visits to the ramen shop and enjoy a variety of flavors. Mr. Shin, are you considering hiring us to cook for you? Dandelion asked with a serious expression. Roughly, would 10,000 ryo per month be acceptable? For a lower-ranking ninja, that amount was quite reasonable. Shin stated his offer directly. 10,000 ryo is no trivial sum for a lower-ranking ninja. Can they earn that much in a month? Dandelion feigned contemplation. It's doable. As Shin had suggested, 10,000 ryo was significant for them, and earning it in a month would require considerable effort. The previous clash between two mercenary groups illustrated this well. Just for cooking, 10,000 ryo sounds splendid. What about you, Akibia? Dandelion replied affirmatively. As for me, I'll forego the payment. The money you previously gave me is enough to cover years of wages, Akibia said, her cheeks flushed. Those hundreds of thousands of ryo would indeed suffice for several years. All right, if you choose not to accept the money, do let me know, Shin chuckled, rising to take them to the casino. One of today's tasks was to resolve the ongoing issues at the casino, whether to dissolve it or take another course of action. Upon arrival at the casino, the staff noticed the enforcers and hurried over to curry favor. With the owner having fled, the casino was beyond salvaging. It was better to let it perish. Welcome. Those unsavory deeds were all orchestrated by the owner. We acted against our better judgment. It pains us to admit it, one staff member said, placing a hand over his heart. Now that the owner is gone, the entire casino awaits your inspection. Please. The current Umbu captain immediately bowed upon seeing Shin. You. Keep them stationed here. From now on, no one is permitted to enter the casino unless they possess a direct order from the Hokage. Shin instructed, leading Akibia, Dandelion, and part of the Umbu under the guidance of the staff as they began to inspect the casino. From their observations, It was evident that the casino had indeed employed a cadre of thugs and assassins, with numerous burly bouncers wandering about, dressed in black garments. A cadre of assassins traversed the night, no fewer than 30 in total. These individuals hailed from various factions beyond the prominent clans. According to the standards of Konoha, their existence was impermissible. The casino, a veritable trove of wealth, brimmed with gold, silver, and jewels in abundance, while stacks of currency reached mountainous heights. Should these riches be utilized to fortify Konoha, it would herald a monumental advancement. The young women who had been detained previously were personally escorted back to their homes by members of the Umbu. Consequently, the prison now appeared desolate and cold. After surveying the scene, Shin delved into another chamber, the most significant room in the casino, that of the proprietor. As he approached the threshold, staff members halted him. "Sir, you may go anywhere, but you cannot enter this room." "Why? State your reasoning." Shin remained unhurried. The Umbu's surveillance revealed that this room was bordered solely by one door and one window, the latter guarded by Umbu members. Regardless of who resided within, escape was impossible, unless, of course, the Umbu could be bribed. "There is no reason. You simply cannot enter this room. It poses a grave danger." In a moment of panic, the staff member let slip a secret. "Grave danger?" Shin chuckled, waving his hand dismissively to disperse them. "Do you truly believe that a man who survived the Third Great Ninja War would fear the perils of a single room? I undertake S-rank missions with ease. What greater danger could there be? More perilous than assassination?" Shin laughed. "No, I insist you cannot let him in." The staff member's tone had shifted dramatically. With a mere glance from Shin, 2 Umbu members restrained him. Danger? How intriguing. Before opening the door, he activated his intangibility, rendering himself invulnerable. Upon swinging the door wide, a flurry of hidden weapons erupted forth. Chapter 192, Bloodshed, Depravity. The projectiles fell like rain, but the onslaught was brief, lasting only a few seconds. "Captain," the Umbu called out urgently. The staff member felt the pressure intensify, as if they sought to crush him entirely. "Ah, it hurts. Damn it, ease up." The staff member's face paled, drenched in cold sweat. With such force, he could have easily lost his life. "Mr. Shin." Both Ajisai and Tanpopo were reduced to tears at this sight. While Tanpopo had not been fond of Shin due to his demeanor, the prospect of losing a friend was now bittersweet. After all, the onslaught had been a perfect assault, without a single corner of the room spared. In such a scenario, could any human hope to survive? Unless, of course, he were not human at all. Is this what you refer to as danger? Indeed, placed in another's shoes, it would be a certain death. Shin chuckled as the barrage ceased, standing unscathed as though the entire ordeal had been mere illusion, inflicting no real harm. The Umbu, witnessing Shin's intact form, felt a surge of relief. Their minds raced to the Uchiha's forbidden technique, Izanagi. The use of this forbidden jutsu allowed one to alter fate, yet at the cost of blindness. "Who are you?" "No, it cannot be. How can one survive such an assault?" The staff member trembled in terror, utterly unnerved. If such potent weaponry could not vanquish him, what could? By my word, is this what constitutes an elite jonin? Their combat prowess indeed transcends our understanding. An Umbu member muttered to himself, re-evaluating the strength of elite jonin. Could Shin's resilience imply he was nearing the level of a Kage? No more idle chatter. "The door is ajar, let us investigate." With their words hanging in the air, Shin felt it prudent to conceal the nature of his intangibility. Upon entering the room, his spirits plummeted. The chamber was adorned with an array of bones, human bones, evidently linked to the villagers who had gone missing. Moreover, a lavish table bore a severed arm, appearing shockingly youthful. Thus, Shin deduced that the casino's proprietor was not merely a depraved individual, but a monstrous aberration. The grotesque decorations, particularly the complete facial skin of a young girl and other dismembered parts, were beyond comprehension. Witnessing these scenes, both Ajisai and Tanpopo were paralyzed with fear, as were the Umbu, who stood in stunned silence. What did this signify? Every soul present understood the implications. It was an abomination of unimaginable proportions, warranting national scrutiny and a substantial bounty. The casino's owner was indeed a despicable criminal. Had it not been for the need to preserve evidence, Shin would have incinerated the entire establishment without hesitation. "You two, remain here and ensure no one enters." He casually assigned 2 Umbu to guard the room before departing. He had no desire to linger in such a place. "You, take him to the Hokage and relay everything you've witnessed here." He pointed at the staff member, issuing his command. "Understood." The Umbu member nodded, leading the staff member away. "No, I won't go. I refuse." The staff member's voice rose in desperation, fully aware of the grim fate that awaited him upon arriving at the Hokage's office. The likelihood of an untimely demise loomed large. The casino had been thoroughly investigated. It was time to summon Ibiki, as the next phase of the operation would fall to him. Shin had traversed all necessary locations and found no further value in lingering. The interrogation department could now spring into action. The last of the Umbu members nodded and set off to find assistance. "Let us go. It is time for a meal," Shin stated, his expression devoid of emotion, yet a chill settled within him. Today, the Umbu would undoubtedly be the most occupied of all departments. After concluding their tasks, it was already noon. The flow of information within Konoha was remarkably swift. Within an hour, even the villagers were privy to the happenings within the casino, particularly the events that transpired in that room. Those afflicted with gambling addictions sought to return, only to find their legs broken as a consequence. Such occurrences were not uncommon. At Ichiraku Ramen, patrons filled the establishment, many gathering to engage in idle chatter. The casino had become a new topic of discussion. "Sir, 3 servings of ramen." After payment, Shin settled in to wait, his mood heavy and discontented. What is happening today? Is the casino truly as the rumors suggest? Observing Shin's somber demeanor, Tucci felt his own spirits dampen. The smile that typically graced his face had vanished. Indeed, the casino's troubles might necessitate the Hokage's intervention. Shin had already formulated a hypothesis regarding the high-ranking individuals behind the casino. Without a formidable backing, he doubted the casino's capacity for such significant malfeasance until he had unearthed the truth. Previous matters had been suppressed. A collective gaze turned toward Shin as he consumed his ramen. The influence behind the casino was so vast, yet he dared to continue his endeavors without fear of retribution? Was he truly so brazen? "Shin, you speak as though you are exaggerating. How could this matter escape your grasp?" Tucci was aware of the Hokage's directives. Under the high-ranking officials, one could act with impunity. Yet, to assert that it was beyond control was hard to believe. They were all of the same rank. How could one navigate this? Surely, he could not wield mere feathers as if they were authoritative commands. Shin chuckled bitterly. This was his greatest frustration. Logically, the Hokage's directives were indeed potent, yet the situation had taken a turn. The feather was not as effective as it once seemed. It might require negotiation with the higher echelons of the Land of Fire to ascertain the course of action, if Minato truly insisted. The upper echelons of the Land of Fire were as inconsequential as a whisper. After all, the daimyo dared not meddle too deeply in Konoha's affairs. Tucci fell silent. His statement held merit. "Is there enough to eat? We have work to do this afternoon." Tucci could only offer to add an egg to their ramen without charge. Should that prove insufficient, he would treat them to a bowl. An individual without stature could not be compelled to act. Even if Tucci's hidden identity was remarkable and his concealed strength formidable, the ramen retained its familiar flavor, a taste reminiscent of childhood. "Uncle, amidst the myriad of changes in the world, your flavor remains ever constant. It is truly delightful. As I indulge in the noodles, I cannot help but extol their virtues. Should the taste alter, the dish would lose its appeal." Handa chuckled cheerfully, grasping Shin's intent and leading a group to the casino to apprehend individuals. In the Hokage office, chaos reigned. Clans from all corners had gathered, including some affluent families. Faced with their presence, Minato Namikaze could only exclaim, "Oh my goodness." Their intention to cause a stir left him feeling overwhelmed. The Uchiha clan was the first to express their stance, bringing forth 2 of their members who had frequented the casino. "Hokage-sama, these are our clan members who have visited the casino. We present them for your judgment." They had heard the whispers about the casino's affairs, and such a significant matter would inevitably provoke a response from the Hokage. By taking a stand now, they hoped to secure their positions in case any repercussions arose in the future. The Hyuga clan mirrored this sentiment, presenting individuals known for their frequent visits to the casino. "Hokage-sama, we entrust this individual to you. How you choose to proceed is beyond our concern." The Shimanaka clan, typically more reserved, managed to avoid any scrutiny. Yet they still deemed it prudent to show up. Other clans also declared their positions, unwilling to be ensnared by the Hokage due to this incident. "Ladies and gentlemen, your actions today indicate that you are all aware of the events that transpired at the casino this morning." Minato addressed them, and the clans nodded in unison. Visiting the casino does not necessarily imply involvement, and you all understand that. Should any of you be found harboring unsavory individuals, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Return to your homes. I will ensure that the Umbu will issue a notice once the casino matter has concluded, he concluded, feeling the weight of the clan's expectations. He was keen on preserving their dignity and refrained from openly criticizing them. That would not be appropriate. "Very well, let us all take our leave then." With the Hokage's words, their anxieties were alleviated. "Teacher, have the Umbu informed you of the situation?" Just as everyone was poised to depart, Shin fortuitously crossed paths with them. For a moment, no one knew how to proceed. Yet, Fugaka's expression was peculiar. The Umbu has already apprised me of the casino's affairs. I did not anticipate the situation to escalate to this extent. Minato sighed, realizing that this seemingly minor issue had spiraled into unforeseen complications. Teacher, there are matters I must convey. Shun proceeded to elucidate his thoughts in detail, including his proposals. Shun, I do not endorse your approach, Minato replied, shaking his head. You have served as a captain in the Umbu. It is essential to ascertain the truth first, who the individuals are, and simply inform me. Understood, I shall take note. Shin responded impassively, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. What brings you here? Uncle Hachi inquired, noting Shin's presence. You are not at the flower shop. What brings you out here? Shin recognized the clan leaders present, having had considerable dealings with them in the past. Coughing lightly, Fugaku gestured subtly. Clan leader, is your throat bothering you? As soon as the words escaped his lips, the clan leaders stifled their laughter, refraining from glancing at the Uchiha's predicament. Though Shin appeared to be a mere 20-year-old, he shared a camaraderie with them that surpassed the typical interactions between a young person and their elders. Mocking the Uchiha indirectly reflected poorly on themselves. And no, I am fine, Fugaku blushed, straightening his posture. Fugaku, if you are unwell, you ought to consult a physician. Enduring discomfort is not a solution. What if you were to collapse? Currently, there is no one among the Uchiha to succeed your position as clan leader. This statement elicited glances from all present. What did it imply? Were they suggesting that Fugaku should retire early? The clan's prodigies were well known. Any one of them could easily assume the role of clan leader. Whether Fugaku chose to step down was entirely his prerogative. Now, what brings you all here? It is unusually crowded. Typically, this place is deserted. Shin was acutely aware that this gathering was extraordinary. Oh, nothing in particular. I must be on my way. My pot is boiling, and I need to check on it, he said, attempting to exit. However, encountering Shun compelled the clan leaders to fabricate excuses to depart without revealing their intentions. Once they had all left, Minato's expression fluctuated, realizing the curious demeanor of the clan leaders as they sought to avoid Shun. What is going on here? He pondered, exchanging glances with Shun. Teacher, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave as well. See you tomorrow, Shin remarked. The atmosphere growing awkward as he contemplated the peculiar behavior of the clan leaders. Was he a tiger? He posed no threat. Why did they seem so apprehensive around him? He would need to inquire further. Meanwhile, as the clan leaders exited, they found a secluded spot to converse. Hachi, what is the story here? When did you become acquainted with Shun? You appear to be on friendly terms. Yatsuki, how do you know Shin? Are you also friends? The conversation flowed. And after much back and forth, they finally grasped the situation. The most awkward among them was Fugaku, who realized he was unaware of Shun's extensive network, particularly with other clan leaders. Their camaraderie was evidently strong. No wonder the earlier encounter had felt so uncomfortable. It all made sense now. Shin had managed to unite these previously estranged elders, showcasing remarkable capability. Indeed, Fugaku, you have concealed your connections quite well, inadvertently orchestrating a greater scheme. Fugaku hastily shook his head, though one may dine chaotically. One must not speak recklessly. Do not say such things. During the upheaval among the higher-ups, Shin resolved the issue in an instant, and it left me, as clan leader, in a particularly awkward position. What am I to do with your comments? Fugaku found himself in a predicament, recognizing that sometimes the Uchiha clan was not under his command, but rather under Shun's influence. Moreover, many of the elite members maintained a favorable rapport with Shun, gradually shifting the clan's core dynamics. Yet, therein lay the peculiarity. As the core shifted, the clan leader's authority dwindled, and the voices of dissent grew faint. Nevertheless, the elite members continued to hold him in high esteem. Remarkable. With such credentials, strength, and capability, it seems the next Hokage may very well be Shun, Hachi exclaimed. Indeed, with such a comprehensive skill set, how could he refrain from pursuing the Hokage position? Hachi, do not be mistaken. That child has no aspirations for the Hokage role. He seeks a life of leisure. Fugaku mused, uncertain about Shun's true intentions. Power did not captivate him. Merely holding a high position satisfied him. His strength was consistently on the rise. Then, shall we support one another moving forward? Someone suggested. After all, they were all friends of Shun, and mutual support seemed reasonable. Agreed. Although Shun has been frequenting the Hokage's residence lately, for reasons unknown. Fugaku, do you have any insight? I am aware that he mentioned something about network development. Though I am unsure of the specifics, Fugaku replied. Though he was the Uchiha clan leader, he was but one man, not a mind reader privy to Shin's thoughts. Network? What could that possibly entail? The group pondered, deciding to leave the matter for another day. Thus, once they had comprehended one another's positions, they dispersed. Meanwhile, Shin exited to find the clan leaders parting ways. Mission prompt: the perverse casino owner, and Wyanta. Destination for escape: the land of waterfalls. Proceed to apprehend. The land of waterfalls, you say? Zabuza, can you withstand the challenge? Shin chuckled lightly. It had not been long since the chaos began. Zabuza should still be instructing. Thus, in Wyanta's endeavor to establish himself, there would not be an easy feat. Even the weakest of the Shimu is still a village chief. Chapter 194. Dandelion is about to open a restaurant. The daimyo of the land of water should heed at least half of Shimu's words. Time flew by, and several days vanished. Due to connections in the gambling den, the daimyo from the land of fire dispatched a military force. Those who obey him are also profound. Thus, the profound transformed into the leader of a battalion. The gambling den is now under military surveillance around the clock. Any slight disturbance would lead to chaos. In the Hokage's office, members of the Umbu gathered. Lord Hokage, I have intel that Umbu Gyudo has arrived in the land of water, and I wish to go confront him. Profound gazed intently at Minato Namikaze, determination gleaming in his eyes. If you wish to go, I cannot stop you. Minato replied with a slight smile. Given the recent surge of events, Minato found himself unusually seated in the office all day. Then I shall not disturb you any further. Lord Hokage. Profound bowed respectfully and exited. In front of everyone, the proper etiquette must be upheld. From Minato's smile, he understood he had been granted permission. Staying any longer would merely waste time. Mr. Profound. Dandelion waved her arms on the bench beside the Hokage tower. Is there something significant happening? How come you all found time to come? Profound approached, frowning with inquiry. Just days prior, they had been busy studying menus. Could it be that yet another major operation was underway? Since Dandelion's arrival in Konoha, she had brought joy and entertainment, making life far more vibrant than in the land of rain. I want to open a restaurant, Dandelion stated directly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at him. Although she had discussed this matter with Hydrangea, it was merely Dandelion's idea. Hence, she and T included Hydrangea in the conversation. You two have been inseparable lately. Have you now decided to part ways? Profound inquired, puzzled by Dandelion's sudden declaration. This was not in her character. They even slept holding each other. Would they truly separate for a restaurant? When did women's affections become so fragile? Indeed, I want to open a restaurant. And Hydrangea will assist me, so we want to be separating. Dandelion laughed, wrapping her arms around Hydrangea's neck. It appeared they had already agreed on this, leaving no need for his input. Well then, it is your freedom. I cannot interfere. What location do you plan to open the restaurant in? Profound asked. In Lezicheng, a nearby city with substantial foot traffic. It should be a lucrative venture, Dandelion replied. Hydrangea added, additionally, Dandelion mentioned that the people of Lezicheng are quite wealthy and willing to spend on dining. Profound's forehead twitched with 3 lines of annoyance. Willingness to spend does not equate to them being gullible. Your words imply a rather naive perspective. While your culinary skills are commendable compared to top chefs, you are still amateurs. Have you even considered how much you plan to spend on hiring a chef? Profound pressed further. Hire a chef for what? Are we not sufficient? Or do you doubt our culinary skills? Or perhaps fear we will be overwhelmed? Dandelion's gaze sharpened as she regarded Profound, as if she sought to penetrate his thoughts. No. As long as you are happy, he conceded quickly, not daring to say more. Disputing with these two would only lead to a bleak future for him. I have even thought of a name for the restaurant. Sakura God. What do you think? Dandelion exclaimed joyfully. She had pondered this name for many days before finally deciding on it, connecting the last characters of their names. Uchiha Shin, Dandelion, and Hydrangea. Sakura God? What sort of name is that? It sounds rather effeminate, Hydrangea remarked, slightly displeased. Will anyone even visit a restaurant with such a name? Dandelion, however, was oblivious to Hydrangea's sentiments regarding the name. Cough. You two continue your discussion. I will take a trip to the land of water, and we can discuss Sakura God when I return. Just as Profound was about to leave, Dandelion called out, Wait a moment, Mr. Profound. What is your purpose for going to the land of water? Well, Dandelion, our relationship is merely that of ordinary friends. I am not obliged to report my whereabouts to you, Profound replied, a flicker of irritation rising within him. This girl was far too possessive, and they were not even in a marital relationship. Why should he be accountable? Even if you are not my husband, you should inform your wife of your plans. Dandelion retorted boldly. Hydrangea, shy and unable to voice her thoughts, had Dandelion speak on her behalf. Hydrangea's face flushed a deep crimson. They had only been together for a few years. They were not at that level yet. If one were to categorize their relationship, It could only be termed a romantic one at most. In that case, it does seem reasonable. However, you may not fully comprehend the nature of my relationship with Hydrangea. If she were my wife, I would indeed need to inform her to prevent undue worry. But with Hydrangea, there is no need. Hydrangea has confided everything to me. You resurrected a deceased person. There must be some ulterior motives at play. So, tell me, does Hydrangea count as your wife? Dandelion began to defend Hydrangea. At this moment, Dandelion had already formed her own standards of a scoundrel based on Profound's demeanor. Not informing your wife of your whereabouts, doesn't that qualify you as a scoundrel? In her eyes, he certainly fit the bill. Fine, I concede, Profound replied. In truth, my trip to the Land of Water is not for any grand purpose, nor for instigating trouble. It's merely to apprehend someone. Who is it? A woman or a man? Dandelion seized upon the crux of the matter. A man, a gambling den owner, Obito. I have intel that he has fled to the Land of Water seeking refuge, Profound explained. Obito, the gambling den owner? How did he make it to the Land of Water? That's quite a distance, Dandelion said, a hint of surprise in her tone. For a ninja, traveling between two countries within a few days was not unusual. However, Obito was merely an owner, not a ninja, merely a businessman with a cadre of assassins and henchmen. The fact that he could reach the Land of Water in such a short span suggested he possessed some skills. Indeed, it is quite a distance, which is why I suspect something is amiss. Otherwise, I could have simply sent an Umbu member to apprehend him myself. Why would I need to go personally when I could lounge at home? Profound noted, the urgency of time weighing heavily on him, especially with a system task looming. He could not afford to squander his future happiness. The reward was too significant to overlook. With that in mind, your reasoning does hold merit. However, how can you be certain your claims are true? Dandelion narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him closely. Simple. You can ask the Hokage why I am going to the Land of Water. I am not a lecherous sage seeking to dabble in affairs of the heart, Profound replied, rolling his eyes. Excessive suspicion would only hinder his endeavors. Profound, my dad wants me to convey a message. Hurry there and back. Time is of the essence. At that moment, Naruto burst in, relaying Minato's message. Understood, I will be swift. Chapter 195, The Power of the Tailed Beasts. When calculating the time, it seemed about half a month had passed. Thus, Profound had little time to waste. Profound, I heard those two sisters mention they want to open a restaurant in Lezicheng. And I want to help, but Dad won't allow it. As he spoke, Naruto's mood visibly dimmed. Aside from the mission trip to the Land of Water, he had not ventured to other countries or regions. Even in the pursuit of strength, one must indulge in entertainment to some degree. I see. Profound's gaze was not on Naruto himself, but rather on the seal on his abdomen. The nine tails residing within glared at Profound. Recalling the moments of being ruthlessly beaten upon breaking free from the seal, causing its fur to bristle. It had never flinched before Madara. Yet faced with this boy, now a young man, it felt a profound fear welling up from within. This former boy, now a youth, seemed to possess a formidable power capable of obliterating it. It is this very force that has caused its fox form to crumble once. It ought not to have shown weakness. Yet, during its most vulnerable moment, it faltered after enduring a few strikes. Naruto, after the mission in the Land of Waves, when Team 7 battled against Haku, did you sense any peculiar symptoms within your body? For instance, feverishness or an unexpected surge of chakra? Through the system's unique abilities, Shun could discern the current appearance of the nine tails. Petite, adorable? Indeed, at that moment, the chakra felt boundless, and my strength surged remarkably. The enemy that had once dominated me was suddenly at my mercy. Clenching his fists, Naruto remained puzzled by such power. What bloodline limit was Haku employing? It was formidable, moving effortlessly amidst the ice crystals. Yet for reasons unknown, upon becoming enraged, he found himself overwhelmed by Kakashi's assistance. It was utterly inconceivable. Such occurrences should have been impossible. Shun, what is happening? Why? Ignore it. In time, you shall comprehend the underlying truths. You are still quite weak and lack the capacity to grasp it. The protagonist of this world must grow stronger. Kaguya, heaven knows if she will resurrect. Though the world has transformed significantly, countless changes still abound. Even that disappearance is merely one among many transformations. The Akatsuki is now cleansed, and the disappearance has emerged. The power of the nine tails must be utilized to perfection. Shun is unwilling to witness the full might of the nine tails cleave the village in twain. If you wish to go to the Land of Sound, that is permissible. But Kakashi must accompany you. Otherwise, should you venture there, both I and many others will be deeply concerned. The hidden power within you is quite unstable. With the nine tails in the village, it will be more manageable with Kakashi by your side. However, There is no guarantee that before Naruto matures, he will be able to control it if he departs from the village. At that point, a visit to the Land of Lightning's hidden cloud village might indeed be necessary. A true waterfall tour for a year. Otherwise, the uncontrollable explosive force may be more than Konoha can bear. Shin, what do you mean? There is still an unknown power within my body that has yet to be tapped? Naruto looked bewildered. He understood his body best. What other power remains untapped? Could it be that previous force? Well, you will know in time. Until then, you may learn techniques from Rin. As a fellow Jinchuriki, Shin felt that Naruto seeking counsel from Rin would not be amiss. Rin? Teacher Nohara Rin? Naruto was half-dazed, realizing that Teacher Nohara Rin shared a similar plight. Oh yes, that is indeed Teacher Nohara Rin. We are from the same class. I prefer to call her Rin, but you can call her Nohara Rin as well. It is not incorrect, haha. Shin nodded, a smile brightening his face. Is there any other question? If not, I shall take my leave. Having delayed for so long, Shin's journey must hasten. The day of Asuma's wedding draws ever closer. None. I shall seek out Teacher Nohara Rin now. Thank you, Brother Shin. Naruto waved his hand and turned away. Farewell. I hope to see you again, stronger than before. Shin smiled, contemplating that if he could master the Nine Tails without going to the true waterfall, it would be the best course of action. The condition being that Teacher Nohara Rin truly possesses the ability to teach Naruto to harness the power of the Nine Tails. There remains a long road ahead to earn the Nine Tails' willing service. Why are you both staring at me? Do I have flowers on my face? Upon turning, he found Hydrangea and Dandelion watching him with puzzled expressions. I truly find you increasingly incomprehensible. It seems you know all the secrets. Dandelion's face was devoid of expression. From his conversation with Naruto, she could sense that Shun was privy to many things they were unaware of. This is quite normal. Some matters are known to the Genin, and we Jounin are also aware. However, there are issues that even the Chunin cannot resolve. How could we possibly allow you Genin to know? The stronger one becomes, the more one understands. Much like the daimyo, who resides at the pinnacle of authority, overseeing all affairs of the Land of Fire, including many matters unbeknownst to us. Speaking of the daimyo, Shun could only chuckle. It is a position where a strong Kage is of little use. A weak Kage can overturn the world. In the eyes of the five Kage, the daimyo is truly a mere figurehead. In smaller nations, the daimyo may wield absolute power. Yet the troubles of large nations are beyond the comprehension of smaller ones. Indeed, it seems to be the case, Dandelion mused, stroking her chin. This reasoning appears to hold water. Indeed, from our observations in Konoha, many critical decisions were made without notifying the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Thus, what is the purpose of the daimyo of the Land of Fire? Is it different from the manner in which our daimyo governs in the Land of Rain? Hydrangea also pondered, her brow furrowing, sensing that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. It is quite simple. The affairs of Konoha are beyond the daimyo's control and cannot be managed by him. Shin chuckled, saying, the military might of the five great nations is formidable, and the daimyo cannot oversee it, unless he has lost his mind. Shin's response left Hydrangea and Dandelion dumbfounded. Such words, if uttered in the Land of Rain, would undoubtedly lead to arrest and severe interrogation. You would either be labeled a spy or a traitor. Mr. Shun, do you not fear the daimyo hearing such a response? Why should I fear? This world is as it is. The strong can dominate all. What of the daimyo? Why should I be afraid? Passers-by who overheard Shun's words shivered, yet dared not utter a single word. Indeed, it is as such. Konoha's affairs are beyond the reach of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Well, we have reached the village entrance. I must take my leave now. Farewell. At the village entrance, the final farewell was made, and he departed. This time, Shin did not head directly to the hidden waterfall village, but instead took a detour around the Land of Waterfall. The system indicated that the casino owner was located in the Land of Waterfall, rather than in the hidden waterfall village. The Land of Waterfall is not particularly beautiful, especially when compared to the hidden waterfall village. The first city in the Land of Waterfall is bustling, filled with people coming and going. Yet not a single vendor cries out to advertise their wares. Few passers-by are willing to spend money on products, including daily necessities such as vegetables. Latest mission issued. Assist the military of the Land of Waterfall in exterminating the forces behind in Wyongta, Fire, subdivision of the disappearance. Chapter 196, Training Results. A formal introduction to the divisions and origins of the disappearance. Disappearance. Intent to occupy the entire world of the Hokage, bringing it under their control. Subdivision forces. Cloud, Dark, Thunder, Rain, Fire. Note: each force possesses an army of millions, with an average strength of Genin, while the generals are Jounin. They possess the ability to traverse space. The leader of the Fire Force is a gaunt old man named Mizukage. Strength, 6 paths, above Kage level, below the Sage of 6 paths. Many of his generals possessed the ability to transform Earth into miscellaneous soldiers. Abilities: Meteor Summoning Technique, 6 paths level, Water Flooding City Technique, a level. Total army count, 2 million. Currently deceased army count, 150,000. Currently active army, 205 million. Troops stationed in the Hidden Waterfall Village, 50,000. Troops of the Hidden Waterfall Village, 20,000. Upon seeing the series of heart-wrenching statistics, Shin could only utter, "How on earth am I supposed to manage this?" No matter how skilled he was, he could not contend with an army of over 200,000. Especially in the land of Waterfall, how could 20,000 troops confront 50,000? The numerical disparity was overwhelming. Even if the land of Waterfall was formidable, it could not manage to have 20,000 face 50,000. The sheer numbers were crushing. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that the tasks issued by the system were obligatory. The consequences of non-compliance appeared rather severe. Shin could not help but exhale a weary sigh. Sometimes, it felt as if he were fated to suffer misfortune, struggling even to drink a sip of water without it being a chore. The land of Waterfall was on the verge of being annihilated by the forces of the disappearance, yet he was forcibly dragged into this conflict by the system. The military of the land of Waterfall is currently assembling, composed entirely of ordinary people. 8,000 troops from the land of fire are providing support. The fire army of the disappearance organization is currently gathering before battle. Listening to all current military movements concerning the disappearance, Shun could only inquire, "System, are the 5,000 troops of the disappearance human or mere mud?" He had grown weary of playing in the mud. Engaging with the mud men all day has left him in a rather discontented mood. He sighed, pondering the value of being flesh and blood. It is far more disheartening to cleave through an adversary, only to find oneself confronted with a mere pile of mud. Such an experience is even more unbearable than the daily grind. There exists an utter lack of fulfillment. Moments later, the city closest to the border began to tremble. As throngs of soldiers traversed the thoroughfares, clad in armor and donning helmets, they wielded the mightiest of weapons. They moved with great urgency. The onlookers bore witness to this scene without a flicker of panic, continuing their commerce as if it were a regular day. The organization had been embroiled in conflict with the land of water for several months, and the populace had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Upon receiving an explanation from the system, he was struck by a sudden epiphany. No wonder the troops assembled were so unfazed, continuing their lives as usual. Soon, he encountered Mr. Shin once again, less than a month since their last meeting. The voice of Zabuza echoed nearby. Approaching were Zabuza, Haku, and the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, Fu, accompanied by the ninjas from the Hidden Waterfall Village who rarely ventured out. This decisive battle gathered the entirety of the military might of the Land of Water, and their participation was expected. "How is it that you have also arrived?" Shin pondered, then realized the logic behind it. "Mr. Shan, it is we who should be asking you that. The sudden large-scale mobilization of your organization raises questions that we must address. My mission did not include aiding the Hidden Waterfall Village in battle." Zabuza's tone carried a hint of anger. The original assignment was to serve as an instructor, yet it had morphed entirely. From mentor to assassin, I believe the Hidden Waterfall Village can handle this matter on their own. Shin found himself at a loss for words, opting instead to shift the responsibility back onto the villagers. He had fulfilled his obligation in finding them a teacher. It was unreasonable to expect him to finance the fights as well. "Haha, Mr. Shun, do you possess much knowledge about the Hidden Waterfall Village?" Zabuza chuckled, eager to observe any changes in Shun. The remuneration for this conflict has already been settled by the Hidden Waterfall Village. Shin shook his head, acknowledging, "I lack familiarity. Merely a passing acquaintance. How can you assert that the Hidden Waterfall Village will manage this issue themselves if you are not familiar with them?" Zabuza's gaze bore into him, challenging his reasoning. "Did you remember to bring your intellect with you today?" Shin retorted, "Very well, I would also like to inquire how you intend to handle this situation. Should we involve ourselves in the war between the Land of Water and your organization?" This was the question Zabuza truly wished to pose. Despite his formidable strength, he knew that facing a multitude of foes was beyond his capabilities. Although he had already accepted payment from the Hidden Waterfall Village, all he could offer was his utmost effort. There was no alternative but to simply engage in battle. Initially, he had come in search of Umbu Yuta, only to discover that this individual had ties to the organization. Thus, capturing Umbu Yuta would necessitate eliminating 50,000 troops from the fire division. He lamented the unfortunate twist of becoming an unwitting mercenary. "Mr. Shun, do you require assistance?" Haku inquired with a smile. "We seek to apprehend a criminal who fled from our Leaf Village to the Land of Water. His name is Yuta. Are you familiar with him? He knew they would likely not recognize the name. Shin forced a faint smile, wishing they had known him before he joined the organization, as it would have been fortuitous. Alas, the system had already provided the answer, shattering that hopeful notion. As anticipated, Haku shook his head. I do not know him. But our ninjas in the hidden waterfall village mentioned that a villain recently arrived from the land of water. He has since joined your organization. But I cannot say if that is the Yuta you speak of. Ever since Yuta entered the territory of the land of water, he had been under surveillance by the ninjas of the hidden waterfall village until his affiliation with the organization. By correlating Shun's and Yuta's movements into the land of water, Haku reached this conclusion. That is precisely why I have come to assist you in this conflict. Should we fail to eliminate the incoming forces, I may not be able to take him with me. Shin squinted and smiled, albeit reluctantly. The village chief. The general has summoned you. Please gather outside the city. A young officer commanding 1,000 men broke the impasse. Very well, Haku nodded. Let us proceed, everyone. Following Zabuza's training, Haku had shed his previous timidity. His character had solidified. He was no longer the village chief who would falter at trifles. Zabuza, I must commend you. I recall the last time I came. You were a timid, beautiful youth. In such a brief span, you have truly acquired the capability to lead as chief. Observing Haku directing the villagers out of the city, Shun praised. This is the caliber expected of a village leader. The previous version of you could only be considered a mere child. Please, Mr. Shun, do not embarrass me. I possess only a few skills, Zabuza replied. A hint of nostalgia flickering in his gaze as he recalled the training methods he had once received. As Haku commanded the ninjas to exit the city, he felt as if he had been splashed with icy water, shivering at the thought of enduring such rigorous training daily. Once the ninjas assembled, Haku stood alongside the general of the 2,000-strong army. Meanwhile, Zabuza and Shun were on the opposite side, engaged in light-hearted banter, laughing heartily at moments of joy and sighing deeply at moments of sorrow. The commander of all troops in the land of water was a burly man with a beard, exuding an air of authority. After his speech, the soldiers initially cheered, but their spirits gradually waned. Despite appearing as a vast, surging ocean, the 20,000 soldiers were but a speck of dust against the 50,000 of the Fire Nation. Uncertainty loomed regarding the Fire Army's reinforcements. The soldiers' morale was low, and the general was not faring any better. Aware that this battle was destined for defeat, they pressed on, determined to preserve their homeland, even if it meant sacrificing their entire force. This was, after all, their duty as soldiers. Haku, leading the fewer than 100 ninjas, also found himself sighing. What could the entire ninja force of the hidden waterfall village achieve? Even if they fought 100 foes each, the outcome would remain unchanged. The allied forces of the 5 great nations had suffered tremendous losses at the hands of the Fire Nation. As a small country with a pitifully limited army, how could they stand against such might? Even as they watched their loved ones being taken away by the flames, they could do nothing but watch helplessly, gritting their teeth in silence. Look at your cowardice. Behind you stand countless citizens of the land of water. If you cower like this, how will you fight when the time comes? The bearded general berated the soldiers, pointing a finger at them. However, his words fell on deaf ears. Haku had no cause to chastise them, for he was more terrified of war than anyone. At that moment, a massive fireball descended from the sky. On the verge of impact, Zabuza sprang into action. He formed a few hand seals, and a colossal water dragon emerged behind him. Water-style, water dragon jutsu. With a single breath, he engulfed the enormous fireball. Rain began to pour down on the soldiers. The speed of his response was astonishing, swift as lightning. Shun applauded from the rear, extolling his prowess. Mr. Shun, I have noticed a certain issue. Can one truly perish without harming others? Zabuza scoffed, his expression steely. He believed that had Shun intervened earlier, the outcome would have been far more favorable. Yet, Shun refrained from acting, choosing instead to allow Zabuza to take the lead. I won't perish. Merely a craving, Shun replied expressionlessly, adopting an innocent demeanor. Were it not for the fact that I cannot best you, I would undoubtedly engage you in battle once more. With his executioner's blade, Zabuza angrily pointed at Shun. Come at me. My chakra-infused short sword was shattered by your great blade. I have yet to settle that score with you. Haven Ti Haku? Shun recognized Zabuza's somewhat unreasonable nature. Thus, he directly posed the question to Haku. Haku, am I caught in the crossfire? He cleared his throat, jokingly adding, we are good friends. How could we turn swords against one another? Zabuza felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. In their battle in the land of waves, he realized the true worth of that sword. How many S-rank missions would he have to undertake to repay that cost? I am not jesting. Rising from a crouched position, He gazed into the distance where a multitude of heads swarmed with frantic energy, the cacophony of their shouts reverberating through the air. Armed with formidable blades held aloft with one hand, their visages twisted into grotesque expressions upon closer inspection. They had arrived, ready to engage. For him, combat was merely a task, albeit one that felt irksome when it came to offering his services free of charge. Even a modest stipend for travel expenses would be preferable to receiving nothing at all. Firearms, cold weapons, the sovereign of armaments. Yet they remained insufficient against the onslaught of over twice the number wielding great swords. All troops, heed my command. Prepare to charge, he declared. Fu, are you now a Chunin? Can you perfectly harness the power of the seven tails? He cast a cold, scrutinizing glance at the girl with a rather dark complexion. If she were a flawless Jinchuriki, the tide of battle would undoubtedly shift in their favor. I am merely a genin, Fu replied with a smile, glancing at the seven tails perched upon her shoulder. The creature remained silent, resembling a voiceless doll. Very well, he conceded. As he opened his eyes to reveal the spinning tomo of his Sharingan, he activated the ability to phase. Kisame. The forces of the land of water are somewhat fewer than those of fire. We must make do. 1 against 50,000 is hardly a fair exchange. If they were merely 50,000 ordinary folk, it would be manageable, but these are 50,000 shinobi, each capable of unleashing ninjutsu, engaging the forces of fire. He felt as if he would be returning to the village with that wretched casino owner in tow, demanding a share of the spoils from Minato. I find your comments rather displeasing. I have already accepted the commission from the land of water, and the compensation is quite substantial. Should we fail to win this battle, my reputation as a mist ninja would surely be rendered a farce. Kisame was acutely aware that this confrontation could lead to his severe injury. Yet what choice did he have? The remuneration offered by the land of water was far too enticing to refuse. And you, Haku? Your prowess is merely that of a Chunin. Engaging in battle could very well lead to your demise. He noticed Haku's hesitation, prompting him to issue a reminder. In the event of calamity, at least Kisame would not hold you accountable. This child possesses a unique bloodline. She will be fine, have no fear. Kisame replied with a sly grin. Can this rabble truly pose a threat to Haku? I could eat my meals upside down and still prevail, unless, of course, my chakra fails to sustain the secret technique, Ice Mirror. With that, he charged forth as the forces of fire closed in, mere kilometers away. Haku move, Kisame shouted, hurling his beheading sword, which embedded itself in a tree. All troops, heed my command. Kill, kill. General Zai gritted his teeth, bellowing at the top of his lungs. The fire division's squads responded with fervor, annihilate the land of water. Kill. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the heavens, a sound that reverberated throughout the battlefield as if it could rend the azure sky asunder. As he plunged into the fray, Kisame swung his fists, only to discover their ineffectiveness. Each strike felt trivial. System suggestion, utilize the half-formed Susanoo, no need to activate the Mangekyou. With a smile, he acknowledged the system's prompt. Relying solely on hand-to-hand combat was futile against 50,000 soldiers. However, the might of the half-formed Susanoo, with a single sword, could decimate hundreds, if not thousands, of the enemy. Before long, a pale blue skeletal figure coalesced. It stood without legs or wings, unable to rise or take flight. The ethereal Susanoo wielded a colossal blue sword. With a swift motion of his right hand, he swung downwards, raising the massive sword high. The blade descended rapidly, creating a gust that nearly toppled the ranks of the fire soldiers. With a thunderous impact, the sword struck the earth, carving a 3-meter-deep crater and reducing hundreds of fire soldiers to mere fodder. The blue sword was withdrawn, and a series of sickening sounds echoed as blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. The colossal blue blade continued to cleave through the ranks of the fire soldiers, leaving immense craters in its wake. The forces of the land of water and the ninja army stared in shock, bewildered. What is that? What kind of power could cause such a bloodbath? Is this truly the strength of Mr. Shin? One strike, and I may not withstand it. As they watched the blue sword wielded by a seemingly invincible warrior wreak havoc on the battlefield, Kisame, though astonished, felt a sense of relief. He was a friend, not a foe. Otherwise, even he, the ghost of the mist, would not be able to endure the weight of that single strike.